In a poor mountain village, Gu Zhouyuan unexpectedly transmigrated into the body of the third son of a poor farming family. The original owner of this body was greedy and insatiable from a young age. Although his family worked hard to support his education, he used that hard-earned money to indulge in wine and women, and even abused his family members. In his past life, Jiang Yu was a D-level superhuman, living a difficult life in the apocalypse. During a mission, he was betrayed by his best friend Chen Ku and his superiors Wei Yichuan, resulting in the annihilation of his entire team. He was also framed and imprisoned, suffering a fate worse than death in a cage filled with bone-crushing snakes. A mysterious woman sneaks into the dungeon and, at Jiang Yu's request, ends her life. But fate grants her a second chance, sending her back to the night before the apocalyptic catastrophe. Jiang Yu knocked on his master's door, stating that the moon would fall before dawn and chaos was imminent, requesting to descend the mountain. The old Taoist sighed. If chaos arrives, cultivators cannot remain hidden. If it is possible, then help the people. If not, then preserve. Jiang Yu drew a timeline in his notebook, pinpointing the path with the highest probability of success. The heavenly Tao inheritance of the first echelon in the apocalypse was located at the foot of Aoshan Mountain on Qin Island. He didn't need to stockpile supplies. His memories from his previous life allowed him to know all the war reserve warehouses and Jiang Yu hiked down the mountain and took a car to Qingdao. The city center was still brightly lit in the early morning, and people were completely unaware of the disaster. He took a taxi to the villa area at the foot of Aoshan Mountain, formerly a tourist resort, now a wealthy estate, less than an hour after the moon's fall. Just as he was thinking about how to break in, a familiar figure with stunning beauty and noble temperament came into view, making his heart skip a beat. The small Taoist temple was sparsely visited, and Jiang Yu had a deep impression of Qing Hong. When they first met, she wore a black skirt and a white off-shoulder blouse. Her beauty was stunning, yet she was not arrogant. She smiled and invited him down the mountain, and the young man awkwardly ran away. After that, she often came to outside the winery late at night. Jiang Yu reunited with Qing Hong. She was dressed in a bright-colored dress, her cheeks flushed with wine, and was being harassed by Lin Mu, a long-haired man. Qing Hong, if you don't come with me, I'll cancel the cooperation between our two families and make the Qing family pay. Lin Mu grabbed her shoulder, his tone arrogant. The Qing family had suffered a devastating blow. Their leader had passed away, and their only daughter, Qing Hong, was facing financial difficulties after taking. She won't go with you. Jiang Yu suddenly appeared, blocking the two of them, kicking the car door shut, and pulling Qing Hong behind him. Qing Hong was surprised to realize he was a young Taoist priest from the temple and quickly advised him, "This matter is complicated, don't meddle." Lin Mu, seeing Jiang Yu's tattered Taoist robe, disdainfully retorted, "Who do you think you are, daring to interfere in my affairs?" Jiang Yu tried to pull Qing Hong away, but Lin Mu threatened, "Take her with you, and your corpse will be in the sewers tomorrow." Jiang Yu turned around, his eyes filled with a chilling, deathly aura. "You're threatening me?" Before the words were finished, he leaped past, his blade slicing across Lin Mu's neck. Blood gushed out, and Lin Mu collapsed to the ground, convulsing, leaving only the sound of wind cutting through the air. Qing Hong briefly reported to her grandfather, then turned to Jiang Yu with interest. "Killing someone in the street? Are you out of your mind?" She showed little fear, but rather a drunken excitement. Jiang Yu threw the body into the green belt and said calmly, "Please let me stay for the night." Qing Hong's tone was firm. "I'll take care of it for you." With Lin Mu dead, the Lin group is leaderless and won't last long. The winery served as the Qing family's warehouse, its concrete walls sturdy and its cellars overflowing with food and supplies, enough to handle any initial crisis. Jiang Yu followed her inside, and Qing Hong downed most of a bottle of wine before inviting him to. Qing Hong followed his gaze and was horrified to find the bright moon crimson like burnt-out embers, shattered into pieces, with a river of light piercing the night sky. Jiang Yu walked to the center of the courtyard and recited the scriptures based on his memories of his past life. In his previous life, the bookworm's Wei Yichuan was trapped. Humanity is fleeting, immortality is boundless. The heavens are vast and boundless. My path flourishes daily. The scripture resounded, and a golden phantom tower appeared in the courtyard, Jiang Yu radiating light. Roars and screams echoed from outside the walls. The apocalypse had officially arrived. The inherent time and space froze for a moment, as the energy vortex frantically drew energy from heaven and earth. Jiang Yu's body reformed, and his consciousness awoke. Qing Hong was shocked. "This is Taoist magic." Jiang Yu nodded, but a strong sense of familiarity lingered in his heart. Her voice was exactly the same as the mysterious woman who ended his suffering in the apocalyptic dungeon. He stared intently. The rusty blade of the utility knife in Jiang Yu's hand shot through the air, grazing Qing Hong's hair and striking the heart of the zombie behind her with pinpoint accuracy. The zombie, originally a winery security guard, roared as it struggled to its feet despite the gaping hole in its chest, about to pounce. Sword technique. Jiang Yu clenched his sword fingers, unleashing a sharp sword aura around Qing Hong. The zombie shattered upon contact. Qing Hong forced herself to vomit, the stench making her gag. Her intelligence instantly told her the end was near. Trembling, she pleaded, "I want to live. I'll give you anything you want. Money, power, name your price." Jiang Yu said calmly, "You killed me in my past life. I owe you a favor." He handed her a map. "Go to the marked location and find the blank tombstone. My name is Jiang Yu. The winery is a good place to stay. I will come back when I have the chance." Jiang Yu cautioned, "Don't trust anyone in the apocalypse, including me." With that, he leaped over the courtyard wall, stepping on golden runes. Those Taoist techniques that he once scorned had now become real superpowers. Qing Hong hesitated for a moment, madness overriding reason. She changed into her sportswear and picked up the Longquan sword she had won at the auction, a real sword forged from nanomaterials. She opened the winery door, a flash of dozens of miles away. Jiang Yu searched for his target based on his memory. The Yang Ming he was looking for was ostensibly the owner of a heavily armored security company, but secretly involved in organized crime. In the early stages of the zombies roamed the streets, and there were far fewer survivors than in his previous life, so Jiang Yu didn't investigate further. He swung his hand to smash open the iron gate of the heavy armor company, only to be greeted by gunfire as soon as he entered. "Private territory. Get out of here if you don't want to die." A burly man with tattooed arms led the way in blocking his way, and Jiang Yu asked calmly, "Is your boss Yang Ming? I'm here to collect what he owes me." The tattooed man dared not act rashly. Yang Ming's business spanned both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and he had entertained many seemingly ordinary spokespeople for powerful figures. At that moment, a rough sound came from the second-floor window. Jiang Yu looked up and saw the face that had appeared countless times in his nightmares. The face that had ruined. "You know me? Who's on your side?" Yang Ming frowned, sizing up Jiang Yu. He had no recollection of this young man who had come alone. Jiang Yu's expression was cold. "I've come to take one thing, your life." After a moment of stunned silence, Yang Ming burst into wild laughter. "There are countless people on this entire island who want to kill me. Who do you think you are?" He waved his hand, and a dozen guns opened fire simultaneously. As the bullets whistled through the air, runes lit up Jiang Yu's body, causing the bullets to circle around him in bizarre arcs and return the way they came, leaving his men dead and wounded in droves. A chill ran down Yang Ming's spine as he "You haven't offended me now, but the future is uncertain." Jiang Yu revealed a mocking smile similar to Yang Ming's in his previous life. "I'll only feel at ease if I kill you." He flashed into the second floor, his fingers transforming into a sword, but he suddenly stopped. Killing him directly would be too easy for him. Jiang Yu drew a talisman, transforming the wronged soul of Yang Ming, who had been murdered by Yang Ming, into a vengeful ghost in red. He laughed and said, "Let's play a game. You're not allowed to let him die within 10 days, or your souls will be scattered." The vengeful ghosts surrounded Yang Ming, while a blind girl of about 12 or 13, her eyes streaked with blood and tears, cried out, "Uncle, let's play together." A boy who had cut off his kidney to pay off a debt, and a mother whose child had been abducted, also pressed closer. Yang Ming knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy, but only received torment from the vengeful ghosts. His screams were shrill and piercing. After avenging himself, Jiang Yu headed straight for the winery to retrieve supplies. As he scaled the wall, he stumbled upon Li Gang, a thug wielding a long knife, threatening a dozen or so college students. These students, fortunate enough not to have turned into zombies, took pity on Li Gang and took him in, only to be threatened in return. He wanted to drive the boys away, leaving only the 3 girls. Seeing no one obey, Li Gang severed the arm of the nearest boy with a single stroke, then simply killed him. The boys fled, and the 3 girls, terrified of the zombies, dared not leave the house. Li Gang carried the innocent-looking short-haired girl into the house, carelessly dropping his long knife. The girl in white, her eyes filled with determination, picked up the knife and stormed into the room. Jiang Yu leaned against the second-floor window, watching the girl in white awaken her supernatural abilities and act with cold-blooded decisiveness. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. He packed up the food, somewhat disappointed not to see Qing Hong, but he had no time to dwell on it. In their 2 lifetimes, this girl had ultimately been implicated by him. Just as he was about to leave, Runes flickered beneath Jiang Yu's feet as he leaped from the second floor. The girl in white gripped her longsword tightly, watching him warily, already displaying the demeanor of a post-apocalyptic hunter. I'm just passing by, Jiang Yu said, turning and disappearing into the night, heading straight for Yanhai City. The black mist coalesced into a human form, resembling Qing Hong, with a hint of malevolence in her eyes. She had sacrificed herself to the ancient god Xianming to obtain his inheritance. Although she reshaped her body, she did not waste energy on refining it, and her touch was no different from that of a living person. Jiang Yu stepped forward and hugged her, his voice gentle. The Xianming inheritance is the only option for Qin Island. It's better than dying in the mouths of zombies. Qing Hong's cheeks flushed, but she didn't stop his touch. Her gaze fell on his backpack. Are you leaving? I owe someone a— Jiang Yu took the Longquan sword she handed him and set off without looking back. He needed to get to Yanhai City as soon as possible, find his girlfriend from his previous life, Qianyu, and send her to the Lang City military region shelter, the largest and most complete human settlement in Qi province in the early days. Qing Hong transformed into black mist and silently followed. Jiang Yu noticed and said helplessly, bringing a woman is troublesome. The post-apocalyptic suburbs were teeming with mutated monsters, fast and highly stealthy. He had almost been bitten by a swarm. Jiang Yu remained silent for a moment, thinking that the ancient beast Gu Jiao would slaughter Lang City 3 months later. He did need to compete for power and obtain crystal cores by killing Gu Jiao. Finally, he reached out and accepted her. You won. Qing Hong smiled. This was a small county town within the jurisdiction of Qingdao. The streets were deserted, with only a few scattered zombies and corpses remaining, clearly having just been cleared. As she walked through the alley, 4 burly men wielding cleavers blocked her way, their eyes burning with lust as they stared at Qing Hong. Put down your bag and woman, and get lost. Qing Hong flashed, and 2 of the burly men's heads fell to the ground, their cuts bloodless. She licked her nail. Jiang Yu was secretly amazed by the destructive power of the Xianming inheritance. Qing Hong, holding his arm, deliberately smeared the blood on his clothes. I told you I wouldn't suffer if you brought me along. The 2 continued on their way, completely unaware that behind the shutter of a roadside shop, a pair of murky eyes were greedily staring. The shop's doors and windows were tightly shut, and the figure of a tall, thin man named Li Feng was twisted in the shadows. He had awakened the ability to conceal himself, possessing no combat power, yet able to stealthily move through hordes of zombies. At this moment, he was greedily eyeing Qing Hong, plotting to abduct her. Jiang Yu sensed unease and turned around. Startled, Li Feng still took advantage of the chaos as the survivors were surrounded by zombies, and stabbed Jiang Yu in the back with a dagger. Clang! Jiang Yu knocked the dagger away with his longsword, turned around, and stabbed Li Feng in the shoulder, his concealment ability failing. Li Feng rolled around and begged for mercy. I just wanted to find something to eat. Jiang Yu recognized him as Uncle Li, who used to run a supermarket down the mountain when he was a child and often gave him snacks. Although he didn't believe his story, he still stopped his sword and handed. Seeing Li Feng's tearful complaints about his 3-year-old granddaughter and the family's unbearable suffering, Qing Hong softened and tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, saying, Take him with you. It's on the way. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, but in reality, he wanted to use Li Feng to teach Qing Hong a lesson. In the apocalypse, survivors who die at the hands of acquaintances are 100 times more likely than strangers. He put his arm around Qing Hong, his tone ambiguous. The 3 arrived in a remote town, cleared out the zombies from the buildings, and stayed overnight. Jiang Yu suddenly asked Li Feng about the date, and upon learning it was June 16th, he and Qing Hong were both shocked. They had both suffered from amnesia for 10 days, apparently due to the time consumed in acquiring the inheritance and reshaping their bodies. Jiang Yu deliberately emphasized his past relationship with Li Feng, mentioning the rare colors. Late at night, Qing Hong, exhausted from her journey, fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yu drew a binding talisman in midair, the runes disintegrating into warning threads that spread throughout the room. He wasn't truly asleep, but rather to let Qing Hong see the true nature of humanity. At 3 in the morning, barely audible, the footsteps were so light they were almost silent. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, his blood-red pupils flashing a cruel light in the darkness, and continued snoring evenly. A dozen minutes later, the lock clicked softly, and the door was silently pushed open. The moment Li Feng stepped into the bedroom, the binding talisman suddenly shone with golden light, binding him layer by layer. Jiang Yu waved his hand, illuminating the firefly talisman. In the dim light, his expression was cold. You have more patience than I imagined. You're qualified to be a hyena. Qing Hong was awakened by the noise and felt as if she had fallen into an ice. Jiang Yu remained unmoved. waving his hand to have the binding talisman shred Li Feng's left arm inch by inch, his voice calm. Come up with a better reason. After a shrill scream, Li Feng recklessly declared, I just want your woman. Jiang Yu then shredded his right arm and head, saying Jiang Yu turned and left the blood-stained bedroom, throwing down the words as he closed the door. If you dare step into this room, I'll kill you. Qinghong was both angry and aggrieved. She kicked the door to vent her anger before hiding in the next room. The next day at noon, Jiang Yu ignored Qinghong, who was staring blankly on the sofa, and continued eating bread and organizing supplies. Qinghong took the initiative to soften her stance. I want to be your girlfriend for life. I only take in slaves, not girlfriends. Jiang Yu didn't even look up. You're intelligent and decisive enough to be a puppet empress, building an empire and collecting resources for me. Qinghong was shocked, torn between pride and fear, and said humbly, I've never been touched by anyone before, and I will listen to you. Jiang Yu sized her up as if assessing merchandise, his tone disappointed. Your figure is average, and your appearance is barely acceptable. I can send you to the military shelter or keep you as a slave. During their journey, Qinghong was repeatedly frightened by strange beasts, which Jiang Yu managed to kill with ease. She was covered in a foul stench and torn between her feelings. She was reluctant to give up her freedom, yet dared not. As evening fell, the rhythmic honking of horns echoed along the highway as a convoy of over a dozen trucks approached, led by a modified armored vehicle. Jiang Yu, pulling Qinghong along, lay in wait. Recognizing them as a hunter team, armed thugs stood guard in the truck beds. Wolf, a heavily tattooed man, sat at a table drinking with a bespectacled teenager. A survivor, barely alive, was thrown out of the carriage. The bespectacled man looked around the carriage with a reluctant expression. Wolf, there's a top-quality toy in this shipment. Want to gamble? Wolf didn't want the bespectacled man to have the top-quality toy all to himself, so he crushed the can and asked, How do you want to gamble? The bespectacled man said bluntly, Roll the dice. Whoever gets the highest number takes one. It's all up to luck. The henchman immediately handed over the dice cup, and Wolf told him to bring all the girls out of the carriage. The blonde-haired henchman let out a dozen or so girls, among whom the purple-haired internet celebrity Ning Ning was particularly eye-catching. Hot-bodied and stunningly beautiful, though showing signs of plastic surgery, she was still the focus of the two men's rivalry. The bespectacled man ordered Ning Ning to shake the dice cup and even reached out to touch her, only to be burned back by Wolf Brother with a cigarette butt. When it comes to luck, I've never been afraid of anyone. Wolf Brother gestured for the girls to begin, and Ning Ning trembled with fear, hesitant to stop, only hurriedly putting down after being sternly reprimanded by the bespectacled man. The dice cup was opened, revealing 666, 18 points. The bespectacled man triumphantly kneaded her beautiful legs, looking defiantly at Wolf Brother. The two were Jiang Yu watched and Ning Ning being taken away, his expression complex. The two had a deeply unforgettable past. When they first met, and Ning Ning would visit him at the Taoist temple every day, bringing him homemade bento boxes and desserts, and the two naturally fell in love. Later, she became famous by live-streaming her Taoist practice, gaining over 1 million followers and signing with a company. Then, she publicly humiliated Jiang Yu in a fast food restaurant. I'm only with you because you're a Taoist priest and have a gimmick. You're poor and stupid. How could I like a bastard? Jiang Yu silently endured it all. His monthly Taoist stipend and odd jobs were simply not enough to keep her. After the apocalypse, Ning Ning called, crying and begging for help, saying she broke up with him because her younger brother needed a heart transplant costing millions, and claimed she only loved him. Jiang Yu softened and rescued her from a horde of zombies, and the two reconciled. But when she met Yang Ming, who commanded thousands of followers, and Ning Ning betrayed him, Jiang Yu was still lost in his memories when Qinghong beside him transformed into black mist and silently drifted towards the hunting team. Jiang Yu snapped out of his reverie and sighed helplessly. Once the hunting team made a move, they couldn't leave any survivors. The armored vehicle could accelerate their journey, and he was no longer the weak, D-level ability user he had been in his previous life. A clear rainbow transformed into black mist and launched a surprise attack, instantly decapitating the outer henchman without a drop of blood. A ghost. Scatter. Amidst screams of terror, 3 more were dismembered. The bespectacled man, no longer hiding, removed his glasses and unleashed a B-level mental attack. The clear rainbow and black mist materialized, and he felt dizzy and on the verge of a splitting headache. Jiang Yu rushed over to support her, drawing a calming talisman between his brows. Imagine the consequences if I don't intervene. This is the last time I'll let you act rashly. Qinghong stared at the scattered corpses, her spine turning icy cold. I'm sorry. Wolf was holding back his anger. Seeing Qing Hong's stunning beauty, he unleashed his ice-type melee ability. If you survive today, I'll take your surname. Jiang Yu drew his longsword, the sword energy severing his arm. The icy backlash shattered the severed arm into ice shards. Lesson 2. Wolf Brother shouted angrily, ordering his underlings to fire. Avoid vital points. I'm going to torture him to death. Bullets surged out, but Jiang Yu instantly cast a golden light talisman to form a light tower to block them. He then drew a backlash spell in the air, causing the bullets to return along their original path, and his underlings fell to the ground one after another. The bespectacled man, feeling a sense of urgency, feigned weakness. The car, the supplies, the women, they're all yours. I surrender. I don't like leaving enemies behind. No sooner had Jiang Yu finished speaking than a clear, dark shadow flashed, and the bespectacled man's head fell to the ground, corroded by the black mist into blood. Wolf Brother unleashed a suicidal ice-based attack. Jiang Yu's sword energy split into a wall of swords, ready to strike, but was frozen by an external force. A childish voice came from afar. Brother, please don't kill my father. 5 or 6-year-old Lele jumped off the car. His face was soft and chubby, but his eyes had no pupils and were filled with bloody tears. He was the god of paradise, who rose to power in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, possessing S-level spatial abilities and the Eye of Annihilation. Jiang Yu recognized him. This demon used human pigs as his boundary markers, his methods ruthless. Lele reached out for a hug, concealing a long needle in his sleeve, preparing to seize the opportunity to crush Jiang Yu's brain. Before he could activate his spatial abilities, Jiang Yu's longsword had already severed his neck, his head rolling to the ground. You don't even spare children? Qing Hong was incredulous, a chill running down her spine. Jiang Yu pinned Wolf Brother to the carriage with a backhand and slashed him with his sword. He won't grow up. He'll only become a more ruthless weapon. Qing Hong looked down and saw the long needle in Lele's hand gleaming with an eerie light, her face instantly turning deathly pale. She finally understood that the apocalypse was 1,000 times more cruel than— I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please don't send me away. Qing Hong lowered her head and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm, her eyes dim. The cruelty of the apocalypse far exceeded her understanding. Thankfully, she had chosen the right person to follow. Jiang Yu wasn't angry. This little girl's performance had exceeded his expectations, far better than his naive and easily deceived self in his previous life. Prepare some portable food and water. Qing Hong's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. Leave it to me. But she received a sharp rap on the head. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, From now on, you are not allowed to act on your own. You must obey me when you follow me. And Ningning recognized Jiang Yu early on. Seeing that the dust had settled, she stepped forward and forced a pure and innocent smile, tears streaming down her face. Please take me with you? I was wrong before. I'll listen to whatever you say. We broke up because my mother needs a kidney transplant, and I really had no other choice. She hugged Jiang Yu, trying to rekindle his old feelings. Jiang Yu expressionlessly pried her hands off and pulled Qing Hong close, saying, You've mistaken me for someone else. Qing Hong snuggled closer and whispered, If you like it, take it with you, like a pet. I'm not interested in such a burden. Jiang Yu pulled Qing Hong towards the car, and Ningning completely abandoned her dignity. I can be your mistress, even your dog. Jiang Yu sneered. Don't insult dogs. Dogs don't betray their masters. After walking a dozen meters, he turned around and drew blue runes. An ice arrow shot out, piercing in Ningning's shoulder and pinning her to a tree. The girls watching were terrified, some even kneeling and begging Qing Hong for help. Qing Hong hesitated, but Jiang Yu said calmly, You can stay with them. She didn't dare hesitate and quickly got into the driver's seat of the armored vehicle. Isn't this too cruel? Qing Hong asked, puzzled. Jiang Yu replied indifferently. In the apocalypse, a single fatal blow is a luxury. The car traveled at 30 kilometers per hour, avoiding abandoned vehicles. After sunset, the two parked the car in front of a secluded villa that hadn't been ransacked. Want to take a bath? Jiang Yu suggested, walking into the bathroom and drawing a water purification talisman to fill the bathtub with spring water. He then added a fire-removing talisman, and steam rose from the tub. Qing Hong was shocked that her superpower could be used in this way. She sighed comfortably while soaking in the hot water, her eyes occasionally glancing at the unlocked glass door, a mixture of nervousness, timidity, and anticipation in her eyes. But Jiang Yu remained unmoved. She was inwardly grumbling, but she also began to think about how to firmly bind this sense of security to her side, struggling with whether she should take the initiative to offer herself. Jiang Yu leaned back on the living room sofa, closed his eyes to calm his mind. The past entanglements seemed like a distant memory, while the noisy Ching Hong beside him gave him a headache and made him feel helpless. After taking a shower, Ching Hong realized she had no clean clothes. She called for Jiang Yu's help, but received no response. Just as she was feeling wronged and thinking she had been abandoned, Jiang Yu came out of the bedroom with some clothes. Their eyes met, and in the dim firelight, Ching Hong blushed and hid in the bedroom, startled by the burning intensity in the boy's eyes. Her unease turned into secret. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yu pushed open the bedroom door, said softly, "You should rest well," and turned to leave. Ching Hong could no longer hold back, dragged him into the room and slammed the door shut, biting her lip and making up her mind. "Slave it is. I don't believe you would be willing to mistreat me." Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile. The once proud girl had finally accepted her fate as a slave. This life was different after all. The searing energy swirling between his brows could erase her consciousness at any time, but at this moment, he was still hesitating between controlling her mind and controlling her soul. The next day at noon, the two continued their journey. Their car braked suddenly due to a roadblock ahead. A dozen or so wrecked cars with their tires removed blocked the road. Jiang Yu got out to investigate and saw a girl of about 18 or 19. Ching Hong wisely stood up to avoid him, but Jiang Yu stopped her, saying, "Let's all eat together." After the girl finished eating her bread, she suddenly hugged Jiang Yu's neck and tried to kiss him, but her mouth split open to the extreme, and a strange worm crawled out of her throat. Jiang Yu calmly exhaled a wisp of green smoke from a demon-subduing incantation. The strange insect screamed and fell to the ground, struggling to burrow back into the girl's body before finally convulsing and dying. This is a mutated horsehair worm. It parasitizes corpses and controls their minds. It's afraid. As Ching Hong cleaned the bloodstains, her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Jiang Yu. She knew she wouldn't survive 3 days without him. Jiang Yu measured the map, anticipating arriving in Yanhai City the next day, and closed his eyes, recalling Qianhua. In the early days of the apocalypse, she rescued him from the dead outside the ghost dragon's lair after he was betrayed by a Ningning. 10 years later, they reunited and became teammates he could entrust his life to. Her personality changed from cheerful to cold, but she always rejected his confession. This question tormented him for several years. In the back seat of the armored vehicle, Ching Hong reclined her seat, intending to tell Jiang Yu to rest, but she saw him in the front row with his eyes closed, surrounded by silk-wrapping talismans, clearly wary of her. She was exhausted and sleepy, but tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, her mind filled with thoughts of this heartless, cold-blooded guy. Ching Hong, wrapped in the blanket, felt a surge of resentment as she thought of her grandfather's tragic death and the days of running around. She tried to suppress her sobs, but tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Yu heard the faint crying and looked at her with a hint of heartache. The words of comfort he wanted to say were swallowed back down. He only looked out the car window, his eyes filled with it. In an old residential area in Yanhai City, zombies wander aimlessly in the courtyard, attracting an attack at the slightest sound. Inside a storage room in a residential building, a dozen people huddled behind a heavy iron door, already in despair. They hadn't eaten for 2 days, their last bottle of water was empty, and all that remained was the clanging sound of zombies banging against the iron door. Knock, 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 knock. The promised knocking sounded, and hope ignited in everyone's eyes. The iron door opened, and the pretty Qianhua walked in, her white t-shirt and denim shorts stained with blood, her face etched with exhaustion. She opened her backpack and poured out a pile of snacks, bread, sausages, and several bottles of water, the last supply she had managed to salvage from the zombie horde with all her might. As soon as the food hit the ground, strong men began to scramble for it, pushing women and children to the periphery. "Please leave some for the children," a mother pleaded, cradling her unconscious child, but to no avail. Qianhua forced herself to stand up despite her exhaustion. "Don't fight over it. I'll distribute it. Everyone will get some." After distributing it, she reminded everyone, "The nearby supermarkets are all empty. This is the last batch, so eat it sparingly." After saying that, she collapsed to the ground, her arms still bleeding, her energy completely depleted. "You've definitely hidden food," the neighbor auntie said sarcastically, her face full of greed. "We're old neighbors, you have to give us half." Her words aroused suspicion among the others. After all, no one wanted to share all their last supplies. Qianhua tried to explain herself, but no. At that moment, Huang Mao quietly slipped behind her and smashed a brick into the back of her head, causing Qianhua to fall to the ground. "Tie her up. If she doesn't hand over the food, we'll all starve to death," Huang Mao shouted. He had long coveted Qianhua and wanted to monopolize the supplies. The older woman immediately pulled out her belt and tied Qinyue's hands and feet to the corner. The blonde-haired man seized the opportunity to pour a packet of sleeping pills into the orange juice, shouting, "Water must be conserved. Drink this bottle first, one sip each." Everyone was extremely thirsty, and the drink was empty in no time. A few minutes later, everyone was unconscious. Late at night, Qinyue woke up with her hands and feet numb from being bound, and a dull ache in the back of her head. Betrayal was commonplace in the apocalypse. She twisted her arms and easily freed herself from the restraints. This was a self-defense technique her father had taught her when she was a child. Back then, when her father bound her hands tightly, she could easily escape with just a little skill. Just then, a loud crash rang out as the zombie violently slammed against the iron gate, making a much bigger noise than before, as if a huge creature had arrived. In the dark storage room, the blonde-haired man was awakened by the sound of the iron gate slamming. He groped for Qinyue, but she instantly dislocated his arm. "Where are they?" Qinyue asked calmly. The blonde-haired man groaned in pain and lied. "They went to find food and told me to watch you." Qinyue's voice was filled with disappointment. "I didn't hide any food. I'm going to find my mother. You'd better watch yourselves." Stepping out of the residential compound's iron gate, Qinyue saw the corpses of a mother and child being devoured by zombies in the corner, her heart filled with remorse. She had underestimated the apocalypse. In the distance, on the roof of a bus, Qinyue leaped onto the car roof, her smile warm. "I'll send you away. It won't hurt." Before she finished speaking, she slit the old woman's throat with a knife and kicked the corpse into the horde of zombies. A few minutes later, all the survivors were gone. Qinyue's eyes regained their clarity, and she walked towards the Roche Biotechnology building in the city center. She was going to find her missing mother. At dawn, Qinyue pushed open the company gate and was instantly surrounded by several mutated beasts, moving so fast they were almost impossible to catch. At the same time, Jiang Yu and Qing Hong arrived at Qinyue's residential complex by car. The yard was littered with corpses, and zombies roamed freely. Huang Mao caught a glimpse of Qing Hong from the storage room, attracted by her figure and armored vehicle, and quietly followed her upstairs. "Should we kill her?" Qing Hong asked, frowning as she noticed the follower. Jiang Yu shook his head. The blonde-haired man swung a brick at the back of Jiang Yu's head, but Jiang Yu kicked him against the wall, pressing his long sword against his forehead. "What's the girl's name in 301? The blonde-haired man wet himself in fear and cried out, "Qinyue. She's in the Luo's biotechnology building in the city center." Jiang Yu let him go, and Qing Hong transformed into black mist to give chase. Entering Qian Yu's home, Jiang Yu looked at the family photo on the wall, a warm smile appearing on his face. He took down a photo of Qian Yu and carefully kept it close to his body. Seeing this, Qing Hong felt a pang of sadness. "Is she your girlfriend?" "My lover from a past life. She has saved me hundreds of times in my dreams." After saying this, Jiang Yu turned and hurried towards the Luo's biotechnology building. Inside the building, Qinyue hid in the laboratory, healing herself with healing magic. After killing 3 mutated hounds, she attracted even more mutated beasts. She fled with an alloy dagger, but was scratched by a mutated white mouse carrying poison, and her vision began to blur. Hiding in another laboratory, she discovered a dark green monkey overhead, its face rotten and reduced to bone, with tubes inserted into its body. Qian Yu swung her knife into its chest, but the monkey didn't stop. Just as its massive jaws were about to bite her neck, it suddenly froze. Its pupils reflected countless golden starlight. Dozens of golden sword lights flashed past, tearing the hem of Qian Yu's clothes, and the mutated monkey was smashed to pieces. Qian Yu turned around and met the tenderness and affection in the boy's eyes, a look she had only ever seen on her parents' faces. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a chilling black mist surged from behind Jiang Yu. Without thinking, Qian Yu pulled him aside and shielded him. The mist solidified, and Qing Hong appeared, threatening. "You're protecting him? Aren't you afraid of dying? He saved me. If he dies, he dies." Qian Yu closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Jiang Yu explained with a wry smile. "My name is Jiang Yu, and this is Qing Hong. We're on the same team. Want to join us?" Qian Yu was tempted but worried. "My superpower is very weak. It's difficult to even kill ordinary zombies." "It's okay. I'll protect you. You just help us heal." Jiang Yu was overjoyed, and Qing Hong was burning with jealousy. She scratched the iron door with her fingernails, making it creak, and the 10-inch door panel was corroded with a large hole. At that moment, dozens of mutated white rats attacked. A wisp of clear, dark energy condensed into a long whip, slicing the rats into pieces in a few breaths, venting the girl's fury. Jiang Yu poured out the food and handed over strawberry jam bread and milk tea. These were Qian Yu's favorites from her past life. Qing Hong took the beef jerky and chewed it fiercely, her heart filled with resentment. She had shamelessly followed him, yet she received the same treatment as Qian Yu, a complete stranger. A muffled, deafening roar shook the earth, and two figures burst through the wall. The curvaceous Lin Fei carried a 2-meter-long giant axe, followed by Lin Qiqi, a short-haired girl of about 15 or 16. Jiang Yu recognized her as the inheritor of the secret realm known as the Blood Demon from his previous life, who had established the #1 female legion in the 9 provinces. Want to come up together? Jiang Yu wanted to invite the two of them to share the beast, but Lin Fei rolled her eyes. I don't like greyhounds. Seeing this, Jiang Yu tated her. Let's make a bet the two teams will take the stairs separately, and the first one to reach the top wins. If I lose, all the food is yours. Lin Fei's eyes grew colder. I'll stay with you for 7 days, at your mercy. She had awakened an A-level power ability, and the giant axe weighing hundreds of pounds felt as light as a feather in her hands. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this before. Winning or losing is your enjoyment. I won't do anything that puts me at a disadvantage. Jiang Yu's words stung the narcissistic Lin Fei. Then what do you want? She gritted her teeth. Food was scarce in the city. A bag of bread could trigger a bloodbath, and she desperately needed supplies. I need your favor. If I need your help in the future, you must not refuse within your capabilities. Jiang Yu knew that although Axe Demon and Blood Demon were ruthless killers, they were extremely loyal to their promises. Lin Fei nodded after weighing the options, and Lin Qiqi softly echoed, I'll listen to my sister. Jiang Yu tossed the two of them a pack of instant noodles as a greeting gift. Lin Qiqi frankly stated that her superpower was poison, and she wasn't afraid of poisoning anyone. After finishing the noodles, she pitifully stared at her backpack. Jiang Yu sighed and told her to choose another one, then advised Lin Fei, stop pretending, you choose one too. Lin Fei picked up the beef jerky. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time, but she didn't. As the competition began, Jiang Yu wielded his sword with his inner energy, leaving no zombie or monster in his wake. Qinghong Black Qi condensed into a whip that melted flesh upon contact. Qian Yu followed, tugging at Jiang Yu's clothes, and at a crucial moment, she grasped his hand, instantly replenishing his energy with a warm current. Jiang Yu almost forgot. Lin Fei swung her giant axe, creating a whirlwind that sliced through zombies like vegetables. Lin Qiqi unleashed a green poisonous mist, causing zombies to fall one after another. But the higher they went, the more numerous the monsters became, and the more the zombies' defenses improved. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Lin Fei could no longer see Jiang Yu and the other two. Instead, she encountered a giant mutated hunting dog. Its size far exceeded that of a normal dog. Its body was covered in transparent gel, and it even had a smiling human face on it. The giant axe struck the gelatinous substance, its force dissipating. Lin Fei, unable to stop in time, fell, the axe wedged against the wall. The mutated hound pounced, pinning her down, its massive jaws snapping at her neck. Lin Qiqi, her powers exhausted, a bet's a bet, and I won't go back on my word. Lin Fei shielded her sister, straightening her chest. But you can't touch Qiqi. She hadn't expected Jiang Yu to return to rescue her. It was already a miracle he survived, and she could accept this sacrifice. Jiang Yu led the way, and the fire talisman burned fiercely upon contact with the oil on the parasitic corpses, causing them to scatter and flee, clearly afraid of the flames. Remember what you said, stay behind me. I can't guarantee your safety if you act on your own. Lin Fei stared blankly at her once proud power, now that's a type of zombie called a parasitic zombie, Jiang Yu explained calmly. They parasitize people and animals, destroying the host's nervous system, leaving only the head. Lin Qiqi timidly touched her back, while Lin Fei said firmly, if I am parasitized, please kill me immediately. Jiang Yu brushed past the wound on her shoulder, using his fingertip to dab blood and draw talismans on the backs of the group. Qing Hong was a ghost cultivator, so no protection was needed. I'm afraid of pain. Using your Qian Yue remained silent the whole way. Seeing that there was no sign of any living person in the entire building, she couldn't help but suggest, why don't we go down? I kill zombies to improve my strength and collect crystal cores. Taking you along is just a side thing. Jiang Yu saw through her concerns and whispered something in her ear. A light, melodious voice reciting poetry suddenly drifted down the hallway. A girl dressed in Hanfu, holding a paper umbrella, sat on the steps. It was Xiaoyun, Qian Yue's old friend. Qian Yue ran over in delight, while Qing Hong couldn't bear to look at her. Fool! Who in this world can sit here and recite poetry? Jiang Yu nodded approvingly. You've made rapid progress. He was unusually gentle with Qing Hong. You're different from her. I'll teach you everything I know, But with her, I'll only give her the means to survive. Jiang Yu walked to Qian Yu's side, habitually pulling her into his arms. He reached out and tore off a piece of flesh from Xiao Yun's face. The corpse puppet remained expressionless, still reciting poetry, the blood flowing from it, as black as ink. She's dead, turned into a corpse puppet. Qian Yu screamed and hid in his arm. The explosive sound awakened the lurking presence. A 2-meter-tall zombie emerged from the room, followed by more than a dozen second-tier zombies. It was the Zombie King. In its previous life, it was a building security guard, its bluish-gray skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. It possessed rudimentary intelligence and could control corpses to transform into zombies or zombie puppets. Cover your ears. Roar. The Corpse King's piercing screech echoed through the corridor, the sound waves causing everyone's vision to blur. Jiang Yu instantly drew a golden light spell with his fingertips, a golden pagoda enveloping his body and blocking 90% of the impact. Lin Fei, unwilling to be a burden, swung her giant axe at the Corpse King. With a clang, the axe handle snapped, and her arms went numb as she flew backward, crashing into a wall and vomiting blood. The Corpse King's bluish-purple skin was harder than steel, leaving only a shallow mark. Qian Yu immediately stepped forward to use her healing abilities to alleviate her pain, but Lin Fei stopped her, saying, Jiang Yu didn't rush to attack. After everyone witnessed the terror of the Corpse King, he cut his finger and drew a talisman on the sword, chanting, exorcising evil sword technique. The rain of swords, seemingly fierce, failed to harm the Corpse King in the slightest. The Corpse King grinned and threw a punch, which Jiang Yu dodged to the side, then kicked it through the wall. As the Corpse King struggled to his feet, he formed a hand seal. Exterminate evil, break. The golden light hidden within his body erupted in response, and the Corpse King was burned to ashes from the inside out. Jiang Yu was surrounded by white light, successfully breaking through. The remaining zombies swarmed in. Lin Qiqi's poison could only weaken their defenses, and Lin Fei, without her weapon, could hardly break through their defenses. Qinghong, having exhausted her energy, retreated behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chanted the 5 thunder incantation, and lightning chains bound dozens of zombies. With a clench of his, this series of actions stunned everyone. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, are you really human? I've been cultivating since childhood and only know a few simple Taoist techniques. Jiang Yu replied calmly. I want to follow you. Lin Fei said decisively. Jiang Yu was satisfied with her attitude and promised, following me will grant you divine protection and the power of a clear rainbow. Qian Yu blushed and asked softly, what about me? I will give you a safeguard and send you to an official sanctuary. They will regard you as their savior. Qinghong hurriedly pressed for details about his arrangements, and Jiang Yu said, you go to Qin Island and build a shelter. I'll clear any obstacles and provide supplies. Will you come? Hope ignited in Qinghong's eyes. I need a safe place to stay. I don't trust. Exhausted from fighting their way to the 25th floor, Jiang Yu opened his backpack, revealing a small mountain of supplies piled up alongside Qinghong's. Meanwhile, outside the fire door on the upper floor, a pair of bloodshot eyes peered through the crack, intently watching the food on the floor and swallowing hard. Zhou Bin is Luo Jian's chief bodyguard. After the sudden change, he, along with Luo Jian and several directors, were trapped on the 28th floor and above, barely surviving for more than 10 days thanks to his awakened supernatural abilities. The Corpse King, a former Special Forces security guard who had retired from the company, is blocking their way on the 15th floor. More than half of the dozens of bodyguards have been killed, and everyone can only hold on for the moment. Zhou Bin, feeling dizzy from hunger, unexpectedly discovered Jiang Yu and his group of 5 rushing up the stairs with a large amount of food, deducing that the Corpse King had been dealt with. He quietly retreated to his office on the 28th floor to report to Luo Jian, suggesting that they join forces with the other director's bodyguards to seize the supplies. Although Luo Jian was unwilling to share with the directors who each had their own ulterior motives, he had no other choice but to immediately gather everyone. 5 directors and 13 bodyguards, 4 of whom were awakened, and the rest were all top-level retired Special Forces soldiers. 10 million for each of you, if it's done. Luo Jian threw out the bait, and the bodyguards instantly perked up. A dozen men came downstairs armed, while Luo Jian hid his miniature pistol, wary of the old fox. 20 minutes later, however, commotion erupted in the hallway. First, Old Zhang's chief bodyguard was thrown in, his internal organs ruptured and vomiting blood. Then came Zhou Bin's corpse. Jiang Yu kicked the door open. His longsword, Old Zhang was the first to hand over a blank check. Misunderstanding. It's a purchase. The chaos will end soon. Money can buy everything. Luo Jian followed closely. I'm the chairman of the Luo group. Escort me out of Yanhai. Name your price. I have connections with the authorities too. Whose idea was this? Jiang Yu's eyes were icy cold as all four directors pointed at Luo Jian. Luo Jian, enraged, threatened. I have connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Making you disappear is just a matter of one phone call. Jiang Yu scoffed. Let me tell you, the old rules are over. There are only zombies left outside. He was about to take action when he was drawn to the scattered documents on the ground. After a cursory glance, Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Human beings could be so cold-blooded towards their own kind. Jiang Yu picked up the document from the ground. It was a feasibility study report on using cerebrospinal fluid from young people to delay aging. The hundreds of pages report detailed the backgrounds and information of the 1179 experimental subjects, mostly trafficked orphans and young people lured by high-paying jobs. Compared to these cold-blooded humans, where are these people? Jiang Yu walked up to old Zhang, who hesitated for a moment before Jiang Yu swiftly brought down his knife. He then pressed the bald, fat man for answers, who trembled with fear. The lab is on the 30th or 32nd floor. At this moment, Qing Hong and the others came upstairs to indicate that they had finished cleaning up the remnants. Whoever tells the truth first lives. Jiang Yu wiped the blood from his sword. The fat man immediately pointed at Luo Jian. Dr. Zhou refused to participate in the experiment, so he was silenced. Jiang Yu let the fat man go, and Qing Hong immediately transformed into black mist and gave chase. Qian Yu suppressed her grief. Where is my mother's body? Luo Jian tried to gamble, lying that he was willing to lead the way to make him. Jiang Yu killed the remaining directors and followed Luo Jian to the iron gate on the 30th floor. Luo Jian pressed the button to no avail, then lied about a power outage. As Jiang Yu and Lin Fei pushed open the door, he suddenly pulled out a gun and fired. The bullet was stopped by runes a meter from Jiang Yu. Qing Hong instantly struck, her palm piercing Luo Jian's left chest, pulling out his still smoking heart. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Her ghost, together, the two pushed open the iron door. The laboratory corridor was filled with the beeping of instruments and the howls of zombies. Inside the transparent cubicles, young people, naked and strapped to lab tables with metal clips, were covered in tubes, some already rotting and mutated. Some were children under 14 who had helped me. I feel so bad. In the innermost cubicle, a handsome boy of about 13 or 14 years old cried for help. He had rosy skin and no zombie characteristics. The connected equipment was still running even without power. Jiang Yu stopped Qian Yu, who was about to step forward, and gestured for everyone to step back. The boy's expression suddenly twisted. His heart rate exceeded 200, and dozens of scalpels and scissors floated in the air. Stay and stay with me, and I will grant you eternal life. It was a lich, a being on par with the Corpse King, but with individual combat strength far exceeding that of the Corpse King, and skilled in manipulating sharp weapons. The lich's body flickered and flashed, a scalpel wrapped in black energy, shooting towards the group. Jiang Yu activated the golden light spell to form a protective tower, but deliberately, Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into the wall, her arm turning black from the corrosive effects of the corpse poison. She was filled with grievance and fear. Jiang Yu ignored her. He wanted to use this crisis to completely break down their bottom line and subdue these three little pets. I will help you escape this sea of suffering. Jiang Yu's eyes turned golden, his pupils bursting with light, and his hands formed a seal, causing the energy in the air to surge instantly. With great fervor, the sun rises in the east. I bestow this talisman to sweep away all misfortune. Jiang Yu chanted the exorcism incantation, and blazing flames exploded out of thin air. Dozens of fire chains bound the corpse witch, and under the golden light, Jiang Yu remained calm, a ball of lightning gathering in his palm. Palm lightning. The lightning enveloped the lich's entire body, turning him into a charred corpse. Then he softly chanted the rebirth incantation, a spell he had used to make a living before his transformation. After the lich's death, the dissipated energy caused everyone to break through to the second tier, and a white crystal core floated out. Jiang Yu caught it with delight. This is a crystal core. It can be absorbed directly. You can only take one after assimilating it. If you try to take too many, you will explode. He reminded everyone that the lich's defense was weak, but its supernatural abilities were strong, so they should prioritize close-range combat when encountering it. Lin Fei's arm was numb from the corrosive effects of the corpse poison, and despair filled her heart. Can we really survive? Jiang Yu had Qian Yu treat her, and it took more than 10 treatments to completely remove the corpse poison. He took out a bronze tortoise shell to divine, and said to Lin Fei, "The divination shows that you will become a regional overlord," and then said to Lin Qiqi, Your special ability will allow you to devour the heavens and the earth. Lin Fei blushed and tentatively asked, could I stay with you for a few days? Jiang Yu replied directly, follow me and never betray me, and I will bestow upon you my inheritance. He bit his finger and drew a mind. Qianyue remained numbly pulling on the freezer door, which was filled with rotting experimental subjects. Jiang Yu opened a standing freezer. There was no stench of decay inside, and the name tag didn't bear a number. Just as he was about to examine it, hearing the noise, Qianyue turned around and, upon seeing the zombie's face in the freezer, instantly lost control. Mom! Qinghong instinctively hugged her, but was forced back by Qianyue's icy killing intent. Qianyue rushed over and hugged the zombie, whose strength far surpassed that of the zombie king. Yet it stopped in midair as it raised its arm, a glimmer of light flashing in its eyes. It still retained its consciousness and memories. Jiang Yu drew a talisman in midair to condense a fire separation talisman, and said urgently, Qianyu, get out of the way. She's turned into a zombie. She'll lose her mind sooner or later. No. Qianyu spread her arms in front of her. Mom has saved many people. She's not a bad person. The zombie's confusion faded, and with its last shred of sanity, it pushed its daughter away, smashed through the glass curtain wall, and jumped from the 30th floor, shattering to pieces. Qianyue lay on the windowsill, weeping uncontrollably. As night deepened, everyone was exhausted, and Jiang Yu decided to rest in a serviced apartment on the 28th floor. Qianyu had a room to herself, and Lin Fei handed Chi over to her, while she herself knocked on Jiang Yu's door under the pretext of borrowing the bathroom, which Qinghong had already tacitly agreed to. The bathroom door unexpectedly shattered, and Lin Fei, blushing, rushed into the bathroom, where they spent a passionate night. The next day at noon, when Jiang Yu woke up, Lin Fei was standing by the window. The scars beneath her thin nightgown added a strange beauty to her appearance. I can't find the right person. I don't like rich men, and the ones I like aren't rich. She bluntly admitted that she was a gold digger, but earnestly said, I will follow you and never betray you. I only ask that you don't mess with. Before setting off in the afternoon, Jiang Yu assigned tasks. Qinghong, drive the armored vehicle back to Qin Island and build a shelter centered around the winery. Here is the plan and the map of the underground warehouse. He handed the Lin sisters a backpack full of food, saying, go to the place I marked to get the inheritance, and then meet up on Qin Island. Qianyu's placement became a problem. It was too dangerous to keep her with him, but he couldn't bear to leave her with Qinghong. Jiang Yu finally decided to send her to the military shelter first. The two arrived at Qianyue's home, which had been contaminated by zombies. Qianyue took out a family photo from a cardboard box and carefully kept it close to her body. A birthday card caught Jiang Yu's attention. This was sent to me by my father when he was 15. He had a mission and couldn't come back then. Qianyue's eyes were full of warmth. Jiang Yu stared blankly at the greeting card signed Su He. Qianyu's surname was actually Su? Just how many secrets did that patient and resolute girl from his past life hide? Jiang Yu stared at the signature Su He on the greeting card, lost in memories. Su He was the largest warlord in Qi province in its early days, one of the founders of the military shelter, and ultimately died at the hands of the ancient beast Gudiao, for whom Jiang Yu had once served. You said you'd spend 10 years with me, yet you don't know my real name. Isn't that strange? Qianyu looked directly at him, wanting an answer. Just consider it a dream. Not much of it is true. Jiang Yu refused to explain, drew talismans to reinforce the door, and lay down on the floor fully clothed. Qianyu fell into a deep sleep next to him. Just like the next day, the two set off for Lang City, hunting zombies and collecting crystal cores along the way. Jiang Yu's combat power was overwhelming, but Qianyu's healing ability became a charging bank, draining the energy she had just accumulated, leaving the little girl looking utterly hopeless. After traversing 1,000 miles of forest, they are behind the bushes near the villa. Li Sisi and her companion were secretly observing. Bang! The girl in the tree fired a shot at the back of Jiang Yu's head. He dodged to the side, throwing the bullet back and hitting her in the chest. At the same time, Li Sisi activated her spatial ability. Her dagger flashed across Jiang. Jiang Yu conjured a golden light spell to protect Qianyu, then summoned the 5 Ghosts talisman. Ghosts crawled out from underground, captured the invisible Li Sisi, and broke her limbs. Why be so cruel when killing someone? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her directly? Li Sisi closed her eyes and resigned herself to her fate, but suddenly pleaded. There are still a few girls without superpowers in the villa. Please give them a way to live. Just treat them like cats and dogs. Before she finished speaking, a muffled sound of water came from afar, and a third-tier stitch monster appeared from behind the courtyard wall, a crocodile body more than 10 meters long, with more than a dozen living corpses glued to its back. The people wrapped in slime struggled in pain, conscious but unable to break free. It's coming out. Kill me. Lee Cece screamed in terror. The stitched monster flung out a corpse, and after the explosion, poisonous mist spread, instantly withering the plants. Jiang Yu had Qian Yu take Lee Cece into the villa. While he faced the beast head-on, he swung his sword at the stitched monster, which blocked the attack with the corpse on its back. The corpse dissolved, extinguishing the flames on the sword. Jiang Yu threw the fire talisman into the beast's mouth and detonated it, then severed its hind leg as it rolled over. Inside the villa, the girls looked through the curtains at Jiang Yu, who seemed like a god, in astonishment, wondering how he could master so many supernatural abilities. Qian Yu didn't use any healing techniques. Instead, she used wooden boards and strips of cloth to set and stabilize Lee Cece's bones. As a power bank, she wouldn't waste any energy. Lee Cece endured the pain, staring at the battle in the courtyard, deeply shocked. "Are you his woman?" she asked Qian Yu, and after receiving a negative answer, hope ignited. Lee Cece is a popular celebrity. At the time of the incident, she was training in a villa with more than a dozen actresses. She was fortunate enough to awaken the spatial ability, absolute concealment, and had also studied dance since childhood, giving her excellent flexibility. However, Qian Yu had been studying hard for days and had neither watched her dramas nor paid attention. In the courtyard, Jiang Yu deliberately mocked the stitched-together monster. "Useless thing, is that all you've got?" The third-tier beast possessed intelligence, and after being provoked, it devoured the corpse, and its severed hind limbs actually grew back. Jiang Yu activated his sword technique, sending thousands of light blades piercing towards the strange beast. Seeing that it was about to retreat, he compressed his energy into a massive, ferocious sword tens of meters long and slashed down from the air. This sword strike exhausted all his energy, and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. Just as the stitched monster was about to retaliate, its bones suddenly shattered, turning it into a pool of rotten flesh. The undead on its back, freed from the slime, turned into black liquid within seconds. They had been alive for some time, having relied entirely on the energy of the alien beast. Jiang Yu caught the girls in the villa surrounded him, their eyes filled with adoration. Feng Ying was the first to react, pulling Jiang Yu to her room on the second floor. "Can you protect me? I'll do anything." She hugged Jiang Yu from behind, the soft touch enough to shatter any willpower. Since the apocalypse, they had survived on rotten food, and Lee Cece had failed to break out several times, but now she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yu calmly turned around and rejected her advances. "No need for that. I'll take you away tomorrow." Feng Ying didn't give up and poured a full tub of hot water. "Your muscles are stiff. I'll give you a massage, otherwise you'll suffer some hidden injuries tomorrow." A short while later, she came downstairs rubbing her sore arms. The other girls, seeing this, were full of complaints but could do nothing about it. Jiang Yu took out compressed biscuits, jerky, and snacks and distributed them to everyone, including a luxurious can of yellow peaches. In the apocalypse, these foods were more delicious than delicacies. After the girls had eaten their fill, they reached a consensus. No matter what, they would rely on Jiang Yu. "After you've eaten, come upstairs with me. Who wants to go first?" Jiang Yu's eyes were aggressive, and Feng Ying immediately stepped forward. He added, "Qian Yu, you come up too. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill her." The bedroom door on the second floor slammed shut, startling the girls downstairs. They thought to themselves, following such a master, the days ahead would probably be anything but easy. Although Feng Ying hesitated, she resolutely walked into the room. Compared to being devoured by zombies or strange beasts, the girls stared at the second-floor door, their eyes filled with struggle, either endure unknown humiliation or starve to death or be devoured by zombies. Although Lee Cece could escape alone using her spatial abilities, she feared she. In the room on the second floor, Feng Ying huddled nervously in a corner, the feeling of fullness in her stomach making it impossible for her to refuse. Jiang Yu asked coldly, "Are you afraid of death? Do you want to live?" Before she could answer, he drew a summoning talisman, and a withered, evil spirit emerged, baring its fangs and charging at her. Feng Ying was so. The evil spirit tore at her shoulder, blood gushing out. The excruciating pain drove Feng Ying to a frenzy, stabbing wildly. Jiang Yu channeled his energy, and a white mark appeared on her forehead. She had awakened an ice-based superpower. After the evil spirit was frozen, she shattered it with a single strike, excitedly hugging Jiang Yu. "You can do anything to me. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll kill you." Jiang Yu had Qian Yu bandage her wounds, and then chased her downstairs. Qian Yu lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I've always misunderstood you." The fact that you can believe there are bad people in the world is already an improvement. Jiang Yu smiled wryly. This girl's saintly heart would hardly survive in the apocalypse. Following the same method, 2 out of the 4 girls successfully awakened their powers. The near-death experience combined with the stimulation of supernatural abilities could maximize their potential. Li Sisi was filled with disappointment. Jiang Yu still wouldn't let her go upstairs. After all, Jiang Yu was fairly satisfied with the results. I built a shelter on Qin Island. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get there alive. I'll send you down the mountain tomorrow. Feng Ying was still worried. Aren't you taking us with you? I have other things to do. Jiang Yu led Qian Yu upstairs without even glancing at Li Sisi. Downstairs, Li Sisi grabbed Feng Ying and pressed her for details about what happened upstairs. Feng Ying shook her head. Master forbids me to talk about it. You want to follow him? Yes, I don't want to die, and I don't want to starve anymore. Blue Eyes crystals condensed in Feng Ying's. The two had known each other since childhood, and it was Li Sisi who gave her the opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. This friendship made her decide to escort Feng Ying to the Qin Island shelter. Li Sisi felt the extreme cold of the icy crystals in Feng Ying's palm. Her eyes filled. Upstairs, after settling Qian Wei in, Jiang Yu cast a sealing spell on Li Sisi. The poisonous picnic could be enjoyed, but the poison had to be controlled. I've seen your dramas, but I don't remember the names. Your acting was terrible, Jiang Yu said honestly, leaving Li Sisi speechless. The following day at noon, Jiang Yu escorted the girls down the mountain, handing Li Sisi a map marked with the Qin Island winery. The 4 included S rank, B rank, and C rank awakened individuals, enough to ensure their safe arrival. After parting ways, Jiang Yu, with Qian Yu, continued towards Lang City. He was going to a bomb shelter on the outskirts of the desolate mountains to subdue a juvenile ghost dragon. It only needed to be fed its own flesh and blood to recognize him as its master, and the Lang City shelter in Suha was already under construction. On the national highway, the piercing sound of car horns interrupted my thoughts. Su Xin, a girl in black, drove a modified armored pickup truck and greeted us warmly. 1 crystal core per person, I'll take you to the Lang City shelter. We have a secret weapon that can repel zombies with sound waves. Jiang Yu tossed out 2 crystal cores and took Qian Yu into the car. Su Xin introduced her teammates, Xiao Feng, an ability user, and Zhang Yang, the leader. There were only a few blankets in the car. Qian Yu curled up in Jiang Yu's arms and quickly fell asleep, completely unaware of anything amiss. The car moved slowly at 30 kilometers per hour, avoiding abandoned vehicles. A dozen kilometers outside of Yanhai City, the surroundings became eerily quiet. Not a single zombie or strange beast was to be seen. Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. This eeriness far exceeded the territory of a 3rd-tier zombie king. Suddenly, a chilling sound, like the wailing of a baby, mingled with the eerie howls of owls, echoed from the deep forests on both sides of the road. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that this was a nightmare for survivors of the early post-apocalyptic world, a place even fellow zombie kings and liches would avoid. He knocked on the cockpit window. Su Xin teased, "If you need to use the restroom, just look out the window. I won't peek." Inside the cockpit, Su Xin rested her head on Zhang Yang's lap. Their relationship was ambiguous. Zhang Yang's eyes were sinister, revealing heavy traces of killing intent. "We're surrounded," Jiang Yu warned coldly. Everyone looked out the window. The road was deserted, and they were all puzzled. Where did this encirclement come from? Chapter 26 Shatters Worldviews. The kind-hearted little Qianhua. Surrounded? Zhang Yang opened the car window, but there was no one around. He turned his head and stared at Jiang Yu suspiciously. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation so I won't throw you off." His lips curled up in a smile, but it was devoid of any warmth. Qianhua hid behind Jiang Yu in fright. The man's smile was more terrifying than that of a zombie. Jiang Yu stared into his eyes, unleashing his aura to completely overshadow his murderous intent. Unfortunately, the dead don't throw things away. The number of people Zhang Yang killed was far less than a fraction of what he killed. In terms of killing intent, the little guy is still too green. In an instant, Zhang Yang felt his heart stop beating and his spine go cold. Jiang Yu's eyes didn't seem to belong to a human at all. He remembers going to the zoo as a child and being locked in by a tiger's gaze in front of the iron gate. This is what it feels like to stare into the eyes of a tiger. His whole body was stiff, his breathing was rapid, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he had only one thought in his mind: to escape. Zhang Yang conceded defeat, believing Jiang Yu's words, and asked, "What are they? Zombie or monster?" Jiang Yu stared out the window, his expression unchanged, his tone calm. "The mutated wildcat pack is several times more powerful than a regular tiger. I've fought them before. They're fast and strong, but what's most troublesome is that they like to come in groups. From a dozen or so to hundreds. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine, and his face turned completely pale. The story of Wusong fighting the tiger is utter nonsense. The power and explosiveness of felines are far beyond what a human without firearms could possibly achieve. Surrounded and hunted by a pack of mutated wildcats stronger than tigers, not even a corpse will be left behind. We've killed monsters that are over 10 meters long, so how could a few kittens possibly eat people? Su Xian looked disdainful and got up to button up her clothes. He stuck his head out of the window, letting the night breeze blow through him. She is an elemental awakener, and lightning flashes and thunder roars with every wave of her hand. She truly doesn't take a few strange beasts seriously. Meow. Suddenly, a black figure flashed by. Jiang Yu thrust his long sword out of the window, close to Su Xian's neck. Puff. A wildcat was pierced through by a long sword and cleaved in two, while Su Xian was covered in filthy blood and entrails. Touching the burning flesh on her face, the little girl shrank into Zhang Yang's arms in fright. If Jiang Yu hadn't reacted quickly, her head would have been swallowed by the wildcat. Zhang Yang closed the car window, knowing it was just psychological comfort. Tempered glass couldn't stop the monstrous wildcat. Meow, meow, meow. One meow after another rang out, and countless agile figures leaped out of the jungle. There are at least dozens of them, in various colors. Damn, so many. Zhang Yang shielded Su Xian behind him and took out an axe from under his seat. The three of them looked out the window, their faces completely pale. The cats chased the car, getting closer and closer, occasionally bumping into it. It was only a matter of time before the car overturned. Suddenly, a cat pounced on the windshield and smashed the glass with its huge paw. The cat's head was stuck on it, and its huge body was even larger than a tiger's. The giant cat hissed and spewed a foul stench, forcing Xiaofeng to slam on the brakes. Buzz! Jiang Yu heard a buzzing sound. Xiaofeng opened his mouth, made an exaggerated expression, and made a very soft sound that was almost inaudible to humans. A few seconds later, black blood flowed from the giant cat's ears, and it convulsed and collapsed to the ground. His voice ability is a perfect counter to felines with keen hearing. I'll drive, you disperse them. Zhang Yang, with a cold face, climbed into the driver's seat and kicked the cat corpse out. Xiaofeng looked at the group of cats with a fearful expression and tried to scare them away with his voice. To everyone's surprise, the cats did not leave upon hearing the sound. Instead, they became even more agitated. Boss, dispelling them won't work. Sonic attacks consume a lot of energy. 3 or 5 are fine, but I can't handle too many. You two get out of the car, Zhang Yang threatened, pulling an axe from under his seat. He could see clearly when Jiang Yu made his move. Jiang Yu's strength was only at the second level, and the energy he emitted wasn't particularly strong. Using 2 decoys to buy time greatly increases the chances of escape. Boss, they'll die if they get off the bus. Su Xian couldn't bear it, especially since Jiang Yu had just saved her life. Zhang Yang grabbed Su Xian by the neck and pinned her against the car window, leaving half of her body hanging outside the car. You want to go down with them? Su Xian turned her head with difficulty and saw a dark figure loitering in the distance. Terrified, she cried out and begged for mercy. Boss, I didn't mean that. I'll do whatever you say. She knew very well that Zhang Yang was absolutely capable of doing it. Qianyue raised her head, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Yang and the other two, lingering on Su Xian for a moment. There was also a hint of reluctance in her eyes. If you get caught by a stray cat, you're sure to die a horrible death. I've seen cats play tricks on mice. They like to torture their prey to death before eating them. I don't like cats. After Qianyu finished speaking, she turned to look at Jiang Yu, her tone pleading. Please don't leave. We are all awakened beings, capable of surviving. Jiang Yu stroked Qianyu's hair, knowing that the little girl was overflowing with kindness, and joked. Listen to me, let's get off the bus. Are we going to wait to be thrown off? If you can't bear to look, close your eyes. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Qianyu stopped insisting. What he said seemed to make some sense. If you don't want to see something, just close your eyes. If you can't see it, it didn't happen. The two jumped out of the car, and Qianyue looked back at the armored vehicle again, her voice filled with disappointment. Jiang Yu, I don't like watching people being tortured and killed. Could you please send them on their way? If you don't like killing, then leave a breath. I'll do the rest of the dirty work. Jiang Yu took a bottle of water out of his backpack, drank half of it, and habitually handed it to Qianyu. If you don't ask me to save them, I don't even care about a few kittens. Qianyue didn't mind, drank the rest of the purified water, and carefully put the bottle into her backpack. Keep the bottle. It might come in handy on the road. The little girl turned her head and glanced at the armored vehicle, then gave a crisp answer. I saved him. After a pause, Chinwe continued. I don't know how to explain it to you, and you wouldn't understand even if I did. Letting people like them live will only lead to more deaths. My father told me that only by killing many people can one develop a chilling aura of killing. Zhang Yang's gaze made me feel very uncomfortable. Killing them would save more people. It wasn't doing anything bad. Jiangyu, do you think I'm a bad girl? Jiangyu was stunned and couldn't help but take a closer look at the little girl in front of him. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. In order to survive in the apocalypse, everyone has their own unique way of dealing with the world. Decisive and ruthless, cautious and meticulous, cunning and vicious. You have to have at least one of these. Jiangyu's worldview was shattered. He felt that Qianyu's values were problematic, but he couldn't refute them. After all, every word makes sense. As for me, I've killed a lot of people too. Qianyue raised her head, smiled beautifully, and spoke with confidence. You're different. You must have killed only evil people. Jiangyu remained silent. Qianyu was right. It was indeed not easy to find a good person to kill in the apocalypse. The pack of wildcats began their attack, half chasing the car and the other half staying behind to surround Jiang Yuqianyu. Ho! Ho! The wildcat crouched down, its fur standing on end, and hissed. Qianyu waved her hand, and a shield enveloped the two of them, shimmering with light. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He had never seen Qianyu use her protective abilities in his previous life. How many superpowers do you have now? Qianyue smiled shyly upon hearing this, feeling quite inferior. There are only 4, and they are all very weak. C-level healing, C-level energy recharge, B-level protection, B-level punishment. The B-level guardian and punishment suddenly appeared in my mind when I was facing the alien beast on the top floor of the building. She knew she was weak, her superpowers were trash, and she couldn't compare to Jiangyu. Punishment, an offensive ability, deals damage proportional to the amount of malevolent energy within the target. Punishment attacks deal slightly less damage than elemental abilities, but their advantage is that they act within the target's body and cannot be detected. That's not the point. The key point is that Jiangyu had never heard Qianyu mention this in his previous life. In an instant, many mysteries that he had not solved before his rebirth gradually became clear in his mind. Not once or twice, but countless times. He went on a mission with Qianyu. The seriously wounded enemy died silently, as did his seriously wounded teammate. Considering her eccentric values, the little girl is truly kind-hearted. Suddenly, a black cat pounced. Jiangyu snapped out of his daze, casually swung his sword, and a cat's head rolled to the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Pure muscle memory, with perfect timing. After more than a decade of honing his skills in the apocalypse, his swordsmanship has become unparalleled, and his combat awareness is top-notch. 3 wildcats attacked at the same time, but Jiangyu blocked their attack with a flourish of his sword. The sword was imbued with lightning energy, and its speed was incredibly fast. It slashed open the wildcat's belly, spraying its internal organs all over the ground. It had a pungent, fishy smell. 2 swift kills sent the wildcats retreating in fear. They surrounded them from a distance, and for a moment dared not attack again. Meow. Meow. The wildcat's howls grew increasingly mournful and drawn out, as if it were summoning something. On the other side, the armored vehicle was overturned by a wildcat less than a kilometer away, and the 3 men had no choice but to come out and fight for their lives. Zhang Yang regretted it a little. He should have known better than to leave the 2 meat shields behind. At least they could have blocked some attacks. A wildcat pounced. A large chunk of flesh was torn from Su Xian's shoulder, and she raised her hands, conjuring a chain of lightning. The lightning chain precisely wrapped around a giant cat, and the girl clenched her fists so tightly that the giant cat was torn to pieces. Xiaofeng first used a sonic shockwave to intimidate the giant cat, then took advantage of its unpreparedness to stab it through the throat with a knife, moving with ease and grace. Clang clang. Zhang Yang struck his 2 axes together, producing a metallic clang. Boom. All the fire energy in his body gathered on his twin axes, and he leaped up, slamming heavily onto the ground. The sea of fire spread across the ground, and wherever it passed, the giant cat was engulfed in flames and howled in agony. The cats, gazing at the flames, began to consider retreating. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and the retreating cats halted, looking fearfully toward the boulder. Atop the jumbled rocks, a colossal figure roared at the sky, its body more than twice the size of these giant cats. The long tail swept across the ground, producing a screeching sound. Sparks flew everywhere. The beast was massive and possessed terrifying energy, far surpassing any ordinary mutated wildcat. Chapter 27 Ziwei Qinji, Gaoqin Heavenly Palace. The giant beast roared, and several third-tier mutated wildcats emerged from behind the boulder, charging straight at Zhang Yang and his two companions who were closest to it. Just when they had a glimmer of hope for victory, they were plunged back into the abyss of despair. Jiang Yu looked at the leader on the boulder, his eyes filled with greed, not fear. This was not a monster. It was clearly a third-tier leader-level crystal core delivered to his doorstep. Zhang Yang and his two companions were all at the second tier and could barely hold their own against beasts of the same tier. However, when several third-tier mutated wildcats joined the battle, the team was immediately scattered. In a few breaths, Xiaofeng's right arm was ripped off by the wild cat, the crunching sound of its mouth conveying despair. Su Xian's thigh was slashed open by sharp claws, revealing the stark white bone. The pain made her vision go black, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Zhang Yang was pinned down by the giant cat, its massive mouth only a few centimeters from his neck. Su Xian opened her arms, and a ripple of flame exploded outwards, sending several wild cats flying dozens of meters away. At the same time, the girl's energy was completely depleted. Zhang Yang picked up Su Xian, with Xiao Feng following closely behind. The three of them hid in an armored vehicle on the highway and closed the door tightly. The car was filled with safes, but no one glanced at them. After dealing with the zombies in the car, Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised to find 3 rifles. He pulled the trigger, but there were no bullets. Damn it! In the distance, the wildcat leader jumped off the boulder, and Jiang Yu finally got a clear look at it. Its appearance vaguely resembles that of a tabby cat, with its body covered in black and brown scales, and its tail mutated into a bone spike that gleams with a ghostly blue light. The swordtail cat is a type of mutated feline with hard scales and a highly venomous tail spine. Roar! It roars with its mouth open, its huge fangs demonstrating its terrifying bite force. Your crystal core is mine now. Jiang Yu instantly cast the golden light spell, and a golden pagoda phantom protected his body inside, with the faint sound of an ancient bell tolling. With just a casual sword strike, the tabby cat flew dozens of meters away. All the wild cats stopped fighting at the same time, and the scene became deathly silent. The reaction of all the people and the cats was the same. Is this even human? Boss, what kind of superpower is this? Su Xian's face was filled with fervor. She had never seen such power before. The monster, nearly 10 meters long, cleaved dozens of meters with a single sword strike. I don't know either. Zhang Yang stared blankly at the scene before him, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Zhang Yang glanced at Su Xian and understood that this woman no longer belonged to him. They were just teammates, and there was no question of any intimacy that crossed the line. Life in the apocalypse is boring enough. We just comfort each other. Come on, that's all the strength you have. Waste. Jiang Yu's sarcasm was utterly inept, yet surprisingly effective against the simple-minded beasts who couldn't understand complex language. Send all your useless men to attack. Don't waste time. Rubbish. The tabby cat looked down at the ant at its feet, but being a bit stronger, it dared to provoke it. Roar. The tabby cat hissed in a muffled voice. Upon hearing its leader's command, dozens of giant cats slowly retreated, displaying its own pride. Jiang Yu sighed. It was a pity to escape. But it's all good. He was also worried that after the tabby cat died, the remaining giant cat would fight to the death and injure Qianhua. The purple palace of the heavenly realm, the Gaoqin Heavenly Palace. Jiang Yu made a gesture with his left hand, and a talisman materialized. He then slashed at the talisman with his sword. The talisman shattered, and a phantom rose from behind. It was none other than the Taoist Emperor Gaoqin. The first time I used the summoning god technique, most of the energy in my body was instantly drained, and I could barely stand up. The tabby cat was suppressed by the aura of Emperor Gaoqin, lying on the ground, completely unable to resist. It regretted it. This human was clearly not someone it could contend with. Jiang Yu took a step out of the void, and ripples spread out beneath his feet, as if he were walking on flat ground. He raised his long sword, and at the same time, the phantom of Gaoqin behind him rose up. The sword fell, followed by the great sword on his back, all in complete silence. Bang, 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 bang. All they could hear was the heavy pounding of their own hearts. Boom! The phantom giant sword slashed down, and a dragon roared across the heavens. The sword energy swept across, and the tabby cat split symmetrically from head to tail. The sword energy did not stop, but continued forward relentlessly. A ditch several hundred meters long cut the highway in half, and the dust it stirred up blotted out the sky. Jiang Yu was caught off guard by the power of this sword strike. and he stood frozen in midair. The images of the blood demon and the axe demon appeared in his mind. These inheritances were so powerful that they drove mortals to despair. A white crystal core flew out of the corpse and was held in Jiang Yu's hand. Worried about Qian Yu's safety, they walked step by step along the ruins. The aura of Emperor Gaochen had not completely dissipated, and the knees of the group almost buckled, causing them to kneel down. Is this a superpower? This is clearly a miracle. Jiang Yu dispersed the summoning spirit, walked to Qian Yu's side, and the girl took his hand to charge and activate the energy. The little girl's special abilities are very useful for support roles. Su Xian's eyes grew increasingly fanatical. The women around him couldn't compare to him in terms of figure or appearance, and their superpowers were even weaker. She possesses a B-level fire control ability and the strongest offensive elemental power. If she could follow Jiang Yu, she would be able to roam freely in the apocalypse. Zhang Yang glanced at Su Xian, understanding her thoughts, but lacking the courage to stop her. Jiang Yu, can I come with you? Despite the excruciating pain, Su Xian stepped forward, bending over, with one more button undone on her shirt, revealing her ample bosom. Staring into Jiang Yu's deep eyes, she spoke without much confidence. What was the point of carrying such a burden? Beauty? With a boy's abilities, what beautiful woman couldn't he get? She's not a bad person, you can stay if you want. Jiang Yu pretended not to notice her scheming. Qian Yu smiled and helped her adjust her collar. All these girls use the same tricks. I can do anything. I can help you fight, and I can keep you company. Su Xian was bold. She directly tore open her top, not wanting to miss out. I'm not interested in you. Remember to be prettier in your next life. Jiang Yu's long sword pierced through the girl's ample bosom, protruding from behind. Qian Yu froze on the spot, fear showing in her eyes. The two people watching the show in the carriage exchanged a glance. The fear in their eyes was 100 times greater than Qian Yu's. Only then did they remember that they had used someone else's bait. He opened the carriage door, wanting to escape, but a sense of impending death overwhelmed him, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. Boom! With a deafening roar, flames engulfed the carriage, and screams filled the air as it turned to ashes. Jiang Yu repaired the armored vehicle and continued on his way. Qian Yu sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, seemingly lost in thought. I'm used to not making enemies. I'll try to restrain myself next time. Jiang Yu broke the silence. These little things are not important, and I'm not pretty enough, so why are you taking me with you? Qian Yu's eyes flickered, and her cheeks felt a little hot. You're different. That dream lasted too long, and it's hard to let go of it all at once. Jiang Yu didn't want to lie to her. Damn it. Looking at Qian Yu's sparkling eyes, Jiang Yu felt a chill in his heart. The two of them were definitely an old married couple. Where does this innocence come from? Having been reborn, he truly saw himself as an innocent teenager. Why don't you keep me with you? I can do what they can do. If you don't do it well, you can teach me. Qian Yue didn't dare to look up at him. Her face was so red it was almost bleeding. These words were the limit of her shame. I'll take you to your family. Then I'll go to a very dangerous place. I don't know if I have the ability to come back alive. If I don't die, I'll come find you. Hearing Qian Yu's outrageous words, Jiang Yu didn't know how to respond. Then came a long silence. I'm a burden too, aren't I? Qian Yue frowned slightly, looked at his expression, and understood Jiang Yu's inner thoughts. He secretly resolved to perform well along the way. She's really not weak. She received combat training from her father since childhood. It's just that she lacks experience, and her superpowers aren't suitable for combat. In the long dream, I watched you die in front of me. I don't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. The light in Jiang Yu's eyes lost its color, and he lowered his head, not daring to look into her eyes. I will prove it to you. I'm not a burden. I can do dirty and hard work. I will be obedient, and I'm willing to do anything. Can you teach me? I want to live. Qian Yue's tears kept flowing, and her voice was choked with sobs. Okay, I'll teach you. Jiang Yu recalled his past life, when Qian Yu would always treat him while shedding tears, afraid to make him worry. He really couldn't remember whether it was dozens or hundreds of times. In the center of Lang City, a 3-meter-high city wall forms a fortress, truly a testament to the military's formidable mobilization capabilities. Chapter 28, Subduing the Ghost Dragon. After the anomaly, all industries came to a standstill, and it was nothing short of a miracle that a fortress could be built in such a short time. Commander Su, we have checked carefully, and there are no survivors. Please accept our condolences. The visitor gave a military salute and quietly left the room. Sui listened to his subordinate's report with a blank expression, completely lacking his usual decisive and ruthless demeanor. The mutation occurred suddenly. 90% of the army turned into zombies, and most of the remaining survivors were killed or wounded. Fortunately, he awakened his superpowers, but there were no orders from his superiors, and things were in complete chaos below. After spending more than 10 days, relying on his awakened spatial abilities, he barely managed to integrate the team and establish this simple shelter using ruthless methods. As more and more survivors arrived, supplies became insufficient, forcing the authorities to close the gates and allow only those with superpowers to enter. In times of war, choices must be made. After the army was reorganized, he immediately sent people to Yanhai City to rescue people. When his men arrived, there were no survivors left in the residential area and his wife's company. He knew the chances were slim, but he just couldn't accept it. If it weren't for that damned sense of responsibility and soldierly loyalty, rushing back immediately after waking up, there might have been a glimmer of hope. A few days later, the car reached the border of Lang City. Jiang Yu led Qianyu westward, following the location he remembered. Qingyun Mountain, several hundred meters above sea level, was used in the early days for digging soil to make porcelain. The foot of the mountain was hollowed out, forming ponds. The pond is so deep that the bottom cannot be seen, and every year several reckless teenagers drown. The place where the ghost dragon sleeps is inconspicuous, a cave on Qingyun Mountain, a man-made air raid shelter dug during wartime, which was chosen right above the ghost dragon's lair. Dig another 10 centimeters or so, and you'll find the ghost dragon's egg. Of course, before the moon fell, it was probably just a dinosaur egg fossil or an ordinary snake egg. In his previous life, Jiang Yu and a group of people were chased by the Corpse King and hid in a cave. The group got separated in the cave, and he was ambushed by a strange beast in the cave. He fought with all his might to kill the strange beast, but accidentally crashed into an earthen wall and by chance discovered the lair of the ghost dragon. There were many people in the cave at that time, all of whom were his comrades from the Lang City shelter, and all of them were stronger than him. Jiang Yu carefully covered the entrance to the hole, planning to open it alone next time. After returning to the shelter, he couldn't help but share his joy with Ningning. He still doesn't understand why Ningning betrayed him. The road became increasingly difficult to traverse, with no mountain path in sight. As they walked through the thorns, Qianyue's clothes became covered in thorns, causing her unbearable itching. Aren't we going to a shelter? The shelter is deep in the mountains. As Qianyue removed the thorns from her body, she couldn't help but ask, "You're too weak right now. I'll go find you a pet." As Jiang Yu spoke, he walked up the mountain. Qingyun Mountain is very close to the city, only a dozen miles away. Qianyue asked curiously, "What kind of pet?" "A snake." At this moment, Jiang Yu had already found the entrance to the air raid shelter, which was covered by bushes and almost invisible. "I don't like snakes, I like German shepherds." Qianyue was very dissatisfied with this answer. "Snakes are cold, eerie, and slippery. Just thinking about them makes me feel disgusted. They're nowhere near as formidable as German shepherds. Take good care of it. It can protect you when it grows up." "Please, this is a ghost dragon." Jiang Yu originally planned to subdue it himself, but he encountered the god of paradise on the way and immediately changed his mind. The pet of the god of paradise was 10 times more powerful than this snake. Fortunately, that perverted dwarf was a show-off, and his biography records it in great detail. Upon entering the air raid shelter, Qianyue nearly suffocated from the fumes, and Jiang Yu also frowned. "Are you sure this isn't a public restroom?" Qianyue pinched her nose. The air raid shelter was full of clumps of feces and toilet paper scattered all over the ground, with maggots crawling all over the feces. "Very plump and tender. Stand against the wall and activate your shield." Jiang Yu tapped the wall with his sword sheath, listening intently until he heard a hollow echo. Qianyu activated her shield, and the cave became much brighter. Bang! He swung his sword, but only dared to use half his strength, lest he kill the little guy. The wall opened, and inside the hole was a huge, round egg, about the size of an ostrich egg. The only requirement for taming a ghost dragon is quietness. If disturbed, the ghost dragon cub will run away immediately. Jiang Yu smashed the eggshell without hesitation. A tiny white head timidly peeked out from the eggshell, showing no fear of people, its bewildered eyes curiously observing the two. It even yawned. "Little one, do you want to eat meat?" Jiang Yu wanted to know about its intelligence. Gui Long nodded frantically, seemingly able to understand human language. "Oh!" Qianyue screamed as Jiang Yu slashed her shoulder, tearing off a piece of flesh. The girl was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't dodge. If Jiang Yu really wanted to kill her, she couldn't escape. It's surprisingly not that painful. The ghost dragon's first meal must be fed with the master's flesh and blood. "Don't start treatment yet." Jiang Yu threw the meat out, and Guilong dodged it accurately, catching it in his mouth and swallowing it with an excited hiss. clearly satisfied with the taste of the flesh. The little guy jumped onto Qianyue's shoulder, wrapped his tail around her neck, and drank the blood in large gulps. Qianyue was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. After a while, Qianyue felt a little dizzy. Such a small body, yet she could drink so much. A dozen minutes later, the ghost dragon finally stopped, raised its head, and looked at its master. Qianyue breathed a sigh of relief. The little guy was finally full. After resting for a while, Guilong opened his mouth again towards Qianyue. Really? Not again. Are you a snake or a vampire? Belch. Thankfully, the little guy only burped and didn't continue sucking blood. After the ghost dragon finished eating, it quietly coiled up on Qianyue's arm, its triangular head gently rubbing against her. Qianyue swore that she would do it for a month. No, you can't bleed this much in 3 months. The treatment is complete. Let's go out. Jiang Yu was the first to step out of the air raid shelter. It won't keep eating my flesh, will it? Qianyue's face was pale. The healing spell covered the wound, and her skin quickly recovered, but she still felt weak. It likes to eat zombies, monsters, and people. Jiang Yu grabbed the ghost dragon, pinched its neck, and carefully examined the unremarkable little white snake, the only distinguishing feature being a gray skull pattern on its head. That's all right. I don't have much meat on me anyway. It's quite cute. Qianyue teased the little guy with her hair, making it sneeze repeatedly. The two of them were having a lot of fun. Cute? Jiang Yu was speechless. Just wait until you see its full battle form, and you'll know what true cuteness is. Let's go. I'll take you to the shelter. Jiang Yu walked silently ahead. Qianyu didn't want to speak either, and since she couldn't stop him, she might as well be more carefree. The entrance to the Langshire Military Region shelter is like a bustling vegetable market, with people constantly causing trouble 24 hours a day. Many ordinary people do not have awakened superpowers, but they feel that they are quite capable and are unwilling to be shut out. Please show your ID card. The guard stopped the two. This is our first time here. Jiang Yu summoned flames with his palm, and Qian Yu released a shield. Could you tell me who owns the shelter? A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a hurricane. It changes many things, and there's no guarantee that everything will remain the same. It's no secret that the guardian is Marshal Sua. Newly arrived awakened should report to the reception area first. Work and accommodation will be arranged according to your abilities. Seeing that both of them were awakened, the guard's attitude softened considerably. He was among the first to arrive at the shelter, had not yet awakened any supernatural abilities, and cherished his job. Marshal? Sui was quite good at embellishing his own image. Jiang Yu clearly remembered that Sui's military uniform shoulder insignia only showed the rank of lieutenant colonel. That's true. These days, strength is everything. Who cares about previous positions? Suzhou River? Qianyue was completely confused. Could it be true that she shared the same name as her father? She tugged at Jiang Yu's arm, wanting to know the answer. Why don't you go and see for yourself? The shelter was already taking shape, relying on the original building, with various simple houses and tents scattered around. The shelter was no different from what I remembered. Jiang Yu looked up at the bustling crowd in the distance, a sense of nostalgia rising in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 29 Little Moon delivers herself to our door. Jiang Yu stayed here for a long time in his previous life, until the shelter was destroyed by ancient beasts and he was forced to leave. The street was lined with stalls, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares rose and fell. One unopened bag of egg yolk pies can be exchanged for 5 pounds of rice. Exchange a complete set of Cartier limited edition jewelry for a pack of instant noodles. In-home massage service. All you need is a bag of bread. In the early days, people mostly bartered. Jewelry and ornaments were worth less than a steamed bun. Unless one was exceptionally beautiful, one's body was not worth much money. The survivors struggling at the bottom of society were very poor. Only after its strength improved did crystal cores become the mainstream currency. The two walked through the market and into the center, where a villa area was heavily guarded. The guards at the gate were armed with swords instead of guns. Both guards are second-tier awakened beings. We want to see Marshal Su. Jiang Yu didn't want to waste time. Marshal Su is very busy. It's not something you can just see whenever you want. One of them frowned, his tone impatient. Please inform them. Jiang Yu patiently waited, not wanting to leave a bad impression on Su He. Who do you think you are? I told you the marshal is busy, get out. The guard drew his sword and held it horizontally in front of him. Aren't young people these days afraid of death? Every day, several waves of awakened individuals come to volunteer for official positions. All sorts of trash are involved. This morning, one of the oddballs performed the superpower of making their palm grow bigger, which was considered good. Yesterday, a girl was able to fart incredibly smelly, and it was even pink. The man who came the day before yesterday can have metallic skin, but only on his neck. There are many more bizarre and extraordinary abilities that normal people simply cannot imagine. What kind of confidence allows them to come here and show off? Marshal Su wasn't recruiting clowns or acrobats. If it really is your dad, will he be angry if we call in? Jiang, you didn't know Suhi's temper. My dad hates weak people the most, and he taught me all my fighting skills. Qianyue felt uneasy and prayed silently. If it really is my dad, I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years, no, 20 years. The curse of trapping the gods. Jiang Yu drew a talisman in midair, and countless golden rays of light cut through the space, instantly forming a cage. The two guards were trapped inside, and in their terror, they unleashed their supernatural powers, but could not budge them an inch. Let's go. He walked into a villa with ease. In his previous life, he had passed by this place countless times and often saw Suhi coming and going, but he never dared to get close. At that time, his superpower was very weak, a low-level power enhancement, not even as good as Lin Fei's, and he was just an insignificant little character under Suhi. Jiang Yu wondered if Qianyu was inside at that time. Suhi and Qianyu were two people who were completely incompatible in his mind. The shelter currently lacks a complete defense mechanism and is easily breached. The military's management system is difficult to apply to people with superpowers. Hearing the commotion outside, Suhi drew back the curtains, and the familiar figure in the courtyard made him freeze in place. Rubbing his eyes, he repeatedly confirmed that it wasn't a hallucination caused by overthinking. Qianyue, it really is you. Suha was overjoyed and rushed out. Yes, it's his daughter. Looking at the figure he had longed for day and night, his heart, which had been filled with despair, was filled with warmth again. Dad, Mom, Qianyue's voice choked with sobs, and she couldn't utter a single word. It's all right, it's all right. Suhi comforted his daughter, while Jiang Yu touched his nose. This kind of family affection was too unfamiliar to him. Suhi tried her best to calm herself down. Who is this? Qianyue didn't know how to introduce herself for a moment. My name is Jiang Yu. I'm just dropping Qianyue off on my way. On the way? In the apocalypse, there's no such thing as on the way. Anyone who meets someone by chance and doesn't exploit them is considered a kind person. Suha had many questions for Qianyue. He would talk about the reward for the young man who escorted his daughter back later. I won't thank you enough. Please stay here, and I will give you satisfactory compensation. Jin. Suhi called out towards the door, but there was no response. The two of them can't figure it out in a short time. Jiang Yu looked embarrassed. What was the difference between injuring someone on someone else's turf and slapping the owner in the face? As the seal was broken, the confusion in their eyes slowly disappeared, and they were shocked to see the boy standing in front of Suhi. The two charged at Jiang Yu, wielding their long swords, one ice and one fire, their red and blue colors creating a beautiful interplay. Stop! We're on the same side. Suhi raised his hand, and the two of them froze in place, the flames and frost being frozen at the same time. It's another space-based ability. All superpowers related to time and space are at least S rank. No wonder he could intimidate the army and build a shelter so quickly. Jin, are there any vacant rooms at Tianqi? Suhi asked. Jiang Yu effortlessly rendered his two strongest second-tier ability users powerless to resist. Their strength was considerable, and they had to be kept alive. There's one more building. Jin hesitated, then stopped himself. The owner of the villa had already been chosen, but the owner was still away on a mission and hadn't returned yet. This was common knowledge among the shelter's senior management, and Suhi tacitly approved it at the meeting. Engrave Jiang Yu's name on the doorplate, Suhi said. No one could refuse this gift. It's not just a villa, it's also a symbol of status. No need to trouble yourself, I won't be staying here for long. Jiang Yu declined Suhi's offer. I have no intention of restricting you. You are welcome here anytime. Suhi's words eased the tension and also revealed his attitude. Thanks. Jiang Yu accepted Suhi's kindness, exchanged a glance with him, and both of them had calm, unperturbed eyes. Suhi's opinion of him rose even higher, but his wariness also increased. He was clearly just a greenhorn, yet for the first time, he felt a sense of being out of control, which made him very unhappy. This is the first time since I awakened. Jiang Yu lay on the sofa, feeling as soft as if he were on a cloud. He had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had a proper rest. Several girls came in one after another. The bathtub was filled with hot water, the table was set with exquisite dishes, and the bedding was laid out. Everything before my eyes seemed to have returned to the state before the apocalypse. After a relaxing hot bath and a satisfying meal, I lay in bed, my body and mind completely relaxed, and I drifted off to sleep without any warning, if I ignored the golden threads that were scattered throughout every corner of the bedroom. Jiang Yu will never again entrust his life to anyone. He fell into a deep sleep and slept for a full day and night. Soft bedding, a fresh scent, and warm sunshine outside the window. Qianyue would happily stay with him with just a word from him. I wish it could stay like this forever. The absurd thought flashed through his mind, but his mind was instantly filled with memories of flames raging everywhere and countless screams for help, a scene more tragic than hell. Tens of thousands of people turned to ashes overnight, and no one could escape the spatial prison of the ancient beasts. In his past life, he witnessed all of this from a distant mountaintop. It must be admitted that he was a good guardian. The time Jiang spent in the shelter was the happiest few months he had during the apocalypse. With rules and laws in place, every effort will be rewarded accordingly. History must never repeat itself. Jiang staggered downstairs, every joint and muscle aching terribly, like a robot with rusted bearings. Qianyue was lying on the sofa in the living room reading a book. She covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched his comical appearance. Ghost Dragon hissed and egged on from the side. This little guy's intelligence was no less than that of a human. Jiangyu, I like you. Qianyue spoke very solemnly. She had thought about it for a long time, and if she missed this opportunity, she didn't know if she would ever see him again. Thump, 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 bang. Jiangyu tumbled down the stairs and landed awkwardly at Qianyu's feet. Guilong laughed and rolled around on the sofa, his hissing sound turning into a strange giggling sound. Chapter 30 From Boss to Sister-in-Law. I like too many people, you can't get a turn. Can you please stop saying such scary things right after waking up? The two of you barely exchanged a few words the whole way, so how could there be any liking between you? Qinghong or Lin Fei? Qianyue asked, unwilling to give up. I like them both very much, and Su Xian has a great figure too. You've just gotten used to relying on me along the way, and you'll forget about it in a few days. I'm going to do something very dangerous. You stay here and relax. If you haven't changed your mind by the time I get back, I can give you a chance then. Jiangyu picked up a water glass and gulped down a large glass of water to calm himself down. I will not change my mind. Remember my words. Qianyue got up and left. Being rejected to her face would only make her feel awkward if she stayed any longer. Jiangyu watched her departing figure, feeling lost and disappointed. He's already starting to regret it. Qianyue's saintly heart proved invaluable in the face of certain death, as she pondered how to appease the situation without wanting to create further complications. How can there be pure friendship between a man and a woman? Jiangyu ate his breakfast absent-mindedly, his mind filled with the image of Qianyu's confession, and he couldn't taste anything at all. Forget it. This card is something we'll use a long time from now based on the timeline, so let's talk about it later. The girl beside him carefully poured him a full cup of hot tea and fried bacon on a charcoal stove. The girl looked at the boy in front of her with curiosity. He was not even 20 years old and lived in Shiyuan Villa. His future was definitely limitless. She flipped the fried egg over, and with her left hand, she casually unbuttoned a button on her shirt, revealing half of her ample bosom, a seductive gesture that was almost imperceptible. In order to survive better, all their actions deserve respect. Jiangyu never had any prejudice against them, as he was well aware of the hardships of struggling at the bottom of society. Offering paid call-out services is reasonable. He was pondering whether or not to enjoy the food that had been delivered to his door, but Qianyue's situation was causing him a lot of distress. He needs to vent. The girl noticed the boy's burning gaze and was secretly delighted. Bang! The villa door was smashed open, and a group of people stormed in aggressively. With a flash of cold light, the guards who were blocking the door were sent flying. The leader was a woman in her 30s, dressed in red with a striking and heroic air, and with a hot figure that rivaled Lin Fei's. You're Jiangyu. This villa is mine. Get out. The woman's tone was unfriendly. Her eyes swept over the boy eating breakfast, and she frowned. He was even thinner than she had imagined. Sister Shui, this was arranged by Commander Su. It's against the rules for you to force your way in like this. The guard scrambled to his feet and rushed over to stop him. Rule. Here, strength is the rule. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. It's one-on-one. Whoever loses gets lost. The woman looked at him with disdain. A little brat like him dares to steal my things. Qin Shui's strength ranks among the top 3 in the shelter, but unfortunately she arrived relatively late and didn't get a detached villa, so she's been staying in a residential building ever since. A building had finally become available, and it was rightfully hers, but then Jiangyu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She has the ability and a dozen or so awakened followers, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to occupy a villa. Jiangyu ate his breakfast by himself, too lazy to pay attention to her. Strangely enough, being interrupted by her made the bacon in his mouth taste even better. What are you betting with me? The villa is mine. What are your stakes? Jiangyu remained calm, placed sausage, fried egg, and lettuce on a slice of bread, made a sandwich, and handed it to the girl next to him. The cooking is good, but I can't eat anymore. You can finish the rest for me. In his previous life, he did odd jobs like the girl, and his only food was unpalatable coarse grains. He couldn't even dream of delicacies like ham and fried eggs. Thanks. The girl's face was flushed as she ate in small bites, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. Jiang Yu casually put his arm around the girl's slender waist and made her sit on his lap. The girl did not resist, and her eyes became moist. Looking closely at the girl in his arms, he felt she looked somewhat familiar. The girl was eating a sandwich with her head down, unable to stop. The aroma of fried eggs and bacon is like poison. After searching his memory for a long time, he finally remembered who she was. In his previous life, when he first arrived at the shelter, he had been hungry for 2 days and had eaten a piece of bread that she had given him. The bread had been sitting for a long time and was so dry it was hard to swallow. Jiang Yu ate it all up, not even throwing away the crumbs. He still remembers its sweet taste. Qin Shui froze. Jiang Yu was right. The villa was still his. If she wanted to gamble, she needed to have some stakes. The feeling of being ignored was truly unbearable, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. You've won, so you can do whatever you want with me. If I lose, I will kill you, Qin Shui said with a cold face. She's determined to have this house, and she's determined to kill this man. Are you out of your mind to gamble your entire life's freedom on a house? Jiang Yu's tone revealed a hint of disdain. He hadn't expected her to be so stupid. It seemed that the saying, big breasts, no brains, wasn't just a casual remark. I'm willing to gamble. If you don't dare, then get out of here. Qin Shui was extremely unhappy. Now that the original owner of the villa was dead, she was determined to take it over. She brought it up at the meeting, and no one in the higher-ups objected. Suhi also tacitly approved of it, and the entire higher-ups at the shelter knew about it. The villa was snatched away by someone else, and those high-ranking officials already disliked her. She was ridiculed several times in one day, and even the best-tempered person couldn't stand it. Rumors even began to circulate that she got to where she is now because of her skills in bed. She was clearly the most powerful person in the shelter besides Suhi, but just because she was a woman, her status was always at the bottom of the management. It's just a house, yet Suha still finds it disgusting. Now that things have come to this point, someone has to step forward as a sacrifice, otherwise we will only lose our status in the future, and Jiang Yu is clearly the best choice. He must die. I accept your bet, and you'd better remember your promise. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman was stupid enough. She should be very useful. I never break my promise. You'd better write your will first. No one can survive me. Qin Shui sneered, looking at her as if she were a dead person. Her group of subordinates walked out of the villa as if nothing had happened, without a trace of worry on their faces, and dispersed in the yard. They knew Qin Shui's methods very well, so they all kept their distance. The two went outside, and Qin Shui took the initiative, bending down and placing her hands on the ground. The air temperature rises, and a scorching heat wave sweeps in. Fire-based superpowers. Jiang Yu summoned the golden light spell to protect himself, but he did not see any trace of flames. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, the ground cracked, and torrents of lava rushed out of the ground. Jiang Yu leaped into the air, his feet treading on runes, making it feel like flat ground on the lava. Enjoy it slowly. Qin Shui's eyes were filled with madness. With a wave of her slender hand, more than a dozen streams of lava converged and rose into the air. Several of them surrounded Jiang Yu, while the remaining lava extended into the sky. Heavenly Fire Meteor. With a sharp cry, Qin Shui caused the magma to solidify in midair, trailing a crimson tail of flame, and transform into a meteorite that crashed into Jiang Yu, engulfing the entire courtyard. Below are giant waves of lava. Above are meteors of fire. There is no way to escape. Outside the courtyard, more and more people gathered to watch the spectacle, but not a single guard stepped forward to stop them. Just then, the meteor drew an arc in midair and suddenly changed direction, its target being the summoner Qin Shui. Qin Shui was caught off guard and raised a rock shield, but she was still smashed away. Her hair was burned and bent by the flames, and her clothes were tattered. The meteorite continued its pursuit, and Qin Shui's face turned ashen. Her connection with the meteorite had been completely severed, and no matter how she tried to activate it, there was no response. Why can you control the meteors I summon? She was unwilling to accept defeat, and her superpowers were not able to exert their full power. It's obvious that I'm better than you. Jiang Yu manipulated the magma, transforming it into a giant dragon that circled around Qin Shui. With a gentle squeeze, he could burn her to ashes. The most terrifying aspect of the heavenly Tao inheritance is not the Tao techniques, but the control over all things in the world. The higher the rank, the greater the authority. I lost. Qin Shui collapsed to the ground, her laughable pride trampled into the mud. One move, and the battle is over. Jiang Yu looked in the direction of Suha Villa. The glass was one way, so he couldn't see anything. He knew Suha was behind the glass. Qin Shui conceded defeat. The battle ended, but the magma dragon still hovered in the courtyard. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, the magma dragon rushed towards Su He's direction, seemingly exhausted, and dissipated a meter outside the glass window. This is a blatant demonstration. Su He met his gaze from the balcony in the distance, and Jiang Yu saw mockery in his eyes. He knew he had gone too far. Qinyue had come to him crying today, telling him about her relationship with Jiang Yu. His daughter is everything to him. He would do anything, no matter how outrageous, for her sake. As soon as Qin Shui rushed into Jiang Yu's courtyard, someone came to inform him. He didn't intend to interfere and took this opportunity to assess Jiang Yu's worth. Her daughter cannot be with a good-for-nothing. Unexpectedly, even his most powerful superhuman couldn't withstand a single blow. I learned from Qin Yu that Jiang Yu is an orphan. If he is willing to marry into the family, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give him the entire shelter. Come in with me. Jiang Yu called Qin Shui into the room, and the thugs who were watching were silent as cicadas in fear. Not one of them dared to stop them. It seems the eldest sister-in-law will become the eldest sister-in-law from today onwards. Qin Shui. Chapter 31. You're not going outstanding today. Xiaowen, make a pot of tea for the guests. Jiang Yu accidentally called out the girl's name. The girl was startled but didn't take it to heart. The bet was just a joke. If you regret it, you can leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Forcing things is pointless. Only doing them willingly can achieve the best results. I'm willing to follow you. Qin Shui knelt directly on the ground, demonstrating her attitude through her actions that relying on a powerful figure who could instantly kill her was not a humiliation. You're willing to do anything? Jiang Yu helped her up and poured her a cup of hot tea. Qin Shui took the teacup and said gently, I said I wouldn't regret it. She knew what it was about without even thinking. Men from 18 to 80 are all the same. I'm leaving tomorrow. Help me protect someone. Who? Suha's daughter. Jiang Yu had to find her a bodyguard, and he needed to be absolutely loyal. That's all. Aren't you going to take me with you? Qin Shui frowned upon hearing this. These were not the things she wanted. 1 year. When the time comes, I will come to pick you up in person. Jiang Yu glanced at Qin Shui. Her mastery and comprehension of superpowers made her worth keeping by his side. It's a deal. Qin Shui quickly agreed to his promise. A year would pass in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu drew the mind-controlling talisman, and Qin Shui accepted it gladly after hearing the explanation. I plan to give you a legacy, which you can think of as a very powerful superpower. The heritage in Lang City is quite ordinary, but it's perfect as a gift. I took out a piece of paper and drew a simple map, writing down in detail the location and method for obtaining the heritage. Qin Shui took the map blankly, her eyes filled with shock. Her gaze towards Jiang Yu grew even more intense. I didn't enjoy the game just now. I want to play another round. You are no match for me. I don't want to hurt you. Jiang Yu looked at Qin Shui with confusion, unable to guess what she was thinking. I won't lose twice. You're not leaving here standing today. 3 days later, Jiang Yu came to Su He's residence to say goodbye to Qian Yu. Jiang Yu, can you not leave? Qian Yu's reluctance was written all over her face. I still have things to do. I'll come find you when I'm done. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he turned and left, not daring to look Qian Yu in the eye, afraid that he would soften his heart and change his mind. How could he not feel nostalgic? After so many years of companionship, he knew it wasn't a dream. Every step of the plan was difficult, finding the strange soldiers, subduing Xing Tian's remains, and slaying the Gujiao. They were all gambles with a slim chance of survival. Dad, am I really that bad? He didn't even bother to look at me in the end. In Sua's room, Qianyue was crying her heart out. Sua held her, not knowing how to comfort her. His daughter was his only weakness. You are too young to know what feelings are. He doesn't disdain to look at you. He just doesn't dare. This young man named Jiang Yu is determined and powerful. It would be a real shame not to keep him. The 2 bodyguards at the door followed him the whole time. They were both excellent in combat and supernatural abilities. In front of Jiang Yu, they were subdued and could not even call for help. He had witnessed Qin Shui's formidable strength. She couldn't withstand a single move from Jiang Yu. Force them to stay? It's pointless except for having one more enemy. Bribery. Su He and Jiang Yu had talked, and in his words, he didn't care about the entire shelter. What could possibly move him? Looking down at his daughter, He realized that only Qianyue could keep him here. It's just time. Life is long. 1 month later, in Lichuan City, Beihu Province, at the entrance to an underground karst cave. A gray tent was pitched at the entrance of the cave, cleverly concealing the already hidden entrance. But he was still a step too late. Who was faster than him? Could it be that he wasn't the only one who was reborn? In the apocalypse, the most painful thing is not fighting, but traveling, as countless dangers lurk in unfamiliar places. Beasts and zombies are minor issues. The most terrifying thing is humans. They have no moral bottom line and will use any means to rob and kill passersby. If you happen to be carrying a bulging backpack, the risk factor increases exponentially. Jiang Yu had found a motorcycle, but after witnessing someone being cut in half by barbed wire laid out on the road, he dared not ride it again. Car. There are more nails and roadblocks on the road than zombies. People live off the land and the road. There's a checkpoint every 10 miles on national highways and expressways, and a checkpoint every 100 miles. Jiang Yu was lucky enough to find a military armored vehicle, but it still took him a full month to travel the 1,000-kilometer distance. The entrance to the cave is very small. Recalling memories of his past life, Paradise's location is described in great detail in the biography. He was an extremely self-conscious person. He was so insecure that he feared having his eyes gouged out if anyone looked at him too closely. This biography was perfect for satisfying his vanity. He slew Paradise. Who would act so quickly, unless they were a reborn being like him? Caves are naturally formed labyrinths, buried deep underground, stretching for tens of kilometers, and searching them all would take months. Jiang Yu hid in the shadows and observed quietly. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. In the blink of an eye, 5 teams of awakened individuals had entered the tents and had not come out again. What's going on? Each ticket contains 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, regardless of type. The monsters in the cave are weak, but the crystal cores are plentiful, making it excellent value for money. A rough greeting came from the tent. Jiang Yu noticed that more and more people were gathering around him, so he stopped hiding and approached the tent. 3 words were written crookedly on the sign in front of the tent. Ticketing. Inside the tent, a table was set up, and a dozen people were guarding the entrance to the cave. What treasures are inside? It requires 2 crystal cores. Isn't that outrageous? The short-haired girl complained, her arms crossed over her chest, looking somewhat angry. Her full, trembling breasts were captivating. If you think it's too expensive, then get lost. Don't pretend to be an innocent girl. You know nothing, so why are you having sex in this desolate wilderness? The bearded man sitting at the table was swearing and staring greedily at the girl's chest, without any restraint. The short-haired girl glanced at the dozen or so fierce-looking men behind him, dared not argue, and angrily returned to her teammates. Leaving is unbearable, but going in is also something I can't bear to leave. The bearded man knew perfectly well why these people were here. The boss's propaganda in the city was starting to take effect, and more people were coming. The entrance fee yields dozens of times more crystal cores than the reward for entering the cave and defeating the strange beasts. The boss is truly brilliant. He sealed off the cave immediately after discovering it, so he doesn't have to do anything and can just sit back and collect money. If it weren't for the boss's strict orders against doing anything out of line in the cave, this little girl would definitely have been taken down and given a taste of her own medicine. This cave is extremely profitable, so he doesn't dare to act recklessly. If he ruins his reputation, who will obediently come to give him money? If something really happens, given the boss's methods, he'll definitely die a horrible death. The cave is teeming with strange beasts, brimming with energy. Even first-tier beasts have a chance to drop crystal cores. The key is that the beasts inside are very weak. Hot spring bug, a chubby big bug with no offensive skills, but it can spray hot water. Unfortunately, the hot water, at 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, posed no threat to the awakened. The eyeless fish is a giant fish that is 2 meters long, but unfortunately it has no eyes or teeth. Its attack method is to stun the fish with water waves. Unfortunately, it only works on aquatic life. Most of what's left are just pretty faces, walking crystal nuclei. Even with bad luck, you can still encounter dozens a day, and second-tier beasts also frequently appear. With the discovery of high-level crystal cores, what's a few tickets? To go in or not? The short-haired girl was choked and awkwardly walked to the side to discuss the situation with her 2 teammates. I agree to go in. Last time we encountered dozens of second-tier hot spring bugs by the hot springs. We were able to advance smoothly thanks to those second-order crystal cores. The man in black decided to go in. It was only 2 Tier 1 crystal cores, worth the gamble. You still want to go there? The spring water there is blood red. It looks terrifying. There might be a monster inside. The other girl was still shaken and did not approve. I agree with going in, let's go. The short-haired girl made up her mind. The underground cave was so big, she would just avoid the area near the spring. Blood-red spring water? Jiang recalled what he had read in the book. Paradise had killed dozens of people in a cave, leaving a river of blood. The pool beneath his feet turned red. By chance, he completed a sacrifice with the enemy's head and gained the protection of Xingtian. Is it possible that the spring water was originally red? Could you take me with you? I'm willing to give up 2 more crystal cores. Jiang Yu has an innocent and naive face, but decades of hardship have given him more masks than superpowers. Chapter 32. You mustn't peep at my sister taking a bath. Are you serious? The short-haired girl's eyes lit up. Where did this landlord's foolish son come from? I was too scared to go in alone, but I was also very curious about the scenery inside the cave. Jiang Yu scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "It's okay, I'll take you with me. Let's make it clear first, all the spoils will be split equally. Even if you have 2 extra, you won't get any extra." The short-haired girl smiled beautifully, giving Jiang Yu a warning. "I know the rules, thank you, sister." "Sister, my name is Jiang Yu. You are so beautiful." Jiang Yu's shy smile and blushing were convincingly portrayed. He was definitely an award-winning actor. "My name is Cheng Xing. This is Wang Cheng, and this little girl is Jiang Yu. No matter how sweet your words are, I won't charge you less. Give me the crystal cores." Cheng Xing reached out his hand, clearly pleased to be praised. Jiang Yu opened his backpack and handed over 2 of the lowest quality crystal cores. Wang Cheng looked curiously at the backpack, which reflected a milky white light in the sunlight. This kid must be rich. He must have at least a dozen more. "Sister, please have some chocolate." Jiang Yu generously took out a piece of chocolate and handed it to Cheng Xing. Wang Cheng noticed Jiang Yu's sycophantic behavior, and his eyes were full of disdain. No wonder he was so generous, taking out 2 crystal cores without batting an eye. He's just another unlucky guy who's lusting after Cheng Xing's good looks. Being pretty is great. You don't have to do anything, and a bunch of men will rush to offer you delicious food. What a thoughtful little boy. Come here and let your big sister give you a hug. Cheng Xing is clearly more sensible. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A hug won't hurt him. If you want to catch big fish, you have to throw in some bait. Besides, this kid seems pretty decent, so letting him take advantage of me isn't a bad deal. He was pulled into Cheng Xing's arms and almost suffocated by the weapon the girl was carrying. Jiang Yu swore that this was definitely the closest he had ever come to death since his rebirth. Jiang Yu's eyes shifted to the chocolate, filled with envy, while she looked down at her own plain figure. "Forget it, I'm not destined for that." Wang Cheng's eyes were unfriendly. His prey, which he had not yet caught, was now being eyed by someone else. The biggest problem was that Cheng Xing clearly enjoyed the other party's attentiveness. He jumped down into the hole. The cave was dimly lit, with the only light coming from the fluorite on the ceiling. Underfoot were stalactites that protruded, and one could easily slip and fall. The group had very bad luck today. They walked for more than an hour without encountering a single strange beast, but they did run into several groups of people. With too many wolves and too little meat, this trip will most likely result in a loss. "Cheng Xing, do you want to go to the hot springs we went to last time? I don't want to go back empty-handed." Wang Cheng was in a bad mood, firstly because of the strange beast, and secondly because of Jiang Yu. "I remember last time I came here, I passed a fork in the road. One side was a hot spring, and the other side had a terrifying aura, which must have been a very powerful beast. If this pretty boy dies at his hands, Cheng Xing will definitely turn against him. If he dies at the hands of a strange beast, it's none of his business." Cheng Xing stumbled along, eventually clinging to Jiang Yu. Her delicate, fragile appearance could only fool this virgin. He clearly remembered that when Cheng Xing came in last time, she walked as if on flat ground. Her superpower was water control, and there were dark rivers under her feet. She walked as if she had her eyes closed. "Handsome young man, where did you get so much delicious food?" As Jiang Yu handed her the milk candy, the sweet taste filled her mouth, and she squinted her eyes happily. Cheng Xing completely ignored Wang Cheng's words. What did it matter to her whether there were any strange beasts or not? Once she got this young man, that bag of crystal core food would be hers. "My uncle is a high-ranking officer in the military shelter, and he dotes on me. Sister, I also want to go to that hot spring. I haven't taken a bath in a long time." Jiang Yu stared at Cheng Xing with infatuation, glancing at her chest every now and then. "Okay, I'll take you there, but you can't peek at me while I'm taking a bath. Wow, it's a big fish. Once I hook up with it, I'll never have to worry about food or drink." Cheng Xing deliberately pulled down her collar, making her ample bosom even more tempting. "When we get to the hot springs, should we give him a little treat first? Anyway, there's no danger in the cave, and the monsters here are less dangerous than the mutated insects. Cheng Xing's eyes lit up with excitement, completely disregarding crystal cores and exotic beasts. Wang Cheng's machete scraped against the stone wall, sparks flying, as he walked forward with a gloomy expression and murderous intent in his eyes. His superpower is physical enhancement. Activating his superpower doubles his body's defense, speed, and strength, hardens his skin, and makes him a top-tier warrior with superpowers. Zhang Yu followed behind with her head down. She was always invisible, and no one ever asked for her opinion. She has two superpowers, both of which are rather useless. One is paralysis, which can be considered a poison-type ability, but unfortunately it has no direct killing power. Her second ability is strength enhancement, which is even more useless. She is currently at the second level, and her strength is not even comparable to that of a first-level warrior. As I walked further in, it felt like I was going downhill all the way, and I didn't see anyone else for a long time. Wang Cheng used a compass to determine his location and adjusted his direction of travel from time to time. Sometimes the football field is as wide as a football field, and sometimes it is so narrow that only one person can squeeze through at an angle. It is only in these situations that Zhang Yu can feel the advantage of her physique. Poor Cheng Xing. Her clothes were ripped from being rubbed against the stone wall. Zhang Yu took off his own coat and gentlemanly put it on her. Cheng Xing was becoming more and more satisfied with the boy, and settling down there was not out of the question. In just half a day, Zhang Yu's position in her heart went from being a simp to being her official boyfriend. Scattered strange beasts began to appear in the cave, all of them first-tier hot spring worms. Wang Cheng killed them one by one with a single strike, without needing anyone else to intervene. Finally, we're starting to see some results. He's so strong and handsome. Why would Cheng Xing like a weak and helpless pretty boy? Is having a family background or connection something to be proud of? He vented all his anger on the hot spring insects, hacking each one to pieces. The surrounding temperature slowly rose. Turning a corner, you could see scorching magma deep in the crevices beneath your feet, and the pungent smell of sulfur made it hard to breathe. Wang Cheng, are you sure you haven't gone to the wrong place? Cheng Xing was a little suspicious. She didn't remember passing through this kind of place last time, and she didn't see any marks left at the fork in the road. It can't be wrong. If you don't believe me, lead the way. Wang Cheng handed over the compass, but Cheng Xing didn't take it. If she, who had no sense of direction, led the way, it would be a question of whether she could even get out alive. Zhang Yu hesitated, then lowered her head after being glared at by Wang Cheng. She had only survived this long because of Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng wasn't a good person, but at least he treated her well. He would share some of his food with her when he found it, and he didn't look down on her for being useless. All she gave up was a less than beautiful body. Life in the apocalypse was so boring it was maddening. Wang Cheng was quite handsome, so it's hard to say who lost out. Zhang Yu hoped that Cheng Xing would be taken away by Zhang Yu. She felt very insecure with Cheng Xing by Wang Cheng's side, as she felt she could be abandoned at any time. Each of the four had their own ulterior motives. How could you lie to me? Of course I believe you. Cheng Xing smiled charmingly. You'd be a fool to believe that. This is clearly not the same road. The road to the hot springs is much damper, and there's a huge underground river overhead in the middle of it. These details can only be clearly perceived by those who are awakened by the water element. If they were to take action, it seemed that she and Zhang Yu would have little chance of winning against Wang Cheng and Zhang Yu. Wang Cheng was very strong. She had witnessed it firsthand. Even a second-tier alien beast couldn't break through his defenses with a direct attack. Water-based superpowers have limited damage, and Zhang Yu's paralysis is also very troublesome. They have limited effect on alien beasts, but they are very useful for interrupting the gathering of human superpowers. The three worked together to rob and kill many unlucky men who were lustful at first sight. Cheng Xing was torn. He was reluctant to give up this big fish, but he didn't want to take any risks. Zhang Yu was a good-for-nothing. Even a second-tier hot spring worm made him flustered. I still think the road is not quite right. You two wait here, Wang Cheng, and I will go ahead and scout the way. Cheng Xing gave Wang Cheng a wink and slipped into a side path, which Wang Cheng followed. Chapter 33, I told you I just came to soak in the hot springs. Would you believe me? Zhang Yu used a clone talisman to leave his doppelganger in place to avoid being seen, and then stealthily followed them. 50-50. Cheng Xing got straight to the point. I thought you really liked him. Wang Cheng was all smiles. What a joke. I have no interest in such a weakling. When are we going to make a move? Cheng Xing was very reluctant to part with this wealthy man, but she didn't want to die even more. Same as usual, let Zhang Yu take control. I'll launch a sneak attack, and you block his retreat. Wang Cheng stared greedily at her body. Would you like to try some? Cheng Xing's expression was alluring. She had made up her mind that immediate benefits were more important than an uncertain future. Wang Qing nodded involuntarily. Get him sorted out, and tonight I'll give you what you want. Cheng Xing was feeling uncomfortable because of Jiang Yu's flirting, so he indulged himself once as a way to comfort his wounded heart. Wang Qing couldn't help but hug her, but Cheng Xing pushed him away violently, and his face turned very ugly. Is now the time to do this? Are all men born in the year of the dog? The two returned to their group, looking completely unperturbed. Jiang Yu controlled his clone to follow the three forward, while he hid behind and watched the show. The road is right. I just remembered it wrong. Cheng Xing made up an excuse to cover it up, and Jiang Yu's clone nodded without saying a word. Wang Cheng tapped the wall with his knife the whole way. It was his habit, and no one paid any attention to it. When, tada, tada, the tapping began to become rhythmic. Jiang Yu looked up and met Wang Cheng's eyes. He nodded slightly. Jiang Yu was very unhappy. Her plans had fallen through. Cheng Xing wouldn't leave once Jiang Yu died, and she wouldn't get much of what she got from the robbery. In the past, the two of them would pay the majority, and they would only give her the unwanted trash. Being unattractive is not a capital offense. Being too weak is a capital offense. Is there any way to take care of Cheng Xing as well? Jiang Yu gripped the dagger in her hand, her gaze drifting towards Cheng Xing's neck, her expression turning cold. Cheng Xing's defense is very weak. Without activating his special ability shield, a first-tier warrior could easily kill him. The cave is dimly lit, and things will soon become chaotic, giving him a real chance. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, we came to a dead end. Lava was churning in the cracks under our feet, making it a perfect place to die. Wang Cheng's knife scraped against the wall, making a piercing sound. At times like this, the fat fish they were targeting would usually be distracted for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Yu used her paralysis ability, freezing Jiang Yu in place. Wang Qingchang's blade slashed down, and with the sound of shattering glass, the target was completely destroyed. Before he could react, Wang Qingfei jumped up and saw a headless body fall into the lava. The clothes look so familiar, they're the same ones I wear. This was Wang Qing's last thought before he died. Jiang Yu did not attack Jiang Yu, but instead plunged the dagger in her hand into Cheng Xing's back. Jiang Yu parried the dagger with his long sword, then with a backhand strike, pierced Jiang Yu's chest and kicked her into the lava. She turned around and stared intently at Cheng Xing, her smile seemingly harmless. Sister, why did those two try to kill us? Jiang Yu looked terrified as he sheathed his long sword. Cheng Xing turned pale and quickly distanced himself, saying, It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about it. Of course it's none of your business. How could someone as beautiful as you be a bad person? I want to go to the hot springs for a bath. I'm covered in blood. You should remember the way, right? Jiang Yu seemed oblivious to Cheng Xing's reaction, wiping the blood off his body with a look of disgust. I really don't know the way. I made some marks when I came last time, but I don't know if I can still find it. Cheng Xing was about to cry. She wasn't lying. She could get lost even when shopping in the city, let alone in a godforsaken place like this. She had no intention of resisting at all. Jiang Yu's defection actually helped clear her of suspicion. Don't be afraid, sister. I will protect you. We'll search slowly. Jiang Yu walked ahead, retracing his steps, when an earthquake began beneath his feet, as if waves of lava were surging towards him. Cheng Xing was so frightened that she hid in his arms, and Jiang Yu pulled her back quickly. A head emerged from the lava, resembling a hot spring worm. Only more than 10 times larger, its entire body submerged in the lava. Third-level hot spring insect. When the hot spring worm breaks through to the third tier, it will undergo a qualitative change and gain control of the flame domain. Compared to it, the magma Qin Shui summoned was like fireflies. One could not possibly fight it head-on in the narrow cave. Jiang Yu was considering backing down. His goal was to protect Xing Tian, and he didn't want any unnecessary complications. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps came from afar, indicating at least a dozen people. Jiang Yu pulled Cheng Xing and turned to hide in a cave behind a stalactite nearby. Brother Zhou, this is it. We found it when we came in yesterday, but we didn't dare to do anything. The man shouted loudly, and the intersection was blocked by more than a dozen people amidst the noise, making it impossible for him to sneak away. All the newcomers were awakened ones, and the leader of them had already broken through to the second tier. Did the Tier 3 hot spring bug wake up on its own? Zhou Kai looked around suspiciously. There were fresh bloodstains, indicating that someone had just been there. He didn't want to be ambushed at a crucial moment. Songjia. Zhou Kai turned around and beckoned to the girl behind him. The girl understood, closed her eyes, and ripples of energy spread from her body, her spiritual power covering the entire cave. Her special ability is perception. She is the eyes of the entire team. A moment later, Song Jiao pointed to the spot where Jiang Yu was hiding and held up 2 fingers. "Come out, friend." After Zhou Kai finished speaking, he activated his superpower, and the stalactites beneath his feet came to life, instantly forming a stone giant. With a low growl, he blocked the entrance to the cave where Jiang Yu was hiding. Jiang Yu was discovered and had to come out of the cave, looking completely innocent. "I said I just came to soak in the hot springs. Do you believe it or not?" Zhou Kai saw that he was covered in blood and grime, and the original color of his clothes was no longer visible. It was quite a sight to see him like this after taking a bath in a hot spring. "Second order, interested in joining us?" Zhou Kai sensed the other person's presence and glanced at the bulging backpack on his back, indicating that he had made quite a haul on this trip. "No need. I'm used to being alone and don't want to disturb you all making your fortune. Goodbye." As Jiang Yu was about to leave, the stone golem did not make way for him. Instead, it took a step forward. "I won't force you if you're not interested. Just help me kill this bug." Zhou Kai's tone was clearly not one of negotiation. "Sure, I'll take 5 crystal cores as payment. We're both at tier 2, so this price is definitely worth it." Jiang Yu looked at the group of dead people. The 3rd-tier lava worms could comprehend the fire domain, and their strength was among the best of the 3rd-tier alien beasts. Zhou Kai smiled with satisfaction. "It's nothing. What are your special abilities?" Cheng Xing, water control, a remote superpower. Jiang Yu, I'm a fire controller, so I can help you create a fire shield to block the lava. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand, and flames danced in his palm. The battle began, and 5 warriors charged at the magma worms with knives in hand. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and silently mourned the 5 corpses. When a low-level magma worm is cut, it spews out a fluid at a temperature of tens of degrees Celsius. When a 4th-level magma worm is injured, it spews out a fluid resembling magma at a temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius. Furthermore, bodily fluids are viscous. "Oh!" Several screams rang out as the first wave was wiped out. With the help of long-range abilities, the magma worms, in pain, spewed out torrents of slimy liquid. Sizzle. The ground was riddled with holes from the corrosion of the magma worm's body fluid, constantly emitting white smoke. Just one breath made everyone feel dizzy. "Boss, I can't take it anymore." Someone couldn't stand the toxic fumes and was considering quitting. Zhou Kai kicked him into the lava, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Who else? Everyone fell silent, terrified. Jiang Yu began to appreciate Zhou Kai. He was decisive and ruthless, and had the makings of a military leader. With a wave of his hand, he used a golden light talisman to block most of the smoke, leaving the unfortunate children outside the talisman to simply endure the fumes. Cheng Xing used water to cool the magma beneath the insect to prevent it from escaping into the magma. Zhou Kai controlled the stone golem to hold the insect, pull it out of the magma, and throw it to the ground. The insects left the magma, emitting terrified squeaking sounds, their internal energy surging, and their entire bodies turning incandescent. The awakened ones were very perceptive as they sensed the impending threat of the flame domain being unleashed. They all felt the oppressive aura of death emanating from it. Jiang Yu remained calm as he contracted the golden light talisman to protect himself. As for the others, let them pray for their own good fortune. At worst, they can just recite the rebirth mantra a few more times. He always felt that he was too kind and couldn't bear to see human suffering, so he simply turned his head away and closed his eyes. The insect's body decomposed on its own, spraying white fluid in all directions. The smoke generated by the corrosion of the ground instantly filled the entire space, and a fiery domain descended, with temperatures of thousands of degrees lasting for more than 10 seconds. The indiscriminate attack covered an area of tens of meters in radius, and the toxic smoke paralyzed the nerves, leaving everyone with no way to escape. Except for a few superhumans with shield abilities who were still holding on, everyone else was instantly reduced to charred corpses. As the fiery domain dissipated, the few survivors were depleted of energy and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Kai, however, escaped unscathed, enveloped by layers of shields and rocks. Without resting, Zhou Kai controlled the stone giant to leap into the air, his arm transforming into a giant axe, which cleaved the energy-depleted magma worm in two, leaving a 3rd-tier crystal core suspended in the air. One general success is built on the bones of 10,000 soldiers. He didn't care about the deaths of a few small fry. With this 3rd-tier crystal core, breaking through to the 3rd tier was only a matter of time. Jiang Yu, pale-faced, stood up unsteadily, looking as if he had difficulty walking. He helped Cheng Xing, who had fallen to the ground, and walked up to Zhou Kai. "Brother Zhou, where is our payment?" Chapter 34 Sister, I want to take a hot spring bath with you. Zhou Kai stroked the third-tier crystal core in his hand, looked at the naive little guy in front of him with amusement, and found it very funny. If there were more of these idiots, there would be no need to bother dealing with alien beasts. You can set off on your journey with peace of mind. When I get tired of playing, I'll let her go keep you company. I'm a kind-hearted person, and I can't bear to see others separated. Zhou Kai manipulated the stone golem to block their retreat, and stared greedily at Cheng Xing's figure, grinning maliciously. Torture and murder beautiful women was one of his few hobbies. A stunning beauty, a third-tier crystal core. Today is truly a wonderful day. Cheng Xing shoved Jiang Yu aside, knelt in front of Zhou Kai, hugged his leg, rubbed her pretty face against him, and said in a fawning tone, "Brother Zhou, we're not familiar with each other. Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say." Zhou Kai grabbed Cheng Xing's chin, tossed her a dagger, and looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. "Go kill him, and I'll spare you." Cheng Xing licked the man's fingers, swearing her loyalty, and Zhou Kai was very satisfied with her performance. "That's sexy, I like it." Manipulating human nature is one of his few hobbies. Jiang Yu felt nauseous. It was all his fault for acting too quickly. He should have kept Wang Cheng with him. At least it won't affect my mood. Cheng Xing looked at Jiang Yu, who was unsteady on his feet, picked up the dagger without hesitation, and stabbed him in the chest without the slightest hesitation. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Cheng Xing felt a sharp pain in her wrist, and the dagger fell to the ground. Before she could react, Jiang Yu caught the falling dagger and threw it away. The dagger, enveloped in energy, transformed into a streak of light. When the dagger pierced Zhou Kai's skull, pinning his head to the stone wall, and the stone golem instantly disintegrated. "Sorry, you placed the wrong bet again." Jiang Yu lifted Cheng Xing's chin and playfully stroked her cheek. The unlucky little girl was completely dumbfounded. The few survivors realized what was happening, and their supernatural abilities shone brightly. As the fire separation talisman condensed, the entire cave was engulfed in flames once more. Cheng Xing, nestled in Jiang Yu's arms, stared blankly at the sea of fire, tears welling up in her eyes. She felt like a tragic figure. She didn't know if there was any chance to salvage the situation. "Let's go to the hot springs." After Jiang Yu finished cleaning up the crystal cores on the ground, he put his arm around Cheng Xing and left, as if nothing had happened. After passing several intersections, Cheng Xing found the marker. An arrow was carved into the stone with a knife. It was very shallow and difficult to spot unless you got close. Knowing that Wang Cheng dared not stray too far, the paths inside the cave were intricate and complex, and if he went too far astray, he would have a hard time finding his way back. Follow the arrow, and you'll soon see the blood-red hot spring. The outer edge of the hot spring is shallow, only a little over a meter deep. Looking further in, the color is dark and mysterious, stretching for miles into the distance. A dozen or so hot spring insects were swimming in the spring water. He lured them away and killed them to prevent them from polluting the spring water and affecting his next plan. "Sister, I want to take a bath in the hot spring with you." Jiang Yu's smile was lewd. "I knew you were up to no good." Cheng Xing blushed and said that Jiang Yu now knew who she was, so he stopped being reserved, turned around, and took off his clothes. Looking down at her own body, she reached out and gently stroked it. It was wonderful to be born beautiful. The boy had been betrayed by her twice, but in the end, he still chose to forgive her. Isn't it all for this moment of ecstasy? As Cheng Xing stepped into the hot spring, he was about to turn around and call Jiang Yu to join him when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and the world spun around him as he fell into the spring water. The beautiful head in the hot spring stared wide-eyed. She had never imagined this ending. She knew the boy wouldn't spoil her anymore, and she was mentally prepared to become an obedient toy by his side. Why did this happen? How could he bear to do it? "I also like collecting toys, but you're disgusting. I'm not even in the mood to play. Being a sacrificial offering suits you better." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he sheathed his long sword and reached out to test the reaction of the spring water. He wasn't sure if one sacrifice would be enough. He regretted not having been more patient and luring all three of them over before killing them. Cheng Xing's body sank to the bottom of the water, and the blood-red spring water began to boil. From the depths of the hot spring came the sound of chains being pulled, unwilling roars, and frantic crashing sounds, like a trapped beast struggling. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yu did not hesitate to cut his own wrist, and blood flowed into the spring. The body of a warrior holding a long sword floated to the surface of the spring, lifeless. His skin was bronze, his muscles were explosive, his body was covered in heavy black armor, and he wore a full helmet with two bullhorn-shaped spikes that gleamed coldly. "It has a head." He clearly remembered that Xing Tian was sealed in the cave. Xing Tian had no head. Was he mistaken, or was there more than one demon sealed here? Information about the remains of Chi Yu flashed through my mind. Chi Yu's remains, Tier 1. Skill, Combat Instinct. Soul Refining, 0/10,000. Recallable. The center of Lichuan City. Chi Yu's long sword swept across, and the head of a second-tier zombie flew off, splattering black blood everywhere. There was only a little food left in my backpack, and after searching the entire mall, I couldn't even find a single piece of bread. It's been almost 2 months since the apocalypse began. The resources accumulated before the apocalypse are slowly running out. Zombies and monsters are everywhere, making farming and animal husbandry impossible, and the resources can no longer support the needs of hundreds of millions of people. Except for a small amount of fresh water, most reservoirs and natural lakes are contaminated by zombies and are undrinkable. The second apocalypse has begun. This time it was man-made. The fighting lasted for months, and after it ended, 9 out of 10 survivors were gone. Then continue searching downwards. Jiang Yu's face was cold and gloomy. Stepping on the stench of black blood made it hard to feel happy. The days of killings are oppressive. The remnant of Chi Yu is quite powerful, possessing the strength of a first-tier zombie, easily capable of instantly killing second-tier zombies. However, its soul refining progress is currently only in the double digits. The first strange beast that attacked human shelters in my memory was the gujiao, a strange bird that liked to eat human souls. It had a wingspan of tens of meters, horns on its head, and a bizarre appearance. His superpower is a fiery cage. His enormous body sweeps across the city sky, igniting a green flame that produces poisonous smoke that burns for days on end, capable of pulverizing even stones. When the gujiao appeared, there were no inheritors among humans, and most of them were below the 3rd rank. They were powerless against the 5th-rank gujiao. You must reach level 5 before it is unsealed to secure victory. At least 4th order. With a swift stroke, another second-tier corpse king fell to the ground. The mall floor plan showed a second basement level, but Jiang Yu couldn't find the entrance. The sign for the second basement level was damaged, and the directional signs were deliberately smashed. Despite meticulous planning, a fire safety plan remained intact in the security room. Upon arriving at the entrance shown on the floor plan, we were blocked by debris, with 4 or 5 wrecked cars crammed together. All signs indicate that someone has built a safe house here. These people usually meet a tragic end. They don't possess powerful superpowers, but they have abundant resources. Among the awakened, there is a special ability called perception, which allows them to detect people and objects in their surroundings. The higher the level, the wider the range. They are useless, lacking combat power, yet they are sought after by all hunting teams. They are the eyes of the group. With the presence of those who can perceive, any safe haven they dream of in the apocalypse will be exposed. Boom! Chi Yu smashed open the heavy iron gate, which then collapsed to the ground with a crash. Inside the room, a boy lay on the sofa, holding 2 beautiful girls in his arms. Hearing the sound, the boy rolled over and hid behind the sofa, picking up the alloy crossbow. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy crossbow fired in rapid succession, but Jiang Yu shattered the bolts with a wave of his hand. His entire arm was wrapped in electricity, and half of his body went numb. The boy's movements were fluid and graceful, his crossbow bolts precise, his supernatural abilities formidable, and his expression showed no sign of panic. The response was swift and decisive. Chi Yu charged forward, and the boy was slammed against the wall, a long sword held against his neck. The 2 girls screamed and hid in a corner, wearing only light pajamas, their snow-white skin even more alluring in the candlelight. Jiang Yu looked around the room, noting that there was even a bathtub. This kid really knew how to enjoy himself. His gaze fell on the 2 delicate girls. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. This was the kind of post-apocalyptic life he wanted. There will be bread, and there will be milk. Chapter 35. Some people hoarded grain, some people hoarded guns. Jiang Yu opened the cabinet as if no one else was there. It was fully stocked, ignoring the 3 people's despair. I'll take some water and food. Help yourselves. Control Chi Yu to sheath his sword and stand beside the boy. You're not going to kill me? The boy stared incredulously at the intruder. So many supplies, and 2 unsuspecting beauties. Who wouldn't be tempted? Listen to me. You have superpowers. Find a military shelter, and you can live a few more years. This trick won't fool the hunters. After drinking a whole bottle of purified water, Jiang Yu felt much better. He filled his backpack and left with Chi Yu. The safe house, painstakingly built, is a wonderful surprise for both hunters and lone wolves in the apocalypse. There is water, food, and beautiful women, and the women are generally of very high quality. Those who leave after playing are considered civilized, while those who finish and massacre are considered normal. There are quite a few people who torture and kill for fun in front of the safe house owners. Zhang Yu's gaze fell on the two girls. The boy understood and quickly stepped forward to curry favor, suddenly tearing off one of the girl's clothes. Those two are toys I collected. They've been trained quite well, so you don't need to be polite. Take your time if you're having fun. I'm going out for some fresh air. The boy quickly slipped away. Knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding what to choose and what to discard, and having no bottom line, he will definitely have a place in Kyushu in the future. Chiyu was left to guard the door, and after a good day of rest, most of his malevolent aura dissipated. Everyone knows that takeout is unhealthy, but how many people can resist it? To be fair, the techniques for training teenagers are indeed quite good. Zhang Yu considered himself a good person, at least still possessing some humanity. At this time, there were less than 2 months left before the Gujiao awakened. In its previous life, the Gujiao's first target was the shelter established by Su He. It has the largest number of people and the largest scale. It must be killed before then. If it succeeds, it will absorb the energy of tens of thousands of awakened beings and instantly break through to the 7th rank. In its previous life, the Gujiao slaughtered 5 shelters and directly broke through to the 7th rank, flying westward all the way. Almost no large shelters throughout Kyushu were spared. Humanity was plunged into its darkest hour. Hundreds of thousands of corpses were transformed by the zombie king, and the human forces that had just begun to recover collapsed. The last vestige of humanity has been permanently corrupted by the pressure to survive. It wasn't until the inheritors of the secret realms appeared one after another, clearing out the zombies and rebuilding the shelter, that everyone saw hope for survival. The Gujiao returned several years later, only to be besieged and killed by more than a dozen inheritors, led by the blood demon. As the sun rose, Zhang Yu emerged from the safe house and embarked on his journey once more. Before leaving, he politely stood the iron gate up and piled up the clutter again. With the guards secured, the next target is the enemy. Looking at my watch, it's rush hour. There were no cars roaring on the streets, no children going to school, and no commuters rushing to catch the subway or bus. The noise that he used to hate has now become a luxurious dream. Buzzing. Sudden. Dozens of beetles swarmed in from the air, their shells reddish-brown and their antennae long. Only when they got closer did you realize they were all cockroaches the size of pot lids. Disgusting and disgusting. The largest one is similar in size to a Volkswagen Beetle on the road, with a metallic sheen on its back. Chiyu, fearless of death, swung his long sword and cleaved a cockroach in two. The cockroach's headless body scurried around on the ground. Yellowish-brown bodily fluid splattered, making a sizzling sound when it landed on the ground, and metal railings would corrode and break if a little bit of it got on them. After killing the third one, Zhang Yu's longsword was corroded into a dagger, so he simply threw it away. The fire talisman solidified, and the large insect crackled and popped as it burned. I must say, it actually smells quite good, with a unique charred aroma of fried cicada pupae. He was quite envious when he noticed that Chiyu's weapons and armor had no effect on the corrosive effects of cockroach body fluids. To slay the Gujiao, you must find a suitable weapon. The Gujiao is an ancient magical beast, and it is not a wise choice to fight it with spells. He practiced swordsmanship with his master since childhood and was used to using swords. The strongest sword in his previous life, the Wuxiang sword, was in Kaifeng City, Zhongyuan province. Its master, Shi Song, nicknamed Sword Hidden, does not belong to any faction, nor has he established a sanctuary. He is a lone wolf. All he knew was that the sword was obtained in an underground ruin in the center of Kaifeng City, but he knew nothing about its exact location or how he obtained it. Before awakening, Jin Yin was a staff member of the Kaifeng City Museum. He rose to prominence 2 years after the apocalypse and fought his way out with the Wuxiang sword. They then disappeared without a trace, only occasionally appearing to plunder supplies. Shi Song was very sensible. He always took very little supplies with him, and eventually no one bothered him anymore. They couldn't beat them in a fight, and they couldn't catch them. If you really anger him, being watched day and night by a top-tier weapon with no weaknesses, even Zhua each one wouldn't be able to withstand it for more than a few months. He went on a killing spree, absorbing most of the crystal cores and quickly rising to the 3rd rank. It seemed that there was no limit to his absorption of crystal cores. At most, I consume about 20 pills a day, half of which are 2nd tier and 2 are 3rd tier, but that only lasts for half an hour of going berserk. Going berserk doesn't affect combat. On the contrary, it makes one even stronger. This made him, the owner, very envious. As darkness fell, the small village by the roadside remained unlit. The village sits on the riverbank, the farmland long abandoned, the crops planted before the apocalypse completely devoured by mutated insects. In the darkness of night, several zombies roamed the fields, emitting low growls. As he walked along the cement road, a red-clad zombie suddenly leaped out of the bushes, startling him. In an instant, all the movies I'd ever seen featuring the red-clad female ghost flashed through my mind. Compared to zombies, unknown ghosts were far more frightening. In his past life, he had seen many unkillable ghosts. Chi-Yu swung his longsword, clearing a bloody path. Jiang-Yu chose a newly built concrete house in the distance, where Chi-Yu would protect him, and he could sleep peacefully. This thing has no soul, never tires, and has never been injured. Its weaknesses are also obvious. It has no superpowers, no brains, and can only engage in hand-to-hand combat. A rainbow archway stands at the entrance of the alley, its decorative flowers long since withered. The fireworks, arranged in 2 rows, hadn't been set off yet, and the wedding cars were piled up haphazardly on the cement road outside the alley. Inside the room, a bright red double happiness character was pasted on the headboard of the soft double bed. The decor is new, so new that it makes me feel down. The red-clad zombie we just killed was most likely the bride. Jiang-Yu sighed, took out some biscuits, and hastily filled his stomach with cold water. Lying in bed, I drifted off to sleep to the sound of insects chirping. A moment later, I began to breathe evenly. Chi-Yu stood guard at the door, knife in hand, like a statue. Late at night, the stone slab covering the entrance to the cellar in the courtyard was slowly moved away, and a small head peeked out from the cellar. Her face was dirty, her hair was messy, but her eyes were bright. You could vaguely tell she was a girl. With a light leap, the girl silently jumped onto the roof, hooked her feet on the eaves, stood upside down by the window, and sized up the uninvited guest inside. The backpack on the table was open, and the chocolate cookie wrappers were clearly visible. The girl swallowed hard, struggling internally. After the mutation, her only food was a few raw sweet potatoes from the cellar. The 2 people inside looked like troublemakers, but their desire for cookies ultimately overcame their fear. Gently pushing open the window, her small body slipped through the opening and landed on the ground, as light as a feather. She tiptoed and slowly approached her backpack. She tried to move as close to the wall as possible, keeping away from Chi-Yu who was guarding the door. The room was pitch black, and the silk-wrapped talismans were spread throughout the space, almost invisible to the naked eye unless touched. The girl moved effortlessly through the gaps in the silk threads, a faint white glow on her forehead indicating her status as an awakened being. Her special ability is Prediction, a type of time-related ability. S level is too low, the prediction time is only a few seconds. A few seconds of prediction is enough to dodge the entangling silk talisman. Jiang-Yu squinted, watching the girl's performance with great interest. She only saw the binding talisman, but didn't notice that her feet were already covered with specks of fluorescent light. Ground-based restrictions have no offensive power, and prediction is ineffective. After hesitating for a while, the girl picked up a half-open bag of cookies from the table but didn't touch her backpack. Just as she was about to leave the room, the sweet smell of cookies momentarily distracted her. Sizzle. Runes flashed, and lightning crackled around her body. The girl was struck by lightning and fell to the ground, convulsing in pain. Upon hearing the sound, Chi-Yu slashed down with his long sword in the darkness. Chi-Yu's mutilated body had no soul and could not distinguish friend from foe. His final order was to kill any living thing that entered the room. Chapter 36. From this day forward, your soul is mine. Morning and evening, after inheritance and restructuring. The blade was less than 10 centimeters from the girl's body when Jiang-Yu stopped it with his willpower. Runes ignite fireflies. In the dim light, the girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her small body was emaciated from hunger, and her face was sallow. She was far from beautiful. She sneaked in just for a bite to eat, and didn't even want to touch her backpack. The girl was struck down by the electric light, but she still gripped the bag of cookies tightly in her hand. A dozen minutes later, the girl slowly woke up. Her first reaction was not to run away or beg for mercy, but instead she dumped all the cookies in her hand into her mouth and chewed them greedily. The long sword gleaming with cold light in Chi-Yu's hand seemed to be non-existent. The biscuits were too dry to swallow, and Jiang-Yu found it amusing. He handed her a bottle of water, which she took and gulped down half of. The girl carefully poured out the last crumbs from the bag, savoring the sweet taste of the cookie crumbs, and closed her eyes. Just kill me. Stealing your cookies was wrong of me. I'm sorry. The girl lowered her head, looking ashamed. Even in such a state, she couldn't let go of the upbringing ingrained in her bones. You have superpowers? Jiang-Yu swept his hand across her forehead. There was a white glow. I can sense the other person's movements in advance, for only a few seconds. I don't know if that counts as a superpower. The girl looked up, staring intently at the long knife in front of her. It looked very sharp. It probably wouldn't hurt too much if it cut her neck. May I have your name? Jiangyu was surprised. Time-related superpowers are rare and powerful, and it's not easy for someone to be in such a miserable state. My name is Feng Chenxi. Aren't you going to kill me? The girl bit her lip, her voice trembling, trying to remain calm, but unable to hide the fear in her heart. She wasn't taking any chances. The village was close to the national highway, and people frequently came and went from there. Those people would kill every single survivor in the village just to steal a bag of grain. She always managed to get something out of her attacks, a bag of instant noodles, a small piece of bread. Once, she was caught red-handed and almost chopped in two. People are starving these days, and stealing someone else's food is a capital offense. Jiang Yu had a good impression of her, and his tone was tempting. Would you like to eat delicious cookies every day? Think. Chenxi replied without hesitation, not knowing what he meant. Jiang Yu picked up his backpack and emptied it out. Cookies, chocolates, and sandwich cakes covered the table. He said to Chenxi, "Sell me your soul, and you can take half of it." The little girl is very thin, but she has a good foundation. Her features are delicate, and she exudes a lively spirit. The obvious drawback is that he's too thin. I don't know if he weighs even 80 pounds. Are you serious? Chenxi stared blankly at the food on the table for a while, still unable to believe it. The boy didn't kill her. He even gave her food. She couldn't guess his intentions. Chenxi hadn't thought of anything more sordid. A skinny little girl like her, even if stripped naked and thrown into the street, no one would give her a second glance. Who would be interested? If she were even slightly better looking, or even just had a normal human build, her classmates wouldn't call her little monkey. Jiang Yu didn't answer her question. He tore open a bag of sandwich cakes, filling the room with the sweet aroma of cream, and placed it in front of Chenxi. Will you sell it or not? I'll sell it. Chenxi snatched the bread and greedily stuffed it into her mouth. The rich, creamy aroma was intoxicating. A long-lost feeling of happiness filled my mouth. Remember, from this day forward, your soul belongs to me. I don't need you to have feelings for me. I just need to obey your orders unconditionally. Jiang Yu stroked the girl's hair, thinking that she would be a good weapon when she grew up. Okay, I'll be good. After finishing her cake, Chenxi carefully selected some food, stopping after taking only a small portion to observe Jiang Yu's expression. Jiang Yu bit his finger and drew a rune between her eyebrows. Chenxi obediently stood still. The runes took shape, and the bloodstains disappeared. The mind control spell is a very insidious spell, a method used by evil sects to control their disciples. Once the talisman is formed, the feeling of having someone else's life in your own hands is so captivating that it's irresistible. He needs a core team that is completely loyal to him, composed entirely of successors. He didn't want to experience his partner's betrayal a second time. Looking at the thin little girl in front of him, Jiang Yu searched his memory. The inheritance of the morning and evening is more suitable for completely reshaping the body. As a follower, one must not only be good at fighting. It must be usable even when not in combat. Jiang Yu tried to control her, and with a thought, Chenxi completely lost control of her body, clutching her own neck with both hands and using all her strength. The girl's face was filled with fear. She didn't know what had happened. With this talisman, my will can destroy your mind, and you can never betray me. After letting go, several bluish-purple marks were left on his neck. The girl escaped death, gasping for air. The one who bought her soul was a devil. Will I ever go hungry again? The fear in Chenxi's eyes turned into joy. Her master's strength was her strength. Is this also a superpower? That's rather perverted. You can get anything you want. That's what faith is all about. It instills fear, coupled with a vague and unrealistic promise. No religion is an exception. Not far from the village, the countryside was shrouded in mist. A group of people were traveling under the cover of night. The boy in the middle was dressed in a white tracksuit, without a single bloodstain or stain. The boy was surrounded by 5 third-tier corpse kings and 2 third-tier corpse witches, who were protecting his safety. The scene was eerie, like a procession of ghosts at night. 5 days later, in Hui County, Xinjiang City, Central Plains Province, more than 100 kilometers away from Feng City, there is a good heritage. The inheritance will annihilate itself and condense into a water spirit body. It suits this little girl perfectly. Chenxi easily dodged the attack of the second-tier zombie and slashed at her opponent's neck with her backhand. She was in complete control of the 3 zombies attacking her. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with her performance, but unfortunately the girl had little strength, and the dagger couldn't even leave a mark when it slashed across her. Chi Yu shattered 3 zombies with a single whirlwind. Chenxi retreated dejectedly, head bowed in shame. Master, I still can't beat him. After 5 days of training, she still has 0 kills. Her master must be very disappointed in her. A bag of food is something anyone could get for free. Why would you trade it for a piece of trash like her? It's ugly and useless. They eat a lot and are very wasteful. Jiang Yu comforted him. You've improved very quickly. It's just that your rank is too low and your strength isn't enough. He was telling the truth. She was not weak. Her time manipulation ability allowed her to easily defeat opponents of similar strength. Along the way, Jiang Yu patiently taught them everything from combat skills to the weaknesses of various zombies and monsters. Most of the time, the zombies were killed by Qi Yu before they even got close, so She couldn't help and could only obediently follow behind and listen to the lecture. Jiang Yu glanced at Xi's flat backpack and walked towards the city center. Let's go find something to eat. I'm sorry. Chenxi lowered her head again in shame. She ate most of the food in her backpack, and for some reason, she always felt very hungry. Sometimes, even when my stomach is painfully bloated, I still feel very hungry. Jiang Yu ignored her and let her eat whatever she wanted. Let's go. Jiang Yu stroked her hair, and he understood better than anyone the lingering trauma of experiencing hunger. Chenxi is obedient and well-behaved, and Jiang Yu spoils her, so he treats her much more gently. Being too indifferent would drive him mad in the apocalypse sooner or later. He tried his best to adjust his mindset and not let his past experiences affect his state of mind. On the first floor of the supermarket, a dozen people sat together, covered in blood and grime, their faces filled with despair. Fang Jie gripped his machete, glanced at the crowd, and saw that his men had already lost all morale. He sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily. Should we really give up? Chapter 37, The Mysterious Temple, The Ultimate Inheritance. Fang Jie was lost in thought for a long time before standing up and saying, "Everyone, rest for half an hour, then take another shot." Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. Boss, it's not that the brothers are scared, but this is clearly a suicide mission. The monster didn't even leave a mark when I slashed it. Boss, let's forget about it. Fang Jie listened to his subordinates' complaints. He knew all too well that the chances of winning were slim, and giving up was the most rational decision. How do I give up? They ran out of food and had nothing left to eat. The basement level of the supermarket is a warehouse, stocked with everything from food to bottled water. Once we secure this deal, we won't have to worry for a whole year. Unfortunately, a strange beast blocked the entrance to the warehouse. Several attacks resulted in the deaths of more than a dozen people, but the monster remained unharmed. If you're brothers, follow me. You can choose to starve or die in battle. Fang Jie stood up and slammed his machete on the table. The wound was being pulled, and the pain made my vision go black. He is the only elemental awakener among this group, with the ability to control wind, rank B, second stage. Wind control can increase one's speed and also allow one to use wind blades to kill enemies. At his current level, dealing with ordinary zombies is as easy as waving a hand. When encountering beasts with high defense, the wind blade's damage is too low and offers little advantage. Only after reaching the 5th rank in elemental combat can a weapon display a destructive power far exceeding that of melee combat. Without these burdens, he could live a good life. His dozens of subordinates were his lackeys who had followed him around for a living before the mutation. How could he abandon them? If you're afraid of dying, get out of here. If you're not afraid of dying, charge with me one more time. After Fang Jie finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. In a game where defeat is inevitable, no one wants to throw their life away. Okay. I'll go by myself. Fang Jie scanned the entire room, his face grim, his heart filled with bitterness. It seems that it was all wishful thinking on his part from beginning to end, and he deserved this fate. He picked up the knife, turned, and left. Bang! Just then, a loud bang was heard, and the supermarket's roller shutter door was completely ripped open. The inner glass door shattered, shards flew everywhere, and the people closest to it were covered in blood. Everyone was already in a bad mood, so this was a perfect opportunity to vent their frustrations. Clang! The sounds of swords being drawn rang out one after another. After everyone's eyes adjusted to the bright light, they saw the intruder and were startled by his imposing presence. Fang Jie held his long sword horizontally, habitually using it to block his subordinates. The newcomer was dressed in black armor and looked quite presentable, but that was all. Fang Jie didn't take it seriously since he couldn't sense any awakened energy in the other person's body. Just an ordinary person with a bit more strength. Qi Yu ignored him, stood still with his knife, and waited for his master's command. Jiang Yu came in from outside and wasn't too surprised to see that the supermarket had been occupied. It would be strange if there were no talented people. My gaze swept across the area, finally settling on the man at the top of the stairs. He paused, startled. Jiang Yu spent more than a decade in the post-apocalyptic world, leaving his mark across the entire land. I know many people, but I don't have many truly good relationships with them. In his past life, Feng Jie was one of his few friends. Feng Jie is a righteous and generous person. Jiang Yu followed him for several months and became an excellent captain. Later, they were targeted by a hunting team, and Feng Jie was brutally dismembered by a sharp blade while covering his teammates' retreat. He has a B-level wind control ability, and when he escapes at full speed, no one can catch him. Jiang Yu felt sorry for him when he saw that he was thin and covered in injuries. How did you, an awakened one, end up in such a miserable state? Although Feng Jie was surprised, he still replied, with dozens of mouths to feed and too many wolves for too little meat, it's a blessing to be alive. After speaking, he carefully examined the boy, but didn't recognize him. The others didn't share Feng Jie's interest. Their eyes were glued to the backpack behind them the entire time. The backpack is large. It definitely contains food. From the crowd, a burly man stepped forward, wearing a black vest, his arm muscles bulging, and his back covered with dragon-shaped sashimi. The tone was violent. Kid, this is our territory. Put down your backpack and get lost. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Feng Jie's circle of friends remained as wide as ever. This is the kind of spirit one should have when surviving the apocalypse. If we don't eat people, are we just waiting to be eaten? Jiang Yu didn't even glance at the man in the black vest. He looked up at Feng Jie, his tone calm and indifferent. What do you think? I just came to the supermarket to find some supplies. I didn't mean to disturb you. Can you let us leave? Jiang Yu didn't want to kill him. Praising the man in the black vest was one thing. Killing him was another. If you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed in return at any time. Feng Jie put down the knife and took a step back. We are not a hunting team. He paused, glanced at his men in black vests, and then said, I won't kill people randomly. You can leave. Upon hearing this, the man in the black vest could no longer contain his anger and spoke in an extremely disrespectful tone. Boss, wake up. Do you really think you can survive by scavenging? Everyone's killing people. There's only so much food. If we don't fight over it, someone else will. It's always better to fight with a human than with a monster. The black vest speaks for everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. This is a post-apocalyptic survival situation. Who would want to impress a good person? Survival is the only priority. In the group, everyone helped the man in the black vest persuade the captain. Boss, if you don't want to get your hands dirty, leave it to us. We'll make sure it's clean. Boss, leave it to me. Captain, I'm not afraid of retribution. All I want to do right now is eat. Feng Jie struggled internally for a moment, his expression changing repeatedly, but in the end he suppressed his primal desires. An inexplicable persistence. No need to say anything. Let them go. The man in the black vest sighed, his face full of reluctance and his tone filled with deep sorrow. Brothers, you've seen it too. I've said everything I need to say. Those who are willing to follow me, please state your position. As everyone knows, my superpower is only B-level physical enhancement, and my strength is indeed no match for Feng Jie's. But I assure you, once the hunting party is formed, we will have everything we need, from food to women. It's 100 times better than waiting to die with a useless boss. I don't know what you're thinking, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I must survive. I can't starve to death. The man in the black vest stepped out of the line and stood to one side, waiting for everyone to express their opinion. He knew Feng Jie's character well and would never stop him. He's such a pushover. Brother Hao, I'll follow you. Count me in. It's better to take a gamble than to starve to death. I may not be able to beat monsters, but I've never been afraid of killing anyone. Soon, Feng Jie found himself alone, with dozens of people standing behind him in black vests. Jiang Yu looked at the farce unfolding before him with a sense of Gunkat, Gone 3 Kai 3, a complex emotion encompassing both feeling and feeling. Feng Jie's death was not unjust. 3 of you, blame your bad luck. I was planning to let you leave your backpacks and get lost. It's a pity that the team needs someone to sacrifice for the flag when it's just starting out. Brothers, hack them to pieces and get off to a winning start. After finishing his sentence, the man in the black vest raised his knife and charged at Jiang Yu, taking the lead. Boom! Jiang Yu smiled indifferently, not even bothering to make a move. Upon receiving the order, Qi Yu swung his long sword, slicing the black vest in half at the waist. The massacre did not stop. Screams echoed throughout the air. After a few breaths, only Feng Jie remained standing on the opposite side. The scene was deathly silent. Chenxi trembled slightly, and her eyes showed more fear as she looked at her master. Qi Yu sheathed his sword and stood in front of Fang Jie, his body soaked in blood. Blood dripped onto the ground with a crisp sound. Jiang Yu kicked a blood-stained gourd in front of Fang Jie, hoping to bring him to his senses. Should we avenge them? Fang Jie gave a wry smile and shook his head. Do you know why I don't want to form a hunting team? There's no turning back on this road. Once you start killing, it's only a matter of time before you get killed. You have to bear the consequences of your choices. Fang Jie looked dejected and walked towards the stairs after speaking. Jiang Yu chuckled. What kind of bullshit logic is that? It's not like you can just be a good person and people will let you off the hook. The hunting team isn't about rewarding the good and punishing the evil. They won't check your credit history or criminal record. On the lower level, a pile of rotting flesh-like monsters clung to the ground. It didn't move. Its enormous body blocked the warehouse entrance, and its tentacles swept up the corpses on the ground and swallowed them whole. Snap! Snap! The sound of chewing bones was chilling. The surface of the rotting flesh is covered with a hard shell, which is the car wreckage it transformed into, and the shape of the remaining car door can be vaguely seen. Fang Jie gripped his machete, moving with the wind. At his speed, it was difficult for the monster to hit him. Clang! The machete struck its body, producing a metallic clang. Fang Jie's blade whipped up a swathe of flesh, but the damage was negligible to the monster. With a wave of his hand, he gathered energy, and several wind blades pierced into the monster's body, leaving not even a scratch. Huh! 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 The monster let out a mocking howl, its tentacles flailing wildly in front of it. The warehouse's iron gate was very sturdy, and he considered using his speed advantage to open it without killing the monster. Several attempts ended in failure. The monster's tentacles were agile, and there were no blind spots. Bang! When they were caught in a dilemma, a warrior in full armor jumped down the stairs, holding a long sword and wearing a full helmet. It was Qiyu. Jiang Yu followed slowly behind Qinshi. Upon seeing the three enter, Fang Jie dodged the monster's tentacle attacks and retreated back up the stairs. You should leave. That pile of rotting flesh is a monster. Don't go over there. This guy is really strong. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the iron gate behind the monster, where a sign read, Warehouse Restricted Area, No Unauthorized Personnel Allowed. The second-tier rotten beast, a leader-level alien beast, is much stronger than a corpse king of the same tier. Fang Jie was panting heavily. The intense dodging and fighting had taken a toll on his stamina. Jiang Yu didn't speak, but waved his hand and drew a fire separation talisman. Engulfed in flames, the rotting beast turned to ashes amidst its screams, leaving a crystal core suspended in the air. Good luck. He casually tossed it to Qinshi, who absorbed it, causing ripples of energy within her body, and she broke through to the second tier. Fang Jie's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and he stood there stunned. His eyes were vacant, unable to believe what he was seeing. The colossal beast that he could not budge with his life was casually burned to ashes with a wave of someone's hand. It's no wonder that such a weak leader was abandoned. Jiang Yu patted Fang Jie on the shoulder, trying to wake him up. You don't owe them anything, so stop letting these boring people control you. The most useless thing for survival in the apocalypse is a sense of responsibility. Open the warehouse door, and the room is filled with supplies. Jiang Yu selected some easy-to-carry high-calorie foods, filled his backpack, and handed it to Qinshi. The little girl took the travel bag, which was taller than herself, and was speechless for a moment. Jiang Yu was also helpless. Spatial items weren't so easy to find. He did remember a few spatial weapons, each one awakening later than the last. One of them is worth checking out on the way. Fang Jie sat dejectedly on the ground, wondering what all his hard work had amounted to. When they find food, they are reluctant to eat even a single bite. When faced with difficulties, there wasn't a single person around to support them. He knew it was dangerous, and he was afraid of dying. When faced with a desperate situation, you have to fight desperately to have any hope of survival. This past event, which Fang Jie had told him in a drunken stupor in his previous life, was a lifelong source of pain for him. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then tossed him a bag. Fang Jie opened it and found 5 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core, enough for him to advance to the next tier. The crystal cores in the bag gleamed with an alluring light, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse. Why should you help me? My men were about to kill you. He had also obtained some first-order crystal cores, but he rarely used them and exchanged them all for food. He knew how precious the crystal cores were. Only by risking his life to kill hundreds of zombies could he possibly obtain one. My name is Jiang Yu. It's always a good thing to have someone help me. When they decide to betray you, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Don't let trivial matters bother you in the future. Consider the crystal core alone from me. Remember to come to Qingdao to repay the debt when you have time. After saying that, Jiang Yu told Chun Shi to leave. All the supplies were left to Fang Jie. This generous gift was enough to repay his kindness. After Jiang Yu left, Fang Jie stroked the smooth crystal core in his hand, glanced at the full warehouse, and felt grateful. He fears nothing more than owing favors to others. This debt is probably hard to repay. Hui County, Zhongyuan Province, is the county seat under the jurisdiction of Xinjiang City. On the west side of the city, there is a temple that has existed for an unknown number of thousands of years. Built of huge stones, it is simple and rough. Several years ago, it was accidentally unearthed during the foundation work for a real estate development project, and the Cultural Relics Bureau fenced it off. Inside the temple is a statue and an altar. There are no written records or cultural relics, so it has never been open to the public. When Jiang Yu arrived, the wall was already in a state of disrepair. In the desolate ancient temple, the appearance of the statues is very peculiar. The deity had a human face, a snake's body, and long, fiery red hair. Mysterious and eerie. Chapter 38. Master, are you a god? The statue is carved from a single massive stone, with red crystals forming its hair. In front of it stands an altar with a concave water trough design. A few days ago, there was a heavy rain. The water tank was full of rainwater covered with moss and emitted a foul stench. The person who received this inheritance in her previous life was a girl who was being chased by zombies. She had no choice but to hide in the altar's water tank, which triggered a sacrificial ritual. She sacrificed herself and received the inheritance of the water god Gong Gong, thus forging a water spirit body. Jiang Yu frowned as he smelled the odor from the sink, relieved that he wasn't the one going to lie down in it. Lie in the sink and hold your breath. The sight of tiny red worms swimming in the water is enough to make one's scalp crawl. It's certainly not an easy thing for a girl. Without asking why, Chinsi laid down without hesitation, her body submerged in the sewage, her entire face submerged at the bottom. The cellar was teeming with insects and ants. To survive, she stayed in the cellar, and it only took her a little over 10 days to go from being terrified to becoming numb. Several seconds passed, and a feeling of suffocation came over her. Chinsi's face showed a painful expression. She tried to struggle to get up, but the water in the altar enveloped her layer by layer, and she couldn't move a single finger. The statue opened its eyes, and a blue light enveloped the altar. The girl's body was instantly dissolved. The statue began to disintegrate, and pieces of stone shattered and fell to the ground. At the center of the statue, a blue ice crystal is hidden. The ice crystal melts and flows into the altar, where it intertwines and merges, filling the entire temple with mist. More than an hour later, the mist dissipated, and Chinsi walked out of the temple without leaving a trace. Her long, blood-red hair and blue eyes made her look like a bewitching sea creature. Her features were three-dimensional and exquisite, and her alluring figure moved as if a river of stars flowed by. Her crystal-clear skin was so dazzling in the sunlight that it was hard to open one's eyes. The girl's eyes were glazed over, unaware of what had happened, as a flood of complex information suddenly overwhelmed her mind. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with her new body. It was worth the effort he had made to come all this way. The girl took out the clothes she had prepared beforehand from her backpack and threw them to Chinsi. Only then did she realize that she was completely naked. Chinsi blushed, but she didn't flinch. She took the clothes and obediently put them on. After getting dressed and sorting through the extra information in my mind, I submerged my entire body in water with a thought. With a sudden, intense gaze, the water surged, turning the entire altar into ruins. The boulders that the water flowed over dissolved and decayed, turning into dust. Are you satisfied with this gift? Jiang Yu admired his masterpiece. At least he was very satisfied. Master, may I keep this body forever? Chinsi admired her own body, which was crystal clear and as tender as a baby's, yet contained boundless power. I was filled with disbelief. Of course, those who follow me deserve the best. Jiang Yu reached out and stroked Chun Shi's glistening cheek. The smooth touch was irresistible. He gently lifted her hair, and a faint golden mark behind her ear was clearly visible, which immediately put his mind at ease. If the body-reshaping mind control spell were to disappear, he would be heartbroken. This is a top 10 lineage. Chinsi didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's neck and pressed her lips to his face. The posture was awkward and funny. The girl shyly raised her head, gazing intently at the boy before her, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. Her master saved her from the apocalypse of hell, providing her with an endless supply of food, enough strength to protect herself, and a strong sense of security. Before the strange event occurred, she had never had a good night's sleep before meeting her master. I am always woken up by danger as soon as I fall asleep, and I am in fear every moment. While in the cellar, she often thought that it would have been better to have died in the first place. I gave myself to him completely, not out of coercion, not in exchange. She did it willingly. After Chintzy finished kissing him, she didn't know how to continue. In the apocalypse, highly toxic fast food is everywhere, and countless important figures have died at the most ecstatic moment. Jiang Yu's blood was boiling from her teasing. The delicious food in front of him was completely safe and hard to resist. With a wave of his hand, he drew a talisman, and the temple doors were covered by a curtain of light. The next day, on the way to Kaifeng City, Chintzy quietly followed behind Jiang Yu and asked softly, "Master, are you a god?" She thought about this problem for a long time, but couldn't find a second explanation. With the inheritance she received and her time manipulation abilities, she can now easily tear apart a third-tier corpse king. Her master has reshaped her body and bestowed upon her power. She was no longer that annoying wild girl. It's hard to explain except by God. No, but I can make you a god. Jiang Yu spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the endless zombies on the road. He frowned, thinking that if there really were gods in the heavens, they wouldn't allow such a heinous thing to happen. Gods should all be dead. Chintzy was speechless upon hearing this. Becoming a god. She believed she was experiencing ecstasy and despair. Becoming an immortal or a god. Stop joking. This isn't a movie about the investiture of the gods. Jiang Yu is stuck at the second-tier limit. Each upgrade of the Heavenly Tao inheritance is extremely costly, and he needs a fourth-tier leader-level crystal core to break through the obstacle. The highest level of zombies on the road is no more than level 3. Less than 10 kilometers from Peak City, in the area close to the city, there should be many survivors who would search for food in groups and hunt zombies to obtain crystal cores to improve their strength. There was no one here. Jiang Yu's expression grew increasingly serious as he killed a Tier 3 Corpse King. The territory of a Tier 3 Corpse King covers about 5 kilometers and is not easily crossed. Having traveled less than 2 kilometers, we encountered 3 of them. There's only one possibility. Something is summoning them. In my memory, there was a privately owned shelter in the early days of Kaifeng City, which was built by a warehouse manager of a large supermarket. After the mutation, he awakened his superpowers and built a shelter using the resources he had, but unfortunately, it only lasted a few months. Later, due to an internal power struggle, most of the high-ranking officials were killed or injured, and the city was subsequently overrun by zombies. Upon entering the city center of Kaifeng, the situation became even more bizarre. The zombies on the street completely ignored the two of them and all moved in one direction. The territory can cover an area of dozens of miles around the entire city, and it is at least a fourth-tier zombie king. Excitement gleamed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he followed the zombie forward. The zombie was very focused. He tried to cut off one of the zombie's arms, but the zombie only roared and did not pursue. Its bloodthirsty instincts were suppressed. Looks like there's a big guy in the city. The area outside Kaifeng Shelter was littered with corpses, with mangled zombies mixed with the bodies of survivors piled up at the entrance. The shelter is small, with more than 2,000 permanent residents. It was built on the premises of a residential area, and the Earth Elemental ability users reinforced the original walls. The battle has been going on all day, and the zombie attacks continue. They are not blindly searching for food, but rather launching an organized offensive, attempting to destroy the entire shelter. Roar! A roar came from afar. The attacking zombie emitted a light gray light, and its attacks were incredibly powerful. This second-tier zombie possessed the strength of a third-tier zombie. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat." Liu Yang shouted in despair. He only had one arm left. The knife in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he slashed at the charging second-tier zombie with all his might. The blade embedded itself in the zombie's bone, and he could no longer pull it out. The zombies were frozen in ice, and he was powerless to pursue them. The leader behind him frowned, but didn't reply. He condensed a ball of light in his hand and threw it into the zombie horde. With a loud bang, more than a dozen zombies were torn to pieces. Chapter 39. You are too weak. There's no need for you to die. Fang Sheng is the owner of Kaifeng Shelter. His superpower is shockwaves, and he is classified as a level. Withdraw? How do we withdraw? Behind him were the lives of thousands of people, most of whom were ordinary people who were weak and helpless, and who could manage simple tasks like moving and lifting things on a daily basis. Once they retreat, there is absolutely no chance of survival. That's secondary. Life in the shelter was like that of an emperor, with endless beautiful women and inexhaustible food. Those people treated him like an emperor in order to gain his protection. The taste of power was intoxicating, and how could one give it up? The zombies were still gathering. All the awakened beings in the shelter were mobilized. Several sections of the courtyard wall were breached, and it was too late to seal them off. The zombies began to pour in. It's too late to turn the tide. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from afar, and all the zombies stopped in their tracks, turned around, and knelt down. Fangsheng looked up and saw a young man in white sitting under a parasol on the traffic police command post in the middle of the street. Holding a teacup in my hand, I took a small sip. A girl in a green dress carefully served him a teapot. Her pupils were dim, clearly indicating she was a corpse puppet. Several zombies stood outside the umbrella, each exuding a powerful aura. Apart from his vacant gaze, the boy showed no signs of being a zombie. His joints were flexible, and his smile was serene, making him seem more human than a human. Instead, Fangsheng and his group, covered in blood and with bloodshot eyes, looked more like zombies. "Submit to me, and I will grant you the power of eternal life." The boy looked at Fangsheng, very interested in his superpower. With this follower, breaking through the human sanctuary would be much easier. Immortality. Fangsheng's face was full of mockery. "Living like that, I'd rather die sooner." The boy shook his head, his smile tinged with helplessness, his pupils revealing a coldness. "If that's the case, then die." The buzzing sound rang out again, 100 times sharper than before. The boy waved his hand, and a speck of gray light imprinted into the body of the Corpse King beside him. The Corpse King roared and charged forward. With a loud boom, Fangsheng was sent flying, and the Iron Gate collapsed as well. A second-tier ability user had no chance of winning against a third-tier zombie king. Zombies are tireless, devoid of emotions and desires, and their strength increases far faster than that of humans. "Forget it, you go too. I'm tired of playing." The boy waved again, and a lich beside him stepped through the Iron Gate and entered the sanctuary to begin the cleansing. A gray mist hung over the shelter, emanating a strong stench of decay. Corpse rain. Jiang Yu hid in the distance, not daring to make a move rashly. This young man was a 4th-level Corpse King, possessing complete intelligence. "I have 8 third-tier leader-level underlings around me. It would be a waste if 1 or 2 of them escaped." Corpse rain is corrosive and carries corpse poison. Once it takes shape, all ordinary people in the shelter who are contaminated will die. The poisonous cloud slowly took shape. Sizzle. Tiny gray raindrops fell, corroding the ground, occasionally splashing onto people, who collapsed with screams, convulsing and dying. "Everyone run. Get out the back door." Fangsheng's eyes were bloodshot with rage. These people were all his subjects, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. He has already adapted to the role of an emperor. The surrounding zombies followed the zombie king and lich into the shelter, where they began to fight and devour each other. "What?" Jiang Yu sighed. "One shouldn't be too greedy. The number of zombies will only increase, and it will be more troublesome to kill them if they infiltrate the shelter. We must obtain the 4th-order crystal core, let the rest go." With a single charge, Chi Yu severed the head of a 3rd-tier corpse witch. The rain of corpses above his head dissipated, and Jiang Yu condensed a fire separation talisman, extinguishing the 3rd-tier corpse king in the blazing flames. Jiang Yu glanced at the scattering crowd, while Fangsheng did his best to hold off the horde of zombies, buying everyone time to escape. He may be a bit weak, but he's a real man. Fangsheng and the others were still in shock, their pupils dilating as they stared at the scene before them. What's going on here? That was a 3rd-tier zombie king, and the young man killed it in one move. Evacuate the crowd. We cannot allow any more bodies to be added. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he turned to look at the boy sitting among the corpses, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This stepping stone came at just the right time. I'll bring my brothers to help you. Fangsheng channeled his supernatural power and threw it into the distance. With a loud bang, the lich beside the boy raised a protective shield and was unharmed. You are too weak. There's no need for you to die. Jiang Yu refused Fangsheng's offer, and Chi Yu led the way, charging towards the 4th-tier corpse witch. Being ignored by his subordinates, Fangsheng looked very uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to admit that what he said was true. Chensi, cover for me. Jiang Yu formed a sword incantation with his hands, his entire body enveloped in sword energy. If he had any usable weapon, he wouldn't have been reduced to using his sword fingers. Countless sword energies pierced through the horde of corpses and flew towards the 4th-tier lich. The lich's protective shield crumbled upon contact, and the sword energy pierced its body, leaving dozens of holes. The boy remained unfazed, and no blood was drawn. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the boy, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. No, this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary corpse king or lich. I can't tell what he is for the time being. Chensi summoned water to envelop his entire body, and a stream of weak water flowed across the battlefield, instantly dissolving ordinary zombies. Facing the Corpse King, she didn't confront him head-on. Instead, she split the water into several streams, creating cages to trap them one by one, and then devised a way to defeat them one by one. She could sense every move of the Corpse King and Corpse Witch in advance, and was not at a disadvantage in a 1-against-6 situation. After a few breaths, energy was running low. Inheritors all share the same weakness in the early stages. Their superpowers are too strong, but their energy is too low. Fang Sheng stared intently at the battle on the field. His earlier words had made his face turn red with embarrassment. Fortunately, he hadn't insisted, or he would have been even more embarrassed. Boss, is this also a superpower? Liu Yang's eyes widened in shock, his face turning ashen. If this is a superpower, then what are they? Scum? Waste. I don't know either. Fang Sheng mechanically slashed at the zombies in front of him, while his men behind him showed no mockery for their boss's dejection. The two people in front of them were clearly not in the same league as them. The Lich's eyes narrowed, and all the weapons scattered on the ground floated in the air, forming a metal storm, and a tornado flashing with cold light swept in. The Lich's signature skill, object manipulation. The metal storm moved indiscriminately towards Jiangyu, causing corpses to explode wherever it passed, and the corpse poison gathered in the storm. Jiangyu tried to connect with the storm and control its direction. Since it was wind, it was within the Tao of heaven. His mind entered the metal storm, sensing the direction of the wind. He clenched his fists, and white light flashed on his forehead. The storm drew an arc and turned towards the cage set up by Qin Shi. Roar! Roar! With several mournful cries, the Lich's third-tier minions were all torn apart by the storm. The storm did not dissipate and returned along the same path. I'm really reluctant to part with this body, but I prefer your special ability. The boy's face darkened as he stared at Jiangyu and said, with a wave of my right hand, the storm abruptly stopped. With a clanging sound, the broken weapons lost their support and fell to the ground. Puff! A hole was torn open in the boy's chest, from which two withered, shriveled hands emerged, tearing open his chest cavity to reveal a huge head. It was short and shriveled, with skin like a withered tree, its whole body covered in foul-smelling slime and festering blisters. Compared to its imposing appearance, the evil spirit that Jiangyu summoned in the villa to scare the girls was practically an adorable little pet. Tier 4 parasitic corpse. Moreover, it's a leader-level parasitic corpse. Take good care of yourself. Drawing talismans in mid-air, the heart-cleansing mantra is imprinted on the forehead at dawn and dusk. In his past life, he had killed many of these things. Their superpowers were mainly mental control, and their powerful mental strength could instantly destroy the host's mind to facilitate parasitism. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the parasitic corpse's mental attack assaulted Jiangyu's mind. In that moment of distraction, a gray shadow flashed by, moving with astonishing speed. A blur remained in his vision as the parasitic corpse lunged at Jiangyu's chest, determined to possess the body. Chapter 40 Ancient Corpse. Phoenix takes flight. Qiyu shifted to the side and slashed out with his sword, slamming the Lich's body hard into the ground. The Lich stood up and shook his head, revealing only a shallow wound on his back. Launch again. Exorcising Talisman. This time, it was greeted by a golden talisman, which melted and flowed into the Lich's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, instantly permeating its entire body. The Lich writhed in agony on the ground, causing the surrounding corpses to explode and spreading poisonous mist, forcing everyone to retreat. Jiangyu waved his hand, and a stone wall rose from the hard ground, blocking the mist and condensing a fire talisman to burn the corpses on the ground. The parasitic corpse evolved into a Lich, combining the advantages and abilities of both, making it exceptionally difficult to deal with. Everyone present had long since become numb. They were supposed to be tolerant of inhuman perversion. Even with the greatest tolerance, it's impossible for people to accept it. Wind, control, fire, earth, just how many superpowers does this person possess? They're also strong in close combat. The youth's strength is so great that it's depressing. Taking advantage of the situation, Chenxi used her water-based supernatural abilities to trap the Lich's limbs. The water froze, and the Lich was unable to break free, so she resigned herself to closing her eyes. Inexperienced people would most likely step forward and kill. Buzz. High-frequency sound waves emanated from everyone's minds, instantly controlling their spirits. The pupils of those around them turned blood red, and they grabbed weapons and rushed towards Jiangyu. When the Lich's mind control was activated, only a few people, including Fang Sheng, could remain conscious, and even they couldn't avoid feeling dizzy. There was simply no way to stop it. Jiang Yu was prepared. The earthen wall continued to extend, blocking everyone outside. Several unlucky guys were sealed inside the earthen wall, with only their comical heads sticking out. Seeing that the time was right, he activated the talisman within the lich's body. The exorcising talisman dissolved the corpse witch's body from the inside out, and golden cracks slowly appeared on her skin. Chi Yu swung his sword down, a flash of silver light, and the lich's head flew up. There was not a trace of blood at the cut. After the head hit the ground, it turned into a wisp of green smoke, and the corpse also disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at the battle unfolding before them, and a deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Through the cracks in the earthen wall, the process of the lich being killed was crystal clear. Fang Sheng saw that the battle was over and was about to step forward to express his gratitude. Jiang Yu, however, had no time to pay him any attention. There are no crystal cores where the corpse which was destroyed. It's impossible for a fourth-tier leader to be without a crystal core, unless it is not yet dead. The wisps of smoke didn't dissipate. They moved against the wind, enveloping the boy's corpse. The boy suddenly opened his eyes, sprawled on the ground, and fled into the distance like a wild beast, using all four limbs. In Jiang Yu's eyes, what had escaped was not a lich, but the fourth-tier crystal core he had been longing for. Jiang Yu did not pursue. He used his heavenly Dao ability to manipulate the earth and rocks, causing dozens of earth spikes to rise from the ground. The spikes pierced through the body of the lich from above. The lich struggled on, but the earth spikes began to decompose, turning into scorching magma. The magma enveloped the lich's body, turning it to ashes in the intense heat. A snow-white crystal core fell, and the user absorbed it, successfully breaking through to the third tier. The lava did not dissipate. Instead, long, fiery rivers of flame covered the entire shelter. A giant net of lava flowed, and the remaining zombies were reduced to ashes in the flames, their crystal cores scattered all over the ground. The crystal nuclei are all first order, so their effect on him is limited. Could you ask how to get to the history museum? Jiang Yu frowned, not wanting to stay any longer. The smell of burning zombies was really unpleasant. Go to the end of this street and look north, and you'll see a tall blue building that's easy to spot. There are monsters occupying it. You'd better not go. Fang Sheng was extremely respectful. From this day forward, he was no longer the master of the shelter. Mai was the only thing that mattered, and it was not up to him whether he wanted to or not. I'll take the crystal cores of level 2 and above. Is there a problem? Fang Sheng dared not object and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yu told Chun Shi to pick up the crystal core on the ground, then turned and left, leaving Fang Sheng with no chance to offer any of the compliments he had prepared. Are you just going to leave like this, abandoning all the crystal cores scattered on the ground? Even if it's a tier 1 crystal, it's still a crystal core, and one core can be exchanged for a decent toy. Add one more star, and with a bit of luck, getting your favorite minor celebrity isn't difficult. The shelter was right in front of him, and he wasn't interested in all the supplies. Did he not see the eager gazes of the women around him? Who exactly is this guy? Boss, they're human, right? Liu Yang swallowed hard, his voice bitter. Whether you believe it or not. Fang Sheng glanced at the shelter. Most of the buildings had collapsed, and the place was a mess. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel heartbroken after months of hard work. Their gaze fell upon the glittering crystal cores scattered on the ground, and their disappointment vanished instantly. With these crystal cores, their strength could be greatly enhanced. In this wretched world, everything is meaningless except for the ability to survive. Jiang Yu followed the location Fang Sheng had indicated and saw a large blue building in the distance with a huge crack in the middle. The entire building was tilted and teetering on the brink of collapse. Do we really have to go in? I'm a little scared. Chenxi tugged at Jiang Yu's arm worriedly, not wanting to go inside. Her dependence on her master became increasingly obvious. It's okay. Even if the building collapses, I can protect you. Just stay with me. Jiang Yu kicked open the warped glass door and led Chun Shi into the hall. Master, I will protect you too. Chenxi clung to Jiang Yu, and her words were hardly convincing. Jiang Yu smiled and patted her head, not taking it to heart. As soon as I entered, a mournful wail came from a corner of the hall. It was soft and desolate, not the roar of a zombie, but a familiar sound. I can't remember where I heard it right now. Jiang Yu stopped and listened intently, a sensual memory from his past life flashing through his mind. Activate the shield. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand, and a golden talisman protected the two of them. He then formed a sword with his fingers, and 3 feet of golden light extended from his fingertips. Upon hearing this, Chenxi waved her hand and summoned Ruoshui, which surrounded her. She looked into the dark corridor, ready to attack at any moment. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a woman in ancient costume, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, slowly walked in. The woman was very beautiful, with a cool and aloof beauty in her eyes. Upon seeing someone intrude, she took off the gold bracelet from her wrist and threw it into the air. A golden phoenix circled around it, looking ethereal. "Master, what is she?" Chenxi turned to look at Jiang Yu and asked curiously. "A mummified corpse resurrected by radiation, a true 1,000-year-old demon." Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. These old guys all had their own unique abilities and weapons, making them extremely difficult to deal with. He had personally witnessed thousands of skeletons emerge from the imperial tomb, led by a general wielding divine weapons. The army moved with discipline, and its imposing presence was overwhelming. In less than 10 days, a shelter housing tens of thousands of people was massacred. "His Majesty is resting. All of you leave now." The woman waved her hand, and a golden phoenix spread its wings and flew over, its cry echoing through the corridor, turning the reinforced concrete pillars into dust with overwhelming force. Jiang Yu finally understood why the building had become so dilapidated. The fire talisman condensed, and the intense heat of the flames filled the entire corridor. The golden phoenix was blocked from the golden light and slowly turned into liquid gold. Jiang Yu's eyes swept over the scene. The liquid gold writhed on the ground, then returned to normal in a short while. Metals with spiritual properties were rare. He was lucky today. Sword technique. He formed a sword incantation, and dozens of golden sword energies were generated, bursting forth with golden light and piercing towards the woman. Puff! One of the swords struck her right in the heart, while the others tore her clothes to shreds, driving the woman into a frenzy. To be fair, this mummified corpse had a rather good figure, plump and delicate, nourished by energy. "You filthy, lowly commoner! How dare you desecrate the royal family? I will tear you to pieces." The woman looked down at her pierced body, shouted sharply, and opened her arms. Mist poured out from her body, plunging the corridor into darkness. The phoenix flew back, transforming into golden scales that covered the woman's entire body. Jiang Yu could clearly feel the restlessness of the energy. Black blood flowed from the walls of the corridor, and countless arms, withered and grayish-white like tree branches, reached out from the walls and attacked the two of them. "Master, leave it to me." As Chun-Shi took a step forward, the weak water transformed into a long river, flowing along the wall. The moment the ghostly hand touched it, it instantly turned into black smoke. Chun-Shi turned her head and looked at Jiang Yu triumphantly, with a self-satisfied expression, looking indescribably charming and cute. She was originally cheerful, but it was overshadowed by long-term suffering. "Don't get distracted." Jiang Yu waved his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. An arm that had slipped through the net attempted to launch a sneak attack, but was shattered by the lightning. Chun-Shi stuck out her tongue sheepishly. "Where are the guards? Slay the traitor." The woman screamed, and heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs. Two heavily armored warriors descended, their armor empty except for a wisp of will-o'-the-wisp. Summoning Chi-Yu, this kind of close combat suits his taste better. As soon as Chi-Yu appeared, he launched a charge, rushed to the guards, leaped high into the air, and slashed down with his sword. The heavily armored warriors hurriedly raised their swords to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out. One of the heavily armored warriors was cleaved in two, and with a backhand swing of his sword, the other was also cut in half at the waist. Chi did not stop. He thrust out his long sword, and the woman was unable to dodge in time, her head being pierced through. Chapter 41. While others struggle to survive in the apocalypse, you're here acting as an emperor. So powerful. Chun-Shi praised sincerely, summoning back Ruoshui to surround her. The woman raised her left hand to grasp the blade and extended her right hand. Ignoring defense, the golden phoenix scales disintegrated, transforming into a golden dagger in her hand that pierced Chi-Yu's chest. Chi-Yu lowered his head. This was the first time he had been injured, and it was hard for him to accept. After drawing his sword, his eyes turned blood red, and he began to slash wildly. The woman, having lost the protection of her scales, could not withstand the blade and could only retreat continuously. With a bang, the gray mist exploded, and Chi-Yu was blasted back several meters, giving the woman some breathing space. With a wave of his hand, he caused the gray mist to condense into a chain, binding Chi-Yu to the spot. The chain tightened more and more, and Chi-Yu roared but could not break free. Chun-Shi was about to go up and help, but Jiang Yu stopped her, wanting to see the limits of Chi-Yu's combat power. "You lowly people, you have defied your superiors and deserve to be executed." The woman's figure flickered and disappeared into the mist. When she reappeared, She was already behind Chi-yu. Clang. Another strike, the golden dagger flashing, pierced towards Chi-yu's back. Chi-yu's body emitted a red light, breaking free from his restraints. Ignoring the damage from the dagger, he turned around and punched the woman in the chest. The woman was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the wall. Her chest caved in, and all her ribs were broken. Warrior, pledge your allegiance to me, and I will grant you eternal life. The woman struggled to her feet, her tone seductive, but unfortunately, the mutilated body of Chi-yu lacked intelligence, making it all a waste of breath. The long sword slashed down, the head flew up, and a third-tier crystal core exploded out. The dagger in the woman's hand fell to the ground. Jiang Yu stepped forward and picked it up. It felt as light as a feather in his hand. The words "Phoenix Feather" were engraved on the hilt. It can be transformed into a weapon, an ornament, or even scale armor, a rather unusual weapon. Weapons with sentience are rare and are collectively called strange weapons. They arise simultaneously with mutations, and no one knows why. The only speculation is that radiation altered their internal structure. Keep it safe. I'll teach you how to use it when I have time. Jiang Yu handed the phoenix feather to Qin Shi, and the little girl took it in disbelief, admiring it dearly. Thank you, master. Qinxi smiled, her eyes narrowing. Her master really spoiled her. It was worth all the hard work she put into learning. Jiang Yu walked upstairs, with Qin Shi following cautiously behind. The museum is dilapidated, with antiques and artifacts scattered all over the floor. The once priceless paintings and calligraphy are now less appealing than a steamed bun. Upon reaching the third floor, the upward staircase is blocked by collapsed pillars, and the other wall is completely obscured, offering a clear view of the outside scenery. The streets are overrun with zombies, and zombies and monsters devour each other. The museum has 5 floors. After searching the entire place, we found no trace of the Sword of No Form, nor did we see the Emperor the woman mentioned. Perhaps the Sword of No Form is not really here. Qinxi picked up a ticket from the ground. The back of the ticket listed the museum's attractions. Master, there is another floor underground. Jiang Yu took the ticket. The basement level housed a theater, restaurants, and a supermarket. The entrance was located where the woman had just appeared, but it was blocked by fallen rocks. Qinxi activated the weak water to corrode and create a passage. Chi-yu led the way, and they went down the stairs. The basement and the upper floors are like 2 different worlds. It's clean and tidy, without a single trace of damage. Candles were lit in the restaurant, and the table was laden with delicious food. A man dressed in a yellow robe sat at the table. The man turned around upon hearing footsteps and stood up excitedly when he saw Jiang Yu and the other man. Jiang Yu felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. If even a concubine is this powerful, what must the emperor be like? What if his special ability is to summon thousands of troops? Anyone who wants that broken sword can have it. Humans. The man in the yellow robe looked delighted. Jiang Yu connected all the clues and came up with a bold guess. Are you Song? The man nodded. Are you police officers? They don't look like it, and they're not wearing uniforms. Who exactly are you people? Song looked at the 2 people who came in with suspicion, not very trusting. There's no way to compare people's fates. Everyone is struggling to survive in the apocalypse, while some are enjoying life in a secluded room with a beautiful woman by their side. Jiang Yu looked at the kind-looking man and didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he remained silent. Song took it as tacit agreement. Why are you only arriving now? Finally, I can go out. You have no idea how I've been getting through these past few days. Song complained and took off his yellow robe. Jiang Yu looked at the food on the table, meat, vegetables, and even wine, and asked, that woman did all of this. That woman is crazy. She's been keeping me trapped, and she keeps calling me your majesty. I'm just a stage actor. What did I do to deserve this? Song slammed the yellow robe to the ground, downed a large mouthful of liquor, and coughed violently. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with amusement as he listened to his words. So, you've already had your fun? How does it taste? Jiang Yu tried it, and felt it was pretty good. In his previous life, he broke into a tomb, trying to find a pill to restore his body, and spent a few days with a concubine who was buried with him. Their thinking is simple, and their memories are reduced to fragments, the most beautiful and the most terrifying. I swear to God, I was forced into this. My wife is waiting for me at home. Don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing his words, Song's eyes darted away, and he reflexively looked towards the door. Only when he found no one there did he calm down. So be it, it's just a dried-up corpse. Relax, do me a favor, and I'll keep it a secret and give you an offer you can't refuse. Jiang Yu sat at the table and poured himself a glass of wine, which was still warm. A mummified corpse. Song looked at the boy suspiciously, wondering if this guy was from the same hospital as that woman. A mass escape from a mental hospital. The woman is crazy, but she has a top-notch figure and appearance, with skin as smooth as cream and feeling wonderful to the touch. Your mummified corpse's face is so tender that you could squeeze water out of it. If I weren't missing my family, I could stay here a few more days. I have no money, and I still have 20 years left on my mortgage. Song frowned. Could this be a honey trap? He then shook his head with a self-deprecating laugh. What kind of boss could a beautiful woman like her not be able to snag? She'd spent months swindling a penniless guy like him. What's the point? I'm looking for a sword. The blade is black, and the hilt is inscribed with the words, formless. Jiang Yu asked casually, have you seen it before? Song pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. There is such a sword on display in the Ancient Weapons Exhibition Hall. I don't recognize the inscriptions, so I don't know if it's the one you're looking for. You are not police officers. The man then realized that this was a group of thieves stealing cultural relics. I know nothing. Please let me go. I still have a wife and children to support. Jiang Yu stepped forward, looking at Song with sympathy. The truth was too cruel, and he didn't know how to speak. After a moment of contemplation, I told him everything that was happening outside. Impossible. You all conspired to set me up just to steal antiques. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Upon hearing this, Song excitedly stood up and ran towards the exit. Jiang Yu had no choice but to follow. The woman was dead, and the zombies outside wouldn't recognize him as the emperor. Outside the museum, a man stood on the street, looking desperately at the devastated city. Buildings had collapsed, abandoned cars lay across the road, and zombies were everywhere. The man's face was ashen, and he muttered to himself, I need to go find my daughter. I'm going to find my wife. They must still be waiting for me at home. Song struggled to his feet and rushed into the horde of zombies. He smelled the scent of blood and flesh, and the surrounding zombies swarmed towards him. Unable to bear it any longer, Chincy waved her hand to repel the zombies, and the long river flowed around him, protecting him in the middle. Please, please save my daughter. She's only 6 years old. The man stared blankly at the miraculous scene, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly to Chincy. Chincy's eyes reddened as she turned to look at Jiang Yu. I told you, help me find that sword, and I will help you. It's not impossible for you to be as strong as her. Jiang Yu couldn't bear to expose them. 2 months had passed since the incident, and the chances of the mother and daughter surviving were almost zero. In exchanging a weapon for a legacy, Song didn't lose out. Come with me. Without further hesitation, Song walked towards the back of the museum. Fearing complications, Jiang Yu added a flame talisman to him, causing the surrounding zombies and beasts to retreat. Jiang Yu and Chun she followed behind. The exhibition hall was blocked by the collapsed buildings, but the Roche River flowed on, and Chincy forcibly broke through the ruins to create a passage. There were far fewer zombies in the exhibition hall compared to the streets. A few mutated rats lurked in dark corners, terrified of flames and too afraid to show themselves. The swords and armor are all in the Ancient Weapons Exhibition Hall on the 2nd floor. There are many. When there are no performances, I also do some cleaning and tidying work. The work here is boring and the salary is low, but the advantage is that it is a permanent position. Song turned around and glanced at the 2 people behind him. He hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, who exactly are you people? Awakened ones are very lucky people who, after the mutation, will not turn into zombies after being exposed to radiation and will awaken superpowers at the same time. Jiang Yu told the truth and looked up at the signs in the exhibition hall. Song nodded upon hearing this. Having seen zombies roaming the streets and slept with resurrected 1,000-year-old mummies, he would believe Jiang Yu even if he claimed to be God. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Song opened the door. Upon entering the room, one is greeted by a view of weapons and armor displayed in glass cabinets, their colors dull and covered in rust. In the rest area in the middle of the hall, a person dressed in armor sat on a chair with a sword in hand, looking up at the group of people. Jiang Yu clearly felt the threat of death emanating from it. Chapter 42, Ending the Chaos? You dare to say that? In the center of the hall is a rest area for tourists. It was clearly not a tourist. The silver-gray armor gleamed with a cold light, and there was only a wisp of black mist inside the helmet. It was somewhat similar to the guards summoned by the 1,000-year-old female corpse, but their auras were worlds apart. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the long sword in his hand, his eyes becoming calm. The black blade was none other than Wuxian. Sensing danger, he unleashed the full power of the golden light mantra, covering his entire body. The golden pagoda became almost solid, and the details of its body were clearly visible. The white mark between his brows was glaring. Facing Wuxian, He dared not hold back his strength in the slightest. Jiang Yu reached out to stop Chen Shi and took the phoenix bracelet off her wrist. You two go down first. The damage from the formless one is very high. I can't protect you. I don't want to. I'm already very capable. Chen Shi stood tall with her chest held high, and the weak water river condensed in her hands. The river surged and appeared in front of the three of them, transforming into a shield. Song felt it would be undignified to slip away at this moment. Thinking of his wife and daughter, he realized that this little bit of dignity was nothing. He turned around and ran downstairs. I won't hold you back. Call me when you've finished. Song smiled awkwardly, and without waiting for Jiang Yu's reply, he disappeared into the corridor like a gust of wind. That armor, just looking at it sends chills down your spine. Are we just going to stay here and wait to die? Are you afraid of death? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Chen Xi's reaction surprised him a bit. Her senses were no weaker than his, and she couldn't possibly be unaware of her opponent's strength. The girl smiled brightly. I'm not afraid when I'm with my master. Okay, take care of yourself. Jiang Yu spoke gently. In this life, he was surrounded by warmth, which would slowly melt even the coldest heart. The armored creature didn't make a move, sitting quietly in the chair. It was rare to see a mutated monster that wasn't bloodthirsty. Jiang Yu was drawn to the artifacts displayed in the glass case and learned the origin of the name Zhua Yichuan, the inheritor of the heavenly Tao in his previous life. Wu Xiang, or Wu Xiang, is the sword of Feng Yichuan, a famous general of the Warring States period. Feng Yichuan cultivated Taoism at Tianyi Temple on Wanyan Mountain from a young age. After the world descended into chaos and the people suffered, Feng Yichuan, only 17 years old, emerged from seclusion amidst the turmoil. He devoted his entire life to quelling the wars and resolving the affairs of the world. Afterward, he relinquished his immense power and retired to the mountains. Feng Yichuan, Jiang Yu asked tentatively, standing up in his armor and slowly turning his head. The inside of his helmet was pitch black, like an endless abyss. Although they had no eyes, they could still clearly feel the scrutinizing gaze and the overwhelming murderous aura. With just one glance, Qi Yu's mangled body went out of control, tainted by murderous intent, his eyes turning bloodshot, and he swung his sword, slashing in all directions. He tried to take control, but the mental connection broke, and his commands received no response, so he had to retract them. Jiang Yu met his gaze calmly and fearlessly. I want to end this chaotic world with your sword. Ha ha ha. A low, maniacal laugh emanated from within the armor, as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world, the laughter filled with utter contempt. You dare to end this chaotic era? I see no compassion for humanity in you, only endless desire. A coward is not worthy of my sword. Feng Yichuan showed him no mercy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale instantly. He wasn't angry. Instead, the image of his master's voice and smile appeared in his mind. Go down the mountain. If chaos comes, cultivators will not be able to live in seclusion. If it is possible, then we will help all living beings. If things cannot be done, then one should take care of oneself. With his master's words echoing in his mind, Jiang Yu now had easy access to resources for survival after his rebirth. He didn't want to care about anything else. Saviors are often nailed to the cross or burned at the stake. The one who strikes most ruthlessly, the one who shouts the loudest, is the one you must save. Never doubt their stupidity. Desire is human nature. You're too arrogant. You don't need to understand what I'm about to do. I'm determined to have this sword. Jiang Yu steadied his mind. These old fogies were not to be underestimated. A few words from them had thrown him into a daze and almost made him lose his fighting spirit. You brat, the sword is right here. Come and take it if you dare. Feng Yichuan took a step forward, and terrifying energy exploded in the space. The shockwave rushed in and transformed into thousands of wind blades, shattering the surrounding display cases. Under the bombardment of wind blades, the golden light spell teetered on the brink of collapse, and Chen Xi's water shield was directly shattered. A gust of wind blades pierced through the defense and slashed fiercely at her body. At the critical moment, the girl slightly turned her body and easily dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Time-based superpowers never disappoint. Feng Yichuan's appearance is clearly that of a melee fighter, but I didn't expect his magic to be so powerful as well. A hint of horror flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. She bit her fingertip and drew a pattern in front of her. Her blood was the deep blue of the sea. It looks delicious. As the pattern took shape, a phantom image of a water god emerged behind the girl, bearing a striking resemblance to the statue in the temple. Summoning the gods is an essential skill for inheritors. The statue solidified, and the weak water river in front of it changed from clear and transparent to a dark blue. A blue dragon leaped out of the water and rushed towards Feng Yichuan. Boom! The sound of giant waves crashing against the shore rang out as the dragon slammed into the armor, causing tiny cracks to appear on the scales. The armor creaked and groaned, threatening to shatter with another blow. Feng Yichuan raised his longsword and charged toward Chen Shi. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Yu condensed a sword technique, unleashing thousands of sword energies that sealed off the entire space. As the sword energy approached, the sharp sword intent shredded all obstacles. Feng Yichuan dared not confront it head-on, so he held his long sword horizontally in front of him in a defensive stance, and a circular shield appeared in front of him. The momentum faltered. The charge that was only halfway through came to an abrupt halt. Several sword energies pierced through the shield, and a painful roar came from inside the helmet. The sound was like a cold wind blowing through a cave, chilling and piercing. General Feng, how does it feel to be a monster? You keep saying I'm not worthy, yet you're a dead man who clings to this world and is willing to become a monster. You're not much more noble than me. We're all just ordinary people, so don't pretend to be superior. Jiang Yu's eyes gathered light. His pupils were tinged with a golden divine glow, and he chanted Taoist incantations. The phoenix bracelet in her hand transformed into a golden longsword. The sword was somewhat weak, but at least it was an unusual weapon, better than nothing. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards the center, and a phantom appeared behind him. The same sword strike, but with more than twice the momentum of the previous one. The Purple Palace, the Gaochen Heavenly Palace. He softly recited familiar scriptures, and the image of the great Emperor Gaochen appeared behind him. Golden energy emanated from his longsword, distorting the air. Emperor Gaochen. Feng Yichuan murmured, his tone full of disbelief. Who exactly are you? I am God. Surrender to me or die. Jiang Yu stood with his sword on his back, but the sword did not strike. He lacked confidence that he could kill Feng Yichuan with a single sword strike. If he failed, he would be exhausted and face certain death. I just hope that when the time comes, Chen Shi can run faster while holding him. God, how ridiculous. If there is a God, why does he stand by and watch people suffer and struggle? Even if there is a God, he is an evil God. Feng Yichuan said disdainfully, standing with his sword in hand, gathering all his energy on the blade, and charging towards Jiang Yu. If the deception fails, let's fight to the death. In a corner where no one was watching, Chen Shi was carefully weaving a giant net. In a battle of the gods, she was just a minor character. Insignificant. That's exactly the effect she wanted. Water is formless and indifferent to all things. At the same time, we must remember that even water droplets can wear away stone. Chapter 43 Formless, more than just a name. Master, step back. Chen Shi gave a low shout, and Jiang Yu retreated rapidly. While Jiang Yu and Feng Yichuan were fighting, the weak water unknowingly seeped into every corner of the hall, splashing water with every step they took. It's just a little water, neither hot nor cold, seeping in silently. No one will pay it any mind. Water God's domain. Chen Shi crossed her arms over her chest, slowly squatted down, and her whole body dissolved into the water. Boom! A giant wave swept across the entire space, and dozens of water dragons rose from the ground, rushing towards Feng Yichuan. Feng Yichuan tore the water dragon apart with a single sword strike, but before he could recover, another water dragon roared in, followed by dozens of others. The crashing waves caused more and more cracks to appear in his armor. The water dragon coiled and swirled around him, forming a death vortex. When the water dragon came into contact with the scales, it made a hissing sound as if strong acid was corroding metal. The vortex tightened further and further, and the armor could no longer hold on, turning into dust. The giant waves receded, and everything returned to calm. Chen Shi appeared behind Jiang Yu, her body swaying precariously. Master, I can't hold on any longer. The girl was pale and fainted halfway through her sentence. Jiang Yu helped her up and slowly placed her on the ground. Feng Yichuan was now just a cloud of black mist shrouding the sword, floating in the air, its energy intensity less than half of what it had been before. Chen Shi's performance far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Yu was used to solving everything on his own and never had high expectations of the people around him. General Feng, I'm giving you this sword. Please advise. Jiang Yu stood up, raised his long sword above his head, and the phantom behind him solidified, a terrifying energy bursting through the heavens. The entire building began to shake, and a huge crack was torn open in the roof by the raging energy. As he swung the long sword down with all his might, Feng Yichuan looked up and saw the azure sky above through the crack. I've long forgotten when I last walked in the sunlight. The battle should end. Kid, I'll show you what I'm made of today. What is formlessness? Feng Yichuan abandoned his contempt, the black mist merging into the sword, man and sword becoming one. The formless fusion instantly transformed into more than a dozen different shapes of swords, spears, halberds, and other weapons, finally settling on 4 different types of weapons. A sharp sword cuts through the wind, a long saber slays souls, a giant hammer shatters armor, and in the middle stands a long spear, its tip piercing the sword shadows in the air. As the gun and sword clashed, the incredibly violent energy mingled together, producing a soft buzzing sound. At this moment, all was quiet, and time stood still. In an instant, 2 bursts of energy exploded, terrifying ripples swept past, the walls cracked, and the floor collapsed. Clang! Feng Yichuan vanished into thin air, and the 4 weapons, having lost their support, fell to the ground and merged into one, transforming into nothingness. That was close. Jiang Yu had only heard of the name Wuxiang, but had never seen it, let alone knew that it could freely transform into thousands of weapons. Shursong is too low-key, which makes the description of Wuxiang in the illustrated compendium of strange weapons very vague. He remembered one sentence very clearly. Shursong had no inheritance in the early stages, but he was able to kill ordinary inheritors simply by tempering his body with the formless. Later, after inheriting the legacy, he was repeatedly forced to dominate the rankings. If Feng Yichuan had held on for just a moment longer, the sword, saber, and hammer would have struck him simultaneously, leaving him either dead or severely injured. Picking up the longsword, he carried Qinsi and rushed towards the gap in the wall, jumping down the building, after which the exhibition hall collapsed. As the dust settled, Shursong swallowed hard, staring blankly at the ruins before him, anger rising in his heart. He was on the first floor of the exhibition hall 5 minutes ago, and only escaped because zombies broke in. Are you out of your mind? I almost got buried underground. Shursong looked terrified and shouted angrily. So what? Before the aura of Emperor Gaochen had dissipated, Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked at the man. Shursong's expression froze, too frightened to speak further. He really couldn't afford to mess with the monster that could blow up a building. Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu's guardian spirit and carefully examined Qi's injuries. The girl had simply overexerted her energy, and fainting was her body's way of protecting itself. She was fine. He took out a crystal core from his backpack and quietly absorbed it. The crystal nucleus dispersed with the wind, and most of its energy was restored. After the summoning spirit dissipated, the aura gradually subsided, and he realized that the tone of his voice had been very unfriendly. It was my fault that things happened so suddenly. I will keep my promise to you. He who takes a bribe is bound to be obligated to do so, Jiang Yu said, looking into Shursong's eyes. It's been more than 2 months since the anomaly occurred, and most of your family members are probably no longer here. What are your plans for the future? Shursong knew that what Jiang Yu said was true, but so what? He simply couldn't accept it. His daughter was so cute, so tiny. Like an elf. How could it possibly die? I don't know. I have to find them. Even if I become a zombie, I will stay with them. Shursong remained silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked into Jiang Yu's eyes, his tone firm. Okay, I'll help you. Jiang Yu took out a map and measured the distance with his finger. It was more than 10 kilometers. He could make it there today. It's an insignificant legacy, enough to sustain us through life. I can't thank you enough, but I still want to ask you one question. Why did you help me? No reason needed. Just assume I like to meddle. Inside the shelter in Kaifeng City, it was late at night, and a light rain was falling from the sky. In the open space, there was a makeshift tent with a tattered roof covered with a plastic bag to prevent it from leaking. This is where ordinary people without superpowers live. It's very simple, but at least zombies won't suddenly rush out. Mom, I'm so hungry. The girl shook her mother's arm, and the woman opened her eyes wearily. She had been busy all day, carrying bricks, transporting mud and sand, doing the same heavy work as the men. Apart from a simple meal of clear wild vegetables and mixed grains at noon, the only reward for the whole day was a dry, crumbly steamed bun. In fact, one can survive on their own, but it is very difficult to survive with a child in tow. She did heavy physical labor and only ate a few mouthfuls of rice bran, which was worse than what livestock received. Sweetie, go to sleep now. Mommy will find you something to eat when it's light. The woman patted the girl on the back, saying things she herself didn't believe. Mom, will Dad come looking for us? I miss him so much. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I want to eat cake. Dad said he would buy me a doll, a big one. The girl stretched out her arms, her eyes sparkling with hope. Dad will come back. He definitely will. Sweetie, be good. Daddy will be back when you wake up. After the woman finished speaking, she could no longer stop her tears, which mingled with the raindrops dripping from the ceiling and fell silently. This can't go on. My daughter will starve to death. Remembering the greedy look in the team leader's eyes during the day, the woman made up her mind. Forget about shame and chastity. Nothing is more important than her daughter. A bolt of lightning struck, and Sweetie shrank back in fright. How about Mommy tells you your favorite story? Good. A long, long time ago, there was a princess. Her prince, clad in armor, came to fetch her riding on auspicious clouds of 7 colors. The woman's voice grew softer and softer, the girl sucked her fingers, and the two fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, in the outskirts of Kaifeng City, Song crawled out of the tomb, his whole body enveloped in molten metal, and the inheritance was in his hands. Jiang Yu glanced at him and spoke. How are you feeling? This is awesome. Am I superhuman now? Song clenched his fist, and the molten metal covering his body condensed into a long spear. The man raised his spear above his head and roared to the sky. Chenxi watched this and laughed tastelessly. How could this guy be so funny? Upon hearing the girl's laughter, Song scratched his head sheepishly. His spear dissolved, transforming into a suit of armor that covered his entire body. Being adept at using superpowers is a talent. Mastering superpowers requires boundless imagination. The same energy, the same superpower, but different people use them in vastly different ways. The next morning, the three arrived at the Kaifeng City shelter, Fengsheng's territory. Lu Yang led several fully armed henchmen on patrol around the perimeter. They were all second-tier awakened individuals. Thanks to the low-level crystal cores that Jiang Yu disdained to pick up, the strength of everyone in the shelter increased rapidly. Lu Yang saw Jiang Yu and the other two approaching from afar and ran over with a fawning expression. Master, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. Jiang Yu touched his nose. What an awkward way to address someone. Just call me Jiang Yu. If you need anything, come to your boss. Brother Jiang, I'll take you there right away. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Boss Feng worships you like a god. Lu Yang dared not call him by his given name. Addressing him as Brother Jiang was already considered an honor. Upon entering the shelter, one sees a scene of utter devastation. Most of the dozens of residential buildings have been reduced to ruins after the battle. It gives people a feeling that can be summed up in one word. Chaos. It's far worse than the management of Suzhou Creek. It's just a bunch of kids playing house. There were no patrols to maintain order, no guards, no market for trading, and even 2 thugs robbing people in the street. But Lu Yang and his friends turned a blind eye. Jiang Yu frowned. It would be a miracle if this makeshift team could last even a few months. Walking further in, Lu Yang stopped in front of a detached building, which was probably the community's activity room or property management office. Lu Yang knocked on the door, and a nearly naked, alluring woman opened it. Boss. Ignoring the woman's attempts to stop him, Lu Yang rushed into the room. Jiang Yu peeked through the crack in the door and reached out to cover Chen Shi's eyes. Chapter 44 Pure Green Service. Master, I'm not a child. Chen Shi removed his hand, curiously peered inside, then quickly turned away, her pretty face blushing. How could someone be so shameless? It seems my knowledge is still too shallow. Little Yangzi, you've come at the right time. Pick one yourself. It's a new one today, so don't say I didn't take care of you. Fengsheng was exercising. There were quite a few fitness instructors, and he was extremely busy. Boss, Brother Jiang is here. Lu Yang turned around, forced a smile at the 3 of them, and slammed the door shut. Having such a boss is true happiness. It's truly shameful. The door was closed, and Song was very disappointed. Brother Jiang. Fengsheng looked completely bewildered. That's the great god who killed a group of zombie kings yesterday. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me so much I'll castrate you. A moment later, Fengsheng, dressed neatly, opened the door. The woman inside was nowhere to be seen, and a peculiar smell filled the air. Master, it really is you. Please come in quickly. Jiang Yu glanced at Chen Shi, whose face was flushed, and withdrew his right leg, which had been halfway out. He didn't really care. He'd seen this kind of thing many times before, but he still had to maintain his image as the master. No need, let's just talk here. I need your help with something. If you say so, I will do my best. Fengsheng was overjoyed. It was an honor that the great master had asked him for help. He was so happy that he could let some resources slip through his fingers, which would save him 10 years of hard work. Find me 2 people. Jiang Yu looked at Song. Song quickly described the characteristics and names of the mother and daughter in detail. I don't remember, please wait a moment. Lu Yang, Gather all management personnel above the team leader level in the square. Anyone who arrives late will have their legs broken. Lu Yang accepted the order and immediately went to carry it out. A dozen minutes later, the square was filled with people, men and women, most of whom were awakened. It was chaotic and there was no order at all. These idiots made Boss Fong lose face. Fong Sheng unleashed an explosive ability, the shockwave sending everyone into chaos before they finally quieted down. Song stood on the stage and repeated what he had just said, causing chaos in the audience. Whoever provides useful information will be rewarded with 3 second-order crystal cores. Jiang Yu's words elicited gasps of surprise. I think I've seen 2 people like that before, working under Ma Sanjun. I've only met him once, so I'm not entirely sure. A young man with tattoos all over his arms said. The young woman with the little girl was good-looking and had an attractive figure. He couldn't help but take a few more glances, but unfortunately Ma Sanjun had supernatural abilities, so he dared not provoke him. He has no shortage of women under his control, so it's not worth offending that ruthless man for a plaything. Song was overjoyed and ran over to hug him, really wanting to kiss him. Jiang Yu was even more surprised. Song was lucky, managing to save his wife and daughter with a single sword. Ma Sanjun come out. Fong Sheng was overjoyed. These 3 crystal cores were now secure, plus the favor from the great god. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Boss, I saw Ma Sanjun just go into the warehouse with the woman you're looking for. A girl said that she was delicate and pretty, with a white mark between her eyebrows. I also provided information. Could I also get a crystal core? Foolish woman. She has superpowers, but unfortunately her brain isn't very good. Fong Sheng's expression changed drastically. This Ma Sanjun was going to kill everyone. If he kills that woman, Jiang Yu will go berserk, and none of them will survive. Fong Sheng and Lu Yang exchanged a glance and ran towards the warehouse at their fastest speed ever, not even caring that they had lost a shoe in the process. Song followed closely behind, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed anger. The metal in his hand coalesced into a battle axe, its blade emitting a crimson color. Lu Yang felt like his back was on fire. He turned around and involuntarily shrank back. The people around Brother Jiang are all incredibly twisted. He felt utterly hopeless, wishing he could grind Ma Sanjun into dust. Fong Sheng kicked open the warehouse door, and what came into view was a bloody, mangled corpse, like pieces of meat just taken out of a blender. The two felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's over. I don't know if it's too late to commit suicide now. Song slumped down outside the door, having arrived just a step too late, missing the mark by a hair's breadth. Brother Lu, Boss Fong. I killed him. I didn't mean to kill anyone. I just wanted to get some food for my daughter. He rushed at me, and I panicked. Captain Ma flew out. A woman covered in blood emerged from behind the wooden crate, a white mark flashing on her forehead. Well done. Well done. Fong Sheng murmured. His legs went weak, and he wanted to help Lu Yang up, only to find that Lu Yang was already sitting on the ground. My life has been saved. Xiaoyan. Song rushed over, hugged the woman, and used all his strength as if he wanted to meld her into his body. The woman stared blankly at the newcomer, her emotions erupting instantly. Where have you been all this time? His wife doesn't care, his daughter doesn't look after him, and he hasn't seen her for months. I thought you. Xiaoyan stopped mid-sentence, unable to utter the word. Boss Fong, I killed the man. Don't implicate my family. Do whatever you want with them. Xiaoyan stood in front of Song, her expression resolute. Her husband has always been a kind-hearted person and never argues. She's long been used to being independent. She often stands up for her husband. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Ma Sanjun deserves to die. From now on, you can sit in his seat and make any request you may have. No, being a team leader is too tiring. We need a supervisor for logistics. I wonder if you, sister-in-law, would be interested? Fong Sheng quickly retorted, what a joke. Sister, could you please stop hurting me? If you just say less, I'll treat you like my own mother from now on. Xiaoyan couldn't quite grasp the situation and looked to her husband for help. We'll talk about these things later. What about our daughter? Song only wanted to see his daughter. He had no interest in worrying about his position. I've asked Sister Chen to keep an eye on things. I'll take you there in a bit. Boss Fong, can I leave now? Xiaoyan looked at Fong Sheng, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Sister-in-law, please make yourself at home. Fong Sheng's attitude left her even more bewildered, and after thinking it over, there was only one possibility. Her man has made something of himself. Today is your daughter's birthday. She will be very happy to see you. As the two walked out of the warehouse, Fong Sheng heard these words and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was a golden opportunity. Little Yangzi, come here. Fong Sheng whispered a few words in Lu Yang's ear, and the latter smiled, and quickly went to make arrangements. Jiang Yu watched this scene unfold. Although Fang Sheng was a poor manager and had mediocre character, he was a man of principle who knew when to advance and retreat and could bend and stretch. Brother Jiang, this shelter is pretty good. Would you like to consider it? Just leave me some food. After Fang Sheng finished speaking, he carefully observed Jiang Yu's reaction. It's just talk. Who wants to have an emperor emeritus above them? I'm not interested. I'm only here to help a friend. But if you want to live a little longer, I have a few words to remind you. I will remember what you say. Fang Sheng was taken aback upon hearing this. Then his face lit up with delight. The master was about to give him some pointers. In the apocalypse, for shelters to continue to exist, two things must be done. First, there must be laws to make people feel safe. Secondly, the allocation of resources should be clearly defined, with rewards and punishments clearly distinguished, and people should have avenues for promotion. Only by doing these two things can you make your subordinates feel a sense of belonging and be willing to work hard for you. You have time to think about it carefully. Oh, right, this is your payment. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he tossed him a third-order crystal core. Brother Jiang, you're too kind. These are things I should do. I have no right to accept your gifts. As Fang Sheng spoke, his hand couldn't help but take the crystal core. With it, breaking through to the third tier was only a matter of time. You deserve it. Take good care of their family for me. If you ever encounter any problems you can't solve, come to the Qingdao shelter, and I'll help you once. Jiang Yu's promises were all empty words. He himself didn't know whether the Qingdao shelter actually existed. Brother Jiang, you're like a brother to me. I'll kowtow to you. Fang Sheng assigned the two best rooms in the shelter to Jiang Yu and Qin Shi, deliberately placing them far apart. Qin Shi was unwilling but too embarrassed to say it outright. Back in his room, Jiang Yu was just about to take a relaxing bath when there was a knock on the door. When the door opened, Lu Yang stood there with a lewd look on his face. Behind him was a group of young girls, including mature women and cute girls. Brother Jiang, please pick whatever you like. I guarantee it's clean. Please don't misunderstand. This is a completely green service. Green? The leaves in this shelter are all yellow. Chapter 45 Camping in the Wild, the Uncle's Preferences. Jiang Yu carefully observed the group of girls gathered at the entrance, and two of them fit his aesthetic preferences. Just as he was about to speak, Shensi came up from the stairwell. Lu Yang, I knew you had no good intentions. Master, you can't touch these dirty things. Shensi ran over angrily, glared at Lu Yang, and knew without a doubt what he was up to. Jiang Yu stroked the girl's red hair and smiled helplessly. It's just choosing two maids, no need to react so strongly. Shensi stood in the middle, reaching out to stop them. Master, I don't care about you. It's just that this place is too dirty, and there are so many germs. I can also do laundry and cleaning. After Shensi finished speaking, her gaze fell on Lu Yang. What? You want me to send you away? Energy condenses, and the weak water flows in the hand. A few drops splash onto the ground, constantly bubbling and boiling. A pungent, acidic odor filled the hallway. Everyone was horrified. A single drop on their face would definitely disfigure them, and they needed to make a living based on their looks. Who would dare to step forward? Lu Yang looked embarrassed. Well, I failed to flatter her and instead offended the hostess. With a little whisper in her ear, she'll have a good life ahead of her. These good-for-nothing lookouts didn't even make a sound when the main culprit came. By the way, there are a few guys lurking around outside my room. I thought it was a zombie, so I was a bit too rough. If I had been more careful, I should have been able to pick up a few bones. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's body trembled. He no longer cared about the future. Saving his life was the most important thing right now. In the eyes of a master, someone like him is nothing more than a bunch of ants. So what if they killed him? It's nothing. They're probably just some clueless thugs. I'll go and increase the security right away. Lu Yang fled in a flash, not daring to look back even once. Shensi, don't kill indiscriminately anymore. If your violent temper cloud your judgment, I can't save you. Jiang Yu stared into the girl's eyes, his gaze clear and innocent, without a trace of menace. Master, I was just scaring him. You know I don't like killing people. Chun Shi smiled innocently, took Jiang Yu's arm and walked into the room, closing the door behind her. Disliking killing is more serious than indiscriminate killing. Hearing Jiang Yu's admonition, the girl puffed up her cheeks in anger and looked speechless. This owner is great in every way, except that he loves to teach and takes every opportunity to cram a lot of things into her. She's not here to attend a lecture. Shinsi put her hand into the bathtub. It was a little hot, so she added some cool water. Master, the water is getting cold. You're planning to keep talking until dawn? The next day at noon, Jiang Yu finally felt like he had slept enough, so he got up and opened the curtains. Shinsi murmured something, pulled the blanket over her head, and breathed evenly. The sunlight outside the window was warm, and the room was filled with the warmth of spring. This was the kind of life he wanted. When Chinsi was woken up, the girl got out of bed reluctantly, dressed herself, and slumped on the table, looking groggy and listless. Jiang Yu had someone summon Song, Fang Sheng, and the others, and they arrived shortly afterward. Fang Sheng adopted a very humble posture, sitting in a corner of the sofa. I'm leaving today, so I'm saying goodbye to everyone. Jiang Yu personally poured a cup of hot tea for everyone, who were flattered and surprised. Brother Fang, I want to go with you. Song pulled Xiao Yun to her feet. It seemed the two had already discussed it beforehand. I won't take anyone with me. Just stay here and relax. You can come find me in Qingdao later. Jiang Yu shook his head and refused. He was going to commit suicide and didn't want to drag others down with him. Based on the timeline, the Gu Jiao has only been awakened for less than a month. In a sense, the crystal core of the early-stage Gu Jiao is more important than that of the Wu Xiang and should absolutely not be missed. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste, so he turned to look at Fang Sheng. Are there any armored vehicles in the shelter? Fang Sheng frowned slightly, looking somewhat troubled, and hesitated before speaking. Yes, it does exist, but the circuit system keeps malfunctioning. The only solution is for the engineers to convert it to a fully mechanical operation, which is barely usable. In short, it's not very reliable and often breaks down halfway through the journey. It's really strange. We found a lot of generators and electrical appliances, but none of them worked. Fang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Song wouldn't be leaving for the time being. He liked this man very much. Don't get me wrong, it's just simple appreciation. Song possesses unique abilities. Ordinary metals, after being refined by him, have their strength more than doubled. The problem is that this guy has no ambition, is afraid of his wife, and is timid. It's just a charade, and we still have to sneak around and have them cover for us. Fang Sheng provided the best conditions for Song's family, giving them better food, clothing, and other necessities than he himself did. The two of them drank and played all night yesterday, and have already become sworn brothers. It won't be long. If we keep him here for a few months, the shelter's strength will increase significantly. As long as it works, that's fine. As you can all see, the radiation is getting stronger and stronger. No electronic device can withstand it. We can only rely on pure machinery. With increased radiation, superpowers will also be enhanced, as will zombies and other monsters. Good luck to you. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he bid farewell to everyone and embarked on a new journey with Qinshi. Humans are emotional beings, and Jiang Yu was somewhat moved when he saw the armored vehicle full of supplies. Without saying thank you, he casually tossed Fang Sheng a wad of paper, which was then given to several supply depots. Fang Sheng opened it, glanced at it, and immediately knelt down to solemnly kowtow 3 times to Jiang Yu. Armored vehicles travel on the highway, clearing the way at dawn and dusk, while the weak water flows swiftly. Any trash that comes near without discernment, whether human or ghost, will be corroded into dust. We were speeding at 60 kilometers per hour on the highway heading to Langshire. The surrounding area was deserted. There were hardly any humans, let alone zombies. Several black-bodied, white-winged magpies were pecking at the maggots left on the bones along the road. Seeing the car pass by, he didn't dodge, but rushed over with red eyes. If it touches the weak water, not a single hair will remain. As the sun set, Jiang Yu stopped his car by the roadside. Chinsi took out picnic stoves from the carriage, set up a table, and laid out a table full of sausages, canned goods, and vegetables. Sizzle. Stir-fry in hot oil, and in no time several side dishes are ready. The girl tasted the saltiness, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, quite satisfied with her cooking. There were 4 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, plus a plate of canned fruit. Ignoring the watchful Chi Yu in the distance, pairs of glowing, eerie green eyes lurked in the shadows. Rather than a post-apocalyptic survival story, it's more like a warm and romantic camping trip for a couple in the countryside. Jiang Yu frowned when he smelled the aroma. You're making too much noise. It'll attract unnecessary trouble. Zombies, monsters, hunting teams. And then, Chinsi asked in return. With her big, innocent eyes, she looked at Jiang Yu and obediently poured him a full glass of beer, the glass emitting a chill. Yes, so what if there are zombies and monsters? So what if there are hunting teams? He's not the weakling he was in his past life. Master, you'll age very quickly if you keep doing this. Come on, relax. The girl reached out and smoothed his forehead, nodding in satisfaction. He looked much better that way. He's a handsome young man, but he acts like an old man every day, and his tastes also have that old man vibe. Porridge was cooking on the stove. Chinsi opened a jar of oyster meat, poured it in, and sprinkled some chopped wild vegetables on top. The aroma was rich and pervasive, but after taking a bite, it was almost overcooked. At that moment, behind a mound not far away, someone was hiding under fallen leaves. He slowly turned to the side, reached into the chest cavity of the zombie next to him, pulled out its internal organs, and smeared his body with zombie fluid. Zombie bodily fluids have a foul odor, which can effectively mask the scent of humans. It smells so good. A dark figure poked its head out from among the fallen leaves, sniffing carefully. A familiar aroma wafted through the air, like hot pot or spicy hot pot. An irresistible aroma, brimming with technology and ruthless skill. It's over. She's so hungry she's hallucinating. Chapter 46, I have a divine artifact. If it's late, this will be generated by AI. Please delete if it infringes on your rights. The girl's name is Chin Ruowan. She has the superpower of prying eyes, which is a level. After the mutation, she has been hiding in the mountains. She was a history major at Taichung University and had been unable to find a suitable job for several years after graduation. Disheartened, she begged her grandfather to let her stay at the Taoist temple permanently. Grandpa was the abbot. It was just a matter of leaving someone on the mountain with a single word. Ruowan's grandfather's Taoist temple was not like Jiang Yu's unorthodox sect. It was a legitimate sect with several hundred resident disciples. Not only did her numbers not decrease after the mutation, but with the addition of survivors who later came to the mountain to seek refuge, her disciples exceeded 1,000 when she descended the mountain. They were living a life of comfort until the valley collapsed a little over 10 days ago. A giant beast crawled out of the valley and took over the Taoist temple. Her grandfather died, and she was separated from the others. They barely escaped from the deep mountains, often going an entire day without finding anything to eat. This time it was even worse. They only drank a few mouthfuls of sewage over 3 whole days. The alluring aroma of such advanced technology and skillfully crafted fragrance was irresistible, and I couldn't help but stand up. By the time the girl came to her senses, she could clearly see the car in the woods. The aroma of seafood made her swallow hard. Reason told her it was a trap, but a person starving to death has no reason. I can't take it anymore. A trap is a trap, but I'd rather die from starvation than from being trapped. Ruowan approached the car and could no longer suppress her desires. Kind person, could you share some of your food with me? Jiang Yu stopped Chi-Yu and looked at the girl in disbelief. More than 2 months have passed since the mutation, and hunting teams are everywhere. How did someone as exceptional as her survive? Even Qianyue wouldn't do something so foolish. The girl was covered in blood. Her face was so dirty you couldn't see her original color. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were tattered. A stench hit her, and Chinsi covered her nose, almost vomiting up her food. She quickly told them to stop. Don't move. Are you a human or a ghost? I'm a human. Could you give me some food? Just a little bit will do. Ruowan replied quickly, afraid of being mistaken for a zombie. Seeing Chinsi's reaction made me even more upset. She used to be the center of attention wherever she went on campus, and with her grandfather's support in the mountains, she was the center of attention. I've never suffered such injustice before. Master, I want to save her. Chun-Shi prayed. Jiang Yu glanced at the girl. The scene was familiar. Whatever. Can you wash her first? I can't taste anything anymore. Jiang Yu's brows were so furrowed they could trap a fly. He picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and put it back on the plate. Chinsi's cooking skills are truly excellent. She can make wild vegetables taste fresh and delicious. It's not bitter at all. In fact, it's slightly sweet. Chinsi smiled wryly, thinking that her master didn't care about anything. A few days ago, he witnessed his owner eating bread in a room filled with zombie fragments. Leave it to me. I guarantee it will be clean. He led the girl to the back of the armored vehicle, and after a moment, the sound of running water could be heard. A dozen minutes later, the girl came out from the back of the vehicle. Chinsi was very satisfied with her masterpiece. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the object, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. Where did you get these clothes? I took it from the car. Can I wear it? Chinsi asked innocently, a sly glint in her eyes. The girl was already extremely beautiful, and at this moment, she was wearing a white shirt. The hem of her dress was very short, barely covering her skin and revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. She wore a light yellow short skirt, which was even shorter. Well, it's better than nothing. The biggest problem is that the size is too small, at least 2 sizes too small. Chinsi is definitely doing this on purpose. Jiang Yu looked at Chun-Shi, waiting for her to explain. Master, our food doesn't just fall from the sky. We can't just eat for free. Sometimes I also want to get a good night's sleep. Chinsi served the girl a bowl of porridge and then handed her a large bag of bread. It's no exaggeration, it really is a huge bag, about the size of a palm, with more than 20 of them. The girl wolfed down the hot soup. Chensi felt terrible seeing this. She knew best what it meant to be hungry. You want to save her? Jiang Yu saw through her little scheme at a glance and casually asked. Master, I can eat a little less, but could you please let her stay? After Chensi finished speaking, she carefully observed her master's expression, and her eyes reddened slightly as she recalled the past. Jiang Yu's expression gradually turned cold as he reminded him. You should think it over. She won't live much longer with us. Chensi dared not look into his eyes, lowered her head, and buried her face in her chest, her voice barely audible. Don't worry, master. I will protect her. If she doesn't come with us, she'll die even faster. Jiang Yu touched her hair, his tone helpless. This is the first time you've disobeyed me. If she does anything inappropriate, you must kill her yourself. Chensi looked up in a panic, at a loss for words. Master, I'm not being disobedient. It's just. Only. She wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. Ruowan finished the last bit of white porridge without spilling a drop, and only felt a little full after eating the whole bag of bread. Thank you for your hospitality. You don't need to make things difficult for her. I'll be leaving now. The girl got up to leave, but Chensi stopped her. I said I would keep you, master. I will persuade him. Are you willing? Ruowan's gaze fell on the carriage, and after struggling for a moment, she nodded gently. I'll take you to rest. The master is very soft-hearted. If you take the initiative, he will keep you. Chensi happily pulled her into the tent, leaving Jiang Yu standing to the side. Do people in their 20s also have a rebellious phase? Jiang Yu was drinking beer alone, listening to the two girls chatting. Sister, my name is Qin Ruowan. I also know a girl named Chensi. She's thin and small, not as pretty as you. She looks like a little monkey. Then, Chensi's weak voice came from inside the tent. She's so ugly. You must hate her. Ruowan was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. On the contrary, she is my favorite in the whole class. She is the most responsible girl I have ever met. She's great in every way, except she's incredibly stubborn, which makes me so angry I always want to punch her. If we put money on her meal card, she simply won't go to eat. If we bring her food, she won't accept it. You don't know, I hate braised pork the most, but Chensi likes it very much. I would order one portion each time, force myself to eat a few bites of lean meat, and then push the rest onto her to finish it off for me. She couldn't bear to waste food. If it's been too long since you've seen a living person, you'll keep complaining. Chensi listened quietly, occasionally interjecting. She's really ungrateful. Why are you still bothering with her? If her voice got a little loud in the evening, she would quickly lower it, afraid of bothering others. I don't want to care about her. I've been so angry with her that I've wanted to break up with her several times. But if I don't see her for a day, I start to worry that she might not eat and that she might be hungry. Do you think I'm being a masochist? Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yu understood Chensi's persistence. That brat, can't she just explain herself? Ruowan is absolutely right. She's so stubborn. Qin Ruowan, come out. The two were chatting enthusiastically when Jiang Yu's voice came from outside the tent. Master, the tent has a new and comfortable blanket. I'll go sleep in the car. Chensi's face flushed slightly, a man's heart. I had a lot of opinions just now, but I couldn't hold back so quickly. Jiang Yu glared at Chensi and said, Stay here quietly. We'll settle your score later. After meeting Ruowan, Chensi was clearly carried away with joy, unable to hide his happiness. Master, I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me as you please, but I'm afraid you won't have the energy to cause me trouble later. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yu carefully examined Ruowan, while the girl nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes. A shirt that's too short is completely useless. Jiang Yu got straight to the point. Since he had decided to take them in, there was no need to hesitate. Speak. Give me a reason to keep you here. Ruowan mustered her courage and raised her head, her voice so low it was barely audible. I've never had a boyfriend, really, I swear. Jiang Yu was speechless. It was a reason that was hard to refuse. Ruowan then dropped a bombshell. I know I'm not as good-looking as Chensi, so please don't send me away. I have a magical artifact. It's very powerful. Jiang Yu's expression froze, not believing a word. Had the girl misspoke? A magical artifact? In the post-apocalyptic world, it's understandable to inflate one's status to curry favor with the powerful in order to survive. Common tactics used by low-level mice. However, there are limits to lying. Chapter 47 The Girl Who Was Raised in Captivity. Jiang Yu wasn't doubting her intelligence. You've seen people with magical artifacts who can't even make a living. I don't know what it is either. It's one of my grandfather's bracelets. After the mutation, the bracelet became a magical artifact. My grandfather showed it to me. It can hold a lot of things. When Ruowan saw the doubt in his eyes, she quickly explained. Bracelet. Space-based alien force. Jiang Yu searched his memory and remembered something, then tentatively asked, Yinxia Temple? You've been to my grandfather's Taoist temple? If Ruowan looked surprised, Jiang Yu made up an excuse to cover it up. I have been practicing Taoism since I was a child. I went there once with my master when I was very young. Oh, no wonder I've never seen you before. I've only been on the mountain for less than a year. Before graduation, I only went to the Taoist temple during winter and summer vacations. Hearing Jiang Yu talk about cultivation, Ruowan relaxed a lot. Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, why aren't you staying on the mountain? Why are you running around everywhere? That's how it is. Ruowan recounted the events that occurred on the mountain from the beginning. Grandpa used his body as bait to hold back the monster in order to cover our escape, and he left the bracelet on the mountain. A pang of sadness flashed across her eyes as she recalled the scene of her grandfather being torn apart. After Ruowan finished speaking, she felt that she was really shameless, exchanging a magical artifact that no one else could obtain for the chance to stay. That's utterly shameless. Jiang Yu looked excited, while Ruowan nervously tightened her collar, then loosened it again. It's only a matter of time, so why pretend to be reserved? If you anger him, there will be no way out. The boy in front of me was much more acceptable than a zombie. She didn't want to experience hunger again. That monster is very strong. 5th tier, Earth-type ability, 1 defensive skill, 2 offensive skills, 1 mind control skill. Weakness is the joint of the scales, skills. Ruowan recounted the story in great detail, even more so than the monster atlases he had seen in his previous life. Stop. You only glanced at it from afar. How could you know so much? My superpower is espionage. Few things can block my perception. Your superpower is strength, D rank. Chenxi's prediction was S rank. She called you master, which I don't understand. My senses can't be wrong. Unless you have other special skills. If the mark between Ruowan's brows reappears, she will use the spying technique again, and the result will be the same as before. You can stay. I will protect you. Are you willing to pledge your allegiance to me? Never betray them. He was quite satisfied with the gift of information about a 5th-tier alien beast and a spatial weapon. Will you mistreat me? I've heard many stories about what happened after the anomalies on the mountain, stories that are even more terrifying than horror stories. Does Chenxi look like she's being abused? Think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow. Thinking of Chenxi's unrestrained manner, Ruowan quickly nodded, unable to bear refusing. Jiang Yu drew a talisman and imprinted it between Ruowan's eyebrows. Ruowan did not resist and accepted it gladly. Go to sleep early. Take me to Yinxia Temple tomorrow. Master, you don't need to do these things for me. That monster is very strong, and you're only at level 3. Ruowan tried to use Chenxi's form of address, but quickly shut up halfway through her sentence, realizing that her words were hurtful. Don't worry, you've said it yourself. I have a special skill. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously, left the armored vehicle, and walked towards the tent. Chenxi is getting more and more outrageous, and I can't calm down my anger without teaching her a lesson. Ruowan could tell from the sound that Chenxi had been beaten badly. Even closing the window couldn't stop her screams. This liar clearly said he wouldn't abuse anyone. The SUV was parked on an open space far away by the roadside. Jiang Yu manipulated the earth and rocks to create a fake mountain to cover it. The only way forward is to walk. Along the way, the group moved forward at full speed, with Qi Yu leading the way. The zombies and strange beasts on the mountain were all at the 2nd tier and could be killed with a single strike. Ruowan looked at him in surprise. Master, is he really Qi Yu, the one from the legend? Just a broken body, without a soul. Jiang Yu looked into the distance, but could not see the end of the mountain road. Ruowan, you're really useless. I kind of regret taking you in. Chenxi yawned and said that she felt even sleepier in the sun. If late, degree. I didn't refuse, so how can you blame me? Ruowan had no answer. With Qi Yu leading the way, they moved very quickly and soon arrived at the entrance of Yinxia Temple. Master, are you really going in? Ruowan began to hesitate. She had witnessed the strength of the strange beasts before. Her grandfather, who was also at the 3rd level, was torn to pieces in less than 10 minutes. Chenxi turned around and told Ruowan, don't run around behind me. Take care of yourself. Master, could you please give her a legacy? I'm ashamed of her behavior. Chenxi pressed herself against Jiang Yu. Her face flushed and whispered something in his ear. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard it. He had originally planned to give Ruowan a legacy, and he was even less willing to drag a burden along, but unexpectedly, another pleasant surprise came. Ruowan, why are you blushing? Seeing her blush and lower her head, Chenxi asked in confusion. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at Ruowan and found that her face was even redder than Chenxi's and instantly understood. Does the ability to spy include the 5 senses? Well, I don't want to listen to you either. I can't turn off my five senses. All my bodily perceptions are 10 times more acute, and the pain from injury is also 10 times greater. Ruowan explained awkwardly. Since awakening, even a slight bump on the toes from a table or chair causes them to twitch in pain, and they have become increasingly timid. Ruowan unknowingly learned a lot of new knowledge from Chenxi. She couldn't get hurt. Jiang Yu had an idea in mind. There was a legacy that was perfect for her. Go in. Qi Yu burst through the gate, and Jiang Yu glanced at the Taoist temple. After a thorough inspection, no trace of the strange beast was found, and the surrounding buildings were in a state of disrepair. This Taoist temple is built on the top of a mountain, covering an area of several dozen acres, which is more than 10 times larger than the place where he grew up. Who are you? The door to the main hall in the center was pushed open, and a group of people rushed out, holding weapons, including knives and swords. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the group. Jiang Yu was puzzled and turned to look at Ruowan. She pulled out a dagger and placed it against Ruowan's neck. I don't know what happened either. I'm not lying. Ruowan trembled with fright and quickly explained. Jiang Yu told she to put away the dagger. With the mind control spell in effect, she would have to keep her alive unless she didn't want to live. At this moment, a young man stepped out from behind the crowd, glanced at the intruders, and ordered his men to step back. Seeing Ruowan, he smiled knowingly. Who do we have here? Little junior sister, how have you been? It's you. You're still alive. Ruowan stared at the man in disbelief. The man's name was Zhang Su, a disciple of Yinxia Temple. Your grandfather is so heartless. I was his most loyal disciple, and he kicked me out just for a whore. Unfortunately, God didn't want me to die. Zhang Su stretched out his hand, and all around was deathly silent, with only the buzzing sound in his ears. Silence, an S-class superpower, prevents everyone within a certain range from using their superpowers. I was chased down the mountain and struggled among piles of zombies for more than 10 days, all because of this bitch. Where's my dog? Bring him over here. A short while later, a girl chained up was brought up, wrapped in an animal pelt. It was really just a piece of fur, not clothes at all. The girl's skin was mostly exposed, covered with scars, and her expression was numb. Even with her face covered in blood, her original stunning beauty was still evident. Staring intently at Zhang Su, the instant he turned to show off to Ruowan, he leaped forward, letting out a monstrous roar. Chapter 48. I'm very obedient. I don't need to be trained. Zhang Su was momentarily distracted, and she bit his neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Zhang Su, even if you torture me to death, you'll still be a useless piece of trash. I just looked down on you. The girl, seemingly insane, grinned as she swallowed the flesh and blood. Good, you've got guts. Let's see how long you can hold out. Zhang Su kicked her away, and his henchmen with healing abilities rushed forward to check her injuries. Sister Xiaoning. Zhang Su, how could you do this? We've known each other since we were little. You weren't like this before. Ruowan rushed over and hugged the girl, heartbroken. Xiaoning avoided Ruowan's gaze, keeping her head down, not wanting Ruowan to see her disheveled state. Ruowan remembers Zhang Su as a very sunny boy. When they were little, he would often take him and Bei Xiaoning down the mountain to play, and he would buy them lots of delicious food. She knew that Zhang Su liked Bei Xiaoning, but unfortunately Bei Xiaoning had always been indifferent to romantic relationships. This is not ancient times. In ancient times, people practiced Taoism because of their faith or obsession with immortality. After 2030, Taoism will become popular, and many young people will choose to lie down on the mountain, mostly because of depression and a lack of hope for struggle. Those who retreat to the Taoist temples in the mountains each have their own sorrows. They have been hurt too badly in the world and hide away to lick their wounds. Some people get tired of it after a few days, while others stay for a lifetime. How about my masterpiece? There's also a set of iron chains in the room. Why don't you sisters keep each other company? Zhang Su stared at Ruowan, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. There are 2 dogs, so we can try something new. Ruowan stood up, returned to Jiang Yu's side, and knelt on the ground. Master, I want to kill him. Jiang Yu glanced at everyone, his gaze finally settling on Ruowan. You need to think this through. They are your fellow disciples. If I make a move, I don't like to leave any survivors. They deserve to die. The girl raised her head and said expressionlessly, no wonder she's so tough. Turns out the little bitch has found a backer. Brothers, whoever kills the most people today gets this little bitch. I want the red-haired one, but don't hurt him. Zhang Su stared greedily at Chen Shi, having never seen such a beauty before. The boss is awesome. Everyone showed excited expressions. Ruowan was the little princess of the Taoist temple, and they had always treated her like a goddess. For a moment, everyone mentally rehearsed the order in which they would study that evening. Under the boss's superpower, all awakened ones are useless. Now it's just a matter of who can act the fastest. Jiang Su waved his hand, activating his silence ability, and several bolder individuals immediately surrounded him. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Qi Yu stepped forward, and several blood gourds shot into the sky, gushing blood that gathered on the ground to form a stream. The excitement on everyone's faces vanished, turning them deathly pale in an instant. They exchanged a glance and slowly backed away. No refunds allowed. Did you all grow up eating shit? Use your superpowers. Kill the ones in armor first. Jiang Su felt a tightness in his chest. Keeping this bunch of useless people was a complete waste of resources. The enemy is silent and doesn't affect you. You've been killing so many people lately that your underlings have almost forgotten how to use their powers. In an instant, 5 colored supernatural powers bloomed. Qi Yu was simultaneously frozen, entangled by vines, and then enveloped in green poisonous mist. The last dozens of steel nails were driven out, clanging loudly. Jiang Yu watched the show from the back. There were dozens of people, including 7 awakened ones, all at the 2nd level, and Jiang Su at the 3rd level. These few useless trash, even if you put them all together, wouldn't be enough to fill the teeth of a 5th-tier alien beast. With the talisman in place, Ruowan couldn't possibly be lying. There's only one reason. The strange beast is hiding somewhere. Earth-type beasts hide, making them difficult to find even with sensory abilities. It's impossible to scan every rock and every patch of ground on the mountain. After Jiang Yu lost focus, without anyone controlling him, Qi Yu was trapped in place and unable to break free. Don't grab it, everyone. Respect the elderly and care for the young. A plump old man rushed to the front, spreading his arms to block everyone. His arms stretched out infinitely, and his skin turned into the texture of tree bark. Little girl, come back with me. These young people don't know how to care for others. The old man may be old in appearance, but his heart is not old at all. Uncle One, it's me, Ruowan. Don't you remember me? Ruowan hid behind Chinsi, the light in her eyes dimming. How could I not remember you? The clothes you left on the mountain are all in my room, and I sleep with them every night. I remember it day and night. I'm really worried about it. The girl's last line of defense was also broken. Uncle One was the elder she respected most besides her grandfather, and she had loved listening to him tell all sorts of ghost stories since she was a child. A kind and amiable old man. The old man's performance successfully disgusted Jiang Yu. Shouldn't she plan to make a move? This silence was ineffective against inheritance and could only weaken the prediction of other S-level beings. Jiang Yu reached out to stop her and gently shook his head. He noticed the beaded necklace on Jiang Su's wrist. The bracelet features a naturally formed black and white jade in the center, carved into the shape of a yin-yang symbol with 2 fish. The black and white fish in the Tai Chi symbol is adorned with 4 black beads and 4 white beads on each side. He had seen it in the encyclopedia. It was a spatial alien weapon. Tai Chi. Tai Chi is not just a storage weapon. Jiang Yu dared not gamble on it. If Jiang Su mastered how to use it, defeating him would be easy. They are very difficult to kill. To control Tai Chi, energy must be injected. He needs to get Jiang Su a little closer. He absolutely cannot fail, not even 1 in 10,000. The old man stepped forward, and several vines sprouted from his feet, most of them wrapping around Ruowan. Jiang Yu and Chinsi only used 1 vine to simply trap her. We can't use our superpowers. They're all skinny and thin, so they can't escape anyway. The most important thing is to snatch the beauty. A burly man rushed out, ready to kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, realizing he couldn't dodge, was about to start the fight. Stop, Jiang Su shouted. The burly man complained, but obediently stopped. Seeing that the situation was settled, Jiang Su walked up to the 3 of them and silently enveloped Old Man One with his special ability. Old One, they're mine tonight, and I'll send this little bitch to you tomorrow. Is there a problem? Boss, it's up to you. Do whatever you want. Give it back to me whenever you're tired of it. It's too new for my old bones to handle. Old Man One had a fawning expression, but a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. You disrespectful brat. I'm your senior uncle. Don't give me the chance. I'll kill you sooner or later. Ruowan looked at her master in despair, but Jiang Yu remained unmoved. The master you're fawning over seems to be a piece of trash. It's not too late to replace him now. Let me hear him bark like a dog. Jiang Su looked at Ruowan with amusement. Dream on. I'd rather die than let you succeed. I love your rebellious side. Remember to keep that attitude later. I will be very disappointed if you beg for mercy. After Jiang Su finished speaking, he turned to look at Jiang Yu. I'll let you live one more day. It's more fun to train and play with an audience. Jiang Yu gave a stiff smile. a smile that was 3 parts despair and 7 parts obsequiousness, a performance that showcased his acting skills to the fullest. Brother Zhang, I'll give you both women, but can you take me in? I have very strong superpowers. I could take on 10 of those perverted old men. Zhang Su raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Oh, you don't hate me? What is there to hate? In chaotic times, only the strong are respected. It is a blessing to be able to follow you. As for Ruowan, he tricked me into coming here with ill intentions. Why don't I kill him for you now? Jiang Yu spoke with righteous indignation, while Ruowan's face turned ashen. Chenxi's acting was so bad that she almost burst out laughing when she squinted her eyes. Why are you laughing? Zhang Su felt like he had encountered a group of lunatics. It's nothing. I'm just happy to have a more powerful master. You guys continue, don't worry about me. I'm very obedient, I don't need to be trained. Chun Shi's smile was tasteless, and Zhang Yu glared at her fiercely. The young girl still needs to hone her acting skills. Zhang Su saw all this and simply assumed that Zhang Yu was reluctant to part with the beauty. I admire people who know how to adapt to the times. What's your special ability? Boss, I have 2 superpowers. My first superpower is fire, and my second superpower is self-sacrifice. Zhang Yu was just spouting nonsense. Sacrifice oneself? I can convert half of the energy I absorb into others. If you take me in, my advancement will be twice as effective. If you don't believe me, you can try it first. Just put your hand on me. Zhang Yu patiently persuaded him, convinced that he couldn't resist. Zhang Su walked over without a trace of suspicion, silently opening the vines that bound him, holding the divine weapon in his hand. Killing such a minor character is easier than crushing an ant. Zhang Su placed his hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder, and a cool energy flowed over, which he easily absorbed, revealing surprise in his eyes. Zhang Yu's expression became increasingly obsequious. Chapter 49. Would it be inappropriate for them to offer themselves up so readily? The blade extended up Zhang Su's arm, instantly shredding his wrist. Tai Chi mastered. At some point, the ground was covered by a river, forming a pool of water beneath everyone's feet, with water dragons coiling around it. Bang! 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 With each explosion of fireworks, the nearest people were blown to bits, leaving behind only a pile of mangled flesh. The rest of the people were trapped in the weak water cage, awaiting judgment. Zhang Su's limbs dissolved, and he howled in pain on the ground. Zhang Yu crushed the collar around Bei Xiaoning's neck and threw her a dagger. Only you can end your own nightmare. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The scene was too gruesome. Once she's done, she could probably turn it into steamed buns. Junior sister, please plead for us. Senior sister, we are from the same sect. If you stand by and watch someone die, Yinxia Temple will perish, and the abbot will die with his eyes wide open in disgrace. Everyone chimed in with their own words, with the few who had charged ahead and committed the murders shouting the loudest. Ruowan walked up to Old Man 1 and looked down at him. Little niece, that was just a joke. I was trying to save you. To save lives indirectly. Yes, to save lives indirectly, you should know that in your heart. I watched you grow up. The old man forced a smile, trying his best to make his eyes look kind. I remember your kindness. That's why I'm taking care of you in your final moments. When you see Grandpa, please say hello for me. The girl's eyes were calm as she plunged the dagger into the old man's chest. From dawn till dusk, not a single one will be spared. The person who died is on my head. Chenxi looked at her master, not daring to make a decision on her own, and Zhang Yu nodded gently. With a light clench of his right hand, the water prison tightened, and blood gushed forth, soaking the ground. The pungent smell of blood permeated the entire hilltop. The ground trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Bei Xiaoning violently ripped off the fur from her body and rammed her head against the stone pillar. If it were late, there wouldn't be time to save her. Zhang Yu waved his hand, and the ground beneath Bei Xiaoning's feet melted, wrapping around her and binding her legs tightly. Ruowan ran over and hugged her, but Bei Xiaoning pushed her away. Don't touch me, I'm dirty. The girl squatted on the ground, hugging her knees with both hands, and sobbed. Ruowan took off her coat and draped it over her, then hugged her tightly and whispered words of comfort. It's all right, it's all over now. I will protect you from now on. Ruowan's words lacked conviction. She couldn't even protect herself. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a dull thud came from underground, and the entire mountain trembled. It's its voice. That monster is coming out. I'll distract it, you all run. Bei Xiaoning pushed Ruowan away and ran towards the direction from which the sound came. Ruowan couldn't stop her, so she had no choice but to follow. Ruowan, I'm really happy to see you're still alive. Take them away quickly, or it will be too late. Ruowan forcefully pulled her outside the gate. Don't worry, Master is very powerful. Owner. Upon hearing this, Bei Xiaoning frowned and sized up her junior sister. The girl was dressed smartly and looked relaxed, showing no signs of being enslaved. How does he treat you? Does he torment you? Why torture me? It's just a name. I heard Chinsi call me that, so I just followed her example. Seeing her expression, Ruowan understood and quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, he didn't do anything to me. It didn't torment me either. Hearing Bei Xiaoning's words, she was thinking about something else. How can I get my junior sister to hold on tight to this big tree? This girl is so silly all the time. In the apocalypse, lacking strength but possessing a beautiful body, one's own experience is the inevitable outcome. You are luckier than me. Bei Xiaoning stopped talking and looked in the direction from which the sound came. He held Ruowan tightly, determined to save his junior sister at all costs, even if it meant risking his life, if the boy was no match for the monster. Xiaoning, would it be inappropriate for me to offer myself up tonight? Bei Xiaoning, degree. The wall surrounding the backyard of the Taoist temple collapsed, and a huge body crawled out from underground. The monster's upper body was 5 or 6 meters tall. Boom! The monster slammed its fist into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying, and the terrifying shockwave propelled the group into the air. Jiang Yu got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What on earth was this pile of stones? They were unreasonably hard. Is it an ancient mythical beast? I've never seen it in books. If not, its combat power is unreasonable. Chinsi, get out. Just as Chinsi was about to protest, her body involuntarily ran towards the door. Excluding the warnings when creating the spell, this was Jiang Yu's first time using the mind control spell's authority. The girl dared not disobey any longer and summoned the weak water to form a shield in front of her. The beast crawled its entire body out of the ground, raising its head and roaring. Everyone's gaze fell on the giant beast, and upon seeing its full form, they gasped in shock. The beast was humanoid, several meters tall, covered in giant stone scales, with sharp crystal spikes on its back that reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight. Fifth-order crystal giant. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, always feeling that humanity had been abandoned by fate. Now, most of the awakened ones were only at the 2nd level, and the 3rd level was extremely rare. 4th and 5th tier alien beasts and zombies are everywhere. No matter how strong the heavenly Tao inheritance is, its level is still low. Without sufficient energy, powerful Taoist techniques cannot be activated. The crystal giant bent down and pressed his palms to the ground, causing dozens of spikes to rise from the ground, each spike topped with a 7-colored crystal. In comparison, the spikes Jiang Yu played with were like a child playing with mud. The gray figure flashed, and the ground spikes missed their target. The crystal giant turned its head in confusion, and the target disappeared. Behind him, a spear pierced the giant's body through the gaps in its scales, and a breath of energy poured in. The giant winced in pain, clenched his fist, and threw a punch, and the gray shadow disappeared again. Tai Chi truly deserves its place among the top 10. Each time spatial abilities are activated, the energy consumed is proportional to the distance. Short-distance teleportation consumes very little energy. On the other side, Chinsi was clearly not so obedient. She had long understood her master's temperament and secretly separated a strand of weak water, which flowed down the ground to the giant's feet. The weak water flowed upstream along the stone armor, slowly soaking her entire body. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, the girl smiled slyly, and the water instantly turned pitch black. Sizzle. The sound of corrosion was sickening. Pieces of stone armor fell off. The giant's eyes turned blood red, and hatred shifted. With his eyes fixed on Chinsi, he began his charge. Not good. Jiang Yu had no choice but to show up. It was definitely because he usually acted too kindly that even a well-behaved girl like Chun-Shi dared to disobey him. 3 parts anger, 7 parts touching. The girl stood before the crystal giant like an ant, easily crushed with a single step. Yet, she stubbornly straightened her chest and unleashed her full power. The morning and evening divine summoning begins. The azure, weak water surged and clung tightly to the giant's feet, while the strong acid corroded the ground, forcefully blocking the charge. If I back down today, I'll take your surname. The weak water surged into the sky, flowing along the giant's joints, and for a moment, the girl's momentum was in no way inferior. Ruowan looked completely infatuated. I really want to marry her. Sometimes, gender doesn't need to be such a strict requirement. In her eyes, Jiang Yu, who possessed a D-level superpower, was not even worth mentioning. The water surged, and one of the crystal giant's arm joints broke, causing it to fall to the ground and kick up a cloud of dust. Chun-Shi looked at Jiang Yu, a smile playing on her lips. Let's see if you continue to treat me like a burden every now and then. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The crystal giant summoned more than a dozen stone walls, and the crystal cage tightly trapped Jiang Yu. With a kick, it sent the severed arm flying towards Chun Shi and the other two. Chenxi anticipated the attack, but was unable to dodge it. Boom! The arm touched the shield, instantly detonating it. Chenxi blocked all the damage, but her energy was depleted. He was struck hard in the chest, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground, feeling dizzy. The crystal giant raised its right foot and stomped heavily into the ground, with spikes extending from its feet. The ground shook violently, making it impossible to even stand, let alone escape. The three girls had nowhere to hide. Chapter 50. I'm sorry, let me rub it for you. Chiyu descended from the sky and slashed at the point where its head and body were joined. It wasn't a neck. This thing didn't have a neck at all. The crystal giant crashed to the ground. The spikes were broken. After reaching the 4th level, Chiyu's brute strength had already surpassed Jiang Yu's by several times. Before it could get up, Chiyu struck again, smashing it directly into the ground. Roar! With a roar, the ground around the crystal giant undulated, and Chiyu was pushed dozens of meters away before he could barely stop the force of the impact. Chiyu raised his sword with both hands, gathering energy into the blade. Ninely slash. A desolate voice came from the helmet. This was the first skill Chiyu awakened after reaching the 4th rank, and its first use in battle. The long sword fell silently, and the other arm fell with a thud. Chiyu then kicked the arm away, where it exploded in the distance. It turns out the explosion was triggered passively. I should have returned it to its rightful owner. Jiang Yu was like a tiny mosquito next to the crystal giant, biting here and poking there, while Wu Xiang would sometimes transform into a spear and sometimes into a short sword. Strike once and retreat immediately, never linger in battle. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of runes were injected into the crystal giant's body. From a distance, every crevice of the giant emitted a faint golden glow. The giant and Chiyu fought back and forth, their battle intense and exhilarating. He could clearly sense Chiyu's energy boost during the battle. Jiang Yu landed on the ground and walked towards the three people with a cold face. Chenxi quickly tried to play the victim, pretending to cough, but this aggravated her injury, and another mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Why don't you listen to me? His anger was replaced by worry. Every time I see you fighting alone, I can always sense that you are very lonely. I know it's not my imagination. Master, I don't know what you've been through before. I just want to fight alongside you. Even just standing by your side, even if it's useless, is fine. Chenxi clutched her chest, meeting Jiang Yu's gaze without flinching. This could be considered a confession of love that had grown over time. Jiang Yu ignored her, bent down to check her injuries, and was relieved to find that they weren't serious. Just lie down and rest. I'll beat it up for you. This was the first time Chenxi had seen such a warm smile on the boy's face. She knew that she had melted a little of the boy's heart. Even a little bit is fine. The two girls watching looked on with envy. Chenxi, are you really just one of his followers? Ruawan gently hugged her to make her more comfortable. Why do you ask that? I don't understand. Morning and evening. He spoils you way too much. That's normal. You've seen it yourself. I spoil him a lot. I'm willing to do anything for my master. Chenxi looked completely at ease. Jiang Yu glanced at the crystal giant, pondered for a moment, then summoned back Chiyu, whose energy was about to run out, and decisively detonated the runes. Clang, clang, clang. Runes lit up one after another, and golden light shone through every crack. The giant collapsed with a crash, shattering into a pile of stones. There is no crystal nucleus. Master, be careful. Its skill crystal form can reassemble its body once, lasting for 30 minutes. Defense increased by 100%. Ruawan reminded her that Chenxi's words were a wake-up call. Giving is always mutual, and she no longer wanted to beg for pity from others. Instead of pinning your hopes on the charity of others, it's better to demonstrate your own value and create a better future. Jiang Yu nodded, activated the summoning god, and the statue of Emperor Gaochen reappeared, with the surrounding energy converging and becoming viscous. Xiaoning's legs seemed to want to kneel down and submit uncontrollably. Seeing this, Ruawan finally had a real idea of her master's strength. Click, click, click. A series of explosions erupted from the rubble, and a moment later a stone golem made of multicolored crystals stood up, only slightly taller than a human. The energy fluctuations were more than twice as strong as before. Master, its weakness is the purple crystal in its lower back. It only has one skill, absolute defense, which lasts for 5 seconds and has a 50-second cooldown. If spying is used at night, all information will be readily available. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with her performance. The girl gave him more than one surprise. Her ability to spy was countless times greater than her perception. His aura reached its peak, and he held the formless object in his hand, greedily absorbing the energy gathered around him. With a dragon's roar, Wuxiang was fully awakened. The Tai Chi symbol flashed, the figure disappeared, and reappeared, the long spear striking the purple crystal in the puppet's lower back. The stone golem's energy visibly decreased, runes condensed, and the armor-shattering rune was imprinted on its back. The stone golem was much faster than the crystal giant. It turned around and threw a punch, and the formless object transformed into a shield. Jiang Yu used the momentum to retreat, and his figure disappeared once again. Appearing out of thin air above the stone golem, he slammed his giant hammer down on its head, causing the stone golem to kneel heavily on the ground. A series of attacks caught it off guard. Useless trash, stand up. Routine sarcasm, with the same low-level vocabulary as always. Roar. The stone golem stretched out its hand, slashing at the annoying fly like a long sword. Without a doubt, it couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Yu's clothes. Reappearing, empowered by the armor-shattering talisman, the spear pierced through the purple crystal, leaving cracks all over its body. Jiang Yu prepared to draw his spear, but the spear remained motionless. Absolute defense. He never expected that absolute defense could be used in this way. The stone golem turned its hands into a knife and thrust back, piercing Jiang Yu through. Fortunately, I moved half a step away, so only my left shoulder was injured. This attack must be withstood. If we let go, the stone golem will snatch Wuxiang away, making things even more troublesome. Jiang Yu endured the pain, activated the palm lightning, and pressed it into his opponent's body, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. One for one, enjoy it. With a 5-second countdown in his mind, he drew back the formless form, which transformed into a giant axe, and slashed at the stone golem's back. The palm-sized thunderbolt exploded, followed closely by the giant axe. Boom! The cracks continued to expand, extending from the back to the chest, and the stone golem's energy was reduced to less than 1/10. Pain! Chenxi cried out in pain. Ruowan was so engrossed in watching that she almost broke Chenxi's shoulders, and Chenxi couldn't muster any energy. At this point, the body is no different from that of an ordinary person. I'm sorry, let me rub it for you. Master is so powerful, I was so engrossed in watching that I couldn't resist. Ruowan quickly apologized, rubbed her shoulders a few times, and when she looked down at the ample breasts, she couldn't help but pinch them. It feels great. Maruko, don't go too far. Ruowan was struck dumb, staring blankly at Chenxi. How did you know my nickname? She always wore her hair in a bun when she was in school, and her close friends liked to call her Maruko. Seeing your hairstyle? Chenxi blurted out, only to realize that since they met, she had been wearing her hair down, unlike when she was a student, when she would put it up. You are the Chenxi I know, right? Ruowan exclaimed in surprise, and gave her a big kiss. Chenxi simply pretended to be dead, out of sight, out of mind. Bei Xiaoning remained silent, her nails digging into her palms. She also wanted to be as ambitious as Ruowan and follow him, even if it meant doing some cleaning or sweeping work. At least they won't drift aimlessly in the apocalypse like duckweed, though cruelly. A broken toy doesn't deserve it at all. Snap! A loud crash interrupted the three girls' thoughts as the giant axe struck the stone golem's right shoulder. His entire right shoulder was shattered, and crystals were scattered all over the ground, but there was no blood. The stone golem raised its left hand and punched Jiang Yu, sending him flying. Jiang Yu disappeared into the air. The stone golem went completely berserk, and all it did was hide. What kind of hero is it? It's shameful to fight against someone like that. It slowly turned around and saw a few humans in the distance. A glint of light flashed in its eyes. With a powerful push from his legs, he charged decisively toward the three girls. You despicable humans. This time, without any armored soldiers to stop you. Let's see how long you can hide. Chapter 51 Zhu Juyin. Exhaling is winter, inhaling is summer, opening eyes is day, closing eyes is night. Chenxi was exhausted. Ruowan had no fighting power, and at this moment she was being pinned down by Chenxi. Jiang Yu appeared in the distance, but the bracelet was still cooling down, and it was too late to rescue him. Bei Xiaoning stood up, opened her arms, and resolutely stood in front of the two. Even if her sacrifice could only buy a few seconds, the two people behind her might have been saved. Jiang Yu instantly cast a spell, and the golden light enveloped the three of them. With his current strength, he has very few talismans that can be cast instantly. The golden light talisman is already considered his strongest. The stone golem crashed into the golden talisman, But without a continuous source of energy to sustain its energy loss, it shattered instantly, dissipating into energy. Some of the dissipated energy enveloped the three of them. Bei Xiaoning closed her eyes and prayed to heaven for some time. Even just a few seconds would be fine. The stone golem's hand blade was only centimeters away from Bei Xiaoning's body, and a white light flashed between the girl's eyebrows. The dust rose, the leaves fell, and the desperate expressions on the two girls' faces behind them froze instantly. Of course, there are also charging stone golems. Time stands still. The stationary area is very small, about 1 or 2 meters around its body. The stone golem's hand blade couldn't advance an inch. A few seconds later, time resumed, and Jiang Yu barely arrived, smashing the stone golem away with his heavy hammer. Bei Xiaoning's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Fearing another accident, Jiang Yu stopped dodging and lunged forward. The stone golem arrived at the broken arm, its remaining left hand touching the shards scattered on the ground. Energy surged forth, and the fragments reformed into a crystal longsword. The stone golem's crystal colors grew increasingly dull as it raised its longsword and slashed at Jiang Yu. He dodged to the side, and the sword energy shot out, carving a ravine that split the main hall of the Taoist temple in two. With a loud crash, the main hall collapsed. Jiang Yu increased his speed to the limit, and the formless transformed into chains, trapping the stone golem. The armor-shattering talisman was then injected again. He summoned Qi Yu, who unleashed a powerful attack, cleaving it in two at the waist. The stone golem lay prone on the ground, trying to retrieve its lower body and merge with it again. Fire separation talisman. Flames shot into the sky, and under full power, the fireworks turned incandescent. Without its energy shield, the stone golem was completely refined by the flames. The crystal nucleus floated out, its milky white surface shimmering with iridescent light. Empowering crystal cores. Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy, then his eyes welled up with tears, his heart filled with countless emotions. Holding the warm, lustrous gemstone, my thoughts were lost in memories. This unassuming little thing in his hand was what he had pursued his whole life in his previous life. Unfortunately, after more than a decade of effort, I haven't even seen it, let alone obtained it. The empowering crystal core has the same functions as a regular crystal core, the only difference being that it grants the awakened person additional superpowers after absorption. The type of superpower depends on whether it is possessed by a strange beast or a zombie. The level of a superpower depends on the level of the beast. Like the awakened, beasts, zombies, and awakened ones are classified into D to S levels based on energy intensity. This is for reference only. Reality is not a game. There are no rules. CD-level zombies frequently kill AB-level inheritors using their unique abilities. Jiang Yu poured energy into the crystal core, which emitted a dazzling light after activation and was slowly absorbed into his body. Then he closed his eyes and began the transformation. The refining was complete, and energy surged out from within his body, spreading out in a ripple as his strength broke through to the 4th rank. A moment later, Jiang Yu opened his eyes, and a piece of information flooded his mind. Absolute defense. After activating the ability, you gain invincibility. The duration increases with your rank. The current invincibility duration is 5 seconds. His gaze sharpened, absolute defense activated, his entire body covered in a 7-colored radiance, which dissipated after 5 seconds. Ruowan, this little girl, is definitely a lucky charm. He collected the melted crystal from the stone golem and came to the 3 women. Master, thank you for saving Sister Xiaoning. Ruowan's voice was soft and gentle, and it felt like her simple thanks lacked sincerity. It's a small matter. Today's gains far exceeded my expectations. Jiang Yu grabbed Xiao Ning's wrist, and energy surged into her. Her physical condition was a mess. In addition to the surface wounds, she had countless hidden injuries inside her body. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, and then spoke. If Ruowan won't give up on you, I don't want her to have any resentment in her heart. Are you willing to follow me? Are you serious? Xiaoning looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. Follow me, just like the 2 of them. I need many loyal and fearless companions. Jiang Yu drew the mind-controlling spell and explained it to Xiao Ning briefly. Without a second thought, the girl imprinted the talisman between her eyebrows. Xiao Ning awakened a time manipulation ability and is willing to risk her life for her friends, saving Chun Shi and Ruowan. She is worth taking in. After finishing his work, Jiang Yu looked at Chun Shi, his expression slightly changing. I have a question for you. Tell me the truth. Is my personality really that bad? Master, there's no need to feel inferior. At least you have some self-awareness. Chen Si teased with a smile. Jiang Yu. Xiaoning lowered her head, wanting to laugh, but not daring to, her lips twitching. He sighed inwardly. The master-servant relationship between the two seemed so delicate, and I couldn't hide my envy. Jiang Yu knew that Ruowan was telling the truth. I don't know if it's a post-traumatic stress disorder, but the shadows of my past life always linger. Many times, just when he was about to relax a little, a sense of crisis would overwhelm him, like a shadow following you. I'll try my best to change in the future. Jiang Yu's lips twitched, revealing an ugly smile. Facts aside, little girl, could you please not be so blunt? Master, these are all minor matters. Just remember that I am willing to die with you. That way, at least I won't feel lonely. Chenxi reached out her hand, and Jiang Yu picked her up. The little girl's body was light and lithe, as if boneless. I can do it too, Ruowan said with a smile, reaching out to help Xiaoning up. My life is worthless. Xiaoning clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Her lung infection was already severe. Jiang Yu saw this and knew a great deal about the inheritance, more than he could count. Those who could be remembered were the best. For example, a reader who is obsessed with biographies of successful people may know the history of the Fortune 500 companies like the back of their hand. They are also very knowledgeable about anecdotes of famous people. But you would never be interested in learning about the entrepreneurial journey of the small workshop at the entrance. Take a day off and gradually recover in the morning and evening. After a quick bite to eat, the group, along with the three girls, headed straight for the site of the inheritance to steal it. The word steal is not quite accurate. How can something that is unclaimed be considered stolen? After acquiring the inheritance, the superpowers will be much stronger, but you will also have to make a lot of sacrifices. Standing outside an inconspicuous cave atop Zhongshan Mountain, Jiang Yu imparted knowledge to the two. You two should be mentally prepared. Many traditions require sacrifice, and your bodies will likely not be able to be saved. Chenxi had experience with this matter and vividly recalled the death at the Water God Temple. Won't I turn into a monster? Ruowan's face turned pale, and she looked at Xiaoning and said, Xiaoning, are you scared? Giving up my body is a reward for me. You wouldn't understand. Master, I am not afraid. Xiao Ning remained calm and entered the cave without hesitation, with Ruowan tightly gripping her arm and following behind. I hope they will remember what I said. A moment later, screams echoed from the cave. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and he sighed. Transforming into a butterfly is not an easy task. Chenxi looked at the cave entrance with concern. Master, what's inside? A snake, Zhu Jiuyin, was awakened with blood and flesh, and then swallowed and eaten by it. The girl swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that her process of receiving the inheritance was not bad, and then asked in confusion, can two people share a single inheritance? Zhu Jiuyin's exhalation is winter, his inhalation is summer, his open eyes are day, and his closed eyes are night. He is inherently a twin inheritance. Jiang Yu also had some expectations for the outcome of the inheritance. Several tens of minutes later, light and darkness alternated in the cave, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Two girls emerged from the cave. They were just two phantoms. Their gazes passed through their bodies, allowing them to clearly see the scenery behind them. As energy gathers, the body gradually solidifies and acquires color. The awkward thing is that energy cannot condense external objects. When Ruowan realized what had happened, her face turned bright red, and she turned to hide back in the cave, but Xiaoning stopped her. The girl walked gracefully to Jiang Yu, bowed, and her eyes were full of piety. Owner. For Xiaoning, this is not just an inheritance or a special ability, but more importantly, her master gave her a new life. Sister Xiaoning, if I were pulled back late at night, I would be too shy to look up. Could we please not go this far? Master, would you like to give it a try? Chapter 52. What's so good about this kind of old lady? Ruowan and Xiaoning, homemade twins. Xiaoning reached out to gather energy, intending to show off in front of her master, but her body was empty and she received no response. The same applies if it's evening. The two looked disappointed. It failed. Jiang Yu took out the clothes he had prepared in advance from the bracelet. Xiaoning wasn't in a hurry to get dressed. She stretched out her hand towards the sun, and the sunlight shone through her body, indicating that she was indeed just a soul. No new superpowers have emerged, and the existing time manipulation ability is no longer controllable. Jiang Yu noticed her confusion and patiently explained. The inheritance was very successful, but rebuilding the body was too costly, and it was just a temporary exhaustion. Looking at the two girls, they were surprisingly similar in appearance, about 7 or 8 points. Her narrow pupils stood upright, one black and one white, exuding an indescribable eeriness and allure, and her body curves were completely different from before. You can still see a bit of her original features, Her facial features are more defined than before, and her figure is slender and supple. The two got dressed and absorbed several crystal cores. Jiangyu reached out and touched Rowan's cheek. It was soft and warm, and she had fully recovered. How are you feeling? It hurts so much. It swallows my body bit by bit and grinds it up. Rowan was still shaken, but thankfully she fainted relatively quickly. I'm asking about superpowers. Xiaoning, you should try it. Jiangyu unleashed a sword aura, and Xiao Ning instinctively dodged, her body twisting at an unbelievable angle. He opened his eyes, his narrow pupils slightly contracting. A chill spread, freezing the sword energy in midair. The girl reached out and plucked it, the sword energy vanishing in her hand. Xiao Ning inherited the dark side of Zhulong, with dark powers as the primary ability and ice powers as a secondary ability. Then a sword aura slashed towards Rowan, and the girl waved her hand, causing a screen of light to fall. The sword energy entered the range of the light barrier and was instantly absorbed. Rowan inherited the light aspect of Zhulong, with light as her primary supernatural power and lightning as her secondary power. Not bad, let's go. After Jiangyu finished speaking, he turned to go down the mountain, but Xiao Ning reached out and grabbed his sleeve, speaking naturally. What can you tell from just a couple of tries? Master, don't you really want to try out Zhu Juin's most powerful twin abilities? The car was driving on the highway at noon the next day. If it's late, Chenxi will clear obstacles while Jiangyu rests with his eyes closed in the back seat. Xiaoning pretended to be asleep and leaned against her owner. Jiangyu naturally put his arm around the girl to make her more comfortable. Seeing that her master didn't dislike her, she felt relieved. Jiangyu opened the map. If all went well, he would arrive in Lang City tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, inside the Lang City shelter, Sui sat in the main seat of the conference room, looking at the man and woman in military uniform in front of him. His face was so gloomy it could drip water, and he said in a deep voice, "Is there any room for negotiation regarding the military region's orders? It would be difficult for me to explain this to my subordinates." The man had an effeminate appearance and a pale, bloodless face. Upon hearing this, a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. A mere lieutenant colonel, such a lowly rank, and he's acting like a big shot. The man reached out and brushed his hand over the shoulder insignia. The Major General's insignia was glaringly obvious. The disdainful look and deliberate actions stirred murderous intent in Su He, but he quickly suppressed it, not wanting to turn hostile. The woman chuckled sweetly, her expression alluring. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Commander Su, don't forget your place. Her voice was soft and beautiful, but her words were extremely arrogant, with a deliberate emphasis on the words battalion commander. Unable to bear the humiliation, Suhi's bodyguard drew his long sword. Step back. You have no respect for elders. Suhi drank, then slammed his palm on the table. The space shattered, and the desk, carved from a single giant piece of wood, turned to dust. It's purely a case of making an example of someone. We are both people with superpowers, so you don't need to put on an act. 3 days. Either give up your position and hand over all supplies, or endure the full-scale encirclement and suppression by the Northern Military Region. I will stay in Lang City for a few days to investigate, and I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. The man didn't take Sui seriously at all. Both of them are awakened individuals from the Northern Military Region. The effeminate man is named Su Hao, whose superpower is at level A, and he is the youngest son of the leader of the Northern Military Region. Of course, this military region leader was self-appointed. The woman's name is Yang Ting. Her superpower is B-level. She is Su Hao's girlfriend, and she has a top-notch figure and appearance. The two of them came here to take over the Lang City shelter. Call a meeting with all management. Sui instructed his subordinates that this matter would be difficult to resolve peacefully. His only concern was whether the Northern Military Region was truly as powerful as the two men claimed, with tens of thousands of superhumans. Another question is how much influence the military region still has. The management team was all present, and the hastily assembled conference table wobbled precariously. Everyone probably knows about the situation in the Northern Military Region. Let's all share our thoughts. Sui's eyes swept over the crowd. Commander Su, I disagree. The reason why the shelter is where it is today is because every one of its brothers has survived countless near-death experiences. Even if you kill me, I will still say the same thing. I disagree too. When we were starving, nobody cared about us. Now that we've only had enough to eat for a few days, they're already trying to freeload. Are they even human? Commander Su, I've inquired, and that so-called leader of the Northern Military Region is not a high-ranking military official at all. Before the mutation, he was just an honorary major general, merely using someone else's name to intimidate others. After listening, Suhi roughly understood what everyone was thinking. They say there are tens of thousands of people with superpowers, but I don't believe it. Do you dare to take a gamble with me? After sitting on the throne for too long, who would still want to be a slave? Commander Su, I support you. Let's fight them to the death. They just want to steal supplies. These were all earned with the lives of our brothers. Commander Su, get him. Sui slapped the table, and everyone quieted down. In that case, let's fight. Everyone be on high alert and ready to meet the enemy at any time. Suhi made up her mind that she would never entrust her fate to others. Whoever it is. Jiang Yu and his group arrived at the Lang City shelter. As the largest military shelter in the north, it is increasingly resembling a regular army. The guards at the gate were no longer ordinary people with guns, but awakened individuals in uniform, numbering over a dozen, all of them at the second rank. For ordinary awakened individuals, it creates a strong sense of oppression. The city wall is more than twice as high as before, and the concrete is covered with a layer of dense metal, which should be the work of a metal-powered person. The city is filled with abandoned machinery and cars, and the metal is inexhaustible. The shelter's coverage area has expanded several times over, and several trucks are lined up outside the gate waiting for security checks. Everything was in perfect order. Many people without awakened superpowers came and went, doing odd jobs such as moving and chores. It seems that after the shelter was expanded, ordinary people also have the right to enter. Life may be tough for those without superpowers, but at least they won't be living hand-to-mouth. Jiang Yu searched for a long time before finally finding his ID card and showing it to the guard. Jiang Yu. The guard looked up and examined the boy in front of him. It really was him. Brother Jiang, I'm with Sister Shui. I was in the courtyard during that big battle. Jiang Yu had no recollection of him at all. Such was the fate of an ordinary passerby. How is Qin Shui now? Sister Shui is doing well. She often mentions you to us. I'll take you there now. The guard looked excited and was about to lead the way. No need, I know the way. Jiang Yu refused and led the group toward the villa. Standing outside the villa felt like stepping into another world. Only the villa's nameplate still bore Jiang Yu's name. Qin Shui rushed out and gave him a big, soft hug. She then arranged for the group to stay, acting like the lady of the house. Chinxi's face was very unpleasant, but she couldn't make a scene on someone else's turf. Master, who is she? What happened to a follower I gained a long time ago? Jiang Yu leaned back on the sofa, smelled the aroma of tea, and took a small sip. They're all followers. Why is she ordering me around? What's so great about her? Does she really think she's the mistress of the house? Master, what's so good about this kind of old lady? Chenxi angrily picked up the doll on the sofa and poked it hard with her finger. This question is very complicated to answer, and I guess most people will just ignore it. Jiang Yu chose to keep quiet. Just after finishing his meal, Sui's guards came in and respectfully asked Jiang Yu to come over. At the Suha villa, Jiang Yu found the Northern Military Region's request somewhat amusing. Has information been blocked to this extent after communication was damaged? 10,000 superhumans. 2,000 A-level grades. 500 S-class. Even at his peak, Zhua Yichuan, the inheritor of the heavenly Tao in his previous life and the master of the #1 sanctuary in Kyushu, wouldn't dare to boast like this. I don't understand strategy. However, I agree with your decision. The Northern Military Region is no better than Lang City right now. Jiang Yu recalled the development history of the Northern Military Region. It only rose to prominence after the Lang City shelter was leveled by the Gujiao, and at its peak, it had only 20,000 people. Suhi looked at Jiang Yu and expressed her concerns. I'm not worried about those things. What I'm worried about is that they hold the power of discourse at the top. I can't compete with the influence of those old generals. Jiang Yu remained calm, took a sip of tea, and stared at Su He as he asked, Uncle, I only have one question for you. After the establishment of the Northern Military Region, a mobilization order must have been issued. How many soldiers went to the Lang City shelter to seek refuge? Suha suddenly realized. The rallying order was so weak that even his bunch of brutes wouldn't bother wiping their butts with those worthless pieces of paper. So he remembered something that Jiang Yu might be interested in knowing. The more favors you owe, the harder they are to repay later. I found a military order from before the moon fell at the Military Region Command Post, but I wasn't qualified to know it at my rank at the time. What military order? Suhi's mysterious expression successfully piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity. Suhi, order to collect supplies. Jiang Yu, military region? Suhi, not just, it's all forces, including collecting all the goods circulating in the market. The wording was very urgent. They couldn't even wait for production, and it was even explicitly stated that they would use every means necessary if necessary. Jiang Yu, where are you sending it? Suhi, it's not written in the military order, so it seems they don't have the authority to know. This apocalypse is far more complex than we imagine. Jiang Yu took a hot shower and lay on the bed, his whole body relaxing. Qin Shui pushed open the door and came in, her fiery red nightgown resembling a ball of flame. The girl looked resentful. Chapter 53, A Battle of Fate. The power of ants turns the wheel of destiny. These past few days have been a rare moment of leisure in this apocalyptic world. Jiang Yu lay on the balcony sunbathing and could see the bustling crowds outside the villa area. I recall those days when I was running around every corner of the city, risking my life to find a single bag of bread. The beauty we have now is worth risking our lives for. With only a few days left before the Gu Jiao awakens, its image flashes through my mind, and my hands tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't fear, but the tension of having prepared diligently for so long and waiting to see the results. This victory or defeat will determine whether history can be changed. Before his rebirth, Jiang Yu struggled in the apocalypse for over a decade and loathed its cruelty more than anyone else. Now, beauty, food, and power are readily available. If he could, he wanted to end all of this and get Kyushu back on track. On the terrace, jasmine blooms quietly, its fragrance delightful. A fragile butterfly perched on a branch, gently fluttering its wings. Jiang Yu stared intently, imagining that one of its swings would unleash a storm in an unknown corner of this planet. That's how cause and effect works. It makes the beginning unclear. Qianyue had visited several times, but Jiang Yu only regarded her as an old friend. We ate together and drank together. Each time he entertained her, a different girl stood beside him, and they were intimate and casual with each other. If it's evening, morning or evening, Xiaoning, or Qin Shui, holding them close to his chest, oblivious to everyone else, savoring the different flavors. The person's attitude was very clear. As long as the Gu Jiao is dead, he will never provoke Qianyu. I owed people too many tears in my past life, and I can't repay them all in the first place, so there's no need to go through it again. Qianyue ignored it and continued to come every day. As time went on, Jiang Yu's anxiety grew stronger day by day. Time has come to that day in my memory. Before dawn, Jiang Yu stood on the rooftop terrace, gazing eastward, for hours on end. Chenxi quietly stayed with him, without saying a word. Finally, the sky began to change. Dark clouds gathered, and thunderstorms as thick as a person's embrace pounded the earth. The dull, loud noise made my heart race. In the distance, magnificent modern buildings were struck by lightning and collapsed with a deafening roar. In the dim sky, lightning tore a hole in the dark clouds, and countless zombie beasts roared at the sky above the wasteland. Inside the shelter, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, even the 6- or 7-year-old children. At an age when they should be cuddling toys and acting spoiled, they are now holding tiny knives. Inside the command center, Sui's expression was grave. He had not received any warning from his subordinates and shouted sternly, "What's going on with the reconnaissance company? Is it a zombie horde or not? Commander Su, we haven't found any trace of the zombie king, nor have any zombies attacked the city. It's very quiet outside." An officer rushed in to report, but he himself didn't believe what he was saying. A terrifying aura of death enveloped the entire city, yet there was no zombie horde. Within a radius of several miles, there wasn't even a shadow of a first-tier zombie, let alone a zombie king. Increase patrols and recall all ability users who are on leave. Fill all usable artillery pieces with ammunition. After Su finished speaking, she was still worried and rushed to Jiang Yu's residence. He was clearly just a little kid who hadn't grown up yet, but he felt deep down that he must know something. I just stepped out the door. Sudden, a dense crackling sound of electricity filled the sky, causing the hair on the ground to stand on end and the hairs on their bodies to stand on end. Immediately afterwards, a cold and eerie cry resounded throughout the heavens. Inside the shelter, everyone looked up at the sky, and the scene before them filled them with despair. Silence fell for a moment. Not knowing how to react, whether to fight or flee, it seemed there was no way to survive. Amidst the raging thunderstorm, dark clouds continued to gather, and the flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder were awe-inspiring. In midair, a giant bird flew out of the crack, getting closer and closer, spreading its wings, its shadow covering the entire city. Lightning flashed, illuminating the giant bird's silhouette and making it clearly visible. Its body was jet black, its wings were grayish-white, and the pattern on each feather resembled a pained human face. Whether crying or laughing, silent or mad, they are like countless vengeful ghosts gathered in one body, like a living hell. A genuine 5th-tier ancient beast. The strange bird cried out again. A mirage appeared in the sky with crystal clarity, and the terrifying spectacle of the underworld was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The earth shook violently, and blood-red spring water gushed from the ground. This is true despair. Before the battle even began, everyone had completely lost their will to fight. Mortals and gods fight. On what grounds? On the terrace, Chiyu saw the scene before him. His pupils turned blood red, and his killing intent surged like never before. God kill. With a sob in his throat, he managed to squeeze out 2 words. Godslayer, are you afraid? Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the followers behind him. Chiyu also showed some intelligence for the first time, drawing his long sword and pointing it at the Gujiao. Master, let's go. Chun-Shi was eager to try, and the phantom image of the water god behind him gradually became clear. Ruowan and Xiaoning exchanged a glance, clasped hands tightly, and the image of Zijian rose behind them, splitting in 2 from the center. Half light, half darkness. A 7-colored deer phantom appeared behind Qin Shui, with 2 cute white antlers on its head. Her little tail was wagging uncontrollably behind her, which was completely out of character for her. Chenxi grabbed her little tail from behind and played with it, laughing so hard she almost fell over. Auntie, no wonder you've always been afraid to fight me. I could die laughing without you even lifting a finger. You win, I concede. Qin Shui was furious upon hearing this, but she couldn't do anything about it. The tense atmosphere eased considerably. Stop fooling around. Lure it outside the city, and I can't guarantee you'll come back alive. It is an honor to know you. Jiang Yu smiled gently, his feet treading on runes, and charged towards the Gujiao first. The Gujiao stopped in midair, folded its wings, gathered energy, and began to summon a fiery cage. Compared to them, the humans beneath their feet are like ants moving in and out of an anthill, easily wiped out by a pot of boiling water. Clearly, not every ant resigned itself to its fate. A few with wings would fly up and sting the giant a few times. It might itch for a while, but that won't change the outcome. Jiang Yu and the others stood in midair in front of the Gujiao, each unleashing their strongest killing moves. Sword energy crisscrossed, the weak water surged, light and darkness tore apart, and a 7-colored mist swirled. The Gujiao's fiery cage was forcibly broken. Below, the shelter members hiding behind the building stared blankly at the battle in the air, their eyes glazed over. Where did these experts come from? That beautiful woman with horns is Qin Shui. I recognize the leader, it's Jiang Yu. How come I've never seen anyone like this at the sanctuary? You should know how powerful Qin Shui is. Jiang Yu defeated her in 1 move. But in the end, Jiang Yu still lost. The man sighed, his face full of envy. What do you mean? You can't possibly lose if you subdue someone in 1 move. I'll tell you a secret. I was on duty in the villa area that day, and Jiang Yu came out of there at night with his legs trembling. Hey. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile. It was a pretty crushing defeat. The bolder ones even went out of their rooms and onto the street to cheer on the people in the air. Hiding my ass. If even a level 2 cement zombie can't stop this, do you really think it can stop that giant bird in the sky? Go, Sister Shui. Wow, Jiang Yu is amazing. What kind of magical arts are they using? Is it really supernatural power? Su Hejan stood upstairs, hesitating whether to join the battle. The shelter was being attacked by ancient beasts, and it wouldn't be right for the master not to intervene. As he hesitated, a huge white shadow flapped its wings and rushed forward from the crowd. Chapter 54. You're poking me. The white figure was none other than Guilong. Qianyu gave him no chance to hesitate. The ghost dragon entered battle mode and carried her to the battlefield. Suha suddenly discovered something very embarrassing. He can't fly. Upon seeing Guilong appear, Jiang Yu was unable to remain calm. He felt that all the memories he had forgotten flooded back into his mind. He wasn't sure he could bear it if Qianyue died in front of him again. Qianyue, go back. Before Jiang Yu could finish speaking, Qianyu suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from her and almost fell from the sky. It was just a light, grayish-white feather that pierced the sky and stabbed into the ghost dragon's body. The 3rd-tier ghost dragon roared and charged towards the Gujiao, opening its massive jaws and tearing off a piece of its wing. I've said it before, I'm not a burden, so why won't you give me a chance? I'm no worse than any of them. Qianyu waved her hand, and a shield enveloped her entire body. Healing power poured down, and the wounds that Guilong had been corroded by Yusha were completely healed. The ghost dragon charged again, and Qianyue stood up on its back, fearlessly rushing into the thunderstorm. Sui stared wide-eyed at her daughter in disbelief. He saw the little white snake every day and knew it liked to eat crystal cores, so he would occasionally tease it with some crystal cores. He only knew that it was a pet that Jiang Yu gave to Qianyu, and that it could protect its owner. He never imagined it would be this powerful. Just how many secrets does this boy hold? Jiang Yu held a sword in his right hand and drew runes with his left, imprinting them into the Gu Jiao's body. 7 colors swirled around the Gu Jiao's body, and its aura was completely suppressed. With a clenched right hand, the rune instantly exploded, blasting it into a bald chicken. Dawn and dusk. The girl understood, and the azure water flowed, binding the Gu Jiao tightly as it fell to the ground. Everyone retreated. Qi Yu stood with his sword drawn, waiting for a long time. The Gu Jiao, stripped of its feathers, tumbled in the air in a sorry state, its energy showing no signs of weakening. Jiang Yu had a bad feeling. Qi Yu's long sword slashed down, splitting the giant bird's body in two. There were no splattered internal organs or bloodstains. The Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation to disintegrate, and gray mist spread through the streets. Oh! Screams rang out as dozens of people were swallowed by the gray mist. The mist condensed, and the Gu Jiao regrew its wings and flew into the air. Beneath him, a ghostly green flame ignited. Water-based ability users took action, their flames burning even brighter when wet, spreading and moving through the streets as if they were alive. Instantly, the shelter was engulfed in flames. I lured it out, and then went to put out the fire at dawn and dusk. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Wu Xiang stabbed at the Gu Jiao, transforming into a spear that pierced through its chest. Then, it turned into an iron chain, pulling the Gu Jiao away from the city. The Gu Jiao tried to break free, its entire body enveloped in 7-colored light, and its eyes became confused. Behind them, Qin Shui appeared, wagging her little tail as if seeking praise. This cosplay is pretty good for occasional use. I'd give it my opinion. The Gu Jiao's strength is nothing special. The crushing defeat I had imagined didn't happen. I felt much more relaxed, and the next thing to do was to minimize casualties. A moment later, the Gu Jiao awoke. Xiao Ning opened her arms and transformed into a giant black snake that coiled around it, crushing her newly restored consciousness. About 5 kilometers from the shelter, the Gu Jiao could no longer control itself. Its entire body burst into green flames, and the group dared not approach it again. Flapping wings. Flames covered half the sky, and the only way to withstand them was with a shield. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, noticing that its energy was beginning to wane. Ancient beasts were powerful, but not without limits. All energy will eventually run out. He activated Tai Chi, and his figure appeared above the Gu Jiao. Wu Xiang transformed into a giant axe and chopped down at the point where the wings were joined. Most of the wings were severed, and the flames went out. The Gu Jiao roared angrily, its feathers shooting towards Jiang Yu like a dense rain. In the sudden rain, Jiang Yu's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already under the giant bird, his long sword slicing down from its abdomen. Green blood gushed from his abdomen. As dawn breaks and dusk falls, streams of azure rivers flow through the air, weaving together a gigantic cage. Ruowan and Xiaoning conjured 2 snake-tooth-shaped spikes, one black and one white, and stabbed them toward the Gu Jiao's eyes. Trapped and unable to dodge, the thorns pierced through, rupturing the eyeballs and protruding from the back of the head. Still not dead? Jiang Yu discovered that every time the Gu Jiao was severely injured, it would only lose energy, not die. How could they possibly win this game? Master, I have discovered the weakness. On the back of its neck, there is a feather without a face, and its soul is hidden inside. Ruowan exclaimed in surprise. She had been using her spying ability ever since the Gu Jiao appeared, but all her results were ineffective. After the energy weakened, they finally succeeded. Distracted for a moment, he was struck in the chest by a feather and fell straight down from the sky. Ruowan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but felt no pain at all. Xiaoning's face turned pale with pain. This is a side effect of twin powers. Darkness suffers pain, light suffers harm. Jiang Yu drew a talisman, and dozens of lightning bolts struck out, hitting the Gu Jiao without causing any damage. In fact, the Gu Jiao's energy was restored by a trace. Lightning attribute absorption, fire control, poison control, lightning protection. There is no better way than close combat. The Gu Jiao's eyes have recovered, but its energy is now reduced to only 10%. At dawn and dusk, Xiaoning's energy was depleted, and Qin Shui only needed to harass her, leaving her with more than half of her energy. The ghost dragon still has 20% of its energy left. Qi Yu has all that brute strength, but since he can't fly, he's just a spectator. Jiang Yu's energy was also almost depleted. Qin Shui, use all your power to bewitch her. Qian Yue, restrain its wings. The two obeyed orders, and the Gu Jiao was trapped. Jiang Yu teleported to the Gu Jiao's body, piercing the faceless feather from its base with his long sword. Wu Xiang transformed into Wu Go and used all his strength to pluck the entire feather off. Bah! With a mournful cry, the Gu Jiao crashed to the ground, its energy completely depleted. Just as Qi Yu was about to kill him, a sudden regeneration occurred. A slender hand reached out from the void, gently grasping the long sword, its delicate palm blocking the blade. Qi Yu exerted all his strength, but could not advance an inch. "Young man, could you please let it go? I had a hard time getting this Gu Jiao." The girl emerged from the void, repelled Qi Yu, and casually set up a seal, causing space to solidify. She strolled up to Jiang Yu and smiled faintly. As the palm brushed against the Gu Jiao, it instantly shrank into a small crystal. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Fifth rank. Time and space freeze. It's not freezing, but imprisoning a space, stopping time within that space, and then severing it to solidify into a crystal. He had read in a book before that there was only one condition for using this ability, a dual S-level ability in time and space. The girl's aura was similar to that of a zombie, yet not pure. Her energy fluctuations were closer to those of Qi Yu. "No, unless you give it to me. I won't kill it." Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Showing weakness would only hasten his demise. He had to intimidate her. The girl pondered for a moment and said, "It's not impossible, but I'm not confident I can save it from its terrible state. With this, will you live a little longer? You didn't come here to destroy the shelter?" Jiang Yu was surprised and, instead of answering the girl's question, asked her a question in return. The group's energy was completely depleted. "If we can't win by fighting, we might as well go all out." "Guess." The girl smiled charmingly, reached out and touched Qi Yu's mask, tapping it a few times. Qi Yu remained motionless. His eyes, visible through his mask, were calm and undisturbed, while a hint of sadness shone in the girl's eyes. It flashed by in an instant. Jiang Yu clearly captured it. "Are you human or a zombie?" The girl concealed her emotions, turned around, and said, "Guess." "We couldn't continue our conversation. Your aura is neither human nor does it possess the chaotic energy of a zombie. To reach the 5th rank in a short time and subdue an ancient beast, there is only one answer." Jiang Yu grew increasingly disheartened as he guessed. There was no comparison between an old monster with a soul and a mutilated body. "Shoo, if you keep talking, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you. I don't like overly intelligent humans, but I don't want to kill you either." After the girl finished speaking, she smiled and couldn't help but glance at Qi Yu again, her expression conflicted. A pact has been made between Qi Yu and the boy, and she is not confident that she can separate them without causing any damage. He turned to look at Jiang Yu and tossed him a crystal fragment, which was the key to the space-time confinement. The girl said softly, "Little brother, I'm leaving now. Remember to live a long life. You humans are progressing far too slowly. This amount of energy is far from enough. It doesn't taste good either." He turned around and gently hugged Jiang Yu, his face pressed against the girl's snow-white neck. "You're poking me. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't go back on my word." The girl complained, but wasn't angry. She took a step, and her figure vanished into the void. He didn't even glance at the Gu Jiao from beginning to end. "Master, do you know who she is?" After the girl left, Ruowan, confirming that she had departed, whispered in Jiang Yu's ear. His voice trembled slightly. The fear in his eyes was impossible to hide. Chapter 55. These are all upper-class people. Can't they have a little shame? Jiang Yu made a shushing gesture to stop Ruowan from continuing. He had a vague idea of what was going on. These old geezers were eccentric and ruthless. Peeping into secrets that shouldn't be touched will definitely not end well if you anger her. He put away the Gu Jiao that had turned into time-space amber, glanced at the girls, and realized that the fact that no one had sacrificed themselves was already far beyond his expectations. We must find a way to save this ancient beast. None of the treasures that can heal the wounds of ancient mythical beasts are easy to find. At that time, Guilong was beheaded by Zhou Yichuan and was left with only one breath. Yang Ming spent all his wealth to get a fruit from the immortal tree. After dealing with the Gu Jiao, Jiang Yu felt that the sky had become much bluer, and the girls surrounding him seemed exceptionally beautiful. As soon as the group entered the shelter, they were surrounded by a crowd. Ghost Dragon transformed, scaring away the group of enthusiastic fans who were leading the group. Someone broke the silence, and cheers erupted from the crowd. As everyone chanted Jiang Yu's name, Suhi stood in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling window, feeling a mix of emotions. He didn't know how much loyalty his subordinates still had to him. Inside the meeting room, Suhi glanced at Jiang Yu and the girls beside him. He turned and introduced himself to the senior executives. "This is my daughter's best friend, Jiang Yu. I'm sure you've all witnessed his abilities." "Jiang Yu, Are you interested in staying and developing your career here? Take the position of chief war god of the shelter for now. Sui laughed loudly. We always have to make a show of seeking talent. In the next seat, a man in black had an unpredictable expression, his eyes filled with extreme dissatisfaction. The man in black is named Song Ming. He holds the title of chief war god. He has an A-level superpower, a gigantic form, and his body expands tenfold in battle, simultaneously increasing his strength and defense. The weapon he used required the combined strength of 4 or 5 ordinary, awakened beings to lift. The crowd looked at each other, and no one offered an opinion. Are you kidding me? This is not a time of peace. Neither Song Ming nor Jiang Yu can be offended. People will die? Uncle, I have no interest in managing the shelter. Now that the Gu Jiao has been killed, I will not stay any longer. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he nodded and bowed, then prepared to leave with his followers. Sui was pleased with the address, uncle, thinking that the boy had a way of knowing when to back down. He knew, of course, that Jiang Yu wouldn't stay. Then there's nothing we can do. My nephew is just like that. He's used to being free. Let's discuss the northern military region next. Sui walked towards the sand table, changing the subject. What he wanted was for everyone to know Jiang Yu's attitude. This serves as a cold shower for those restless souls. Jiang Yu hadn't even reached the door yet. With a loud bang, the conference room door was kicked open. 2 representatives from the northern military region, Su Hao and Yang Ting, stormed in aggressively. Su Hao glanced at everyone and sat down at the head of the conference table as if no one else was there. This is an internal meeting of our Langshire military region. Isn't it inappropriate for the 2 of you to barge in? Sui looked up, her eyes turning cold. Commander Su, I heard that you just killed a 5th-tier alien beast. Is this true? Su Hao never took Sui seriously, and his tone was utterly impolite. This statement successfully attracted Jiang Yu's attention. The 2 of them were not in the city. When they returned, the battle had already ended. Although ordinary 5th-tier beasts were rare, they were powerful. It's possible to take it down by deploying several hundred 3rd-tier ability users and sacrificing a few dozen. The value of 5th-order crystal nuclei is self-evident. Yes, that is true. What advice do you 2 have for me? Sui spoke up. You can keep the monster corpses, but hand over the crystal cores to the military region. Your Lang City is under the jurisdiction of the northern military region. Even if my father were here, he would still make the same arrangements. How? Su Hao was somewhat displeased. These bumpkins had such low emotional intelligence. They didn't rush to curry favor when there was something good, and instead had to wait for him to ask. Sui chuckled and glanced at Jiang Yu. Sorry, we didn't kill the beast, so I don't have the authority to deal with it. Su Hao was getting ready to watch a play. You don't need to hide it. When a strange beast appears in Lang City, besides you, Su-hee, who else has the ability to kill a 5th-tier strange beast? You better not try anything funny. Once I take over here, you'll have a good time. Su Hao clearly didn't believe it, speaking in the tone of the owner of the Lang City shelter. So he simply started playing with the sand table. He was even more convinced of Jiang Yu's evaluation of the northern military region. Just look at this stupid pig. His father won't amount to much either. We killed the monsters. But I've never actually seen a crystal core before. Jiang Yu wasn't lying. There really wasn't a crystal core. Suha has dumped the trouble on him. It wouldn't be right not to return the favor. It's you. Suha was slightly taken aback, looking at the boy with some surprise. He looked to be under 20 years old, a 4th-tier cultivator, who led several 3rd-tier toys to slay a 5th-tier beast. Do you really think he's a fool? Battalion Commander Su, what do you have to say? He turned to look at Suha. He is not one of my men. What can I say? Sui chuckled jokingly. He knew Jiang Yu's personality. This guy would definitely suffer a lot. Knowing full well that the northern military region was using the emperor to command the princes, his soldierly obsession was ingrained in his bones, making it very difficult for him to take action himself. He was more than happy to have someone stand up for him. Jiang Yu naturally sensed Su-hee's intentions and smiled slightly, hoping that uncle would not regret it later. Brother Hao, don't waste your breath on him. Just arrest them, torture 1 or 2 to death, and I don't believe we won't find out where the crystal core is. The girl's words impressed Jiang Yu. The femme fatale was indeed more than just a figure of speech. Where does the audacity to arrest people on someone else's turf come from? Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Yang Ting. To be fair, the northern military region has quite a lot of resources, and this alluring girl is actually a 4th-tier player. I guess he's used to being arrogant and domineering. Yang Ting noticed Jiang Yu staring at her chest, his face showing anger. Where are you looking? Brother Hao, gouge his eyes out. The girls behind Jiang Yu laughed without any restraint when they saw their master get the short end of the stick. Su Hao stared at the girls, his eyes glazed over. This is truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. This is what men should pursue. I never expected Lang City to have so many beauties. It was truly worth it for him to volunteer and come to this godforsaken place. I was wondering if your breasts are fake. They're so big. Yang Ting immediately erupted upon hearing this, apparently having been hit where it hurt. Don't talk nonsense. Mine is absolutely original. You'll know once you touch it. The meeting room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The senior executives were no longer as serious as usual, and even Chief or God Song-ming looked at Jiang Yu with new respect. This guy is interesting. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Yu. We look forward to his next move. Jiang Yuzhen extended his hand, and the conference room fell silent for a moment. Please, this is a military meeting, not a business team-building event. Don't go too far. We're all upper-class people. Can't you have a little bit of shame? Smack. Runes formed at his fingertips, an energy blade flashed, and with a soft sound, the water bag pierced through and deflated. Su Hao stared wide-eyed, unsure how to react. You clearly said you're all natural, you bitch. Brother Hao, let me explain. Yang Ting clutched her chest, glaring maliciously at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled indifferently. Your suicidal tendencies are none of my business. It would be petty of me not to see you off. All right, everyone, let's call it a day. That's all for today's meeting. Sui quickly stepped in to smooth things over. If things continued like this, things would get difficult to manage. Su Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost face today. What good is that? You have to spit out the crystal core today. Su Hao walked up to Jiang Yu, gathering energy in his hands and activating his supernatural power. With the strength of a 4th-tier cultivator, this punch carries the power of at least a 5th-tier cultivator. Chapter 56 Rebirth, Just a Dream. Charge Up Ability. After charging up, the energy intensity increases by 1 level. The higher the level, the more significant the increase. The difference between the 1st and 2nd order is 1, but the difference between the 9th and 10th order will be more than double. How do you plan to make me throw up? Jiang Yu looked at him with amusement, his hand trembling slightly, and Wu Xiang let out an excited dragon roar. Su Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. When a person dies, they will naturally vomit out whatever they should and shouldn't vomit. That makes sense. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Wu Xiang rolled out, the longsword transforming into an iron chain covered with sharp blades, and rolled towards Su Hao. Startled, Su He immediately took action, freezing the space around him. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged, and the Tai Chi symbol on his wrist flashed with light, showing that his spatial abilities had no effect on him whatsoever. The head flew into the air. Su He used all his strength to restrain the headless corpse that was about to fall, but he couldn't even stop it for a second. His expression was 3 parts anger and 7 parts fear. If Jiang Yu wanted to kill him and seize power, it would be as simple as waving his hand. In comparison, the crisis in the northern military district, far away in the northern province, is insignificant. Jiang Yu did not sheath his longsword. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared behind Yang Ting, his tone indifferent. I don't like what you just said. Upon hearing this, Yang Ting felt a chill run down her spine. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. The girl pleaded, her face pale with fear. That's true. Kneel down. You know what to do. I know. I can do anything. Yang Ting didn't care about the shame and quickly knelt down. The audience became even more excited, as there was an even more advanced performance tonight. I have to say, young people really know how to have fun. Master, don't touch the dirty things. What Chinsi said was unintentional, but what Xiaoning listened to took to heart. Even though she was forced into it and had her body changed, she is still tainted. Always inferior to others. Before Chun, she could finish speaking, Yang Ting was cut in half at the waist, staring at Jiang Yu with disbelief in her eyes. The unique feature of being cut in half at the waist is that it can keep the victim conscious for a moment. Killing is a small matter. What I hate most is being tortured and killed. I hope you remember this lesson in your next life. Jiang Yu turned to look at Su He, his face showing an innocent and harmless expression. Uncle, did I handle it well? Su He looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly, suffering in silence. Oh well, if it's going to rain, it's going to rain. If a mother wants to remarry, she'll just let it be. Even if we don't kill them, we can't coexist peacefully with the northern military region. At least we feel better now. Pass down the message. Su Hao and Yang Ting of the northern military region bravely fought against the Gu Jiao and unfortunately sacrificed their lives to protect the Lang City shelter. They are hereby posthumously awarded the title of martyrs. A grand funeral tomorrow. Su He remained expressionless, and everyone nodded in agreement. That's a good reason. Even if his father, Su Shuai, came to find fault, he wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. A father should be proud of his son's bravery. Inside Jiang Yu's villa, several girls sat on the sofa, including Qianyu. All right, you've had a long day, go back and rest. As darkness fell, with no cell phones or televisions, there really weren't many forms of entertainment in the apocalypse. How could the lives of people in ancient times be dull? I'm going to sleep. Xiaoning left, adopting a very humble posture. She would never compromise on her master's orders. Xiaoning, wait for me. Ruolan and Xiaoning tactfully went upstairs. Chenxi, you should go and rest too. Okay. The girl reluctantly went back to her room. Qin Shui tossed her hair and smiled charmingly. I'm not tired, and I didn't exert myself much today. Working overtime is no problem. Jiangyu glared at her. Can't you see Qianyu sitting here? Okay, I'm disappearing. I don't have any other merits, but I am very perceptive and sensible. I'll wait for you. Qin Shui hugged Jiangyu and gave him a light kiss before heading upstairs, but she didn't go into her own room. This woman, Sister Shui, remember what I asked you to do? It's very important. Qianyue called out, and Qin Shui gave her an okay sign. What's on your mind? I will never refuse if I can do it. He owed her so much in his past life, so much that he could never repay it. Qian, you saved him more than 100 times. I thought about it for a long time after you left, and I still love you. Qianyue bit her lip, blushed, and lowered her head. Jiangyu wanted to slap himself. Why did he make such a promise? Killing the Gu Jiao had made him a little too proud. The first zombie horde will not attack for at least 6 months. This time it's completely different. The human sanctuary is intact. 6 months later, the awakened were equipped with firearms. Even if all electronic devices are destroyed by radiation, sacrificing half the population to stop the first zombie horde shouldn't be a problem. Saving all sentient beings is the business of God and Buddha. What does it have to do with a mere Taoist priest like him? As you can see, I don't lack women. You don't need to get involved in this mess. To tell you the truth, they only followed me for protection. It's a win-win situation for everyone. You have the entire Lang City shelter behind you, and Ghost Dragon protecting you. What man can't you find? You can form an army of young, handsome men if you like. Those little animals that can play basketball, those little boys who can run, aren't they all more handsome than me? Zhang Yu tried to brainwash her. He stated that if he hadn't possessed endless resources and stolen the inheritance of the heavenly Tao, then what he was saying would be true. Among the beautiful women upstairs, who would even glance at him? In my past life, that weakling endured over a decade of scorn, ridicule, and humiliation. As his strength increased, it frequently visited his dreams. It becomes an inescapable inner demon. Zhang Yu is afraid every time he wakes up, afraid that it was all a dream. After waking up, he still needs to rely on his insignificant D-level power ability to survive. Qianyue was amused by him and laughed. Seeing her laugh, Zhang Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as well. After their second encounter, Qianyue rarely smiled. Her smile is truly healing. The spring breeze caresses my heart, neither cold nor hot. Zhang Yu, I'll give you 2 choices. Either accept me, or give me a contract. Like Qin Shui and the others. Qianyue's eyes were firm. I cast the mind control spell because I didn't trust them. You are different. I can't imagine you doing anything to hurt me. Zhang Yu shook his head and refused. Qian, you couldn't go to Lang City, but Qin Hong could turn her into a specimen. You absolutely cannot bring it with you, as the journey ahead will become increasingly treacherous. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm afraid that once you leave, you'll never remember to come back. They are all prettier than me. I can't do anything. If you don't choose one, I'll... Qianyue thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what she could use to threaten him. He drew a dagger from his waist and slit his wrist. Fresh blood gushed out. Well, Zhang Yu had always thought that her fearless nature was a gift from hardship, so it seems the little girl was born this way. Helpless, he drew the mind-controlling spell. TSK. There are even people eager to keep them as pets. It's true that when birds grow up, you'll find all sorts of creatures. Qianyue, I'm giving you the ghost dragon so you'll have the strength to protect yourself, hoping to give you freedom. Zhang Yu stroked the rune behind the girl's ear and sighed. You are not me. I know what I want. This is the freedom I want. Qianyue held Zhang Yu's hand tightly to her face, her cheeks feeling warm and comfortable. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. You had to force me. The treatment was applied, leaving the wrists spotless and flawless, without the slightest hesitation or embellishment. There was no need for any pretense. The little girl seemed more cunning and clever than he had imagined. I'm going to sleep now, good night. After Qianyue finished speaking, she walked towards Qin Shui's bedroom on the 2nd floor. I had heard Qin Shui say that Qianyu often slept here after I left, so I didn't think much of it. Zhang Yu yawned. The day had been too fulfilling, and he was feeling a bit tired. After taking a bath, he deliberately walked quietly back to his room, afraid of waking Qin Shui. Today, I really can't hold on any longer. Those who know, know. It was late at night, with no moon or stars in the sky, and the room was pitch black. Half asleep, Jiang Yu felt someone approaching. He instinctively reached for the light switch, only to realize that the power had been cut off. The mantra's familiar and reassuring aura brings peace of mind. The intense combat all day had drained his energy, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. As familiar as ever. The evening breeze outside the window subsided, no longer as fierce as during the day, gently caressing the flowers, grass, and trees. Under the threat of zombies and monsters, the nightingale remained silent. The chirping of insects was muffled, almost inaudible. At noon, Jiang Yu woke up and, upon seeing the familiar face beside him, was so frightened that he fell off the bed. Oh no, it was just a dream. What rebirth, what Taoist magic, what heavenly Tao, what Qiyu. It was all just a dream. Looking out the window, the weather was fine and sunny, with green trees and red flowers, unlike the dilapidated house he lived in on Qingdao in his previous life. Turning to look at the girl's gentle, content sleeping face, my mind went completely blank. Chapter 57. From this day forward, I will abstain from alcohol. That's right, we're still in the villa, and this is Lang City. But what's with Qinhua lying next to me? Wake up. Jiang Yu gently pushed the girl, not daring to use force. Her arm felt soft and yielding. It wasn't an illusion. Let me sleep a little longer, my head hurts so much. Just a little while. Qinhua couldn't open her eyes, so she buried her head completely in the blanket. Jiang Yu remained silent, at a loss for what to do. Thinking back to the custom-made gift I made for Qin Shui yesterday, it's clearly not suitable for this little girl. Qin Shui, get out here. Jiang Yu walked out of the bedroom, shouting angrily. There are very few people or things that can make him lose his temper. Qinhua is one of them. Qin Shui rubbed her eyes as she came out of her bedroom, looking at Jiang Yu with a confused expression. Morning. Qin Shui came to her senses and felt a little guilty. Come in with me. Jiang Yu pulled her into the bedroom, waiting to hear her explanation. What happened? Qin Shui was prepared. She activated the inherited energy, grew antlers, and sprouted a small tail. The person's anger dissipated. Qinhua gave me instructions, and I can't disobey her. You asked me to follow her for a year. The time hasn't come yet, and I cannot disobey either of my masters. I knew all along that the little girl was unreliable. Come down for dinner. Chensi called out from the living room. It's past noon, and no one has come down for lunch. I wonder what they're busy with upstairs. Little Morocco, go and call your master down for dinner. Oh, if I go upstairs at night and see two doors in front of me, I won't know which one to choose. Her experience over the past 10 days told her that Jiang Yu was most likely in Qin Shui's room. Clang, clang, clang. After knocking a few times without getting a response, he had no choice but to call out. Master, dinner is ready. The bedroom door opened, and Qin Shui opened it, holding a carton of milk. Jiang Yu was not in the room. Sister Shui, where's Master? Dinner is ready. If she couldn't find anyone that night, she was about to go to the room across the street when Qin Shui stopped her. Now is not the time to disturb. Jiang Yu and Qian Yu need to have a good talk. There's just how complicated the relationship is between children. Unlike myself, who is simple and straightforward. Let's go eat first. The host has something to do, and we'll be down in a bit. Sister Shui, there's a little dirt on your face, just this. Ruowan pointed to her cheek to remind Qin Shui. Qin Shui wiped it away with one finger, and when the girl wasn't paying attention, she put it into her mouth. I'm used to having a glass of milk every morning. Try it. The oat milk breakfast tastes good. A box of unopened milk now costs 5 tier 3 crystal cores. This is not milk, it's more expensive than gold. Ruowan sucked on her fingers, but it didn't taste like anything. Seeing her distressed expression and adorable eyes, Qin Shui almost fell down the steps laughing. These little girls are so much fun. Ruowan, however, was thinking about something else entirely. Drinking a glass of milk every day, no wonder Sister Shui has such a great figure. It's a pity she's lactose intolerant, so she can't replicate that. She'd rather drink plain water than accept a box of 5 crystal cores. 5 days later, in the core area of the Lang City shelter. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Yu pushed away the long, beautiful legs that were half pressing on him, and his steps as he got out of bed were slightly unsteady. He swore to the 3 pure ones that the Gu Jiao was definitely not as powerful as these little girls. If we stay any longer, our bone marrow will be sucked dry. Jiang Yu looked at his pale face in the mirror. Little did he know how terrifying the killing power of wine and women could be. Changes must be made. Starting today, I will abstain from alcohol. Afternoon, in the living room. A familiar scene, Several young girls sitting on the sofa waiting for instructions. I have something to do and need to leave for a while. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, several unfriendly gazes shot over him, and he swallowed the rest of his words. Please, who is the master here? Okay. Just take me with you. I'm tired of staying here. There's no challenge at all. They express their opinions in the morning and evening. If you look up at night, your pitiful little expression is incredibly charming, especially at certain moments. It makes you reluctant to unleash your ultimate skill, yet you can't help but crit with every strike. Master, Xiaoning and I have nowhere to go either. Please don't leave us. I'll be good. Xiaoning lowered her head. She was not qualified, nor did she dare to fight for it. Doing too much would anger her master and implicate Ruowan. Qianyue extended her wrist, a blatant threat. You know what I'm thinking. Qin Shui clung to Jiang Yu's arm, looking terrified. Her expression was even more pitiful than Ruowan's. Tears welled up in her eyes. Master, don't worry about leaving me here alone. The way the men here look at me is terrifying. They eat people. Jiang Yu remained silent. Qin Shui's acting was so exaggerated that it was speechless. Everyone in Lang City knew about the volcano princess's temper. Should we take action? One more glance, and you could scatter that person's ashes to the winds. It wasn't just after she met Jiang Yu, but all along that her combat strength was no less than Su He's. Stop. I'm not taking anyone with me. This is a serious business trip, not a vacation. Chenxi, Ruowan, and Xiaoning took my letter to Qingdao to help. Qin Shui, you and Qian Yu will stay in Lang City for the time being and do the task I have assigned you. Qin Shui's task was simple, to help Qian Yu establish authority in Lang City and weaken Su He's influence. In the end times, those in power without a successor usually don't live long. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Qian Yu suddenly realized what was going on and immediately thought of the murder weapon Fei and the wealthy heiress Qinghong. One has stat-heavy odds, the other has status-based bonuses. No wonder someone can't stay in Lang City. Men. Ignoring the protests of a few people, the meeting ended. Baisha City is a county-level city under Xingtai County in Northern Province. Located in the northern part of Qi Province, it can be reached in 2 or 3 days by taking the national highway. In a previous life, a mutated ginkgo tree occupied this place. When the sapling was planted, the Xia dynasty had not yet been established, and Yu the Great was still controlling the floods. Ginkgo trees are not particularly noticeable in their early stages. Years later, it gained sentience, its canopy blocked out the sun, and its roots spread throughout the entire city, eventually turning White Sand City into a dead city. There were no people, no zombies, only some strange beasts that coexisted with it, scavenging corpses everywhere. Provide evolutionary energy to trees in exchange for the protection of giant trees. According to information compiled by a beast tamer from a previous life, most exotic beasts can share medicines with humans, and the gujiao is no exception. Seeds of mutated plants or elixirs from ancient tombs are the best choices. Jiang Yu decisively chose the former. Inside the tomb, there was a special type of zombie, which the survivors called the Corpse General. Unfortunately, they encountered the tombs of feudal lords where tens of thousands of people were buried alive with them. They led their army of corpses to sweep through the area, and even the inheritors could not withstand the onslaught. Awakened mutant plants are everywhere, but high-level beings that can condense seeds after death are extremely rare. The seeds of mutated plants contain endless vitality and can repair most non-fatal injuries. Of course, the most basic requirement is that the energy of the plant seeds is equal to that of the injured person and preferably one level higher. Treatment is limited. Severed limbs cannot regenerate, the heart cannot be remodeled, and the brain. Well, not counting the brain. Any creature that could survive having its brain shattered probably wouldn't need plant seeds. Jiang Yu remembered Baisha City because a little girl who founded a top-tier demonic force came from there. She has an exceptional physique and appearance, possesses an abnormally gifted ability to control supernatural powers, and her methods of killing are even more perverse. The next day, Jiang Yu embarked on a new journey alone, heading towards Baisha City. The land of Kyushu is so vast, how can it be confined by a few saplings? As the sun sets, people search for a place to spend the night, for in the end times no one travels in the dark. The armored vehicle drove off the national highway and saw a residential area in the distance, built all alone at the foot of the mountain. The Baroque-style entrance door incorporates European elements, resulting in a luxurious, yet somewhat tacky and incongruous design. After hiding the car, we walked forward. Upon approaching and seeing the scene before him, Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Illusion? Dream? In the park in the middle of the residential area, A group of children around 6 or 7 years old were playing, while several men and women were tending to their vegetable garden nearby. An old man was playing the eru under the pavilion, humming folk songs. The neighborhood was bustling with activity. Dozens of people could be seen, all with relaxed expressions and neat attire. Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the outside of the residential area, where a giant rat was gnawing on a zombie, only to be torn apart and swallowed by a mutated wild cat. Blood gushed onto the ground, and a wild cat bared its fangs at Jiang Yu, but was intimidated by his aura and lingered at a distance. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which side was the illusion and which side was reality. Chapter 58. Stop making a fuss. I have connections. Meng Fan. Jiang Yu was about to enter the residential area when he was stopped by someone in the security booth. Sorry, this area is closed. The young man, dressed in a security guard uniform, looked to be around 20 years old. He was sitting leisurely in a rocking chair in the security booth. The boy's name is Chi Xin, and he was a security guard in the residential area before the mutation. It used to be a means of livelihood. Now it's purely for enjoyment. After undergoing a mutation, Chi Xin awakened his superpowers and became the most powerful person in the community. Rhinetown was originally an upscale residential area, built next to a scenic spot, surrounded by the city's best schools and commercial centers, and its residents were all wealthy and influential. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful girl was massaging Chi Xion's shoulders from behind, making him feel comfortable and at ease. The girl had delicate features, her eyes seemed to smile, and every part of her body perfectly matched men's aesthetic standards. Her dress accentuated her perfect curves as she bent down, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and fed it to the boy. He reached out and patted the girl's pert bottom, eliciting a soft cry. Even though Jiang Yu was used to seeing beautiful women, he was still momentarily stunned. It's getting dark. I'm planning to find a place to stay. This place looks good, Jiang Yu said, drawing his longsword. In the apocalypse, language has limited effectiveness when dealing with strangers. Swords are a more effective means of communication. Either bow your head or turn around. Among the zombie beasts, those that can protect a sanctuary either have extremely powerful masters or possess extraordinary treasures. The boy showed no signs of inheritance, so it was most likely the latter. I said this place is off limits. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Chi Xian said coldly, his tone extremely domineering, completely disregarding everyone else. They were even too lazy to get up. Jiang Yu took a step forward, intending to force his way in, when a shield suddenly rose above the residential area. Such powerful energy. The shield covers the entire area, and its protective strength is still quite strong, far exceeding the energy of ordinary awakened beings, and almost on par with an S-level single-target shield. Strangely, the boy did not make a move or use his own energy. The shield was released automatically. The items in this neighborhood are quite good, worth buying. Overestimating yourself. Chi Xian smiled contemptuously, too lazy to pay attention to the flies outside the door. Since you're here, don't leave. I like your sword. Chi Xian waved his hand, and energy condensed into a sharp blade, which pierced straight into Jiang Yu's throat. They were ruthless. Jiang Yu drew his wuxiang sword, activated Taiji, and teleported into the security booth, swinging his longsword down. The attack was dodged, and the boy looked slightly surprised but didn't care. He casually caught the longsword blade with his hand wrapped in energy. A smile played on his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. Every day, a few scoundrels come to the neighborhood to provoke us, and so far, no one has been able to withstand even one of their moves. Chi Xian's eyes narrowed, and his domain expanded. Court death. He clenched his left fist and attacked Jiang Yu's chest, the energy in his fist being the same as that of the community's shield. With a swift and painful slash, Chi Xian's hand was severed at the root, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony. Jiang Yu frowned. His opponent was much weaker than he had imagined. Domain Awakeners were usually S rank, with very few being A rank. They won't be so easily defeated. Chi Xian's palm regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, weakening the shield covering the area. The treasure is quite interesting. Jiang Yu summoned the Divine Gaochen, instantly dispelling the domain restriction and completely shattering the community's shield. He then calmly walked towards the boy. Wuxiang pressed against the opponent's throat. Chi Xian couldn't believe it. He frantically tried to activate the energy, but received no response. He realized that he could no longer control the treasure's energy. Who exactly are you? I am invincible in this field. That's impossible. Chi Xian appeared to be insane, raising his energy to its limit, but still received no response. Stop making a fuss. I have connections. Jiang Yu pointed to the top of his head, where the illusion of the great Emperor Gaochen solidified. His eyes lowered, looking down at all living beings with disdain. The boy looked up and met the illusion's gaze. He felt as if struck by lightning, and unable to control his legs, he knelt heavily on the ground. Can you please not kill him? You can have all the food in the neighborhood. Without Brother Xian, the shield will dissipate, and everyone in the neighborhood will be eaten by zombies. The girl rushed over and stood in front of the boy. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. Aren't you afraid of dying? Jiang Yu stared at the girl and said expressionlessly. The girl turned to look at the community square, where several children were playing and frolicking outside. Her eyes were hesitant, and her body was trembling violently. She couldn't bear to see the children die tragically, but she didn't have the courage to actually die. I'm scared. The girl's voice was trembling with tears. She wanted to be a hero too, but her legs were too weak to stand up, and she couldn't bring herself to say anything strong. Answer me a question. Where is the treasure that provides the shield? Jiang Yu dispersed the summoning spirit and gently wiped the bloodstains from the sword on the girl's shoulder. He wasn't sure what the treasure was, but he vaguely sensed that it was sentient and alive. Most living treasures will parasitize humans, and when the host dies, the treasure will perish. Treasure? The girl looked confused, then said, the shield is controlled by Brother Qi. I really don't know anything else. There are no treasures in the neighborhood. Clang! Wu Xiang threw out a spear that pierced Qi Xian's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. He was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Supplies, women. The entire neighborhood is yours. No, don't kill me. He didn't want to die. He was an awakened being and could survive even if he left the community. Choose one, hand over the treasure, and I won't kill you. Jiang Yu drew his spear and pierced Qi Xian's other shoulder once more. Oh, I'll hand it over. There must be energy to awaken it. Everything I said is true. Qi Xian gritted his teeth in pain, his mind reeling. Jiang Yu drew his spear, cast a binding spell to trap Qi Xian, and threw him a crystal core to restore his energy. This guy's strength is barely at the 3rd level, but he's really lucky. After absorbing the crystal core, Qi Xian raised his hand and began to summon the treasure, a ball of energy condensing in his palm. Jiang Yu held his spear to Qi Xian's brow, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, Qi Xian vanished. There was no warning whatsoever. There are no spatial fluctuations, nor are there any energy fluctuations. Jiang Yu drew the 5 ghosts talisman, and 5 little ghosts searched the entire neighborhood, but found nothing. His gaze fell on the girl. I really didn't know. Brother Xian always told us that as long as he's within the neighborhood, he's a god. No one can disobey his orders. He won't tell me anything. The girl trembled with fear, and Jiang Yu was certain she didn't have the guts to lie. Find me a room. Jiang Yu sensed that the treasure's aura was still present. The girl made sure she hadn't misheard, then quickly led the way. When they reached the community square, she turned to look at Jiang Yu and said softly, My name is Meng Fan. Could you stay and shelter us? We are all very obedient, and there is no shortage of food in the community. Upon entering the residential area, Jiang Yu smelled a very peculiar fragrance, especially strong on Meng Fan, a mixture of floral and fruity scents. Upon closer inspection, there is also a fermented smell like rotten fruit. Sweet and extravagant. It depends on your performance. Jiang Yu felt the scent was familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where he had smelled it before. Several women were loosening the soil in the green belt in the community square. When they saw Meng Fan bringing in a stranger, they all looked over curiously, whispering. Awakened individuals have far more acute senses than ordinary people. Hooking up with Brother Xian wasn't enough, this slut. I often see her going to the basement. I wonder how much delicious food she hides there. It's locked with such a big lock, as if they're afraid someone will get in. It's so good to be pretty. It was clear that they had a strong prejudice against Meng Fan. Handsome young man, would you like to stay? We're very welcoming people here. You're so strong, they'll definitely take good care of you. Meng Fan forcibly suppressed her fear, smiled charmingly, and deliberately emphasized the word, take care, in her voice. The flowers in the park paled in comparison to the girl's smile. You're not afraid of me anymore. Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing to see her legs trembling while she tried to remain calm. Meng Fan led him into a detached villa, the rooms of which were very luxuriously decorated. If you're willing to stay, this villa is yours. Brother Xian is quite strong. No one can break into the residential area. You're the first person who can come in. We will treat you well. When Brother Xian comes back, don't kill him. He's a good man. I've just been in a bad mood lately. Meng Fan didn't dare say a bad word about Qi Xian, always feeling that he was omnipresent. He looked around anxiously. The brainwashing was very successful. Jiang Yu waved for her to leave, and Meng Fan closed the door and turned to leave. The fragrance had faded a little, but it was still omnipresent. Before long, Meng Fan brought over a few side dishes. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious when he saw the color and texture of the meat slices on the plate. She didn't leave, serving food and wine, leaning against Jiang Yu subtly, taking meticulous care of him. The rich, intoxicating aroma is mesmerizing. Meng Fan took Jiang Yu's hand and placed it under the table, gently sliding it across her palm. The temptation was obvious, but under the cover of the dining table, words were subtly written on his palm. No, no, no meat. After finishing writing, Meng Fan blushed and gently shook her head, then chuckled and patted her mischievous hand. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of fried meat, put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times, and confirmed his judgment. He dared not swallow it, and used Tai Chi to retract it. Seeing him eat, Meng Fan's eyes flashed with anxiety, but her smile grew even happier as she got up and went to the bathroom to prepare hot water. Take a hot shower and get a good night's sleep, and you'll love it here. I'll come back later. Jiang Yu had just finished showering when there was a knock on the door. As soon as the door opened, Meng Fan led several girls in one after another. The room was filled with an even stronger fragrance. Meng Fan covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her face slightly flushed. Little handsome boy, don't just stand there. Pick whichever toy you like. If you're confident, you can keep them all. I don't think they'll mind. Each of the girls has her own unique charm. They are all top-notch in terms of looks and figure. Jiang Yu looked at Meng Fan with amusement, then reached out and pulled her onto his lap. I don't need them. I'm more interested in you. Meng Fan smiled gently, without struggling, and casually hooked her arm around his neck, her breath sweet as orchids. Really? Am I that good? Are you just trying to comfort me? Meng Fan waved, and the girls left one after another, their eyes filled with disappointment. They were very unwilling to accept that the big fish had been caught. Brother Xin likes her. He finally found a strong man, but he still has a special affection for her. That bitch. Not choosing another one. The spring night is short, so you don't need to be so polite with me. Meng Fan's voice was soft and sweet, her words full of teasing, and her breath warmed my neck. Run, the girl whispered, biting her earlobe. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, extended a finger to lift the girl's chin, and did not take her warning to heart. Meng Fan lowered her head, her pretty face flushed, her expression unreadable. The girl glanced up unintentionally and saw Jiang Yu's clear eyes. She panicked and couldn't help but gasp. He wasn't lost. She had watched him eat all that meat, and now what could she do? Whether she begged for mercy or continued, she would only anger someone she couldn't afford to offend. Never mind, let me die if I want to. Chapter 59, Obtaining the Tai Sui Inheritance. I will protect you. Aren't you wondering why I'm still sober? Jiang Yu threw a bag of leftovers on the floor. The girl understood and then smiled indifferently. Don't speak, let me finish. You know I mean no harm. I don't want to kill anyone, nor do I want to offend Brother Xin. The survivors in the community are innocent. They would all die without the shields. I don't care anymore, and I can't control it anyway. Since you're confident, then you can handle it yourself. Brother Xin can mobilize the monster's abilities. He often says that he knows everything that happens in the neighborhood, but I don't know if it's true or not. Meng Fan switched from defense to offense, completely abandoning her reserve, and gently bit her lip as she pressed Jiang Yu down beneath her. The girl is really beautiful. In terms of looks alone, she far surpasses Qing Hong and the others. He was just an ordinary person, without any awakened superpowers, and there was no energy fluctuation on his body, posing no threat to him. Why? Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Everyone knows that takeout food is unsanitary, but people just can't control their mouths. This is the last meal of the day. Starting tomorrow, I will definitely quit this bad habit. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up hungry, having not eaten a single bite of food that evening. I feel really weak. I've been severely lacking in exercise lately. After finishing his morning exercise, he took out a pile of food from his Tai Chi box, placed it on the table, and started eating by himself. Take me to see it later. I've never seen a living Tai Sui before. Meng Fan sat opposite him, carefully observing the boy's expression. Would you like to stay? Brother Xion's temper is getting more and more volatile. I'm afraid he'll kill everyone in the neighborhood sooner or later. Moreover, he can't take his superpower out of the community, and he can only eat one kind of food every day, so life is very difficult. It's safe to be trapped here, but unfortunately there's no food, only disgusting pieces of Tai Sui meat. It wasn't that it tasted terrible, it was just so greasy that it made you want to vomit. Fruits and vegetables were very limited, and only Zixin was entitled to enjoy them. There's only a little bit each day. The girl looked enviously at the delicious food on the table, too afraid to even think about it or touch it. Food is precious, but human life is not. Jiang Yu patted her little head and pointed to the food on the table. Don't be shy. Eat as much as you like. Consider it a reward. With permission, Meng Fan picked up a piece of cake and ate it greedily, stuffing her mouth full. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of bread, spread jam on it, added ham, and handed it to the girl. After the Tai Sui is killed, its energy can be stolen. I need Tai Sui's special abilities. Follow me, and you can become the inheritor. His strength far surpasses Qi Xian's. Meng Fan took the bread, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to refuse. I want to follow you, and I want to become stronger, but what about the other people in the neighborhood? Those children, they are really cute. Jiang Yu's eyes remained completely still, and his tone was calm. They won't live long. If I can get in, others will be able to sooner or later. At most 3 months, Tai Sui will break through to the 5th level and gain sentience. You will all die just the same, and you will die even more miserably. You should have seen it eat, unless you want to end up like those fertilizers. For ordinary people, dying is not a bad thing. The domain ability inherited from Tai Sui is top tier in the early stages, with maxed out toxin control. Especially since their plant-type identity allows them to disguise their aura and evade detection by other plant-type variants. Afterwards, dealing with the mutated ginkgo tree will save a lot of trouble. Yes, there's no other reason. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan turned pale, and images flashed through her mind. The zombies, used as fertilizer, were trapped inside the Tai Sui and struggled day and night. It will extend its roots into every hole in its prey to extract nutrients, leaving it unable to even scream. A single feeding session can last for several days, and the zombie will slowly die after its energy is completely drained. Meng Fan quickly shook her head, looking at Jiang Yu pitifully. Once you've stirred up psychological fears, all that's left is empty promises. It's a standard approach, simple and effective for establishing faith, and our ancestors rarely failed in this field over thousands of years. I try not to disturb its root system so that the shield won't break. You can gain the ability to survive in the apocalypse without depending on anyone. Okay, Meng Fan agreed, her voice choked with emotion as she ate her bread in large bites. A sore throat rose in my nose, and I couldn't swallow it down. Tears dripped onto the bread and spread out. I cried for no reason at all. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary girl, soft-hearted, timid, and indecisive. Its only advantage is its appearance. She knew she was a useless person, but even a useless person wants to live. Even if you have to die, at least don't become a zombie. Leave cleanly. Jiang Yu drew a mind-controlling spell on her forehead, and Meng Fan accepted it without hesitation. She didn't understand what kind of magic it was. She only saw the bond. With this bond, the boy might protect her and help her survive. Inside the underground parking garage of the residential complex, there were no lights, no skylights, and it was pitch black all around. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped inside, a strong, foul stench filled his nostrils, making him drowsy. With a light stroke of the fingertip, a golden talisman takes shape. Then, a mind-clearing talisman is drawn, and the mind is instantly cleared. Summon Qiyu to clear the way ahead. The ground was covered with thick, sticky liquid, and tangled roots spread throughout the garage. Unlike tree roots, each strand is very thin, and the mold is usually soaked in a disgusting slime. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. A dull heartbeat could be heard. Jiang Yu walked closer and finally saw its full appearance. A milky white mass of flesh sat coiled in the corner of the garage, estimated to be several tens of meters long and wide, its body contracting and expanding in sync with the sound of a heartbeat. It really is Tai Sui. Jiang Yu sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from it. It had already reached the limit of the 4th rank. 3 months is an exaggeration. At most, 1 month, and he will devour everyone in the neighborhood. Meng Fan looked at Tai Sui, where several undigested zombies struggled on its body, tightly bound by roots. Remembering Jiang Yu's words, she frowned and took a few steps back. It shouldn't attack me. I come here every day to cut off a piece of meat. It will not resist. Meng Fan always thought of her as an inexhaustible piece of meat, at the mercy of others. Now I understand that the people in the neighborhood are the fat meat being raised by monsters. Are you afraid of death? Jiang Yu remembered something. I'm scared. The girl raised her head and gave Jiang Yu a deep look. I had no idea what he was going to do, and I had a bad feeling about it. Jiang Yu raised his longsword and pointed it at the middle of Tai Sui's body. I'll split it open in a bit, and there'll be a yellowish-green viscera inside. Go in and let it eat you. Remember, Your head must be buried in your yellowish-green internal organs. One wrong step and you'll die. Are you sure? Meng Fan covered her nose, her expression hesitant. Before them, several zombies, half-absorbed, were trapped on Tai Sui, whimpering and growling. With her mouth stuffed full of roots, she couldn't let out a wail, seemingly foreshadowing her fate. Master, is there something I did wrong? I will change, I will learn. Please don't feed me to the monsters. Meng Fan clung tightly to Jiang Yu's arm, begging for mercy. Suit yourself. I'm about to get ready to make my move. You only get one chance. Find its weakness, rush in, and get devoured. After receiving the Tai Sui inheritance, I will protect you. Of course, you can also choose to leave now. It's up to you whether you stay or leave. Jiang Yu said calmly. Everyone has the right to choose their own destiny. It would be best to obtain this special ability, but if you can't, you can still get a fourth-order crystal core. It had little impact on his plans. Jiang Yu controlled Qiyu to move forward, while he himself retreated a dozen steps. What a joke. The dirty and hard work is naturally done by oxen and horses. The boss just needs to keep an eye on things. The meat of the Tai Sui has a strong aroma, but its actual smell is more disgusting than a cesspool, and it can't be washed off your body. Jiang Yu's thoughts wandered, and he suddenly remembered a little-known fact he had once read. Human feces, when diluted, have a strong fragrance of gardenias. Remembering the meat I chewed yesterday, I felt nauseous. Qiyu's long sword slashed down, embedding itself deeply into the flesh and blood of the Tai Sui, splattering viscous fluids and emitting a stench several times stronger. Jiang Yu almost threw up. Seeing Qiyu enveloped in mucus, he decisively chose to offer him spiritual support. Sorry, buddy, I'll give you a raise later. Crystal nuclei are saturated. The Tai Sui was so enormous that this cut was at most like cutting a nail into the flesh, breaking the outer skin a little bit. A milky white viscous liquid flowed down, and the entire garage was filled with a white mist. Meng Fan pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed Jiang Yu in the back. Bite! The dagger fell to the ground without leaving a trace. In a moment of distraction, I forgot about her, thinking that the little girl had eaten a lot of Tai Sui meat and was already immune. The heart-cleansing talisman took shape and was imprinted into his body. Meng Fan woke up and looked around in confusion. Master, how did I fall asleep? Jiang Yu gently patted her head, his tone serious. Maybe I've been staying up too late. I should go to bed earlier in the future. Meng Fan's face flushed slightly, and she shook her dizzy little head. He secretly grumbled to himself. Do you want to listen to the stupid things you're saying? Whether you stay up late or not is your own decision. Grass. Seeing that Qiyu was too slow, Jiang Yu raised Wuxiang, and a sword aura swept past Qiyu, slicing him in half. Thump, thump, splash. The Tai Sui's heartbeat grew increasingly muffled, and its body contracted at an increasingly rapid pace. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out, and the entire underground space began to shake. The slime underfoot was quickly absorbed by the roots. Click! The sound of shattering glass rang out, and Jiang Yu released his senses, his eyes narrowing. This guy is quite shrewd. He could have broken through to the 5th rank long ago, but he's been patiently holding back until now. The flesh continued to shrink until it became an oval-shaped ball of flesh about 2 meters in size, revealing a distorted human face on its front. The roots that had spread everywhere retracted into the body, intertwined, and stretched out as tentacles. It looks like a walking head, or a spider with a human face. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether this thing was a plant, an animal, or a fungus. The giant fungus, with its tentacles, clung to the pipes and roamed the roof. Its comical appearance makes you want to laugh, yet there's an indescribable eeriness about it. Submit to me. The strange head opened its mouth, its voice hoarse and indistinct, its breath stinking. As a mutated creature, becoming stronger is the only goal. If one has enough energy to advance, but forcibly suppresses it, there is only one possibility. It is waiting for a better opportunity to transform. Chapter 60, I'm going to marry her when I grow up. Are you waiting for a body? Jiang Yu gripped the wuxiang tightly, finally understanding why it had endured until now. It looked down on the people in the neighborhood and wanted to possess a better body. Meng Fan, go outside and wait. The little girl hasn't awakened yet. Even the slightest bit of damage could shatter her to pieces. After Meng Fan left, Jiang Yu walked forward with his sword in hand. This body is pretty good, isn't it? Do you like it? I like it very much too. Want me to give it to you? Let's see if you have the ability to take it. It was still just lowbrow mockery. The Grand Duke Jupiter was furious. How dare a lump of fertilizer challenge him? Have you ever heard of the saying, to provoke the Grand Duke Jupiter? Go to hell. The rough, synthesized sound roared, surging with energy. After reaching the 5th level, Tai Sui can move, but its speed is rather unsatisfactory. They walk faster than the average person. Its special abilities are mainly mind control and domain control, as well as near-infinite regenerative abilities. Melee damage is negligible. Jiang Yu didn't make a move. Qi Yu alone could overpower it, and this crippled body was completely immune to mind control. Having subdued Qi Yu for so long, only 2 weaknesses have been discovered. First, they lack common sense and only fight on instinct. Secondly, they are easily corrupted by the murderous aura of the old monster and lose control. Qi Yu's long sword was sharp, and after a few rounds, Tai Sui was hacked to pieces. Suddenly, Tai Sui swallowed Qi Yu whole. Jiang Yu was startled. This guy really wasn't picky about food and would eat anything. Just as it was about to recall, a cracking sound rang out, and Qi Yu burst out directly from the back of its head. He knelt on one knee, holding his long sword at an angle. He's incredibly handsome. As expected of the guard I chose, he's just like his master. The ancients were right. The excruciating pain of being pierced through caused Tai Sui to let out a miserable howl. Even with his dull mind, he realized that mind control was ineffective against Qi Yu. Buzz. The area expands to cover several meters. Qi Yu was locked in place, and tentacles wrapped around him, engulfing his body. For a moment, they couldn't break free. Jiang Yu summoned back Qi Yu and invoked the god Gaochen. Qi Yu's remains were devoid of a soul, and given the difference in their ranks, a one-on-one fight would be a waste of time. Jiang Yu leaned forward, his wuxiang sword extending into a 2-meter-long thin blade. Its movements were graceful, instantly blocking all of Tai Sui's escape routes. Its speed was a fatal flaw. The sword energy swept across, severing all of its tentacles. The final strike cleaved the Tai Sui's body in two, exposing its internal organs. Without a piercing motion, it shredded a milky white, round internal organ. It is the brain of Tai Sui. If the brain is destroyed, the body will die within minutes. Awakened beings who rely solely on control are practically powerless against enemies who cannot be controlled. Meng Fan, get down. The girl heard the summons and ran down the steps. When she saw the monster that her master had killed, her eyes changed. Master, you are so strong. Am I dreaming? The little girl looked at Jiang Yu with starry eyes and an expression of adoration. Jump in. Jiang Yu remained indifferent, showing no interest in her flattery. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Once Tai Sui dies, all its energy will vanish into nothingness. A 5th-order crystal core, or a follower of the Tai Sui lineage. It's not difficult to choose. This is also Meng Fan's only value. If it weren't for the requirement of the host's consent, Jiang Yu would have thrown her in there long ago. Meng Fan's gaze fell on Tai Sui again. Its bluish-green internal organs were exposed, and countless tentacles wriggled inside its abdomen, like a tangled mass of parasites. Master, are you not satisfied with my body? I don't want to die. I don't want to become like those zombies. I'm willing to do anything. I know a lot, and I'll learn what I don't know. Meng Fan took off her coat and gently hugged Jiang Yu from behind. You have 1 minute to think it over. It won't last long. Come with me or stay here and wait to die. The choice is yours. Jiang Yu pried her hands off, sheathed his longsword, and walked towards the steps. Meng Fan knew this was her last chance. She closed her eyes, mustered her courage, and jumped in. So be it. The girl's body merged into her blue internal organs, and she was enveloped and devoured by tentacles. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yu turned around and drew a fire separation talisman. The blazing flames instantly enveloped the Tai Sui, and its remaining nerves instinctively sensed the threat of death. There happened to be a physical body inside, and the crystal core dissolved into pure energy, which began to transfer. Normally, the Tai Sui would first destroy the host's mind before attempting to possess them. After transferring all of its energy, it completely gains control of the host. Without a brain, there is no intelligence. Everything else becomes meaningless. After the energy transfer was complete, only a huge oval sphere remained in place, resembling a raw egg with its shell removed. Its outer skin is translucent, and a human-shaped creature is curled up in the mucus. Jiang Yu gently sliced open the giant egg with his sword, and the outer skin of the egg broke open. Meng Fan slowly woke up, stood up with a confused look on her face, her whole body covered in a foul-smelling slime. She is still alive. Her master did not lie to her. The little girl smiled sweetly and happily rushed towards Jiang Yu. Immobilization charm. Runes flashed, and Meng Fan was frozen in place, bewildered, his expression a mixture of confusion and unease. The boy's eyes were filled with disgust. Her master doesn't want her anymore. Meng Fan regained her senses and felt something was wrong with her body. so she reached out and touched it. It has a sticky texture and a fishy, foul smell. The little girl finally understood and inwardly grumbled. Grass. Men are so realistic. Why didn't you find it disgusting before? Is there a difference? The Tai Sui died, leaving only a seed in place, the size of a crystal core. The seeds exuded a putrid smell and were devoid of life. Jiang Yu was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the Tai Sui was not a mutated plant. After infusing it with energy, gently place it in the soil in a corner. Once the seed breaks through its shell, roots sprout at a visible speed, and before long, a brand new Tai Sui is born. The newborn little guy is only at level 1. As long as there is enough fertilizer and its energy is not used indiscriminately, it is not difficult to erect a shield to block zombies below level 4. May the heavenly venerable grant boundless blessings. Jiang Yu thought so. In this apocalypse, no one should have more compassion for humanity than him. After leaving the underground parking garage, Meng Fan went to take a shower and change clothes, while Jiang Yu strolled alone in the community park. A 6- or 7-year-old boy saw that he was bored and offered to play ball with him. The two of them were competing to see who could take more photos. Jiang Yu could only take a few fewer photos than him, because if he made someone cry, it would be difficult to comfort them. The little boy was having a lot of fun, calling me big brother repeatedly. Jiang Yu took out a handful of candy from the Tai Chi space and distributed it to the children in the park. The little boy who was bouncing the ball just now chose chocolate. I ate a small bite and put most of the rest into my pocket. Jiang Yu was very curious. Is it not tasty? I have other flavors too. In the post-apocalyptic world, candy is an absolute high-calorie luxury. I want to save it for Sister Mengfan. She also likes to eat candy. The little boy looked proud and continued. She wouldn't eat anything herself. She would save the best food for us. I'm going to marry her when I grow up. Jiang Yu chuckled. Well, he's still just a little simp. I'm beginning to understand Meng Fan's persistence. Humanity is an obstacle to human survival in the end times. Similarly, it is also the value of human existence. A long time passed. Meng Fan walked over from a distance, her hair still wet. She had changed into a yellow tank top, looking charming and cute. A group of children surrounded him, eagerly offering him their favorite candies as if they were treasures. The little girl held back her tears. You guys eat. I'm on a diet right now, or I'll turn into a little piggy. Go play, sweetie. I have something to do. Meng Fan smiled and dismissed the group of children, not daring to look back. Let's go. The girl took Jiang Yu's arm as she spoke, showing no attachment to the safe house whatsoever. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Jiang Yu enjoyed the girl's moist fragrance. Stop messing around. They'd love for me to get out of here. I have that much self-awareness. I protect them, but no one except these children will thank me. They will only think I am a shameless woman. Master, am I a qualified toy? The girl turned her head to look at Jiang Yu, her smile ingratiating and her expression charming. But the sadness in his eyes was undeniable. Jiang Yu didn't give her an answer. In the apocalypse, the weak have no choice. Let's go. I'll go with you to explore the post-apocalyptic world. I'll be much more open-minded about it. Everyone is just trying to survive. No one is more noble than anyone else. In his past life, when he was starving, Jiang Yu often did things against his will, and murder and plunder were commonplace. The two left the residential area and hadn't even reached the intersection when a convoy of armored vehicles roared in from the end of the road. The car was traveling at an extremely high speed. Master, lie down quickly. They are Hao Tian's men from the city. I've seen their insignia before. They outnumber us, have powerful abilities, and... Meng Fan hesitated, unsure how to describe it. Jiang Yu glanced at the convoy, flags fluttering on the vehicles, memories flooding his mind, and he murmured, The Ghost Tailor? Upon hearing this, Meng Fan lowered her voice even further, her eyes filled with fear. The master also knows his nickname. This organization is inhuman. They tried to swallow our safe house several times, but when they couldn't get in, they put a row of stitched-together monsters at the entrance. Inside are people whose skin has been peeled off, some of whom are still alive. They don't even spare children. The convoy stopped on the highway, and a large group of people walked towards the residential area. As the crowd drew closer, Jiang Yu was able to see the faces of the newcomers clearly. The man leading the group had a centipede-shaped suture scar on his face. He was Hao Tianza. Behind him, Qi Xian smiled obsequiously, his face full of flattery. Judging from their numbers, there were at least 100 people, each wielding a sharp weapon. Boss, that person is inside. He has many treasures, especially that sword, which is unpredictable and definitely a treasure. You must remember what you promised me. Hao Tianza turned around, looked at the fool in front of him, and gave a half-smile. He then curled the corners of his mouth into a sincere smile. Don't worry, I'll only take what I'm entitled to. All you have to do is activate the shield. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake, Chi Xian quickly assured him, patting his chest. The two listened to the conversation and were exasperated by his stupidity. Meng Fan muttered to herself, how could I possibly know such an idiot? Jiang Yu glanced at Meng Fan, and seeing that she didn't react, patted her head. No one inside can survive. Why aren't you going to save them? Meng Fan glanced around, then lowered his body even further, burying himself completely in the fallen leaves, his voice barely audible. Do I look that stupid? I don't want to die. I used to protect them on the premise that I could survive. Master, I may be a little slow, but at least I have a brain. That's the ghost tailor. Hao Tianzi, nicknamed the ghost tailor, ransacked a shelter, leaving no survivors. If it falls into his hands, its fate is predictable. Ugly people die faster, while attractive people can live a few more days. It's better to die sooner. Master, let's go. Seeing the crowd walk away, Meng Fan stood up. He patted the dirt off his clothes, concealing his emotions very well. Jiang Yu didn't move. After his rebirth, too many things had changed. In particular, the killing of the Gu Jiao allowed the human survivors to be preserved. He remembered clearly that the ghost tailor's power would not be established for another year, and the inheritance he received was something he absolutely could not miss. Clearly, the ghost tailor had not yet received his inheritance at this time. In the brief moment of stunned silence, the fighting had already begun in the distance. The first one to offer sacrifices was undoubtedly Chi Xian. As the shield activated, Hao Tianzi severed both of her legs, causing blood to gush out. Chi Xian crawled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. You swear to kill only Jiang Yu. You will die a horrible death for breaking your oath. Chi Xian screamed shrilly. Hao Tianzi admired his masterpiece, his expression one of pure delight. The furious cries of the weak were his favorite soundtrack, bar none. I made a vow. I agreed, but they didn't. I can't let my brothers make a wasted trip. Do as you please. I don't want to see any survivors after dawn. Hao Tianzi waved his hand, and his men rushed into the residential area with sinister smiles. The sounds of fighting and screams were incessant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound rang out. A streak of silver light tore through the darkness in the distance and shot toward Hao Tianzi, arriving in an instant. Chapter 61. Eat more, so you'll have the energy to drive. Hao Tianzi dodged to the side, a shield rising around him, his face darkening, his eyes becoming even more excited. It's rare for prey to come to you on its own. Since they made a name for themselves, they are the first people in the entire city who wouldn't run away when they see their flag. Everyone's gaze turned to the distance. The large group of people I had imagined did not appear. Only two people, a man and a woman, walked towards us. The girl was unbelievably beautiful. You're asking for it. Before the boss could give any orders, the henchman drew his bow and shot an arrow, the arrow trailing a blue flame, straight at Jiang Yu's brow. Jiang Yu reached out and grasped the arrow, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This kind of guiltless killing is the most stunning color of the apocalypse. They summoned Chi Yu and began harvesting souls. A burly man burst out of the crowd, shirtless, with pectoral muscles larger than Lin Fei's. Holding two broad axes, he swung them alternately, one ablaze with fire, the other crackling with lightning. Dual superpowers? Jiang Yu was somewhat interested. You're wrong. Grandpa has 3 superpowers. The two axes crossed, and the strong man's skin instantly turned metallic. He was simply a born warrior. The burly man leaped into the air and brought his double axes down, but Chi Yu swung his sword to meet the attack without retreating an inch. Snap! A piercing clang of metal rang out as the burly man was cleaved in two by a single blow, his bare upper body flying out at an angle. The corpse was piled up with poor little Xian. We are both wanderers from afar. Why should we need to have known each other before? At this moment, Hao Tianzi realized he had met his match. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Chi Yu's figure blurred, a fleeting afterimage swept past, and the closest people fell to the ground, leaving only headless corpses. The crowd fell silent. He didn't use any special abilities, just pure physical strength, and none of the awakened individuals present could withstand a single blow from him. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Hao Tianzi loved this flavor the most. The alluring scent of fresh blood was addictive. The only difference was that the roles were reversed today. He became the fish on the chopping board. Brothers, let's charge. Whoever cuts off his head will take over the position of the second son. Hundreds of people gathered around. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly kill us all before you run out of energy. Jiang Yu saw that the group had almost gathered. It's up to you. He reached out, and patted Mengfan's bottom. The feel of it was really addictive. The little girl looked slender, but she was quite plump. The image of white waves crashing against the shore, rising and falling, flashed through my mind as I drove. I've never tried it. Will it work? Mengfan is good in every way, obedient, and without any bottom line towards her master, except that she's really timid. Obedient. A hint of displeasure flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He summoned Qiyu back and placed him in front of her. Seeing that her master was angry, Mengfan did not dare to hesitate. She opened her arms, closed her eyes, and tiny specks of fluorescent light rose from her body, barely visible under the sun. Kill her now. Hao Tianzi sensed something was wrong. His intuition told him that the girl was dangerous. Several people rushed out, but were all killed by Qiyu. Jiang Yu disliked uncontrollable situations, so he summoned the god Gaochen, whose giant sword instantly obliterated Hao Tianzi. Villains often die from talking too much. He never liked talking to people who were about to die. He was definitely a righteous gentleman. This logic is impeccable. At the same time, a rich aroma filled the entire venue. The group of henchmen were so engrossed in their work that they forgot to resist for a moment. Mengfan opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. The stench of decay and the fragrance intensified. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot, and wild, beast-like roars rose and fell. The crowd hacked and slashed at each other, creating a scene resembling a hellish battlefield. A dozen minutes later, the battlefield fell into dead silence. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and the stench of blood was so thick it was hard to breathe. Master, am I that strong? The girl excitedly hugged Jiang Yu when she saw her masterpiece. Be a good boy/girl. This is just the beginning. Even a toy beside me is an existence that ordinary people cannot look up to. Jiang Yu wiped away the girl's tears and walked towards the intersection. The neighborhood remained quiet. People had been living such a comfortable life for too long that they had lost all sense of vigilance. Mengfan quickly followed, glancing at the boy's profile, her eyes sparkling. This man is really handsome. The armored vehicle continued on its way. According to the map, it was less than 100 kilometers away from Baisha City. Mengfan controlled the spores to spread, and the low-level zombies retreated on their own upon smelling them. Nobody likes being used as fertilizer. Zombie beasts of level 3 or higher will approach, and the fruits of the mutated plants are extremely tempting. After slaying his way through and absorbing more than a dozen crystal cores, Mengfan's rank reached the 3rd level. His internal energy began to run rampant, and his emotions became very volatile. He dared not forcibly absorb anymore. Jiang Yu had no choice but to stop the car and find a secluded wilderness spot to help her vent her emotions. With food shortages, there are many more roadblocks on the national highway than before, and every so often you will encounter a group of hunters. The bloodstains on Qiyu's blade never dried along the way, and his armor was constantly dripping with blood. As night fell, we arrived at a small county town under the jurisdiction of Baisha City. The sky was dark and gloomy. Radiation bombarded the atmosphere. The clouds shimmered with iridescent light, and scattered snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The Chinese New Year is almost here. The streets of the small county town remained deserted, with only zombies roaming around. I saw a sign for mala tang, a type of spicy hot pot, on the roadside. Mengfan's stomach rumbled, interrupting his thoughts. The girl looked pitifully at her owner beside her. Find a place to park, somewhere secluded. Jiang Yu also dislikes traveling at night. The girl smiled sweetly. Master is the best. I jerked the steering wheel and drove into an underground parking garage. The sign said it was a chain hotel. Inside the hotel room, a blue flame burned on the gas stove, soup boiled, and dozens of vacuum-packed foods were laid out on the table. Mengfan ignored the fact that it was hot and not fully cooked, picked up a piece of meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. The rich aroma bombards the taste buds, making one squint their eyes in satisfaction. The last time she ate hot pot, there were no zombies on the street. Master, try this, it's delicious. Luncheon meat is also good. Mengfan sucked in the cool air and poured all the ingredients into the pot. The fruit-flavored beer tastes very refreshing. The warm flames, the swirling snowflakes outside the window, the delicious food. With Mengfan by my side, I didn't feel lonely at all. This apocalypse doesn't seem so bad. Eat slowly, there's plenty of food. Watching the girl eat without any restraint, Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Sure enough, ladies only exist in the eyes of strangers. Master, why are you staring at me like that? You need to eat more so you have the energy to drive. As she spoke, the girl served him a full plate. The broth was bubbling, and the aroma of the food wafted out through the cracks in the door, permeating every corner of the hotel. When a person is extremely hungry, their sense of smell becomes exceptionally acute. In a corner room of the hotel, a man and a woman were huddled on a sofa. The boy was pale and thin with dry hair, while the girl was quite voluptuous. A plate of cooked meat lay on the table, its color and appearance quite appealing. "Brother, please eat something. I really can't find any other food. You'll starve to death if this continues." The girl picked up a piece, held it to the man's lips, and involuntarily swallowed as she smelled the aroma. "Xiaoji, please kill me." The boy closed his eyes. "You've protected me for so long, I won't kill you. I won't just watch you starve to death." Without further hesitation, the girl's pupils turned grayish-white. The boy only glanced at her before losing his senses. The boy mechanically chewed the piece of meat, and just as he was about to swallow, he vomited violently. His eyes regained their clarity, and he raised his hand to slap the girl hard across the face, leaving no mark on her fair cheek. Chapter 62. Doraemon, come on, a bathing robot. The girl kept her head down, showing no intention of fighting back or getting angry. "Carefully pick up the chopsticks from the ground and wipe them clean." As I looked down, I caught a familiar scent, the aroma of hot pot. Her sense of smell is very keen. She would never be wrong. "Brother, wait here. I'll go get you something to eat." After the girl finished speaking, she pushed open the door and went out. The boy watched her departing figure, lost in thought. It was time to leave this place. Staying together any longer would be torture for both of them. The girl followed the scent to the door and gently knocked. Upon hearing the sound, Jiangyu immediately became alert. The energy fluctuations outside the door were chaotic and not human. "Summon Chiyu and open the door." The girl stood gracefully at the door, her head bowed shyly. "Could you give me something to eat? I'm willing to do anything." Jiangyu looked the girl over and sensed her aura. Upon seeing his face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. The chopsticks in her hand fell into the pot. "It's her." Qi province is not small. During his time in logistics, he traveled to almost every corner of the province and made countless friends and enemies. Most friends are just nodding acquaintances, and enemies are all entangled in interests. Having no personal grudges, I won't hold them against you even after being reborn. The girl in front of him was an exception. Despite being on opposing sides, the two were close friends and often met to chat about life. "What do you want the food for?" "I don't think zombies will lack food." Jiang Yu took out another pair of chopsticks, scooped the other pair out of the pot, and threw them on the table. Just as Meng Fan was about to make a move, Jiang Yu stopped her. "Master, she's a zombie. Don't go too far." "You want zombies too?" Meng Fan frowned, sat down angrily, and lost all appetite. The guy he follows has such heavy tastes. There are beauties everywhere. Why not have some fun? "I can't find anything to eat. My brother is starving. I just need a little bit." The girl's eyes were red. "You can take all this food with you, or you can bring him over to eat with you." Jiang Yu packed up the food on the table, but the girl didn't dare to come closer, so he had to throw it to her. The girl looked at Jiang Yu with a wary expression. This was the first time she had encountered a human who didn't kill her. Even when she goes out to find food and tries to stay hidden, she still encounters many unexpected events. She didn't choose to become a zombie. Even if she had become a pure zombie, she would have been fine, but she gained intelligence from the moment she transformed. They had to endure the decay of their bodies while also dealing with being surrounded and killed by humans and devoured by their own kind. Finally, he reached the third rank, becoming a lich, and his body gradually stabilized. Through deliberate refinement, the skin becomes indistinguishable from that of humans. Once, while searching for food, she accidentally revealed the treasure she was carrying, and she and her brother found themselves in an endless chase. The girl carefully picked up the food, her eyes never leaving Jiang Yu for a moment. "My name is Qingji. These crystal cores are for you. Consider them a purchase from me." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "Crystal cores can be exchanged for food, you." "That makes sense. How can you trade a zombie?" "I had my brother go and switch them. My brother doesn't have any special abilities. They only know how to steal crystal cores. He was almost killed a few times. My brother isn't a zombie, so why are those people trying to kill him?" Jiang Yu didn't know how to answer the question. It was too complicated for a 16 or 17-year-old girl. After Qingji finished speaking, she didn't care about the answer. Not daring to linger in the room, I thanked them again and turned to leave. Meng Fan stared at the girl's every move, her expression strange. Is she really a zombie? Yes. Her necklace is a special weapon that can suppress bloodlust and maintain rationality. Jiang Yu also lost his appetite. He asked Meng Fan to clean up and took out a piece of paper to make a memo of the key points in his memory. As my body strengthens, many long-forgotten details gradually become clear. "Master, I really want to take a bath. I smell terrible." Meng Fan lay lazily on the sofa, her body covered in dark bloodstains. She was simply complaining that in the apocalypse, Water is precious, and everyone has to conserve it. So who would waste clean water on a bath? Jiang Yu put down his pen and went into the bathroom. A moment later, the whole room was filled with heat. Wow. Doraemon, do you have any shower gel? I took out 5 bottles from the bracelet and lined them up in a row. They had a variety of floral and fruity scents. Doraemon, give me another bath robot. Qingji returned to her room, but did not see her brother. The food she was holding spilled all over the floor. In the end, she was still abandoned. She has tried very hard to control her bloodlust, and except for the necessities of survival, she will not touch the food that her brother forbids. Sometimes I'm so hungry that I really can't control myself. She wasn't afraid of hunger. What she feared was being so hungry that she might hurt her only family member while half asleep. Elder brother. Green bamboo. The sound echoed in the corridor, but no one answered. As Qingji descended the stairs, her heart filled with worry, her pupils stained red with blood, and the necklace on her chest shone with golden light. Her bloodthirsty desires were once again suppressed. The bloodstains in the pupils faded. Elder brother. In the dark street, the girl crouched in a corner, hugging her knees, fear spreading through her heart. She is very afraid of the dark and never dares to sleep alone at night with the lights off. In the apocalypse, even darkness seems insignificant. A kilometer away, across several streets, a group of people surrounded Qingju, including a dozen or so awakened individuals. The leader is at level 4, while the rest are at level 3. Tell me, where is that lich? Make her hand over the weapon, and I'll let you go. A man in black grabbed his throat, a dagger rubbing against his face. These 2 little mice were very good at escaping. After chasing them through several cities, they were finally cornered. Behind the man in black, a woman with a red corset stepped out, her every move captivating. Boss Chiu, don't scare the child. Let me talk to him. Little ones, hand over the stuff, and I'll protect you. I swear on my life. The woman straightened Qingju's collar, then intimately embraced his body, pressing her ample bosom against him, the soft touch sending shivers down her spine. Sister, I'm only telling you this. My sister is. Qingju's voice grew softer and softer, and the woman lowered her body. Oh, you're asking for it. A sharp pain shot through my neck as a piece of skin and flesh was torn off. Unfortunately, it didn't bite through the neck. Qingju was very disappointed. The younger sister is more capable. The woman stretched out her palm, revealing claws like those of a wildcat, the tips gleaming coldly, about to pierce Qingju's chest. Boss Chiu kicked her away. You bitch. Tone it down. This isn't the time for you to be so slutty. The woman was kicked several meters away, landing steadily on the ground, her eyes fixed fiercely on Boss Chiu. What? You want to give it a try? Chiu Laoda conjured a ball covered in sharp spikes in his palm. It was bluish-green, similar in color to the holly bushes by the roadside. The woman glanced at the spiked ball, her body trembling uncontrollably. She tucked her tail between her legs and hid to the side, lowering her head and no longer daring to be presumptuous. Kid, are you going to talk to me willingly, or after I destroy your mind? Qingju spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Boss Chiu. Good, that's tough. Hold on a little longer, don't make me look down on you. The spiky ball in his hand was pressed into the green bamboo's body, instantly breaking down into countless sharp spikes that flowed along with the blood. 1, 2, 3. A scream echoed throughout the block. A dozen minutes later, Qingju's body was covered in sharp thorns, like a cactus. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Chiu Laodao looked at him as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, a hint of contempt on his lips. Kill you. Dream. Enjoy it slowly. This process will last for 3 days and 3 nights. Or tell me now, and I'll help you end your suffering. The nerves of the bamboo were paralyzed by the toxins from the sharp thorns, and it couldn't move a single finger. At that moment, a golden light shone in the distance, illuminating the entire street. Gardenia. Chapter 63. The twin-tailed Lolita makes a powerful debut. Boss, it's the aura of an alien soldier. My senses are never wrong, the long-haired subordinate shouted. Boss Chiu's face lit up with joy. He was able to keep up with Xiao Zhao's senses for more than 10 days, all thanks to Xiao Zhao's sensory abilities. Okay, this matter is settled. You deserve the credit. You can pick any woman from the safe house. You have one of the third-order crystal cores. Remember this. If you follow me, as long as you are capable and loyal, you'll be fine. I will never treat you unfairly. Whoever slays the lich will receive double the reward I just mentioned. Boss Chiu began his pre-battle pep talk. A third-tier lich is not someone who can be easily eliminated. No one can afford to be negligent. Boss is awesome. Xiao Zhao was the first to shout. Boss is awesome. I swear to follow you to the death. The group of underlings, as if injected with adrenaline, followed behind Xiao Zhao, and charged towards the place where the golden light shone. With this crystal core, one can break through to the 4th rank, and one's status will steadily rise. Boss Chiu retracted the spikes and followed behind, carrying the green bamboo. The hard work should be done by the underlings. Otherwise, what's the point of supporting so many idlers? We are getting closer and closer to our goal. Xiao Zhao, you're in charge of locking down the location. Wildcat will lead the attack. Duan Hong and Lao Zhang, you two take your men and block off both sides of the street. The rest of you will adapt to the situation. Let me make this clear from the start. If a lich escapes from someone's hands, he should end it himself. Don't wait for me to do it. Old Master Chiu swept his gaze across the crowd, a cold glint in his eyes. Boss, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't lose her. After saying that, Xiao Zhao nimbly climbed towards a billboard. The pupils lit up with a white light. Boss, it's her, at 9 o'clock, 300 meters away, there's only one person there. Everyone, it's up to you now. Once we get our hands on the special weapon and I build the shelter, you will all be powerful and influential, second only to me. The time to defy fate is now. Boss Chiu waved his hand, and the group approached silently. The wildcat was the first to strike, its claws aimed at Qingji's chest. The girl retreated to avoid it, not daring to retaliate. The fingernail pierced through the body, and black blood gushed out. Is a Tier 3 Lich really that weak? She remembered her boss saying that a 3rd-tier Lich Lord could easily defeat other ability users of the same tier. A hint of surprise flashed in the wildcat's eyes. Unwilling to let someone else steal the credit, it stopped pacing and struck again, slicing across the throat. A red light flashed from the necklace on her chest, blocking a fatal blow. Qingji simply kept dodging. The others crowded around, none of them wanting to give up this credit. The girl didn't want to wait to die, so she started to fight back, but her energy was very weak, and the necklace constantly suppressed her abilities. With more and more wounds on her body, she no longer wanted to kill anyone. A disgusting zombie who eats people. Everyone hates her. Even her brother doesn't want her anymore, so she might as well just die. She is an anomaly. She should never have existed in this world. One last look at this world. Then, they left. Qingji opened her eyes, only to meet her brother's gaze in the distance. His vocal cords had been destroyed by the sharp spikes, and he could not make a sound. Their clothes were soaked in blood. When their eyes met, Qingju managed a forced smile. Even at this moment, he is still considering his sister's feelings. My brother is human, and you are human too. You can't do that. He's not a bad person. Even if I starved to death, I never ate a single human flesh. Why are you doing this? It's all my fault. I am a zombie. Qingji murmured, her body being pierced again and again, her reason overwhelmed by hatred, black blood flowing to the ground. The melting snow gathered at our feet, forming a small stream. The lich's abnormal vitality prevented her from dying quickly. The girl's features began to contort, blood once again staining her pupils. She raised her right hand and grabbed the necklace around her neck. A very small, rhombus-shaped golden crystal. Qingju closed her eyes in despair. Qingji was about to tear off the necklace when a warm, large hand grasped hers, and a calm voice sounded in her ear. Don't move. Once you take it off, there's no going back. The girl turned around, and the boy behind her smiled indulgently at her. I was a bit busy just now and didn't hear anything outside. Luckily, we made it in time. Jiang Yu pried her hands off and pushed her behind Meng Fan. Meng Fan blushed unusually. Her clothes were disheveled, and she reluctantly took the little girl. Ugh, all that shower I just took was for nothing. After finishing the task, you must wash it again. Not a single step can be omitted. As the formless creature swept past, the little wildcat's 2 paws flew out, its screams echoing through the street as it desperately fled into the distance. Turning back, it transformed into a long spear, and another unfortunate soul was sent flying. Release him and get out of here. These scoundrels couldn't have come any later. The game of poker was halfway through, and they were about to double their winnings with a royal flush. It was absolutely maddening. On one side is a warm little house, soft and fragrant. On one side, there was snow and ice everywhere, and a stench permeated the ground. Jiang Yu was feeling depressed. He glanced at the crowd on the street, sighed, and thought, isn't it good to be alive? Boss Chiu looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with greed. Another unexpected weapon. Okay, I'll release them. Chiu Laoda released Qingju, broke free of his restraints, and staggered towards his sister. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Qingju's head flew off. One is at the 3rd rank, one is at the 4th rank, and there is a dying zombie king. What an idiot. Where did they get the courage? He had seen the lich's strange weapons before, and their power was nothing special. The rumor that acquiring extraordinary weapons could lead to the world is absurd yet alluring, though its origin is unknown. Kid, I hope you'll still be this tough when you kneel down and call me grandpa later. After her brother was killed, Qingji's expression calmed down. She slowly walked towards the corpse, knelt on the ground, and covered the gushing blood with her hands. But no matter what they did, they couldn't cover it up. Boss Zhou untied a thorn that had extended from his hand and began to entangle Qingji. Brothers, leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, more than a dozen awakened individuals charged forward together. Kill the person you care about most. Hatred will cloud your judgment. If a lich still has any feelings left, he will not run away. The two unusual weapons are readily available. Boom! The fire talisman spread along the thorny branches, engulfing Boss Zhou in flames. Plant-type awakened individuals suffered double the fire damage. Conversely, water resistance is also doubled. The fire talisman instantly burned away Boss Zhou's energy shield and kicked out the scattered daggers on the ground, which pierced through his right chest and pinned him firmly to the wall. Clang! A dozen different weapons, each imbued with elemental powers, were aimed at the three men's vital points with ruthless precision. Jiang Yu drew the 5 thunder talisman in midair. Time was short, and the energy was not abundant. More than a dozen people were bound by the lightning chains and frozen in place. The formless thing transformed into a steel whip, each segment sprouting sharp blades, driven by energy, binding everyone within it. Stop! Just then, a soft, childish voice came from afar to stop them. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and looked toward the street corner. To be honest, just in terms of the aura she exudes upon entering the scene, no one in the entire Kyushu can rival her. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a little girl with pigtails and dressed in Lolita fashion walked towards them from afar. 2 girls dressed as maids spread out a soft carpet in front of her. The delicate little red leather shoes were spotless. A group of guards dispersed, standing on either side of the carpet and bowing in respect, with dozens of people moving in and out in an orderly fashion. They were completely covered in silver-white armor, their heights were perfectly accurate, and their fully enclosed visors gleamed with a cold light. As the master walked to the end of the carpet, the guards turned around, their blood-red longswords drawn in unison, and with a loud shout, they exuded an even stronger sense of oppression. The little girl squinted her eyes, clearly enjoying this cringeworthy entrance. Chapter 64, Here's something to satisfy you. Sheng Yao, AI illustration, please delete if infringing. Jiang Yu tightened the steel whip, and more than a dozen unlucky men were instantly minced into meat. The little girl looked annoyed and stomped her feet in anger. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Sorry, my hand slipped. Jiang Yu withdrew his wuxiang, completely ignoring her, and pointed to the pieces of meat at his feet, asking in return, Are these your dogs? The little girl was speechless for a moment. She couldn't even tell if the group of dark figures were people or ghosts. The debris on the ground was so bad that even dumplings wouldn't taste good. How could she tell them apart? Fine, let's just kill them. I have no interest in trash who can't even withstand one move. The little girl pinched her nose. The stench of blood was suffocating. The maid beside her quickly sprayed perfume into the air. Kid, you're very strong. Do you want to follow me? I am Princess Sheng Yao of Baisha Shelter, and the entire Baisha city belongs to my family. I can give you everything you want. This little girl is tiny, but she talks bigger than Suhi. Everything. Is bragging now mainstream? How can an honest kid like him ever get ahead? Before Jiang Yu's rebirth, Sheng Yao was very famous, nicknamed White Bone Yao. Not because of her murderous acts, but because her supernatural abilities never left a complete corpse. Flesh and blood were completely dismantled, and white bones covered the battlefield. After the city of Baisha was destroyed by the mutated ginkgo tree, he left with his followers and formed a demon-slaying squad on his own. The team of fewer than 100 people slew countless zombies and monsters. Perverts who think little girls are soft and easy to push over are just as likely to die as zombies. Later on, her rank even surpassed that of several sanctuary bigwigs, placing her in the top tier of Kyushu. Not interested. Jiang Yu pulled Qingji up and headed upstairs. Meng Fan smiled at the little girl as a greeting and followed closely behind. He's always the one making empty promises, but this is the first time he's actually getting something for nothing. Qingji had already buried her brother's body. She didn't want him to become food for zombies, nor did she want him to become a zombie himself. It's good that my brother, such a proud person, left this disgusting world. Hey, what's wrong with you? A beautiful woman is standing in the freezing cold chatting with you, so you should at least give her a little social grace. The little girl shouted angrily. For the first time, anyone dared to ignore her. Jiang Yu stopped and turned around, staring at her with amusement. Why don't you come up here and let me have some fun? The twin ponytails looked good. A murderous glint flashed in the little girl's eyes, but her smile grew even brighter. She grabbed two small ponytails from behind her back, held them in her hands, and handed them to Jiangyu. Here, have some fun. If you can defeat me, I will do as you say. The little girl's eyes narrowed, her smile vanished, and the falling snowflakes in the air stopped. Clang! With a whooshing sound, the snowflakes, surprisingly sharp as metal, swept across the street, slicing through utility poles several tens of centimeters thick. Her superpower strength has surpassed S-Class, and she has never encountered an opponent in Baisha City. Strictly speaking, he has never encountered an opponent who could even withstand a single blow. Moreover, he was accompanied by dozens of guards, all of whom were at the third tier of strength and possessed B-plus superpowers. Golden light shone. A giant golden tower stood in front of him, silencing the snowflakes. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't meddle in other people's business next time. Behind Jiangyu, Gao Chen appeared and gently swung his sword, slashing towards Sheng Yao's side. As the sword energy passed, dozens of buildings along the street were reduced to ruins. The little girl fought back with all her might, and the residual force of just brushing past her sent her flying dozens of meters, killing or wounding most of her guards. This sword strike seemed effortless. In fact, Jiangyu used all his energy, his legs went weak, and he could barely stand. Sheng Yao was completely stunned by this sword strike. He would live in the shadow of that sword for the rest of his life. Go home. What are you doing running around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Jiangyu smiled slightly at the little girl, then turned and went upstairs. Sheng Yao collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling with fear. He finally understood his father's warning. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. In the hotel room, Mengfan pushed Qingji out the door and slammed it shut. Qingji wandered aimlessly down the corridor, not knowing where to go. Squeak. The door opened, and Jiangyu came out. Go back to your room and get a good night's sleep. I have a way to restore your human body. Believe me. I pinched her cheek. It felt quite nice, even though it was cool to the touch. Are you serious? Qingji couldn't believe it. When have I ever lied to you? Don't overthink it. Get some rest. Jiangyu smiled and said, Why have you helped me so much? Qingji was puzzled. This kindness went too far and made her uneasy. I'm the kind of person who has absolutely no resistance to beautiful women, so just think of me as a simp. You don't even need to feed the dog. Upon hearing this, a smile flashed across the girl's face, but her eyes were immediately overwhelmed with sadness. Thank you. Qingji wanted to hug him, but when she raised her hand, she slowly lowered it again. A zombie covered in blood had no right to show kindness to others. Jiangyu gave her a gentle hug. Okay, I still prefer to see you smile. Back in his room, a girl stood by the window, her back to him, both familiar and unfamiliar. The girl had her hair in pigtails, and her white shirt was long enough to cover her shorts, if she had shorts. Hearing the door open, the girl turned around, her face innocent and pure. She tossed her pigtails up and mimicked Sheng Yao's tone. Here, have some fun. This girl has absolutely no bottom line. Does she even know what self-respect is? Driving skills must be properly taught. You know what? A good steering wheel makes driving so much easier. In the apocalypse, zombies roam the roads. There are more roadblocks than road signs, and there's no choice in what type of vehicle you can drive. Driving skills must be honed to perfection before one can drive different types of vehicles. Downstairs, Sheng Yao did not leave, but led her guards into a house not far away. Late at night, the girl lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind a complete mess. The giant creature in the shelter was becoming increasingly terrifying. They can't be killed, and they can't escape. Their family was able to establish themselves in Baisha and build a grand shelter, initially relying entirely on its existence. The family's powerful abilities also originated from the monster's gift. Recently, the monsters have become increasingly greedy, and 90% of the crystal cores obtained must be handed over. It devours several superhumans at a time. They have no intelligence, cannot communicate, and more people are going missing. People's hearts began to waver. Within a month, more than 1,000 of his subordinates had defected, and dozens of others had awakened. It was only a matter of time before it fell apart. Once they lose their sanctuary, their former enemies will absolutely tear their entire family apart and devour them alive. Perhaps he can resolve the crisis at the shelter. At worst, let him have his fun. Thinking of this, the little girl blushed. At 19, she still had a baby face and a height that made her feel inferior, but today it has become an advantage. I drifted off to sleep amidst my random thoughts. The next day at noon, Jiangyu led the two downstairs, where Sheng Yao was already waiting. Jiang Yu drew out the formless form. The little girl ignored him, her voice becoming even softer and sweeter, her face full of ingratiating expression. "Young man, I'd like to hire you to do something. Once it's done, I can grant you any request on behalf of White Sands Shelter." Jiang Yu smiled faintly upon hearing this. It seemed that yesterday's deterrent effect was quite good, and the little girl's pride had been largely crushed. "We just need to sneak into the White Sands Shelter, and with the little princess leading the way, we can save ourselves most of the trouble. We can't just storm into a shelter for tens of thousands of people, can we? And the inheritors aren't perpetual motion machines. We need to trust science. Tell me your offer. If it appeals to me, I can help you." Sheng Yao started counting on her fingers. "You can take all the supplies from the shelter, just leave us enough for 5 days' worth. Add all the crystal cores. You can choose any woman you like. With your abilities, no one will refuse you. That's all I can think of. If you need anything else, just tell me, and I'll try to get it for you." The little girl was afraid he wouldn't agree, so she directly invested all her savings in the shelter. As for the future, if we don't solve the current problems, what future is there? She looked at the boy in front of her with a nervous expression. "If he makes unreasonable demands, or even wants to try it out first, should you agree to his request?" Sheng Yao's eyes flickered, afraid that he wouldn't come, yet also afraid that he would do something reckless. Chapter 65. Another group battle. The city knows how to play. After hearing the little girl's offer, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. "The compensation sounds pretty good. What do you need my help with? Tell me." The little girl didn't flinch. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she quickly told him everything. "That's how it is. Help me kill a 5th-tier alien beast. It's not like an ordinary 5th-tier alien beast. It's much stronger. The superpowers of everyone in our family are ineffective against it. The rest of the family are also searching for experts, so they won't let you go on the risk alone." Sheng Yao paused for a moment before continuing. "We've staked everything on this. If you help me this time, I will keep my promise." "What promise?" Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. The little girl blushed, thinking that Jiang Yu was deliberately teasing her, and quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing, let's go. Get in my car." At the street corner, several armored vehicles were parked on the roadside. These full-size off-road vehicles lay prone on the ground like steel beasts, with tires as tall as a person and the entire body forged from nanometals. Before the apocalypse, it was worth tens of millions. Full of extravagance. "Qingji, remember my words. If there's anything you can't handle, you can come to the Qin Island shelter to find me." After giving instructions to the little zombie, Jiang Yu jumped onto the train carriage. The inheritance sent to her was from a great distance, hundreds of kilometers away. There are very few inheritances suitable for zombies, and this was one of the rare exceptions. When I see the girl who raises the Goo Eagle again, I will see Qingji's legacy. I wonder how she will react. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The engine roared to life as Qingji watched Jiang Yu depart. A determined glint flashed in the girl's eyes as she disappeared into the horde of zombies, fleeing in the direction marked on the map. The armored vehicle sped along the highway, and 2 hours later, it entered the city of Baisha, where the streets had been completely cleared of zombies. Although it was outside the shelter walls, the patrolling guards did not relax their vigilance in the slightest. At the end of each street, there was a high wall made of piles of debris, sandbags, bricks, and even scrapped cars and factory machinery. On the street, shops opened, selling cakes made from chaff and slightly yellow river water. Seeing their confusion, Sheng Yao explained from the side. "The White Sand Shelter has limited capacity, and its inhabitants are all ordinary people without any special abilities or skills. We will send guards to clear out the zombies and try our best to protect them. If a large-scale zombie horde breaks out, we will have no choice but to." She didn't continue, but the answer was obvious. There were no fewer than 1,000 ordinary people abandoned on the streets, most of them the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. The end times have always been cruel. It won't change because of anyone. The little girl looked at them with a mixture of pity and helplessness in her eyes. As the car drove through the gate, the guards who passed by bowed, and the civilians on the street carefully made way for it. Outside a villa, Sheng Yao jumped out of the car and led the two of them inside. The guard bowed his head in salute. Sheng Yao waved her hand impatiently. "Is old Gu here?" "The city lord has just returned. I'll go and inform him." Upon hearing this, the little girl's expression turned cold. She wondered when she needed to inform her father before she could even ask him for permission. "I'll go in myself." The guards dared not stop her. Angering the little princess was no joke, but they couldn't let her in either, so they looked troubled. "Miss, the city lord is hosting a banquet today and has instructed that no one is allowed to enter and disturb the guests. I can't take the responsibility." The little girl gave a wicked smile, and stunned the guard with a wave of her hand. That way you won't have to worry. What's wrong with Lao Gu today, making her lose face in front of her friends? Sheng Yao frowned and walked inside. Pushing open the door, the room was a mess, with clothes scattered all over the floor and a strange smell permeating the air. What does it taste like? Jiang Yu looked at the little girl who was asking questions with a serious expression. I was slightly surprised. You've never smelled it before? Let's go outside and wait for a while. Sheng Yao was furious, her anger on the verge of exploding. Nothing was going right for her today. This is my home. Why should I go outside to wait? He turned around and went upstairs. Meng Fan leaned against Jiang Yu with a smile, eagerly anticipating the little girl's reaction. Oh! A scream came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something cracking and popping. After a moment, the upstairs area quieted down. The smell in the air turned into the smell of blood. Old Gu, you're disgusting. No one would have sex in their own home. Sheng Yao ran down the stairs, her face flushed red. The man ran down after him, wrapped in a bathrobe, with a headache on his face. My little ancestor, these are experts that your father hired at great expense. Now is not the time to be willful. Old Gu's lips twitched. In just one exchange, that unfortunate kid was riddled with holes by Sheng Yao, his fifth limb exploding on the spot. This kind of trash can't even withstand one of my moves. Are you sure they're not just here to freeload? Sheng Yao showed no respect for her father, sat down on the sofa, felt disgusted, and stood up again. Who knows what's up there? Jiang Yu was left standing to the side, and there were fresh oranges on the table, which he ate without any hesitation. He ate only one slice, frowned, and tossed the rest to Meng Fan. The little girl was flattered and put it in her mouth. It was so sour that she couldn't open her eyes, but she still couldn't bear to spit it out. These are fresh fruits. I haven't eaten them since the mutation. There are only a few half-dead apple trees in the neighborhood. Although the apples that grew were small and astringent, she was still not entitled to eat them. Jiang Yu, let me take you to your accommodation first. I feel disgusted staying in this place. Old Gu, you're becoming more and more degenerate. The little girl rolled her eyes at her dad and pulled Jiang Yu away. Gu Shangyao, you stop right there. How can you talk to your own father like that? Old Gu coughed in anger, but the little girl completely ignored him. The next morning around 10 a.m., Jiang Yu was awakened by the sounds of fighting outside the courtyard. Sheng Yao rushed into the courtyard as if no one else was there, only to be slashed away by Qi Yu with a single blow, taking more than 10 meters to regain her footing. Damn, this guy's guards are so strong too. Driven by his competitive spirit, he rushed forward again, took off his bracelet, and a dozen nano-steel beads floated in the air. The owner couldn't beat the dog he kept. A group of people were watching from outside the courtyard. Where could Princess Baisha put her face? Her superpower is telekinesis, and she is a B-level user. Occasionally, a mutated ginkgo tree will bear a fruit, and consuming it will rapidly enhance her superpower. The little girl is now firmly at the Super S level, but the side effect is that she will be restrained by the ginkgo tree. The most obvious manifestation of this is that consuming the fruit does not harm the ginkgo tree. Bang! Bang! The steel ball was fired, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. Chiyu possessed top-notch combat instincts, dodging most attacks, and using the blade to block the ones he couldn't dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Julie slashed down. The little girl was sent flying again, this time with even greater force than the previous blow. He struggled to his feet, felt a tightness in his chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chiyu retreated, gripped his sword with both hands, plunged it into the ground, and stood guard at the door again. The master's command is to protect. He will not pursue. After her initial annoyance, the little girl showed a look of surprise. The onlookers shook their heads, looking regretful. Alas, it seems the little princess has been beaten senseless. A few audacious idiots were fantasizing on the sidelines. The little princess keeps giggling like an idiot. Did she hurt her brain? If I confess my feelings to her now, I'll definitely have a chance. Another idiot glanced at him. It's terrifying that a donkey can talk. You idiot, the little princess is just silly, not blind. She thinks she'll choose me. Say it again, who's the idiot? I'll say it twice. You're a stupid donkey too, stupid and donkey-like. The two idiots started wrestling, creating a cheerful atmosphere on the street. Puff! Puff! Two steel balls flew into the crowd, hitting the two wrestling men right between the eyebrows, splattering their brains all over the ground. Sheng Yao didn't even glance at her, and the onlookers merely took a few steps back, remaining unmoved. The little princess may be ruthless, but she never kills without a reason. Who can blame the two idiots for their own self-destruction? Jiang Yu, everyone's here. Are you up yet? The little girl shouted at the door, but there was no response from inside the room. Only strange noises could be heard coming from inside. Sheng Yao stood in the courtyard and heard it very clearly. Chapter 66, Even Small Things Are Cute. Men are all like this. Suppressing his anger, he waited outside the door. Dad is right. Now is not the time to act impulsively. Even if Jiang Yu invited her to join, she couldn't refuse for the sake of the bigger picture. She had only been gone for a few days when she heard from old Gu that more than a dozen people had gone missing, and the next day, desiccated corpses appeared under the ginkgo tree. Sheng Yao was almost asleep when Jiang Yu and the other person came out of the room. The little girl didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Upon arriving at the villa from yesterday, more than a dozen people were already there. When they saw Jiang Yu and his companion enter, their expressions turned grim. Many of them were already waiting here before 9 o'clock. Who on earth is this person who puts on such a high pedestal? After waiting for several hours, a callow youth entered. And what's worse, Princess Baisha clearly obeyed him completely. Before they even sat down, Sheng Yao brought over a cup of hot tea. Old Gu reached out to take it, but she ignored him and handed the teacup to Jiang Yu. The little girl almost sent Boss Gu away with just one sentence. Be careful, it's hot. Old Gu's character is questionable, but his taste in tea is absolutely first-rate. Jiang Yu smelled the tea aroma, which was refreshing and pleasant. Gu Laoda awkwardly raised his hand, then reluctantly lowered it. Her gaze fell on Jiang Yu, her eyes filled with hostility. Her own cabbage wasn't something any pig or dog could just take. Boss Gu, if you're not sincere, I'll leave now. This is the powerful foreign aide you were talking about. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, who looked very prestigious, was playing with 2 iron walnuts in his hands, coldly sweeping his gaze over Jiang Yu and his companion. Old Master Gu smiled and comforted the old man. The matter was just one step away from being resolved. Once these people left, it would take a long time to reunite them. What he lacks most right now is time. With a little more leverage in his words, the old man beamed with joy, and Gu Laoda turned to look at his daughter. Sheng Yao, have your friend apologized to everyone. Elder Chun is a master I invited from the Tai sect. He comes from an ancient martial arts family. According to seniority, you should call him uncle. The little girl led Jiang Yu and the other person to their seats, coldly watching old Chen. Yesterday's YP had this old guy. She was already furious, so she snorted and turned to Jiang Yu, speaking in a low voice. Give me some face, don't kill someone here. Jiang Yu remained noncommittal. If someone is courting death, wouldn't it be a disservice to their hospitality not to kill them? Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, old Chen lost face and slammed his teacup heavily on the table. He wanted to leave, but remembering the reward promised by Boss Gu, he couldn't bring himself to move. His gaze fell on Meng Fan, and his eyes lit up. He had to find a chance to kill this kid later. Forget it. I won't argue with the younger generation. I'm busy with things inside the sect, and I need to finish this matter as soon as possible so I can rush back tonight. Old Master Gu breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't control his daughter, so he quickly flattered her. Old Chun, you truly live up to your distinguished family background. You have such a refined taste. At this moment, someone else spoke. Xiao Gu, I'm not talking about you. Is a 5th-tier beast worth making such a big fuss about? I can do it all by myself. A chubby man in a floral shirt struggled to stand up from his chair, and 2 beautiful women beside him quickly stepped forward to help him. Brother Zhang, you know I'm timid, so please take good care of me. Boss Gu continued to smile obsequiously, while inwardly cursing these guys' ancestors for 18 generations. Everyone was asking for an exorbitant amount, as if they wanted to devour the entire shelter. Everyone here comes from different parts of the country and doesn't know each other well, so let me introduce myself first. Old Chen's superpower is an enhancement of all attributes, strength, speed, and defense, making him an S-rank individual. Brother Zhang's special abilities are melee reflection and energy absorption, rank A. Sister Fang's special ability is fire control. Finally, he looked at Jiang Yu, but he ignored him completely, thinking it was just his daughter being silly. He figured one more person wouldn't make a difference, so he let her be. In a moment, Elder Chun will lead the attack, Brother Zhang will draw the monster's aggro, and Sister Fang will provide support from the flanks. She still didn't mention Jiang Yu. Afraid that he would be angry, Sheng Yao held Jiang Yu's hand, but found that he had no change in expression. If Jiang Yu weren't so good-tempered, who would bother arguing with a bunch of dead people? He had personally witnessed how terrifying that ginkgo tree was. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sheng Yao felt that being too intimate was inappropriate, so she quietly withdrew her hand. The armored vehicle was already waiting outside the door. Several people boarded the vehicle one after another, with the fat pig taking up the entire carriage by himself. The 2 beauties who followed him were so crowded that they almost turned into painted skins. Inside the train carriage, Meng Fan leaned against Jiang Yu, while Sheng Yao sat opposite her. There was another person who wanted to come up, but the little girl blasted them more than 10 meters away. Unsure of whether he is alive or dead, Meng Fan looked at Jiang Yu with relief. As his strength increased, the boy's childish features gradually faded, and his profile became as sharp as if carved by a knife and axe. He smiled faintly, exuding the aura of a sword being drawn from its sheath. Nodding in satisfaction, it thought its owner looked more appetizing and wondered if it should play a different game of cards next time. It's so boring to always play landlord with just 2 people. If the owner gets tired of playing cards one day and finds a new card-playing partner, there will be no one left to cry about it. Meng Fan looked at Sheng Yao with a playful expression. Sheng Yao, how old are you? 19 years old. The little girl was distracted and had no confidence in this group of useless people. Meng Fan sat down next to her, took her hand intimately, and said, Really? I'm so envious of you. I'm only 21, and compared to you, I look like an old auntie. You're very pretty too, tall, and have a great bust. Sheng Yao quickly shut up, realizing she had blurted out her true feelings. Even small ones are cute. Meng Fan praised, giving it a gentle squeeze. It felt nice, and the age wasn't bad. Being a card-playing partner is pretty good. Sheng Yao blocked her mischievous hand, her face flushed. The journey of just over 10 minutes was filled with playful banter between the two, and by the time they got out of the car, they had become inseparable best friends. Jiang Yu, who has autism, greatly admired this. The car was parked outside a courtyard. Through the openwork wall, it was clear that it used to be a rural primary school, with rows of red-tiled houses and faded slogans on the walls. Unity, tension, seriousness, and liveliness. Push open the door. In the center of the courtyard stands a ginkgo tree, so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. Its branches sway in the wind, and a rusty wind chime hangs from one of them, tinkling softly. Peaceful and serene. A breeze blew by, carrying a refreshing fragrance, a faint scent of flowers and fruit. Old Master Gu looked anything but relaxed as he stood outside the door and spoke. Everyone, this is all I can deliver to. Fine wine has been prepared in the reception room, awaiting your good news. After saying that, she pulled Sheng Yao away. The little girl knew she couldn't help, and if she were bewitched by the ginkgo tree, she would only cause trouble. Obediently, I followed my dad into the car. A dozen or so people entered the courtyard one after another. Sister Fong, please go first. Old Chen was quite modest. Fong Jie did not refuse. With a wave of her hand, a flame enveloped the ginkgo tree. As the flame rose, a deep and ancient sigh came from behind. Jiang Yu sensed something was wrong and pulled Meng Fan behind the others. A nobody expected him to be of any use. Having gotten in through connections, Old Chun was even more disdainful of him. The important thing is to get down to business. After we deal with this tree, we can cut down this useless guy and then win over the beauty. Just thinking about it makes life seem wonderful. Today, it would be best if only he could leave this courtyard. Thinking of this, Elder Chen dared not be careless. He took out his long sword. A peak 4th-tier beast would be difficult to defeat a 5th-tier beast, but it was not enough to frighten him. This mission is simple and the reward is generous. We absolutely cannot afford any accidents. Hiss, hiss. He heard the sound of a snake crawling across the ground beneath his feet, and Jiang Yu retreated several meters again. Even the young people behind him couldn't stand it anymore. If you're really too scared to go, then don't come here and embarrass yourself. You good for nothing, you should go back first. It would be so much better to live off Miss Gu. Why bother competing with a beggar for a living? The young man in white glanced at Jiang Yu with disdain. One more person meant one less share. I have to do what the beauty asked me to do, even if it's tough. You really think it's easy to be a kept man? Jiang Yu felt no vibration under his feet, so he relaxed and replied casually. The boy in white patted the clothes that Jiang Yu had rubbed against, as if he were shooing away something dirty. Zhou Kun, shut up. Your skin's itchy again, isn't it? The girl in front of the boy in white scolded him, and the boy lowered his head, not daring to speak again. This woman really knows how to beat people up. The girl turned to look at Jiang Yu and smiled slightly. My brother is immature, please don't mind him. My name is Zhou Qin. If you're scared, hide behind me. My special ability is protection. I was more nervous than you the first time I went on a mission, but you'll get used to it. The girl was gentle and kind. Seeing that Jiang Yu was at the 4th level, she wanted to befriend him. However, there were too few people in the team, and her younger brother was a master of empty talk. He's never lost an argument, never won a fight, and has always been a troublemaker. Meng Fan coughed. My boyfriend is right in front of me. No one's going to take him from you. The little girl is quite possessive of her food. Zhou Qin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Jiang Yu nodded, accepting her kindness. The ginkgo tree was still burning. When the flames died down, it was completely unharmed. Fangjia's expression became serious. She had killed fifth-tier beasts before, and it was inevitable that a few people would die, but none of them were as troublesome as this. The rustling sounds underground grew increasingly frequent. Chapter 67, Can you take your brain with you when you go out? Jiang Yu drew a golden talisman. Suddenly, a tree root shot out from the ground, piercing straight through Fang Jie's body, penetrating from her lower body and protruding from the back of her head. The tree root swayed. Her skin visibly shrank, and the woman whimpered and howled. Bang! After the energy was exhausted, the branches stretched out, and the corpse exploded into powder. Sigh, Zhang the fatty sighed. Elemental awakeners just can't defend themselves. That woman's out of her mind. She won't even activate her shield. But it's not so bad that one less person is sharing the profits. If only one person can survive in the end, it has to be him. He moved his bulky body forward and spoke to Old Man Chun. Old Chun, let's all come together. Don't let the younger generation look down on us. Old Chun turned around and glanced at him. Looking down on you? With a figure like yours, who could possibly look down on you? That's exactly what I was thinking. Old Chun rubbed his fists together, his whole body emitting white light. His muscles swelled to twice their normal size, and he charged forward with a loud shout. He concentrated his energy and punched the tree trunk, tearing a large hole in it and gushing out bright red blood. Blood? The strong stench of blood permeated the campus. Both the smell and the color indicated that it was real blood. After a dozen more punches, a row of large holes were smashed into the tree trunk, and branches swung down from the air. Fatty Zhang blocked Old Chen's path with incredible speed. Its round body flashed with a metallic luster, and the branch shattered with a crack. Brother Zhang, you've got a knack for this. The old man gave a thumbs up. Mr. Chun, you flatter me. You are the one who is still vigorous despite your age. I witnessed it all yesterday, and I'm truly impressed. Fatty Zhang rolled around the court like a lead ball. His defense was ridiculously strong. No. Brother Zhang is just as brave. The two looked at each other and laughed, completely disregarding the mutated ginkgo tree. The people behind felt a chill run down their spines. Were you two planning to start sword fighting right here? They licked it endlessly. A cyan shield completely enveloped Fatty Zhang, and Old Chen's gauntlets flashed with silver light, extending several meters out. Don't just stand by and watch. Let's all go at it together, and then we're done. Fatty Zhang and Old Man Chun led the charge, preparing for an attack. Behind them, the crowd dared not hesitate, their seven-colored powers flashing, completely engulfing the ginkgo tree. Drink, drink, drink. A strange scream rang out, and arms began to extend from beneath everyone's feet, from which one withered corpse after another crawled out. Shriveled skin covered the white bones. A dozen minutes later, the yard was filled with zombies and monsters of all shapes and sizes. Parasitic corpses, stitched-together monsters, liches, corpse kings, and all sorts of strange beasts I've never seen before. There were dozens of them, all three-tiered. The combat power of a third-tier zombie king is no weaker than that of a fourth-tier awakened individual below A rank. It can be seen that the ginkgo tree has a very good diet on a daily basis. Roar! Old Chen abruptly stopped in his charging stance, frozen in place. What the hell was going on? Everyone calm down. You guys hold off these zombie beasts, and Fatty Zhang and I will focus all our efforts on killing the ginkgo tree. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and began to kill the zombies. Old Man Chen still had a high reputation, and this was the only way at the moment. The ginkgo tree trembled its branches and leaves, and burst into bloom with white flowers, filling the courtyard with a growing fragrance. Upon smelling the fragrance of the flowers, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot, their killing intent became uncontrollable, and they abandoned their defense, launching a full-scale attack. These fertilizers are something the ginkgo trees don't want to lose. Old Chen furiously pounded the tree trunk, each punch creating a hole. The branches struck his body, tearing his skin and flesh, but he felt nothing. Zhang the fat man also used his bulky body to engage in close combat, and everyone lost their minds. Keep them awake, or no one will do the dirty work. Jiang Yu frowned as he swam on the side. Yes, master. Meng Fan opened her arms, dispelling the scent of ginkgo trees and filling the courtyard with the refreshing aroma of mint. Master, I added a little something. The girl winked playfully. Everyone regained their senses and felt an inexhaustible supply of power within them. Taking on 10 wouldn't be a problem. The girl's blazing flames swept across the courtyard, engulfing half of it and turning the strange beasts into charred corpses. The boy's wind blade surged, several times larger than before, and sliced several zombies in half at the waist. Old Chun threw a punch, severing the ginkgo tree trunk in half. Several branches pierced towards Fatty Zhang, but couldn't even break the skin. What kind of material is so ruthless? Jiang Yu wanted to try it himself. Meng Fan smiled slyly. Master, don't worry, the show hasn't even started yet. Gradually, everyone realized something was wrong. The rate at which their energy was being consumed was unsustainable. If the daily battles were like a small stream, this was now a flood. Within 10 minutes, the energy was completely depleted. The minions were all killed. The ginkgo tree was severely damaged, and the giant tree still had less than half of its energy left. Its core was underground, and even if the trunk was shattered, it could not be killed. Old Chun and Fatty Zhang were closest to each other and were the first to be knocked away, lying in the distance like dead dogs. Another barrage of swords was swung out, sending the remaining men flying and crashing heavily into the wall. Jiang Yu and Meng Fan didn't need to smash anything. They shamelessly stood outside the courtyard watching the show. The energy of Tai Sui enveloped the two of them, making them appear invisible to the ginkgo tree. The group tried several times, but they couldn't gather any energy. Seeing that the ginkgo tree did not pursue them, they all took out their crystal cores and began to absorb the energy, which dissipated as quickly as it entered the sea. Gradually, my strength began to wane, and I couldn't even stand up anymore. Everyone looked ashen-faced. Sensing that no one was approaching, the ginkgo tree began to repair its trunk, and its own energy was lost as the trunk grew. The mutated plant that has just entered the 5th stage has a little intelligence, but not much, only about the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Jiang Yu swore to the moon that subduing Meng Fan was not out of personal desire. It was all for this moment. Her energy aura was in harmony with Tai Sui. To humans, he is nothing more than a plant-based superhuman. The ginkgo tree, however, will regard her as one of its own. It's quite normal for a large tree to have tiny mushrooms growing around it. If the ginkgo tree takes precautions, the seeds will be carried by its root system to wherever it can reach. The roots of a 5,000-year-old tree are unimaginable in their extent. Searching for them later would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. How long can the toxin last? Jiang Yu drew his wuxiang sword, intending to kill the man first, then the tree. It will take at least half an hour before you can move. Meng Fan took his hand, looked at him pleadingly, and gently shook her head. Forget it. I'll leave after I kill the ginkgo trees and let them go. You don't need to do anything. Just wait at the door. After I kill the ginkgo tree, I'll jump into the cave under the trunk as soon as possible. Find its seed, which is similar to the seed of the previous Tai Sui. The only difference is that the seeds of the ginkgo tree exude boundless vitality. Jiang Yu gave detailed instructions. Yes, master, leave it to me. Meng Fan patted the car headlights and made a solemn promise. Jiang Yu pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Seeing someone come in, the survivors were overjoyed. They might not get their reward, but at least they could save their lives. Once the ginkgo trees are restored, I will turn them into fertilizer as soon as I have time. The only reason the tree can still breathe is because it has no energy left in its body, which fails to arouse its appetite. Old Chun was about to speak when someone beat him to it. You good-for-nothing who lives off a woman. You're nowhere to be seen when we're fighting, but now you're pretending to be the good guy. Huh. Before Jiang Yu could react to what young Master Zhou had said, everyone turned to stare at him, wishing they could skin him alive. Can't you bring your brain with you when you go out? Chapter 68 The Divine Incantation to Purify Heaven and Earth. If you can speak your mind, what's the point of having narration? Shut up, or I'll cut your tongue out. Zhou Qin decided that if she could escape alive, she would throw her younger brother as far away as possible, otherwise he would kill her sooner or later. Handsome, my brother is a bit dim-witted, don't mind him. If you can rescue us, we'll give you all the crystal cores we're carrying. I don't think they'll be stingy. The group nodded in agreement and reluctantly took out all their savings. If you're interested, I wouldn't mind spending a few days with you. The girl smiled charmingly. In the corner, the tattooed man's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing this, but he quickly concealed it. It wasn't worth risking his life for a woman he had only known for a few days. Jiang Yu glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. I will only save one person. You can discuss it slowly. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the ginkgo tree. Hey, are you out of your mind? What will we do if you die? You alone aren't enough to fill a tooth gap. Young Master Zhou also said something sensible. The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. A dozen or so people are no match for you, yet you're rushing off to your death. What else could it be but a sign of insanity? Once you're dead, you won't have to worry anymore. Jiang Yu kicked a pebble, which pierced through the young Master Zhou's skull, splattering his brains all over the ground. Congratulations, you've eliminated one competitor. No one dared to speak again, pretending not to have seen anything. A flash of resentment crossed Zhou Qin's eyes, but she quickly lowered her head to hide it. No matter how bad her brother was, he was still her blood relative. But now he felt weak and powerless, unable to lift his arms, and unable to muster any energy, let alone take revenge. Jiang Yu came to the tree. To make a mutated plant condense seeds, it must be brought to the brink of death. It will not submit as long as it senses a glimmer of hope. The protective shield bestowed upon him by Meng Fan dissipated. The giant tree sensed an awakened being approaching, and its energy was quite strong, so it decided to replenish its lost energy with a snack. Having just experienced a major battle, the ginkgo tree was bursting with rage, unleashing dozens of branches that locked down the entire space. Beneath his feet, countless roots burst forth from the soil, piercing towards the frail boy. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. Old Chen thought to himself, if it were him in this situation, killing everyone, taking the crystal core, and leaving with the beauty wouldn't be a wasted trip. Bosco will also give you some extra money for your hard work. This kid is still too young. Soon, his eyes widened, and his mind went completely blank. In the distance, Jiang Yu summoned the god Gaochen Emperor, whose terrifying yet desolate aura permeated the heavens and earth, causing people to unconsciously prostrate themselves on the ground. The next moment, the fire talisman condensed, and a fire dragon circled in front of him. The formless talisman was unsheathed, and the flames became incandescent, like a pebble thrown into a lake. The blazing white ripples spread, turning all the branches and roots that came into contact with them to ashes. The entire tree was engulfed in white flames, and the survivors on the ground looked horrified, trying their best to get away from the flames. Despite being surrounded by a fiery inferno, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even though it's fire, there are different kinds, fireflies and blazing sun. The ginkgo tree roared in agony amidst the flames, no longer bothering to conceal its power. The ground cracked, and more than a dozen tree men crawled out from the fissures. Covered in a disgusting layer of scale insects, the tree demon opened its mouth and howled shrilly. The tree man's body decomposes. Upon closer inspection, you'll find it instantly devoured by crimson scale insects. On the ground, swarms of red insects flew into the air and swarmed towards Jiang Yu, some of them flying towards the ginkgo tree. Scale insects covered the tree trunk, and the flames gradually died down. Tiny insects fly safely in the flames, and the part that is baptized by the flames turns from crimson to incandescent. Fire attribute absorption. The mutated plant, which is most afraid of fire, raises a group of fire-resistant insects. The symbiotic system of the organisms is truly admirable. Protected by the golden talisman, the insects could not get close and rushed towards it like moths to a flame, causing the golden pagoda to begin to dim. Heaven and earth are natural, and foul air disperses. Slay demons and bind evil spirits, kill countless ghosts. The evil and filth dissipate, and the Tao Qi remains forever. The divine mantra for purifying heaven and earth. Jiang Yu chanted a divine incantation, and his internal energy instantly ran out. The entire courtyard fell silent, and the scale insects hovered in the air. Thump! An ancient bell tolled throughout the heavens and earth. The sun shone brightly overhead, without a single dark cloud. Centered on Jiang Yu, the rain poured down. The rain washed the world clean. The scale insects dissolved upon contact with water, and the scattered remains of zombies and strange beasts also vanished in the water. The toxins dissipated from the people lying on the ground, and they all took out their crystal cores to begin restoring their energy. The ginkgo tree dissipated its energy in the rain and collapsed with a crash. A fifth-order crystal core floated into the air, and Jiang Yu reached out and grasped it. Meng Fan, it's up to you now. Without hesitation, the girl jumped into the cave under the tree trunk. Jiang Yu was exhausted and felt dizzy. The extreme overexertion made him feel nauseous and wanted to vomit. Close your eyes and begin absorbing the crystal. Suddenly, a fist-shaped sword pierced towards his back. Jiang Yu used all his strength to shift to the side, a completely instinctive reaction stemming from over a decade of experience in the apocalypse. The sharp blade missed his heart and pierced his shoulder. The exhaustion of his energy, coupled with the excruciating pain from the wound, nearly caused him to faint. Old Chen succeeded and smiled sinisterly. Let's go together. The men drew their weapons. A fifth-order crystal core, a rare weapon, and Bosco's bounty. Any one of these is worth the risk. Zhou Qin quietly slipped out the door and fled into the distance. She was badly injured, and the others weren't much better off. They barely managed to absorb the crystal cores and only recovered about 10% or 20% of their combat strength. Even if she were to get incredibly lucky and kill Jiangyu, she wouldn't get any good loot given her abilities. In the end, they would most likely be silenced by Old Man Chun. The Zhou siblings' parents had an IQ of 10 do, with the older sister having an IQ of 12 do. Chi Yu appeared, swung his long sword, and cut Old Man Chun in two. I've been living too comfortably lately. I deserve that sword strike. May you rest in peace. With a single charge from Chi Yu, the 9-li slash swept past, tearing up a trail of severed limbs. After several attacks, there was no one left alive in the courtyard. Master, I found it. Just then, a small head covered in mud poked out of the cave, its tone full of boastfulness. Seeing Jiangyu clutching his shoulder, covered in blood, she turned pale with fright. She was fine when she went in. How could this happen? His eyes swept over the corpses scattered on the ground, and he instantly understood. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Master, it's all my fault. Please punish me. If it weren't for her, these people would have been a pile of corpses long ago, and the master wouldn't have been injured. It's none of your business. Jiangyu smiled and didn't blame Meng Fan. The matter had nothing to do with her. This sword strike completely awakened him. The apocalypse is still the same apocalypse. It won't change because of certain people or certain things. After his rebirth, food, beautiful women, and crystal cores were all readily available to him, giving rise to a sense of arrogance that the apocalypse was nothing more than this. Countless images from my past life flashed through my mind. Zhuai Chuan, the inheritor of the heavenly Tao, was defeated several times and only managed to reach the peak after surviving countless near-death experiences. It's common for Guilong to be defeated. Yang Ming had a ruptured heart once and has relied on pills to prolong his life for many years. The Axe Demon was arrogant and domineering, but his left sleeve was empty. Blood Demon, a pure and lovely little girl, has gone insane due to mental instability. The god of paradise was so ruthless and cruel that he was almost abnormal. He was also protected by Xing Tian, but he was thrown into a pile of dead bodies and survived by eating the corpses. Bai Gu Yao has only one eye, and all 10 of her fingers are only half finished. There are many more, and setting aside notions of good and evil, each of them is an exceptionally talented individual. Some are decisive and ruthless. Some have the world in their hearts. Some are so intelligent they're almost demonic. They're treated worse than dogs by the apocalypse. What right does he have to be arrogant? In the 10th month of the apocalypse, a zombie horde erupted, with more than 1 million zombies. Thinking back to the Gujiao incident, it was most likely because of her. The reason that girl didn't destroy the shelter for the time being was simply because she felt that human energy was too weak. In her eyes, all humans, including the inheritors, are nothing more than domesticated livestock that can be slaughtered at any time. All she cared about was whether it tasted good. Jiangyu closed his eyes and absorbed the energy from the crystal core. The excruciating pain in his shoulder made him incredibly clear-headed, and the path he would take from now on gradually became clear in his mind. The sound of a car engine outside the courtyard pulled him back to reality. Meng Fan remained kneeling, not daring to raise her head. Chapter 69, Living off a woman while still being a role model. A true exemplar for us all. The little girl jumped out of the car, covered her nose, glanced at the limbs scattered on the ground, and then her gaze fell on the middle of the yard. The ginkgo tree has turned into a rotten, dead tree. I sensed the restraining energy had disappeared, so I came to help you clean up the debris. You're quick on the uptake. After the little girl finished speaking, she saw the wound on Jiangyu's shoulder, and a burst of vitality gathered, and the wound visibly healed completely. Dual superpowers? Jiangyu glanced at Sheng Yao with some surprise. In his experience, healing abilities rarely coexist with combat abilities. The little girl shook her head. The life force imparted by ginkgo fruit is a kind of transfer of vitality, which I rarely use. Let's go. I'll have the driver take you back to rest. I'll go tell the clansmen who are away this good news. I'll be there soon. Jiangyu, thank you. Sheng Yao sincerely thanked her, a relaxed smile appearing on her face. Since the first day someone mysteriously disappeared, she and her father have never been at ease, never knowing who will be the next to be swallowed up. Before Jiangyu could speak, Meng Fan pulled the little girl away and whispered something in her ear. The little girl's face flushed red and then turned pale, but she finally nodded gently. After the two left the courtyard, Sheng Yao cleaned up the mess. Her eyes narrowed, and the scattered corpses on the ground floated into the air. She clenched her right hand. All the corpses were crushed into mincemeat. The knife marks were too obvious, and if they were seen and spread, it would cause trouble. The car drove back to the villa area. It was past noon, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Everyone was in a hurry, their eyes anxious, giving off a sense of constant unease. The shelters have indeed reached their limit. The mutated ginkgo tree continues to devour survivors, and the shelter is on the verge of collapse. The collapse of a force is not gradual. It will dissipate in a few days once people reach their psychological limit. You can't kill them all. Stay and wait to die. Every day, a lucky team is randomly selected. Even the strongest person can't withstand it. You're not afraid of death, but are you afraid that your family will die, that your loved ones will die? Stop the car and check it. The car drove into the inner gate area and was stopped by the guards. A look of surprise flashed in the driver's eyes. The guards must be tired of living. Everyone knows the little princess's car. After all, a pink SUV isn't common, especially with 2 rabbit ears on the roof. You blind fool. The driver got out of the car cursing, and a teenager came out of the guardhouse, forcing back the rest of his sentence, his face full of fawning smiles. Young Master Yun, I'm talking about myself. I'm blind. The guests in the car are invited by the young lady, as you see. The driver was in a dilemma. Both inside and outside the car were people he couldn't afford to offend. Just trying to make a living shouldn't come at the cost of one's life. Get down here, all of you. The shelter has been in turmoil lately, and even Sheng Yao is no exception. The boy walked to the car, tapped the window with the hilt of his knife, and Meng Fan opened the window, looking at him innocently. Do I look like a bad person to you? Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment, lost in thought. My subordinate clearly said that the guy in the car was the pretty boy who deceived Sheng Yao's feelings, but it turns out to be a beauty. Lu Yun is one of the few S-class superhumans in the White Sand Shelter. He is highly talented and young, and Boss Gu treats him like a son. In his eyes, Sheng Yao was naturally within his grasp. Once he marries Sheng Yao and takes over the shelter, he'll be on his way to the pinnacle of life in no time. Lu Yun had been away on a mission for the past few days, and when he returned, he heard that Sheng Yao had brought back a pretty boy who was extremely attentive, serving him tea and water. Anyone who dares to touch his woman will have to see how many heads they have. Whether someone is a bad person or not is not up to you to decide. I'm saying it one last time, all of you get down here. Lu Yun slashed out with his sword, creating a large crater in front of the car, leaving the front wheels suspended in midair. The driver quickly stepped forward to beg for mercy, knowing that if the little princess's car couldn't be saved, he probably wouldn't be able to save his head either. Jiang Yu stepped out of the car, his expression calm. He drew his sword, Wu Xiong, without leaving a trace. This wasn't Lang City. Sheng Yao didn't have that kind of face. Meng Fan looked at Lu Yun with a smile, as if she were looking at a corpse. Hearing the commotion, more and more people gathered around. Who is this guy? How dare he mess with young Master Yun? You're really not afraid of death. Young Master Yun is an S level. Even Boss Gu has to give him face. What a pity about such a beautiful woman. What a waste. Following young Master Yun is better than following that pretty boy. Why would I follow you? I'd like to. Even just one day would be fine. Damn, you're a scoundrel. Great minds think alike. Same to you. Lu Yun was already very unhappy when he heard the rumors that Sheng Yao was throwing herself at him. Seeing that there was a stunningly beautiful woman beside him, his face darkened even more. His gaze fell on Meng Fan, and he made up his mind. If the other party makes the first move and he accidentally kills someone, even if Boss Gu interrogates him personally, there's nothing he can do. Anyone entering the core area must not carry any weapons and must be searched. That's the rule. As Lu Yun spoke, he walked towards Meng Fan. The girl remained motionless, letting his hand reach towards her chest. Stop! A loud shout came from afar. Dust billowed up, and Lu Yun was sent flying several meters, crashing into a newly dug pit, looking extremely disheveled. I usually ignore your nonsense, but Jiang Yu is a VIP guest of the shelter. Show me some respect. The little girl quickly ran over and grabbed Jiang Yu's hand that was holding the sword. She had just witnessed the boy's ruthlessness. Any later, and she would probably only be left waiting to be served a lavish meal. Jiang Yu, old Gu really thinks highly of him. I'm begging you. Sheng Yao's voice was very low, and she looked pitiful, with no trace of the rampaging little girl she used to be. Let's go. Jiang Yu withdrew his wuxiang, patted the little girl's head, and walked inside. When the crowd saw the little princess return, they knew there was no more entertainment and prepared to disperse. Sneers and jeers could be heard from the crowd from time to time, and the air was thick with sourness. Naturally, there are many who admire him. This young man is so young, yet he lives off his wife so readily, a true role model for us all. Lu Yun saw the two's intimate actions, spat out the dirt in his mouth angrily, and his eyes narrowed. Buzz! A buzzing sound filled everyone's minds, plunging them into chaos. S-class superpower, lost. From Lu Yun's perspective, all he saw was a swarm of headless flies, his five senses completely lost, leaving him utterly defenseless. From the perspective of those controlled by superpowers, they act as usual in a fabricated illusion, only that everything before their eyes is fake. Losing one's powers can cause someone to die without them noticing. As the buzzing sound rang out, the golden light spell on Jiang Yu's body lit up simultaneously, and the heart-cleansing spell was drawn, allowing him to break free from the illusion. He sighed. Mental defense had always been his weakness, leaving him only able to passively resist. Information about a strange weapon unexpectedly flashed through my mind. Abyss Sea. The Abyss Sea is a gem, clear and azure blue. When integrated into the center of the brow, it can devour all mental attacks, and information about it is gradually becoming clearer. Jiang Yu felt inexplicably grateful to this reckless little guy. In return, he must die a quick and painless death. Wuxiang transformed into a long spear and threw it directly. With a whooshing sound, it flew like a meteor toward Lu Yun's chest. The tip of the gun was less than half a meter from his heart. Then it froze in midair, unable to go any further. Turning around, they saw Boss Gu standing not far away with a cold face, surrounded by dozens of guards with their swords drawn. The disoriented little girl was pulled behind Gu Laoda. Jiang Yu called back Wuxiang, but there was no surprise on his face. In the apocalypse, encountering an employer who keeps their promises is a miracle. Chapter 70. I came to buy Sha, not for this trash. When Sheng Yao woke up from her daze, her pretty face was filled with fear upon seeing the scene before her. Old Gu, what are we supposed to do? Get back, all of you. Old Gu, you're going to kill my friend too. Why don't you just chop me up too? Sheng Yao shook off the guards and stood in front of Jiang Yu. He wasn't protecting Jiang Yu, but his father. His gaze swept over the crowd, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The choice between losing a few guards and destroying the sanctuary is not difficult. She dared not gamble. The memory of that sword strike in the snow was still vivid. The bracelets scattered, the steel beads broke apart, and the guards at the front were instantly mangled and collapsed to the ground. Gu Shengyao, there's a time when you go crazy. When old Chun and the others come over and see this mess we've made, where will your father put his old face? Old Master Gu scolded. He couldn't remember the last time he had spoken harshly to his daughter, and she deserved to be in this state. Sensing that the ginkgo tree had died, he immediately ordered a banquet to be held. After waiting for a long time, but no one came, he came to the door to check. You don't need to worry about your old face. All that useless stuff is dead. The little girl looked at her father and nodded gently. They're all dead. Boss Gu couldn't believe it. His gaze fell on Jiang Yu, and he had to re-examine the young man. Jiang Yu, who exactly is this person? At this moment, he was also a little uneasy. The fact that he could kill the mutated ginkgo tree and wipe out Old Man Shun and his group of experts showed that his strength was immeasurable. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Brother Jiang, I've come here specifically to invite you to this banquet. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun, who had slumped in the corner, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Boss Gu had backed down, and he could only save face on his own today. With his eyes fixed on Jiang Yu not far away, another cunning plan surfaced in his mind, and he put on an extremely fake, obsequious smile. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. I had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. No, 30 cups. You are very magnanimous. Jiang Yu chuckled. They really were a family. Their face-changing skills were truly superb. Aren't you going to search me? Meng Fan smiled radiantly, clearly disappointed at not seeing a good show. Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly. Who dares to search us? These blind, good-for-nothings. Brother Jiang, please come in. Lu Yun was incredibly enthusiastic, stepping forward to tightly grasp Jiang Yu's hand, as if they were long-lost brothers. Sheng Yao closed her eyes. Well, if she's really in a hurry to be reincarnated, there's nothing she can do about it. It's not a bad thing to have one less fly around. As they clasped hands, Jiang Yu felt a strange aura spreading along his palms. A single target attack that utilizes lost supernatural abilities. Illusory Heart. Having succeeded in his scheme, Lu Yun revealed a cold smile. Jiang Yu, you are in a lot of pain right now. Suicide can end everything. The seductive voice rang out, but it was too late for Boss Gu to stop it. It would be great if you could kill him, but even Elder Chun and the others couldn't keep him. Are you sure you can handle it? You're right. Once you die, there will be no more pain. Jiang Yu murmured, raising the formless. Lu Yun was overjoyed. The next moment, the world spun around him, and he felt himself flying into the air, his body feeling lighter than ever before. Bang! The headless corpse lay on the ground, and the onlookers were filled with horror. S rank, 4th tier, 1-hit kill. Warm blood splattered onto Gu Laoda's face, and he realized the seriousness of the situation. Lu Yun's actions would destroy the entire shelter. Jiang Yu stood with his sword in hand, his pupils filled with murderous intent, his face icy cold. Those locked onto by the murderous aura felt as if their hearts were being gripped, experiencing an unmistakable sense of impending death. Boss Gu, this is your idea. No, nothing like that. Lu Yun had no connection with the shelter. His death was entirely his own fault. Gu Laoda's face turned pale. Sheng Yao was standing right in front of this killing god. He couldn't lose his daughter. Brother Jiang, the payment is being prepared. You can choose whatever you like after the banquet. Gu Laoda didn't dare to hesitate. The pressure Jiang Yu exerted on him was 100 times stronger than that of Old Man Shun and the others. He killed a tree monster, which attracted a fierce tiger. Heaven was truly kind to him. Jiang Yu looked at Sheng Yao, withdrew his wuxiang, and said calmly, I have no interest in the banquet. I hope the compensation won't disappoint me. He declined Boss Gu's invitation to dinner and returned to his residence. Inside the room, Jiang Yu felt the vitality contained within the ginkgo seeds. On the table, the Gu carved amber, the spatial key, and the seeds are laid out in a row. Thinking of the arrogant ancient beast Gu Jiao as his pet, he didn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sheng Yao changed into a JK uniform and stood prettily outside the door. Meng Fan saw through her little scheme at a glance, covered her mouth and chuckled, but didn't point it out. These snacks are so delicious. The owner would die if he didn't get to eat them. Sheng Yao's behavior was completely different from before, and her face showed a hint of docility. Let's go. I'll take you to the warehouse. Before Jiang Yu could speak, Meng Fan considerately interrupted. The warehouse is too dirty. You can have the room. I'm a little hungry. The little girl blushed and glared at her fiercely. I won't go back on my word. You don't need to remind me. After speaking, she looked at Jiang Yu, her face slightly flushed. Old Gu is waiting in the warehouse. He's really scared this time. He won't shortchange me a single penny of the promised reward. He wouldn't dare refuse if you took everything. After things got so tense, Jiang Yu had already planned how to break out, never expecting there would actually be a mission reward. Old Gu is still somewhat sensible. He can tell whether money or life is more important. Sheng Yao led the two to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, boxes of supplies were piled up to a height of more than 10 meters, mostly vacuum-packed non-staple foods, various grains, and nuts. Nobody cares about the expiration date. For awakened individuals, even rotten food with a less palatable taste will not cause illness. Experiments in planting and breeding have been ongoing in various shelters. Under radiation, very few types of crops can survive, and the mutations occur in different directions. Wheat the size of a corn cob, watermelons the size of grapes, tomatoes the size of watermelons. Spicy apples, sweet and tender chili peppers. Their habits have become completely different from before the mutation, and many have evolved toxins, even becoming deadly. After killing the Gu Jiao and saving the shelter, the apocalypse began to develop in a positive direction. Given enough time, the people of Kyushu have the natural talent for farming and can easily become self-sufficient. Brother, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you greatly. Take whatever supplies you like here. I've prepared a few trucks and will arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Boss Gu came up to greet him, smiling like a blooming daisy. Jiang Yu remained noncommittal. You guys go out first. I'll wander around by myself. Okay, I'll go get busy first. Take your time. Mark whichever one you like, and I'll arrange for someone to move it. Old Master Gu pulled his daughter and turned to leave without any hesitation. Without the ginkgo trees to restrain it, these lost things can be regained in just a few months, many times over. He had considered defaulting on the debt. Jiang Yu returned unharmed after slaying the ginkgo tree, while none of his companions survived. It's easy to guess what happened. Adding to the fact that her daughter said she couldn't withstand even one move from the boy, she dared not have any other thoughts. Offending such a killing god is too risky. Jiang Yu walked around the warehouse, putting away anything he liked. The Tai Chi space was limited, so he only needed what he had. When he left, the supplies had not changed significantly. Sheng Yao waited outside the door. When Jiang Yu came out, she ordered her men to go in and move the items, but she didn't see a single marker. Don't you like any of them? This is all we have left. The little girl felt a little embarrassed, as the warehouse had a lot of supplies, but they were all ordinary items. Baisha City is inherently impoverished and is neither a port nor a logistics center, so it has very little inventory. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and patted her head. Keep it for yourself. I didn't come to Baisha for this garbage. Since the other party had put it this way, Sheng Yao couldn't pretend to be stupid anymore. This time, she really couldn't escape. Remembering Mengfan's warning, I decided to wash it myself and send it over. Pretending to be reserved will only make things more embarrassing when someone throws insults at you in person. The little girl blushed and lowered her voice. I understand. I'll come find you in a bit. Chapter 71. The human heart is a den of demons, each with its own filth. Jiang Yu opened the wooden box on the ground, which was full of crystal cores, all of which were of the second rank or higher. He put them into his bracelet without any hesitation. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'm saying goodbye first. I really like your SUV. Please get one for me. Okay. The little girl nodded in agreement. My mind was in such turmoil that I didn't even notice the other person leaving. Back at her residence, Sheng Yao opened the wardrobe and carefully selected an outfit that had the effect of a matching set. In the bathroom, the little girl was soaking in the water, lost in thought. Her face flushed and steaming. She hesitated when the moment came. She lacked nothing. She had the entire White Sands shelter behind her, and her father listened to her every word. Even if she doesn't keep her promise, her father will stand by her side and use all the power of Baisha to protect her. Is it worth sacrificing the entire shelter for one person? She had witnessed Jiang Yu's terrifying nature firsthand. Was there any possibility of getting him to stay? At worst, she would simply obey his orders. With his protection, there will be no obstacles to taking over the shelter in the future. In that case, we need to take the initiative. But she didn't know anything about it, and she couldn't very well ask old Gu for help. Have they no shame? The little girl hid herself in the bathtub, submerged in the water and blue bubbles. A young girl who had never been in a relationship had a completely blank mind. If Jiang Yu doesn't want to stay, should we leave with him? She always longed for the outside world. Zombies and monsters pose no challenge. They are merely tools to satisfy her love of killing. With superhuman abilities at my disposal, there's nothing to fear in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, the little girl's desire grew even stronger. Compared to the outside world, Baisha was incredibly boring. Inside the villa's living room, Sheng Yao clung to her father's arm, swaying it affectionately. Dad, please, I want to go out for a walk. I'm so old, and I've never even left Baisha City. What's the difference between me and a toad at the bottom of a well? Unlike his usual doting self, Boss Gu's face was gloomy, and the room was filled with smoke. Don't even think about it. You're my only daughter. If something happens to you, what's the point of all the hard work I've put into building this family business? He knew exactly what was going on outside. Zombies and monsters eating people was a minor matter. Those of their own kind are the most ruthless monsters. Old Gu, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. I won't be stuck in this lousy place forever. Sheng Yao shook off her father's hand and rushed downstairs. Old Gu called out a few times, but received no response. He leaned against the railing and sighed deeply. The daughter possesses strong supernatural abilities and is extremely talented. But strength doesn't mean everything. He's seen too much of the wickedness in people's hearts. This silly girl has never suffered any hardship. How could she endure all this? On second thought, going out to explore isn't a bad thing. Sooner or later, I'll have to take over the shelter. If I'm too simple-minded, I won't be able to control the monsters and demons under my command. Gu Laodao's mind was also in a state of turmoil. If I had known to create more alt accounts, I wouldn't have had to rack my brains over this. Not long after Sheng Yao left, a stunningly beautiful woman entered the room. She was the logistics manager of the White Sand shelter. Old Master Gu was furious, his eyes bloodshot. The woman smiled charmingly, understanding perfectly. How much supplies are left? Even if Jiang Yu doesn't leave him anything, there's nothing he can do, Gu asked in a deep voice. We took almost none of the supplies, except for a few boxes of pre-cooked meals and snacks. Not a single crystal core was left. The woman's words were vague. The data couldn't be that precise. In any case, the loss wasn't significant. Master, the guard said that the item disappeared suddenly and no one moved it. He has a spatial ability that can store many things, but we don't know if it's a special ability or a special weapon. Bosco pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. Bet, or not to gamble. The stakes were too high, so high that he dared not enter the game. After a moment, Bosco snapped out of his reverie, and his anger subsided somewhat. The woman raised her head, her expression gentle as water, awaiting her master's next instruction. Whether they commit murder and robbery, they are still treated as honored guests. Master, I have someone follow the little princess, so you don't need to worry. The direction the little princess left is his residence. Should we? Old Master Gu slumped on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the table, the sound echoing in the room. A sense of malevolence permeated his being, and his pupils turned blood red once more. His daughter is the person he cares about most. Now that he's protecting it, It doesn't matter if I'm a little clumsy or a little flamboyant. He knew his own body well. Since the establishment of the White Sand Sanctuary, he had participated in countless battles, and every time he had faced death. Despite suffering several fatal wounds, his life was constantly slipping away. Previously, with the support of the mutated ginkgo fruit, he could maintain his balance, but now that the giant tree has withered, he has a feeling it won't last more than 5 months. What's even more troubling is that the successor he had carefully groomed was killed. Lu Yun is foolish and unambitious, but his special ability is very useful, especially in controlling people's minds. The little guy was a beginner tool he prepared for his daughter. Given Sheng Yao's circumstances, she could easily manipulate him. People who are too smart are actually harder to control. 5 months is too short. It's simply not enough to train another suitable tool. Do you think Sheng Yao can tame him? Boss Gu knew the answer, but was unwilling to admit it. Master, the little princess is a good child. She has a bit of a temper, but she is innocent. Manipulating people's hearts is not her forte. The woman glanced cautiously at Boss Gu, whose eyes were bloodshot, and who looked like he wanted to devour someone. Why are you still so irritable? You teach her for me, Gu Laodao instructed. The woman smiled and quickly begged for mercy. I'm good at keeping accounts, and I also enjoy keeping you company. Please spare me the task of teaching the little princess. I'm afraid that after teaching for only a few days, I'll be beheaded and buried somewhere. Can you bear to do that? The woman leaned closer, her face displaying an expression that could captivate anyone. Old Master Gu's expression froze for a moment. Then he gave a wry smile. Never mind. You should just focus on what you're supposed to do, and I'll find a chance to give you a proper status. I've spoiled Sheng Yao, so don't take it to heart. The woman smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. No, being a follower is fine. I don't want to rise to the top. I'd rather you just kill that jinx in your family than have her as my stepmother. At least I die a quick and painless death. Sheng Yao left the villa and went to the courtyard where Jiang Yu lived. I mustered up my courage and knocked on the door. I will keep my promise. The little girl lowered her head and said, Luckily, Meng Fan said she would give me some space and wouldn't show up tonight, so my psychological pressure has lessened a bit. Jiang Yu was puzzled. He had taken a lot of crystal cores, but he didn't really need the supplies. There was no need to snatch food from a beggar's bowl. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Sheng Yao had her hair tied in pigtails, and her pink dress made her look even cuter. Feeling stared at, the little girl blushed even more and her voice became flustered. I told you I'd let you have your fun. Jiang Yu. Degree. What's wrong with this girl's thought process? If she's just trying to look cool in a fight, who would take it seriously? The armored vehicle sped along the highway. Meng Fan was driving, while Jiang Yu was taking his usual nap in the back seat. The girl leaning against him was none other than Sheng Yao. Golden runes shimmered behind the little girl's ears. Meng Fan was satisfied with his methods. At least his master never mentioned the injury he suffered in the battle with the ginkgo tree again. Last night, the little girl was maliciously guided by Meng Fan while half asleep and unknowingly accepted the mind control spell. She still hasn't realized what happened. The car jolted, and Jiang Yu woke up, looking out the window at the desolate landscape. Meng Fan, find a secluded place. Okay. The girl turned her head, a lewd smile on her face, as if to say, I know. The car turned around, drove into the wasteland, and finally stopped in a grove of trees a few kilometers away. Meng Fan climbed into the back seat, leaving Sheng Yao, who had been woken up, staring in disbelief. Shouldn't I do something too? Having accepted her protection, she naturally had to fulfill her obligations as a follower. She knew the rules. Chapter 72 Dead City, Xiaogeng's corpse. Stop. What you do? Meng Fan looked up in confusion and saw that her master was holding a seed and 2 crystals, realizing that she had misunderstood. My earring fell off. Meng Fan straightened up, her expression unchanged, completely disregarding the fact that both earrings were still on her ears. Jiang Yu. Sheng Yao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her thick skin was enviable. In the forest, Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu for warning, placed the Gu Jiao amber and the key together, and fused them with energy. The Gu Jiao returned to its original state. From its perspective, time remained frozen at the moment after the Great Battle. Time is frozen within the space-time crystal. In its normal form, the Gu Jiao has a wingspan of about 2 meters, while in its combat form, it can reach a terrifying size as its rank increases. The once invincible ancient beast is now exhausted, its wings broken, and it clings to life by the last breath. She gave you to me. You must have heard that. Submit to me, and I can save you. The Gu Jiao roared and flapped its wings, trying to stand up, but ultimately it was too weak and fell heavily to the ground. Life was being lost rapidly, and breathing became rapid. Jiang Yu took out a ginkgo seed, waved it in front of the Gu Jiao, bit his finger, and drew a contract based on the runes in his memory. Accept it, it's yours. The Gu Jiao's eye struggled. Death or a new owner? I decisively chose the latter. The Gu Jiao accepted the contract, and Jiang Yu threw the seed into its mouth, using his own energy to assist in its refining. Seeing that the Gu Jiao's condition had stabilized, he withdrew from the contract space. Having formed a contract with an ancient mythical beast, a mysterious power within Jiang Yu began to awaken, permeating his entire body. This power is considered a benefit of subduing ancient beasts, allowing the master to live longer and share some of the energy, but it is much inferior to inheritance and enhancement. In his previous life, Yang Ming never received any inheritance, but he was able to go toe-to-toe with other S-class melee awakeners of the same level simply by relying on the physical enhancements provided by the Ghost Dragon. The armored vehicle continued forward. In my memory, at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were 3 major forces in Qi province. The Gu family in Baisha City, the Su family in Lang City, and the Gao family in Weishan City. After being completely wiped out by the Gu Jiao, Zhou Yichuan inherited the legacy and established his power on Qin Island, making it the only sanctuary in Qi province. The car stopped at the intersection of the national highway, with one side leading to Qingdao and the other to Weishan, and the driver couldn't decide for a long time. What's wrong? Meng Fan looked at him with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I'm just thinking about some things. Jiang Yu measured the marks on the map with his finger and finally turned the car around and drove towards Weishan. Sheng Yao, I plan to give you a new superpower after I'm done with this. However, there will be a price to pay. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. This inheritance is a bit different. Not everyone can accept it. Will I become as strong as you? Sheng Yao's eyes lit up. Jiang Yu shook his head. There was only one copy of the Heavenly Dao inheritance. However, it's much stronger than you are now, roughly equivalent to having 2 more super S-class abilities. The superpowers that come with ordinary inheritances are higher than S rank, and generally include at least 2 superpowers. What price? Sheng Yao leaned against the back of the seat and asked. Everything is clearly visible in the rearview mirror. The little girl is full of sincerity. Appearance will change, such as hair color, facial features, and some will have their bodies reshaped, or even only their souls remain. However, his body is no different from that of an ordinary person. The process may be painful. Jiang Yu explained that the car left the national highway and headed onto a side road. I want it. I want it, Sheng Yao said urgently, afraid that her master would change his mind. Master, I want one too. I want one too. Meng Fan joined in the fun, her face flushed. Jiang Yu shook his head and said helplessly. Each person can only receive the inheritance once. The Tai Sui is a bit weak, but it's still a complete inheritance. If I have the chance, I'll help you catch an ancient beast for self-defense. We really can't change it. Meng Fan smiled charmingly and bit Jiang Yu's ear. That's not what I meant. The next day, the 3 entered the territory of Weishan City. Weishan City is located in a depression surrounded by mountains, making it a cold place in winter and hot in summer, which is really not a good place. Fortunately, it has many springs and is the capital of Qi province, making it a scenic area in itself. It was winter, and the temperature was close to 0 degrees Celsius. As the car wound its way up the mountain road, a sudden gust of hot air hit us, carrying a strong smell of sulfur. Countless zombies roamed the road, rushing towards the engine sound, spewing flames from their mouths. Jiang Yu stared intently at it. Hundreds of Tier 3 liches. Are you kidding me? When did the lich hordes start appearing in droves? Sheng Yao controlled the shattered stones to shoot out, and a piercing sound of air being torn apart rang out as they crashed into the horde of corpses. Bang! 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 A series of explosions followed, and shards of rock pierced through his skull. When a zombie is killed, its entire body explodes like a bomb, creating a huge noise that attracts even more zombies to gather. Judging from the energy intensity, it's just an ordinary zombie. They have no special abilities, cannot control objects, and the flames on their bodies are of unknown origin. In the distance, several bulky, strange beasts could be vaguely seen running towards them from the woods. How did Weishan City end up like this? Logically speaking, even if the area around the shelter isn't completely cleared, high-level zombies shouldn't be allowed to roam around. If too many zombies gather, and a zombie king appears, a single swing of its arm could create a zombie horde that would cause considerable damage to the shelter. It's inconvenient to come and go daily and to find supplies. At this moment, the road they were on was at a high elevation. Looking into the distance, Weishan City was just a ruin, with no sign of a shelter. things started to get out of control. The car could no longer move forward. The road cracked, and the cooled magma was lifted by an invisible force, forming piles of sharp spikes. Its tip gleamed with a black light and was incredibly sharp. The further you go towards the city center, the higher the volcanic rock piles up, reaching the level of the third floor at its highest point, and the streets are deserted. There were no survivors and no shelter. The three stormed into a tall building and stood on the rooftop. Jiang Yu looked down and saw a huge human-shaped footprint stretching from the distant mountain peaks all the way to the city. Traces of the shelter's existence can be vaguely seen, but the direction they came from, the walls built by Earth-type ability users, were completely destroyed, and then completely covered by volcanic ash. Even though the Gu Jiao had already been killed, why did the Weishan shelter still perish? Controlling magma, a humanoid giant, and the city of Weishan. With the clues coming together, the answer is becoming clear. Xia Gingshi. The Xia Gung corpse in Weishan City is just a legacy, which was discovered a long time ago, which is why he was in a hurry to come to Weishan City. Even if someone gets there first, they won't slaughter the entire shelter. What's the point? The three of them went downstairs and walked in the direction the footprints extended. Jiang Yu frowned, his face extremely grim. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. They were pitch black, and when they landed on you, they left a gray patch. The air was thick with ash, the smell was pungent, and it was difficult to breathe. Jiang Yu drew the breeze spell, and a windshield took shape, keeping the dust out. The three of them immediately found it much easier to breathe. Jiang Yu, how many kinds of superpowers do you have? The little girl curiously touched the windshield. It felt cool and comfortable. Sheng Yao, you must call me master, but you have made a vow. Meng Fan disliked her tone of voice. It was always condescending and arrogant. I wouldn't be angry if you hadn't said anything, but you were clearly the one who deliberately tricked me. At that time, how could I possibly hold back? The little girl glared fiercely at Meng Fan. You've got a great hand. You're about to win. And then you flip the table. How can you stand it? Once they recovered, the mind-controlling spell had already been generated. I don't regret it, but I just can't swallow this insult. Our plastic sisterhood is over. It's nothing. It's just a form of address. I have many superpowers. I can use more than a dozen right now, and they are all at least S level in strength. To deal with a proud girl, you must destroy her pride. The little girl stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. The answer was a bit scary. The further you walk, the hotter the ground gets, and the soles of your shoes begin to melt. Jiang Yu drew an ice talisman, and as he stepped across the ground, frost formed along the way. The little girl firmly believed that he possessed more than a dozen S-level superpowers. Dark clouds gathered, a gust of wind swept through, dust rose everywhere. The visible area became smaller and smaller, and fourth-level zombies began to appear around. Following the giant's footprints, after walking several hundred meters, a courtyard came into view. It's supposed to be a safe house, but it takes up too much space. It was called a shelter, but it was far too small. Chapter 73: The Battle of Revenge, Sacrificing Xia Gung's Corpse. The courtyard, spanning dozens of acres, is hard to miss. It stands out from its surroundings, where the entire city is covered in volcanic ash and there is not a single green plant. The courtyard was full of spring. Although it was winter, the vegetables and fruits were plentiful and eye-catching, and the black snow and dust automatically avoided them. As Jiang Yu entered the courtyard, he felt an energy he touched. It wasn't a barrier, but rather a kind of warning ability, like a binding talisman. A moment later, several people came out of the room near the door, looking at Jiang Yu and his two companions with unfriendly expressions. His eyes widened in surprise. Then his gaze fell on the two girls, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly a rare gem. Who are you? It takes some skill to get this far. The burly man leading the group forced a smile, revealing a friendly expression. Unfortunately, the scar running across his nose couldn't completely conceal his fierce and bloodthirsty aura. We are preparing to seek refuge at the Weishan shelter. Could you please give me directions? Jiang Yu smiled warmly. A mountain shelter? Ha! Where did you come from? The shelter is long gone. Now, we are the only force left in Weishan City. Are you interested in joining? The burly man laughed wildly. Jiang Yu frowned upon hearing this. Tens of thousands of people, gone just like that. Your boss is? Our boss is a true god. With a wave of his hand, mountains collapse and the earth splits. He can also summon ancient giants. It's your good fortune to be able to stay. The burly man and the thin man chimed in with a proud expression, their eyes never leaving the two girls. We have a rule here. Resources are shared. Good things should be shared. You won't suffer any losses. We women here have everything you could want in terms of food and drink. After the burly man finished speaking, he reached out to pull Meng Fan, but Wu Xiang dodged, and his arm fell to the ground. What if I refuse? Jiang Yu remained calm as he stared at the group and spoke indifferently. Damn it, kill him. The burly man's face turned pale with pain. For a melee awakener, losing his right hand was practically the same as being dead. Before Jiang Yu could make a move, Sheng Yao's bracelet disintegrated, and the steel pillar bounced in the air. It looked like the group was about to be riddled with bullets. Stop! A young man in black walked from a distance. Before he even arrived, a fire dragon rushed towards him with a wave of his hand. Jiang Yu Wuxiang stood in front of him, barely managing to block the golden light talisman, which shattered into fragments. The two looked at each other. At the same time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is the first time since the black-clad youth received the inheritance that someone has escaped from his fire dragon. Jiang Yu was surprised, but it was the boy's identity that surprised him. The person who arrived was Chen Ku. His best friend was the one who ultimately caused him and Qian Yu to be tortured to death. The attack just now was the power of inheritance. Clearly, he wasn't lying then. The steel ball didn't stop, piercing through the back of several people's heads before flying back into Sheng Yao's hand. Magnetic force connected them into a bracelet, and there wasn't a trace of blood on the bead. Chen Ku. Jiang Yu's voice was deep as he stared at him for a long time. Chen Ku glanced at the other person with surprise, as he didn't recognize him, but he sensed that the man was quite capable and worth keeping. As for the corpses lying on the ground, no one would give them a second glance. Do you know me? Chen Ku frowned, searching his memory, but still found nothing. Sheng Yao realized that the two knew each other and looked at Jiang Yu. He's your friend. He got angry and couldn't control himself. You guys wait outside. I want to catch up with some old friends. Jiang Yu patted her head. After the two girls left, his gaze slowly turned cold. An old friend. Hearing these two words, Chen Ku was even more puzzled, but he didn't care much and reached out his hand to Jiang Yu. Make friends. In the end times, life is tough. Having more friends means having more options. The familiar opening remarks took Jiang Yu back to his past life. Same face, same words, but his mindset is completely different. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, I'm here to kill you. Kill me. Having strong superpowers doesn't mean everything. Chen Ku was slightly taken aback and stopped talking nonsense. It was probably a grudge from before. He had killed too many people, so it was normal that he couldn't remember one or two. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Get on your way. With that, Chen Ku took the bow and arrow from his back. Whoosh! The arrow, wreathed in flames, hurtled towards Jiang Yu's heart, its powerful energy creating a whirlwind. Jiang Yu took the opportunity to retreat, and Wuxiang transformed into a long spear, pointing at the arrow tip. The arrow shattered, and the ripples from the impact knocked down a section of the courtyard wall. Hearing the sounds of fighting, the two girls rushed into the yard to help, but Jiang Yu told them to stay away. He wanted to settle this score himself. Arrow after arrow, Chun Kajin was completely unable to shake his opponent, so he threw the bow and arrows aside. Jiang Yu looked at him expressionlessly, his demeanor utterly cold. The performance is over, it's my turn. Wu Xiang raised his sword above his head, and the phantom of Gaochen appeared. Sword energy pierced through the heavens and earth. With a single swing, the sword energy split into 3 streams and slashed down in succession. Chen Ku dared not hide any longer. Behind him, a phantom appeared, a giant of fire, holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. The giant's pupils gleamed with an eerie green light, and a fire dragon coiled around its body. It really was Xiaogeng's corpse. The giant, shield in hand, received the 3 sword strikes, and the shield shattered. Chen Ku spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Yu's head in disbelief. Why is there such a huge difference in inheritance when both are forms of tradition? They couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. The people in the shelter came out of their rooms and watched from a distance, their faces ashen, and no one went forward. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light as he unleashed sword strike after sword strike, giving him no time to breathe. The phantom of Xiaogeng's corpse grew fainter and fainter, slowly fading away. Chen Ku could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with struggle. Looking at the phantom of the giant sword in the air with trepidation, was he really going to take the final step? Once you take that step, there's no going back. It was clear that the other party had no intention of sparing his life. Roar! Chen Ku roared in agony, his entire body bursting into flames. Xiaogeng's corpse, which had already faded away, reappeared, several times clearer than before. The giant phantom lowered its head, gazing at the sacrificial boy, a smile playing on its lips. As you wish. The sound of boulders grinding against each other came from the air, the tone cold and obscure. Jiang Yu swung his sword, but was bounced dozens of meters away by the flame shield and crashed into the courtyard wall. Being invincible during a sacrifice is a form of divine protection for the offering, which is somewhat ironic. Chun Ku's body burned to ashes, and Xia Geng's corpse on his back completely solidified. He took a step forward, causing the earth to shake and the entire city to tremble. How can you fight a fire giant that's tens of meters tall? In the distance, Sheng Yao stared blankly at the scene before her, as if in a dream. This level of battle was beyond her imagination. Meng Fan wanted to rush forward, but she held her back, and Sheng Yao gently shook her head. In times like these, the best help is to avoid causing trouble. If the master can't hold on for a while, I'll hold off the monster, and you can take him away. Meng Fan's gaze fell on the giant. The difference between humans and gods, between heaven and earth, cannot be bridged by the strength of superpowers. Is it worth it? The mind control spell will dissipate when he dies, so you don't need to risk it. Sheng Yao didn't understand her thoughts. She could follow Jiang Yu and please him, but only on the premise of being protected. She couldn't bring herself to risk her life. Meng Fan smiled and stroked the little girl's hair. You don't need to understand. Just do as I say. You won't die. Trust me, I can stop it. Okay, I promise you. Sheng Yao nodded. Since someone was willing to sacrifice themselves, she didn't want to cause any trouble. Xia Geng's corpse walked over step by step. The people in the courtyard had already fled hundreds of meters away, but they were still blown away by the shockwave. The people in the shelter are all awakened. Chun Kun never supports useless people. At this moment, they don't even have the right to be bystanders. Standing before Xia Geng's corpse, the crowd looked like ants, easily crushed with a single step. Jiang Yu showed no fear or hesitation. Instead, a bloodthirsty excitement gleamed in his eyes. He put away his formless form, his pupils turned golden, and he reached out to draw runes in the air. Chapter 74 The Battle of Revenge, Slaying Xia Geng's Corpse. Lightning crackled in the sky, and a rift was torn open in space. The Gu Jiao flew out of the rift and entered battle mode. Its wings spread out, blotting out the sky and the sun. The already dusty weather became even more gloomy. The Gu Jiao has mostly recovered from its injuries, and all of its energy has been used to repair its body. It doesn't have much left, and it's uncertain whether it can sustain itself in a battle. Offering one's life as a sacrifice to the gods brings extraordinary power. It's better for a bird to die than for a person to die. After all, it's an ancient mythical beast. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Jiang Yu retreated to the side of the battlefield and hid to absorb crystal cores to restore his energy. Upon seeing its target, the Gu Jiao flapped its wings and swooped down. Roar! Xia Gengshi raised his head, let out a long howl, and spewed flames from his mouth. The Gu Jiao's entire body was covered in flames. Instead of dodging, it charged into the center. The flames were completely absorbed, and the Gu Jiao's entire body became incandescent. Bah! With a cry, the Gu Jiao descended from the sky, sending dozens of eerie green flames down to form a cage. The green flames were extremely corrosive, and Xia Gengshi dared not touch them. The legendary warriors were inherently inferior to the ancient beasts. Moreover, it's just a clone summoned through sacrifice. Its strength is probably less than half that of the original. The eerie green cage began to tighten, and pieces of armor fell from Xia Geng's corpse as he swung his giant axe at the cage. It was just slightly breached when it was instantly repaired, so I could only protect it with my shield. The aerial Gu Jiao circled behind Xia Geng's corpse, folded its wings, used its beak as a blade, and its body transformed into a shooting star as it swooped down. Boom! Xia Geng's body was shot through the back of his chest with a large hole. His body was thrown hundreds of meters, carving a trench in the city and causing countless high-rise buildings to collapse instantly. Knowing that the flames were useless, the giant axe was thrown out. The Gu Jiao narrowly dodged it, but then circled back and struck the bird's body. With a mournful cry, the Gu Jiao barely managed to steady itself in midair, flapping its wings towards the direction where Xia Geng's corpse was. Countless gray-white feathers fell and merged into the giant's body. Then came a series of explosions, and plumes of black mist rose from Xia Geng's corpse. Its energy began to become unstable. The Gu Jiao was in no better shape. Its already limited energy was completely depleted, and it remained suspended in the air for a long time, unwilling to land. Jiang Yu had no choice but to take it back. With the aerial target gone, Xia Gengshi's hatred returned to Jiang Yu. As he stepped out with his right foot, a torrent of magma surged toward him. He used his heavenly Dao ability to split the magma to both sides, bypassing Jiang Yu. Next, we need to find out its weaknesses. A Tai Chi symbol flashed, and Jiang Yu's figure appeared on Xia Geng's corpse shoulder, his hands crackling with lightning, and he pressed the lightning from his palm into the back of Xiaogeng's neck. Humanoid form. Its weak point is mostly in the head and neck. At this moment, he began to miss the time when Rowan was by his side. The little girl's special abilities were most suitable for assisting him. I must wear it next time I go out. A burst of lightning erupted, tearing a large hole in the back of his neck, and energy rapidly drained away. Lightning magic is effective, and it deals much more damage than expected. Absolute defense activated, chanting incantations. The 5 thunder gods, with their awe-inspiring power. They arrive at a moment's notice, swift as lightning. Thunderbolt spell. As the Taoist magic solidified, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Boom, boom. Dozens of lightning chains struck down, binding Xiaogeng's corpse, and the massive body began to disintegrate. When the thunder clouds dispersed, the giant was in ruins, with less than 1/10 of its energy remaining. Xiaogeng, why haven't you gone back yet? Jiang Yu shouted loudly, summoning the divine Gaochen to float in the air and face it. Fight to the death. Xiaogeng roared, clearly exhausted, yet still stubborn. As the energy dissipated, Xiaogeng's entire body shrank to 5 meters. The pain caused by the lightning spell made it tremble all over, and its physical strength was no longer enough to support Xiaogeng's soul. Xiaogeng passed away. Chun Ku regained control of her body and stared intently at the boy in front of her. You ruined everything I had. Who exactly are you? When you massacred the city, did you ever imagine this would be your fate today? Jiang Yu replied calmly. Chun Ku showed no remorse. Her eyes were filled with madness. They all deserve to die? You deserve to die too. The giant's entire body suddenly turned red, bursting into flames. His life force rapidly diminished, while his energy surged. Jiang Yu knew that the time for the sacrifice was about to end, and after the death struggle, everything would turn to dust. Skills gained at the cost of one's life will always have a time limit. Chun Ku raised his axe and launched a charge. His 5-meter height did not hinder his agility in the slightest. In the final battle, Jiang Yu stopped dodging and transformed his formless form into a 5-meter-long sword, slashing down again and again. Each cut takes away a piece of flesh. After dozens of cuts, Chun Ku's face was completely distorted, his flesh began to peel away, and his energy became increasingly chaotic. He threw away his shield, gripped his giant axe tightly with both hands, leaped into the air, and brought it down with a fierce chop. This axe blow was filled with the aura of death. They staked their last chance at survival. Jiang Yu vanished from the spot, only to reappear behind him, a long blade piercing his heart, slowly twisting. The body was forcibly cut in half from the middle. Coward, don't hide if you've got the guts. Chun Ku's eyes were bloodshot, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yu chuckled. What kind of request is that? Or I could lie on the ground, without using any superpowers, Taoist arts, or weapons. Forget it. You should just pray that your opponent commits suicide. I'm still very curious. Why did they have to massacre the entire city? Chun Ku crawled on the ground unwillingly, refusing to give up until his death. They deserve to die. I am the strongest, yet they made a good-for-nothing the city lord. That idiot Gao family takes in people without any special abilities, and they also take in the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The apocalypse is not an amusement park. If I were to take charge, the mountain shelter would eventually become the best in Kyushu. I am the one destined by heaven. Ha! The maniacal laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth, then abruptly ceased. Jiang Yu's long sword pierced through his dantian, and he casually fed him a mutated banyan fruit, thoughtfully refining it with his energy. The abundant vitality miraculously saved his life. Chun Ku froze, then instantly understood what the other party was about to do, and said sternly, There is no enmity between you and me. Give me a quick death. Hearing the familiar words, Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, and replied as if possessed, I'll give you a quick death. Who's going to give me a quick death? I read about a kind of Taoist magic in a book. People who are affected by it will suffer for 7 days and 7 nights before they can be freed. I don't believe it, I want to try it. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yu, your old friend. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he drew a talisman in midair, and the incantation was imprinted into Chun Ku's body. Click-clack, click-clack. He bent down, and a series of breaking sounds accompanied by screams rang out as Chun Ku's limbs were all broken. Ah! The heart-wrenching, desperate screams signaled the start of a long 7 days. Jiang Yu, I will definitely kill you. You just wait. Jiang Yu waved his hand and drew 3 more runes. 1 fire-separating talisman and 1 soul-shattering talisman will be extinguished in 7 days. A spiritual talisman, engraved into his soul, can never be erased as long as Chun Ku's soul remains. He could sense the presence of any spiritual talisman that came within a kilometer of him. What if I could have it 3 times? Even if 2 FS are good, they can't beat QP. The words may be crude, but the principle is sound. Is it cruel? In his previous life, he had enjoyed them all. Let's go. Jiang Yu called to 2 girls in the distance who looked dazed and prepared to leave Weishan City. Without shelter and with our heritage stolen, there's no point in staying any longer. This incident gave him a sense of crisis. After his rebirth, the number of survivors was many times greater than in his previous life. Every day, some lucky people receive the inheritance. Everyone has the potential to encounter their own destiny, including livestock. The history of Kyushu spans thousands of years and has been passed down through countless generations. It is impossible for any one family to possess it all. The only option is to try one's best to steal the most powerful entity. The hundreds of people who were originally loyal to Chun Ka made way for Jiang Yu as he approached. Everyone knelt down, prostrating themselves on the ground. God, we are willing to be loyal. The leading man took an oath, and the crowd echoed him. Jiang Yu ignored them and walked away. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to the group and spoke. Where was your piety when I slew your gods? You do not worship God, but only your own desires. Keep an eye on him. If anyone helps him escape, I will bring divine punishment upon him. Jiang Yu waved his hand and drew runes, and lightning cleared a trench around Chun Ku. His gaze swept over the crowd. Whether I can see it or not, you can take a gamble. The group looked at each other, their fear mixed with a hint of shame. This shame will last until sunset at most. In the end times, who cares about the life or death of others? As the car sped towards Qingdao, memories of the past with Qing Hong and the others surfaced in his mind, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Sheng Yao saw this and gently leaned closer. Master, what makes you so happy? He pulled the little girl onto his lap, and his right hand involuntarily started auto-navigation, only then realizing that she had changed her way of addressing him. The little girl was clearly frightened. Chapter 75 Zombie Riot. Women watch from the sidelines. Fingertips brushed against the car start button. It's nothing, just some memories. Have you ever been to Qingdao? Jiang Yu asked. Sheng Yao shook her head. She had never even left Baisha. Before the anomaly, her father was busy making a living and didn't have time to spend with her. After the mutation, it will be even less likely for them to go out. I've been there a few times. It has both sea and mountains, and it's quite beautiful. Meng Fan adjusted the rearview mirror in front and saw the little girl's embarrassed look, her eyes curving into crescents. So what if they're arrogant? They still have to obey. I will stay in Qingdao for a while. You two better behave yourselves. The owner of the shelter is a bit violent. Considering Qing Hong's personality, coupled with the influence of the ghost path inheritance, and the fact that she holds the power of life and death over tens of thousands of people, she is definitely a female tyrant. He even suspected that the Lin sisters had been killed by her. He witnessed Qian use murderous intent in the biological laboratory. A person who crawled out of a pile of corpses is exceptionally sensitive to murderous intent. This is also why he didn't want Qianyue to go to Qin Island. The little girl raised her head, her face flushed crimson, and clung to Jiang Yu. Just kill her. She's more powerful than a god. Jiang Yu shook his head. She was a follower I used to take in. Sheng Yao. Meng Fan. How can a game be played when the master's followers also control a sanctuary? The Qin Island shelter is quite small, isn't it? Meng Fan harbored a sliver of hope. Fortunately, there are reportedly tens of thousands of people. The girl's illusions were shattered. Oh well, using her looks to please men is fine. 2 days later, the car entered the Qingdao area. The number of zombies on the road decreased, and after traveling another 10 kilometers or so, there was no trace of zombies at all. We're not in the city center now, just in a county town on the outermost edge of Qingdao. No one would clean up this far. On the street, a gaunt man rummaged through the ruins. When he saw a car approaching, he hid behind a broken wall. He skillfully tossed a few spikes onto the road, but the expected tire blowout did not occur. The man peeked out cautiously, a sword held against his neck. My heroes, I'm just a scavenger, trying to make a living. The man had a fawning smile on his face, but his expression was strange. Anyone who survived this long is no saint. The sword drew closer, slicing through his skin. Jiang Yu said coldly, I have a question for you. Where did the zombies go? Think it over before you speak. The man, trembling with fear, quickly replied. Qingdao Shelter, Zombie Riot, happened 2 days ago. The leader was a 5th-level zombie king, and there were a dozen 4th-level lich witches and zombie kings. Looks like you're not afraid of death. Wu Xiang pierced through his shoulder. Boss, Dad, I'm telling the truth. I lived in the gaps in the tower and saw the horde of zombies pass by with my own eyes. A vast, dark expanse stretching as far as the eye can see. Jiang Yu believed him and jumped into the car to leave, when the little girl gave him a strange smile. Whoosh whoosh. Several spikes from under the tires flew up and burrowed into the man's body, churning his flesh and leaving only a skeleton in place. Do not kill indiscriminately. It is easy to lose one's mind. Jiang Yu frowned, but didn't take it to heart. If he killed all of them, none of them would be innocent. Which person doesn't have dozens of innocent lives on their hands? Oh, the little girl agreed, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Zombie riots happen once or twice a month, even more frequently than on holidays. There are plenty of inheritors at the Qingdao shelter, so this number of zombies isn't even enough to warm them up. At this moment, the scene inside the Qingdao shelter is quite different. Awakened beings rushed out of the city gate in waves, only to be completely devoured after a few hundred meters of impact. Their corpses were covered by the Corpse King's energy and rose from the ground. Turn your gun around and join the zombie ranks. Standing atop the city wall, Qinghong gazed at the horde of corpses stretching for miles, gritting her teeth. None of the inheritors Jiang Yu had imagined were there. Only she was struggling to hold on. Third squad, continue the assault. Fourth squad, prepare. The person commanding the battle was a middle-aged man, who looked rather frail and wore silver-rimmed glasses. The main force of zombies was all led to one place, and sacrifice was inevitable. Teams began to gather at the other city gates to charge, and everyone slowly began to see the dawn of victory. Qinghong frowned. She couldn't find the location of the fifth-tier Corpse King. According to the scouts' report, the leader of the team was a fifth-tier Corpse King. Once it is killed, the horde of corpses will naturally be divided among the remaining fourth-tier Corpse Kings and Liches, each fighting their own battles. All the zombie synths were mixed together, making it impossible to detect. If only I had been here soon. Have she gone a bit too far lately? Qinghong shook her head, stopping her chaotic thoughts. She couldn't let Lin Fei do whatever she wanted. Establishing an all-female legion? What a joke. In the post-apocalyptic world, survival is paramount, and she is merely the chief commander of the shelter. He was just a man who couldn't even kill a chicken. Since he joined the shelter, the number of casualties during each zombie riot has decreased by nearly half. The proposed reward and punishment rules are also widely supported. She couldn't bring herself to chase all these men away. In a fit of anger, Lin Fei led several hundred people with the same idea to start their own business, which is said to now have more than 5,000 followers. The shelter was built in the coastal city, which is only 50 kilometers away from Qingdao. That's not the point. The point is that Lin Fei took all the inheritors away with just one sentence. Qinghong recalled her exact words. You few, decide for yourselves whether the master would like to see you stay here or in the Women's Legion. Buzz. The buzzing sound interrupted Qinghong's reverie, and the horde of corpses began to retreat, preparing for their next attack. Zombies don't get tired, but humans do. Everyone has been without rest for 2 days and 2 nights. The melee awakened ones are in a slightly better position, but the elemental and healing spirits have been pushed to their limits. Even she felt her mind starting to feel foggy. If all else fails, set off fireworks to admit defeat to Lin Fei and apologize. Changing the rules is absolutely out of the question. The master asked her to build a sanctuary, not a harem. On the other side of the shelter, atop a tall building, several girls stood on the rooftop watching the zombies attack. Chun-Shi paced back and forth, his face looking very unwell. Sister Fei, we really aren't going. Our master will be furious if he finds out. I said I would help her, but she refused. I gave her the fireworks, and no one can go without seeing them, Lin Fei said, glancing at the crowd. Qinghong is becoming more and more arrogant. If we let her continue, she won't even respect her master. Chi-Chi asked softly, Sister, who do you think is more powerful, her or the master? I didn't even see her shadow that day before I was knocked away. Of course the master is more powerful. No matter how powerful she is, the inheritance was given by the master, who would give away the good ones and keep the bad ones for themselves. Lin Fei said, feeling increasingly unsure. Her master loved her so much that all the supplies in the shelter came from her master, and she always considered herself the mistress of the house. That's not necessarily true. You can do whatever you want, I won't get involved, but Qinghong can't die, and the shelter can't be destroyed. If the city falls, I'll go in to save people. Xiaoning stood in the corner, stating her bottom line. Chenxi, I support Sister Xiaoning. Ruowan, I agree. All right, I'm not brainless. If the city falls, we'll go down together. This is the master's hard work, and we can't afford any mistakes. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly. It goes without saying that Qing Hong's position in the master's heart is far higher than hers. Qian Yue and Qin Shui did not appear on the rooftop. The car stopped on a high ground. Looking down at the horde of zombies below, Jiang Yu finally felt a bit like he was in the apocalypse. In his previous life, he wasn't even qualified to go to the battlefield during every zombie outbreak, but he was always involved in distributing supplies and transporting weapons. The zombie riot started 2 days ago. Why hasn't it ended yet? You all wait here. Jiang Yu summoned the Gujiao, jumped onto its back, and flew towards the shelter. Its wings spread out, and its cry resounded throughout the heavens. Chapter 76. With a few words and laughter, the horde of corpses vanished into thin air. Countless zombies looked up, their faces filled with fear. The third-tier zombies already possessed rudimentary intelligence. Aside from instinct, they also had some will to survive. Qing Hong saw a giant bird on the city wall. Its aura was similar to that of a strange beast, and its face was ashen. Another tier 5. Its energy intensity far exceeded that of a 5th-tier corpse king. He reached into his pocket, took out a firework, and was about to light it. A colossal beast flew over the city wall and vanished into thin air, while a young man slowly walked towards it, his feet treading on runes. As the figure approached through the air from afar, all eyes inside and outside the shelter turned to it. Riding on a 5th-tier beast, with golden light beneath their feet, they walked through the air as if on flat ground. Everyone was shocked and began to wonder who this person was. Wife, come and see God. May Buddha be merciful and save all sentient beings. I will bow first as a sign of respect. Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. Since childhood, I have dreamed of slaying demons and protecting all living beings. Everyone step back. I'm the female lead, and none of you are as adorably silly as me. Get out of here. Can't you take a look in the mirror? Humans and animals mating will surely be punished by heaven. Upon seeing the boy's face clearly, Qing Hong could no longer control herself and collapsed to the ground. I'm so tired. My mind relaxed, and I almost fainted. Sorry I'm late. Jiang Yu smiled, pulled Qing Hong up, and the girl nestled in his arms, sobbing. Everyone was even more shocked. The empress in their eyes could actually be so submissive and dependent. My eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but I still couldn't believe what I was seeing. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Could this female demon have killed off all the toys he had painstakingly collected? Upon hearing this, Qing Hong cried, even louder, and recounted the whole story in a sobbing voice. They all bully me. The girl looked at Jiang Yu pitifully, like a child complaining to a teacher. Jiang Yu stroked her hair, feeling a pang of heartache. All right, once the zombies are cleared out, I'll avenge you. You keep your word. Don't soften your heart just because you see the murder weapon. She's brainless, Qing Hong said, tears welling up in her eyes again. I will make her apologize to you. You did a good job. Upon hearing this, Qing Hong burst into laughter through her tears. All her hard work had paid off. This sentence was surely better than anything else. Let's get down to business first and bring everyone back. Jiang Yu saw that there were still several hundred guards outside the city. Qing Hong refused to let go, holding him tightly, and raised her head. The shelter is yours. You make the order yourself. They don't know me. Jiang Yu chuckled. He wasn't some tyrannical ruler who came to seize power. Qing Hong stood up and scanned the crowd. Listen up, everyone. This is Jiang Yu, the sole owner of the Qin Island shelter. His orders are irresistible to all. Anyone who disobeys this order shall die. The sound, amplified by supernatural abilities, reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Lin Fei and the others turned pale when they heard Qing Hong's words upstairs. They realized they were in deep trouble. Their master would definitely kill them. I told you not to make trouble. Now look what happened. Wash your ass and wait. Chenxi said irritably, and was the first to fly off the rooftop and glide towards the shelter, with the others following closely behind. Lin Fei stomped her foot, picked up the axe, and jumped off the rooftop. So what if she gets washed clean? At most she'll get a beating. Would her master really kill her? Several streaks of light flashed, and 5 girls landed on the city wall. Lin Fei walked up to Jiang Yu, and quickly knelt down to admit her mistake. I'll settle the score with you guys when I'm done with this. Jiang Yu glanced coldly at them, then pulled Qing Hong to the outer edge of the city wall, which was very thick and more than 10 meters wide. The walls were constructed with a standard earth and stone base, covered with a metal surface, and an additional layer of ice was added to prevent zombies from climbing them. Everyone should return to the shelter. Jiang Yu shouted. The group accepted the order and retreated. Master, I was wrong. I will go and kill the corpse king right now to make amends. Lin Fei dared not get up. Kneel properly. No one is allowed to get up without my permission. Jiang Yu was really angry. He could use the lives of tens of thousands of people despite them. His excessive indulgence towards them had finally led to disastrous consequences. Lin Fei trembled in fright, quickly lowered her head, and stopped talking. Jiang Yu flew up from the city wall, hovered in the air, drew a contract talisman, and the Gu Jiao reappeared. Leave no zombies alive. Upon receiving the order, the Gu Jiao became excited. The energy of tens of thousands of zombies all belonged to it, and following this master didn't seem so bad. Bah! The Gu Jiao flew into the air, folded its wings, and one after another, chains of eerie green flames fell, forming a cage that trapped all the zombies inside. Another cry rang out, the cage tightened, flames shot into the sky, and roars blended together. The flames died down, leaving only a few cats and dogs on the field. The Gu Jiao is weak in solo kills, but it's incredibly useful for clearing minion waves, especially against opponents of lower rank. A flash of white light, and the Gu Jiao rose to the 6th rank, while poor Jiang Yu was still only at the 4th rank. The further along the line, the greater the energy consumed by the heavenly Tao inheritance becomes. He absorbed 3 times more crystal cores than ordinary people before reaching his limit, and he still couldn't accumulate enough to reach a certain rank. After retrieving the Gu Jiao, Shi Yu was eliminated, one by one, until only a 5th-tier corpse king remained, lying there with no will to live. This was the first time it had encountered such a situation in its entire life. Jiang Yu summoned the divine Gaochen, and the phantom of the giant sword pierced through the heavens and earth. With one strike, he smashed it into the ground, and with another, the 5th-tier corpse king was shattered to pieces. Inside the shelter, everyone's expression was remarkably identical. Stunned, their eyes glazed over, their jaws dislocated. The master of our shelter is a deity. From now on, we can roam freely throughout this land. Jiang Yu, Mars, invincible. Some enthusiastic individuals took the lead in shouting, and then a deafening roar erupted, with everyone displaying a frenzied expression. At this moment, they wouldn't even flinch if they were to rush into the inferno. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Jiang Yu landed on the city wall. Qinghong, lead the way. Stop kneeling, let's settle the final accounts. Qinghong covered her mouth and chuckled, then took Jiang Yu's arm and walked down to the city wall. On the battlefield, crystal cores covered the ground, so bright that the logistics team couldn't even open their eyes and didn't know where to start. Inside the villa, Jiang Yu sat in the main seat, his eyes cold. This matter had crossed his bottom line. Tell me, whose idea was this? Master, I was wrong. I just wanted to put your mind at ease. Please punish me. Lin Fei knelt on the ground and looked up at Jiang Yu. She was outwardly convinced but inwardly dissatisfied. She didn't think she had done anything wrong and continued speaking. I never intended to harm the shelter. If Qinghong cannot defend it, we will take action immediately. Several girls pleaded for Lin Fei, and since they were all involved, none of them could escape responsibility. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and the group quieted down. From today onwards, Lin Fei is Qinghong's servant. She will be at your beck and call for a week. Do you understand? Yes, master. Lin Fei bit her lip. What could she do if she was unconvinced? Qinghong's status was obvious. The two shelters must be merged. Once the zombie horde arrives, with millions of zombies crossing the border, we will definitely not be able to hold them off if we disperse our forces. The shelter has been redesigned and divided into 3 levels. The innermost level, centered around the fortress, will house a villa area where our own people will live. The second level is managed by Lin Fei, and a guard legion is established to garrison the area. The ability must be B-level or above, and quality is more important than quantity. Lin Fei is fully responsible for selecting the candidates, and no one is allowed to interfere. Qinghong management at the outermost perimeter is responsible for all arrangements of the shelter. Each level is insurmountable. After Jiang Yu finished giving his instructions, Lin Fei was overjoyed. The master intends to entrust her with the most elite troops. Compared to that, what is a week of grievances? Qinghong had no reason to stop it, and she knew that it was impossible to give her all the rights to the shelter. Since that's the case, let's just do whatever makes us happy. Xiao Feifei, go fetch me some water to wash my feet. Yes, Lin Fei replied through gritted teeth, but still obediently did as she was told. Her master still doted on her. After all, it was the entire Imperial Guard. As for what kind of Imperial Guard they were, that's her prerogative to decide. The ideals of the women's team are reignited. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The chief commander requested an audience to report on the casualties at the shelter. Jiang Yu nearly fell off his chair when he saw the person's face clearly. How could it be him? Chapter 77 Zhui Ichuan's Methods. Jiang Yu was startled by the person who came in, It was Zhuo Yichuan. Lacking the domineering aura of his past life, the man, in his 40s, wore glasses, had messy hair, and looked tired. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Zhuo Yichuan bowed respectfully. Lord of the city, according to a rough count, 760 people have died, and more than 1,000 have been seriously injured, of whom more than 300 have been completely rendered incapable of fighting. 47 houses collapsed. Zhuo Yichuan spoke fluently and without the slightest hesitation. In the early days of the apocalypse, he survived by chance and followed a group of survivors to Qin Island. Later, he was chased by zombies and entered the Qin Island shelter area. Because they hadn't awakened, they initially only did odd jobs. By chance, during a zombie horde attack, Zhuo Yichuan volunteered to join the fight. He used a 10-man squad to kill hundreds of zombies without taking any damage, successfully rose to the top, and then rose through the ranks until he became the chief commander. Seeing the city lord in a daze, Zhuo Yichuan assumed he was angry about the casualties and felt extremely uneasy. He had witnessed the city lord's strength firsthand. Crushing him would be as easy as snapping his fingers. All the plans made during this period had to be scrapped and started all over again. Master, this time the zombies are really strong, and they appeared suddenly. It's been less than 10 days since the last zombie horde, so it's inevitable that we will have some oversights in our response. The current result is quite good. Xinghong explained that Zhuo Yichuan found it very easy to use, and since he joined, his workload has been reduced by more than half. No. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then waved for him to leave. Zhuo Yichuan obeyed and left the room. After Zhuo Yichuan left, Jiang Yu said to the heir, "Anything else?" "I see. I'll help you settle this matter." Xinghong carefully observed Jiang Yu's expression and asked in confusion, "Master, what did you say?" She didn't understand a word. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "How long has it been since you last used your ghost spirit body?" Xinghong thought for a moment and replied, "What would I use it for? I don't like its eerie atmosphere. Even without my ghost form, no one can defeat me." Jiang Yu looked at Xinghong and sighed. This man is extremely ambitious and meticulous in his thinking. You are no match for him. I'm worried about him standing next to you. Jiang Yu's eyes were calm, his meaning self-evident. "Master, I understand." Xinghong hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still walked out of the room alone. Lin Fei was worried and stood up. "I'm going to the restroom. I'll go with you." Xiaoning followed her out. Jiang Yu observed that none of them had much affection for Xinghong, nor did they trust her much. He knew Zhuo Yichuan's methods very well. His mind was even more terrifying than the heavenly Tao inheritance. He had neither the interest nor the confidence to play mind games with the other party. Killing them outright was the wisest course of action. The shelter owner had absolute power, and he didn't even need to bother with a reason. A dozen minutes later, Xinghong returned, kneeling before Jiang Yu with a somber expression. "I never imagined that even my most trusted bodyguard could be bribed by him. Master, am I really useless?" The 4 guards Xinghong chose were all A-level awakeners, and 3 of them had something on Zhuo Yichuan's hands. He turned against his own side at the last minute. If Lin Fei hadn't arrived in time, he would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't been killed in the sneak attack. Xinghong possesses the legacy but lacks any real fighting spirit. It's conceivable that, given enough time, it wouldn't be impossible for Zhuo Yichuan to swallow up the shelter. Jiang Yu remained noncommittal. "Where are they?" Lin Fei walked in carrying a giant axe, the blade dripping with blood. The giant axe landed heavily on the ground, and everyone's hearts trembled. Xiaoning followed behind her and dragged Zhuo Yichuan in like a dead dog. "Master, he's still breathing. What should we do?" Zhuo Yichuan's legs and arms were broken. Although he did not awaken, his dantian was still pierced. The blood vessels are sealed, but it doesn't necessarily mean immediate death. Recalling how he was slowly devoured by the bone-crushing serpent in despair in his previous life, Jiang Yu's expression gradually calmed down. He looked at Zhuo Yichuan with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Well done. I haven't been at the shelter recently, and I've heard a bit about your style of doing things. You're always fair in your rewards and punishments. If I may ask, what should be done if someone intends to rebel and assassinate the city lord?" Zhuo Yichuan raised his head, staring intently at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. "The victor is king, the loser is villain. There's no need for so much nonsense. I have never done anything against my conscience. Today's failure is simply due to bad luck. You want to judge me too? What right do you have? It's just a bit of luck. If heaven were on my side, I would have done 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times better than you." Jiang Yu did not answer his question, but instead asked, "Before the apocalypse, you taught at Wenkai Middle School. There is a girl in the class named Jiang Wenwen. She was a pretty young girl who jumped off the roof of the teaching building at midnight. Perhaps there are other girls who are even worse off than him. Fear filled Ichuan's eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu as if he were a vengeful ghost. How did you know? She can't possibly still be alive. I personally took her parents to the morgue to identify the body. It's absolutely impossible. Then, remembering something, he continued, is it Zhang Li or Zhao Qinqin? Are they still alive? Jiang Yu still didn't answer. He drew a talisman, and energy condensed, causing the wrong spirits to appear around him. The little girl has flat facial features and a tattered body. She's still wearing the blood-stained clothes from back then, and she has to guard the demon who killed her every day. It's truly pitiful. Wrong spirits are truly rare. Only extreme resentment can cause a soul to linger. If Qinghong had ever used the ghost spirit body even once, Ichuan wouldn't have kept it from her for so long. 1-1. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Come find me when you're done. I'll chant the rebirth mantra for you a few more times, and I guarantee you won't get involved in any scandals. Jiang Yu waved his hand, indicating that the girl should do as she pleased. The girl smiled and nodded to Jiang Yu. Thank you. After saying that, he drags Ichuan's broken leg toward the door. Qinghong, Lin Fei, you two go out and keep watch. Whether it's 1 day or 10 days, we can't rest until Ichuan dies. Yes, master. The two maids dared not object. They had made such a big mistake, and it was already very merciful of their master not to punish them. Just hang in there. Everyone hadn't slept for several days, so they went upstairs to rest. Jiang Yu went out of the city to pick up the 2 girls who had been abandoned on the way. The next day, the shelter began its expansion, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. A life of imperial power begins. Every night I struggle with where to play cards and how many people to play with. Xiaoning and Rowan are twins who can not only share the same cards, but also achieve a situation where one of them wins and the other 2 win. Chi-Chi was kept outside the door. Lin Fei was very protective of her younger sister. After casting the mind control spell, she did not allow Chi-Chi to go to the card table. Jiang Yu also did not have the energy to pay attention to her. With endless delicacies to enjoy, who would bother with a small bean sprout? A month later, Jiang Yu, barely clinging to life, embarked on a new journey with Xiao Ning and Ruo Wan in an armored vehicle. The shelter needs a powerful killing squad. When the million-strong zombie horde arrives, Jiang Yu must lead the inheritors to snipe the mastermind behind it all. The remaining Lich Kings and Lich Lords can only be dealt with by ordinary awakened beings, whose damage and physical strength are vastly different from those of humans. Only equipment can close the gap. If it weren't for needing Ruo Wan's spying ability, he wouldn't want to bring her along alone. Xiao Ning is essentially a buy-one-get-one free deal. Since the two aren't together, the Zhejian inheritance is just for show, its power reduced to less than 1/10. The best material for crafting equipment is lunar fall alloy. After the moon fell, it broke into countless fragments that fell into the blue planet. The mutation of all things was caused by the radiation generated by these fragments. Most of these fragments were small and broke into dust, but a few large meteorites fell to the ground and remained intact. Several years after the apocalypse, human life began to return to normal. While the shortage of supplies could not be resolved, planting, animal husbandry, food production, and weapons manufacturing gradually recovered. Materials scientists have developed a technique for forging alloys using lunar debris. In materials science, luck is everything. A few simple chemical reactions, as childish as adding alkali to vinegar to produce carbon dioxide. The entire experimental process took several years. Without computer simulation, they could only use the most rudimentary method, trying and failing bit by bit. Ultimately, a super strong alloy was synthesized, which has low density, high strength, good toughness, and is permeable to supernatural energy, with energy intensity increased by several times. Weapons made of lunar fall alloy grand awaken ones in effect similar to charging up power, with the bonus increasing as the rank decreases. Jiang Yu is heading to a place with a 5-meter diameter fragment of the moonfall, enough to create a 1,000-man killing squad. The remaining scrap material is more than enough to give each of the awakened individuals in the shelter a piece of alloy weapon. Before setting off, he cleared the Tai Chi space. As his energy intensity increased, the space of the Tai Chi space reached 50 cubic meters. The target is Beichin City, which is adjacent to the Northern Military Region's base and less than 100 kilometers away. The meteorite could be discovered at any time. Even if you don't know its purpose, the energy it emits is enough to make people drool. The car was driving on the highway. If it was late, Xiaoning would be responsible for clearing the road, which is one of the reasons why there were 2 people with her. He had also considered riding the Gu Eagle, but the ancient beasts were too conspicuous. You could never imagine how many immortal monsters roamed this ancient land of Kyushu. They include mortals who have become gods or demons, ancient gods who have existed since the beginning of time, and ancient alien species that have been sealed for countless years. After the moon fell, all people, gods, and beasts awakened at the same starting point, beginning from scratch, but the speed of evolution was anything but fair. The car drove on the highway, the light and darkness flashing alternately, and zombies fell one after another. The air was filled with a fishy stench at all times. A villa on a hillside in Bachin City. A dozen or so girls were hiding here. The villa was large enough that each girl could have her own room. There was simply no food. A huge crack runs through the middle of the villa, as if it had been torn apart by a giant object. It wasn't a shelter nor a safe house. It didn't even have a simple shield, and the villa's walls were just the iron fences from before the mutation. There were no zombies or strange beasts here. Chapter 78. A bowl of braised pork, a strange visitor. The villa was split in two by a crack, and you could see the sky when you looked up from inside the room. Even so, it still stands firmly halfway up the mountain, demonstrating that the construction techniques and materials used are first class. Outside the villa, a stream flows down from the mountaintop, clean and clear, with small fish occasionally swimming downstream. Hurry up and close the net. What are you doing, you idiot? What's the use of yelling at me? The mesh is too big. It's not my fault. All right, everyone quiet down. This fish isn't even as big as your boyfriend's XX. Catching it won't do you any good. Go up the mountain and see if you can find any live wild game. Why should we go? What should we do if there are zombies on the mountain? No one needs to go. Let's all just starve to death. Does anyone have any food? I'm so hungry. A group of girls were scrambling around the stream, each one exhausted and tormented by hunger. Even if they starve to death, no one is willing to go up the mountain. Stay here, dig up some wild vegetables nearby, and make soup with a few small fish every day. You won't be full, but at least you won't starve. Not far from them, a stream converges into a huge lake. The lake was very deep and dark green. Several of the best swimmers among them had dived in several times, but there wasn't a single fish in it. Looking down from the mountainside, zombies roamed the foot of the mountain, and as far as the eye could see, there were 3 fourth-tier zombie kings and 2 fourth-tier corpse witches. They do not divide up territory, nor do they fight and devour each other. They simply guard each other from a distance. Not a single zombie dared to set foot inside the villa. They are considered extremely lucky in this apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, none of the dozen or so people were awakened. This place seemed to be completely isolated from the apocalypse. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. As winter approaches, the wild vegetables wither and turn yellow day by day, and the nearby areas are completely dug up. Further up, scattered zombies appeared. 9 out of 10 ordinary zombies here are at level 3, 1 out of 10 are at level 4, and those at level 4 and above are extremely rare. It is an existence that ordinary people cannot contend with. I'm so hungry. The girl sat hugging her knees in front of the bay window. The colder she felt, the hungrier she became, and the hungrier she became, the colder she felt. She was constantly tormented by cold and hunger. Suddenly she burst into laughter, seemingly insane, and ran up to the rooftop, jumping off without the slightest hesitation. Upon hearing the sound, everyone merely glanced up indifferently, as they were already used to it. This month marks the 4th person to end their despair. Would you like to eat meat? A middle-aged woman got up and walked down the stairs, and every now and then a sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from upstairs. She is the chef at the villa, with top-notch skills. The owner hired her at a high price, and she used to work at a Michelin 5-star restaurant. Humanity is incredibly vulnerable in the face of hunger. At this moment, they are in the apocalypse, having escaped the zombies, but unable to escape the test of humanity. From this moment on, they were no longer companions, but prey and hunter. After waiting for a long time, footsteps sounded on the stairs, followed by the smell of blood, and everyone began to struggle in their hearts. They're not starving yet. Do they really want to eat meat? The person who came up the stairs, taking slow and deliberate steps, was not the chef, but a friend of theirs, who was also the owner of the villa. The girl had delicate features and a cool, aloof air about her. They gathered at the villa because of a birthday party, and the girl was the hostess. Yi Luohan, it's all because of you. This wouldn't have happened if we were in the city. How come you're still alive? The woman with burgundy hair screamed hysterically. Seeing Luohan return, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. In the event of a zombie outbreak, the government will definitely send troops to rescue survivors as soon as possible, ensuring they won't starve to death in the city. Before the apocalypse, few people passed through this place, so the military could not have known that there were survivors here. Luo Han ignored her body covered in scratches, revealing large patches of her fair skin. He sat listlessly in the corner, his face calm. Enough, Han Lu, don't go too far. The district headquarters is right down the mountain. In all this time, have you seen a single person come or go? If I'm not mistaken, the entire Kyushu region has fallen. The short-haired girl shouted angrily and slapped her. Han Lu wanted to fight back, but when she saw that the person who hit her was Zhao Ling, she obediently shut her mouth. Zhao Ling is a 9th-degree black belt, ruthless, and Luo Han's best friend. Last year, when they were shopping together, some thugs harassed Luo Han, and she grabbed her by the hair and threw her off the 2nd floor of the mall. This woman has never known what boundaries are. Zhao Ling walked over to Luo Han, who was resting in a corner, and sat down next to her. Where did you go? Luo Han glanced at everyone in the room and lowered her voice. I went up the mountain, and there weren't many zombies there, but there were a lot of animals, and they had all become very powerful. I killed someone, Luo Han whispered in Zhao Ling's ear, barely audible. Zhao Ling shuddered, realizing that the chef hadn't come up yet, and asked what was wrong. The cook? Luo Han nodded and said nothing more. Zhao Ling wanted to say a few words of comfort to her, but then she heard footsteps downstairs again. The person who came was a woman, carrying a travel bag, her face hidden in a cloak, so it was not clear. Zhao Ling stared at him warily, but the woman didn't approach. Instead, she went to a corner and sat down to rest. Luo Han was worried and prepared to send them away. This is my house, please leave. The woman took off her cloak. She was beautiful, but her features had an indescribable strangeness. I'm tired from walking. I'll rest for one night and then leave. This is your payment. The woman chuckled, took a box from her backpack, and tossed it to Luo Han. The girl opened the box and almost gasped in surprise. One box contains a large quantity of pre-made meals, weighing 1 kilogram. A large box full of braised pork. The picture on the packaging is exceptionally tempting. I simply couldn't bring myself to say no. The room was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva, and every girl's eyes gleamed with greed. Luo Han got up and began assigning tasks. You 3 go dig for wild vegetables, Zhang Tiantian goes to fetch water, and you go gather firewood. Soon, only 3 people remained in the room. Do we really need to share such a small amount of food? You're not even enough to eat by yourself. The woman hesitated for a moment before asking the question. Luo Han smiled helplessly and didn't answer. How could there possibly be an answer to such a question? He asked in return, Are there any survivors outside? The woman nodded. Of course, there are many. Some join shelters, while others hide in the shadows and live like rats. And you? Luo Han stared into her eyes. I catch mice, the woman said, then laughed to herself, her beauty captivating. Zhao Ling scrutinized the woman, her intuition telling her that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. He frowned and pondered for a long time, but came up with nothing. She always felt that women gave her a dangerous feeling. The last time I had this feeling was when I was facing a bodyguard my dad hired, a mercenary from the battlefield. Her prized kung fu skills were completely overwhelmed by her opponent with a single hand. The woman was beautiful, had a good figure, a gentle smile, and even gave them delicious food. She must be a good person. However, she felt inexplicably afraid. Wash the wild vegetables, heat up the pot, and pour in the last bit of grains left in the kitchen. Luo Han solemnly opened the braised pork in front of everyone's eyes and put it into the pot, and the aroma immediately spread. A dozen girls surrounded the fire, their eyes fixed on the chunks of meat bubbling in the pot. It's finally done. Everyone received several pieces of tender braised pork and a large bowl of wild vegetable soup. Luo Han also served the woman a bowl, and Zhao Ling shared more than half of the berries she had picked that morning with her. Luo Han was afraid she wouldn't have enough, so he shared half of the meat in his bowl with her. The woman didn't stand on ceremony and ate heartily. Then she took out a bag of compressed biscuits and shared them with the 2 of them. After the woman finished eating, she walked out of the villa and jumped into the lake to wash off the bloodstains on her body. The backpack was placed in the living room, bulging and more than half a person's height. Zhao Ling, you're the best here. We'll kill her, and you can choose your food first. I agree. Such a big bag will last us a long time. Luo Han, I was wrong about what happened today. I apologize. Please also try to persuade Zhao Ling. Everyone agreed. Kill people and seize supplies. Shut up, all of you. She gave us food, and instead of thanking her, you repay kindness with enmity. If anyone dares to touch the backpack, don't blame me for being just a friend. Linger, you'll help me, right? Luo Han looked at Zhao Ling. She always stood by his side. Zhao Ling nodded, but her mind was elsewhere. The woman gave her a dangerous feeling. If she were to actually take action, she wasn't sure who would die. After Zhao Ling expressed her opinion, everyone dispersed. It was difficult for the group of them to even kill a chicken together. As the crowd dispersed, the backpack shifted, revealing a pair of narrow, eerie green pupils peeking through the gap. Dead silence, icy cold. In the evening, everyone had a hearty meal and slept soundly. Zhao Ling tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The woman's image kept lingering in her mind, impossible to shake off. In the latter half of the night, I finally couldn't stay awake any longer and drifted off to sleep, half asleep and very tired. Before dawn, Zhao Ling was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare. She took a deep breath, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. She stood up and, in the dim light before sunrise, saw the scene in the room and finally broke down. Before she could scream, a hand covered her mouth. Chapter 79 Xiaoning's Bottom Line. Zhao Ling did not struggle. The familiar scent filled her nostrils. She turned around and saw Luo Han behind her. Luo Han made a shushing gesture. A dozen girls lay sprawled on the ground, each with a large hole on the left side of their body, their hearts missing. There was a note on the door. The soup was delicious, and the berries were very sweet. Thank you for your hospitality. The note was followed by a smiley face that sent chills down your spine. Another 10 days or so passed, and the weather grew colder and colder. The stream has frozen over, and all the wild vegetables have been picked clean. As they descended the mountain, the road was teeming with zombies. They witnessed a utility pole, several tens of centimeters thick, being smashed to pieces by a zombie. Going up the mountain, strange beasts roamed freely. Even a single rat could tear them to shreds. Winter has arrived, and temperatures have plummeted to nearly -10 degrees Celsius. With their food completely exhausted, Zhao Ling's gaze fell on the mound by the lake, her eyes flickering uncertainly. There was a lot of food frozen inside. Lots of meat. The three arrived at the border of the northern province and parked their car on a hill. The hill is very low, only a few hundred meters high. All around was a vast expanse of white, and the zombies, covered in snow, possessed a certain beauty. Jiang Yu looked at Ruowan. Use your superpower to sense which side has the strongest and most chaotic energy. Ruowan and Xiaoning were both wearing fluffy pink cloaks, which made their skin look delicate and dewy. Having already shared 7/10 of a resemblance after receiving the twin inheritance, they become increasingly like twins under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals. If you nod and open your arms, feel the energy fluctuations around you, and follow the clues, you will quickly lock onto a direction. Master, about 10 kilometers to the southeast. Very powerful energy. The fluctuations are very peculiar. Is it a strange beast? No, it's a meteorite. Jiang Yu told Ruowan to drive, and they headed towards their target. All he knew was that there was a fragment of the moonfall in Beichin. Even the most bored person wouldn't remember the exact location of a broken stone. Upon arriving at the destination, the car did not stop, but continued driving uphill. After turning a corner on a mountain road, the view suddenly opened up to reveal a villa. The zombie was blocked by an invisible wall, and he knew he had come to the right place. As I opened the car door, a rich aroma of meat filled the air. Jiang Yu told the two to wait, and then sneaked into the courtyard and looked through the window. Two haggard-looking girls were tending a pot of meat, the aroma of which filled the air, but no one touched it. They frowned, then realized where the meat came from. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Jiang Yu walked into the room. The two girls were too hungry to resist, and only glanced up at the person who came in. His expression was numb. The boy's appearance pulled the two women back to reality, and their last vestiges of humanity regained their reason. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of meat and smelled it. Luo Han couldn't bear to see the boy kept in the dark, so he reached out and knocked the flesh off. This meat is unclean, you shouldn't eat it. Realizing how silly that was, he chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. There's human flesh in the pot. Linger, I really can't eat. Just consider me a piece of trash. Luo Han went upstairs. Zhang Ling knew what she was going to do, but didn't want to stop her. What's the point of abandoning humanity and forcing yourself to eat this flesh? In a few days, once the corpses are gone, you'll still starve to death. Wait, I'll go with you. Zhao Ling followed behind up the stairs. On one side of the villa, outside the window was a cliff more than 10 meters high. The two used to love watching the scenery here, especially at sunrise, when the clouds and mist rise and the rosy glow is breathtaking. Zhao Ling helped Luo Han wipe the dirt off her face, smiled at her favorite girl, and pulled her to jump off the windowsill together. At night, the villa was filled with steam. The bathroom was ridiculously large. After Jiang Yu finished showering, the table was already full of food. Time flows at a standstill within the Tai Chi space, making it absolutely safe to store food there. Once the pot was boiling, Xiaoning started adding meat and vegetables. The three of them chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves even more than on vacation. Beer and soft drinks were arranged around the table. Luo Han woke up in bed feeling dizzy. Memories slowly flooded her mind. She clearly remembered jumping off a cliff with Zhao Ling and wondered why she was waking up in bed. It was noisy downstairs, with the sounds of a girl's charming laughter and a boy's voice. I forced myself to get out of bed and went to the second-floor railing. She was certain that she was dead and that the boy who had come in was a ghost messenger to guide souls. You all. What exactly is it? Luo Han couldn't guarantee that they were really human. Go take a shower first, change your clothes, and come over for dinner. Ruowan frowned as she looked at the girl, who was tattered and covered in blood. She turned to look at Jiangyu. Master, was I this disgusting back then? No way, you're way more disgusting than her. You're covered in blood, with half an intestine hanging from your shoulder. Look, you're about the same size as this one. Jiangyu picked up a piece of dried bean curd. The two girls felt a little nauseous. Master, you're disgusting. Jiangyu. You know it's disgusting, why are you still asking? Luo Han walked into the bathroom. The hot water was steaming, indicating that the bathwater had been used, but she didn't seem to care much. All she heard was that she could eat after taking a shower. Xiaoning walked in and put the new clothes aside. You are human, right? Luo Han soaked in hot water, scrubbing off the dirt on her body. Xiaoning nodded. How is Zhao Ling? She's the girl who was with me. Xiaoning shook her head. I don't know. It was alive just now. He then stared into the girl's eyes and asked, do you want to live? The two locked eyes, Xiaoning's gaze filled with seduction. A short while later, Zhao Ling also entered the bathroom. Xiaoning smiled charmingly, saying that educating both of them together saved a lot of trouble. She does what her master disdains. As for bottom lines, they were left in Zhu Juin's cave along with the corpse when she received the inheritance. She wouldn't allow any unsafe factors to appear around Jiangyu. After taking a shower, the two girls wolfed down their food, and Xiaoning smiled as she helped them pick out food and pour them drinks. The next day, the two girls stayed in the living room, with the table full of various snacks. Xiaoning deliberately asked her owner for it. Inside the fireplace, the charcoal fire burned brightly, and the boy, like a god, could conjure up anything he needed with a wave of his hand. Linger, what do you think? I don't know if I can meet her request. Luo Han's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling added a piece of charcoal, which warmed her body. Compared to eating human flesh, rather than starving to death. I want to try. Zhao Ling's eyes were firm. Okay, I'll go with you. Just like you were with me yesterday. Outside the villa, the snow continued to fall heavily. Ruowan led the way, and the three of them arrived at the lakeside, where the ice was very thick. Jiangyu drew a water-repelling talisman, smashed the ice layer, and jumped into the lake. The lake water was separated by the talisman and could not touch him. Xiaoning was worried, so she asked Ruowan to keep watch on the shore while she transformed into a black snake and slithered into the water, coiling around her master to protect her. Meteorites are not hard to find. They lie quietly at the bottom of the lake, emitting a faint light. The energies at the bottom of the lake are intertwined, strangling any creatures that approach. Jiangyu reached out and touched the meteorite, then put it into Tai Chi. The two of them then surfaced. A few more people appeared on the shore, 2 women and 1 man. Behind Ruowan stood a woman in black, who was licking her earlobe with a charming smile. Chapter 80 The Prophet. Life is cheap as grass. The biggest drawback of twin abilities is that when alone, their strength is close to that of an A-level ability. Together, the two of them far surpass the abilities of 2 ordinary inheritors. You 2 little ones, be good and don't move. The man next to me has the ability to sacrifice himself. If he dies, your friend won't survive either. The woman pointed at the thin man beside her and threatened him, tightening her grip on the knife. A trickle of blood oozed out, soaking her clothes. Sacrifice oneself, a level-less superpower. Once a life connection is established with an opponent, the two become one. One person dies, both of them die. Jiangyu dared not take the risk and said in a deep voice, What do you want? I want your weapon. The woman stared at the strange weapon in Jiangyu's hand, clearly having planned this all along. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiangyu's eyes. He never left any survivors when he made enemies. Where did these people come from? I can give you the weapon, just don't hurt her. After saying that, he took a step back and threw Wuxiang to the ground. In a moment of confusion, the blade accidentally cut his fingertip. Xiaoning found it hard to believe. Even if they gave them the special weapon, they couldn't save Ruowan. She had witnessed the hunter's cruelty and lack of any moral bottom line. Owner, Jiangyu looked at Xiaoning. His lips moved slightly, and Xiaoning nodded. Release them. Young man, you are so chivalrous. Once it's safe, I will cancel the sacrifice. I can't bear to see my own people die. The woman picked up the weapon and pushed Rowan towards her. With the ability to sacrifice oneself restraining them, they probably wouldn't dare to pursue. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, put his hand behind his back, and took out a dagger from his spatial storage. Unorthodox weapon, do you know how to use it? Even if I've never eaten pork, I've at least seen a pig run, haven't I? The woman smiled. He gripped the formless sword tightly, channeled energy into it, and a layer of blood mist enveloped the black blade. Enveloped in a bloody mist, amidst screams, flesh slowly corroded, leaving the remaining two with expressions of horror. Taoist arts are not all above board and honorable. Even the unorthodox path can be the true path. Xiao Ning grasped Ruowan's hand, froze time around the user of the sacrifice ability, summoned the divine Candle 9-een, and severed the sacrifice connection. Jiang Yu's gaze turned sinister. With a flash, he retrieved Wuxiang from his hand, and the man's head flew off. On the field, only a little girl remained. The girl was pretty and cute, but she was trembling with fear. Tell me, where did you come from? Wuxiang rested on his shoulder, caressing the girl's snow-white neck. The girl dared not dodge, much less run away. Northern Province, Northern Military Region. I advised the captain not to take on this mission, but she wouldn't listen. I don't want to die. I'm willing to do anything. Jiang Yu remained expressionless. He was tired of hearing this line. Couldn't they come up with something fresh? What mission? The reward for killing Jiang Yu is 10 third-tier crystal cores, 1 fourth-tier crystal core, and an official position in the Northern Military Region's management. The girl quickly replied. Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, how did you know I was here? The people at the Qin Island shelter were unaware that he was coming to the Northern Province. My special ability is tracking. That woman has your scent on her. The girl made no attempt to hide anything. Woman. Her name is Zhou Qin. Jiang Yu then remembered that it was the sister of that idiot who was killing the ginkgo tree. Providing useful information will also earn you a tier 3 crystal core, the girl added. That's not enough. This information isn't enough to save your life. Jiang Yu shook his head, and the sword trembled. I also know something else. They captured a woman. Her name was something like Shui, and she was very beautiful. The military region dispatched 3 S-level officers and hundreds of awakened individuals to handle the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression froze. Qin Shui. Yes, it's Qin Shui. I have a friend who works as a guard in the Ziyun Mountain death row, and he told me about it. It said she's Jiang Yu's woman. After the girl finished speaking, she realized that the boy in front of her was Jiang Yu, and quickly shut up. Jiang Yu slowly lowered his body, looked at the terrified girl, his face so dark it could drip water, and continued to ask, why doesn't the Northern Military Region send anyone to hunt me down? The girl shook her head. I don't know. The captain came here to try his luck because the military region wasn't taking any action. Jiang Yu, is there anything else? That's all. The girl racked her brains. She was just a minor figure in the Northern Military District shelter and knew only limited information. A flash of sword light, and the girl's head flew off. Blood dripped from the sword. Jiang Yu turned and walked into the villa, his gaze falling on the two girls. Follow me, or die. The two exchanged a glance, then quickly knelt down, and Jiang Yu drew the mind control mantra. Before the sun had set, the Gujiao flew towards the Northern Military Region, carrying 5 people on its back without feeling crowded. Zhao Ling and Luo Han also had shields on their bodies, clearly indicating that they had inherited the skills. Let's go back 5 days to a rest room in the Northern Military District. Su Weifeng stared at the water basin on the table. All he could see was a pool of clear water with ripples on it. Opposite him sat a girl hidden in a fur cloak. The charcoal fire inside was burning brightly, but the girl still felt cold and couldn't help but tighten her cloak. The girl's face was pale, her pupils bright and sparkling. She was gazing intently at the clear water in the jade plate, her expression calm. What did you see? Su Weifeng asked anxiously. The girl slowly raised her head. Flames, boundless green flames. The shelter was a ruin. There are only corpses on the ground. Su Weifeng was startled. Whose body is that? Mine, yours, and theirs. The girl smiled calmly, looked out the window, poured out the murky water from the plate, and carefully put away the jade plate. You're spreading rumors and misleading the public. Do you really think I wouldn't have the heart to kill you? I'm going to send men to hunt you down. You said you'd be doomed. Now that I've mobilized the entire military region, how could I possibly lose? Su Weifeng said angrily, slapping the girl hard across the face. The girl touched the finger marks on her face and smiled sweetly. You know I wouldn't be mistaken. If you don't believe me, why are you still angry? Let me give you a piece of advice. Release Qin Shui, but don't drag the entire shelter down with you. You know better than I what kind of person your precious son is. If he dies, he dies. It's not a bad thing for the northern military region. The girl sat at the table reading a book, not glancing at the man again. Su Weifeng gripped the long knife tightly several times, then slowly released it, unable to bring himself to kill her. Without warning, the man kicked her into a corner. Her superpower is really useful. If only she were a man, her two good-for-nothing sons combined wouldn't even be a tenth as good as her. Su Weifeng was deflated and somewhat regretted slapping her face, fearing that someone would notice. Knowing you'll die, aren't you afraid? The girl struggled to her feet, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. No matter what happens, as long as I see the cause, I can perceive the outcome. Everyone is just a skeleton in my eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Su Weifeng saw this and felt even more disgusted, yet he had no choice but to rely on her. Fei Luan, you know I love you. Can you help Dad one more time? The last time. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. There was not a trace of emotion in his laughter. Let it all end. I've seen countless endings, but dying in a fire is the best. Get out of here after you've had your fill of beating me. I want to finish reading this book before I die. Fei Luan squeezed the book. There were still several hundred pages left, and time was running out. Su Weifeng disliked her tone of voice, which always made people lose their temper easily. She was too indifferent to the point of being unhuman. It was as if everything in the world was irrelevant to her. She was merely an observer. You already know the ending, so what's the point of reading the book? Knowing the ending, the process will still have its own unique beauty, something a beast like you wouldn't understand. Fei Luan buried her head in her book and ignored him. Su Weifeng's face turned ashen. He pushed open the door to leave, but then his daughter's cold voice came from behind him. Do you regret breaking my spine now? What you can't accept is whether I'm too smart or those two good-for-nothing sons are too stupid. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't touch that woman in the dungeon. The people in the shelter might still have a chance of survival. She struggled to sit up and slowly moved to the wheelchair using her hands. Turning the wheel, I arrived at the window, looked up, and gazed at the distant sky. The sky was a clear, deep blue, without a single cloud in sight. The girl's pupils contracted slightly, and her eyes appeared blurry. As far as the eye could see, only endless flames dyed the clouds red, as magnificent as the afterglow of the setting sun. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the orange sunset was more prominent or the green flames were more so. What a beautiful ending. Su Weifeng left the room and walked on the street, looking at the bustling crowd in the shelter. Everyone who sees him bows and respectfully addresses him as Commander Su. For a moment I hesitated. Was it worth it for that rebellious son? Did he really do something wrong? There was really no choice. His son had been killed, and if he did nothing, a coward wouldn't be able to hold his position. Jianyu must be killed. No matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? He also has several S-level superhumans under his command. What he needs to do is minimize casualties and leave himself an escape route. Send the intelligence officers to see me. Send her to the dungeon and lock her up with that woman we captured. His bodyguard saluted, accepted the order, and left. The guards didn't ask who she was. As Su Shuai's personal bodyguards, they knew better than anyone. Su Feiluan was a frequent visitor to the dungeon. Even though Su Shuai's daughter was disliked by her father, no one dared to be rude to her. Even glancing at her was a capital offense. There may be no family ties, but if anyone offends Su Shuai, they'll have a hard time getting themselves killed. A moment later, a gaunt man came to his side, stood at attention, and saluted. Go and spread the word that Qin Shui is being held in the Ziyun Mountain dungeon. Everyone inside and outside the shelter must know this. The reward for the kill order is doubled. Chapter 81. The carnage begins. Even S-rank ranks are cannon fodder. Dozens of miles south of the northern military region, outside the Ziyun Mountain dungeon. 7 S-class, nearly 50-odd A-class, and over 300 B-class ability users were on high alert. With such a lineup, a city-level shelter could be easily wiped out. They lay in wait here, solely to kill one person, yet they still chose to launch a sneak attack. The hundreds of people who were lying in ambush felt ashamed. The group had been lying in ambush here for 3 days and 3 nights, with dozens of tents scattered throughout the Ziyun Mountain. With the help of a disguised, super-powered awakener from the outside, it appears to be nothing but rocks and weeds. Su Weifeng's eyes were serious. Fei Luan's prediction was correct. Jianyu would definitely appear today. He himself is an S-class awakener, and must be at the forefront to soothe the pain of losing his son with the blood of his enemies. Of course, that's secondary. The most important thing is to personally cut off the enemy's head. Prove to everyone that just because the son is useless doesn't mean his father is useless too. Waste cannot support a shelter for tens of thousands of people. This place contains almost all of the Northern Military District's trump cards. Currently, only Class C superhumans and firearms are guarding the sanctuary. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Bah! The Gujiao's cries echoed through the heavens and earth. It spread its wings and glided through the air. Purple Cloud Mountain was right below it, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Master, they are down there, using disguise abilities. There are several hundred of them. 7S class. There are many traps, mostly involving censorship and silence. There are 5 trigger-based barriers located at. If one night, a white light flashes in her pupils, all pretense will be exposed. After listening to Rowan's description, Jiang Yu's eyes remained unmoved. These were not the things he cared about. Is Qin Shui here? I can't sense Sister Shui's presence. She's not outside. Ruowan scanned the area again to make sure there were no oversights. Jiang Yu still dared not take the risk, as the Gujiao's fiery cage did not distinguish between friend and foe. He was afraid that Qin Shui might be hiding in the crowd with her hidden supernatural abilities. Even if it happens, it might not work. As soon as the Gujiao appeared, it was spotted by the military scouts. Once it landed at a height where it could be locked on, dozens of auras enveloped it. The ancient beasts possessed a ferocious aura, and their energy intensity was terrifying. A sense of powerlessness rose in everyone's hearts. It's like a drop of water facing a volcano. Jiang Yu and his companions jumped off the bird's back and walked towards the crowd. With a wave of their hands, 5 shields were stacked together. Weren't you waiting for me? Now I'm here. Get that guy surnamed Su out here. Jiang Yu walked towards the crowd without any hesitation. Everyone present was stunned by the imposing presence of the Gujiao, and for a moment no one dared to make a move. One trap after another was triggered, and the surging energy couldn't even break through the outermost shield. Kill him. A deep voice rang out from the crowd. It was Su Weifeng. 7 colored supernatural powers shone brightly, piercing the sky, as everyone unleashed their strongest abilities. Xiao Ning's eyes narrowed, and the 7-colored radiance froze in the air. Luo Han waved his hand, and the ground beneath the feet of both sides shifted, time returned to normal, and the frozen supernatural power fell into the crowd, returning to its rightful owner. The legacy of Hutu. After a chorus of wails, less than half of the people remained standing. The bizarre scene before them sent chills down everyone's spines. Before they even saw their opponent make a move, their side had already lost most of the game. The 5 people broke through the encirclement and headed towards the dungeon on the mountain. For some reason, Su Weifeng recalled his daughter's warning and shook his head to dispel the ominous premonition. Keep going. What are you all standing there for? Whoever kills Jiang Yu will receive double the reward. Anyone who backs down will be court-martialed. Su Weifeng screamed hysterically. From the crowd, a young man stepped out, his body shrouded in purple mist, and gently exhaled a breath toward Jiang Yu and his group of 5. Under the shroud of fog, life ceased. Wherever it passed, flowers, grass, and trees withered, and an unlucky soul who couldn't escape in time was instantly reduced to bones. To be precise, it should be called purple bone. The young man was full of vigor and ambition. He disdained to associate with these good-for-nothings. A purple mist surged in, instantly enveloping Jiang Yu and his companions. The area within several hundred meters was completely covered by the poisonous fog. Silent and still within the poisonous fog. Su Shui, the reward is mine. Su Weifeng was overjoyed. Good, you deserve the credit for this mission. The poisonous fog covered too wide an area, making it difficult to discern directions. Jiang Yu dared not act rashly and focused all his energy on activating the golden light talisman to protect the group. Master, let me try. As Zhao Ling spoke, she took a step forward, and, with a wave of her hand, a tornado took shape. The legacy of the wind god. The tornado grew stronger and stronger, and looking up, the clouds in the sky were churned up by the cyclone, creating a vacuum zone. A column of wind swept past, carrying purple mist as it rushed into the crowd, eliciting another chorus of wails. Master, I've detected it. Sister Shui is in the dungeon. Her aura is unmistakable. She's still alive. Ruowan, having exhausted her supernatural abilities to their fullest extent, fell into a deep sleep, and Xiaoning quickly caught her. You all hide in the cave, Jiang Yu said, then smiled slightly. Get ready to watch the fireworks. Zhao Ling and Luo Han obediently hid in the cave, but looked puzzled. Where did the fireworks come from? Aren't they here to rescue people? Entering the cave, Xiaoning put Ruowan down and said with a devout expression, I have said it before, the master is a god. You will kneel down on your own in a moment and beg your master for mercy. Jiang Yu drew the contract runes, the void tore open, and the Gu Jiao reappeared. The ancient beast spread its wings, its enormous body blotting out the sun and shrouding everyone in shadow. Bah! With a cry, countless green pillars of fire descended from the sky, leaving no gaps. Impossible. How can someone possess such a superpower? S rank is the strongest. I also play with fire. This little flame can't harm me. Kid, your end is just around the corner once I get out here. The strongest S rank awakened ones are trapped in a fiery prison, and their shields are barely enough to hold them off. The others were clearly not so lucky. Their energy was depleted moments later, and they were consumed by the flames. Boundless flames engulfed the heavens and earth, turning hundreds of people to ashes. The flames died down, leaving only 7 people on the mountain. The 2 girls' eyes were filled with terror. The ground was littered with charred corpses, and the nauseating smell of flesh filled the entire foothills. Zhao Ling looked at Jiang Yu with a fascinated gaze, and only then did she understand the meaning behind Xiao Ning's words, and murmured, "Is the master a god or a demon?" Xiao Ning smiled slightly. "To us, our master is a god. To them, their master is a demon." At the foot of the mountain, Su Weifeng was driven to madness. These people were the backbone of the military region, and losing even one of them would make him heartbroken for days. In just a quarter of an hour, they all perished. The man seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his eyes bloodshot, and he said in a cold voice, "Jiang Yu, I'm going to kill you." "Then let's see if you have the ability," Jiang Yu said calmly, summoning Shin Gaochen. These minor characters were not enough to arouse his interest in fighting. Dozens of ice swords flew over. A raging sea of fire lay beneath his feet. Poisonous mist filled his surroundings. Earth spikes burst forth from the ground. Spears gleamed coldly, and his hands and feet were tightly bound by vines. S-class superpowers, they all look pretty good. Su Weifeng risked his life, slashing his wrist with his long knife, blood gushing out. The blood dance condensed into a blood demon, which opened its huge mouth and charged forward. Jiang Yu frowned, looking at the colorful superpowers. Sudden, the figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, a head flew off. It was the poison mist boy. The phantom of the giant sword pierced the heavens and earth, and the long sword swept out, splitting the 3 S-class awakened individuals in 2 from the middle. The figure disappeared again. Once again, 2 heads flew up one after the other. 5 minutes later, only Su Weifeng remained on the field. Su Shuai, in the past, devoted all his energy to a rebellious son. The once proud old man was now exhausted, his blood dried up, and he held a long sword to support his body. His life force was completely depleted. From beginning to end, he didn't even touch the hem of the other person's clothes. A bitter smile appeared on the old man's lips. "How could my subordinates do this? I'm also S rank. What exactly are you? An illusion? It's all an illusion. Su Weifeng, wake up. I am the invincible commander Su. You will all die." Su Weifeng knelt down, supporting himself with the knife, his pupils slowly dimming. Jiang Yu sighed and activated the fire separation talisman to turn everything to ashes. Isn't it good to be alive? They just had to court death. The group entered through the cave and went down the steps. The dungeon was pitch black, but the golden light mantra illuminated it, making the path faintly visible. After turning the corner, the energy became turbulent and chaotic. It was no ordinary prison capable of trapping a successor. Hiss, squeak. A barely audible sound came from behind him. Upon hearing it, Jiang Yu's face turned pale instantly, and he involuntarily tightened his grip on Xiao Ning's hand. Xiao Ning looked at her master in confusion, while the boy's eyes were filled with fear. Does this godlike man also have things he's afraid of? Chapter 82, I can give you the entire military region. The dungeon was shrouded in endless darkness, with the occasional sound of poisonous insects crawling, sending chills down one's spine. Every dungeon was pretty much the same, damp, decaying, and dark. Jiang Yu was no stranger to this kind of place. In the corner, a humanoid monster lay prone on the ground, its body covered with winding purple patterns, vaguely resembling a girl. The girl's clothes were tattered, and lines extended upwards from her palms, like a sprouting seed extending its roots and spreading throughout her body. Her features were contorted, as if she were enduring immense pain. Even with fingernails leaving bloody streaks on her body, the excruciating itching couldn't be stopped. The tattered clothes she was wearing were torn off by herself. Ruowan waved her hand, and a beam of light pierced the darkness, gathering at the top of the dungeon. Then, it radiated light, making the entire space as bright as day. Upon recognizing the woman's face, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't Qin Shui. When the girl saw someone coming, she struggled to crawl forward and hid behind a boulder. Seeing that she was not harming anyone, the group did not pursue her and continued walking inside. Deep inside the dungeon, Qin Shui was trapped in an alloy cage, her hands and feet bound by chains. At the top of the cage, a black bead was absorbing her energy. The spirit-capturing pearl. It can be considered a semi-special weapon. Those with domain-specific abilities can use it to enhance their domain and grant it the effect of absorbing energy. Excuse me. I'm late. After Jiang Yu severed the cage and broke the chains, and put away the spirit-capturing pearl, Qin Shui slowly regained some strength. Her wrists were covered in bruises and her face was pale, but upon closer inspection, there were no external injuries. I thought you wouldn't come to save me. Qin Shui's tears fell as she felt the happiness of having someone to rely on for the first time. To save her would mean enduring the encirclement and suppression by the entire northern military region. She didn't feel that she was that valuable to her master. Jiang Yu smiled and gently picked her up. How could I? You're so beautiful. I couldn't bear to part with you. You know I've always been a womanizer. Qin Shui couldn't help but kiss the boy and said emotionally, I'm still very happy. You should brush your teeth. Jiang Yu frowned. Qin Shui was furious. He was a true straight man. Would it kill you to be a little more romantic? Xiaoning looked up and bit Jiang Yu's shoulder hard. Xiaoning looked unhappy. Where's the girl in the wheelchair? If it weren't for her protecting me, I wouldn't have been able to wait for you to come. A girl in a wheelchair? Jiang Yu asked, recalling the monster he had just encountered that couldn't stand. What exactly happened? Qin Shui paused for a moment, then began to speak after Jiang Yu left. After you left that day, I was really bored, so I persuaded Qianyue to go to Qin Island together. Qianyue went to say goodbye to Suha, but Suha refused, and she was placed under house arrest. I had to walk by myself. I was ambushed as soon as I left Lang City, and when I woke up, I was in a dungeon. The man surnamed Su ordered his men to stay away from me at all costs. Later, someone sneaked in and poisoned me with purple mist. I thought I was going to die. Before I lost consciousness, a girl in a wheelchair came in and absorbed all the toxins from my body into her own. I fainted, and then you came. After Qin Shui finished speaking, Jiang Yu understood most of it. The monster they had just encountered was most likely the girl who had saved Qin Shui. To sacrifice oneself to save others when there are no relatives or friends is too fantastical. Jiang Yu looked at Ruowan. Find that monster. Xiaoning, go help her. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. I don't like this kind of place. Several small snakes were hissing as they flicked their tongues through the cracks in the rocks. Once on the ground, Jiang Yu felt much more relaxed. Qin Shui squinted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the glaring sunlight. Before long, the poisoned girl was brought up, curled up on the ground, howling and screaming, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Qin Shui stepped forward, saw the girl's face, and hugged her without any disgust. If it weren't for her, I would be lying on the ground, neither human nor ghost, right now. Master, can you please save her? Qin Shui knelt on the ground. She had already caused enough trouble for her master, and now she was making demands, which made Xiaoning even more unhappy. He helped Qin Shui up and said softly, this matter started because of me, and it should also be ended by me. I can try to help her detoxify. Whether she survives or not depends entirely on her will. Jiang Yu bit his finger and drew a blood talisman on the girl's body while chanting incantations. Heaven and earth are natural, and foul air disperses. Slay demons and bind evil spirits, kill countless ghosts. The evil and filth dissipate, and the Tao Qi remains forever. The divine mantra for purifying heaven and earth. The incantation was completed, and the purified rain descended. Guided by the blood talisman, most of the rainwater was poured into the girl's body, and the toxins slowly faded away, restoring her vitality. The girl's body was no longer dry and withered. It gradually regained its plumpness, and her skin became crystal clear. She was a very pleasing beauty. If we ignore the deformed and twisted legs, the leg bone looked as if it had been twisted off by a monster with tremendous force. My name is Su Feilwan, Su Weifeng's daughter. The girl gave a bitter smile. She didn't see this ending. She had originally planned to sacrifice her life to save Qin Shui and give the shelter a chance to survive. Would you like to see your final fate now? Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the girl, and hearing her name brought back many memories. You know about my special ability? A hint of surprise flashed in Feilwan's eyes. I saw my own ending this morning. I will die in a sea of fire. I have the S-class ability, Endless Vision, and I have never failed. Jiang Yu shook his head, indicating that she should look at it again. Fei Luan closed her eyes, and after a moment, her face flushed. How could that be? Her predictions are never wrong. So how could she be so terribly wrong this time? She had no feeling in her legs and couldn't possibly have made that position. I know a friend who was so smart that her own brother wanted to kill her. After she killed him, her father broke her spine and twisted both her legs. She will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She's so smart, she wouldn't do something as foolish as sacrificing herself for others. What do you think she wants? Or she's dreaming that her father's killer will keep her by his side. Fei Luan's face was ashen. The young man seemed to be able to see through her heart, so there was nothing to hide. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. If you help me stand up, I can give you the entire military region. Not just the northern military region. You don't need to worry. I have no resentment towards you. I sent Su Hao to Lang City. I knew the outcome before he left. Even if you don't kill Su Weifeng, I won't let him live to see the new year. You know why I was able to enter the dungeon silently. I've been crawling around here with snakes, insects, and rodents for months. My dear father let me out only because my superpowers were still somewhat useful. Fei Luan's words seemed more like they were spoken to herself. She gently removed her clothes, revealing her body covered in terrible wounds. There were no marks, not even whip marks, knife wounds, or burns, in areas not covered by clothing. It's obvious that someone did this on purpose. Jiang Yu had read her biography and knew that what she said was true. I have plenty of weirdos who follow me. One more won't make a difference. Welcome to the team. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, reached out, and drew a mind-controlling talisman, which Fei Luan gladly accepted. Su Fei Luan, the chief strategist of the military region's shelter, is an almost supernaturally intelligent individual. So each one's most devastating defeat was thanks to her. Without the mind control spell, Jiang Yu would never dare to keep her by his side. There are many ordinary small inheritances, just give her one at random. This investment is definitely worthwhile. After spending a day at the northern military region shelter, Jiang Yu drove towards Qingdao, drawing timelines on paper. No matter how you look at it, every timeline is very tight. As the team expanded and the number of inheritances increased, defeating the zombie horde was put off his schedule, and killing the girl behind the horde became his new objective. Zombies' minds will gradually become equal to humans, so replacing the zombie king is clearly more realistic than wiping out all zombies. The best of the legacy has already been stolen, and new problems are even more troublesome. There are too few special forces, it's far from enough. Yuan Hai, born in Nanyue City, is ranked number 1 among spiritual weapons, and is terrifying in both offense and defense. Every war it participated in was legendary. Chapter 83 The Women's Army Assembles. The owner of the Abyss is the leader of a hunter squad. His claim to fame began with a battle over supplies between 2 city-level shelters, involving thousands of people, all led by S-class powerhouses. On the battlefield, he summoned a tsunami of souls using the Abyss Sea. In an instant, everyone on both teams had their consciousness erased and became mentally impaired, only gradually recovering several hours later. Naturally, not a single resource remained. Nanyue is far from Qin Island, and he doesn't recall any old monsters ever appearing there. Even if something unexpected happens, he is confident that he can escape unscathed. The armored vehicle was traveling on the highway, with only 4 girls inside. Fei Luan did not come along. The northern military region is leaderless, presenting a perfect opportunity to take its place. The car drove into the Qingdao shelter. The entire shelter has been completely renovated and is being rebuilt entirely according to Jiang Yu's plan. Lin Fei was the first to arrive, and she pulled Jiang Yu inside. Master, the Imperial Guard awaits your inspection. The Imperial Guard? Jiang Yu realized that he had asked Lin Fei to create it, purely to give her something to do to pass the time and prevent her from causing trouble for Qinghong. The two were simply irreconcilable enemies. After passing the outermost residence and a checkpoint, separated by a courtyard wall, which was in no way inferior to the outermost city wall. Behind the city wall were rows of rooms surrounding a huge open space, with a watchtower every few dozen meters. No one who enters can hide. All assemble, Lin Fei shouted, and the bugle call began to sound, with responses echoing from afar. Since electronic devices have been damaged by radiation, human life has become increasingly retro. 5 minutes later, the assembly was complete. There were probably over 1,000 people, but that's not the point. The point is that they were all girls, all awakened ones. How did you do that? Jiang Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had faced a female army directly. Impressive, isn't it? There are 2,300 people here, and they are all top-notch in terms of appearance and superpowers. Compliance is also perfect. Our shelter has the best food, and the number of people is constantly increasing. My goal is 5,000 people. Lin Fei looked proud. Jiang Yu understood why Qing Hong and she couldn't get along. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, let alone two peerless tigers. Can they fight? Jiang Yu was skeptical, noting their delicate and weak appearance. It's more like handing food to the enemy. Feeling slighted, Lin Fei glared at Jiang Yu fiercely. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, the bugle sounded, but with a different rhythm than before. The iron door of a room opened, and a third-tier alien beast rushed out. An armored rhinoceros, a leader-level alien beast with terrifying defense. Third squad, show your strength to the master. Lin Fei waved her hand, and more than a dozen girls stepped forward, two of whom looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Yes, master. Undeterred, they confronted the strange beast. One girl pressed her hands to the ground, and vines stretched out endlessly, trapping the beast in place. The second girl began to bewitch him, and the rhinoceros's eyes glazed over. The third girl, wielding a dagger, pierced the rhinoceros's eyes and retreated immediately, refusing to linger. The rhinoceros broke free of its restraints and charged at the girl with the dagger. The fourth girl stood in front of him, her giant shield planted firmly on the ground, refusing to budge an inch. Within 10 minutes, the iron-framed rhinoceros collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yu couldn't help but applaud. His combat skills were impeccable. Lin Fei whispered seductively in Jiang Yu's ear. How about we pick a few to train ourselves? They'd be happy to. Jiang Yui refused righteously. He wasn't a tentacle monster. Upon reaching the deepest part of the shelter, dozens of villas have been built, and the courtyards are full of life, showing no trace of the apocalypse. This is the core of the shelter. Only followers are allowed to enter. Although Qing Hong has a bad character, she has good taste. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the layout of the villa area. Talking behind people's backs is not a good habit. Qing Hong came in from outside and, upon hearing that Jiang Yu had returned, immediately adjourned the meeting, but Lin Fei beat her to it. Master, whether you're satisfied or not, it was all designed by me. Qing Hong is the best. Jiang Yu gave a perfunctory compliment, but the girl was very pleased. Where are they? Apart from Qing Hong Lin Fei, not a single follower was seen. I've sent them all out. Their inheritance is so strong. They're especially useful for collecting crystal cores and killing for profit. If you don't want to, I'll call them back now. Qing Hong was satisfied with these thugs, but she was also afraid that Jiang Yu would be angry. After all, they were all painstakingly collected by him, and each one was so exquisite. Well done, I don't want to keep a bunch of decorative vases either. You and Lin Fei can divide them up. Each of you should be responsible for half, and they can practice as you please. Just don't kill him. Qing Hong. Lin Fei. Jiang Yu threw the formula and smelting steps for the new material, along with the meteorite, to Qing Hong, telling her to figure it out herself. Then they began planning their next move. The inheritance of Sheng Yao has not yet been given to her. This grumpy little girl loves playing with fire, so the inheritance of the god of fire is just right. A dozen days later, after arranging the production of the alloy armor, Jiang Yu embarked on his journey to find the Abyss Sea. After much deliberation, he still didn't summon the Gujiao. That thing was too conspicuous. He couldn't even handle the zombie queen alone. Jiang Yu was driving, and the little girl was curious about everything. It was just a pity that the former tourist attractions had long since become a zombie paradise. The journey to the Vulcan throne happens to be along the way, and having someone to accompany you will make the trip much more enjoyable and less boring. Master, do you think we can still take back our home? The little girl leaned against the window, looking at the desolation outside. With a thought, the zombies on the road instantly disintegrated. Jiang Yu turned and glanced at her, his eyes softening. With your current abilities, even without any inheritance, you can do whatever you want. Isn't that good? No, I still prefer shopping, buying pretty clothes, and delicious food. I used to have many good girlfriends, but they're all gone now, the little girl replied. She looked dejected, breathed on the car window, and drew a sad face. The little girl's words reminded Jiang Yu of his master, and he didn't have the courage to go back and take a look. He couldn't accept his master turning into a zombie or a corpse. It will be all right, everything will pass. Jiang Yu patted her head to comfort her. The little girl's happy expression returned. Master, I believe you. Inside a desolate school building, the apocalypse has lasted for several months, and fewer ordinary people are surviving. This mutation is an evolution. Adapt or be eliminated. Two teachers were leading several students in practicing martial arts on the playground. The school was small, built against a mountain, and the sign indicated it was a vocational school. One of the middle-aged men, who wore glasses, patiently taught the students how to kill, how to dodge, and how to reduce the chance of injury. First group of practical exercises. Remember what I said about the zombies' vital points. We must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Click, click. The iron cage slowly opened, and a zombie roared as it charged out. The zombie was only at level 1, its entire body rotting, its head slumped over, with only bones supporting its skull, emitting a foul stench. The two girls gripped the daggers tightly, hesitant to strike for a long time. The zombies had no mercy for women and opened their huge mouths to pounce on one of the girls. Chapter 84. You can live. There's no need for you to die with us. The girl completely lost her composure, blindfolded herself, and wildly swung the dagger, eventually being tackled to the ground by the zombie. The man sighed, stepped forward, and slit the zombie's neck. The rotting head rolled several meters away. Teacher Wong, I'm sorry, we still can't do it. The two girls were so frightened that they trembled and collapsed to the ground, their legs too weak to stand up. Take a break, we'll train again this afternoon. Just as Wang Jin was about to return to his dormitory, he heard the roar of zombies outside the gate. Turning around, they saw a girl outside the door skillfully slaying zombies, then vaulting over the wall and walking towards them. She smiled and opened her backpack, spilling food all over the ground. The girl looked very young, with delicate features, a petite figure, and was slightly thin. She had a dagger at her waist, and her body was covered in blood. Upon seeing this, the students who had finished training crowded around and began grabbing their favorite foods. Teacher Zhou, I love you. Teacher, please marry me. I promise I'll be obedient. Several students joked around, opened the packaging, and began to wolf down the food. Stop fighting. Xiaozhou, don't spoil them too much. You should eat more too. You are our pillar. Wang Jin picked up the food from the ground and put it back into his backpack. Zhou Kellen smiled, opened a bag of bread, and handed it to Wang Jin. All right, you should have some too. These little guys won't leave any for you. Don't worry about me. I've already eaten out. Teacher Wang, if you're not going to eat it, give it to me. A boy finished a bag of cookies and reached out to take some. Wang Jin glared at him fiercely. I was just joking. Teacher, please enjoy your meal. The boy reluctantly withdrew his hand. Teacher Wang has no superpowers. He appears refined and gentle, but he's ruthless when it comes to killing zombies. He's equally swift in killing. I'm not joking with you. If you fall, we won't survive either. Wang Jin turned to Kalan, his face serious. Okay, Brother Wang, I'll eat it. The girl picked up a bag of bread and ate it with some water. They are both teachers at the school. Wang Jin has been teaching for more than 10 years, while Zhou Kellen is just a newly graduated intern teacher. After the mutation, Zhou Kellen became an awakened one, possessing the ability to replicate. She felt it was useless, but awakened beings have energy, enough to deal with ordinary zombies. Wang Jin has not awakened, but his fighting skills are far superior to Zhou Kellen's. Without relying on absolute strength, Kellen is no match for him. The two have been fighting off zombies at the school and searching for surviving students, and have held on until now. Food became increasingly scarce, and she ate only a little each day, relying on energy to survive, which caused her body to become increasingly emaciated. She occasionally obtains crystal cores, which she then uses to exchange for food, creating a vicious cycle. If you can't advance in rank, the zombies you have to face will become stronger every day. I don't know how long it can last. Several times I thought about just leaving and that I could survive by just going to any shelter, but I couldn't let go of my identity as a teacher. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Kulan was tending to her wounds alone on the rooftop. The school is located in a remote area with few zombies. It is surrounded by barren mountains, with few strange beasts and even fewer survivors. Who would be so bored as to run up a deserted mountain? In the city or village, you might be lucky enough to find some food, but there isn't a single wild fruit on the barren mountain. Perhaps it's because the school has good feng shui, because the zombies always avoid it whenever they pass by. Wang Jin walked onto the rooftop, and the girl wrapped her coat tighter around herself, pretending to be nonchalant. I accidentally touched the wound and gasped. You can leave now. If this continues, they'll die here with us sooner or later. Zhou Kellen looked at Wang Jin in disbelief. Those words were enough to sentence these children to death. I can still hold on. I am their teacher. I cannot leave. Wang Jin lifted her clothes, revealing a huge wound running down her back, with claw marks so deep they exposed bone, clearly the work of a zombie. Smack! With a sharp crack, Wang Jin slapped the girl and said coldly, "Wake up. There are no schools, no teachers, and no students right now. You, me, and them are all ordinary people. You can live. There's no need for you to die with us. There will never be a rescue." Kulan's mental support was shattered. She murmured, "No, I'll hold on for a few more days, and the army will come to rescue us. Brother Wang, believe me, I can persevere. Someone will definitely come to rescue us. The girl squatted on the ground and cried silently. Wang Jin left and soon returned to the rooftop, carrying a medicine box. After daybreak, Zhou Kellen did not appear, and several days passed without her returning. Wang Jin witnessed the surviving student's journey from initial worry to insults, and finally to despair. 5 days later, the food ran out. When Wang Jin woke up, he found himself locked in bed with the very same iron chain he had found to lock up zombies. Teacher, there must still be food, right? You've always been in charge of all the food. Give it to me. We've been your teacher, so we won't kill you. As the boy spoke, he pulled out a dagger and brandished it in front of Wang Jin. No, the cabinet is there, and the key is on it. Wang Jin told the truth. Teacher, we are really hungry. Please take out the food. We have discussed it, and you can make whatever you want. Just give us food. The most outstanding-looking girl stepped forward and unbuttoned a button. Her blouse had only one button. I remember her name was Yang Qian. She was always a well-behaved and obedient girl who would always volunteer to do any chores. Wang Jin was furious and struggled violently, but the chains did not budge. He chose the sturdiest one from the hardware store, just in case the zombies accidentally hurt the children. A bunch of beasts. Wang Jin cursed, spitting a mouthful of phlegm hard onto the girl's face. Yang Qian gently wiped it clean and then slapped him hard across the face. Let's see how long you can hold out. Take out the food, and let's all have fun together. Isn't that better? If you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. No one is allowed to bring him water. I'd like to see whether he dies of thirst first or we starve to death first. After leaving school, Kalan wandered aimlessly outside, going further and further away, gradually leaving the city. Wang Jin's words made her decide to leave, but after she actually left, she kept worrying that her students might starve to death without her. Go back. How do I get back? Food was dwindling and the zombies were getting stronger. Every time she went out to find food, it was a near-death experience. The girl was distracted and didn't notice the zombie horde approaching. A third-tier zombie king was patrolling its territory, followed by dozens of minions. Roar! 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 The roars rose and fell, and by the time she came to her senses, she was already surrounded. Kalan took out her dagger and slashed it across the zombie's neck, leaving only a white mark. She was only at the second rank, and she couldn't even break through the defenses of the third-rank Corpse King's personal guards. The attacked zombie, let out a laugh. The zombies parted to make way, giving the food to the zombie king, and the girl closed her eyes in despair. Just as the Corpse King was about to have his meal, the roar of a car engine came from afar, causing a stir among the horde of corpses. Taking advantage of the zombie king's distraction, Kalan escaped the encirclement and ran towards the car, which stopped in front of her, ignoring the horde of zombies ahead. The Corpse King looked at the car, its eyes filled with fear. Its instincts told it that the atmosphere inside was dangerous. The car window opened, revealing a charming and adorable little girl. Sister, do you know how to get to the Second Light Industry College? The little girl was Sheng Yao. Without navigation, a small vocational school couldn't be found on the map at all. Several of the zombie king's guards were drawn by the voices, but before Lon could even draw his dagger, a group of zombies were blown to the head. The Corpse King tried to escape, but before he could run more than a few meters, he was torn to pieces without warning. The little girl didn't do anything. She just glanced at the zombie. Kalan was shocked. Only now did she realize that the gap between awakened beings was greater than the gap between humans and cockroaches. An awakened one. Chapter 85. Don't worry, I'm the gentlest person around. Kalan felt she was asking a pointless question. Traveling so ostentatiously in the apocalypse meant she was at least an A-level awakened. The little girl nodded. Sister, I'm asking you a question. What are you going there for? There's no one inside, only zombies. Kalan didn't answer her, but asked instead. My sister goes to school there. I want to go and see her, even if it's just to find her body and bury her. The little girl looked at her with red eyes and said. Jiang Yu was drinking water when he heard this and choked, coughing. This little girl was even better at talking nonsense than him. I just came from there. What's your sister's name? Kalan believed the little girl's words. The little girl continued her rambling. My sister's name is Qinghong. Can you get in the car and take me there? Qinghong. Kalan searched her memory but had no recollection of it. Before the mutation, there were several hundred students in the school, and she had just arrived and didn't know many of them. Kalan opened the car door and sat in the back, giving the two directions. The little girl was gnawing on pickled chicken feet in the passenger seat, occasionally opening the window to spit out bones. Cuckoo. The girl swallowed hard, her stomach growling. Eat whatever you want. Consider it payment for showing us the way. The little girl was very generous, tossing the snack box onto the back seat. A whole box full of beef jerky, chocolate, mini cakes, pickled chicken feet, and potato chips. I couldn't bring myself to say anything polite, so I opened a packet and started eating it in big bites, tears streaming down my face. The last thing I ate was yesterday morning, half a piece of dry bread that I snatched from a pile of corpses. There was still blood on it. Can you take me in? I'm strong. I don't eat much, and I can do any kind of work, Kalan said, her voice choked with emotion. She ate 2 of the most common breads and felt too embarrassed to take any more. Master, what do you think? She's quite pretty. The little girl didn't dare to make her own decision, and she didn't care how many women her master had around him. She only cared about 2 things. First, that her master not restrict her from causing trouble, and second, that her master give her the power to cause trouble at any time. Can you drive? Jiang Yu adjusted the rearview mirror and sized up the girl. Her appearance was barely acceptable. He's a bit slow, but we can train him slowly. I can. I have a driver's license. Kulan nodded quickly, watching the boy's reaction cautiously. A white mark was flashing on the girl's forehead. You have superpowers? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, dismissing the idea of taking her in. He disliked any uncontrollable risks. Wild game is okay to eat, but poisonous game is not. My superpower is replication, and the effect can last for several minutes. I've studied martial arts, so I can protect myself, Kalan said, trying her best to promote herself. Copy. Jiang Yu searched his memory and recalled this level as superpower. The strength of superpowers is graded from D to S, and there are also many ungraded superpowers, such as copying, mirroring, and self-sacrifice. The ability to copy is among the best, comparable to a super S-class ability, and almost no weaker than any inheritor. The replication ability has no upper limit. A third-order copy can replicate 2 copies simultaneously. A fifth-order copy can replicate 3 copies, and a seventh-order copy can replicate 4 copies. The duration will also increase. Their strength depends entirely on the strength of their teammates and enemies. They become stronger when facing stronger opponents. I can protect you. What can you do for me? Jiang Yu smiled and stared into the girl's eyes. Kulan bit her lip, still clutching the snack box in her arms, without avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze. I can do anything. Draw the mind-controlling talisman and imprint it between the eyebrows. The little girl squinted her eyes. It seems she could get a good night's sleep tonight. She has to play cards with her owner every day. She's so small and a novice. How can she withstand staying up all night every day? The owner clearly likes her as a card-playing buddy very much, and doesn't even give her a day off. I started regretting not bringing Meng Fan with me on the very first day I went out. The little girl smiled brightly, opened a bag of small cakes and handed it to her. Eat more. Look how thin you are. How can you have the strength to drive if you don't eat enough? I'm not afraid of being tired. I've already eaten a lot. Let's eat less. Kulan quickly refused, as there wasn't much food left in the carriage. Eat as much as you want. Your master will definitely feed you. The little girl stuffed the food directly into the girl's mouth. The sweet aroma of the cake filled my taste buds, bringing a long-lost sense of satisfaction. After finishing the cake, I couldn't help but open a bag of beef jerky. The little girl stroked her hair. That's a good girl. Eat as much as you want. The schoolyard was deserted. 2 boys were tending the fire, while the girl was in charge of stewing. She brought a lot of seasonings from the restaurant, and soon the aroma filled the air. Looking at the packaging bags on the ground, they are compound feed for pigs. These feeds taste terrible, but they are very filling. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Yang Qian smiled enigmatically, suppressing her inner guilt. She pulled down her tank top and smiled charmingly. Everyone, try to eat as much as you can. I found a few bottles of wine in the kitchen. Is anyone willing to have a few drinks with me? Chanqian, let's go inside and drink. I have some treasured fruit wine that's much better than this. You little brat, you want to eat it all by yourself. What's wrong with eating alone? If you're so capable, you eat it too. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Don't spoil the fun. Yang Qian winked at the girls. After a moment's hesitation, the girls still dared not disobey and began to ply the boys with alcohol, since they couldn't refuse to drink themselves. Half an hour later, everyone was completely drunk, except for Yang Qian, who remained somewhat sober. She went inside and knocked gently on the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. It was none other than Wang Jin, who had been tied to the bed a few days earlier. Nailed it. Yang Qian nodded, looking at her former gentle teacher, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Well done. Since we can't be teacher and student, it's not bad to raise a pack of dogs. Wang Jin patted the girl's head, and the girl knelt down on her own, indicating her submission. She could never forget the sight of the man in front of her, cutting up his prey piece by piece right in front of her. The prey is still on the dining table. In the end times, the line between good and evil in humanity is always very thin. He was well versed in psychology, so breaking down the little one's defenses was a piece of cake. He could tie them up and then teach them slowly. Putting aside my sense of responsibility, I feel pretty good right now. Wang Jin was holding a glass of red wine and cutting the roasted meat on his plate when he suddenly trembled and accidentally spilled a few drops. Clean it up. The girl didn't hesitate at all and carefully cleaned it up. At that moment, a loud crash came from the courtyard. Wang Jin kicked the kneeling girl away and looked out the window toward the door. The iron gate flew out more than 10 meters, and a bright red SUV stopped in the middle of the playground. A smile appeared on his lips as he saw the people coming down. Anyone breathing? Get out here, the little girl shouted arrogantly towards the dormitory building. Kulan quickly stopped her. There are children inside. Don't scare them. The little girl smiled sweetly. Don't worry, I'm the gentlest person. Kulan frowned. There was no one on the playground. Even if she didn't go looking for food, the feed from the school's farm would be enough to feed them for a while. Even if the feed is unpalatable, at least they won't starve to death. She discovered the feed by accident. It was piled up in the warehouse basement. Wang Jin told her to keep it a secret and save it for the last minute. Kulan led the two into the dormitory, where they saw a group of students lying haphazardly in the common room. She was startled and quickly went forward to check. Chapter 86. Crying to death. Not only must she sell her body, but also her art. As soon as you get close, a strong smell of alcohol fills your nostrils. Fortunately, they were just drunk. The girl's clothes were disheveled, and she went over to tidy them up carefully. Life in the apocalypse is oppressive, so having a drink isn't a big deal. Teacher Zhou. Am I dreaming? I must be drunk. Hey, wake up, everyone. The group sat up groggily, and upon seeing Kulan in front of them, they instantly became much more alert. Teacher Zhou, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want us anymore. We're only given pig swill to eat every day. Teacher Wang He. The girl stopped talking as soon as she saw Yang Qian smiling and staring at her from the doorway. Kulan paused for a moment, then saw Yang Qian on the stairs and asked, Where is Teacher Wang? He's resting inside. He's been working so hard all by himself since you left, Yang Qian said, glancing at everyone. You must remember what Teacher Wang said. Disobedience makes you a bad student. The group looked at each other, then quickly lowered their heads. Teacher Zhou will be away for several days, so Teacher Wang will be in charge then. Jiang Yu looked around the campus, but couldn't detect any trace of Yuan Hai's presence, and didn't know where it was lurking. As I led the little girl into the dormitory, I immediately smelled a familiar meaty aroma, which made me wary. He summoned Qi Yu to protect him. When Wang Jin came downstairs and saw Kulan, his eyes were filled with surprise and delight. I haven't slept well for days because I was worried about you coming back. Who is this? Kulan smiled and didn't hide anything. He is the master I follow. Master, I still don't know your name. The girl looked at the boy awkwardly. All along the way, she only had eyes for the box of food and didn't even notice what the owner looked like. Looking at him closely now, he's actually quite handsome, with a cool and aloof gaze. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded to the other person as a greeting. Wang Jin scrutinized the boy, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, as the delicious food he had just gotten his hands on was snatched away. My name is Wang Jin. Nice to meet you. He then extended his hand, which Jiang Yu ignored. The man's smell made him nauseous. He can understand the need to survive, but that doesn't mean he can accept it. Owner. Teacher Zhou, is he very strong? Stronger than you? A girl, upon hearing this title, asked curiously. If Master wanted to kill me, a single glance would have been enough. Tell me, isn't that powerful? But Lan had never seen Jiang Yu make a move. If even the little maids who follow him are so capable, how could their master be weak? She was about the same age as several other girls, and she was always like an older sister to them. Is it true or not? It sounds like a myth. Several girls gathered around him, some of the bolder ones even pinching his arm. He's got some muscles, but he's far less muscular than those athletes. Can he even beat a zombie? Jiang Yu chuckled and looked to Kulan for help. He's good at killing zombies and monsters, and he won't hesitate to kill any provocative awakened. He's also ruthless when facing a group of ordinary people who have no ill intentions. Even if you're not used to it, you can only put up with it. All right, stop fooling around. Go back and rest. Kulan shooed the girls away. If this continued, she was afraid Jiang Yu would kill someone. Handsome guy, will you stay? I can call you master too. Me too. I'm very obedient. Owner. The girls' thinking was simple. If there was one more awakened one searching for food, they wouldn't go hungry. They won't hesitate to pay the price. Jiang Yu frowned, somewhat annoyed. Chiyu shouted and held his long sword horizontally in front of him. The girls quickly and obediently hid to the side. Master, don't be angry. They are just a group of children. He's always acting silly. Jiangyu dismissed Chiyu. It's all right, just find me a quiet room. Yes, master, come with me. Kulan said goodbye to them and led the two to the upstairs lounge. This was originally the principal's room. After the incident, Kulan lived in it. She was the only awakened one, so naturally no one would object. The room was large, with a bathroom and kitchen, and it was very clean. The little girl was very satisfied with the room and turned around to ask, Little Blue, can you cook? It's all right, the home-cooked meals are SOSO. I always cook for myself, Kulan replied, inwardly complaining. I don't know if the little girl is an adult or not. She's become Little Blue. Sheng Yao jumped onto the bed, overjoyed. Finally, she didn't have to eat snacks as meals anymore. Neither of them knew how to cook, so they ate dry rations the whole way. What happened next completely shattered Kulan's understanding of the world. Jiang Yu simply waved his hand, and the kitchen was filled with meat, eggs, and vegetables, along with a gas stove and rising heat from the bathroom. Even more outrageous, blue runes appeared on the table, and the drinks were ice cold. The apocalypse they experienced was practically a parallel universe to the apocalypse they themselves were experiencing. Take a shower before cooking, you're disgusting. The little girl pushed her into the bathroom. Kulan was speechless for a moment. I looked down and smelled myself. Indeed, I didn't taste much better than a zombie. People can't even get enough to eat. Just surviving is a blessing. Who would care about that on a normal day? The school has no well, and drinking water has to be fetched from a distant valley, a round trip that takes several hours. We have to be careful with our drinking water and forget about taking a shower. Kulan was soaking in the bathtub when the little girl helped her scrub her back, complaining as she did so. The water in the bathtub quickly turned black. The girl felt wronged and wanted to cry. It wasn't that she wanted to be so dirty. Who wouldn't like to be clean and smell nice every day? Master, I request a change of water. The bathtub is practically turning into a sewer. The little girl didn't even bother to wrap herself in a bath towel. She simply walked out and pulled Jiang Yu into the bathroom, completely oblivious to any sense of propriety. Kulan hid to the side, her face flushed red, partly from shyness, but mostly from embarrassment. The bath towel was placed beside her, snow-white and soft, but she dared not take it. Although she had washed herself, she still had an unpleasant odor. The more I thought about it, the more wronged I felt, and tears welled up in my eyes. I've cried more times in the last few days than in the entire previous year. Tears are meaningless when there is no one to rely on. After taking a shower, Kulan started cooking. Soon, the aroma of the food wafted out and filled the entire hallway. She brought her culinary skills to the extreme, not wanting to waste a single bit of meat or vegetable, and quickly prepared a delicious meal. Wow, Xiaolan, you're amazing, the little girl exclaimed. Just the smell is unbearable. Jiang Yu was also pleasantly surprised and pinched the little girl's baby face. Now that I know how useless I am, I shouldn't have brought you out. That's how a servant should behave. The little girl looked aggrieved. She had always been a little princess and would never do such a thing. Who knew finding a master would be so troublesome? Not only do I have to sell my body, but I also have to sell my skills. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Outside, the students came out of the room one after another, greedily inhaling the fragrance in the air. They've been eating feed for days. Even pigs aren't this miserable. Am I dreaming? It smells like food. Tomato and egg, braised pork. The taste of rice. They only receive one meal of feed a day, and even that is rationed. Unable to contain himself any longer, one of the boys boldly walked towards Kalan's room, and sure enough, the aroma of food was coming from inside. Chiyu stood at the door, gripping his sword with both hands, his gaze deathly still. Teacher Zhou, could you give us something to eat? Just one bite will do. Teacher, please. Teacher Zhou, I can follow him too. I will be obedient. We won't eat for free. As more and more people gathered, they dared not approach or enter the territory. Chiyu remained a statue. When Kulan heard the shouts outside, she stopped eating, her expression changed, and her eyes hesitated. Chapter 87. You can't kill him, he's a good person. The girl was at a loss for what to do. Pretending not to hear, I was tormented inside. She wasn't shameless enough to use her master's food to satisfy her own kindness. I could only lower my head and eat quietly, not daring to pick up any food. Perhaps, for her owner, raising her is like raising a small pet. If it can please its owner, it will be coaxed. If it gets tired of the owner, it will be thrown away. She wasn't just imagining things. She was out looking for food, and she'd seen this kind of pair many times. Women depend on men, and men depend on women for food and shelter, but in doing so, they also lose their right to be human. Being more self-aware can save you a lot of humiliation. Jiang Yu is a person who enjoys life. For him, delicious food and beautiful women are necessities. A beautiful woman who can cook delicious food naturally deserves to be pampered. This was true when I was cultivating Taoism on the mountain. It was true before my rebirth, and it will remain true after my rebirth. Life in the apocalypse is inherently boring. Desire is what keeps people alive. After Jiang Yu finished eating, he took out an apple, cut it into 3 pieces with a knife, and handed them to the 2 girls. The little girl was used to it, but Lan was flattered and dared not reach out. I have one too. Does she even deserve to eat fruit? She's almost forgotten what fruit tastes like. Jiang Yu nodded. Thank you, master. Lan took the apple, carefully took a small bite, and was captivated by its sweet and sour, refreshing taste. This good fortune is hard-won and must be cherished. At first, she prayed that her master wouldn't be too cruel, and that she would be happy as long as she had food to eat, but now it has far exceeded her expectations. Outside the door, the crowd had not yet dispersed. Master, please don't be angry. I'll make them leave. Lan saw Jiang Yu frowning and was afraid he would ask Xingyao to handle it. She witnessed the little girl's cruelty firsthand, and it wouldn't be surprising if she killed them all. You can do whatever you want with the leftovers from now on. If anyone continues to make noise, I will have Xingyao handle it. Jiang Yu began his daily work, writing and drawing in his notebook, digging out every trace of memory. Master, thank you. I will never let you down no matter what I do in the future. Lan carefully cleared away the dishes, making sure not to miss a single leftover. This is the end times. Sometimes, a person's dignity isn't even worth a table of leftovers. Lan picked up the leftovers and went outside. A group of students unconsciously followed the food with their eyes, and the sound of them swallowing their saliva could be clearly heard. This is a gift from the master. Don't come here again. I'll save the leftovers for you. Making your master angry can lead to death. Lan put down her food and warned the students. Several people put the food directly into their mouths with their hands, and soon finished eating it all, looking like they wanted more. Teacher, could you please let him take us in too? We'll behave. Several girls nodded in unison. The boys were in an awkward position. They had neither superpowers nor good looks, so no one would want them even if they were sold. I'll ask around for you. I'm leaving. Remember, don't go there again. Lan hurried back. She still had to clean, and perhaps her owner would ask her to do other things as well. Wang Jin looked out the window at the farce unfolding outside, his face grim. This young man seems to be planning to stay here permanently. With Jiang Yu around, the deterrent he had just established vanished, and Yang Qian began to ignore him as well. Wang Jin knew very little about Awakened Ones. He had sparred with Lan before, and if he went all out, killing her would not be a problem. Awakened beings possess energy and greater strength, but combat is their forte. They once won the city-level Sanda championship in their youth. He started teaching physical education at this school after retiring from sports. Is there any way to kill him? He seems to have brought a lot of food, and the girl next to him is very attractive. Once a crazy idea takes root, it cannot be contained. In the apocalypse, without strength, desire is a path to death. At night, Lan readily offered herself up at the card table, and Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony. The little girl hid far away and escaped to another bedroom. She vowed that even if Lan came to her crying and begging, she would not soften her heart. After several days of long-distance travel, I have dark circles under my eyes and feel like my bones are about to fall apart. I desperately need to catch up on my sleep. The little girl covered her head with the blanket, but the sound of playing cards still managed to penetrate her ears. After enduring it for more than 10 minutes, she finally gave in and sat down at the card table, much to her dismay. It turned out that the card games she used to find boring and disgusting were actually quite addictive. The school wasn't large, and Jiang Yu searched every corner but found nothing. He began to doubt whether Yuan Hai had truly awakened here. It seemed that biographies couldn't be entirely trusted. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Everyone on campus was already asleep. Outside the campus wall, small groups of zombies wandered around, showing no interest in the humans who were so close. Jiang Yu stood alone inside the school wall. The lower part of the school wall was made of bricks and stones, and a meter above it was a hollow metal grill. The zombie was only 10 meters away. There was no way he wouldn't sense its presence. Something is definitely disrupting their perception. Intuition told him that the abyss was here, and he hid himself in a way that was beyond his comprehension. On the rooftop, Wang Jin opened a guitar case, quickly assembled it, and soon a sniper rifle was mounted behind the satellite dish. Through the scope, he locked onto the boys on the playground. He had seized the sniper rifle a long time ago when he killed a hunter while searching for supplies in a supermarket. and had kept it hidden in his room ever since. He originally had 50 bullets, which he often practiced with late at night, but now he only has 10 left, enough to kill one person. The sniper rifle is very powerful. He's tried it. It can blow the head off a level 2 zombie instantly, leaving nothing above the neck. Even the strongest human can be more resilient than the flesh and blood of a second-tier zombie. Jiang Yu stood there lost in thought, trying to recall the details he had seen about the awakening of the abyss in his previous life. At that time, he wasn't very interested in the strange soldiers, and his memory of them was very vague. The sniper rifle moved with the pacing boy. Wang Jin squinted, his heart starting to race. With his life hanging in the balance, he hesitated to pull the trigger. In his mind, Sheng Yao's cuteness, Ke Lan's beauty, and the aroma of food flashed by one. On the other side of the playground, Jiang Yu's car was parked quietly. The full-size off-road armored vehicle had an enormous trunk, definitely full of supplies. Mine, all mine. Unconsciously, Wang Jin tightened his grip on the trigger, his greed completely clouding his judgment. Bang! The sound of sniper rifles was particularly piercing in the dead of night, bullets whistling past and arriving in an instant. Jiang Yu turned to the side, and the bullet grazed his cheek. With his current physical strength, even without a shield, it would be difficult for him to get injured if hit. The inheritor's physical attributes are comparable to those of an S-class melee awakener. Jiang Yu slowly turned around, narrowed his eyes, and looked in the direction from which the bullets had come, his eyes colder than the stars in the night sky. A flash of Tai Chi light appeared, and Jiang Yu appeared on the rooftop. Wang Jin was about to pull the trigger again when he realized that the target was missing from the scope, and he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a pair of cold, sinister eyes. Then, his body was nailed to the wall. It's illogical for an ordinary person who hasn't awakened to dare kill him. Could it be that he knew his purpose? Or perhaps he knows the location of the abyss? Help! Screams and cries for help echoed throughout the campus. Wang Jin's shoulder was pierced by Wu Xiang, and the pain made his vision go black. Sheng Yao was the first to rush to the rooftop, followed closely by Ke Lan. Both of them were only wearing loose nightgowns. The little girl yawned, and seeing that the only person pinned to the wall was an old man, she looked disappointed. Being woken up by something so trivial, there's no way you could be happy. Wang Jin was convulsing in pain. He didn't want to die, so he quickly begged Ke Lan for help. Ke Lan's face was very ugly. He rushed over and was about to draw Wu Xiang, but Wu Xiang let out a dragon roar and remained motionless. You can't kill him. He's a good person. Chapter 88. This is the first and the last time. Jiang Yu didn't want to pay attention to this stupid woman. He turned the formless body around, and the man was tortured and cried out in agony. Tell me, how much do you know? I don't believe you would do something so stupid just for a little food and a woman. The success rate of an ordinary person killing a fourth-tier awakened individual is almost zero. I didn't do anything. I was on patrol when I heard gunshots and came to check. Teacher Zhou, you know I wouldn't lie. You have to believe me. Wang Jin argued that his reasons were quite valid. You can't kill someone without evidence. I can vouch for him. Teacher Wang is not a bad person. Ke Lan stood in front of Wang Jin. Jiang Yu, this is your last chance. Tell me what you know, and I won't kill you. If you're of use to me, I can give you a special ability to help you awaken. He believed that no ordinary person could resist this temptation, and that Yuan Hai had definitely not yet recognized a master. If the person before them is the master of the Abyss Sea, he will not be powerless to fight back. Wang Jin didn't answer. He really didn't know what to say and could only place his hopes on Ke Lan. Teacher Zhou, he wants to kill me, then kill you, and take control of this school. Kill him now. Ke Lan paused, remembering the situation at the school. Why would Jiang Yu be interested in this place? It's even less likely for him to do it for women. Those girls would practically tear themselves open and offer themselves to him. Teacher Wang, there must be some misunderstanding here. Seeing that his words had an effect, Wang Jin shouted hysterically. It's a misunderstanding. This sword strike was also a misunderstanding. We've known each other for so long. Have I ever lied to you even once? You've only known this man for a few days. He is a demon. Jiang Yu watched the farce unfold before him. This person was incredibly naive. Faced with absolute power, who would bother to reason with you? Since you don't know the information I need, you have no value in living. Jiang Yu drew his wuxiang sword, and the sword shadow flashed. Wang Jin felt a cold wind sweep past him, his waist felt icy, and he felt himself getting shorter. He looked up in confusion, then fell to his lower body, his face covered in entrails. Ke Lan trembled as she looked at the corpse on the ground, her face filled with fear. Why did the master indiscriminately kill innocent people? Teacher Wang is such a good person. He was gentle and kind. Nothing seemed to upset him. She felt a chill run down her spine, her hostile gaze fixed on Jiangyu, anger overwhelming her reason. What you do? Why kill? He's my friend. He's not a bad person. How could you do this? Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Kulan, his face grim, the bloodstains on Wu Xiang still wet. When the little girl heard Kulan's accusation, she frowned, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. My master is not someone you can scold. A spent cartridge case flew up from the ground and pierced her shoulder. Kulan clutched her shoulder and fell to the ground, blood gushing from between her fingers. She looked at Sheng Yao in disbelief. The spent cartridges ricocheted, splattering blood and flesh all over the girl's body. Each shot skillfully avoided vital organs. This is the first and the last time. If you disrespect your master again, I guarantee you won't have a single piece of skin left on your body. The little girl's eyes narrowed, and as the rubble on the rooftop clattered, in the blink of an eye, Wang Jin's body was reduced to a pile of bones. The man's head, with its eyes wide open, was perfectly preserved and rolled to Kulan's feet, clearly something she had done on purpose. What a joke. If Kulan dies, the master will be happy. Whoever cooks, whoever works the night shift. In the end, it's just that little guy who suffers. At worst, I'll just train him properly for my master later. Little girl, you're becoming more and more to my liking. Jiang Yu's murderous intent dissipated, and he patted Sheng Yao's head affectionately before turning and walking downstairs. Hearing her owner's praise, the little girl smiled happily. Master, I have a hard time falling back asleep when I'm woken up. You have to stay with me. Okay, how about a late-night snack as a reward? Jiang Yu smiled, pleased with the results of his recent training. I want pickled chicken feet, spicy strips, fruit wine, and... The sound faded into the distance. Kulan endured the pain and stood up, which aggravated her wounds, causing her face to turn deathly pale. The master didn't look at her once from beginning to end, clearly disappointed in her. The girl's eyes swept across the rooftop, the sniper rifle, Wang Jin's guitar case, the bullet casing that pierced her body, and the gunshot from just now. The truth is slowly coming to light. After figuring out the whole story, she slapped herself hard, realizing that the luck she had worked so hard for had been squandered by her own hands. Questioning one's master, arguing with one's master, or falsely accusing one's master. Each of these three offenses is a capital offense. She still couldn't believe that Wang Jin would do such a thing. A dozen minutes later, the surviving students came up to the rooftop one after another, including Yang Qian. They were all awakened when the gunshot rang out, followed by screams. Curiosity and fear drove them to the rooftop. If zombies break in, staying in the room will only mean waiting to die. I'll stick by Teacher Zhou's side no matter what. She's so kind-hearted, she wouldn't just watch her student get eaten by zombies. It's Wang Jin. Wang Jin is dead. Who's so amazing? I want to kowtow to them. Old man. To die so easily is too good for him. A brave boy stepped forward and kicked her hard, then saw Kalan covering her wound on the other side of the antenna. It was Teacher Zhou who did it. Teacher Zhou is injured. Are you all dead? Go get the first aid kit. Teacher Zhou, please hold on for a moment. I'll be right there. Teacher Zhou, I knew you were a good person. A boy scrambled down the rooftop and returned in less than 5 minutes with a medical kit. Yang Qian carefully unbuttoned Kalan's clothes, and several boys turned around and formed a circle to cover her. Teacher Zhou is now their only hope for survival. Yang Qian, can you tell me how many things I don't know? But Lan realized that things weren't that simple. Upon seeing Wang Jin's body, the students reacted with more joy than fear. Yang Qian bandaged her wound and whispered, Teacher, can I talk to you alone? Kalan nodded and told them to go back to sleep. Only 2 girls remained on the rooftop. Tell me, I want to know everything that happened after I left. Don't worry, only you and I know about today's conversation. Looking back on Yang Qian's attitude, Wang Jin's eyes, and the students' fear after they returned, she dared not think any further. If Wang Jin deserved to die, then she deserves to die too. Yang Qian clenched her fists tightly, her long nails digging into her palms, and tears dripped onto the ground. Teacher, I don't know why I've become like this. I was really hungry at the time. I'm really afraid of dying. The girls spoke candidly, starting with how they hadn't eaten for 2 days and were so hungry they tied Wang Jin up. Each and every single incident, every single word, left Kalan feeling utterly hopeless. Yang Qian didn't hide anything, including the disgusting things she was forced to do. Teacher, I didn't want to either. Zhao Feng was killed by Wang Jin just for talking back. I'm really scared. I'm an animal too. Kill me then. Kalan ignored her and stumbled down the rooftop to the door of the room. The room door was closed, and people inside were chatting and laughing, having a great time. That happiness would never belong to her again. The girl knelt in front of the door, lacking the courage to open it. The door opened, and she was greeted with the final verdict. Chapter 89 Traces of the Abyss. Chiyu glanced at the kneeling girl, who was someone the master had allowed to enter the room, and then ignored her. Blood seeped from Kulan's wounds, soaking the bandages and dripping onto the corridor floor. As dawn broke, the students came out one after another and saw their teacher kneeling outside the door. They roughly guessed what had happened. They couldn't help but start to worry. The teacher was expelled, and there would be no more meals. Several girls tried to plead for them, but Yang Qian stopped them. She remembered clearly what the teacher had told them. Those who cross the line shall die. When Jiang Yu woke up at noon, he didn't smell the aroma of food and assumed that Kalan was still angry about what happened last night. I got up to go to the bedroom to check on her injuries. You can't have too high expectations for newcomers. Everyone starts as a novice. It's better than Qian Yu's situation, where you have to start training her from the Holy Mother level. Just thinking about it makes you feel powerless. Even in the darkest of times, people need time to process their emotions. The training of this little lowly, Sheng Yao, is showing initial results, and her loyalty must not be undermined. Why? Jiang Yu sighed. There were too many servants, and training them one by one was really hard work, but also very rewarding. Opening the door to the second bedroom, the room was empty. Returning to the master bedroom, I lifted the covers to confirm again that there was indeed only the little girl in the bed, wearing a small white shirt. I hope I didn't kill him. That's a super S-class, growable copying ability. It'll be very useful for murder and arson later on. Outside the door, Kulan remained kneeling at the door, and when she heard the door open, she lowered her head even further. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy seeing the girl covered in blood. Do you know what you did wrong? I was so stupid, I talked back to my master without knowing anything. Kulan raised her head, her voice weak. Jiang Yu shook his head, his voice calm. The truth doesn't matter. What you need to do is, even if I tell you to commit suicide, you can't hesitate. If you can do it, come in. If you can't, leave. I never like to force others. Jiang Yu went back to his room without closing the door. A short while later, Kalan got up, struggled into the room, and could no longer hold on, fainting in the living room. Jiang Yu took out a seed and fed it to the girl. The seeds of the mutated plant have excellent healing effects, and he had Qinghong purchase them with supplies from the beginning, accumulating a large quantity. The seed slid into my mouth, and life enveloped the wound, which soon healed completely. The lower the level of an awakened being, the less energy their flesh and blood contain, and the easier it is for their wounds to heal. Kalan slowly opened her eyes and touched her shoulder. It was smooth and delicate, without a single scratch. Take a shower and go cook. I don't keep idle people around, Jiang Yu said calmly when he saw her wake up. The girl rushed over, hugged him tightly, and gave him a big kiss. She's clearly incredibly soft-hearted, but she insists on putting on a cold and aloof facade. Aren't you tired? Stop, you're covered in blood, Jiang Yu said with disgust. Master, I know I was wrong. Please punish me, just leave me alive. Kalan knew her master wouldn't send her away, so she had to press her advantage. Jiang Yu pushed her away, his body reeking of a fishy stench. Master, you're dirty too. How can you eat without taking a bath? Why don't we do it together? Several more days passed, and the entire school was thoroughly searched, but there was still no trace of Yuan Hai. The image of Yuan Hai is depicted as a blue gemstone. If it were in a school, there would be no trace of it. This is neither a jewelry store nor a museum. Gems must be very rare. In the evening, Jiang Yu asked Kalan to cook more than a dozen dishes, along with cold dishes and snacks, filling a long table in the restaurant. Once everything was ready, Kalan was ordered to summon all the survivors. Jiang Yu told everyone to eat and drink as they pleased. After a satisfying meal, let's get down to business. I'm here looking for a piece of jewelry, a blue gemstone. If anyone can find it for me, I'll give them a gift. A super S-class superpower. Sheng Yao, let them see what you've got. Jiang Yu gestured for the little girl to begin her performance. The little girl gently lifted her right hand, and all the tables and chairs in the restaurant floated in the air. He then gently clenched his hand, and the table and chairs were crumpled into a ball and turned into powder. Everyone stared blankly, their hearts pounding for a long time. Teacher Zhou wasn't lying. Those two really are amazing. The opportunity to become a god is presented before you. Who could refuse? I know where to find jewelry. There are lots of it. I've seen it. I just don't know if it's what you're looking for. A girl stood up and continued. Teacher Zhou, do you remember Teacher Xinjia? She's from a very wealthy family. She especially loves collecting gemstones. I used to deliver homework to her dorm. A whole cabinet full. Jiang Yu smiled. He liked ambitious people. He took out a box of instant noodles from his spatial storage and gave it to Kolan. Yes, that's right. The information doesn't need to be accurate. As long as it's related to gems, it's a reward. Jiang Yu patiently persuaded him, using money to entice him. I know too. I also have a lead. There was only one girl who remained silent throughout. Upon hearing the words, blue gem, she quietly lowered her head, which Jiang Yu noticed. Everyone offered what they knew, and as long as it was related to gemstones, each person received a box of instant noodles. An hour later, the table was covered with various gems. He underestimated the assets of school teachers. They were no less than those of a small jewelry store. Unfortunately, there was still no trace of the Abyss Sea. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the girl who had just lowered her head. Kalan, do you know that girl in the yellow dress? I don't know her, but she's quite pretty. If you like her, I think she wouldn't refuse. Kalan looked the girl up and down, but didn't recognize her. Not bad. Go ask her, and if she's willing, have her come find me. Jiang Yu said and left the restaurant, with the little girl following behind. Jiang Yu suddenly stopped and looked at Sheng Yao. Don't go back to your room yet. Do something for me. Master, there's no need to send me away. I don't mind. I'll just stay in the bedroom and not run around. I promise. Sheng Yao had an I understand look on her face. She just wanted to go back to reading comics. This lousy school was dark and gloomy at night. What was there to see? You can do your own thing. You're not one to meddle in other people's business. There's no need to be so formal. I suspect that what we are looking for is on her. Go to her place and search. Don't overlook any suspicious items. This piece of jewelry is very strong. Be careful. Yes, master. Sheng Yao nodded obediently, realizing there really was a mission. Inside the room, the girl in the yellow dress stood timidly in the living room, her features looking very youthful. The little girl went to search the dormitory, while Kalan kept watch in the restaurant, not letting anyone leave. What's your name? Yunling. Take off your clothes. Jiang Yu didn't stand on ceremony. The girl bit her lip, gently took off her clothes, her face flushed. Go take a shower first. Yunling's voice was barely audible. Seeing her enter the bathroom, Jiang Yu carefully searched her clothes but found no trace of the gemstones. After a long while, Yunling walked out of the bathroom, without clothes or a towel. The girl was very pretty, with a slender and delicate figure, and a red birthmark on her waist made her skin look even whiter. Chapter 90. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stolen affair. Just then, the little girl pushed the door open and gently shook her head. Jiang Yu gave the girl a new set of clothes and sent her away, as he didn't like dangerous food. I wouldn't touch it no matter how delicious it was. Although no energy fluctuations could be sensed from Yunling, intuition was usually right. The closer I get to the girl, the stronger my unease becomes. Master, are you even a man? Letting her go after all this, I despise you. Soon, the little girl paid the price for her disrespect and learned the answer to the question. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Yu was awakened from his sleep by a start, and all around him was deathly silent. The floating lighting runes in the room went out. The lighting runes had no time limit. As long as the energy within him remains, it will not dissipate. I got out of bed and didn't see Sheng Yao, but Lan wasn't there either. The talisman was formed, but the energy within the body was empty and unresponsive. Qi Yu and Gu Jiao also lost contact. He became an ordinary person, and from the window, he still appeared to be on campus. I walked out the door under the dim starlight. Gurgle. I kicked something, and it rolled a long way. My shoes got wet and felt sticky and uncomfortable. Then I smelled blood. In the darkness, the sound of fingernails scratching at the door could be heard from outside. Looking down, the rolling ball was ahead. With delicate features, a smile playing on her lips, and unfocused pupils, it was none other than Qianyu. Qianyu stared intently at him, reaching out to touch the bloodstains. They were sticky and warm. It wasn't a dream. Yuan Hai wanted to trap him and kill him with his memories. Jiang Yu silently recited the Pure Land Sutra to keep his mind clear. He took a sharp knife from the kitchen, slowly opened the door, and found the hallway empty. With its back against the wall, it moved outwards. It seems he was on the right track. Today, he stirred up trouble, and Yuan Hai, knowing he couldn't escape, decided to take the initiative. These intelligent superhuman soldiers are no ordinary beings. Calm down, calm down. Think through all the details, Jiang Yu warned himself. Yuan Hai chose to trap him with an illusion, but did not take direct action. There is only one reason. Apart from mind control, it is not very harmful at this time, at least not enough to pose a threat to the inheritor. In the corridor, Kulan emerged from around the corner, covered in blood, her voice trembling. Master, they're all dead. They're all dead. Why are you still alive? Jiang Yu asked, his expression a half-smile. Under the starlight, the girl's face turned pale, and she quickly explained. I have superpowers, and you know that my superpower strength exceeds S-class. Jiang Yu, I don't remember telling you that. With a swift stroke, the knife fell, and Kulan collapsed into a pool of blood, the stench of blood in the air growing ever stronger. A cold wind blew in from outside the window, making people shiver. Given his rank, this temperature was not enough to make him feel cold. The illusion was made rather crudely. Jiang Yu calmed himself down, took a deep breath to calm himself, and walked towards the student dormitory. At the top of the stairs, Sheng Yao stood smiling, blocking his way. Shall we go back to the room? Mengfan taught me a lot of fun things, and I want to try them out. Kill Kulan for me, Jiang Yu instructed, stroking the little girl's hair. Sheng Yao's expression froze. Didn't you kill her? Bang! Another head rolled to the ground. The illusion of the abyss is nothing more than this. It is very real, yet very artificial, and it can reveal very few memories. I feel I also lack experience in creating illusions. At the end of the dormitory corridor, Qinghong rushed in from outside the door. Master, the shelter is under attack by millions of zombies, and the gods have revived. We can't hold it any longer. Jiang Yu, you killed me. What do you think I should do? Master, come with me to rescue people first. After the zombie horde recedes, I will be at your disposal. Qinghong said anxiously. A flash of light appeared. Silence has nowhere to be silent. So how can desire arise? When desires cease to arise, that is true stillness. The pure and quiet sutra is recited aloud. Next was his master, an old man standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him meaningfully. My disciple, come home with me. The grass in the Taoist temple is very tall. Jiang Yu. Master, I want to hear you talk about the Bio Puzi. Jiang Yu disliked Bio Puzi the most. He had never even read it, let alone memorized it. But his master liked it very much. These obscure scriptures are better left unstudied, the old man said with a kind smile. Jiang Yu plunged the dagger in, and looking at the old man's body lying in a pool of blood, he almost lost his composure, and the scriptures he was chanting became faster and faster. The true and constant respond to things, and the true and constant attain nature. One should always be calm and still, and one will always be at peace. Such tranquility leads one to gradually enter the true path. Having entered the true path, one is said to have attained the way. The corridor, only a few dozen meters long, seemed to stretch endlessly, with the mottled wooden doors of the rooms on both sides appearing and disappearing in a continuous loop. Stop walking, close your eyes, and move forward. Countless voices entered the crowd. Qinci, Linfei, Ruoan. Cries for help, seductive voices, words of persuasion. A strange voice flashed by, distant and indistinct. The woman's pleading voice was choked with sobs. Let's take him away, okay? Yuer isn't even a year old yet. He'll die if we leave him here. Then came the man's resolute voice. If he follows us, he's doomed. Staying here might give him a glimmer of hope. I did so many dirty things for the head of the family, and I deserve this fate, but the child is innocent. Go west, the farther away from the Jiang family in Chongning, the better. Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. All around him was deathly silent. He had already crossed the corridor. The dormitory door was open, and Yunling sat on the table by the window, gazing at the starry sky with her legs swinging. This illusion is pretty good, isn't it? I did it. You barely passed the test. I am just a spirit of an artifact. Once I merge with the abyss, my memories will disappear. I can't hold you back. But I still want to try and see if I can kill you. Jiang Yu looked at the girl with amusement, his tone full of seduction. Follow me, and I can give you a body. Yunling jumped off the table, her expression slowly turning serious. Why should I believe you? Jiang Yu bit his finger and drew the myriad law's return to truth talisman. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But I can kill you right now. Runes pierced the illusion, and the surrounding scenery shattered like a mirror. Jiang Yu suddenly woke up from his bed, startling the two girls who rubbed their eyes in confusion. It was still pitch black outside the window. The door opened, and Yunling stood at a distance in the corridor, meeting his gaze. What's your consideration? Yunling gave a wry smile. Do I have a choice? They could be forcibly merged and then disappear, or they could choose to believe in the boy before them and take a gamble. Where is Yuan Hai? Jiang Yu didn't see the blue gem. Yunling smiled gently, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her pupils had turned into a deep azure blue. The terrifying spiritual power formed visible blue waves that swept across a radius of hundreds of miles before surging into the starry sky. I am Yuan Hai. Jiang Yu began to hesitate. Should he draw the mind control spell or establish a contract with the alien beast? The spirit of the artifact is neither a person nor an ancient beast, neither a zombie nor a soul. Let's try them one by one and then see. I feel like there's more and more to do, and just thinking about it makes me feel exhausted. Since Lan has the ability to replicate and doesn't lack superpowers, it would be best to find her a guardian pet. Yunling needs to reshape her body. Her abilities are not important. All that's needed is to separate her from the body. A spirit that is not even fully developed mentally. Her appearance and figure are more than enough to make a toy. Jianyu didn't have high expectations for her either. Master, what's wrong? Sheng Yao, draped in a bathrobe, looked dazed. The scenery couldn't be hidden, and sleeping soundly was definitely not a good habit. Seeing the bloodstains still on Yunling's forehead, she rolled her eyes at Jianyu. Even in the middle of the night, it doesn't stop. You rejected Yunling when she offered herself to you, but then you stole her away in the middle of the night. What strange habits does Master have? No wonder the ancients said, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stolen affair. On the other side of Nanyue City, dozens of dark figures flashed through the ruins, some resembling tigers and others giant wolves. Judging from the energy intensity, they are all fifth-tier exotic beasts. The beasts roared past, and the zombies were all knocked down. The zombie king and lich were surrounded by 3 or 5 of them, and turned into a pile of minced meat in a few minutes. Crystal cores fell all over the ground. Among the herd of beasts, a young boy lay on the back of a tiger, gazing at the distant mountains with a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 91, The Frenzied, Bloodthirsty Little Lowly. Pudding, are you sure? Beneath the boy, the tiger nodded slightly and opened its massive jaws. Meow. Its calls are incredibly cute. The giant beast leaped onto the dilapidated rooftop. Under the starlight, its white body with yellow spots revealed it to be an enlarged version of a level 6 ragdoll cat. The giant cat has a vertical eye on its forehead, which gleams eerily in the darkness. Behind them were a group of giant beasts, either cats or dogs, all of which were relatively expensive breeds. The boy's name is Shun Yi. He is an S-level spirit speaker who can communicate with alien beasts, control and subdue them, and gain some of their abilities. Before the incident, Shun Yi ran a pet farm in the suburbs and lived a semi-secluded life. After the apocalypse, farm animals began to mutate, and he suddenly discovered that he could understand the voices of cats and dogs. Back then, the little ones were just beginning to develop intelligence, and through a combination of coaxing and deception, they established a contract using a pile of cat and dog food cans. Originally a powerless youth, he relied on a bunch of underlings to run rampant in the apocalypse and never suffered a defeat. Having witnessed the abilities of the strange weapon during the battle a few days ago, he desperately wanted to obtain one. No matter how strong your pet is, if you don't have strong combat power yourself, you'll still feel insecure. Pudding's third eye can see energy surges invisible to the naked eye, and it was the first to detect the turmoil in the Abyss Sea. The giant claw knocked away the zombie in front of him, and Pudding looked blankly at the location where the alien soldier had appeared, his eyes full of confusion. Meow. Disappeared? The boy frowned. This was the first time he had detected the existence of the strange weapon, and he was unwilling to give it up. Regardless, let's search that spot first. Pudding nodded, leaped up, and carried the boy into the night, followed closely by dozens of giant beasts. Inside the room, the 2-meter-wide bed seemed a bit cramped. In her dream, Yunling sensed a strange beast entering the area covered by her energy. She then separated a portion of her energy to hide the school campus. This little trick was incredibly easy for her. The only survivor in the school was someone who found it boring to be alone. A faint energy evoked a strong sense of fear, mimicking the aura of a high-level alien beast. Ordinary alien beasts would immediately disperse upon sensing it. It's the same principle as a tiger urinating along its territory. Yunling poked her little head out from under the covers, lost in thought. Consciousness separates from the body, but soon returns to the body. Master, there is a group of strange beasts outside the wall, and their energy is very strong. Sheng Yao, go out and clean up. Jiang Yu patted the little girl's back. The little girl murmured something, turned around, and covered her head with the blanket. If you don't hear it, it doesn't count as disobeying your master's command. Yunling smiled and said, no need to bother her. I'll scare them away. There are some zombies and monsters passing by every day. They won't. Before she could finish speaking, Yunling realized that the strange beast had not left. Her expression was slightly surprised. She got dressed and went to the rooftop alone. Staring intently, I watched the scene unfold before me in disbelief. Dozens of fifth-tier alien beasts lay on the courtyard wall railing, while a giant cat crouched low and leaped directly into the campus. The surrounding mental maze seemed to have no effect on them. A short while later, Jiang Yu appeared behind her. Master, there's been a slight mishap. I'll kick them out right now. Yun Ling's eyes flickered, her face slightly flushed. She had failed miserably on her first attempt to prove herself in front of her master. How embarrassing. It's definitely because my emotions were too volatile while playing, which led to mental exhaustion. That's right, that's exactly it. Jiang Yu pulled her back and said softly, let them lose their minds. We can't let a single one go. This isn't a group of fifth-tier beasts. It's a pile of fifth-tier crystal cores delivered right to our doorstep. Yun Ling hesitated, carefully choosing her words. Master, you've just used up a lot of energy. I'd better send them away. How about I keep one for you to play with? You can't just say, you're a mere tier 4, while the opponent has at least 20 tier 5 beasts, most of which are the strongest feline beasts. Hey handsome, can't we have a little self-awareness? She knew Jiang Yu was quite strong, but even the strongest have their limits. Could he please not be so arrogant? Making a mistake in bed is at most embarrassing, but making a mistake here could cost you your life. The key point is that if they can't win, and Jiang Yu forcibly merges with the Abyss Sea to save his life, she will be gone. Meow. Woof. One after another, strange beasts leaped over the fence. In the middle, a 3-meter-tall husky failed to jump over and instead crashed into the courtyard wall, causing the building beneath its feet to shake. The husky struggled to its feet, shook its head, and strutted arrogantly over the ruins with a wise expression. It was just a minor accident, nothing to worry about. Outside the courtyard, a boy wearing a pudding hat hid in the shade of a giant tree. The loud noise woke everyone up. A few minutes later, Sheng Yao came up to the rooftop, followed by Kolan. The two girls' faces were so gloomy they could drip water. It's 3 a.m. again. Last night it was Yun Ling. There was nothing I could do. My master protected her, so I had to endure it. There's no one protecting this group of strange beasts in the yard today. Can't we just let people get a good night's sleep? In less than a month, Kolan was forcibly pushed to the 4th level by Jiang Yu using crystal cores. Ever since she copied Sheng Yao's superpower once, her confidence has skyrocketed. Sheng Yao was firmly at the 5th rank, and the mere thought of the word battle made her tremble all over. Sheng Yao took off her bracelet, and the alloy steel beads shot out with a whooshing sound, piercing the air in everyone's ears. The next moment, the open space resembled a slaughterhouse. The giant cat at the front couldn't dodge in time, and a steel ball shot into its eye. Meow. The piercing screams echoed throughout the campus, sending chills down everyone's spines. The steel ball entered the body and spun wildly among the giant cat's flesh and blood. Before long, a perfect skeleton specimen was presented to the world. A row of small heads peeked out of the dormitory window, cautiously watching the battle on the playground. Bai Guyao's terrifying strength was revealed, and everyone gasped in shock. The little girls who greet them with smiles on ordinary days look soft, sweet, and cuddly, but now they seem to come from hell. Cool. Sheng Yao let out a sharp cry, her smile growing even brighter, and she simply jumped into the horde of beasts. The steel ball spun around his body, forming a silver metal shield. With a light wave of his right hand, the steel ball flew out and instantly pierced through the body of the second beast. A string of blood droplets flew up, and Sharpei roared, sending a sonic wave crashing through. The ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and the stadium was reduced to ruins. Sheng Yao was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After landing, she did not retreat but instead excitedly rushed forward again. Several metal rods protruded from the ruins of the stadium, activated by supernatural abilities, and were all stuck into the horde of beasts. Blood flowed down the metal rod onto the ground, accompanied by cries of agony. 3 giant beasts were impaled, their corpses hanging from the flagpole. My little cuties. Continue. The energy within Sheng Yao grew increasingly volatile, and without considering the consequences, she charged directly into the horde of beasts. One of the Siamese cats arched its body, shrinking to half its size, with blood-red eyes, and moved at an extreme speed. Bang! Sheng Yao was knocked away again, leaving a claw mark on her chest, the blood from the wound as black as ink. Jiang Yu felt a pang of heartache. This little girl with a childlike face and a fierce appearance was one of his most devoted followers. Both her physique and personality suited his taste. Several giant beasts surrounded the injured little girl, baring their fangs, hesitant to attack. The students watching the play from the window all felt sorry for her. Such a cute and adorable little girl. It would be a pity if she were to be torn apart by a giant beast, even if she couldn't eat it herself. What is it about Jiang Yu that makes several girls so devoted to him? So what? He has more resources and is a bit more handsome. What else? His woman was beaten like this, and he didn't dare to utter a sound. What a coward. Seeing that Jiang Yu showed no intention of making a move, Lan concluded that her master was of an intelligent type. Most of those who awaken their abilities are auxiliary abilities such as storage or materialization, and their combat power is estimated to be very weak. Since meeting Jiang Yu, Sheng Yao has always been the one doing the physical labor. Whether it was killing zombies or intimidating students, Jiang Yu never personally took action. Kalan dared not delay any longer. She used her copying ability on Sheng Yao, controlling the earth and rocks to clear a path, and rushed to her side to rescue her as quickly as possible. Sheng Yao, surrounded by enemies, stood motionless, her expression blank. The Siamese cat's afterimage flashed by, more than twice as fast as Kalan, its target directly at Sheng Yao, and there was no time for rescue. Chapter 92. While being a kept man may be tempting, one should at least have some self-awareness. Gotcha. The little girl gave a wicked smile. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and the wounds were so deep that bone was visible. Seemingly oblivious to pain, a bloodthirsty glint gleamed deep within his eyes. The Siamese cat's figure was locked on as it ran at top speed, hovering in the air and emitting helpless howls. Go to hell. The little girl's eyes narrowed, and dozens of steel balls pierced through, riddling the cat's body with holes. Jiang Yu noticed that the little girl didn't have much energy left, and he was very satisfied with her performance. Without any inheritance, being able to kill 5 feline beasts of the same level and injure more than a dozen others has already exceeded the mission requirements. Kulan picked up the limp Sheng Yao and fled back to the rooftop. The beasts were intimidated and retreated. Just then, a sharp meow came from outside the wall, and the herd of beasts closed in again. Master, you go first, I'll lead them away. After speaking, Kalan resolutely jumped into the horde of beasts. Her copying ability can only last for a dozen minutes. Once she goes there will be absolutely no chance of escape. The metal poles hovered in the air, weaving through the herd of beasts to attract their hatred, and then pulled the herd away from the school. Jiang Yu sighed and drew his sword, Wuxiang. After his rebirth, he only wanted to collect more toys he liked, trying his best to remain unemotional. In his past life, apart from Qianyu and Qingji, the women he encountered only had interests in their eyes, and they believed that their efforts must be rewarded accordingly. Kulan's resolute decision momentarily stunned him. Sheng Yao had told him about Meng Fan's decision during the battle against Xia Gengshi, and mocked Meng Fan for being foolish and reckless. She disdains lying, nor does she stoop to using such tactics to gain favor. The other girls also always put him first and considered his needs in everything they did. Jiang Yu shook off his fantasies and chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had always treated these girls like pets. How could they possibly develop feelings for their master? At most, they would simply cherish the sense of security that comes with it. Kellen's loyalty deserves a reward, nothing more. They risked their lives, mostly for the sake of the surviving students. Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu to protect Sheng Yao, jumped off the rooftop, and flew towards the beast horde. That silly girl is pretty fast. Before Kalan could rush over the courtyard wall, a white shadow flashed by and slammed into her body. The girl fell like a kite with a broken string. Even a melee awakener wouldn't be confident of withstanding the full force charge of a feline beast when facing a 4th-tier opponent against a 5th-tier one. Jiang Yu stepped forward and caught the girl, gently lowering her to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Kulan's mouth, and she gave a weak smile. Master, I'm too weak. Sorry. You did a good job. I originally wanted you to adapt to the apocalyptic battle as soon as possible, but I never thought you would disregard your own life and death. Taiji flashed and carried Kulan back to Qi Yu's side. Jiang Yu hesitated. He dared not reveal his true strength. If we act rashly, the beast leader outside the wall will most likely escape. The leading beast was at least a 6th-tier creature, which is a real pity. Yinling, tell the strange beast outside the courtyard that we surrender and ask it what it wants. If it is willing to back down, I am willing to pay a price. Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu back and gave him instructions. Yinling nodded and left, feeling that this was the best solution. The few surviving students had already come to the rooftop. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but rather that they were afraid of being abandoned. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's decision, the students behind him instantly lost their temper and wanted nothing more than to devour him. Who will bear the consequences? That goes without saying. They are definitely the first to be sacrificed. The strange beast downstairs doesn't look like a vegetarian at all. No way, you're just admitting defeat if you don't fight? You can't do this, I don't want to die. Teacher Zhou, you have to save us. We can't just let him do whatever he wants. All he knows is how to rely on women. Teacher Zhou, why did you choose him? Upon hearing this, Yunling frowned and looked at Jiang Yu. Should we get rid of them first? Everyone, Jiang Yu shook his head slightly, not wanting to cause any unnecessary trouble or arouse the other party's suspicion. Yang Qian silently walked down the stairs. If she mingled with this group of idiots, she probably wouldn't live long. Kulan looked up and swept her gaze over the students, her eyes filled with disappointment. What kind of people were she trying so hard to protect? They rush to the front when there's good food, but shirk responsibility when danger arises. They show absolutely no gratitude. A moment later, Yunling returned, her face grim. Master, it wants a different kind of weapon. It must have sensed my arrogance yesterday. Turn out to be. She is the one who has to be sacrificed. Whether the master chooses to hand her over or merge with her, she will disappear. With the mind control spell in place, there's no chance to resist. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. I have conditions for agreeing to it. It must swear to me that it will never attack us again. Master, are you going to hand me over? Yunling asked, her head lowered, her expression revealing her disappointment. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't accept it. Jiang Yu took off the wuxiang sword. This sword is also an unusual weapon. You don't need to worry. Go. Yunling couldn't believe her master's decision. If it were her, merging with the Abyss Sea would have been the wisest choice. The only cost is losing a dispensable artifact spirit. In terms of beauty, she cannot compare to Shang Yao. In terms of strength, even after being stripped of their Abyss Sea, they are no match for ordinary awakened ones. She dared not hesitate, fearing that her master might change his mind at any moment. Not long after, Yunling returned, followed by a 6th-tier exotic beast. On the back of the mythical beast, the boy's aura merged with that of the beast beneath him. The boy jumped off the cat's back, but there was still a faint connection between his energy and the giant cat. My name is Shun Yi. I have killed dozens of 4th-tier awakened beings, and a few 5th-tier ones as well. I'm not greedy. I'll hand over the special weapon, and I'll choose one woman. If you agree, I swear I won't lay a hand on you. After Shun Yi finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. After the apocalypse, no one dared to refuse his request. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't eating people. What if I don't agree? Jiang Yu looked at the boy with amusement, as if they were kindred spirits. Even delivery drivers don't provide this level of service. The fish has already jumped onto the chopping board, so he no longer needs to act. He absolutely cannot let this 6th-order crystal core go. Before Shun Yi could speak, the surviving students couldn't help but complain. Since they've already made such generous concessions, you should just agree. We can't be made to die with you just because you're reluctant to part with us. That's right. He's useless himself and relies on women to get ahead. They'll only get worse if they stay with a piece of trash like you. While being a kept man may be tempting, one should at least have some self-awareness. What kind of person would you be to drag a woman down with you? The student's words became increasingly harsh, and Jiang Yu's face darkened. Even the pure and tranquil sutra couldn't suppress the murderous intent. The formless creature swept past, a human head rolled to the ground, and the corpse was kicked directly into the herd of beasts, where it was devoured in the blink of an eye. Once the main dishes are served, the desserts can be removed. Killing one to quell my anger shouldn't affect the overall situation. Kulan's body tensed, and she swallowed her pleas for mercy. As the heads flew through the air, she felt a strange sense of exhilaration, an emotion that a teacher shouldn't feel. After killing one of them, the surroundings immediately became much quieter. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Shun Yi, and his eyes sharpened. The snacks are free. Since you're here, why don't you stay? In other words, this is a trap. Shun Yi's gaze turned sinister, yet he found the person before him laughable. A 4th-tier awakened individual led a group of useless individuals to ambush him. What do we rely on? Can you rely on mere words? Pudding, leave none alive. The boy's face was icy. The other party was so tactless that he had lost all interest in enjoying the beauty. Meow. The 6th-tier giant cat let out an excited cry, leaped into the air, and suddenly stopped halfway, making a sharp turn and maneuvering to get closer. Every step was unexpected. There was no foothold in the void, yet it felt as if walking on flat ground. In just a few breaths, it arrived in front of Jiang Yu, extending its sharp claws to slash across his throat. Chapter 93. Only one person can walk off the rooftop alive. Jiang Yu summoned the divine Gaochen and unleashed the formless slash. The giant cat did not dodge, but pounced on the sword energy. It has consumed many 4th-tier awakened beings. Its flesh and blood are rich in energy, and its taste is unforgettable. Today, I'll show you the difference between a 4th-tier human and a 6th-tier leader-level alien beast. A woo! A piercing scream rang out, raising a cloud of blood mist. Shun Yi's expression changed, and then the giant cat slammed heavily against the wall. Upon closer inspection, one of the giant cat's front paws was severed at the root. Jiang Yu merely swung his sword lightly, without moving his body at all. Attack together, tear it apart. Shun Yi looked at the phantom behind the enemy, forcibly suppressing the unease in his heart, and waved his hand to command the beast horde to attack together. Although Pudding was seriously injured by Jiang Yu's knife, he was still confident of winning the battle, as his opponent definitely possessed a power-building ability. He had previously encountered an S-rank power-charging awakener, a 4th-tier little girl, who killed 3 of his 5th-tier beasts with a single all-out attack. In the end, they were torn to pieces by the beasts. The energy consumption for charging up is extremely high. Even a 4th-tier S-rank can only unleash 2 full-power attacks. No matter how strong a person is, their energy is ultimately limited. Shun Yi charged toward the 6th-tier giant cat. With a loud bang, the giant cat disappeared, and all its energy was transferred to its master. The boy's body became much thinner, and his fingers grew sharp claws half a foot long, raising his rank to the 6th level. He chose to take the initiative, his figure flashed, and he launched a charge, his sharp claws gleaming coldly as they ripped through the night sky. Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu to restrain the beasts. Seeing the sharp claws rushing towards him, Wu Xiang transformed into a spear and thrust it out with all his might. Die! Shun Yi suddenly disappeared in midair, his body turning back in a strange curve, charging again, drawing a Z shape in the air. There was no pause at the turn. Jiang Yu remained motionless. Just as the boy's claws were about to strike, his spear swept behind him, transforming into a blade. Boom! With a deafening roar of energy annihilation, Shun Yi's vision went black, and his body flew dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop, as if struck by a meteor. This was the second strike, and it was still powerful. The opponent's charged-up superpower is definitely S-rank. Kulan sat on the ground, protecting the unconscious Sheng Yao, her gaze falling on Jiang Yu, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her master did not seem as weak as she had imagined. On the other side, Qi Yu's long blade fell, cleaving another giant beast in 2. This was the 4th one already. The 5th-tier beast's claws landed on the armor, but didn't even leave a mark. Shun Yi scanned the battlefield and felt a desire to retreat. Jiang Yu launched 2 attacks, but the energy fluctuations remained almost unchanged. When the energy is depleted, you can still detect a trace of it. Could such a powerful attack be the power of a strange weapon? The weapon he wields, capable of changing in countless ways, is undoubtedly the treasure that triggered the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. His eyes were fixed on the black blade, greed overriding his reason. Shun Yi gathered his energy and slowly opened one eye on his forehead. A beam of light shot out from the yellow pupil, enveloping the entire battlefield. Qi Yu's movements began to slow down, and the air became viscous, but the giant beast's movements were not affected at all. Yunling was about to make a move when Jiang Yu stopped her. Your mission is to ensure that no monster escapes. The girl nodded and began creating an illusion outside the wall. A burst of white mist suddenly erupted from Shun Yi's body, and he flashed forward, charging towards Jiang Yu once again. The speed was several times faster than before, and drops of black venom dripped from the tips of the claws, but Lan found that she couldn't see the boy's movements at all. Shin Yi's body was reduced to a series of illusory images, making it impossible to distinguish which part was his true form. Since it's not easy to distinguish, then there's no need to try to tell. Since precision strikes are not feasible, then let's use overwhelming firepower. With absolute defense activated, Jiang Yu began chanting incantations. The 5 thunder gods, with their awe-inspiring power. They arrive at a moment's notice, swift as lightning. Thunderbolt spell. In the sky, bolts of lightning struck down one after another. After Shun Yi was locked onto by a bolt of lightning, all the lightning bolts followed. After more than a dozen lightning strikes were completed, the energy fluctuations were reduced to less than 1/10. Shun Yi recovered from the paralysis, gathered his last bit of energy, and the mist around his body erupted once more. It was no longer white mist, but blood mist. Its power has increased several times over. It's a desperate gamble with everything at stake. He was unwilling to accept this. The strange weapon was right in front of him, and its power was beyond doubt. Die! As the claws slashed through the air, the energy tore and distorted it. Jiang Yu held his long sword horizontally in front of him, easily blocking him again as it transformed into a shield. The sword extended outwards, transforming into a spear that pierced through Shun Yi's chest. The boy staggered back several meters, staring incredulously at the empty hole in his chest. The opponent was clearly only at level 4. This shouldn't have been the result. As life force dissipated and fusion faded, the 6th-tier giant cat separated from its body. Shun-Yi used his last bit of strength to jump onto the cat's body, and the giant cat limped away into the distance. Both the human and the cat were severely injured and exhausted. As soon as they jumped over the wall, they fell into the illusion created by Yunling and kept spinning in circles. Jiang Yu swung his sword, obtaining a 6th-tier crystal core, and casually stored the giant cat's corpse into his spatial storage. The fur of beasts of rank 5 or higher is the best material for making the lining of top-grade armor. Wuxiang weaved through the battlefield, and before long, dozens of 5th-tier beasts fell to the ground. Jiang Yu collected the crystal cores from the ground one by one. 1 6th-order weapon and 27 5th-order weapons. Eager to absorb the 6th-order crystal core, it finally broke through to the 5th order. Several usable 5th-order Dao techniques were imprinted in his mind. Jiang Yu was so excited that he almost shed tears. His followers, Qing Hong and Lin Fei, had already broken through to the 5th level. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was somewhat upset inside. Half of the 5th-order crystal core was given to Qi Yu, and Qi Yu successfully broke through to the 5th order. This pair of unfortunate brothers were finally not so shameful anymore. The violence contained within the 6th-order crystal core began to spread within his body, and the baleful aura could not be suppressed, constantly impacting his mind. The lingering effects of the summoning spirit Gaochen had not yet dissipated when Jiang Yu stepped onto the rooftop, his feet treading on the ruins. Several students hid in a corner, silently watching Jiang Yu, who looked like a god of war, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. The two unlucky guys, especially the one who had shouted the loudest, were so scared they couldn't even stand up straight. Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with gold as he glanced at the crowd and spoke calmly. There are too many people for me to support. Only one person can walk off the rooftop alive. You decide for yourselves. After saying that, Yunling turned and left. She smiled at the stunned crowd and thoughtfully set up a seal. This is definitely more fun than killing them directly. Kulan tried to plead for mercy, but Sheng Yao, who had just woken up, covered her mouth. There are limits to being stupid. The owner was clearly suppressing his anger. Who would willingly offer themselves up to die? At the corner of the stairs, Yang Qian knelt on the ground, trembling. I didn't say anything. I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill me. Jiang Yu looked the girl over with amusement, his voice completely calm. I can spare your life. You know what to do. The three girls returned to their room, and could still clearly hear the sounds outside through the two doors. The entire corridor was filled with a violent energy. Thick, frenzied, and chilling. Kulan turned pale with fright. If Sheng Yao hadn't stopped her, she would likely be the one being tortured now. Should we go take a look? The little girl lay on the sofa reading comics, looking completely unconcerned, her little feet swinging back and forth. Kulan hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked towards the door, only to be stopped in midair by a fruit knife. The tip of the knife was less than a millimeter from her brow, and she could even feel the coldness of the metal seeping into her skin. My heart is pounding. Chapter 94 S-Rank Limit Regeneration. God-level apocalyptic physique. Your master is protecting you. Don't go looking for trouble. Never forget who you are. The little girl didn't even raise her head, swinging her two tiny feet, looking adorable and well-behaved. Kulan dared not make any more rash moves. The master dotes on this little girl so much that even if she kills him, the master will only complain once at most. Perhaps they simply can't be bothered to ask another question. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu slowly regained his senses. The girl in the room was covered in bruises and lay sprawled on the floor like a rag doll. Yang Qian has a white mark between her eyebrows. It's hard to say whether she's unfortunate or fortunate. Jiang Yu took out a mutated plant seed from his spatial storage and fed it to her. The wound is slowly healing before it is fully absorbed. Absorbing too many crystal cores will cause people to lose their minds and act without restraint due to the malevolent energy. Consider it a favor I owe you. Jiang Yu checked the girl's injuries and found that she had fully recovered. Yang Qian sat up, a trace of fear still lingering in her eyes, and cautiously looked at the boy in front of her. Will I survive? Just don't kill me. I can bear it. I'm not afraid of pain. I really don't care. The claim of losing one's mind is just an excuse. There were 3 girls present yesterday, but Jiang Yu chose to torment her, even though she was perfectly lucid. Why? Because she is unimportant, dispensable. Killing her is no big deal. She has no value whatsoever. She understood. But sometimes, being unimportant can be an advantage. I will have Kellen take you with me. You can live. Jiang Yu got up and left, and Yang Qian followed obediently behind him with a fake smile on her face. She dared not be unhappy, dared not relax, dared not waste a second, for fear of being abandoned at any moment. Jiang Yu returned to the room and saw the three girls huddled together on one bed, sleeping soundly. I gently closed the bedroom door, filled the bathtub with hot water, and soaked myself in the water, my mind slowly calming down. Yang Qian knelt beside her, gently rubbing her back. She was very tired, hungry, and sleepy, but she dared not show it at all. Jiang Yu felt a pang of pity seeing her dazed expression and dim eyes. Take a shower, eat something, and get a good night's sleep. I promise there won't be a next time. Master, if you ever encounter anything unpleasant in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. I can help you, Yang Qian said, biting her lip and mustering her courage. Jiang Yu chuckled. He figured he probably couldn't shake off the label of psychopath. What superpower have you awakened? S-level extreme regeneration. The girl had a look of utter despair. Extreme regeneration, minimum grade A, no lethality, purely tragic superpower. Awakened beings possess vitality and regenerative abilities several times greater than ordinary individuals. Simply put, it's a super healing technique that can only be used on oneself. Passive ability, no cooldown until energy is depleted. God-level M-type physique. After drawing the mind control talisman, Jiang Yu walked out of the bathroom. After taking a shower, Yang Qian came to the living room. The table was covered with various foods, and a new set of clothes was on the sofa. 2 servings of self-heating rice were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Stir-fried beef with scallions and shredded pork with garlic sauce. The girl ate greedily, tears falling into her food, which she swallowed without hesitation. She cried uncontrollably, but couldn't bear to stop eating, instantly forgetting all the suffering of the day. The fact that her owner gave her food means that she has value. Whether someone is a punching bag or not is not that important. After a good meal, I changed into new clothes and lay down on the sofa to fall into a deep sleep so that I could be fully rested and ready to fight better. All she knew was that she would never go hungry again. Apart from her master, no one else dared to bully her. The next day, on the highway, Kulan drove the armored vehicle westward, heading straight for the site of the Vulcan's legacy. To help Sheng Yao obtain her inheritance, Yinling also needs to find a suitable pet for Kulan, and she needs to reshape her body. As for Yang Qian, it has to be admitted that she is very easy to use, and her figure and appearance are both top-notch. Giving her a small inheritance is not an option. Many inherited abilities are barely on par with S-class superpowers, so it doesn't matter who gets them. Jiang Yu had a vague feeling that life after his rebirth was even more tiring than before. Human desires are indeed endless. At first, I just wanted to preserve my power and survive the zombie horde. Now that they have the ability to protect themselves, they've started plotting to kill the old man behind them, once and for all. According to memories from my past life, after the zombie horde, the dormant evil gods and ancient beasts will awaken one after another. The evolution of zombies will become increasingly bizarre. He even encountered a mountain of corpses spanning several kilometers. A true mountain of corpses, where countless zombies and monstrous creatures are bound together by an unknown force, and even an S-rank awakened cannot break through its defenses. There is no better way than to steal the best inheritance first. The top 10 locations in the Vulcan lineage are less than 100 miles north of Nanyue City, and according to records, they are located in a mine. Upon arriving at the location marked on the map, Jiang Yu signaled Kulan to stop the car and told the 3 of them to wait in the car to avoid causing any trouble. He led the little girl up the mountain. Jiang Yu felt that his judgment was getting worse and worse. 3 pieces of junk on the vehicle. Yinling has no rank and is useless except for her ability to perform some illusions. Kulan reached the peak of the 4th rank, while Yang Qian barely managed to reach the 3rd rank. This was achieved by forcibly pulling them up at the cost of several crazy matches every day, leaving the 2 girls constantly burning with rage. There's no other way. The evil energy within the crystal core needs to be released, and there are only these 2 methods. One method is killing, which is effective but can easily lead to a loss of mind. Secondly, the effect is poor but the side effects are low. Figure it out yourself. Yang Qian's strength is even worse. As a level 3 awakened being, her damage output is so low that she can't even break through the defenses of a level 2 zombie. Halfway up the mountain, the 2 walked through a bamboo forest and saw the entrance to the mine from afar. This is an underground mineral vein that was still operating before the mutation, producing a rare metal that can be used to make anti-magnetic materials. The entrance to the cave had collapsed most of the way down, leaving only a small enough cavern for one person to barely crawl in. Spider webs sealed the entrance to the hole, where the mutated spiders were plump and large, and crabs scurried around the entrance. The little girl frowned, extremely reluctant to go inside. Master, there are spiders inside. She was terrified of insects, especially spiders that spin webs. She clung tightly to her owner's arm, afraid to open her eyes. Don't be afraid. Activate your shield and follow me. Jiang Yu ruffled her hair, summoned Chi Yu, and led the way. Chi Yu swung his long sword, clearing away the spider webs. It feels so good to be pampered. The little girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons with laughter, and she simply acted cute and asked her owner to hold her hand. It's so soft and tiny, it's really hard to resist. Upon entering the mine, Jiang Yu summoned the golden light spell, and a faint light appeared around them. A breeze blew through the cave, carrying a stench of decay mixed with the smell of body odor, making one want to vomit. The ground was soft and damp, and rows of footprints stretched deep into the mine. Killing the Gu Jiao has a serious butterfly effect. In many places that were once untouched by humans, exploration teams began to appear. The number of awakened survivors now is countless times greater than in the previous life. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a little uneasy. Xia Gengshi was a cautionary tale. Many of the timelines drawn are more or less inaccurate, with some nodes even differing by several years. His advantages will eventually weaken and eventually disappear. Roar. Monster roars echoed from the mine, and the spatial energy fluctuated greatly, indicating a battle that had taken place not long ago. Jiang Yu gestured for the little girl to be quiet, trying to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. What's wrong? The little girl asked softly. There are people inside, and they're quite strong. I don't want to waste my time. Jiang Yu looked into the depths. Killing is not cost-effective. Awakened people are generally poor now, there's not much profit to be made, and the crystal cores they collect aren't even enough for their own use. If killing someone could yield crystal cores, he wouldn't mind wasting his time. Continuing to penetrate several hundred meters further, a giant crater appeared ahead. The air grew thin and increasingly cold, and occasionally a drop of water would fall from the cave ceiling onto my body, chilling me to the bone. It doesn't look like the territory of the god of fire at all. Jiang Yu walked into the giant pit, threw down a fluorescent talisman, and looked down. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he still gasped in surprise. Chapter 95. Endurance is very important for men. The giant pit is circular, with a diameter of over 100 meters. It has spiraling supports and tracks around it, and it looks like a mine pit left over from previous mining operations. At this moment, the pit was filled with stark, white human skeletons. The giant pit was filled with bones, the highest point of which was only a little over a meter above the ground. Several eerie green will-o'-the-wisps wandered within the pit, like vengeful spirits unwilling to leave. At a scale of this, at least several thousand people have lost their lives. The little girl came closer, saw the mass grave, and instead of fear, excitement flashed across her eyes. Master, it looks like a big guy. Could you give me the next 6th order crystal core? I won't take it for nothing. I wouldn't mind trying things like Yang Qian does occasionally. The light in the little girl's eyes was 100 times brighter than that of a wildcat. Jiang Yu smiled wryly. He had explained many times that it was truly an accident that night, but clearly no one believed him. Awakened individuals have excellent physical constitutions, and indulging in a little romance occasionally won't harm their health. He was forced to accept it. At the top of the giant pit, a rock fell down and, as it landed in midair, sprouted 2 enormous wings. Wow, what a huge bat, the little girl exclaimed. This strange beast resembled a bat to some extent, with a wingspan of less than 3 meters. Its head was a human skull, and eerie green flames burned in the empty eye sockets. The wings were wriggling gray tentacles, constantly dripping mucus. The mucus fell onto the white bones at the bottom of the pit, emitting a puff of smoke and sizzling. Each of those tentacles had 2 tiny red lights at the tip, making them look like living things. It's a nightmare for melee awakeners no matter how you look at it. Hearing the sound, the strange beast flew to the other side of the cave, hung on the cave's ceiling again, and turned into a stone, blending into the environment. Just then, a rustling sound came from beneath the bones in the distance, and several people crawled out of the pile of bones, their faces grim. Damn, we've been lying in ambush all day for nothing. What the hell is this bad luck? Fatty, go and kill these 2 guys. We finally waited for it to come down. The group completely ignored the 2 people above them in the mine. They certainly had reason to be proud. 5 people, 4 at level 5 and 1 at level 6. Hey, you stinky men are always fighting and killing each other. Be careful not to scare my sister. A woman dressed in red reached out to stop the 3 people. A little girl was hiding behind her. The woman in red looked to be in her 30s and was very tall, a head taller than the three men, at least 1.8 meters. She has a delicate face, and although she is quite tall, she gives the impression of having a perfectly proportioned figure. The little girl behind her looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with a small face and big, sparkling eyes. She was holding a small Pinocchio puppet in her arms, with a long nose, and wearing a comical red sweater. Handsome guy, you saw it too. We're hunting that 6th-tier beast on the cave ceiling. Can you help us? After it's done, I'll give you a 5th-tier crystal core privately. After the woman in red finished speaking, the three people behind her suppressed their anger and dared not object. They always say women are no good. They'll fawn over any young gigolo. A burly man muttered something under his breath. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl behind the woman in red kicked him, sending him flying dozens of meters before he crashed into the wall. Boom! The entire mine shaft shook. If any of you three disobey your older sister, I won't mind sending him on his way. The little girl fiddled with the doll in her hand, her voice soft and sweet. Sheng Yao's eyes lit up. This little girl is pretty good. She's violent enough. Honey, please help them. If they don't leave, we can't do our own thing. The little girl winked at Jiang Yu, clearly intending to double-cross him. My own business? You came here for this strange beast? The woman in red looked at the two suspiciously. My husband said he wanted to try something different, but I can't go into too much detail about it. The little girl gave a charming smile, with a knowing look on her face. The woman in red remained silent. These young people these days really know how to have fun. The two men who were still standing swallowed hard and looked at Jiang Yu with envy. The one who had been thrown out struggled to climb out of the pit, looking utterly dejected. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and his status was much higher than his. What could he do? We'll kill the beast and leave without disturbing you. My name is Shiyu, and my S-rank ability is Curse. This is my sister Shireen's S-rank ability enhancement. The fat one is Du Xiong, the skinny one is Zhang Wei, and the one who flew out and talked nonsense is Yang Zhao. These three are all A-grade. They're incompetent and foul-mouthed, but they're only good for doing manual labor. After finishing her introduction, Shiryu looked at the two of them, her meaning clear. It was up to them whether they were worth the price of a 5th-order crystal core. Awakened beings who can reach the 5th rank now are at least A-level in strength. My name is Sheng Yao. I'm an S-level object controller, and my husband is Jiang Yu. He's an S-level protector. We won't hold you back. The little girl made up a story on the spot. Poetic line. Sister, wouldn't it be boring to marry a mute man? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was just wondering whether he should just kill these people, but after thinking it over, he was still a little reluctant. The two girls were quite pretty, and their superpowers were also passable, especially the little girl in the back, whose figure and appearance were almost the same as Sheng Yao's. Enhancing abilities is very useful. At level 5, it can enhance up to 5 people, including yourself, at the same time. With S-level enhancement, an awakened individual's stamina, strength, and speed can be doubled, continuing until their energy is depleted. Endurance is especially important for men. Jiang Yu had seen the illustration of the 6th-tier beast on the cave ceiling. It wasn't very strong, but it had 2 disgusting abilities. First, petrification. In the petrified state, one is invincible, unable to attack or move, and defense is increased tenfold. Secondly, venom, a standard feature of decay-type alien beasts. The 5 people surrounded them, with Jiang Yu and Sheng Yao following behind. The place where the mutated bats were located was no different from the surrounding rocks in terms of color and texture. On the other side, at the location of the inheritance, the road ahead was blocked by a huge rock, leaving no trace, which immediately put my mind at ease. You fought each other? Jiang Yu pointed to the huge rock blocking the road. Shiryu was slightly surprised. So the handsome young man can talk. We started our ambush before dawn, but this guy slept all day without attacking. None of us can fly, so we can only wait and see. You finally got your chance, and here you are. Well, that's a bad attempt to shift the blame. It's as if they could be killed by a few useless people if no one came. This beast attacked you. The boulder was brought down by sonic waves, and the claw marks on your back should also be from it. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. You'll just make plenty of excuses. Jiang Yu didn't give her any face at all. You're asking for death. Shireen used the same trick again, leaping forward and delivering a horizontal kick. The golden pagoda around Jiang Yu shimmered, but he remained completely still. At the same time, a dozen alloy steel balls flew through the air and hovered around Cheyenne, blocking all escape routes. Sweetie, I advise you not to move around too much. I'm afraid you'll turn into a sieve if your hand shakes. The little girl gave a wicked smile and snapped her fingers. The steel ball suddenly fell. Chapter 96. Accept me, and I will grant you eternal life. The steel ball did not hit Cheyenne, but fell into the ground, and the entire boulder beneath the girl's feet broke. The flying stones cut her skin, and the girl turned pale with fright. If these steel balls were to hit someone, their bones would probably be shattered. Let me test if this thing is tough enough. The little girl casually recalled the steel ball and fired it with all her might towards the cave's ceiling, hitting the beast squarely. A spark flashed, and the steel ball bounced off the ground, creating a deep crater. The little girl slipped, playfully stuck out her tongue, and obediently hid behind Jiangyu. He was indeed tough enough. You three get it down. Don't let outsiders look down on us. Shiryu was eager to prove himself and show that they weren't useless. She hypnotized herself in her mind. The battle has dragged on until now, simply because the monsters are too cunning. Cheyenne activated her enhanced ability, and a burst of golden mist erupted from the group before disappearing into their bodies. Du Xiong activated his supernatural ability, and a beam of white light shot out from his hand, shining on the petrified beast. Before long, the stone began to turn red, the light grew stronger, and the rocks around the beast began to melt. His light-based superpower was very strong, but it also consumed energy very quickly. In just a few minutes, the fat man's forehead was covered in sweat. He was clearly pushing his limits. Poetry made this grown man feel very embarrassed. What a useless piece of trash, only good for doing manual labor. A dignified Tier 5 A-level awakener, he's a big shot wherever he goes. It's just bad luck that they ended up with such a freakish captain. Zhang Wei wasn't idle either. After the light faded, he raised the giant axe in his hand, and black mist emanated from the axe. He leaped forward and slashed at the alien beast that had been softened by the light. Yang Zhao leaped up from the side, his fist crackling with electricity. Behind her, Shiryu's wrist flicked, and before the two struck, several curses covered the strange beast. The beast finally couldn't hold on any longer and let out a series of strange squeaks. The giant axe slashed down on him, activating its corrosive power. It felt like the axe was cutting into his flesh, and he was overjoyed. Before Zhang Wei could even show off, the blood of the mutated bat sprayed all over him, turning his entire body green. He fell to the ground, struggled for a few moments, and then passed out. Du Xiong was just unlucky. He was hiding to the side, absorbing crystal cores to recover his energy when Zhang Wei landed right on top of him. Buy one get one free, Du Xiong collapses from poisoning. Shiryu was right. These A-level awakened ones really have weak abilities. They can kill ordinary beasts without any problem, but it's difficult for them to kill monsters of higher levels. The gap between a 5th-tier awakened being and a 6th-tier leader-level alien beast is too great. The mutated bat swiftly spiraled down from the cave's ceiling, its wings beating silently. Yang Zhao's fist struck its wing from behind, shattering the tentacles on it. Lightning crackled across its body, paralyzing the mutated bat, which tilted to one side, unable to fly. Yang Zhao, retreat quickly, its blood is poisonous. Shiryu warned loudly, while a slow curse was uttered at the same time. Before he could finish speaking, gray tentacles, wriggling like bat wings, wrapped around Yang Zhao's wrist and then spiraled upwards along his arm. The arm shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye. The screams were heart-wrenching. Yang Zhao endured the excruciating pain and moved several times on the stone wall to land on the ground, managing to save his life. Damn it, what the hell is this? Captain, let's retreat, or we'll risk our lives again. Yang Zhao said through gritted teeth. He channeled energy into his arm to stop the spread of the tentacle toxins. The energy dissipated quickly, clearing both the toxins and energy at the same time. The mutated bats are covered in poison and cannot be approached at all. Shut up. How could I have such a good-for-nothing as you under my command? Shiryu scolded. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's face turned extremely pale. Exhausted and consumed by rage, he collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyin, use your puppet. Shiryu didn't want to give up, so she ordered her younger sister to take action. No, Pinocchio will break it. Cheyenne shook her head and refused, hiding the puppet behind her back. Don't even think about letting me bring you out again next time. Shiryu said angrily. This was a life-or-death situation, not the time to be petty. Jiang Yu had no intention of making a move. He activated the golden light spell, covering several ranged classes, and quietly watched the show. All right, that's all you know. Cheyenne reluctantly put the puppet down on the ground, took out a crystal core, and put it in the puppet's mouth. The little wooden puppet melted away the crystal nucleus. Click-clack, click-clack. With a series of mechanical clicks, its body instantly grew to over 3 meters tall, emitting a metallic sheen. The little wooden puppet leaped into the air and kicked the mutated bat. The movements, The momentum and the sound of the poem are exactly the same. The puppet was incredibly strong. It kicked the mutated bat that had landed dozens of meters away, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. Green blood stained the stone, and bubbles rose from it. Then the puppet clasped its hands together and smashed them hard against the bat's head. With a loud bang, the monster's entire head was embedded in the ground. Have your puppet hold it back with all its might. Sheng Yao, cooperate with me to kill it from a distance. Jiang Yu, our lives are all in your hands, so you better hold on tight. Shiyu retracted her shield and threw out several more curses. The mutated bats were shrouded in multicolored mist and looked quite disheveled. Sheng Yao used only half her strength, and the steel ball flew through the air, attacking the back of the mutated bat. Unable to fly due to the suppression, the mutated bats simply disintegrated their wings, extending their tentacles several meters to become weapons of attack. The 6th-tier leader-level alien beasts are exceptionally powerful. Among those present, only Shiyu is a 6th-tier beast, but unfortunately, she only has auxiliary abilities. It's not that the curse ability is weak, but rather that it requires a powerful offensive ability awakener to cooperate with it. 1 + 1 = at least 3. Among the group, Jiang Yu, supported by the Golden Light Mantra, was paddling along with peace of mind. Saving someone should only be done when they are on the verge of death. Acting too early is not saving someone. It's meddling in other people's business. No one will thank you. Instead, they'll think you're being pathetic. Under Jiang Yu's deliberate manipulation, the Golden Light Mantra fluctuated in strength, teetering on the brink of collapse, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment, yet also remarkably resilient. The tentacles of the mutated bats would often accidentally break through the sister's sides, each time tearing up a piece of flesh and blood. Shiryu was also helpless. Jiang Yu, a 5th-tier awakened being, had managed to withstand the continuous attacks of a 6th-tier leader-level alien beast, which had already exceeded her expectations. A shameless scoundrel, who was slacking off, glanced at the top of the cave and vaguely saw a few faint red lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's even more terrifying is that the red light wasn't concentrated in one place, but rather distributed in every corner of the cave ceiling. I smiled bitterly to myself, unsure whether to call myself lucky or unlucky. Another weakening curse struck, and the mutated bat's energy began to decline. Sheng Yao couldn't stop, and a steel ball pierced through its brow. Squeak. This attack forced the mutated bat back dozens of meters, and with a scream, it spat out a stream of sticky liquid that hit the little wooden puppet squarely. The small wooden puppet's joints were corroded, and the wood scattered all over the ground, reducing it to the size of the puppet it was when it was first seen. At the same time, Cheyenne, who was connected to the puppet, groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale, and her last bit of energy was depleted. Cheyenne looked at the scattered Pinocchio, her eyes red with heartache. She wanted to go forward and pick it up, but she didn't even have the strength to walk. Sister, please save my little wooden puppet, please. Cheyenne fell to the ground before she could finish speaking. Poetry was so mentally exhausted that he was so dizzy that he couldn't even lock onto a target, let alone care about that pile of broken wood. If this continues, none of them may be able to leave alive. Do we really have to use its power? The being lurking within Shiyu sensed the girl's predicament and excitedly urged her on. Accept my will. Just say the word, and I will grant you endless power. Accept me, and I will grant you eternal life. The voice that came to my mind was seductive. Chapter 97. I don't want to die. I'm willing to accept your will. Seeing the other's state, the little girl felt the time was right, so she recalled the steel ball and wrapped it around her wrist. Husband, I can't take it anymore, she said, collapsing onto Jiang Yu. To play the part convincingly, the little girl suppressed her internal energy to its limit, making it difficult for others to detect. The mutated bats wriggled on the ground, their bizarre tentacles no longer able to coalesce into a complete bat shape. It was just a little bit short. If I were to back out now, Shiyu would be truly unwilling. The girl bit her lip, her eyes darting around. He glanced at everyone. Those 3 good-for-nothings were completely unreliable. Jiang Yu was very sturdy, but he was utterly useless at the moment. Sheng Yao and Shi contributed the most, and now they've been drained dry. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as Shi was hesitating, Yang Zhao appeared behind the mutated bat, his energy restored to its peak. While everyone was fighting to the death, this guy secretly hid to the side and absorbed the energy of the crystal core. The fatal blow, imbued with lightning energy, struck the beast, its tentacles instantly dissolving as they were injected with electricity. A 6th-order crystal core remained in place. Shiryu was overjoyed and reached out to grab it, but when she looked up, She met Yang Zhao's teasing gaze. Bang! A punch to the chest sent Shiyu flying dozens of meters, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, her body crackling with lightning, and her whole body convulsing uncontrollably. How does it feel to be crushed by trash? You bitch, today I'll show you what a man is. Don't you like swearing? Come on, keep cursing. Yang Zhao rushed over, grabbed her chin, and ripped open the girl's clothes with his other hand. Don't do this, let my sister go. You beast. Shi Yin's eyes were bloodshot, but she couldn't muster a single ounce of energy within her. That's right, I am a beast, and a beast should do what a beast should do. Yang Zhao walked towards her step by step, dragging Shi Yin by one leg, like a dead dog, to his sister's side. Tear. There was another sound of clothes being torn. The thrill of revenge made him tremble all over, and he couldn't wait to enjoy this delicious treat right now. The sisters' wails would be the most beautiful notes in the world. Shi Yu's eyes were bloodshot, yet she couldn't even raise her hand. Xian was a little better off and could move around with difficulty, struggling to stand in front of her sister. Click, click. With two sharp cracks, Yang Zhao dislocated Shi Yin's arm joints, and then broke her leg bones. The girl screamed in pain, her eyes filled with venom as she stared at the man before her. Yang Zhao carefully admired his masterpiece and was very satisfied. Jiang Yu stood there perfectly fine, seemingly invisible, and Yang Zhao didn't even bother to glance at him. What waves can a cowardly turtle that only knows how to defend itself make? He needs an audience, the more the better. No one will leave here alive today. I said it. Yang Zhao was in high spirits, his cheeks flushed, and the humiliation he had suffered for the past few months vanished. Cool. This is how a man should live. It's your turn. Yang Zhao's gaze fell on Jiang Yu and the other boy. He decided to crush the boy's hands and feet, and then, to be honest, the girl next to this cowardly guy is really something else. Jiang Yu summoned Wu Xiang, preparing to make his move. He had seen what he should and shouldn't have seen. It would be shameless to hide any longer. The little girl stood up, looked at the mad, dog-like man in front of her, and pondered what shape to arrange his bones into. I promise you. Come out now. I don't want to die. I'm willing to accept your will. Shiyu muttered to herself as if she had lost her mind, and Shireen shook her head in despair, as if remembering something. As she whispered, the energy within the girl began to become chaotic. Sister, no, don't believe it. I'll die with you. If it comes out, you will be trapped in endless torment. You know. You saw how those people died. Cheyenne's voice was choked with sobs as she tried to stop her sister's madness. Shiyu looked up at her younger sister, forcefully suppressing the urge to summon her. My sister is right. Compared to eternal torment, humiliation and death are nothing. Yang Zhao played with the sixth-order crystal core as he walked towards Jiang Yu. The crystal nucleus is rich in energy and extremely attractive. At the top of the cave, beams of red light shone, and countless tiny eyes greedily stared at the crystal core. The main way for alien beasts to evolve is by devouring their own kind. The effects of the flesh and blood of awakened beings are somewhat weaker. Unable to contain itself, a mutated bat shed its petrification camouflage and swooped down, its target being Yang Zhao, who was holding a sixth-order crystal core. The other mutated bats were not to be outdone. If they were devoured by it and evolved from its crystal core, they would become the new leader. Those few peak fifth-tier individuals posed too great a threat to the newly promoted sixth-tier leader, making it difficult for them to survive. Evolution has always been so cruel. Jiang Yu looked up and saw that there were more than a dozen of them, all at the peak of the 5th rank. Clearly, the dead 6th rank one was their leader. The mutated bat flapped its wings silently. The two sisters lying on the ground saw it clearly. Their eyes showed no fear, only a sense of relief and liberation. No one likes death, but dying like this is 100 times better than dying in agony. Ah! A shrill scream rang out as countless tentacles covered Yang Zhao's entire body, instantly draining him of his life force and turning him into a dried-up corpse. In the blink of an eye, the mummified corpse was devoured by the mutated bats. The crystal core fell to the ground, and a dozen mutated bats began to fight each other. One of them, thinking itself clever, rushed toward the crystal core, intending to devour it all, but was instantly torn to pieces by its companion. In the corner, a mutated bat, barely at the 5th rank, was freed from petrification. A 6th rank crystal core was not something it could touch. In contrast, the food lying on the ground is more practical. Poetry and poetry closed their eyes, awaiting death. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the two opened their eyes in surprise, only to see Jiang Yu standing with his sword in hand, his back resolute. Not far away, the 5th-tier mutated bat that had just tried to devour them was symmetrically split in two. Shiryu stared wide-eyed at Jiangyu, her eyes wide with shock. That strike was definitely from him. His special ability is clearly defensive, as I just witnessed, and it's very sturdy. Two choices, follow me, or be eaten by them. Jiangyu spoke calmly, bit his finger, and drew a mind-controlling spell between their eyebrows. He summoned the spirit Gaochen, raising the energy within his body to its peak, creating a terrifying aura that made people afraid to look directly at him. It instills fear in people from the bottom of their hearts. Shiryu was surprised to find that the monster inside her was curled up in a corner, trembling. Even when facing a 6th-tier leader-level alien beast, that monster remained completely calm and collected. The little girl hid behind her owner, bent down, and gently flicked the 2 nanosteel balls she was holding in her hand. Hearing the 2 girls cry out, he laughed in an extremely lewd manner. "Master, you can just kill them when you're done playing with them. They don't seem interested in following us." The little girl looked at the 2 girls with a playful gaze. Before the words were finished, the bloodstains of the mind control mantra disappeared between his eyebrows. "Master, we are willing to follow." Cheyenne spoke sweetly, but her eyes were filled with anger. Looking back now, it's clear that they were both targeted from the very beginning. Despite their anger, Jiangyu undeniably saved them. The only difference is that it has been upgraded from a one-time item to a permanent item. Sigh, it's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Not to mention being tortured to death by a piece of trash like Yang Zhao. Jiangyu glanced at the fierce battle for leadership at the top of the cave. He was ignored once again. Not a single mutated bat dared to be distracted at this moment. No, is he really that insignificant? Jiangyu put away the formless form and began chanting the Taoist incantation. His pupils turned golden, and his eyes shone brightly. I wonder how powerful the 5th-order Taoist technique I engraved after advancing is. Chapter 98. Don't rush. You'll have your moment to cry later. The divine thunder and golden dragon were born in the heavens. They summoned wind and fire, and commanded heavenly soldiers. Flying clouds dispersed their energy, reaching the vast darkness above. Dragon Talisman. Jiangyu hovered in the air, surrounded by a golden mist. The ancient and desolate Taoist incantation resonated with some mysterious energy, and the talisman condensed into form. In the darkness, the ancient god awoke and let out a sigh. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. A giant golden dragon slowly emerged from space, tearing through the void. The fighting beasts suddenly stopped, their tentacles desperately retracting into their bodies, as if sensing impending death. The golden dragon opened its eyes, and its majestic dragon power caused more than a dozen mutated bats to fall to the ground. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as the golden dragon opened its mouth and slowly exhaled, its golden breath forming a dazzling curtain of light that swept down. The entire mine was on the verge of collapse, and the dissipated energy transformed into light blades, slicing a terrifying crack in the cave ceiling. Sizzle. The mutated bats covered by the light curtain were instantly purified. In the blink of an eye, not a single ashes of more than a dozen 5th-tier mutated beasts remained. The 2 sisters stared blankly at the scene before them. Overjoyed, they felt as if they had found a giant, incredibly strong tree to lean on. Is it really a superpower? Inside the mine, crystal cores covered the ground, sparkling brightly, as did the little girl's eyes. "Master, you promised to give me the 6th-tier crystal core. You can't go back on your word, and I won't go back on my word either. I'll tie myself up tonight and bring myself over to you." The little girl was betting that her owner wouldn't be able to abuse her. "Even if I lose the bet, what is this little bit of pain compared to breaking through to the 6th rank?" As the golden dragon retreated, Jiangyu felt completely drained. The power of a 5th-order Dao technique was directly proportional to its consumption. Summon Qi Yu's guardian spirit. Absorb the crystal core to restore energy. This is when the awakened one is at their weakest. To absorb the crystal core, one must release all energy and clear one's mind in order to avoid being controlled by the malevolent energy within the crystal core. Kill them both first. After his energy was fully replenished, Jiangyu said in a deep voice. Poetry. Poetic pronunciation. The 2 poor sisters remained sprawled on the ground, their view of the scenery laid bare, plunging them into despair once more. He hadn't even tried it. How could he bear to do it? The little girl couldn't understand her master's repeated actions, but she still obeyed the order without hesitation, and the steel ball flew towards the 2 girls. At the critical moment, Jiangyu used his supernatural powers to take control of the steel ball. A dozen steel balls suddenly changed direction in midair, and 2 unlucky guys in the distance were riddled with holes. Idiot! A sharp rap hit the little girl on the head. The little girl's head ached and tears streamed down her face. She felt extremely wronged. You clearly didn't explain yourself clearly, yet you blame me. Getting hit really hurts. I really don't know how Yang Qian could bear it. She touched the sixth-order crystal core in her pocket, but couldn't bear to take it out. She seemed to understand Yang Qian's feelings to some extent. When faced with temptations they didn't want to give up, they could only endure the pain. As the night progressed, many things could go wrong. The little girl began to absorb the sixth-tier crystal core. On the other side, Zhang Yu skillfully put Shi Yin's joints back in place, and naturally had no qualms about doing so. They then poured the seeds of the mutated plant into her mouth, and her broken leg bone slowly repaired itself. While tidying Shi Yu's clothes, Zhang Yu accidentally touched her body, and his hand was gently shaken away. Some doubts arose in my mind. Even though my energy was exhausted, there was still a faint shield on my body. Everyone has their own unique abilities, but he didn't take it to heart, and continued absorbing crystal cores after finishing his work. 1, 2, 3. After absorbing the ninth one, the malevolent energy began to invade. After absorbing the 10th pill, my mind was filled with excitement, so I had no choice but to put the remaining pills into Tai Chi. The Heavenly Tao upgrade requires a huge amount of energy, and the evil energy of the crystal core cannot be avoided. Zhang Yu looked at Shi Yu with red eyes, and Shi Yin quickly stepped in front of her. Master, my sister can't. I can't. Get out of the way. Zhang Yu waved his hand, and Shi Yin was knocked back several meters by the soft force, and dared not step forward to stop him again. Xian was seriously injured in the battle and cannot withstand any more exertion. Master, I really can't. The poetic words retreated one after another, his eyes filled with complex emotions. It wasn't a big deal originally, and she wasn't an innocent little girl, but she really couldn't handle it now. The wind stopped, the rain ceased, and the weather cleared up. Shi Yu felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation in her body, and her energy flowed smoothly, without any sluggishness. Looking inward at her brow, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the monster that had been dwelling in her mind was gone. I've already said no, but you insist on doing it anyway. Thinking that he didn't know how many more days his master would live, a pang of guilt rose in his heart. Looking down at the purplish-red ink marks on the white drawing paper, I felt little guilt. Are you all right? Shi Yu looked uneasy and asked cautiously, wondering if her master would kill her in a fit of anger. How long have you had this sixth-tier parasitic soul? Zhang Yu looked into the dark shadow in his mind. The little guy was baring his teeth and claws, somewhat like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, and it looked quite unique. Shi Yu picked up the equipment fragments, finding them too small even to be used as rags, and was somewhat speechless. Men all like this. It's been more than 10 days, and it's really hard to deal with. I keep telling you no, but you just won't listen. Master, I didn't mean to hurt you. Looking at Zhang Yu's expressionless face, it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. The poem roughly describes the process of encountering a parasitic soul. A dozen days ago, she and her sister were chasing a fourth-tier lich when they were lured into the lich's parasitic soul nest. Parasitic souls possess only intelligence, lacking physical bodies and supernatural abilities. They exist as a simple mass of energy. It can only lurk inside the host, and will take its place as soon as the host loses its mental strength. The host dies and then seeks a new body, repeating the cycle endlessly, which can be considered a form of immortality. I really like your gift. Zhang Yu took out a new set of equipment and tossed it to Shi Yu. When it comes to exorcising evil spirits, no one is better at it than a Taoist priest. A gift? Shi Yu was completely confused. It couldn't help but re-examine its master. He possessed powerful supernatural abilities and was also quite good-looking. It's a pity he's not very bright. What Shi Yu didn't know was that the parasitic soul's energy was pure, and even after its intelligence was erased, it didn't have the same malevolent energy as the crystal core. Its energy intensity is dozens of times greater than that of crystal nuclei of the same order. The crystal cores left behind after the zombie beasts die contain very little energy from the original body, but the parasitic soul contains 100%. In the distance, Sheng Yao peeked out from behind a rock, revealing half of her head. She had already absorbed the crystal core and broken through to the 6th rank early in the morning. Seeing her master lose control, she quietly hid in a corner to watch the show. Being tall is an advantage. Compared to her petite frame, Shi Yu is in a completely different league. Seeing that the weather had cleared up and after confirming that it was safe, Sheng Yao finally came out. Master, feel free to contact me anytime you need me. You know I'm a man who keeps his promises. The little girl, with an air of self-sacrifice, lied without batting an eye. Don't rush, you'll have your moment to cry later. Zhang Yu pinched the little girl's cheek and smiled strangely. Hearing this, the little girl could only smile, her face stiff, her heart pounding with anxiety. She was just saying it casually, never expecting her master to remember such a small thing. The little girl tried to renege on her debt after taking advantage of him. Jiang Yu stretched out his palm, and a cloud of black mist swirled in his hand. The little girl shrank back in fright. It sensed that the energy within the black mist was very strong, seemingly containing sentience, and was wandering around, trying to break free of its restraints. His freak master was proficient in all kinds of superpowers, and he felt that this ball of energy was dangerous just by looking at it. Being entangled with it is absolutely ecstatic. Begging for mercy now, I don't know if it's too late. Thump. The little girl knelt down readily, blinking her innocent, wide eyes, pitifully clinging to Jiang Yu's leg and shaking him. She's already in this state. If her master still has the heart to harm her, she'll have no choice but to accept her fate. Chapter 99, I feel like I'm capable again. Jiang Yu drove the monster that was parasitizing his body into his palm. This thing had entered his body in an indescribable way. The wind and rain were fierce at the time, and my mind was already corrupted by the malevolent energy in the crystal core, which gave it an opportunity to take advantage. I carefully examined the little one in my palm. A sixth-order parasitic soul is even rarer than an empowered crystal core. Why are you kneeling? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled, as he pulled up the little girl's ponytail with unusual ease. My legs went numb from squatting behind the rock for too long. Master, I hid it because I was afraid of disturbing your interest, not because I was trying to renege on my debt. You know I'm the most sensible person. The little girl is full of nonsense. Seeing that her master summoned the black mist not to punish her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the black mist, Shiyu felt a familiar aura and was filled with horror, vividly recalling the scenes of being tormented by it day and night. Once the parasitic soul enters the body, it will not stop for a moment. When the host is awake, it brainwashes and bewitches them. During battle, it disturbs their mind, and when they are asleep, it weaves nightmares. Keeping the host in a state of constant tension means that even without today's incident, a mental breakdown would have been inevitable sooner or later. Master, how did you do that? It was hiding deep between my eyebrows when it was inside me. I've also tried to expel it. As soon as the energy comes into contact with it, it stimulates my nerves, and then I start to have convulsions. Sure, you recalled that feeling of losing control of her entire body and felt a wave of fear. In the last few days, she has even started to consider whether or not to wear Pampers. I have been practicing Taoism since I was a child, and I know some exorcism magic. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the black mist in his hand, and he enveloped it with energy to prevent it from escaping. Such a highly nourishing food is extremely rare. With a mighty roar, the sun rises in the east. I bestow a divine talisman to sweep away all misfortune. My mouth spews the fire of the mountains, and the talisman captures the light of the gate. Exorcism spell. The talisman guided the golden flames to purify the black mist, and the energy merged into the body, becoming so pure that it required almost no refining. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and waited for a moment, but the feeling of leveling up did not arrive as expected. There is still one barrier before reaching the 6th level. This is the energy of more than a dozen 6th-order crystal cores, yet it still cannot satisfy the greed of the heavenly Tao. You two wait here. Sheng Yao, come with me. Jiang Yu walked towards the mine shaft buried by rocks. Driven by his heavenly Tao ability, the rocks scattered and made way for him. Before long, the little girl's tearful plea came from inside, 100 times more mournful than the poem. The two sisters were even paler than before. Their lives from now on would likely be no easier than before. Of the strong individuals who have survived the apocalypse to this day, few are mentally sound. The Virgin Mary won't live that long. Deep within the mine, flames raged, scorching a statue of a human-faced beast. The statue holds a crimson dragon in each hand, its scales clearly visible, appearing almost alive in the flames. The little girl knelt on the ground, clinging tightly to Jiang Yu's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Master, I was wrong. I don't have much meat on me, so I won't taste good even when grilled. Torture me all you want. I can take it. You're willing to watch me get disfigured? You said you loved me the most. The little girl wailed as she rubbed her soft cheeks together, trying to awaken her master's conscience. Unfortunately, she could evoke many emotions, but not conscience. Jiang Yu picked her up. She felt as light as a feather. The lineage of the fire god Zhurong is very strong, ranking among the top 10 in the 9 provinces. I can also give it to Shiyu, and I think she won't refuse. The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Master, you really don't want to burn me to death? Jiang Yu was speechless, unable to keep up with her train of thought. Why would I burn you to death? You can't drop gold coins anyway. Listen to me. Close your eyes. The little girl obediently closed her eyes, but what awaited her was not a passionate kiss, but a cruel abandonment. Before the statue, Sheng Yao was engulfed in flames, crackling and popping as she burned, her shrill screams echoing through the cave. The body slowly dissolved, and the screams grew weaker and weaker. Jiang Yu knew it was a sacrificial ceremony, but he still felt no less heartache. My fear of these so-called gods turned into disgust. The duty of gods is to protect mortals, not to use them as sacrifices. Along his journey, he encountered gods and demons without any clear boundaries. The girl's petite body turned to ashes, the statue of the fire god shattered, flames began to gather, and energy slowly condensed into a human shape. Moments later, the flames subsided, and the little girl was reborn from the ashes. Her appearance and figure remained almost unchanged, but her skin became much more radiant, and her pupils were dyed crimson, adding to her vibrant beauty. Below her navel, on either side of her dantian, two red dragon-shaped tattoos appeared, each one alluring and enchanting. Jiang Yu took out a set of clothes and handed them to her. The little girl took them but didn't rush to put them on. She felt her physical strength was completely different from before. Every inch of her flesh and blood contained boundless power, and she was confident that she would never be defeated by a small impact again. Master, I think I'm capable again. Here, have some fun. The little girl tied her hair into pigtails, mimicking how she looked when they first met, and handed the item to Jiang Yu with a sweet and charming smile. The gift her master gave her was enough to break any line. With the Vulcan inheritance in hand, everything else is minor. Yun Ling received a minor inheritance, gaining a true body and no longer being burdened by the abyss's energy. As a spirit of the artifact, it is inexplicably unable to merge with the abyss sea. Kellen made a contract with a young Dankong, a strange beast. Dankong was round and chubby like a little pig, and was very cute. It has little offensive power, but its defense is abnormally strong, making it perfect for protecting its owner. Yang Qian's inheritance was similar to Yun Ling's, equivalent to having an additional S-level attack ability. According to the ranking of inheritances he knew, the strongest first tier was the Heavenly Dao. The second group consists of the 12 ancestral witches, most of whom have already been dealt with. There is another inheritance, which is stronger than that of the 12 ancestral witches, and Jiang Yu has been undecided about who to give it to. That's the legendary being who shot down the sun. Once he gets all of these sorted out, the rest will be beyond his control. It should be noted that many inheritors have never revealed the information about their lineage, and many of them are no less than the 12 ancestral witches. Many traditions are passed down through bloodlines, making them impossible to steal, and subjugating the inheritors is utter nonsense. Their heritage has continued for thousands of years, and pride is etched into their very bones. In the eyes of aristocratic families, worldly people are nothing but straw dogs. In their previous lives, Zhuo Yichuan, Lin Fei, and Bai Guyao all tried to subdue her, but all of them failed in the end. It is said that Lin Fei's arm was severed by a successor of the Mo family. Jiang Yu glanced at the girls around him. But Lan is too weak and has an overflowing saintly heart. She's not much better than Qianyu. Yang Qian is only suitable to be a toy. Neither her character nor her abilities are worthy of the inheritance of the 12 ancestral witches. The two sisters, Shiyu and Shireen, still need to be observed. Their time together has been far too short. These are not the main points. The main point is the remaining inheritance, which is obtained through extremely difficult methods. You don't need to worry about someone else getting there first. There's plenty of time to filter them slowly. The number of followers is still far from enough. With everything settled, in the deep forest and valley, Jiang Yu prepared to merge with the abyss sea. An energy-encased blue gemstone is placed between the eyebrows, symbolizing the deep sea merging into the brow. The spiritual imprint that appeared after awakening disappeared, replaced by a huge, deep blue vortex. Poetic language, use your mental curse on me, with the strongest power. Jiang Yu couldn't wait to test the effects of the abyss sea. Poetic language waves its hand, chaotic, lost, and drowsy all pour out at once. All psychological attacks are like mud oxen sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. With a thought, Jiang Yu reversed the flow of the abyss sea vortex, causing all the curses to return to their original paths, and Shiryu was caught in the trap. The girl looked dazed, and it took her a long time to come to her senses. Their master was resourceful and his abilities were increasingly powerful. The two sisters deserved their fate. The armored vehicle headed towards Qingdao, but before it even left the city of Nanyue, its path was blocked by a group of people. The little girl thought they were hunters and was the first to jump out of the car. She liked this kind of cleaning work the most. Along the way, her proud artworks were displayed everywhere, with stark white bones standing tall by the roadside in various poses. Master, the thing blocking the way isn't a living creature. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu raised his head and focused his gaze on what lay ahead. Not far away, human skins were neatly arranged on the road, floating in midair. Every face was painted with vibrant oil paint. Black, red, white, blue. The lines are very delicate. Chapter 100: The Dong Family Shadow Puppet Show, Evil and Strange Arts. The human skin was neither supported nor pulled, and simply floated quietly above the ground. There was no wind at the moment, and the leaves were completely still, yet they twisted and turned in a strange rhythm. Staring at it for a moment, I couldn't help but be drawn into it. Jiang Yu had seen them in his previous life, and they even had a significant conflict. Humiliating memories flooded back. Noticing that the scent on the human skin was similar to that of the puppet, he turned to look at Cheyenne, waiting for her to explain. Smack! Shireen's small face was marked with bright red finger marks. Before she could even speak, her older sister slapped her hard. Shiyu ripped open her sister's clothes, and what was hanging around her neck was not the crystal pendant she had given her, but a small piece of wood. Judging from the color and the bloodstains on it, it was indeed the broken puppet. You don't listen to a word I say. I won't stop you from dying if you want to. How can I save you? Shiyu trembled as she looked at the human skin in the distance, not knowing why her sister kept disobeying her. As they left the mine, Cheyenne was repeatedly warned to burn everything they had left behind, and not to bring out even a scrap of cloth. She had checked it carefully and didn't know how her sister had managed to steal it without her knowledge. She just wanted to protect her younger sister. When the parasitic soul rushed over, Shiyu stood in front of her sister without hesitation. This had happened many times before. She took it for granted and didn't care much. It was just what her older sister should do. This time, there's really no way to save them. Pinocchio saved me many times, so I picked up a small piece of wood. Sister, I won't drag you down with me. Cheyenne never imagined that her previous master could find them with just a small piece of puppet fragment. The little girl stood in front of the car, flames erupting from her body. The chilling aura emanating from the human skin made her very uncomfortable. Cheyenne rushed out of the car and ran towards the human skin array. She would take responsibility for her own actions, and even if she was skinned alive and had her bones pulled out, it would be her own fault. Shiyu spoke ruthlessly. Seeing her sister get out of the car, she quickly chased after her and stood in front of her, pulling Shireen to kneel down together in front of the formation. Jiang Yu's face darkened upon seeing the scene before him. His followers do not need to kneel before anyone. Stand up, Jiang Yu said coldly. The poet sensed a strong, menacing aura emanating from his master. It was even stronger than the day in the mine. Only then did they realize that their kneeling was clearly a slap in the face to their master. As a follower, nothing could be more insulting to my master than these actions. When the little girl saw the two men kneeling down, she was unsure whether to burn their skin first or kill the two traitors. Master, I don't want to implicate you, and I can't let my sister bear this alone. Shiyu quickly stood up to express her stance. The mind control spell is no joke. The master can destroy her with a single thought. You were originally loyal to the Dong family, so why did you come to Nanyue City? Jiang Yu jumped out of the car and summoned Shiyu. Master, you already know. Shiyu lowered her head, not daring to look Jiang Yu in the eye, and continued. I didn't mean to hide it. I thought that Nanyue was already hundreds of miles away from the Dong family, and after going to Qin Island, there would be even less interaction. I never thought they would come looking for me. Jiang Yu waved his hand to stop her from continuing. These are minor matters. I'm not interested in knowing them. I'm more interested in knowing why you knelt down to them. Do you think I can't bear to kill you? Or are you planning to side with the Dong family? Jiang Yu kicked Shiryu several meters away. The girl struggled to her feet, then knelt on the ground, too afraid to explain. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. She hadn't really thought that much about it. The Dong family's methods had left her with indelible psychological trauma. Those who are loyal to the Dong family and are awakened will have their skin peeled off if they make even the slightest mistake while on a mission. That kind of taming is etched into one's instincts. They didn't even dare to think about running away. The Dong family shadow puppetry tradition can be traced back to the Eastern Han Dynasty, and it has always been a very inconspicuous and lowly profession. After the mutation, all members of the clan received the inheritance, and their superpowers were all beyond S level, making them an overwhelming force in the early stages. The Dong family established a sanctuary that controlled an entire province. The shadow puppets initially used in battle were made of animal hides, But it was later discovered that shadow puppets made by awakened individuals could retain their supernatural abilities from their previous lives. Moreover, dead people are obviously easier to control than living people. From then on, things spiraled out of control, and what was once a peaceful sanctuary slowly evolved into a demonic force. When your death can generate greater value than your life, whether you made mistakes or deserve to die becomes less important. The reason these two sisters are still alive is definitely because of the things they need to do. It's more useful to be alive. The number of shadow puppets continues to increase, reaching hundreds. Behind each one is an awakened person who was tortured to death. Hey, hey. He. The shadow puppet emitted a series of strange laughs, parting to make way for the puppet. Before the puppet even arrived, a soft, effeminate male voice rang out. Friend, you stole my toy and left without saying a word. Isn't that a bit too much? At the same time, an invisible thread flew in, entwining itself in the void and moving across the field without leaving a trace. The boy arrived on silk threads, hovering in the air, exuding an aura of superiority. Looking down at the armored vehicle, he was quite satisfied with his prey. What seems like a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise. The two foals that ran away were both S-grade, and because they were so appealing, I never had the heart to turn them into shadow puppets. He noticed that the puppet used for surveillance was broken, and the two sisters' presence was fading away. He originally planned to take the traitor's skin back with him, but who knew there would be so many unexpected surprises. The toys all look pretty good. It's rare to find someone who shares his taste, so he had to make a shadow puppet to keep by his side. And then, Jiangyu asked calmly. The boy paused for a moment upon hearing this, as the other person's reaction was somewhat different from what he had imagined. A normal person would be so terrified upon seeing his prized shadow puppet army that they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Hundreds of fourth-order puppets, dozens of 15th-order puppets, and even 2 sixth-order puppets given to him by his grandfather. Was the other party blind? I am Dong Qing, the young master of the Dong family of Qianxi. Your ability to subdue these two women demonstrates your strength. Would you be interested in working for the Dong family? I can grant you any request. Dong Qing's eyes were sincere as he began to plan how to skin the animal and what process to use for refining it. Such good materials shouldn't be wasted. Once you enter the Dong family's sphere of influence, your life or death will not be your choice. With another top-tier shadow puppet, his position will be even more secure. The claim that he is the young master of the Dong family is just self-aggrandizement. It is true that Dong Qing's grandfather was the head of the family, but he had 5 uncles and more than a dozen cousins. It's true that his grandfather doted on him. Any requirements? No need for too much trouble. I only have one condition. Jiang Yu looked at Dong Qing with amusement, having never heard of an outsider entering Dongjiabao and coming out alive. Tell me about it, Dong Qing said, her heart filled with joy. This shadow puppet is a sure thing. Have Dong Yu cut off his head and send it to me, Jiang Yu said with a slight smile. Sometimes, playing cat and mouse can be a source of fun. You're asking for it. Dong Qing's face darkened, and he pulled the silk threads, sending hundreds of shadow puppets rushing in. Dong Yu is the current head of the Dong family, and also his grandfather. Jiang Yu disliked the boy's aura and gave the opportunity to the little girl. Sheng Yao, clean it up. Yes, master. The little girl rushed out excitedly, shouting all the while. There was no chance to test the power of the inheritance along the way. Those small fry turned to ashes before the flames even reached them, and there was no thrill of killing. After inheriting the legacy, one's abilities improve, and naturally, the limit of pleasure also increases. Boom, boom, boom. Summoning the spirit of Zhu Rong, clusters of blazing fireballs, several meters in diameter, tore through the void and crashed to the ground. The fireball exploded upon contact, within blast radius of over 10 meters. The shadow puppet was scorched and curled into a ball before turning to ashes. The little girl still wasn't satisfied. She felt she was missing something when it came to reaching her peak. We must increase our efforts and accelerate our pace. Appear, little dragon. The little girl stopped, her pupils turning even redder, her body trembled, and 2 fire dragons surged from her body, sweeping across the battlefield. In just a few breaths, hundreds of shadow puppets were wiped out. The little girl's cheeks flushed with excitement as she laughed wildly. The effort put in during the mine work was truly worthwhile. Dong Qing was shocked. He took out 2 animal hides from his backpack, infused them with energy, and 2 giant beast shadow puppets rushed into the battlefield. Master, I can't take it anymore. I can't squeeze any more out. The little girl quickly hid behind Jiang Yu and stretched out her slender hand. A tiny flame rose from the palm of my hand, less imposing than a lighter, and with a soft poof, it was extinguished by a gentle breeze. Whether you enjoyed it or not, I told you I'd make sure it was worth the price of admission. Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and told her to hide behind him. This is so awesome. It's even more fun than playing games with friends. The little girl's eyes crinkled with laughter. It's normal to not be able to control the rhythm when using inherited abilities at full power for the first time. Besides, she's a crazy girl who's been injected with chicken blood. The toys in the car are even less of a threat. Given their combat skills, they would struggle even against ordinary S-class enemies. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the two sixth-tier beasts that were being blocked by Qi Yu. It's unknown whether these shadow puppets have a crystal core after being killed. It looks thin, but its energy is no less than that of a leader-level alien beast. The Dong family's legacy is excessively strong. It's important to understand that this isn't the legacy of just one or two people, but rather that of an entire family. Even so, a few years later, the Dong family was only a minor presence in Kyushu. Jiang Yu slowly drew Wuxiang, activated Taiji teleportation, and slashed at Dongqing. There was no lingering sensation as the sword cut into flesh. Dongqing's figure suddenly disappeared. There was no sound of wind, no afterimage. The energy emanating from the formless object carved a trench in the ground. Space-based alien forces? Chapter 101. The young Taoist priest is soft-hearted and cannot bear to see the hellish scene. Jiang Yu did not detect any spatial fluctuations. Then, Dongqing teleported behind Jiang Yu and thrust a cone-shaped weapon into the back of his head, but missed again. After several more exchanges, Jiang Yu deliberately slowed down the pace, and the two never even touched. Dongqing's every strike was just a hair's breadth away, just a tiny bit short, as if a mere inch more would have been enough to kill her opponent. That inch felt like an insurmountable chasm. Gradually, Jiang Yu noticed the silk threads in the air. Dongqing disappeared and reappeared within the range of these threads each time. The silk thread has a node every few meters, and Dongqing will appear at the node every time he teleports. What a disappointment. That's true. There aren't that many spatial alien soldiers in the world. Since it has no value, there's no need to waste time on it. Summoning the spirit Gaochen, it unleashed 5 sword energies in succession, sealing off every node of Dongqing's silk threads. Dongqing disappeared, and his figure appeared at another point. He still couldn't dodge the sword's edge. His head flew into the air, and his body was split into several pieces, releasing a wisp of his aura. At the same time, a beam of light struck Jiang Yu, leaving him no way to avoid it. He tried to use his energy but couldn't detect anything unusual. He then realized that the light was a brand, used to track targets in order to avenge his people. This kind of branding is only used by people who are extremely confident in their family's power. What if we encounter someone we shouldn't mess with? What's the difference between this and Gang 2, who was sentenced to death, cursing the emperor's ancestors for 18 generations? This is definitely a classic clan elimination game. After Dongqing died, the two strange beasts let out a mournful howl, and their soft hides spread out on the ground. Jiang Yu picked up the 2 animal hides from the ground, returned to the car, and continued to catch up on sleep, as he had been severely sleep-deprived lately. Energy can provide stamina, but it cannot replace the satisfaction of waking up. You all go out and clean up the battlefield. The girls obediently left. A moment later, Kalan opened the car door and poured in a bag of crystal cores, mostly third order, with a few fourth-order ones, totaling several dozen. Jiang Yu was awakened by the clanging sound and frowned. Master, there's not enough room in the car. Kalan was also helpless. She didn't want to disturb her master's rest. Looking at the hundreds of piles of ashes on the battlefield, each pile contained a crystal core used to power the shadow puppets. The energy within the crystal nucleus was not fully saturated. Some of it had been consumed. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming, and this was still just a shadow puppet controlled by one person. The entire Dong family, including their 9 generations, must be executed this time. Those who cultivate the Tao should naturally have compassion for all living beings. These demons have committed countless evil deeds and plundered the people's wealth. They still managed to loot so much. On the other side, the 2 sisters, Shiyu and Shireen, were still kneeling on the ground. The battle just now had overturned their concept of superpowers. Looking around, the once mighty shadow puppet army was reduced to piles of ashes. The demons they feared from the bottom of their hearts were slain by their master with a casual gesture. They were completely powerless to fight back from beginning to end. If they knew that Jiang Yu used more than a dozen moves to kill Dongqing, they would only mistakenly believe that Dongqing possessed a spatial weapon. I wonder what they'll think. Sister, do we still have a chance? Cheyenne's tone lacked confidence. The shoe prints on her sister's body were clear and glaring. I don't know. Shiryu's eyes were glazed over, still not recovered from the shock. Sister, I have an idea. You have to help me. Do you still have the collar used to capture strange beasts? Shiryu made up her mind. Shame and dignity no longer belonged to her. There are still a few left, sister. Master is so strong. How could he possibly be interested in the exotic beasts we can catch? Shireen asked, puzzled. Had her sister gone mad with fear? What if the collar isn't attached to a strange beast? Shiryu gestured to his neck, suggesting that the collar should work if he adjusted it. Poetic sound, Sigma. Since there's no way out, let's humble ourselves and lower our status. Maybe our master will be interested. Will this work? Cheyenne took out the collar, a little hesitant. You caused this mess, and as your older sister, it's only right that I clean up after you. I'll go with you. Shiyu took the collar, put it around her neck, disarmed herself, and led her younger sister to the carriage, completely ignoring the strange looks from the other girls. The little girl was very satisfied, with a loving and gratified expression on her face. Kalan suppressed a laugh. What kind of cosplay was this? Yang Qian looked extremely angry. She's already positioned herself in a corner with nowhere to retreat, yet people are still trying to steal her livelihood. You are S-class awakened ones, absolute powerhouses. What about dignity? Where's your sense of shame? Tutorial. The armored vehicle was traveling towards the Dong family's house on the highway. The road was noticeably bumpy, and the entire vehicle swayed back and forth, seemingly about to collapse. What happened to catching up on sleep? The Dong family's sphere of influence was located in Chinchi City, 70 kilometers east of Nanyue City, which was originally a fairly large sanctuary. Later, due to the human skin incident, the number of survivors in the shelter was so high that it was disbanded and became a demonic force. Unlike the sanctuary, the demonic forces do not produce or collect remaining resources. They develop by devouring other forces. Their only reliance is on extremely cruel methods. Some like to make human pigs, some like to skin them, and some like to manipulate bones. Simply put, it's the difference between carnivores and herbivores, but there's no precise boundary, since there are many omnivores as well. The car was parked on the hillside, with Chinchi City right below. Dongjia Fortress occupies a small area, but its walls are thick, its fortress is high, and it has dozens of watchtowers. A typical pure combat setup. Master, I can take you inside, and then find an opportunity to act. There are 13 masters of Dongqing's caliber and countless shadow puppets. Besides the shadow puppeteers, there are also several hundred awakened individuals from other clans, the lowest of whom are at level B. Shiryu pondered, but no matter how she calculated, she had no chance of winning. No matter how powerful the master is, his energy is limited. Sheng Yao saw the violence, but it was silenced after a few shots, and the remaining girls didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. The sisters are all right. At most, they're elite cannon fodder. No need. Let's clear the area first. Jiang Yu said, having already formed a rough plan in mind. All the women, Sigma, degree. Master, burn them to death with the giant bird. I'll clean up the mess. The little girl recalled the scene of the giant bird using a fire cage to quell the zombie riot. It's 100 times more exciting than fireworks. All the girls, equals? Several girls couldn't help but look at a certain part of someone's body. This superpower is so strange. I wonder if it will kill someone if I don't control it properly. After all, one cannot be rational at all times. Bah! The sound of a phoenix crying out to the heavens filled the air as the Gujiao tore through space to reveal itself. It had already broken through to the 5th rank, and in its battle form, its wingspan reached nearly 100 meters. Most of the crystal cores Jiang Yu collected ended up in its mouth. This thing couldn't get enough of them, and there seemed to be no limit to how much it could eat. The energy required for advancement is abnormally high, and the effort and reward are disproportionate. The only drawback is that the only superpower is the flame cage, which will deplete all energy after being used at full power once. The cooldown time is extremely long. One after another, pillars of fire descended from the sky, engulfing the entire fortress. The young Taoist priest was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see such a hellish scene. He silently recited the rebirth mantra and then looked at the little girl. Be careful later, don't let a single one escape. Close your eyes and continue reciting the scriptures. Little girl. Half an hour later, the flames died down, and Jiang Yu and the others arrived at the fortress gate. To be precise, it was at the entrance to the fortress ruins. The earth and stones on the city wall were so brittle from the heat that a light touch would cause a section to collapse. Apart from the little girl who had witnessed it, the other girls kept their mouths agape the whole time, their eyes filled with piety. Is there anything more prideful than the thought of having slept with a deity? Does it matter who sleeps with whom? There was no one outside the fortress. Not even a skeleton remained, and puddles of molten metal lay on the ground, still warm. There was a row of earthen pits on the side, interspersed among the molten metal, and they were very neatly arranged. The layout gave people a familiar feeling, and Jiang Yu thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. Chapter 102. Only the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the little girl is forbidden to light lamps. This is where the skin was peeled to make shadow puppets. Those pits were originally filled with mercury. These metal frames are for hanging human skin, and the larger ones in front are for hanging exotic animal skins. They would bury the person in the ground, cut open the back of their head, pour mercury in, and then they could get a complete. Shiryu's voice grew softer and softer. She had almost forgotten that she had once been a member of the demonic forces. After saying these words, Shiryu felt very regretful. Her master never asked about her past, so why would she want to cause trouble for herself? Master, I swear, neither my sister nor I have done such a thing, Shireen quickly explained, looking at Jiang Yu uneasily. Jiang Yu nodded, showing no interest in knowing these things. Once you're caught up in the situation, you have no choice in what you do or don't do. Are we supposed to make them recount every position they've ever used? Those who can live a life of their own in the apocalypse and do as they please probably have no interest in following others. Boom! As soon as Chiyu stepped into the inner courtyard, a giant hammer was thrown out, knocking him back several meters. A petite girl stood guard at the door. The girl had a delicate and pretty face. Indeed, few ugly girls survived. At this moment, the girl was holding another giant hammer in her right hand. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Shiyu Shireen, her expression changed, but she did not hold back. The giant hammer smashed down on Shiyu. Shiryu waved her hand and threw out several curses. The girl, who already had little energy left from resisting the fiery cage, was instantly controlled. Wuxiang transformed into a spear and thrust it out, piercing directly through her body. The girl felt the pain and regained consciousness. Shiyu leaped up and swung his sword, but the girl blocked the blade with her giant hammer, flying more than 10 meters before finally stopping. Master, she is not from the Dong family. The girl was quite pretty, and Shiyu thought her master would be interested. Shiyu launched a charge and slashed the girl in two with his sword. There's not enough room for many people in the car, Jiang Yu replied casually, activating his Abyss C to envelop the entire fortress. Before I could investigate further, my body's energy level dropped rapidly, so I quickly narrowed down the search area. He has a ton of supernatural abilities and powerful weapons, but the quantity is probably limited, so he's even stingy when using high-level Taoist techniques. Upon hearing this, Shiyu was speechless for a moment. If there wasn't enough room, they could just squeeze in. Did they have to be so cold-blooded? Aside from this, she really didn't know how to win her master's favor. She can't outdo Sheng Yao in being charming, and she can't outdo Yang Qian in selling herself. Performing for money offered no chance of survival. Everyone present could easily overpower her, including her own sister. Shine's enhanced abilities are very useful, whether it's during battle or during a battle. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, the dozen or so survivors trapped in the fiery cage rushed over. Dong Yu was at the forefront, stepping over the ruins of the fortress destroyed by flames, his heart aching. I had just received the news this morning that my most beloved grandson had been killed, and before I could even calm down, the entire Dongjibeo was gone this afternoon. The old man was so angry that he almost died along with his grandson. Dong Yu glanced back at the survivors. Fortunately, the family's foundation was still intact, and what was lost would eventually be regained. The 9 provinces are so vast. Why did the ancient mythical beasts single out the Dong family for their nemesis? Could it be that the excessive killing has incurred divine wrath? Dong Yu shook his head to dispel this absurd thought. If there were truly divine wrath, the 9 provinces wouldn't have become such a wretched state. As they walked out of the inner city, they saw a group of young people approaching. Behind Dong Yu, the Dong family survivors, who were filled with anger, could no longer contain themselves. You bastards, taking advantage of our misfortune. A furious rebuke rang out, and the younger generation, not one to tolerate such behavior, immediately took action. Stop, Dong Yu shouted, dismissing the group. He was exhausted today and didn't want to cause any more trouble. The people who came were well-dressed and couldn't be easy to deal with. Dong Yu then said, Gentlemen, the Dong family has suffered a great calamity today and is unable to entertain guests. Please leave. Jiang Yu looked at the familiar old face in front of him, which hadn't changed much in 10 years. At that time, he was ordered to transport several truckloads of or to exchange for supplies at the Dong family in Qianxi. When he encountered Dong Yu on inspection, he did not kneel down to pay his respects. The old man in front of him stepped on his head and forced it into the ground, humiliating him for a long time before breaking his arms and legs and leaving. It wasn't good luck that they survived. It was simply that the Dong family didn't want to offend Weichuan. Jiang Yu could never forget the look in Dong Yu's eyes, that extreme contempt. I killed Dong Qing. This strange beast was also summoned by me. Jiang Yu looked at Dong Yu with the same disdain, his tone full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Dong Yu's eyes became hollow, and his flesh and blood dissolved, turning him into a shadow puppet. Very good, very good. Young people have guts. I'll show you that a quick death is a luxury. Dong Yu's body, now reduced to a thin sheet, swayed, and countless threads wrapped around him, sealing off all space. The two sisters, suppressing their fear, joined the battle. In their eyes, Dong Yu was a true demon. The kneeling incident has just passed, and only by sacrificing his dignity could he gain his master's forgiveness. If he tries to escape again, it won't be as simple as just getting kicked. Cheyenne was the first to act, enhancing her supernatural abilities and covering the group of people. Poetry then unleashed a string of curses, and the old man was enveloped in a seven-colored mist. Chi Yu raised his sword and slashed down. A clang of metal rang out, but he only managed to cut off a few blades. Jiang Yu summoned the divine Gaochen, and Wuxiang slashed through the air, thrusting fiercely towards Dong Yu's chest. Silk threads wrapped around the sword and pulled it to one side. In a flash, Wuxiang transformed into a chain blade, breaking through the encirclement of silk threads. Dong Yu had no time to dodge, and one of his arms was severed. A dozen or so people rushed out from behind Dong Yu, but were stopped by the little girl's fiery chains. Don't look around. Your opponent is me. The little girl waved her hand, and flames exploded and raged. The crowd stared at the flames, hesitant to approach, still haunted by the psychological trauma inflicted by the Gujiao. The little girl wouldn't give them time to hesitate. As the fire chains swept across, those entangled were burned with a crackling sound. The familiar voice made her frown, recalling the agony of being burned alive in the mind, and her eyes flashed with even more murderous intent. If we're going to have fun, we'll all have fun together. Nobody can escape. Watching others burn to death in flames, howling in agony amidst the flames, brings an unparalleled sense of pleasure. The little girl's personality is simply born for the apocalypse. Yang Qian's superpower is particularly funny. When her energy gathers, a small purple mushroom cap grows on her head, and she opens her mouth to spit out a string of small bubbles. The superpower is comical, but its power is not weak at all. The bubble bursts at the slightest touch, ignoring any defense, and anyone hit by it is instantly torn apart. Yunling waved her hand and shot out a series of highly poisonous spikes that would paralyze half of a person's body if they pierced through. Without shadow puppets, the Dong family members were severely abused by the girls. On the other side, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry to kill anyone. Every time Wu Xiang struck, he would cut off a piece of flesh. Another cut, and a finger was severed. With a backhand strike, the foot was severed at the heel. Dong Yu knew perfectly well that the other party was mocking him, but there was nothing he could do. The little girl cleaned up the minions and glared angrily at her master. What happened to the promise of no torture? She's been enduring so much every day, it's almost causing her endocrine system to break down. It's outrageous that only officials are allowed to set fires, while little girls are forbidden even to light lamps. I deeply regret that the battle ended too quickly. I could have played for much longer. Desperate, Dong Yu let out a roar, and his body became full again, the flesh that had been cut off returning to its original state. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. The old man's special ability is quite interesting. It means he can start all over again from the beginning. There is no psychological burden in torturing and killing such people. On the contrary, there is a kind of exhilarating pleasure in it. Slaughter. Pleasure. The fear appeared without any reason. Jiang Yu was enveloped by endless coldness, as if struck by lightning, and his face turned ashen. Chapter 103. Do you think I'm boring? Recent acts of brutality flashed through my mind. At this moment, he was trampling on Dong Yu's head. The old man's limbs were all shattered, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and he was convulsing in pain. If you have the guts, kill me. You will die 100 times more tragically than I did. The Dong family is not as simple as you think. Jiang Yu sneered and said, The Mo family keeps many dogs, but you are the most shameless one. Dong Yu's face turned pale. Just who was this person? The Mo family didn't even take him seriously. Jiang Yu focused his mind, and Wuxiang transformed into a long spear, piercing directly through Dong Yu's head and pinning him firmly to the wall. In the ruins, charred corpses covered the ground, blood-soaked trouser legs, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. After his rebirth, Jiang Yu was extremely careful and never dared to kill for fun. Torture and murder were strictly forbidden. He had witnessed too many tragedies. The demons of his past life all ended up being controlled by their malevolent energy, turning into mindless monsters. The only difference is the time. After the million zombie horde subsided, Jiang Yu decided to release the ancient beast Qiongqi. It is the most dangerous of all ancient mythical beasts. It is also the most intelligent and adept at bewitching people among all ancient mythical beasts. Its battlefield can amplify the murderous intent in the human heart to an infinite degree. In its previous life, Qiongqi remained hidden until 10 years after the apocalypse when it entered the human world's sight. By then, its level had broken through to the 8th rank, and half of the human world's top combat power had perished at its feet. Those awakened individuals who can survive for 10 years in the apocalypse, especially the top inheritors, are all decisive and ruthless. The murderous aura within is so intense that it can condense into a mental attack, enough to terrify an ordinary person with just a glance. Jiang Yu always remembered the casual glance the blood demon gave him. The endless malevolent aura made it take him several hours to regain his senses. In the realm of war, inheritors are corrupted by their own malevolent energy, fall into illusions, and ultimately die from mutual slaughter. No matter how arrogant Jiang Yu was, or how proficient he was in Taoist magic, even if he used up all the knowledge of the Qingjing Sutra, he still wouldn't be confident that he wouldn't be tainted by evil energy 10 years later. The only solution is to release Qiongqi and kill it. Have I changed a lot lately? Jiang Yu wiped away the blood and withdrew his wuxiang. I glanced at the girls and noticed that they all had some kind of injury or bruise. The poetic language is particularly evident. On the girl's fair and delicate neck, several bluish-purple finger marks were particularly glaring, with even more of them covered by her clothes. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he drew his wuxiang sword and stabbed it fiercely into his own thigh. The girls were startled, but dared not stop them, except for Sheng Yao. The little girl stepped forward and tightly grasped Jiang Yu's hand, offering heartfelt comfort. Master, it's all a small matter. You don't need to do this. We did it voluntarily. Qin Yue's words were crystal clear in his mind. Kill them if you want. In this end times, dying is better than living. You must respect life and never do anything cruel or murderous. Jiang Yu did not bandage the wound, letting it bleed. Aside from Taoist arts, he hadn't recited the scriptures taught by his master for a long time. I'll rest for a while, Sheng Yao. You handle the rest. Jiang Yu forced a smile, left the fortress alone, and walked away into the distance. The little girl accepted the order, and as she watched the boy's lonely figure leave, she felt a pang of heartache. This was an emotion she had never felt before. 3 days later, the armored vehicle drove into the Qin Island shelter, and Jiang Yu did not greet anyone. Upon entering the villa, a seal covered the room, and Qi Yu, holding a knife in both hands, stuck it under his feet and stood guard at the door. He didn't step out of his room for a whole month. Qinghong came every day. Sometimes she would run into Lin Fei. The two would look at each other and smile bitterly, no longer arguing. The other girls would loiter around the doorway, but none of them dared to step into Qi Yu's restricted area. Qi Yu would not give face to anyone. No one knew what had happened. The little girl was interrogated by several people in turn. Even after explaining every detail of the knowledge on each page, everyone was still clueless. As for those little scars, who would care? Wearing clothes is domestic violence. Taking them off is a form of intimacy. Lin Fei often led them to challenge high-level zombies, and every time they returned, they were covered in injuries. What's there to be sad about being lightly slapped by your owner? On the contrary, it makes people jealous. Inside the villa, the floor was covered with Xian paper, each sheet filled with Taoist scriptures. All the hostility between Jiang Yu's brows dissipated, and his eyes became calm and undisturbed. After writing the last word, I breathed a sigh of relief. He put down his brush and walked to the window, his gaze serious. The energy fluctuations in the air were becoming increasingly chaotic, and a barely audible buzzing sound could be heard in his ears. The buzzing sound is very faint and is not easily noticed in the quiet of the night, let alone during the noisy daytime. This is the signal for the Zombie King to gather the zombies, transmitted among the Zombie King and the corpse witches like a lit beacon. For the next month or so, the entire Kyushu region will be in a vacuum, and there will be no more zombie outbreaks. The calm before the storm. In their previous lives, millions of zombies swept through the land, and large-scale human shelters were completely destroyed by the Gujiao, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. After the zombie horde, only 1 in 10 survived, and the entire race was nearly wiped out. At that time, Jiang Yu hid in a cave deep in the mountains, keeping company with a little zombie, and survived by eating meat. Thinking of Qingji, I wonder how that little zombie is doing now, and whether she has ever been to the shelter. Once the zombie horde arrives, without Qingji, the plan cannot continue. He can't just pick anyone for the zombie king to transform. He doesn't have any special weapons that can maintain the sanity of zombies. Jiang Yu went downstairs and opened the door. Qing Hong was just wandering around outside. After calming down, I looked at the girl in front of me and found her exceptionally cute. Our queen is so relaxed today. I'm so glad you're all right. I was really worried about you. Qing Hong looked at the boy in front of her, who had a calm and serene smile on his face. Her appearance hadn't changed much, except that her eyes were more deep and serene, captivating all who looked at her. Come on, accompany me for a walk. He reached out and took Qing Hong's hand. Qing Hong was engrossed in watching when she suddenly realized she was a little hungry. There's no rush to do an inspection. The shelter isn't going to run away. How about you eat something before you go? Qing Hong gave her subordinate a wink, and the girl obeyed and left. I'll listen to you. Jiang Yu barely ate for a whole month, relying entirely on energy to survive, and fresh food was very tempting to him. The shelter is now on track, with planting, animal husbandry, and food processing proceeding in an orderly manner. Master, the food will take a long time to arrive. Would you like to have some snacks first? Qing Hong nestled softly in her owner's arms, her eyes sparkling. After the rain stopped, Qing Hong sat in the corner, looking very unhappy. Sheng Yao's words were right beside her ears. Her owner didn't even hit her. He was clearly just ignoring her. What's so good about that little girl? She looks so short and underdeveloped. Qing Hong could no longer hold back. She stared into Jiang Yu's eyes without flinching, her tone resentful. Master, why don't you hit me? Do you think I'm boring? Sheng Yao said that you like her the most, so you have no scruples and can do whatever you want. Jiang Yu. After a month of arduous training, the violence he had finally managed to suppress resurfaced. He had never heard of such a request in his entire life. Playing around shouldn't be considered as being tainted by evil spirits, right? The maid brought in the food and stood at the door, hearing the sounds coming from inside, but hesitated to knock. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu began inspecting the shelter, with Qing Hong and Lin Fei following on either side of him. Qing Hong deliberately changed into an evening gown, making no attempt to hide the purplish-blue finger marks, and smugly provoked Lin Fei. She didn't even use energy to recover. The budding sisterly bond between the two vanished in an instant. Lin Fei was so angry she could barely stand it, but she couldn't do anything about it. With a smirk, she took Jiang Yu's arm. Master, the Women's Legion is on track. I'd like to go out for a walk with you. Jiang Yu looked at the tactile sensation from the small hourglass beside him and couldn't help but nod. Qing Hong was instantly devastated. It's a miracle that the owner has survived this long, given his meager willpower. A total of 1,200 sets of armor made of lunar fall alloy were distributed to the strongest and most loyal awakened. Alloy weapons can be made so that everyone has one. In the villa area, a dozen or so followers surrounded them. These young girls were slowly developing a bit of a tough, ruthless aura. The city walls were too flimsy, there weren't enough towers, and there was no protective shield to cover the entire shelter. However, it is truly remarkable that they have achieved their current scale in such a short time. Night falls in the living room of Villa Number 1. A dozen girls sat obediently on the carpet, waiting for their master's instructions. Qing Hong mysteriously handed Jiang Yu a piece of paper. Jiang Yu glanced at it and felt his legs go weak. Chapter 104, A million-strong horde of zombies, enemy at the city gates. The paper contained a chart, with 3 large red characters at the top that were quite eye-catching. Duty roster. That's a good idea, but the problem is that there are no days off, even 7 days a week. This is murder. Qing Hong smiled gently. They made me do it. It was a mandatory option on the form, but all the girls in the entire shelter were optional. Jiang Yu chuckled. A real duty roster. At the same time, he made up his mind that body refining techniques must be put on the agenda, and he had also looked into some dual cultivation techniques. He hadn't even read the most famous one. Qing Hong, help me find a book called Biopoesia. Qing Hong accepted the order. I called you here for important business. In a month, there will be a horde of millions of zombies passing through, and no fewer. Sheng Yao can take Yun Ling, Shi Yu, Shi Yin, and Kalan with her when she returns to Baisha. Qin Shui can take Luo Han and Zhao Ling with her when she returns to Lang City. Your 2 teams have been practicing together recently, and you will depart in 2 weeks. Just do your best against the zombie horde. If the city falls, don't hold out to the death. Come back alive. The first million zombie horde had no pattern whatsoever, and Jiang Yu had no idea where the horde would begin its attack. They might split into several teams to attack simultaneously, or they might gather all the zombies to clear out the human shelters one by one. According to records, none of the survivor settlements were spared. All he could do was prepare thoroughly and then wait quietly. The text of the Biopozy is boring, but after reading it, the Taoist techniques are imprinted in my mind. They have no rank and no destructive power. It is a very simple and honest form of mutual aid and spiritual practice, combining education with entertainment. On a dull night, Jiang Yu achieved a pinnacle, his body radiating white light, and he actually broke through to the 6th rank. The young Taoist priest was moved to tears, pounding his chest and stamping his feet in frustration. I regret not heeding my master's advice back then. It is only now that I have read such a remarkable book. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the boring life in the shelter came to an end. Because I was so bored, I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath writing this. The buzzing gradually subsided, and the entire shelter remained on standby 24 hours a day. Qin Shui and Sheng Yao's teams had already left. The reconnaissance team discovered sporadic zombies dozens of miles away, all of them emaciated and shriveled swift zombies. The swift corpse has weak damage but extremely high speed, making it a scout under the Corpse King. With the great battle imminent, the little zombie Qingji arrived late, her strength seemingly about to break through to the 5th rank. Jiang Yu had no choice but to sacrifice his sleep to give her a good beating. A few more days passed. That day, long past the shift change time, none of the reconnaissance teams sent out returned. 30 miles west of the city, beacon fires were lit one after another. The earth shook violently, and roars echoed everywhere, while dark clouds loomed overhead. Behind the horde of corpses, a familiar figure stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at a black, wordless stone tablet. The girl, dressed in blue, reached out and touched the stone tablet with the tenderness of a lover's cheek. "I've come to see you. Back then, when my father banished me, you knew I was innocent, yet you didn't utter a single word of pleading for me. That's really heartless." After the girl finished speaking, her gray pupils turned gold, and an aura of righteousness rose up, showing no trace of the chaos and deathly stillness of zombies. Beside the girl, a giant ape lay on the ground, its white head and feet seemingly stained with blood, a dazzling crimson. The giant ape was only at the 4th level, but its aura was by no means weak. The girl stepped onto its shoulders, and the giant ape stood up, roared to the sky, its fangs and claws gleaming coldly. "Zhu Yan, let's go." The giant ape leaped and traversed the mountain peaks as if they were flat ground, heading towards Qin Island. On the hillside and in the river, countless zombies advanced along a predetermined path. Occasionally, a few strayed from the group and were instantly torn apart by the zombie king. From the air, the horde of corpses stretched densely to the horizon. As Zhu Yan twisted and turned, with each landing, several zombies would trample it into a bloody pulp, and it would be devoured by its companions in the blink of an eye. The horde of zombies surged toward the Qin Island shelter, destroying everything in its path: humans, beasts, and unruly zombies. In cities and in the countryside, scattered groups of hunters live. Before they can even think of dodging, they are annihilated by what they see. The exceptionally powerful Awakened One used all his strength to escape towards the Qin Island sanctuary. Inside the Qin Island shelter, all the inheritors stood on the city wall. Qinghong looked into the distance through binoculars, her face grim. "Master, how many zombies are there in Kyushu? This horde alone has hundreds of thousands of zombies." Qinghong was worried about whether they could hold out. At most, she had less than 10,000 awakened individuals under her command. As for Lang's city and Baisha shelter, in her heart, they had already been sentenced to death. Qingdao is on the right track. Because of its excellent treatment, it has attracted many powerful awakened to come and join it. She doesn't really care whether those little girls can come back or not. "A few million, I guess," Jiang Yu replied casually. "The devouring happens every day, and the number of zombies is only a fraction of what it was at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, their strength is more than 100 times greater than it was then. Can we hold out?" Lin Fei's knuckles were pale as she gripped the giant axe, and several finger marks were dented into the alloy handle. Her lineage is Ru Shou, one of the 12 ancestral witches, belonging to the metal element, representing pure power that crushes everything. "Just do your best. If we really can't hold on, I'll hold off the Corpse King and give you a chance to escape. She can't keep me. You all take care of yourselves. I don't want to see anyone sacrificed." As for them, Jiang Yu glanced at the survivors who were on high alert in the shelter, his eyes indifferent. Let fate decide. As of January, the Qin Island shelter had more than 70,000 survivors, of whom more than 13,000 were awakened. This sin is one that no one but heaven can bear. As they spoke, the horde of zombies arrived, and countless preset traps were unleashed, accompanied by a constant roar and explosions. This is the result of a month of tireless work by the trap-type awakeners. Due to overwork, no fewer than 10 of them died suddenly. Next came the Archers' battle, with countless rockets raining down from the city walls, forcing the zombie vanguard to a halt. Behind the horde of zombies, the Zombie King's furious roars were to no avail. The ordinary zombies' fear of fire was ingrained in their instincts. The higher the rank, the stronger the survival instinct. The first wave of zombies were mostly Tier 3, and the Zombie King was only Tier 4. They were pure cannon fodder, and their only purpose was to trigger landmines. No, there's another function, using corpses to reduce the height difference between the city wall and the ground. Outside the city walls, Jiang Yu designed 3 moats based on his experience. For those with earth element awakenings, digging them was very simple. The moat has a soil layer of about half a meter, which is supported by a metal frame. The joints of the metal frame are made of an alloy with a very low melting point and high strength. The moat wasn't filled with water, but with a mixture of grease. As the number of zombies increased, the city walls became completely blocked. The ice and water awakeners worked together to continuously replenish the ice layer on the walls to prevent the zombies from climbing. Lord, the moat has reached its limit. A messenger flew to the top of the city wall to report. Ignite it, Jiang Yu ordered. A plume of fire rose into the air, but what exploded was not gunpowder. Rather, it was a special energy fluctuation. Awakened individuals with sensory abilities can receive information from dozens of miles away. Chapter 105 Facing the Zombie Horde. The Inheritor goes berserk. 10 miles outside the city walls, the ground began to collapse, and flames shot into the sky, blocking the tide of corpses. This was the first moat. The horde of zombies surged relentlessly, and half an hour later, the second moat, 15 miles away, was set on fire, cutting off the zombie horde once again. An hour later, the third moat was set ablaze, and the horde of zombies dared not advance any further. Even the Zombie King began to question the meaning of life. If we make a few more dishes, we might as well not bother making any more. Unfortunately, this amount of grease was already at its limit. It had been collected continuously since the shelter was first built, just enough to accumulate the grease needed for the 3 moats. The combustion improvers added to oils are extremely rare and very difficult to extract once the technology is completely abandoned. Seeing the hellish scene outside the city, Qinghong clung to Jiang Yu, her master, who had always been invincible. With all the layouts in mind, these 3 moats alone can reduce casualties by half. Seeing the zombie horde halt, and hearing a buzzing sound in the distance, all the zombies showed expressions of fear and rushed into the flames like moths to a flame. Adding fuel to the fire, the corpse oil fueled the flames, making them even hotter. In the distance, fused corpses, parasitic corpses, and giant corpses began to appear, with liches protecting them making their debut. Liches are an extremely rare type of zombie, and their superpower strength is comparable to that of an S-rank awakened being of the same level. Fusion zombies are meat shields, their bodies formed by the fusion of several or even dozens of zombies, and they have extremely strong regenerative abilities. Parasitic zombies vary in strength, and their abilities depend on the strength of the host they inhabited during their lifetime. Giant zombies are offensive zombies, with the shortest being 5 meters tall, and the 5th-tier giant zombies can reach a height of over 10 meters. They are capable of uprooting willows with their bare hands. Ordinary city walls are of no significance to them. Hundreds of lich witches raised their arms high, embracing the void, while dark clouds gathered in the sky, and torrential rain poured down. Moments later, the rain froze in the air, turning into hail that pelted the earth and stopped the flames from spreading among the horde of corpses. The rocket also became ineffective. Immediately afterwards, the earth churned, and soil and rocks crept up and covered the moat. An hour later, the 3 rivers of fire were extinguished one after another. The flame moat has been withdrawn from the battlefield. The side effects of burning the oil also began to appear. The ice layer several meters thick outside the city wall melted and fell off, revealing the original metal base of the city wall. The Corpse King roared excitedly, and the zombies began to climb the city wall. A dozen giant corpses broke away from the lich formation and began to approach the city wall. Shoulders level with the city wall. Lin Fei, Chi, kill the giant corpse. Jiang Yu waved his hand and gave the order. Yes, master. The Lin sisters accepted the order, jumped off the city wall, and flew towards the approaching giant. A cloud of blood mist rose from Chi-Chi's body. The dark clouds in the sky that had not yet dissipated turned blood red, and the ground beneath her feet sank into a sea of blood. The zombies melted instantly upon entering the sea of blood, which expanded rapidly until a dozen giant zombies slowly enveloped it. The sea of blood continued to erode the giant corpse's defenses. Lin Fei wielded the giant axe. Her slender waist was so delicate that it could be encircled with one hand, yet the power she unleashed was terrifying. The giant axe cleaved through the sky, creating a sonic boom. The enormous head, with its distorted features, shot into the sky before crashing into the horde of zombies, crushing a group of them. Then the second one, the third one. By the time the Lich army arrived, most of the giant corpses had already been killed. Dozens of supernatural powers slammed into Lin Fei, and Chi stirred up a sea of blood. A blood demon leaped up from the seabed and stood in front of her sister. The blood demon opened its massive maw, its crimson breath covering the Lich array. A protective shield rose, and the energy within the Liches rapidly decreased. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Fei rushed towards the remaining giant corpses and finished them off in 5 minutes. Having completed the kill, the two dared not linger and, remembering their master's orders, retreated back to the city wall. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the city wall. It was the first time Chi had ever seen such a scene, and her face turned red as she hid behind her older sister, too ashamed to show her face. The survivors at the Qin Island shelter didn't live a life of luxury, but it was more than 10 times better than other shelters. There are laws, rules, and clear rewards and punishments. If you're willing to sell your body, no one will care. After all, survival is hard. If you don't wanna, no one can force you. The few awakened ones who don't believe in evil have graves covered with lush grass. Of course, there's one exception. If he were to resort to force, Qinghong and Lin Fei would probably help restrain him. As for performing for combat or collecting supplies, the more you do, the more you earn. Every mission and every effort you make earns you points, which can be used to exchange for necessities and crystal cores. Becoming the city lord's woman and living in the villa district is the lifelong pursuit of all the girls in the shelter. It's really hard to say who is stronger. Returning to the battlefield, the first wave of giant zombies was wiped out. The plan to breach the city walls failed, and a direct assault was the only option. Countless zombies climbed up the city wall. The metal outer layer was slippery, but much better than the ice. The metal surface of the city wall has a sharp barb every few meters, but it cannot prevent loss without pain. In addition, the zombies' inherent corrosive properties make it easy for them to climb up. Discharge. The electric awakeners stepped forward, countless electric arcs flashed, and the outer layer of the city wall had excellent conductivity, especially near the barbs, forming a point discharge, and the electric arcs connected the zombies together. The zombies, paralyzed, fell to the ground. After each group discharges electricity, they retreat to absorb lower-level crystal nuclei to restore energy. Dozens of people work in a group, repeating this cycle. Qinghong then understood why the master's design required an insulation layer between the city wall and the metal surface. Fortunately, she carried out the orders without any deviation. The battle lasted for several hours, and apart from a few unlucky souls who slipped and fell off the city wall, there were no casualties. It's an achievement that's practically mythical. The Lich array was less than a kilometer from the city wall, cunningly hiding behind the fused corpses, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Hundreds of flying parasitic zombies rose from behind the horde of zombies, approaching the shelter, each parasitic zombie clutching a deformed zombie. Deformed corpses are a type of mutated zombie, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others with claws half a foot long, some with horns on their heads, and others with huge mouths on their bellies. It has everything. Their strength mostly surpasses that of zombies of the same level, but is lower than that of the zombie king. Qingji used the withering of all things to kill the flying parasitic corpses and provide cover and protection at dawn and dusk. Jiang Yu gave the order again, and the 2 girls obeyed and flew out of the city wall. Qingji flew into the midst of the parasitic corpses, completely ignoring their attacks, and was annihilated in the middle of the horde. After a flash of white light, life vanished. I can't believe my eyes. Someone self-destructed. Yes, I saw it too. The battle is going quite smoothly. Is it really necessary? The city lord is so generous, giving up such a beautiful woman so easily. Shut up. It's all to reduce civilian casualties. Grateful. On the city wall, everyone was busy running around like headless chickens, throwing huge logs, rolling stones, and burning oil at the climbing horde of corpses. Even when exhausted and out of breath, they still couldn't resist gossiping. A dozen seconds later, everyone realized something was wrong. The flying parasitic corpse they were worried about was pinned in the air by an unknown force and did not move at all. Immediately afterwards, the light dissipated and pierced through the horde of corpses in the air, giving off an aura of despair. Wherever his aura passed, a sense of oppression spread, and people felt from the bottom of their hearts that life was meaningless, and they couldn't even muster the interest to fight. The despair lasted for several tens of seconds before dissipating. The flying parasitic zombies began to fall, crashing to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot, with many landing on the city walls. The guards rushed up to check and found that the parasitic corpse and the deformed corpse had lost all life force. Their flesh and blood withered, and their pupils were gray and lifeless. Even knowing they were dead, the guard still felt a chill run through him as he was stared at by those desperate eyes, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. In the distance, the girl in blue stood on Zhu Yan's shoulder, looking in surprise toward the direction of the Qin Island shelter, sensing a familiar atmosphere. The surprise in his eyes turned into delight. Chapter 106: Annihilation of the Zombie Tide. The Zombie Emperor appears. Outside the city walls, an aura of despair spread westward in a fan shape, leaving behind withered vegetation, cracked earth, and rivers drying up at a visible speed. The zombies, enveloped by the aura, began to dissipate. Strangely, the overseeing zombie king did not intervene. The order to retreat came from the invincible being behind him. "Brother, I really like this gift. I hope you won't disappoint me too much in the future." The girl in blue pondered for a moment, then smiled gently, understanding what had happened. Her house was burgled. The girl waved her right hand lightly, and the same aura spread through the horde of zombies, causing the scattered zombies to slowly rejoin their ranks. To do something like this to tease her, I really can't think of anyone else with the guts to do it except for the boy who made a pact with Chiyu. In the air, Chenxi carried the semi-conscious Qingji back to the city wall. Jiang Yu took Qingji from him. The girl was ice-cold and barely alive. Jiang Yu's heartache was written all over his face as he took out the best quality seeds from his spatial storage and fed them to her. "Just do your best. It's not like I'm asking you to risk your life, you idiot. I'm afraid I won't do a good job and will disappoint you." Qingji forced a weak smile before falling into a deep sleep. Sigh, another silly girl. There was no time for lamentation. Looking into the distance, the familiar figure did not appear. Perhaps it was just wishful thinking on my part. There are plenty of old guys, and very few who aren't familiar with Chiyu. In the previous life, when the zombie horde besieged the city, the zombie emperor did not personally take action, and no one had ever truly seen what the zombie emperor, who was hiding behind the scenes, looked like. Ruowan, Xiaoning, used the twin powers to break through the dawn and kill the corpse witch array. Qinghong, provide cover. Don't do anything stupid, save some energy. Jiang Yu issued another command, and the three girls obeyed. Outside the city wall, Xiao Ning and Ruowan embraced each other, and the world was plunged into darkness, enveloping the area for dozens of miles around. What's going on? The sun has fallen too? God, you must be joking. They're determined to kill humanity. If the moon is broken, it's broken. If the sun is gone, it's truly gone. On and off the city walls, both humans and zombies looked up at the sky. It was noon, and the sun had vanished in an instant. Even a solar eclipse takes time to process. Outside the city walls, a ray of dawn pierced the darkness, unleashing countless blades of light that swept across the horde of corpses, creating a vacuum. One group after another of zombies were cut in half at the waist, then purified into ashes by the white light. Exclamations came from the city wall. In the dim light of dawn, they could see that it was one of their own people using superpowers. Everyone was startled. The battles became increasingly fantastical, the imagination became scarce, and even shocking words became numb. With their mouths dry and their voices hoarse, they managed to utter a single word, the only one that could express their feelings at that moment. Grass. Day. This is the most sincere praise for plants and the sun. Dawn illuminated the night, and a red sun rose, rising precisely where the lich array was located. The fused corpses, along with the lich, were devoured by the red sun, with none surviving. For miles outside the city walls, not a single zombie survived. Light returned to the battlefield, and everyone saw what the person using superpowers looked like. Wow, it's Goddess Xiaoning. It's Goddess Ruowan. I have their autographs. Their supernatural abilities are so ethereal, so beautiful. Qinghong carried the two girls back to the city wall. The two girls were in good condition and could at least stand up to absorb the crystal cores. Xiaoning was momentarily stunned by the exclamations and praises from the crowd. Someone like her actually deserves to be called a goddess. Well done. Take a good rest. Jiang Yu casually praised her, and Xiao Ning smiled with a slight blush. A comfortable life, a strong sense of security, overwhelming power, and the respect of others. All of this was given to me by my master. Master, thank you. I'm so lucky to have met you, Xiaoning said sincerely. Stop being so sentimental. If you really want to thank me, give me something practical. I want to see you in black stockings. Jiang Yu disliked sentimental atmospheres and abruptly interrupted them, spoiling the mood. How about this? I'll wear black stockings, and Ruoan will wear white stockings. Xiaoning's eyes were slightly viscous. Why did you drag me into this? Ruoan looked utterly hopeless, thanks to the combined mental sharing and tenfold perception. She has no idea how she survives playing games with friends. She always feeds kills at the start of a match. They had no choice but to win without lifting a finger. The image flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, and he couldn't help but swallow. I'm actually a little excited about it. The battle is still going on. Since the Corpse King hasn't appeared, let's end it all. Jiang Yu signaled Qinghong to launch a full-scale attack. Heavy armored kill squad, prepare for the first charge. All teams, march out of the city to meet the enemy and flank them. On the city wall, the captain of the execution squad received his orders and left. She stood not far away and could hear their conversation clearly. What kind of city lord is this, thinking about trivial matters when a great enemy is at hand? The killing squads formed a 10-row deep square formation, using shield walls to push the zombies aside, and then using shields to kill them after they were knocked down. The surviving zombies surged to both sides of the formation, where the team, which had been waiting for some time, advanced like a meat grinder. The slaying squad is the tip of the sword, and the heavy armor squad is the blade, piercing fiercely into the horde of zombies. Lin Fei, Chi, and Chun Shi are hiding in the middle of the team, sniping the Corpse King. If all goes well, casualties from this zombie horde can be reduced to 20%, which is much better than previously expected. Although the horde of zombies was large, 99% of them were ordinary zombies, and the killing team had eliminated most of them after several hours of maneuvering. As time went on, the killing squad gradually became exhausted, and casualties rose sharply. Jiang Yu ordered everyone to retreat. Next comes the finishing touches, summon the Gujiao, and a fiery cage will envelop the heavens and earth, reducing the energy intensity and expanding the coverage area. When the flames died down, only crystal cores remained on the battlefield. Cheers of victory erupted from the shelter. This battle will elevate the Qingdao shelter to heights that others can hardly reach. After the battle ended, Jiang Yu turned to look at the distant horizon and sensed a familiar energy rapidly approaching. A smile appeared on his lips. It would be very disappointing if she didn't come. No one may act without my order. Wait for my signal. The difference in strength was too great. These girls, besides distracting him, would serve no other purpose. Qiyu bent his knees and suddenly leaped off the city wall. Since he was going to fight, he would naturally use the method he disliked the most. Jiang Yu stepped slowly down, his feet treading on the runes. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Zhu Yan revealed herself. The girl floated down from the giant ape's shoulder to the ground, and with a gentle wave of her jade hand, a gray-white shield enveloped her entire body. Jiang Yu extended his hand, smiling gently. Tian Ba, it's been a long time. You dare to call me by my name? It seems I shouldn't have shown up today. The girl glanced at the battlefield, her eyes showing no emotion. The annihilation of hundreds of thousands of zombies seemed insignificant. You want to kill me? Seeing Jiang Yu draw his longsword, the girl raised the corners of her mouth, but her smile was not very warm. It seems that human arrogance has never changed. I want to give it a try. Jiang Yu drew his sword, trying his best to calm himself down. This is the first time I've faced a legendary being. The one before me is truly a goddess. Her father was a figure revered by all the people of Kyushu. No matter how you look at it, there's not much chance of winning this battle. Chapter 107 Summoning the Divine Emperor Ziwei, Decisive Battle Against the Heavenly Maiden Ba. Heavenly Maiden Ba. Tian Ba made great contributions in the Battle of Zhuolu. Even though she was later convicted and banished, it did not change her nature as a goddess. The only saving grace is that everyone started at the same point after the moon's fall, and we are all now at the 6th rank. The Heavenly Maiden Ba is a thing of the past. I don't like that name. My name is Zixian. What you're doing is seriously affecting my progress in harvesting souls. After much thought, I've decided to kill you. As for Qiyu, let him go. The girl's pupils turned grayish-white, and as she raised her hand, the space in front of her shattered into pieces. In the corner, a puddle of clear water flowed towards the Heavenly Maiden Ba. On the battlefield, corpses lay strewn everywhere and blood flowed like rivers, making this little puddle of water completely inconspicuous. Boom! The sound of giant waves crashing against the shore could be heard, and a water prison rose up, with a girl in white standing proudly atop it, exuding an ethereal aura. It was clearly dawn and dusk. Master, I will accept the punishment after the battle. I don't want you to bear it alone. Jiang Yu tried to stop it, but it was too late. The flowing water in the water prison instantly stopped, and a slender hand reached out from the void and grabbed Qianxi's neck. With a little effort, the heavenly maiden Ba's head will separate from her body. Jiang Yu did not stop him. He turned around and placed Wuxiang in front of Qi Yu, speaking calmly. I have plenty of brainless toys like this, but there's only one Qi Yu. Such a powerful guard. You're willing to give him up? Tianba didn't believe it and tightened her fingers a bit, causing Qianxi's face to turn blue and purple. Jiang Yu smiled and thrust Wuxiang through Qi Yu's chest without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the heavenly maiden Ba's pupils contracted slightly. She dared not take the risk. After killing Qi Yu, there was Xing Tian. After killing Xing Tian, there was Ho Yi. I know a lot about these mutilated bodies. I know a little bit about divination techniques. To be honest, your legacy is pretty average. I happen to have a zombie toy, so I don't have a choice. Jiang Yu's smile grew wider. Tianba reluctantly withdrew her hand. Qianxi gasped for breath, still shaken, and looked at Tianba. Before the sneak attack, Qianxi knew she couldn't win, but she never imagined she wouldn't even last one round. Jiang Yu helped Qianxi up, touched the wound on her neck, and carried the girl back to the city wall without uttering a word of blame. We don't even know if we'll come back alive. There's no need to make Qianxi sad anymore. Jiang Yu stepped down the city wall, his feet treading on runes. Not daring to be careless, he activated absolute defense and chanted incantations. The Great Luo Heavenly Palace, the Purple Star Palace. Master of all things, ruler of all heavens. Ziwei in the central heaven, Emperor of the North Pole. As the divine incantation was completed, stars twinkled in the night sky. The Big Dipper lit up in turn, and energy gathered in one place to pour into the Ziwei star. The purple star suddenly burst into a dazzling light, even more radiant than the moon before its fall, and a curtain of light poured down on Jiang Yu from the purple star direction. Behind him, the phantom of the summoning god rose up, with the Ziwei Emperor wearing a crown and court robes, looking every bit the Emperor. Summon the divine Emperor Ziwei. This is the second divine protection I received after advancing to the 6th rank. The heavenly maiden Ba stared blankly, somewhat lost in thought. On the city wall, the people who had been fighting all day forgot their fatigue, their excited eyes shining brighter than the stars. Many elderly people knelt respectfully on the ground and worshipped devoutly. Qinghong and the others were so worried that they couldn't sit still, but they couldn't disobey their master's words. They couldn't understand what the point of the inheritance would be if they didn't participate in this final battle. Even if it's weak, it can still block some damage and deplete some of the opponent's energy. Zhu Yan roared and leaped into the air, throwing a powerful punch at Jiang Yu. Qi Yu blocked the punch from the side and slashed down with a 9-ly slash, knocking the opponent back dozens of meters. Qi Yu pursued, and they engaged in battle. On the other side, Jiang Yu took the initiative, wielding the Wushang technique, and disappeared from the spot as the Tai Chi symbol flowed. A figure appeared behind the heavenly maiden Ba. The abyss sea disturbed her mind, and Wuxiang transformed into a long spear, a cold light piercing straight into the girl's back. Its power surpasses that of the previous god summoning Gaochen by several times. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Tianba's eyes. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the shield was shattered by the spear tip, and the heavenly maiden Ba staggered back 3 steps before coming to a stop. Even a goddess is nothing special. You are very strong, but you still have a long way to go. Since we've met, I'll try my best to make your departure as easy as possible. Feeling the force that struck her, Tianba dared not joke around anymore. The young man before her was clearly stronger than she had expected. Reaching out, I plucked a few strands of hair, which then twisted and wove themselves together, extending several meters into a long whip. Without further hesitation, she swung her long whip, and streams of gray-white energy spread out, more than 10 times stronger than Qingxi's. The long whip lashed out at Jiang Yu, blocking him from all directions. Jiang Yu activated Tai Chi, and his figure disappeared again, instantly teleporting behind Tianba. Before he could even stand still, a sound of air being torn apart rang out behind him. The gray whip appeared behind Jiang Yu, following the space broken by the Tai Chi, completely ignoring the spatial barrier. The long whip coiled around his body. Death energy enveloped his entire being, and the emanating sense of despair was suffocating. The golden light flashed, and the death energy dissipated. Before Jiang Yu could recover, time seemed to stand still, and the dust and the diffracted light froze simultaneously. Behind him, the illusion of the purple star emperor opened its eyes, the time confinement disappeared, and the formless one struck down once more. With each strike, the heavenly maiden Ba took a step back, her expression growing more serious. With the 5th strike, The girl was sent flying, but she regained her footing in midair as curses descended upon her. Jiang Yu activated the Abyss Sea, drawing the curse into the vortex. The vortex then reversed, returning the curse to its original path. The curse had a limited effect on the heavenly maiden Ba, dissipating on its own after a few breaths, leaving the girl slightly pale. Thunderbolt spell. Dozens of lightning chains locked onto the body of the heavenly maiden Ba. She tried to break through the spatial barrier, but the lightning chains ignored the space and continued to pursue her. Thunder roared throughout the heavens and earth. The heavenly maiden Ba was trapped by chains of lightning, and the death energy on her body collapsed at the slightest touch. Heavenly lightning is the nemesis of all negative energy. All things wither. The girl raised her hand, and a ripple of deathly aura spread out. With no way to avoid it, Jiang Yu activated the golden light mantra with all his might, enduring the blow head-on. At this moment, neither of them was in good condition, with very little energy left. One was paralyzed by lightning, and the other was entangled in death energy. On the other side, the battle between Qi Yu and Zhu Yan had also ended. The giant ape lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, with Qi Yu holding a knife to its neck. Even a fourth-tier opponent against a sixth-tier opponent, Qi Yu's remaining body is not someone to be trifled with. You are not as powerful as I imagined. Gods should be invincible. Jiang Yu Wuxiang planted himself in the ground, not daring to show the slightest weakness. Tianba was speechless. If she were invincible, would she need to command zombies to slaughter cities and harvest souls? And the Gu Jiao she had painstakingly tamed had been kidnapped. You're not as smart as I thought. Tianba sensed that she didn't have much energy left, but she couldn't let the other party notice. If you can command zombies and guard so many crystal cores, why bother going through all this trouble to massacre the city? Jiang Yu probed, wanting to know the answer. My energy is different from yours. I cannot absorb crystal cores, but only souls. Can't we just kill zombies? Jiang Yu tried to dissuade him. Zombies. Tianba shook her head and continued. Do you really think these corpses have souls? I used to think you were funny, but now it seems you're just a fool. I'm leaving. The heavenly maiden Ba's gaze fell on Zhu Yan, feeling very reluctant, and she planned to find a reason to take him back. She had less than 10% of her energy left, and even with that 10%, she had to force herself to maintain energy fluctuations so that the other party wouldn't notice. The heavenly maiden Ba was already extremely guilty, and for a moment, she didn't know how to speak. Walk. If you leave, what's the point of this zombie horde? No matter what means are used, even if it means sacrificing a few followers, she must be kept alive. Perhaps the reason for the apocalypse can only be found out from her. Jiang Yu activated the mind control spell, and on the city wall, Qinghong's mind jolted as she received her master's signal. The girls then quietly left the city wall and approached the battlefield. I don't want to hurt Qi Yu, so tell him to release Zhu Yan. Tianba's eyes were calm, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. What if I refuse? Jiang Yu polished the long sword in his hand, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 108 I am a celestial maiden. Can you bear the consequences of blaspheming the gods? Jiang Yu appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly anxious. Why were these girls so slow? The heavenly maiden Ba's eyes were icy cold as she said in a chilling voice, Lingqi, waist cutting, skinning, or branding. You can choose one of these methods to die. I also know of a blood sacrifice that can prolong the suffering for months. Kill God. You're too arrogant. Jiang Yu gripped the Wuxiang tightly, a resolute glint in his eyes. Sensing that the girl's presence had already surrounded the battlefield, he no longer hesitated. Let's do it. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he was the first to charge forward, barely managing to summon the divine Gaochen and unleashing 5 sword energies in succession. He really doesn't have enough energy. He has all the Taoist skills, but he just uses a fire poker to hit people every day. He has utterly disgraced those who cultivate the Tao. In a flash, a piece of information buried deep in my memory surfaced in my mind. Tantian was born in Lianyungong City. It was formed from the crystal core of the ancient mythical beast Xian Turtle and ranked 7th among auxiliary weapons. Greedy Heaven itself has no offensive power, nor can it enhance combat strength. It has only one function. To use any superpower, one only needs to expend 1/10 of its own energy. The higher the energy consumed, the greater the effect. 5 sword energies approached, but Jiang Yu didn't expect to be able to harm the celestial maiden before him. He simply wanted to hold her off for a moment. The expected scene did not occur. As the final sword energy fell, Tianba was sent flying. Qinghong and the others stood there, stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. They had prepared themselves to die. Before the zombie horde broke out, their master repeatedly instilled in them the horrors of the heavenly maiden Ba, preparing them to sacrifice themselves. The Heavenly Maiden Ba, a legendary goddess, is a terrifying being who can command millions of zombies. Jiang Yu doesn't need to exaggerate her power at all. The clear rainbow turned into mist, and a wisp of black energy wrapped around it. The Heavenly Maiden Ba's arms were broken, and She went even further, piercing her chest with the golden dagger in her hand and twisting it violently. He was muttering to himself, "I'll let you pinch me. I'll let you pinch me. You know how embarrassing it is in front of your master." Lin Fei was about to bring down her giant axe when Jiang Yu stopped her. He looked at his master in confusion, then instantly understood. The woman before him was a goddess. How could this lecherous fellow possibly let her go? "Follow me, and I will not kill you." Jiang Yu drew the mind control spell. Despite the excruciating pain, Tianba's eyes showed no sign of yielding. The bloodstain between her brows was wiped away, and she sneered. "I am a celestial maiden. Can you bear the consequences of blaspheming against the gods?" "A celestial maiden? That's exactly what I want. I'll interrogate her tonight." Jiang Yu took out the spirit-capturing pearl and asked Qing Hong to find a cage to lock up the Heavenly Maiden Ba. Several girls couldn't help but laugh, wondering if they should come over and watch. The scene of training a celestial maiden is quite rare. Immediately, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Zhu Yan, for there were few whose close combat strength surpassed its in the early stages. The crystal core it released was a precious orb that could increase a person's power when worn, but it wasn't of much value to Jiang Yu. "Just kill this monkey, and we'll have it for dinner tonight." "Zhu Yan, it's an ancient mythical beast. Shouldn't it try to persuade the enemy to surrender?" Zhu Yan squeaked in distress, and Jiang Yu signed a contract, which it quickly accepted. This human dares to blaspheme even the gods. Killing a monkey is just a piece of cake for him. Jiang Yu led the girls back to the city wall. The entire shelter was silent. Someone started to lead the way, and everyone bowed and knelt down in worship. His status rose from the master of the shelter to a god, and everyone's eyes revealed devout faith. Under the cover of night, Jiang Yu's heart surged with Tao intent, and his body began to radiate divine light, faintly breaking through the boundary between humans and gods. A message surfaced in my mind. For the first time since my rebirth, things had changed. Inheritance, the way of heaven. Cultivation level, rank 6. The way of heaven, controlling the rules of the way of heaven. The way of nature, level 6, capable of utilizing all level 6 Taoist techniques. Godslayer, ignores the power of any divine faith. Since there is no God, why not create one ourselves? The thought arose and could no longer be suppressed. Since mortals need faith, what difference does it make who you believe in? This god of a man at least provides food and lodging. Late at night, in the dungeon of the Qin Island shelter, Jiang Yu walked into the cell alone. Tianba was locked in an iron cage, with the spirit-capturing pearl floating on top of the cage. Chi-Chi stood guard nearby. Jiang Yu gestured for Chi-Chi to leave. The girl was very unhappy but dared not disobey, and reluctantly left the dungeon. Lin Fei protected her younger sister and wouldn't let Jiang Yu touch her. Jiang Yu wasn't interested in forcing her either. He couldn't possibly accept something that was offered to him, and Chi-Chi wasn't exactly a rare find. Chi-Chi never understood how it was possible to find a better man than her master. Sometimes the girls would chat and laugh, but when one of them saw her coming, she would immediately fall silent. It's obvious they're talking about things children shouldn't hear. She's just petite, and she'll be 18 after her birthday, while Sheng Yao is only 19. Lin Fei was the older sister, but she was even stricter than their deceased mother, and Lin Fei didn't even dare to have a thought of rebellion. Jiang Yu arrived in front of the iron cage and sat on the ground. Tianba had no energy at all. She was just an ordinary person at this moment. Facing a true deity for the first time, this victory felt unreal. The girls sat in the cage, showing neither resentment nor worry, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Do you know that I was born a jinx? I can't control my energy, and wherever I go, it turns into a wasteland. Even my father wouldn't look at me and banished me to the far north desert. It's very hot there, and there's no food. We can only eat lizards and insects. I've been in the desert for decades." Later, my father called me back. I thought he was starting to accept my existence, but who knew it was just to get me to fight for him? Whether it's fighting or not, at least I still have some value. I fought hard and almost risked my life. After the victory, I wasn't even allowed to attend the celebration banquet and was expelled again. In my second year after returning to the tribe to fight, we encountered a once-in-a-century drought, and there was no harvest for several years, which led to a riot in the tribe. They put all the blame on me. My name changed from Nuba to Nuba, and then to Hamba. It is said that killing me will bring good weather and abundant harvests, but I don't know who spread this rumor. Life is meaningless. I committed suicide in the far north desert. I wonder if Kyushu has been blessed with good weather ever since. I am not a god, nor am I a drought demon. I am just a human being. This time after waking up, I want to live freely and no longer be controlled by anyone. After Tianba finished speaking, she didn't care about Jiang Yu's reaction. Perhaps she just wanted to find a safe place to vent. I don't understand. Why do you gods create those disgusting zombies? Jiang Yu shook his head slightly. Tianba, a legendary goddess, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, what else could she be but a goddess? Chapter 109, Because I Like It. The heavenly maiden Ba pondered for a moment, thinking about how to explain. I have said before that I am not a god. I didn't create the zombies. I can command them only because my energy can accelerate the zombie king's advancement. I was an awakener a long time ago. I remember hearing the elders of my clan talk about a meteor falling to Earth when I was a child, which was similar to this moonfall. Many people died in that catastrophe. I was lucky enough, like you, to awaken my superpowers, but many more people turned into zombies. We have been fighting zombies for a long time, and each of us has developed our own forces, just like the shelter behind you. My father is the leader of the strongest human force, and the man next to you is the leader of the strongest zombie force. Neither of the two powers could do anything to the other, and the war never stopped until I committed suicide. I don't know why, but when I woke up after the moon fell, my body had no energy at all, so I had to start all over again. After the story was finished, the two fell silent. So, the inheritance we received isn't divine power, but merely a portion of your consciousness and energy that survived after your fall. Jiang Yu wanted to confirm one thing. I don't know either. When I woke up, the energy had just dissipated, but my superpowers were still there. Tianba shook her head gently. She hadn't encountered anyone else she knew. Stay put. I'll let you out once I've thought things through. You're too dangerous. I won't be able to sleep well if I leave you out here. Jiang Yu stood up, preparing to leave. The heavenly maiden Ba asked in bewilderment. Why don't you just kill me? I've killed quite a few humans. What do I care if they live or die? As for you, killing you would be a waste. I have no confidence that I can find a second goddess. Jiang Yu waved to her as a farewell. As the boy left the dungeon, Tianba's eyes flickered, and she spoke. Etc. Do me a favor, and I'll make a contract with you after it's done. I've followed you for 10 years, and that's my bottom line. It's a deal. Jiang Yu agreed without hesitation. Aren't you going to ask what's wrong? That's not important. If I can't do it, no one else in Kyushu will be able to. Jiang Yu said arrogantly. If you can subdue a goddess, it's only natural for you to be a little arrogant. The heavenly maiden Ba was speechless for a moment. She couldn't bring herself to say such outrageous things. The next day, the armored vehicle left Qingdao and headed south towards Lianyungang City. Lin Fei was driving, with Jiang Yu and Meng Fan in the back seat. Along the way, there were almost no traces of zombies, and the once rampant hunters were nowhere to be seen. This zombie horde meant that no shelter in the entire Kyushu region was spared. A few days later, we finally crossed 3 provinces and entered Jiangsu province. The car drove along the coastline, and the scenery was much better than inland. The ocean is teeming with strange beasts, far outnumbering and surpassing the land in both quantity and strength. However, confined to the sea, they have little interaction with humans. Years later, some people will no longer be satisfied with exploring only on land, and will sail giant ships to explore deserted islands overseas. The first people to try something new made a fortune. On a deserted island overseas, there are countless mutated plants, among which the immortal tree is one. Master, why won't you let me take Chi-Chi with me? What's the use of taking this coward with me? Lin Fei was very upset, as this was the first time in her life she had been separated from her younger sister. You don't need to tell me I'm timid. Whether it's useful or not is up to Master. Meng Fan clung tightly to Jiang Yu. She was quite afraid of Lin Fei. To be precise, she was also afraid of Qing Hong, Xiaoning, and Zhaoling. Sheng Yao was also very fierce to her because of past events, so she was only a little closer to Qinzi. Lin Fei had been training her all along, and because she was timid, she often made mistakes and was often scolded. Chi-Chi isn't suitable. Jiang Yu put his arm around Meng Fan, and the girl adjusted her position so that her master's hand wouldn't get so tired. The answer is obvious. You can't drive 2 cars and live in 2 rooms. Let's find a place to rest in the small town ahead, and continue our journey tomorrow. Jiang Yu saw the outline of the town, with rows of small villas, which looked quite nice. I haven't slept well for several days in a row. Tonight I can take a shower and get some rest. There are relatively more zombies in the small town. After clearing out the zombies, we chose a relatively clean house. Inside the room, after the 3 of them took a shower, Meng Fan didn't rest for a moment, busy cooking, making the bed, and tidying up the clothes. Lin Fei sat on the sofa. In terms of daily life, she was completely useless. Be nicer to Meng Fan in the future. Everyone has their own strengths. With her by our side, our journey will be much more comfortable. Jiang Yu held Lin Fei close, only lightly touching her through her clothes. He could barely control himself, and the girl blushed as she felt the petrification attack. A warm, large hand caressed the slender waist in his arms. Her exaggerated figure seemed to defy biological design. It makes people curious and want to study it in detail. Understood, master. It's not that I hate her, it's just that I can't help but get angry every time I see her cowardly appearance. How can a person have no personality at all? Lin Fei sat up abruptly in excitement, while Jiang Yu cried out in pain, nearly breaking his bones. There are very few men more reckless than this girl. They are also very competitive, always taking the lead when playing with friends, and never like to give the initiative to others. Master, are you alright? Lin Fei stood up helplessly, while Jiang Yu's face was contorted in pain. It's no joke that this is the deepest pain a man can experience. Master, dinner is ready. Meng Fan brought the last 2 dishes from the kitchen, and in less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup filled the table. Seeing Jiang Yu rubbing his thigh with a contorted expression, he quickly put down the vegetables and ran over to check on him, his Tai Sui's regenerative energy covering his thigh. The girl carefully blew air into the air, her face full of worry. Meng Fan turned her head and glared at Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt utterly ashamed. She easily ruined what should have been a tender and intimate time. She's more clueless than an idiot when it comes to taking care of people. It feels harder than taking on 10 level 6 zombie kings single-handedly. It turns out she was the useless one. Master, I'm so useless. Why did you bring me out? Lin Fei felt inferior for the first time. Because I like it. Jiang Yu patted Meng Fan's head to indicate that she was all right. This reason was impeccable, and Lin Fei's mood immediately brightened upon hearing it. Master, why don't you try moving around a bit? Meng Fan's worry did not lessen at all. A thigh injury is a lifelong matter and cannot be taken lightly. Jiang Yu was starving, and all he wanted to do was eat, so he decisively refused this unreasonable request. Meng Fan looked disappointed. Chefs always ate while cooking, so she didn't feel hungry at all. On the other side of the town, in the same villa, several people sat around in the living room, looking dazed, with a girl in the middle. The girl had a strange appearance. Her hair and pupils were emerald green, but her body was alluringly porcelain white. At this moment, she sat motionless in the middle of the living room, like a porcelain doll that had just been fired. A small green bottle floated above her head, with the opening facing down. The bottle frantically absorbed the energy of the people around it, refined it, and then poured it into the girl's forehead. Chapter 110: The Strange Little Green Bottle, A World Within a Bottle. The girl was very domineering and had no intention of leaving anyone behind. A moment later, the group of people sitting around collapsed, their faces withered and their hair gray. Clearly, it wasn't just energy that was being absorbed, but also all of its vitality. Not enough, the prey lately has been terrible. Little sister, wait for me. I will definitely get you out. Even if it means being shattered to pieces. The girl waved her hand, and the several mummified corpses vanished instantly, leaving not even a speck of ashes, except for a few crystal cores that remained in place. Humans don't explode crystal cores, they carry them on their bodies. The girl's name is Iris. Less than 2 months after awakening, she unexpectedly obtained the inheritance of the bottle realm. The inheritance comes with a special weapon, a small green bottle, which contains its own world. The space is small, but very useful. It can absorb the energy and vitality of awakened beings, using half to construct the world within the bottle and the other half to infuse the owner's body and elevate their rank. With this cheat, he advanced to the 5th rank in less than 2 months, just 1 step away from the 6th rank. By consuming a 6th-tier awakened being, one can advance to the next tier. The absorption of nutrients from the small green bottle is limited. The awakened one's mind must be immersed in the world constructed within the bottle. He picked up the crystal core and skillfully placed it into the bottle. A wisp of black smoke rose from the bottle, followed by a stream of pure energy flowing into his brow. The malevolent energy within the body is reduced to less than 1/10. This cheat is outrageous. It can even purify crystal cores. 1 tier 3 and a few tier 2 are better than nothing. Just as I was about to go to bed, I smelled a strong aroma, the smell of human roasted meat. She shook the little green bottle, wondering if she was hallucinating. Little green, do you want to die? You even tricked me. Iris tapped the little green bottle on the marble coffee table, the crisp sound carrying far, showing no regard for its preciousness. The little green bottle was extremely aggrieved. How could a treacherous soldier betray its master? It wasn't a cunning human. Iris was just joking with it, placing the small green bottle on her chest, and the bottle turned into a green birthmark. The small green bottle was perfectly set against the backdrop of towering peaks, making the girl's chest appear even whiter. She nimbly jumped out of the window and ran towards the direction from which the fragrance was coming. They walked very lightly, and their speed was not affected at all. Iris began to pray silently, hoping for a team of 4th-tier awakened beings, 5th tier even better, and if there was even one 6th tier. The girl shook her head. It's better to avoid having such fantasies. Because of the zombie horde, we haven't encountered many 5th-tier zombies along the way. A 6th-tier being would be at the very top of the pyramid in any shelter today. It's important to understand that the speed of leveling up is always directly proportional to the strength of one's superpowers. Upon arriving outside the villa from which the fragrance wafted, he was momentarily distracted and surrounded by several clueless zombies. The howls of the zombies carried far. Afraid of startling her prey, the girl watched as a green light flashed, and the zombie visibly shrank. The energy released from the zombie's death surged in and was forcibly poured into her body, causing her eyes to instantly become bloodshot, and her originally emerald green pupils to turn blood red. After the zombie died, what fell to the ground was a 5th-order crystal core. Oops. She then realized that among the fallen zombies was a 5th-tier zombie king. Sometimes being too strong isn't a good thing. An endless surge of malevolence welled up in her mind, and Iris used the last of her reason to flee into the distance. The day's fighting had already left them mentally exhausted, and the sudden surge of hostility instantly overwhelmed their senses. The inheritance within the bottle is very strong, but the side effects are even stronger. Hunting zombies and alien beasts will absorb 100% of their dissipated energy. It should have been the strongest cheat, but unfortunately, the energy was filled with the ferocity of zombies, making it chaotic and disorderly. Unable to purify or choose, she can only level up by killing her own kind. She would only kill a few small zombies when she had no other choice, and she could regain her senses by calming down. She never dared to touch the zombie king. When she first received the inheritance, she knew nothing. At that time, Iris, who was still a 1st-tier Iris, killed a 2nd-tier corpse king in the deep mountains. He lost his mind under the influence of the malevolent energy and woke up 7 days later, having no memory of those 7 days. When he was conscious, he was hiding in a cave, holding a zombie's arm in his hand, his mouth full of the smell of decay, and the zombie on the ground had been mostly eaten. The next day at noon, the girl woke up from a nightmare, and in her daze, she was back in the cave, her mouth filled with, it has a sticky, sweet taste. The chest was completely blank, and the green birthmark was nowhere to be seen. Memories gradually surfaced in my mind. Last night, no, maybe several days, or even more than 10 days, have passed. In the last second before she lost consciousness, she vaguely saw a white light streak across the night sky. I opened my eyes with all my might. The sunlight outside the window was blinding. She lay in the clean and fresh blankets, the bed soft and comfortable, with a faint fragrance in the air. The scent of laundry detergent mingled with the smell of sunshine. She had long forgotten how long it had been since she felt this relaxed, but reason told her to stay alert. But I had no strength at all, and my energy was not under my control. Her hair was spread out on her chest, soft and fragrant, and she was naked, having been carefully washed. She didn't really care. As long as she was alive and not out there eating zombies, nothing else mattered. As my eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight and my mind cleared up, I sat up and looked through the bedroom door to see a boy sitting in the living room. The boy was neatly dressed, his profile revealing a calm determination as he leaned over the table writing something. Everything in the apocalypse felt more like a long nightmare. At this moment, Meng Fan carried a bowl of white porridge into the bedroom. Seeing the girl wake up, he gently sat beside her, softly blew on the cool liquid, and fed it to her lips. "You saved me," Iris asked in a hoarse voice. She did not refuse and slowly swallowed the white porridge, her throat feeling like it was being cut by a knife. If these people really wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be alive now. There would be no need to poison her. "Your master saved you. You were so scary yesterday. You were hugging a zombie and biting it. If it weren't for the protection of the alien soldiers, you would be dead by now." Meng Fan looked terrified. She'd seen zombies eat people all the time, but this was the first time she'd ever seen a person hugging and biting a zombie. "Don't you find it disgusting?" Last night, Jiang Yu and the other two heard noises inside the house. Lin Fei was the first to rush out, wanting to prove that her presence was somewhat useful to her master. He threw a punch, but was knocked back by an inconspicuous little green bottle. Only then did they realize that a little green girl was eating a zombie. Jiang Yu then used a calming spell to control the girl and brought her back. Upon hearing the words stranger, Iris instinctively looked at her chest again, only to find it completely white. The little green bottle was gone. I tried to summon it, but there was no response. Can you please return the strange weapon to me? You can't use it even if you take it. Iris could only pray. She had no strength to force it. When I got anxious, my anger surged up again. The rune between his brows shone, and a cool sensation flowed through his body, forcefully suppressing his malevolent aura. At the same time, the wisp of energy that had just been gathered melted away like ice and snow once again. Unorthodox soldiers. Oh, which little green bottle are you talking about? I washed it for you. It was covered in zombie blood. Master said you shouldn't fuse with it until you recover. It's dangerous. I'll go get it for you. After finishing speaking, Meng Fan walked towards the living room, intending to report to the host. Master, she's awake. Should we go see her? No need. Keep an eye on her. If she does anything reckless, just kill her. Jiang Yu didn't even look up. I was overjoyed to have acquired a rare weapon, but it turned out to be a bound item. It was all for nothing. As for subduing, the possibility is too low. Which awakened being with a lineage would be so foolish as to become someone else's pet? Don't worry. She doesn't even have the strength to stand up right now. Aren't you really going to go and take a look? She's too weak to resist right now. Meng Fan smiled charmingly, her eyes captivating and alluring. Chapter 111 Master. Would you like to eat dinner first or dessert first? Meng Fan didn't linger. She took the small green bottle, turned around, and went into the bedroom. Here, I'm just showing this to you. My master said I can only return it to you when you leave. Iris nodded, not insisting, and her gaze fell on the boy in the living room. Entrusting your life to the good intentions of others is definitely not a wise choice. She didn't know what these two people wanted from her. In this day and age, how could there possibly be any good people who would stand up for what is right? Even if it existed in the beginning, it wouldn't be alive now. My name is Iris. The girl bit her lip, making up her mind. She can't die, at least not now. Meng Fan smiled gently. My name is Meng Fan. You rest well. I'm going to make lunch. Wait. Tell your master that he sheltered me these past few days, and I'm willing to serve him. Iris mustered her courage, threw back the covers, and continued. I'm not so bad, am I? Okay, you are braver than me. I remember the first time I saw my master, I wanted to go with him, but I was afraid of this and that, and I almost lost the opportunity. Meng Fan smiled at the girl. She really loved to smile and was happy every day. Recalling the absurdity of their first meeting, it feels like a dream that her last bit of kindness has brought her to her current life. Meng Fan returned to the living room, snuggled against her owner, and told her about Iris's decision before going into the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, he still poked his little head out and asked, Master, would you like to eat dinner first or dessert first? You must ask first before cooking, otherwise the food won't taste good when it gets cold. Before Jiang Yu could answer, Lin Fei came downstairs, wearing only a silk nightgown that revealed her exaggerated figure in every detail. A dessert? Meng Fan, give me one too. Give me more. I'm so hungry. Lin Fei said sleepily, clearly still half asleep. After finishing her sentence, she plopped down on the sofa, roughly pushing Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu simply leaned against her. The backrest felt comfortable and quite nice. She didn't sleep a wink last night, as she was in charge of looking after the irises. Meng Fan took over her shift after dawn. Good morning, master. Before she could finish speaking, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's waist and fell asleep again. Meng Fan frowned and said to Lin Fei, You can't eat this dessert. It belongs to the master. Ignore her, go cook, Jiang Yu said, then continued copying the scriptures to eliminate the malevolent energy and prepare to slay Qiongqi. As for the dessert in the bedroom, it couldn't compare to Lin Fei's figure or Meng Fan's looks. It's highly likely to be toxic, so I really have no interest in eating it. Which inheritor doesn't have a trump card up their sleeve? Boom, boom, boom. Outside the room, a huge explosion rang out. Jiang Yu's hand trembled as he wrote, tearing the paper. He frowned and looked out the window. Where did this bastard come from? Can't a person just get a good night's sleep? With her hair all messy and her face full of anger, Lin Fei was about to rush out the window when Jiang Yu grabbed her. Stop it. Go change your clothes first. Jiang Yu pointed to the two heavy little ones in front of him, who were jumping excitedly. Lin Fei blushed and ran upstairs. Iris heard a loud noise and struggled to get out of bed. Feeling dizzy, I walked to the window and looked at the menacing group approaching outside. The newcomers were the strongest force from the neighboring city's shelter, consisting of at least 4 6th-tier awakened individuals and more than a dozen 5th-tier awakened individuals. It's just that we killed a small squad of them. Is it really necessary to keep harping on it? As a successor, in my prime I could escape even if I couldn't defeat a few awakened ones, but not now. To survive, we have to do something. She wrapped herself in the blanket, deliberately leaving most of the gap open, and walked out of the bedroom. They came to me. I'll handle it myself. Could you give me a change of clothes? Iris staggered out of the bedroom, barely able to stand, her hands wrapped in the blanket, trembling slightly. Just then, a loud crash, like two trucks colliding, came from outside. Immediately afterwards, the monster's roars and the screams of humans mingled together. An enemy? Jianyu looked up and saw a beautiful view, with a kind of bone china aesthetic. Yes, the people from the Muyang City shelter. I killed a squad of them a few days ago. All 5 of them were at the 5th rank. I thought it was a small matter. They must have been tracked down. After Iris finished speaking, her limbs went limp, and she pretended to be careless as the blanket slipped off, causing her to collapse weakly to the ground. She hasn't fully recovered her energy, but she's strong enough to stand up. The acting was somewhat exaggerated. Jianyu saw traces of some kind of white feline mythical beast on her, walked over, picked her up, and carried her to the bedroom. The girl's entire body was pure white and flawless. Her skin was cool and refreshing to the touch. Meng Fan came out of the kitchen and saw the scene before her, which made her somewhat annoyed. Eat what you want. No need to be polite. You were just putting on airs, and now that the food is ready, you're going back to eat dessert. Master, hurry up. We have fish today. It'll be very fishy if it gets cold. Do you need my help? Before Jianyu could answer, Lin Fei returned, covered in blood, carrying a dead dog on her back, the outline of which could be vaguely discerned. It wasn't that he had bad eyesight. He was just beaten so badly his face was unrecognizable. Even though they are both at the 6th rank, the gap between an inheritor and an awakener is as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Of course, the resources required for advancement are also incomparable. In the early days of the apocalypse, the resources collected by a city-level shelter were barely enough to meet the needs of the 2 inheritors. Master, it took some effort to deal with just a few 6th-tier minions without a suitable weapon. Meng Fan, is the food ready yet? I'm starving. As Lin Fei spoke, she casually tossed the giant wolf to the ground. She remembered her master saying that the pelts of beasts of the 6th rank or higher should not be wasted. With a loud bang, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Dinner will be served when the master is done with his work. Go take a shower first. Those idiots downstairs won't be able to get close to you, and they'll just get covered in blood. Throw this dead dog out. Lin Fei, can't you act like a woman? Meng Fan complained, feeling domineering because her master was backing her up. When Jianyu wasn't around, she didn't dare look up at Lin Fei, let alone complain. The owner's taste is really terrible. He wants a crazy girl. He doesn't even let a tomboy go, and he's interested in an old auntie too. There are even telephone poles that are a head taller than me. Qingdao is almost becoming a monster concentration camp. Inside the bedroom, Iris listened to the conversation between the 2, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. 6th order? Henchman? Iris couldn't hide the astonishment in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, the strongest combat force in the neighboring city's shelter was all S rank. In addition, there is a tamed 6th-tier leader-level alien beast. 4 S-rank awakened beings of the same level, along with a strange beast, are enough to rival a successor. The girl was gone for only 10 minutes, and she killed them all. What kind of monsters are these 3? Such a powerful being, judging from the girl's obedient manner, is nothing more than a pet by the boy's side. Thinking of this, Iris took the initiative to hug the boy and kissed him. Before her lips even touched, the boy threw her onto the bed. Being a little rough is fine, but I don't know if she can handle it in her current state. Iris closed her eyes. The expected storm did not come. If you leave this room again, I'll kill you on the spot, Jianyu said before turning and leaving. Master, don't you like it? Meng Fan asked curiously when she saw her master come out so quickly. Jianyu waved his hand. This girl, every step she takes is calculated. I'm starting to suspect that she got injured on purpose. Picnics at the level of heritage are not tasty and are difficult to digest. Meng Fan didn't care. Even if Iris was bad, it was still better than that tomboy upstairs. When it comes to scheming, no one can compare to Qinghong. She can manipulate them with just a few words. The next morning, in Iris's room. Are you willing to follow me? I can protect you. To be honest, Jianyu didn't have much hope, as there weren't many inheritors who needed the protection of others. Meng Fan stood behind her master, drew a dagger from her waist, and brandished it, her smile serene. Iris stared at the sharp dagger, a chill running down her spine. Chapter 112C, I'm pretty tough. I do. Iris nodded quickly. What a joke. She didn't think she was any more powerful than all those people downstairs yesterday combined. She couldn't die? Jianyu drew the mind control incantation, and the bloodstains disappeared. Meng Fan smiled innocently and quietly put away her dagger. Jiang Yu saw this clearly and let her go. He suddenly remembered that Sheng Yao had also been tricked onto the ship by her. Master, I have a very unreasonable request. Could you let me go to the Lianyungang shelter to rescue someone first, and then leave with you? It won't be long. Wait for me for 3 days, just 3 days. Iris secretly glanced at the boy's expression. He didn't seem angry. She's probably the first person to be so bold as to make demands of her owner without giving anything in return. She's probably not coming back. From the owner's perspective, it's a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. Who is it? Jiang Yu put his arm around Meng Fan, thinking of giving her a gift. The Tai Sui inheritance wasn't very powerful. My sister, she is only 9 years old, is being held captive in the Lianyungang shelter, and I want to rescue her. The Iris knelt on the ground, its head bowed low. Get up. I said I would protect you. Jiang Yu was somewhat puzzled. The Lianyun shelter had gone to great lengths to snatch a 9-year-old girl from the inheritor, and was now facing unpredictable retaliation. What's the point? Then I understood. In the apocalypse, what we have in abundance are perverts and lunatics. What seems unreasonable is actually more reasonable. Meng Fan helped the girl up and straightened her disheveled clothes, appearing very considerate. Iris brushed her hand away, showing no appreciation. Iris used a lot of force, and Meng Fan cried out in pain, clutching her hand as she sat down next to her master. My sister is an awakened one. Her special ability is bestowal, granted a levelless superpower that can be used once a day. The awakened individual is randomly granted a permanent additional ability, ranging from D to S level. Each awakener can only be granted this privilege once. It's considered a rare ability, and later on, every large shelter had a few of them. In the early stages, it was extremely tempting to any force. I will help you save her. Jiang Yu looked at Meng Fan's hand, where there was a small red mark, and raised his hand to slap Iris across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp, and 5 finger marks were clearly visible on her porcelain-like cheeks. Apologized to Meng Fan. Master, no need, I'm fine. Meng Fan quickly pulled Jiang Yu back and gently shook her head. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Iris apologized quickly without hesitation. If her master changes his mind and cannot save her sister, she will die 1,000 deaths to atone for it. I regretted in my heart, wondering why I had acted so foolishly. Iris, fearing that Meng Fan was still not satisfied, slapped herself hard again. She never expected her owner to intervene, who would offend a city-level shelter for a newly acquired toy. They never expected to come back alive, so their words and actions were naturally unrestrained. You don't need to do this. I forgive you. Look, I can take a beating. Meng Fan revealed the back of her hand where she had been hit. The marks had long since faded. She felt she deserved it and wanted to please her master but didn't want to take the blame. There are no such things in the world. Outside the city walls of the Lianyungang shelter, the zombie horde has been raging for 5 days, and most of the awakened ones in the shelter have perished. At this rate, the city will fall sooner or later. The melee awakener mechanically wielded its weapon, while the ranged attackers only launched an attack after a long delay. The cannons on the city walls had long since run out of ammunition. Even if we had them, it wouldn't help. The main force of the zombie horde is now at least tier 4, and ordinary artillery can only repel them at most. Lord, let's retreat. If we continue to defend, all the awakened ones will die, and then it will be truly over. Lord, as long as we're alive, we can fight again. At worst, we can come back after the zombie horde recedes. Lord, let's break out to the north. I've checked, there are the fewest zombies in the north. With the people in the city holding them back, we're sure to escape. The withered old man surrounded in the middle hesitated. He was Wu Hui, the city lord of Lianyun Shelter. Superpower Strength S level, deactivated. Released, a silent, enhanced version of the single target ability. Awakened individuals hit by released will be unable to use their abilities for 24 hours. Wu Hui is going crazy, or rather, he has already gone mad. He simply couldn't understand why. Given that Jiangning province had 3 large-scale municipal shelters, the zombie horde was specifically targeting Lianyun. What's even more disgusting is that Lianyungang City is located on the very edge, with the sea just to the east. There was no way to retreat. Grass. Oomph, a bunch of cowards. The tall, thin man swung his knife, slaying a zombie, and continued charging towards the horde. His blade was already chipped, but he refused to retreat an inch. The group glared at each other angrily. Zhangping, you're so high and mighty. Everyone knows your daughter is in the city. Just take her with you. That's right, you should also persuade the city lord. I promise you, I will escort Wenwen the whole way. You've seen my protective abilities. No one can touch a single hair on her head. Zhang Ping's daughter was not an awakened one. She was the only one among these old ministers who had a family. Toys don't count. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping stopped insisting. It was clear to everyone that victory was hopeless. The city walls were full of gaps, and the horde of zombies stretched as far as the eye could see. Zhang Ping's special ability isn't the strongest, but the city lord trusts him the most. One of his words is worth 100 of others. Lord, the Lich has begun to move this way. Once they get close and enter the sanctuary, we will have no chance at all. The woman who spoke had a glint in her eyes, and her white clothes were stained red. If you look closely, you can see that half of her left hand has been cut off, and it's just wrapped in strips of cloth, as if there wasn't even time to bandage it. It is still dripping blood. The woman waved her missing left hand, and a surge of energy erupted, causing the first few zombies to lose consciousness and spin in place. He accidentally aggravated his wound, and the pain made him turn pale. Zhang Ping was worried about his daughter in the city. His face was anxious. Although he could not see the Lich approaching, he could feel the increasingly chaotic energy in the air. Brother Hui, let's retreat. We didn't even have enough food back then, but we still managed to build a huge shelter. There are still at least 1,000 awakened followers. If all else fails, we can just move to another place and start over. I'm too lazy to do it anymore. We can live comfortably as hunters, which is better than being eaten by zombies. Looking around, Wu Hui saw his main force falling one after another in the horde of corpses. We must not hesitate any longer. Zhang Ping, have all the C-level teams hold out for half an hour, then we'll return to base to recover our energy. Wu Hui shouted loudly, glancing reluctantly at the shelter, his expression dejected. All my hard work is gone, these damn zombies. Zhang Ping understood. Someone always had to sacrifice, and the weak were the best sacrifice. Team CD is exactly what it sounds like. All its members are awakened individuals with C or D-level superpowers. It has the largest number of members, but the weakest combat strength. With the main force retreating, the pressure on Team CD instantly increased exponentially, and it was uncertain whether they could hold out for even half an hour. Half an hour later, instead of receiving support, the CD-level team received news that a large convoy of trucks was leaving from the north gate. It's clear they've been abandoned. The city and its surroundings were plunged into despair. Amidst the zombie horde, a girl dressed in a tight black leather outfit wields 2 swords, rescuing her exhausted teammate from the zombies' jaws. Hearing the rumors coming from the front, she knew they were true. Chen Wei, chief commander of Team CD. She was considered a semi-senior level official, and most of the work of loading supplies onto trucks was done by her subordinates. These bastards. Chen Wei cursed. She was the commander of a CD-level team and had an A-level superpower, yet she was still abandoned. There was no way out, and retreat was impossible. The slightest carelessness would result in being completely swallowed up by the horde of zombies. After the zombie horde started, the CD-level teams only got less than 6 hours of rest each day. They all died, but the higher-ups didn't seem to care too much. A CD awakener, like a mongrel, will have as much as he wants as long as he has food to eat. The horde of zombies was endless, and no one came to relieve them of their rest. This time, it's really over. Chen Wei's face was solemn, and only despair remained in her eyes. On the dilapidated city walls, most of the warriors who were holding out were the lowest-level awakened ones, while the rest were ordinary people. The boulders and logs that several people lifted together could only have a minor effect on 4th and 5th tier zombies, leaving them powerless. On the other side, a convoy stretching for hundreds of meters, escorted by the main force, took away all usable supplies from the shelter. Anyone who tries to approach is to be shot down. Ironically, those supplies had already been packed and loaded onto trucks, and those in power never intended to hold them to the death. Roar. Not long after the convoy left, a deafening roar came from the west. The ground shook, and a piercing buzzing sound rang out. The people who were fighting fiercely all looked up at the distant battlefield. In the distance, a gray fog obscured everything, making it impossible to see clearly, though the outline of a giant beast could be vaguely discerned. Chapter 113 Lin Fei, Crushing Tank. After days of fighting, everyone was all too familiar with the sound of the Corpse King gathering. The buzzing sound signaled that the next attack was about to begin. Zombies never tire. As the wind swept by, the gray fog slowly dissipated, and people were able to see the hellish scene before them. In the distance, the Lich array was assembled, with giant liches leading the way and fused liches providing cover as they moved toward the city walls to launch their final battle. On the battlefield, giant corpses over 10 meters tall, disgusting and terrifying fused corpses, liches shrouded in mist, and corpse kings gleaming with metallic luster all launched attacks simultaneously. Outside the Lianyungong shelter, Jiang Yu and his companions looked at the chaotic scene and doubted whether there were any survivors inside. The zombie horde hadn't receded yet, so he stayed in the town for another day, hoping to find a way to sneak back in after the horde had gone. The shelter's walls were riddled with gaps, and as far as the eye could see, there were only zombies. The brilliance of supernatural abilities was almost nowhere to be seen. Judging from the situation, there is no sign that the battle is over. It seems that Tianba was not lying. The zombie horde was not started by her. She was just taking advantage of the situation. Whether the heavenly maiden Ba is present or not has no effect on the zombie horde. The zombie horde outside the Lianyun shelter was of a much lower rank than that of Qin Island, with an estimated number of at most 40,000 to 50,000. There were no big shots like Tianba either, so it was still very difficult to hold them off. Then I thought of Lang City and Baisha, wondering if the little girls had returned to Qin Island. Master, please let me in first. My sister will die if the city falls. Iris said anxiously. How could anyone remain calm? The zombies had already begun breaching the city walls, and the dust kicked up by the giant zombies bombarding the walls blotted out the sky. The Lich conjured a rain of corpses, and a poisonous cloud emanating a ghostly green mist drifted toward the shelter, threatening its destruction. The Black Tortoise was hiding in a lotus pond in a temple in Lianyungong City. He couldn't guarantee that it would stay in the same place after the zombie horde passed. Zhu Yan and Gu Jiao also need a large number of crystal cores. Jiang Yu realized something was wrong. Even if Lianyun's shelter was weak, it wouldn't be without resistance. A shelter with tens of thousands of people wouldn't be much weaker than Lang City. Clean it up first. Jiang Yu summoned the Gu Jiao, and Meng Fan and Lin Fei skillfully jumped onto it. Iris was pulled onto it, her brain going blank. Is this the master's mount? The Gu Jiao has a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, and the ghostly faces on its gray-white feathers are chilling. Standing on its back, you'd be less noticeable than a single feather. Chun Wei and her men were surrounded by zombies. All around them were 4th-level zombies, with a few 5th-level zombie kings mixed in, making it impossible for them to break through. The CD team, which once had more than 3,000 members, now had less than 500 members left, and most of the members were exhausted. She looked up into the distance. The city walls had been pushed down by the giant corpses, and there were only a few hundred awakened beings in the city, weaker than the CD team. Several more teammates fell, but after a few breaths they got up, their eyes bloodshot, and joined the zombie army. The more the teams fought, the fewer there were. The more zombies they fought, the more they multiplied. Using up her last bit of energy, Chun Wei cleaved the zombie in front of her in two. With a determined heart, she swung her long sword back, ready to sever her own head. She would rather die than become a disgusting zombie. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, and a gray cloud enveloped the battlefield, sending chills down one's spine. Inside and outside the shelter, both humans and zombies looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with fear. The overwhelming power of the ancient beasts left no room for resistance, and the Lich instinctively halted its attack and assumed a defensive stance. A phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth, and a fiery cage covered the battlefield, instantly plunging it into a sea of fire. Chun Wei was on the outskirts of the battlefield when she was caught in the flames. Of the remaining 100 people, more than a dozen were wiped out, but the rest of the team members managed to break through in the chaos and miraculously survived. As the flames subsided, apart from the Lich King, there were very few ordinary zombies left. Jiang Yu stepped on the runes and walked towards the city wall. The surviving Lich roared, and his supernatural power soared into the sky. Dozens of Lich witches attacked simultaneously, displaying tremendous power. The giant corpse lifted a fragment of the city wall and hurled it into the air. The fused corpse shrank into a ball, then expanded instantly, sending dozens of poisonous corpses soaring into the sky. The Tai Chi symbol flashed, Jiang Yu's figure disappeared, all attacks lost their target, and he reappeared inside the city walls. Activate absolute defense and begin chanting the incantation. The divine thunder and golden dragon were born in the heavens. They summoned wind and fire and commanded heavenly soldiers. Flying clouds dispersed their energy, reaching the vast darkness above. Dragon Talisman. The young man, dressed in brocade robes, stood proudly in the sky, exuding an air of composure and otherworldly grace in every gesture. The dragon poked its head out, its breath sweeping across the battlefield, and the Lich who survived the flames vanished completely. On the other side, Lin Fei held a long sword and killed the Corpse King. The long sword was not easy to handle, and it took several strikes to kill the 5th-level Corpse King. Lin Fei swung the long sword with all her might once again, the blade bending directly. She frowned, then simply threw it away and began close-quarters combat. With one punch, the Corpse King's internal organs sprayed all over the ground, and black blood splattered several meters away. With another punch, its head exploded with a loud bang. She was completely submerged in filthy blood and entrails, but she didn't care and pushed through like a tank. Lin Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and she was a zombie king whose emotions were devoid of fear and reason. At this moment, they began to scatter in all directions. Lin Fei kicked off with her right foot, her body turning into a blur, and the several zombie kings blocking her way exploded on the spot. He steadied himself, and his fist slammed into the chest of a zombie king from the side, then shot out from behind, exploding with energy and shattering into pieces of flesh. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene from the air. What kind of monsters were sleeping next to him every day? The image of Lin Fei humbly learning from Meng Fan last night was completely different from her image as a killing god on the battlefield. Jiang Yu used Tai Chi to collect the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Now that his strength had been exposed, he was too lazy to hide it anymore. Lin Fei shattered the last Corpse King, casually picked up the crystal core, and returned to Jiang Yu's side. Before she could get close, she was stopped by Meng Fan. She knew very well how obsessive-compulsive her owner was about cleanliness. Looking down at herself, Lin Fei felt a little embarrassed. She reached out and brushed away the remaining internal organs on her shoulder, then followed behind her with a wronged expression. She didn't want it to be like this either, but the armored vehicle couldn't pull the alloy giant axe, which was heavier than the car itself. Once I'm done with my work, I'll find you a special weapon. It's really unsightly for a girl to carry an axe all day. Jiang Yu took out a towel and handed it to Meng Fan, who obediently wiped the blood off Lin Fei's face. It is the gods. The gods have not abandoned us. It must be because of our devout faith that the gods descended to earth to save us. An invincible divine beast, it can summon a giant dragon with a wave of its hand, and its mates can kill zombies more easily than chickens. What else could it be but a god? After the apocalypse, various religions sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and charlatans made a fortune. A capable con artist never complains about their circumstances. Survival is arduous. Various bizarre creatures resurface, humans awaken and gain superpowers, and a series of strange events occur one after another. It would be abnormal if there were no God. Humanity sees no future and finds no hope. Its spirits desperately need faith to anchor them. Many intelligent people have stepped forward to establish religions, and believers respond to their calls with great enthusiasm. In the later stages of the apocalypse, several sects also developed into powerful forces that controlled their own territories. Brainwashing is one part. Another part involves recruiting awakened individuals with control abilities and manipulating people's minds using illusions or mental manipulation. After this battle, the Lianyungong shelter was riddled with holes, and the only food left was coarse chaff that even dogs wouldn't eat. Jiang Yu was at a loss as to what to do with this shelter that had been delivered right to his doorstep. Chapter 114 Master, I will be your most obedient dog. Chun Wei became the highest-ranking and most powerful awakened in the shelter, and his subordinates urged him to take over the position of city lord. As long as Chun Wei establishes a firm foothold, they will be founding heroes, second only to the emperor. Without a second thought, Chun Wei rejected the tempting offer. Without even changing her clothes, she arrived at the villa where Jiang Yu lived and knelt down in front of the door. Before the apocalypse, her parents were influential figures in the political arena, and she grew up surrounded by their influence. She knew very well what she should and shouldn't do. Inside the villa, the three girls were busy at work. Meng Fan was tidying up the furniture and beds, while Lin Fei was throwing out odds and ends. She didn't bother to ask about the girl kneeling outside the door. Iris filled a basin with water and knelt down to wipe the floor. She wiped it very carefully and didn't feel wronged at all. She serves a true god. After the bathroom was cleaned, Lin Fei was the first to be pushed in, as Meng Fan had had enough of the stench emanating from her. No matter how rude a girl is, she should at least consider other people's feelings. Aren't they afraid of being banished to the cold palace by their master? Remembering how her master always made Lin Fei the main attacker during their gaming sessions, with her ultimate moves making everyone dizzy, it seems she really wasn't afraid. Lin Fei threw everything out of the kitchen. Who knows what disgusting things these people had eaten? Meng Fan started ordering food, and Jiang Yu was responsible for taking it out of his spatial storage, which was very unbecoming of a host. It is also necessary to put each follower in a storage space. Even if it is a small space gem of a few cubic meters, he knows where to get it. The journey was long, but it didn't affect our combat strength, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Through the kitchen window, Meng Fan saw Chun Wei kneeling at the door. The girl had cold and beautiful features and looked quite nice. She never misses an opportunity to make a contribution. Meng Fan believed she had no special skills and was only SOSO at fighting. The only reason her master kept her was because she had a beautiful appearance. Beautiful girls are everywhere, so she wasn't anything special. Her only option was to try her best to win over her master. For example, guiding Lin Fei and teaching her some knowledge. For example, bring along more new girls so that when the owner sees them, they will think of how good you are. Master, someone is looking for you outside. I'll go check on it. You go take a shower first. I'll cook quickly. Jiang Yu looked out the window and understood Meng Fan's thoughts. He would never refuse such a kind offer. Go ahead, she's here for power. Take Iris with you and let her go find someone first. Jiang Yu hadn't decided whether or not to take over the shelter. In the apocalypse, population is also a very important resource. I will do this well, master. Please rest assured. Meng Fan smiled and beckoned Iris to leave. Since being slapped, Iris understood that even among followers, there was a hierarchy, and she dared not disobey Meng Fan's orders in the slightest. When Chun Wei saw someone come out of the room, she lowered her posture even further and listened respectfully to Meng Fan's instructions. The fact that she was given a task proves that she has some value to the boy. After receiving the order, Chun Wei left in a hurry. She had no recollection of the girl she was looking for, as she had no access to the true power core of the shelter. As dusk settled, Jiang Yu and the others had just finished eating, and Meng Fan was cutting fruit in the kitchen. The fruits and vegetables grown at the Qin Island shelter are thriving, especially the mutated strawberries, which are a size larger than watermelons. Each one weighed over 10 kilograms. Meng Fan tasted a scrap and squinted her eyes at the sweetness. Just then, an explosion was heard outside the door, and Lin Fei rushed out to check immediately. The explosion just now was the sound of Chun Wei being repelled by Qi Yu, and the girl's body was still glowing with supernatural power. You're quite skilled, Lin Fei praised sincerely. With her limited abilities, she was slashed by Qi Yu and was still able to stand up unharmed, demonstrating top-notch combat awareness. There's nothing I can do. My talent is too poor. I can only rely on hard work. Can I get in? Chun Wei gave a bitter smile, feeling a tightness in her chest that made it hard to breathe. Her special ability is A-level leverage. Qi Yu swung his sword without warning, and I dodged the attack immediately. I lost 90% of the force, but was almost seriously injured and coughed up blood just from being grazed by the residual force. If the reaction had been even slightly slower, the person would have certainly died on the spot. Master, someone is delivering goods to your door. Do you want them? Lin Fei smelled the stench emanating from the girl and understood to some extent Meng Fan's disgust. Let her in. Jiang Yu took the strawberries Meng Fan handed him, cut them into small pieces, and stuck toothpicks in them, making them look exquisite and tempting. Lin Fei's words may be rough, but they make sense. There are no fools inside or outside the house, so there's nothing to hide. Chun Wei walked through the entrance hall and saw the snow-white carpet on the ground. Then she looked at her shoes, which were covered in blood and mud. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she didn't have the courage to step on them. The sweet aroma of strawberries in the air made me swallow hard. In the restaurant, the leftover food on the table had not yet been cleared away. Of the dozen or so dishes, only a small portion had been eaten. Chun Wei's stomach rumbled uncontrollably. For 3 whole days, she had only eaten a few pieces of cornbread mixed with bran and a few pieces of unknown jerky that were too tough to chew. This is a privilege only the team leader receives. I have checked everything. The person you are looking for was taken away by the former city lord. There are more than a dozen witnesses. It should be true. I have already sent people to track it down, and we should have news by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. The city lord took away the strongest fighting force of the sanctuary. We are no match for them. Chun Wei felt uneasy and dared not look up. Finding a girl is such a simple thing, yet she handled it terribly. It's hard to say whether she'll even survive today. What's the situation in the city now? Jiang Yu asked calmly, without giving a direct answer. It's terrible. There's no food. All the warehouses have been emptied, and the entire management team has been taken away by the city lord. I have arranged for people to take over again, and I have also sent out more than a dozen teams to collect supplies. I have sent ordinary people out to dig wild vegetables and mix them with coarse grains, which should last for 5 days. The remaining awakened ones are of limited strength and have no food to buffer them. If we can't gather supplies, there will be a large-scale defection in 5 days. If we suppress it with force, we can guarantee that the shelter will not riot within 10 days. Chun Wei tried her best to express herself clearly, and Jiang Yu was very satisfied with her performance. This is a skills-based interview. In such a chaotic situation, To achieve this level is almost on par with Qinghong. If you were made the city lord, would you be confident in rebuilding the shelter? I will clear the obstacles for you and provide supplies. Jiang Yu gestured for Meng Fan to hand her a piece of strawberry, which Chun Wei took without hesitation and ate. She knew what this piece of strawberry meant. Master, I will be your most obedient dog. I'll take good care of your house. Meng Fan smiled, her eyes narrowing. Another achievement was in her grasp, and she was already overwhelmed with the mission rewards. He turned to Jiang Yu and urged him on. Master, don't just stand there. They've already said it all. If we don't act now, it will hurt people. Chapter 115, Why Don't You Just Tie Me Up? The girl was flattered by the drawing of the mind-controlling talisman. She had never been free to begin with, but by leaning on a stronger tree, she could stand even higher. It's a very lucky thing. Master, I will take care of everything at the Lianyun shelter for you. All right, get up. I'll take you to take a shower. Let's make do with some leftovers for now. I'll cook you a nice meal tomorrow as a welcome-back celebration. Meng Fan helped her up, but the girl still didn't dare to step on the carpet and stood awkwardly in place. Meng Fan simply carried her inside. The little girl looks quite young, but she's overly cautious. In the bathroom, Meng Fan helped Chun Wei scrub her back. Since it was a gift from her, it naturally needed to be cleaned. Thank you for teaching me these things, Chun Wei said sincerely. She knew that the girl in front of her had said a lot of good things about her to get this opportunity. Meng Fan also taught her that the more humble she was in front of her master, the more her master would cherish her. You don't need to thank me, just be good from now on. It must be tough for a girl to survive in the apocalypse, right? Meng Fan stroked the girl's back, which was covered in scars, and felt a pang of sympathy. Thank goodness, I can survive, Chun Wei replied stubbornly, tears welling up in her eyes. She was treated like a dead dog, but she never cried once. A single word of concern completely shattered her pretense. If you want to cry, then have a good cry. I'll be there for you. Meng Fan stopped trying to comfort her, gently hugged her, and patted the girl's back. After taking a shower, Chun Wei walked out of the bathroom with red eyes, simply wrapped in a bath towel. If she wasn't afraid of upsetting her owner, she wouldn't even want to wear a bath towel. She knew better than anyone the weight of this protection. From this day forward, she is the queen of Lianyun shelter. Seeing the food on the table, Chun Wei didn't dare to touch her chopsticks. Meng Fan thought she didn't like it, so she prepared to make a few more light dishes. The owner likes fried food, and Fei, the murder weapon, also has a strong palate. Wait a moment, I'll make some light dishes. Chun Wei quickly shook her head, carefully picked up her chopsticks, and looked at Jiang Yu uneasily. Master, can I eat all of these? Jiang Yu remained silent. A few scraps of food. Do you really need to be so careful? You're even more timid than Meng Fan. Thinking of this, the moment when I first met Rowan suddenly came to mind. In the dead of night, the little girl dared to come to him alone and ask for food. If they were less lucky, they would have been turned into lambs and eaten long ago. Whatever, it'll all be thrown away anyway. Half an hour later, the plates were wiped clean, and Chun Wei was so full she could hardly stand up. Embarrassed, she asked Meng Fan for help. It would be a miracle if one person could stand up after eating the equivalent of 3 people's food. I'll go boil some hawthorn water. Haha, I don't have to wash the dishes today. Meng Fan patted Chun Wei's belly, laughing in a rather tasteless way. Chun Wei was even more embarrassed. She could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Jiang Yu showed no mockery. He understood this fear of hunger better than anyone else. In my past life, I was on a mission and was trapped in a cave by a horde of zombies. I survived for more than 10 days by surviving on snakes, insects, and rodents. After escaping, in order to get enough to eat, he killed ordinary people for the first time. No one was left alive in the villages they passed through. He never dared to touch those forbidden memories. Lin Fei, take her to rest, Jiang Yu instructed. Chun Wei had a lot to do tomorrow. Having someone familiar with Lianyun City to help find the Xian turtle would make things much easier. After Lin Fei carried the blood-red-faced Chun Wei upstairs, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Iris. Something was very strange. Your sister is being held captive in the Lianyun shelter. Why don't you pledge your allegiance to Wu Hui along with her? You have a legacy, so the treatment he can give you will definitely not be bad. Master, this is a difficult thing to say. Iris hesitated, her eyes flickering, and whispered in Jiang Yu's ear. Wu Hui, also known as the Lord of Lianyun City, is old and ugly, looking like a hairless monkey. I thought about seeking refuge with him, but that old man insisted that I serve him. I got angry and cut him up. He probably didn't expect that dispelling the superpowers wouldn't work on me. Cut it off. Jiang Yu didn't react for a moment, and Iris's gaze fell on his thigh. Jiang Yu couldn't help but squeeze his legs together, a chill running down his body. Don't blame me if you have any lingering doubts about what you're asking. Iris quickly distanced herself from the situation, then added, Don't worry. You're so handsome. I couldn't bear to let you go. With the mind control spell in place, Jiang Yu naturally wasn't worried. However, the psychological trauma was something he couldn't control. He knew many methods for controlling followers, and his final choice of the mind control mantra was a decision he made after much deliberation. The main reason is that the mind control mantra has a hidden effect that makes it irresistible. The mind control spell, on the surface, prevents the user from harming them, even from having thoughts of their own, from betraying them, and cannot be broken. This is only the most superficial manifestation. The most terrifying aspect of the mind control mantra is the word mind control, which subtly influences the inner emotions of its followers. They are made to feel that it is only natural for them to do anything for their master. The drawbacks are also obvious. It does not force the master to stay with the master through life and death, and the mind-controlling spell becomes ineffective after the master dies. A follower with a strong will can simply watch his master die without offering any assistance if he does not receive orders. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but wonder how many people would truly be willing to save him if he were to die one day. Then, recalling the inevitable death situation that was not long after in the timeline, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried, but he couldn't possibly give up that treasure. Master, wake up. Are you scared out of your wits? Iris waved her hand in front of Jiang Yu, and only then did he come back to his senses. I'm thinking of staying away from you in the future, Jiang Yu said casually. Master, I actually have a better way. Why don't you just tie me up? Iris smiled seductively. After spending a few days with him, he figured out his owner's personality and began to tease him without restraint. Jiang Yu nodded. It's a very good idea not to say it. Chen Wei woke up the next day at noon, and Jiang Yu refused her request to help. The girl was disappointed. She glanced at the several beauties in the room and lowered her head in self-consciousness. She is pretty, but not nearly as pretty. Jiang Yu didn't look down on her. I have a lot to do today, and these snacks aren't something I absolutely have to eat right now. There is a temple in Lianyungang City. I can't remember the name. There is a large lotus pond in the temple, and there is a golden Buddha statue in the middle of the pond. Go find it. It might not be in the city center. I only know it's within Lianyungang City. Chen Wei accepted the order and left. By evening, there was still no news from Iris, who was waiting for. The girl went out every hour, but returned disappointed each time. Logically speaking, Wu Hui shouldn't have gone too far. According to normal thinking, even if he couldn't withstand the zombie horde, he would have to come back after the horde receded. Repairing is always more time and resource efficient than building a shelter from scratch. At 3 in the morning, all was quiet. This is when people are sleeping the most soundly. On the city wall, the guards on duty were dozing off when several figures flashed through the darkness, and the sentry post was easily cut off. Objectively speaking, CD team is really weak. Chapter 116 Whoever does the worst, I'll give her to them to be raised like a dog. A ladder rises from the earth-based supernatural power. Countless awakened individuals leaped from the city walls into the shelter without encountering any obstacles along the way. The gaunt old man leading the group was none other than Wu Hui, the former city lord. Clearly, they were very familiar with the situation in the city. Instead of searching around, they clearly surrounded the villa where Jiang Yu was. A man was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. He was covered in blood and his features were unrecognizable. He was most likely one of the men sent by Chen Wei. Wu Hui stepped on the man's head and ground it with the sole of his shoe. The man cried out in pain, but his voice was weak. Something that looks like an insect dares to threaten me. Today I'll let you die knowing why. I want to see if the people inside really have 3 heads and 6 arms. To wipe out the zombie horde, one move annihilates 100,000 zombies. Do you think I'm someone who can be easily scared? Before Wu Hui and his fleeing men had even left the Lianyungang City area, they were spotted by several people. After being captured, they were subjected to severe torture to extract a confession, and 2 pieces of information were obtained. First, the shelter was not overrun by zombies. Secondly, Chen Wei took over as the new city lord. As for those people's dying threats, such as gods descending to earth or slaughtering 100,000 zombies in one move, let's just take it as Chen Wei teaching them the empty city strategy, so that they would back down when things get tough. Women are just women. They haven't seen much of the world, and even their lies are so convoluted that they're hard to believe. It would be better to just say that the Lianyungang shelter was taken over by a shelter in a neighboring city during the chaos. At least he would believe half of that. The city of Jiuha, which borders Lianyungang, has a shelter that is no smaller than theirs and is even stronger in combat. Thinking of Chen Wei only fueled his rage. Even a woman as insignificant as an ant dares to covet his position and devour the sanctuary he built with his own hands. In his mind, he had already planned out all the punishments he would use later. We absolutely must make this bitch wail for a month before killing her. Not even 1 day less. Hearing the noise outside, Chun-Wei was the first to come out. She had just fallen asleep after being exhausted half the night and felt weak all over. The girl was only wearing a silk nightgown, and she didn't have time to change clothes so as not to wake her owner. I gently closed the door and turned around to see the withered old man in the firelight. Chun-Wei paused for a moment, then walked forward without changing her expression and stood with Chi-Yu. She's not very strong and doesn't want to die. Who do I think it is in the middle of the night? It turns out to be the city lord. Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs? How dare you come back? Chun-Wei was openly provoking him. She knew how formidable Chi-Yu was. You little bitch, do you really think you can hold onto the position of city lord? Wu Hui sneered, about to make a move. Chun-Wei smiled, her eyes full of mockery. Whether you can sit still or not is not up to you, a stray dog, to decide. She was afraid that Wu Hui wouldn't take action. At this moment, the villa door opened, and Jiang Yu and the others came out. Wu Hui's smile deepened. It seemed this was the little bitch's new backer. Tonight was destined to be an unforgettable night. The shelter was recovered, and the main buildings are intact. God has truly been kind to me. Iris was the last to run out. She couldn't find her most important little clothes, and the coolness beneath her made her feel very insecure. There were still faint bluish-purple bruises on his wrist. She couldn't find her shoes either, and her little white feet were bare. I had so much fun that my head is still spinning. When Wu Hui saw the last person's face, his smile froze, and his eyes turned bloodshot. This bitch ruined most of his pleasure as a man. Tonight is truly a night of double happiness. Really? Jiang Yu looked at Iris, but the little girl shook her head, not seeing her sister. Come to think of it, they came here to kill people, who would bring along a burden. Wu Hui smiled knowingly. Killing him outright would be a waste. The night is long, so take your time and enjoy it to do justice to God's blessings. He is now at level 6, and all his energy is enough to unleash his superpower 6 times. There are exactly 6 people on the other side, so even the heavens are on his side. I remember that Iris could resist, but she alone couldn't make much of a splash. Wu Hui turned to his men and said expressionlessly, "You can do whatever you want with these women. I have only one request. Kill them before dawn." Lord of the city is mighty, the crowd roared excitedly. Although I felt it was a pity, I dared not say much, for touching the old man's sore spot would lead to a terrible death. It's good enough to have something to play. Besides, they all look to be top-notch. Leave a few alive, clean up the rest. Jiang Yu gave the order and turned to leave. Killing these useless people was a waste of time. Master, no. If you keep the shelter like this, it won't last more than a few days. Once this old man dies, I'm confident I can control these people. Chun-Wei quickly stopped her. She didn't have any monsters that could blot out the sky to act as her henchmen. With just a bunch of low-level noobs under her command, she'll be wiped out by the surrounding forces in less than a month. Lin Fei, you'll stay with her these next few days. Kill those who need to be killed. Yes, master. Lin Fei accepted the order. She's no good at taking care of people, but killing someone is a piece of cake for her. Wu Hui scoffed. Do you really think everyone in Lianyun City is useless? Do it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of sounds of energy spreading occurred, and all 6 of Jiang Yu's companions were affected. Chun-Wei witnessed Wu Hui's superpower for the first time, and the energy within her body was completely sealed. Turning around, I saw a dark aura between the brows of all 5 people. Her heart sank. Being at the bottom of society, she knew far too little. The CD team members who rushed over upon hearing the noise were momentarily at a loss for how to react. Seeing this, Wu Hui's expression became even more excited, and he glanced at everyone and said, "Stop it, everyone. I've thought of a new way to play. CD team members, I know you are forced to obey this bastard's orders. I can give you a chance to live. In the past, people lined up to get this bitch for me. Whoever did the worst, I would give her to them to keep as a dog. If anyone is soft-hearted, don't blame me for being hard-hearted." Wu Hui's expression grew increasingly manic. All he could see were beautiful women, but he couldn't touch them. It's normal for him to become psychologically abnormal. Lin Fei tried to rush out, but Jiang Yu held her back. The old man had successfully piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to see if Chun-Wei was worth investing more in. There are several hundred people on the CD team. As long as half of them stand on Chun-Wei's side, it will be considered a success. Okay, let's go with 20%. This is the apocalypse. Choosing sides is not just a matter of gain or loss, but a matter of life and death. The atmosphere fell silent. After a moment, the first man from the CD team walked up to Chun-Wei and the girl closed her eyes in despair. She was the one who trained this person. She saved him countless times during missions. It seems my leadership skills aren't as impressive as I thought. The man walked up to Chun Wei, turned his back, drew a long knife, and held it horizontally in front of him. Captain, if we're going to die anyway, one more won't make a difference. The man's lips curled into a slight smile as he stood guard in front of her. Then, the second, the third. A group of several hundred people, knowing they were doomed, still stood together resolutely. Several of the girls were visibly trembling with fear, yet they refused to back down an inch. Without Qinwei's care, they wouldn't have survived this long. Gradually, even dozens of the people Wu Hui brought sided with Chun Wei. Chapter 117, I'm afraid you'll have to find another master. Good, very good. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Kill them all. Wu Hui waved his hand, and the crowd behind him rushed forward. Things took an unexpected turn, forcing Jiang Yu to reevaluate the slender girl before him. She deserves a legacy. Iris, I haven't given you a decent gift yet. Are these people powerful enough? Jiang Yu's eyes swept over the crowd. This gift was quite generous. Master, are you serious? There are over 1,000 people. While Iris was still hesitating, Little Green Bottle had already excitedly flown into the air. Meng Fan, trap them. Yes, master. Meng Fan accepted the order, her body emitting starlight, which was beautiful in the night and looked like countless fireflies. Before long, a rich aroma of flowers and fruits filled the entire space. Except for a few S-class beings who were forcibly kept afloat, everyone else was trapped in an illusion. Jiang Yu activated the Abyss Sea, and several S-rank resistance fighters lost their minds in less than 5 seconds. Iris took control of the small green bottle, drawing everyone's attention into the bottle. A few breaths later, apart from the 5 S-rank individuals, everyone else's bodies were shriveled and lifeless. Iris's energy surged, breaking through to the 6th rank. Qinwei knew that her master must have his own plans, so she didn't dare to speak up to stop him. Iris walked over to Wu Hui, squatted down, and spoke gently. Lord of the city, where's my sister? If she is all right, I can beg my master not to kill you. In the blink of an eye, a few people wiped out all of his men's fighting force, and Wu Hui could no longer muster the will to resist. Your sister is in a car outside the city. You know she has a special constitution, and I haven't touched a single hair on her head. Master, I beg you not to kill him. Leave this small matter to me. Iris kept her promise and pleaded for him. After saying that, she used the small green bottle to suck him dry. After the matter was over, Chun Wei instructed her subordinates to clean up the site and bring back the car from outside the city. The supplies were recovered, and the people in the city were moved to tears. They would no longer have to eat coarse chaff and wild vegetables every day. Wu Hui wasn't lying. Camellia was indeed in the car, taking up the entire carriage by herself. The carriages were specially modified. Once you open the outer layer, you'll find alloy railings about 2 centimeters thick inside. A petite girl sat inside the fence. When she saw her older sister, she merely glanced up at her indifferently, without showing much joy. The girl was strange. She was shrouded in a gray mist, and it was nighttime, so her face was obscured. A gust of wind blew by, the fog dissipated, and Iris nervously released her little green bottle to absorb the fog and prevent it from spreading. Master, don't come near. This little girl is poisonous. She'll die if she touches her. Iris pulled Jiang Yu back from going forward to check on her. Jiang Yu, however, had no interest in paying attention to her and stared intently at the girl in the cage. The gray fog was completely absorbed by the small green bottle, revealing the girl's true appearance. Her features were delicate, like a porcelain doll, but she lacked any beauty. Gray hair, gray pupils, gray skin. The whole person looked like the ashes left after a piece of paper had been completely burned. Underworld God ACHA. Before Jiang Yu's rebirth, ACHA's reputation was definitely above by Gu Yao and Shui Yao, making her an almost invincible figure. At least a dozen of her successors died at her hands. She had no power or team, always a lone wolf, killing without regard to good or evil, and rarely taking the initiative to kill. She possessed at least 5 extraordinary weapons, and every inheritor of her power wanted to kill her. These 5 extraordinary weapons, without any real power, are a veritable treasure trove. As a result, ACHA had more and more strange weapons in her hands, and more inheritors died at her hands. She continued to do things her own way, refusing invitations from any powerful figures. In this life, the inheritance that should have belonged to the underworld god ACHA is now in Qing Hong's hands. He clearly remembered that ACHA was in her early 20s. No matter how I calculate the time, it's wrong. His rebirth will affect the course of events. but it is unlikely to affect a girl's age. You said she's 9 years old? Jiang Yu looked at Iris. Master, Camellia doesn't like people to know her age. She's only 1 year younger than me. Iris felt a pang of guilt and could only answer truthfully. Jiang Yu had read the biography of the underworld goddess Acha. She had many friends in the early stages, but unfortunately, her superpowers were extremely tempting to every faction. He was betrayed repeatedly and eventually became a lone wolf. Hearing her sister's words, Camellia raised her head, glanced at the boy whom her sister called her master, and spoke indifferently. Sister, is he good to you? It's all right. He has plenty to eat and drink, and he's quite handsome. Doesn't he look like the protagonist of our favorite comic book when we were kids? Iris said, pulling Jiang Yu along with a smug look on her face. That's good. Can you let me leave now? Camellia twitched the corners of her mouth, which could be considered a smile. He reached out and touched the alloy fence. His answer was perfunctory, and his eyes couldn't hide his loneliness. I promised Mom and Dad I would take good care of you. Master, could you take her with you? I will keep a close eye on her and make sure she doesn't get close to anyone. Iris grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. Surely no one would refuse such a useful tool. Take me in. Camellia scoffed, then said, lock me in a cage and make me meet a stranger every day, giving him superpowers. If you don't obey, you starve yourself for a few days and torture yourself. Is that what you call living? Sister, if you still consider me your sister, please let me go, I beg you. After finishing her sentence, Camellia leaned weakly against the alloy fence, without any hope. Her superpowers are so alluring that no one can resist them. No one was willing to let her leave. If the boy threatens her sister's life to force her to submit, she will have no choice but to accept it. Her life will be over, and there is no need to drag her sister down with her. It's just a lump of mud. What good is it if it's rotten? Ignoring Iris's attempts to stop him, Jiang Yu stepped forward and cut the alloy cage in half. Without fear, he reached out and lifted the girl's chin. If I could dispel the corpse poison from your body and restore your original figure and appearance, would you be willing to follow me? The girl looked up at the seemingly oblivious boy in front of her. My sister told you about me, so she must have also said that I have tried countless healing abilities, but none of them have worked. Camelia's eyes remained expressionless, but she felt somewhat guilty towards her sister. The boy's palms were already stained gray, and he would lose all his life force in a few hours. Sister, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you'll have to find another owner. Camellia apologized, but her expression showed no remorse. Jiang Yu felt the familiar scent on his hand, a sensation of life being slowly devoured. There was no pain, only a chilling despair that eroded my will. Concentrate on reciting the exorcism incantation, and the gray energy will be slowly dispelled. He looked up at the Camellia with a smile on his face. How about we take a gamble? This is the worst you can ever get in your life. Camellia watched as the gray on the boy's hand faded, and for the first time, an emotion beyond indifference appeared in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. This was the only glimmer of hope she saw after being infected with the cadaveric virus. She bit her lip, feeling anxious and uncertain for the first time in a long time, and timidly began to speak. Can I make a condition? Chapter 118. I have successfully saved them. In their next life, I believe they will be devoted to good deeds. You say it. The talent of the underworld god Acha in using supernatural abilities far surpasses that of Qing Hong and the others, so it is only right that she pays some price. Camellia raised her head and met Jiang Yu's gaze. If I fail, you must kill me. I can't even commit suicide. After the girl finished speaking, she scratched her neck with her fingernails, revealing grayish-white flesh through the wound, but not a drop of blood flowed. The trachea was torn, making a grating sound like an old bellows. After a few breaths, the flesh began to wriggle, and worm-like granulation tissue appeared, and the body was fully repaired. I've had my own heart removed. It was very painful and unbearable, but I still didn't die. I don't want to endure this endless despair anymore. Camellia stroked her intact throat, her eyes filled with an even deeper sense of desolation. I agree, Jiang Yu said without hesitation. Iris looked very upset, but did not try to stop him. Iris didn't know how to comfort her sister. To keep her alive just to satisfy one's own sense of responsibility is too cruel. You don't need to worry. I won't promise things I can't do. After saying that, Jiang Yu drew the mind-controlling spell. Camellia did not hesitate. The promise to kill her alone was hard to refuse. Enduring the torment of despair and coldness day and night, he had long since lost any attachment to life. Jiang Yu carefully examined the girl's body but couldn't find anything amiss. It is highly illogical for someone to survive being infected by a corpse poison that is many times stronger than that of the Corpse King. He thought of a possibility. Where's that ancient tomb? Chang'an. Camellia looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. Iris shook her head. I didn't say anything. The master diagnosed the corpse poisoned himself. Camellia could only briefly recount the infection process. Before their deaths, the Camellia and Iris sisters lived with their family in an inconspicuous alley in Chang'an. The area was undergoing demolition everywhere, with construction sites one after another. Later, the funding chain broke down, and most of them became unfinished buildings. An abandoned construction site, overgrown with weeds, teeming with stray cats. On the day the moon fell, Camellia was working at a convenience store. It was her turn to work the midnight shift, and it was still dark when she finished her shift. On my way home, a very cute kitten ran past me. The kitten was clumsy and looked to be about 2 or 3 months old. Camellia liked it very much and wanted to take it home to keep as a pet, so she followed the kitten into the construction site. At that moment, the red moon fell, and the ground shook. The girl fell into an ancient tomb beneath a crack. Inside the tomb, as far as the eye could see, were statues of fierce and menacing gods. The girl was so frightened that she fainted. When she woke up, she used all her strength to climb out of the ancient tomb. Although he survived, he ended up looking like a ghost. It was both a misfortune and a blessing. No zombies dared to approach her, and many foolish beasts died from poisoning before they could even touch her. Under her protection, the Iris also survived. Then came the long search for medical help and medicine, entering and exiting various tombs, relying on his immortality to tough it out. Iris obtained the inheritance by chance, but unfortunately her rank was too low. In the end, the two sisters were captured by Su Hui and became his tools. Iris refused to comply, cut Su Hui in half, and escaped from the shelter. What follows is their first encounter at the villa. Jiang Yu took out a map and asked Camellia to mark the location. These ancient tombs usually contain very valuable treasures. Looking at the words Chang'an on the map, Jiang Yu recalled some past events, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. I wonder if I'll ever see that girl who raised me for half a year in my past life again. In his past life, too many people around him died, and Jiang Yu often wondered if he was a cursed lone star. He was clearly the weakest, yet he lived the longest. Memories of the girl flooded my mind, and I felt a sense of anticipation for my trip to Chang'an. Take my letter to the Qin Island shelter and find Qingji. If Qingji can't handle it, don't rush to die. Wait patiently for me to return. I'll go to the ancient tomb after I'm done. Master, is Qingji a very skilled physician? Iris took the so-called letter, which contained only a few words and was not even a proper note. There is a special energy between the lines that cannot be faked. No, it's just a little zombie, Jiang Yu replied truthfully. The two sisters remained silent, their newly ignited hope extinguished. Jiang Yu didn't expect Qingji to cure her, but he could definitely suppress her for the time being and let Shansha live like an ordinary person. After the two girls left, it was just beginning to get light. Jiang Yu yawned and went back to his room to catch up on sleep. There's another big battle tomorrow. The temple where Xin Gui is located is said to have a very strong lineage. It's just a rumor, no one has ever seen it. It's not that the gossip reporters weren't helpful, it's that the person never actually made a move. The rumors about the lineage are simply that some people have seen energy fluctuations similar to those of the lineage outside the temple. 5 years after the apocalypse, the survivors' lives have returned to normal, and paparazzi who make a living from gossip news are everywhere. Even more outrageous is that the editor-in-chief of what is rumored to be the most reliable gossip magazine is an S-level awakened spatial ability user. He is also a successor, and all his information was exposed by his peers. Who would have thought that the magazine, known for its explicit content and lack of any moral compass, is backed by a mere 17 or 18-year-old girl? As the sun shone brighter than usual, Jiang Yu, holding the map marked by Chen Wei, arrived at the gate of a temple. The temple is located on the outskirts of a county town on the outermost edge of Lianyungang City, dozens of kilometers away from the city center. It wasn't hard to find. A Buddha statue standing in the middle of a lotus pond was already extremely strange. The Xian turtle is a rather one-dimensional creature among ancient mythical beasts. Apart from its thick flesh, tough shell, and ability to withstand blows, and some water-based superpowers, it is otherwise useless. Lin Fei was left at the shelter to help Chun Wei clean up the trash, and Meng Fan wanted to come along, but he refused. Entering the temple, which is outside the shelter, and further east lies the sea, the zombie horde has not affected this area. I followed the runes to the center of the lotus pond, and gazed at the Buddha statue for a long time. Buddhism and Taoism are just different beliefs. Destroying someone else's idol is somewhat unethical. He raised his hand in a salute, then lifted the formless form and slashed at the base of the Buddha statue. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Wuxiang was blocked by a Zen staff. Jiang Yu did not use his full strength, and the longsword was deflected by the monk's staff. Looking up, the young monk, dressed in a kasaya, held a Buddhist gesture with one hand, his appearance solemn and dignified. He had no idea how the monk appeared. A successor? Jiang Yu frowned. His senses were not wrong. The monk exuded the aura of a successor. My Buddhist name is Wuxin. The Bodhisattva has shown mercy and granted this humble monk some protection. The monk did not deny it. Jiang Yu frowned even more. No matter how he looked at the bald man, he didn't seem like a good guy. Did you know that the Lianyungong shelter is besieged by a horde of zombies? I've heard that quite a few refugees came to the temple a few days ago. Wuxi nodded. Jiang Yu glanced around the temple. Seeing no outsiders, he continued. Buddha taught to save all sentient beings, yet you dare disobey your boss. Without a thought, he simply let go of the scepter, put his hands together in prayer, and chanted the Buddha's name. Amit Ba Buddha, their sins are grave. I have saved them, and I believe they will be devoted to goodness in their next life. Jiang Yu chuckled. Buddhist scriptures can be interpreted in this way. To be fair, this bald guy is definitely more clear-headed than those guys who spout platitudes about morality and righteousness. And what about the people in the city? Are they also deeply sinful? Everything has a cause and effect. Wuxin chanted the Buddha's name again. Jiang Yu understood what the bald man meant. He didn't care whether those people lived or died. At that moment, cries for help came from the meditation room, and it sounded like there were quite a few people involved. He swung his sword and cleaved open the wooden door, revealing a metal cage inside the meditation room. The scene inside the cage was too much to bear. This monk is quite arrogant. He doesn't even bother to set up a dungeon, and he dares to openly break the rules. Is this also permitted by the Bodhisattva? As I have said, it is merely a matter of deliverance. All dharmas and all boats eventually return to the other shore. Wuxin clasped his hands together, his smile growing even more compassionate. Chapter 119 Benefactor. The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. More than a dozen people were locked in iron cages. There were both men and women present, and they seemed to be eating well. They didn't look pale or thin. They eat and live in cages, so you can imagine what a sight it must be like. It seems they are also deeply sinful. Jiang Yu walked towards the iron cage, but was blocked by a monk's staff. They sacrificed themselves to feed the tiger. It was a stroke of luck, Wuxin said without changing his expression. Jiang Yu was genuinely impressed by the bald man in front of him. His shamelessness was simply unmatched. The feed in the cage started squealing. Bald monk, what kind of Buddhism do you practice, locking us up to feed monsters? You bastard, if you've got the guts, let me out for a one-on-one fight. You're definitely going to hell. Please let me go. I'm a Buddhist. Look, I always carry a Buddhist statue with me. Hey handsome, this monk is crazy. He takes the two of us away every day to feed the monsters. Please get us out of here. I will definitely repay your kindness by serving you like a slave. I'll do anything you ask. The creatures kept in the cages are mostly food for feeding tortoises. This monk is ruthless. Jiang Yu was too lazy to waste any more words. If it were a high-ranking monk who was devoted to Buddhism, he could at least offer some reasoned explanations. These intelligent people are different. You can't morally blackmail them. The only option is to kill them. He gripped Wuxiang tightly, preparing to make his move. Suddenly, the temple gate was smashed open with tremendous force, and the door panel flew past Wuxin's head. The bald man remained unfazed, as if he hadn't seen anything. Then, an extremely arrogant male voice came from outside the door. You dare to arrest members of the Blood Moon Alliance? Do you really not know the meaning of death? The ground shook violently beneath their feet, and dozens of awakened ones clad in dark red cloaks swarmed in. At the very back, a giant lizard raised its body and roared at the sky, its scales snow-white and gleaming with a metallic sheen. The temple belongs to him, and he's the one who arrested me. I came here to worship Buddha. Jiang Yu wisely withdrew from the battlefield. The man in the lead glanced at Jiang Yu with disdain. He had the utmost contempt for those who were afraid of death. Then get lost, lest you get splattered with blood and start crying. A busty woman in the crowd sneered disdainfully. Everyone burst into laughter. Beside the busty woman, an incomparably handsome young man drew his sword, the blade still dripping with blood, exuding a murderous aura. He is a 6th-tier awakened individual with dual A-level abilities. He is an absolute rising star in the Blood Moon Alliance. They have the right to be arrogant. How could I possibly miss the chance to impress my goddess? Jiang Yu had no interest in dealing with these few missing items. Gazing at the blood-stained crowd before him, he was lost in memories, recalling the boy from his past life. The boy's name was Chiu Luo, the inheritor of the spirit mirror. The superpower is a mirror. It can replicate the opponent's body one-to-one as long as the energy does not exceed one's own. To fight him means facing an enemy with the exact same superpowers as yourself, plus the harassment of an S-class Curse Awakener. As long as one's rank is not lower than others, one is virtually invincible. Qiu Luo's strength far surpasses that of ordinary inheritors, yet he has always adhered to his original intentions and never committed evil. Jiang Yu and he were close friends, but unfortunately, the difference in their strength and status was too great, so they rarely interacted. I wonder if he has joined the Blood Moon Alliance yet. On the other side, Wu Xian watched Jiang Yu withdraw and retreat in disbelief. This guy had no shame as an inheritor. Inside the cage, the seemingly frail boy stood up and burst into tears of joy upon seeing the newcomer. He pounded on the railing excitedly, his words slurred. "Uncle Wang, I knew it. You will definitely come to save me. Even if my dad doesn't come, you will definitely come." The man, whom the boy called Uncle Wang, was speechless. He began to regret coming so early, wishing he had come a few days later to collect the body. These few words, if used by someone with ulterior motives, are enough to kill him several times over. He despised fools more than cowards. Wang Zhan, a core figure in the Blood Moon Alliance, is a 6th-tier member with dual S-level supernatural abilities and A-level armor. Bald monk, release my young master, and I'll give you a quick death. Wang Zhan gripped the heavy hammer with both hands and struck it with a deafening sound. You've all come at the right time. I was just worried about not having enough supplies. Wu Xin smiled gently, but his words were anything but compassionate. Then let's see if your teeth are strong enough. Wang Zhan sneered, gripping his double hammers and bringing them down on his head. Boom! Unintentionally, he raised his right hand, making a finger gesture to pluck a flower, and petals drifted down one by one. The twin hammers pounded the petals, causing an energy explosion that shattered the petals, but the hammers could no longer advance an inch. Wang Zhan did not retreat a single step. His momentum surged again, and he used his energy to the fullest extent, not even bothering to maintain his armor. That little bald monk is interesting. With this hammer blow, I'll smash your bald head to pieces. Wu Xin still smiled warmly, patted the dust off his body, and put his hands together in prayer. Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. With a light tap of his staff on the ground and a Buddhist verse recited, a golden swastika appeared on Wang Zhan's body. A burst of golden light erupted, transforming into countless golden streams that flowed and entwined around him like living things. Turning back is the right path. As soon as Wu Xian finished speaking, the golden streams suddenly tightened, and Wang Zhan's head twisted around. With a broken cervical spine, his eyes stared blankly at his heels before he collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, the Blood Moon Alliance members immediately rushed to his aid. The melee awakeners snatched him back, and several healing spells were cast on Wang Zhan, managing to revive him. I won't interfere even if I don't intend to. The Buddha saves all sentient beings, and I never kill any living being. Your sins are grave. Only by offering yourselves to the tiger can you atone for your sins and ascend to paradise sooner. Recite the Buddha's name without conscious thought and close your eyes. Brothers, let's attack together and kill this evil monk. With a furious shout, dozens of people launched a full-scale attack. He never kills, yet he lets others feed on the tiger, being torn apart and devoured bit by the monster. It would be better to just give them a quick death. The giant lizard roared and charged ahead. What Wang Zhan wanted to say was that even with his S-level physical abilities, a cervical spine injury would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Even speaking out to stop them was impossible. The demonic monk's strength far exceeded expectations. If everyone charges in with all their might, there might be a chance for half of them to escape. A direct attack from the front. Even he couldn't withstand a single blow. These young men under his command were simply throwing their lives away. When one recites the 6-syllable mantra without conscious intention, each syllable is uttered as a curtain of light. The giant lizard was the first to be hit. As the third beam of light struck, its scales fell off, its skin cracked, and it rolled on the ground in agony. After the 6-syllable mantra was recited, everyone on the field was exhausted and pushed to the corner by the energy emitted by the mantra, with no one able to stand. Several people tried to gather their energy, but their internal injuries worsened, and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. One S rank, one 6th-tier leader-level alien beast, 5A rank, and the rest were all B rank, so there wasn't even a chance to get close. Jiang Yu estimated that Wu Xin's inheritance was no weaker than Lin Fei's, and could even be on par with Qing Hong's. He is clearly of Buddhist lineage, and his strength is directly proportional to his understanding of Buddhist scriptures. If he has studied scriptures since childhood like I have, he would definitely be a formidable opponent. Jiang Yu also wanted to know whether Buddhism or Taoism was superior. Facing a formidable foe, a sliver of anticipation stirred within me. Chapter 120 The Fierce Little Monk, half Buddha, half demon. You're a smart person, I won't waste my breath. I need something in the temple. I'll give you two choices. You leave first. I'll take it and leave. I won't damage the temple. Secondly, I will kill you first, destroy the temple, and then take what I need. Jiang Yu tapped the scepter in Wuxin's hand with his long sword. The white light was dazzling, but it was just an ordinary weapon. Benefactor, I choose the third path. Wuxin smiled without any warmth or compassion on his face, and continued. The weapon in your hand has caused too much bloodshed. Why not hand it over to this humble monk? I will chant sutras day and night to alleviate your sins. This bald guy has an unusually thick skin. All right, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you can handle it. Jiang Yu held the formless sword in his hand, and 5 sword energies slashed down from the sky. Sword energy was upon him. Wuxin was not frightened. He put his hands together, and golden light emanated from his body. A huge golden bell character appeared in front of him. The golden bell is solemn, much like the golden pagoda formed by the golden light mantra. When. 5 chimes of the bell halted the sword energy in midair, preventing it from advancing an inch. It was clearly an absolute defense that ignored any attack. I started reciting scriptures without any intention. Reciting the mantra of Vajrapani Bodhisattva can endow one with great power and authority. Subdue all demons and evil spirits, eliminate all difficulties arising from earth, water, fire, wind, and space, and fulfill all desires. At the time of death, one will be reborn in the Western Pure Land. After the Heart Sutra was recited, the monk was immediately bathed in a radiant light. In an instant, a bodhisattva statue appeared behind him. The bodhisattva statue had no compassionate expression. Its entire body was pitch black, covered with deep blue markings, and it wore a 5-skull crown on its head. The third eye on its forehead was closed. Its hair and beard were crimson red. It bared its fangs and held a vajra, exuding an indescribable terror. Jiang Yu didn't know much about Buddhism, and the image of Vajrapani Bodhisattva completely overturned his previous understanding. Aren't Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all kind-hearted, refraining from greed and killing, and advocating equality for all beings? A hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. You are not qualified to summon gods in Kyushu. Activate absolute defense and summon the divine Emperor Ziwei. The Great Luo Heavenly Palace, the Purple Star Palace. Master of all things, ruler of all heavens. The purple star in the central heaven, the great emperor of the North Pole. The 2 statues stood proudly in the air, their eyes open at the same time. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment. Wang Zhan collapsed to the ground, and seeing the scene before him, he recalled his earlier disdain and felt utterly ashamed. The busty girl felt even more ashamed. If she had been more polite just now, with her looks, she could have latched onto this powerful figure and wouldn't have needed to suffer through all that running quests. Should we try again after the battle is over? Lower your stance. Saving face won't get you anywhere. Clang. With a whooshing sound, the golden staff slammed directly towards Jiang Yu's head, a ruthless attack. A golden tower materialized in front of Jiang Yu, its body solidifying to protect his entire body. The staff struck the pagoda, causing it to sway and a layer to crumble, yet it remained resilient. Jiang Yu swung his sword down one after another, and the swastika in front of Wuxin shattered into pieces. The final sword strike hit Wuxin's right shoulder, but the expected blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. The white light swirled from the kasaya, forcefully blocking the attack. Unorthodox forces? She was immediately disappointed, and even though she gave it to him, he didn't have the courage to wear it out. A Taoist priest wearing a kasaya, Buddhist robe, seems ridiculous no matter how you look at it. The staff danced in Wuxin's hand, covered with a layer of white light. Jiang Yu was confident that his perception was accurate. The monk's staff was not a strange weapon, nor was the cassock, but rather something that had been enhanced by some kind of power. The energy above is strange, completely different from the monk's own energy. Sudden, unintentionally, he threw his staff, which struck Jiang Yu's chest. The staff suddenly split into several pieces halfway through the journey, blocking all directions. The golden ring at the top of the staff jingles, bewitching the mind. With the abyss sea present, no mental attack is effective. Wuxiang transformed into a Tang sword and slashed out, cutting the Zen staff in half and shattering it on the ground. Despite the destruction of his staff, Wuxin remained calm and composed, taking out a string of Buddhist prayer beads from his robes and tossing them into the air. The string holding the prayer beads broke, turning into a shower of flowers. The prayer beads have only 18 beads, and the images of the 18 arhats are faintly visible in the air. This monk's lineage is excessively strong. Jiang Yu even felt that his lineage should be the highest existence in Buddhism. There is no biography of Wuxin from his past life, so he has no way of knowing. The first Buddhist bead shattered, and the Arhat subduing dragon appeared, striking out with a palm. Jiang Yu dodged to the side, and as the palm wind brushed past, another layer of the golden pagoda shattered. Next came the second one, with the Arhat subduing tiger throwing a punch. The third one, the alms bowl holding Arhat, smashes the rice bowl in his hand. Each attack failed to harm him, but it consumed energy very quickly, as the summoning god Ziwei Emperor was already very energy-intensive. Jiang Yu became increasingly frustrated as the game progressed. Where does this bald guy get so many trump cards? Even a reborn person isn't this arrogant. This monk's understanding of Buddhist teachings is indeed profound. Thunderbolt spell. The lightning bolts flashed and struck the remaining prayer beads in midair. The prayer beads shattered one by one, and Wuxin was struck by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Bodhisattva statue behind him disappeared. He poured most of his energy into the prayer beads, intending to wear down his opponent, but the lightning chain broke them. Jiang Yu walked step by step toward Wuxin, his long sword sweeping past, but striking nothing. Do they have another trump card up their sleeve? The earth began to tremble, and jets of water gushed from the ground, melting into a black, viscous liquid upon landing. The vanished monk stood atop the water column, devoid of any Buddhist aura. As the black water receded, a giant tortoise emerged. Its shell is reddish-black, covered with sharp barbs, the tips of which are reddish. It has an eagle's beak and a snake's tail, and it moves through water. Jiang Yu felt much more at ease upon seeing the Xian turtle. They were initially disappointed that they couldn't detect the presence of the Xian turtle. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to corrupt the Buddha's heart, but you keep courting death. Do you really think I, the Buddha, would dare not kill? Without thinking, he waved his hand, and several jets of water swept in. The water filled with a putrid stench, and the black water formed painful and terrified faces in the air. These ghostly faces are imprisoned souls whose bodies have long been absorbed. One after another, humanoid figures made of black water leaped out, wielding weapons that had materialized, and charged towards Jiang Yu. They summoned Qi Yu, and with a few charges, they shattered all the water monsters. Qi Yu pushed off the ground with both feet, leaping high into the air, and charged up his 9-li slash towards the whirlwind turtle. Bang! The tortoise was very confident in its defense, and without dodging or avoiding, it took the hit head-on. The steel-like carapace split open in the middle. Qi Yu ignored the water column and continued to slash down with his sword, giving the spinning turtle no time to breathe. Wuxin could no longer remain calm. His face paled, and his pupils were filled with horror. The armored warrior before them, relying solely on his physical strength, was able to hold his own against the Xian turtle, renowned for its invincible defense. Even better, he hid behind the spinning tortoise, hastily activated his shield, and stood in front of the tortoise to protect it. It only blocked one strike before shattering again. Qi Yu stopped trying to tackle the tough nut in front of him and unleashed a sharp blade of light that broke through the Xian turtle's obstruction, slashing towards Wuxin. The tortoise swung its tail, intending to disperse the blade's edge, clearly overconfident in its scales. The blade flashed, and a cloud of blood mist rose. Chapter 121 Slaying Wuxin, meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Qi Yu's power far exceeded its expectations. Clank! The tortoise cried out in pain, letting out a strange sound like being chopped by a knife or axe. The sound was definitely over 150 decibels. Jiang Yu felt a ringing in his ears and couldn't hear anything at all. It was more painful than a mental attack. Wuxin began to retreat. The Xian turtle's attacks were weak, and its only effective weapon, the binding spirit Blackwater, was easily defeated by Qi Yu. Their once invincible defenses are now as flimsy as paper. A forced, bitter smile. The Taoist tradition is so much stronger than the Buddhist one. The young man doesn't seem to have given it his all yet. Vajrapani Bodhisattva is not a top-ranking figure in Buddhism, but his combat power is as strong as that of the Buddhists. I don't want to admit it, but I have to. Jiang Yu's face was cold and gloomy. He never cared whether others committed murder or not, but he always despised torture and killing, as well as trapping souls to prevent them from being reborn. What? You're running away just because you can't win? What happened to your grand Buddhist aspirations? Let's see how my ritual goes today. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he began to chant the purifying heaven and earth mantra. The incantation is complete. The torrential rain washed away the filth of heaven and earth, and the souls bound in the black water were finally freed. Having lost its soul, the black water could no longer be controlled, leaving the whirlwind turtle with only its hard shell to rely on. The monk placed his hands on the tortoise shell, his body merging with the spinning tortoise. After a few breaths, he transformed into a monster with tortoise shells growing on its back. The second ability of contracting ancient beasts, fusion, is activated after reaching the 5th rank. Jiang Yu had never tried it before, and he imagined it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. After the fusion, the monk regained some energy and began chanting incantations. May Buddha have mercy. Lay down your butcher's knife, and you will instantly become a Buddha. The Buddhist verses were loud and clear, like the grand tolling of a great bell. A very effective psychological attack, lowering the enemy's morale and distracting them. Unfortunately, even with the Abyss Sea present, it was still ineffective. Jiang Yu calmed himself down. This battle was even more troublesome than the one against the heavenly maiden Ba. It's unclear whether the monk was too strong or the celestial maiden was too weak. A faint sense of unease flashed through my mind. Suddenly, the monk who was chanting Buddhist verses vanished from his spot, moving at a speed close to teleportation, and threw a punch with sharp spikes on the back of his hand. Caught off guard, Jiang Yu had no choice but to use the formless parry. The monk took 3 steps back, while Jiang Yu remained standing still. This time, it was Jiang Yu who disappeared. When he reappeared, he joined forces with Qi Yu to attack from both the left and right, and Wu Xian's arm flew up. This creature is covered in tortoise shell all over, with scales only at the joints, making its weaknesses immediately apparent. The Tai Chi symbol flashed, and Jiang Yu appeared and disappeared. With each strike, Wu Xian would suffer another wound. Despite the excruciating pain, his face contorted, he threw a punch with all his might using his remaining right arm. Qi Yu raised his long sword to block, while simultaneously using his body to block Qi Yu's retreat. Jiang Yu condensed a thunderbolt in his palm and pressed it into the back of the bald man's neck. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The monk stood frozen in place as Qi Yu's long sword slashed down along the shattered scales on his palm from the lightning strike. A bald head flew up. The monk's body crashed to the ground and disintegrated. The turtle leaped into the pond and tried to escape, but Zhu Yin was already waiting for it in the lotus pond. The giant ape, rarely venturing out to stretch its muscles, treated the black tortoise like a punching bag, giving it a thorough beating. By the time they finished playing with it and threw it onto the shore, the turtle was already dead. A crystal nucleus flew out. Unlike the milky white of ordinary crystal nuclei, it had a pale blue luster. Holding the crystal core in my hand, I infused it with energy, and it melted into my palm, turning into a pale blue mark. Having obtained the stolen goods, Jiang Yu didn't linger and turned to leave. Those lying on the ground, having witnessed the boy's god-slaying prowess in battle, dared not utter a word for help. We can only pray to heaven that no one will break in until the energy is restored. Glug! Glug! The water in the lotus pond churned, and without the suppression of the swirling turtle, more than a dozen zombies surfaced and struggled in the water. Gradually, the zombies adapted to water movement and swam towards the shore. Handsome guy, can you save me? I don't want to be eaten. The busty girl quickly begged for help when she saw that Jiang Yu had no intention of helping her. Jiang Yu glanced at everyone and spoke. I was wondering, if I were the one lying on the ground today, would you have intervened? Of course I'll save you. You're so handsome, I'd even give myself to you. I don't know about them. The busty woman forcefully distanced herself from the situation. It wasn't that she was heartless. She hadn't made a good impression on him when they first met, so it was no wonder the boy couldn't believe her. The only way is to act based on self-interest. With just a little effort, you can win the heart of a beautiful woman with a great figure and looks. No normal man would refuse that. What does it matter to her whether these people live or die? Wang Zhan cursed the bitch in his heart, but dared not show it on his face. If the boy really accepts the girl, then his current expression of dissatisfaction is tantamount to courting death. Young friend, we are from the Blood Moon Alliance. If you help us today, we will surely repay you handsomely in the future. I'll offer a generous reward. It's lucky I wasn't silenced because of my lack of strength. Jiang Yu was well aware of the modus operandi of these powerful forces. In their value system, losing face is more serious than losing one's life. Jiang Yu scrutinized the girl closely. She had heavy makeup and a strong air of prostitution. Apart from her large breasts, she was nothing special and had no appeal whatsoever. He raised his hand and drew a spell to trap the zombies. This seal will last for half an hour. Good luck. Remembering Qiu Luo's kindness, he felt guilty if he didn't help. He considers himself to have a kind heart, just not much. In the crowd, the handsome young man was being mocked for the first time. His face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He said sternly, "Don't be too arrogant. The Blood Moon Alliance has hundreds of thousands of members. No matter how strong you are still just one person. Offending the Blood Moon Alliance will not end well. Once I get out of here alive, I'll definitely bring some men to kill you." Wang Zhan closed his eyes in despair. He couldn't even kill this idiot now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu turned to look at the boy who had spoken, his expression calm, and waved his hand to remove the seal from the zombie's body. "Look, I want to save people, but some people are unhappy. I hate killing the most." After saying that, he turned and left, followed by the excited roars of zombies and the screams of the crowd. "Isn't it good to be alive? Why are you so reckless?" After each major battle, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart, which shows that my cultivation of Taoist arts is still too shallow. He recited the rebirth mantra fluently, to pray for the souls of these innocent people in the temple. After leaving the temple, Jiang Yu drove the armored vehicle back to the Lianyungang shelter. After Chen Wei takes power, he must leave as soon as possible. The mission entrusted by Tianba is full of tempting rewards. With one hand on the steering wheel, the car moved slowly along the highway. Feeling a bit hungry after the battle, I took out a bag of beef jerky to tide me over. As soon as I tore open the packaging bag, a tremendous force came from below me. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The car was overturned, and the body rolled into the ditch by the roadside. A group of people rushed out, looking menacing. One of the thin men leaned down and stuck his head into the car window, then shouted loudly, "Captain, there's only one person, and nothing else." In his eyes, the people in the car were useless, while the awakened one who set the trap was an A-level being. Even if there's an S-class awakened in the car, they'll be caught off guard and fall into a deep sleep for several hours. He's never failed. Jiang Yu spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, feeling frustrated. These rats are incredibly resilient to encounter predators even within a short distance of just over 10 kilometers. The zombie horde had barely passed when they reappeared. He removed the car door and stepped out of the carriage, about to start cleaning, when the girl in front of him made him freeze on the spot. The girl stood in the middle of the road, dressed in white, charming and cute, with a voluptuous figure, and seemed to be living a very good life. In contrast, Jiang Yu had just been through a major battle, covered in blood, his clothes riddled with holes, looking no better than a beggar. Jiang Yu twitched the corners of his mouth, but couldn't manage a smile. Fate is nothing short of a melodramatic farce. Chapter 122 Jiang Yu, be my dog, it's all yours. When the girl saw the boy's face clearly in the ditch, she was momentarily stunned. A smile slowly appeared on her lips, much brighter than Jiang Yu's. He looked down from a high vantage point. Jiang Yu, it's been a long time. You've been awakened for so long. How come you're still living like a dead dog? The girl had a charming smile. It was a Ningning. If he hadn't seen him, Jiang Yu would have almost forgotten that such a person had ever appeared in his life. You know them? The man next to a Ningning frowned. Another old flame. You really do have friends all over the world. The man deliberately emphasized the words, old friend. And Ningning didn't answer or even glance at him. The man, realizing he'd made a fool of himself, didn't dare say another word. The man's name is Luo Tao, and he is the captain of the elite team at Lianyungang Shelter. Although both are team leaders, their status is much higher than Chen Wei's. He only had a few hundred people under his command, but there were over 60 A-level awakened, and the rest were all B-level awakened. The elite team is the absolute backbone of Lianyungang Shelter. The zombie horde erupted suddenly. Luo Tao led his elite team out to search for supplies, and when they returned, the zombie horde had completely surrounded the city. Instead of choosing to rescue them, he led his men away from the horde of corpses and hid in this small county town, waiting for an opportunity. The best outcome would be for both the shelter and the zombies to suffer heavy losses, after which he could then step in and seize power. Luo Tao believed his strength far surpassed that of the city lord, so how could he remain subservient to someone else for long? Of course, that's all in the future. The biggest problem at hand is the lack of food. They blocked the road, but the looted supplies weren't enough to keep up with demand. I should have consulted the oracle before going out today. What bad luck. Jiang Yu glanced at the disintegrated car, but didn't pay it any mind, and turned to leave. And Ningning reached out to stop him, looking at the young man before her like a long-lost lover reunited. She affectionately linked arms with Jiang Yu, not caring that she was covered in bloodstains. Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will get angry if you act so wildly? Jiang Yu pinched her chin, wondering what kind of trouble this woman was up to now. Boyfriend, I'm not trying to be mean, but you've been living in the apocalypse for over a year and you're still so naive. Everyone is just getting what they need. Even if you sleep with me now, he'll probably just watch the show from the sidelines. If you're jealous, I'll kill him right now. And Ningning stretched out her hand, a sharp aura forming in her palm, containing endless killing intent. Jiang Yu, I am not myself anymore. I killed Ningning, who was at the mercy of others, with my own hands. I still like you very much. Follow me, and I will protect you. Jiang Yu heard these familiar words. He often made promises about his favorite toys. This time, however, it was a girl who said it to him. Follow me, and I will protect you. I almost laughed for a moment. What if I refuse? Jiang Yu said calmly. And Ningning's smile grew even brighter as she bent down and gently unbuttoned a button. Don't you miss them? Be my dog, they're all yours. There's plenty of food to eat, and you only need to listen to me. Any woman you fancy in the entire Lianyungang shelter, I can give her to you. Or, I can give you the whole shelter to play with. Before Jiang Yu could react after Ningning finished speaking, Luo Tao couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Ningning, you promised to help me. In what way am I inferior to this pretty boy? The girl turned around, and the energy in her hand instantly pierced through Luo Tao's left chest. Her voice was icy cold. Who do you think you are? He's not even worthy of being compared to him. Luo Tao looked down, staring incredulously at the empty hole in his chest, and collapsed to the ground. And Ningning's gaze swept over her subordinates, and the people behind her fell silent, lowering their heads and not daring to meet her eyes. Jiang Yu was somewhat impressed by his decisiveness in killing. Lianyungang shelter? If I remember correctly, this is Wu Hui's territory. Jiang Yu was even more curious, as his ex-girlfriend's superpowers seemed to exceed S-level. After being reborn, many things changed. The old man is still alive, but I don't want to bother managing the shelter. The strongest fighters in Lianyungang are all in my hands. Killing him is just a matter of saying a word. Promise me. Following me is not a disservice to you. Jiang Yu smiled and helped her button up her clothes. The girl who liked to curry favor with the powerful and was always calculating has really changed. I found it a little funny, and my thoughts drifted far away. If this had happened before my rebirth, when I was starving and struggling on the brink of death every day, I might have really chosen this path. Survival in the apocalypse has nothing to do with gender. Dignity is really worthless. It can't even be bought with a hot meal. I didn't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Think about it carefully. Your idea is also quite good. Are you sure you don't want me to leave? Jiang Yu really had nothing to say to her. If he continued talking, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress his murderous intent. You really don't want me anymore? And Ningning cried, her face streaked with tears, looking so pitiful that it broke everyone's heart. Stop acting. Aren't you tired of acting? I'm tired of watching you act all these years. Let's go back to the Lianyungang shelter together. You've damaged my car too. Jiang Yu slapped her without hesitation, leaving 5 clear finger marks, and used tremendous force. And Ningning touched her burning face, but instead of being angry, she happily pulled him into the car. Games about training and taming can be played for a long time. Is there anything more fulfilling than turning this proud young man into your pet dog, bit by bit? Let him be arrogant for a while, so what? If Jiang Yu were to actually kneel down and beg for mercy, she would lose interest. The convoy headed toward the shelter. As Jiang Yu entered the shelter, the CD team members guarding the city recognized him and quickly let him through. Seeing the girl next to Jiang Yu, she couldn't process what was happening. Isn't she the woman next to Wu Hui? He immediately understood. These high-ranking officials changed women more often than they changed clothes. It doesn't matter whose toy it originally was. And Ningning arrived at the gate of the villa area and was stopped by the guard. Just as she was about to get angry, the guard saw Jiang Yu behind her and quickly knelt down to pay his respects. This etiquette was also set by Chen Wei. She sees herself as a watchdog for her master, and her subordinates are no exception. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had returned, Chen Wei rushed to greet him without the slightest delay. Seeing that Jiang Yu was about to kneel down, he waved his hand to stop him. It was a perfectly good shelter, but they turned it into a feudal palace, making him so embarrassed he almost had cancer. Chen Wei, where's the city lord? And Ningning was confused, and there was an eerie atmosphere throughout the city. I didn't see any of the people I usually knew. Chen Wei looked at Jiang Yu. She was also confused about the current situation. She knew in Ningning. She was Wu Hui's woman, and the two often went out together. Wu Hui seemed to dote on her, always going along with her wishes and never going against them. Now that he's by Jiang Yu's side, It's understandable. This master is 100 times better than the withered old man from before. However, Ningning's problem is quite problematic. City Lord, isn't our master right here? Could there be another city lord in Lianyan? Chun Wei replied cautiously, unsure of what game the two were playing, and dared not say anything rashly. Wu Hui is here. And Ningning's gaze swept across the square, but she didn't see the old man's figure. Chun Wei was even more surprised and could only look to her master for help, remaining silent. She is not like Meng Fan and Lin Fei, who can act recklessly. Saying the wrong thing can kill you. Wu Hui is dead. I killed him. Jiang Yu looked at Ningning with great interest, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Chapter 123, I don't need this for fighting, but it'll be good for me to hold you down. Looking at Ningning's shocked face, memories of her rebirth flooded back into her mind. Jiang Yu didn't initially feel that his hatred for her was that deep. After dealing with Chun Ku and Zhua Yichuan, he didn't feel the pleasure he had imagined. The humiliation of the past becomes clearer and clearer in my dreams. He could endure the excruciating pain from the bullet that pierced his body outside the ghost dragon's lair. After Ningning betrayed him, he couldn't stand the disdain and contempt in her eyes as she looked down at him. Jiang Yu could swear on his life that he was truly devoted to Ningning. They would give their lives for it. Ningning knew all his weaknesses and secrets, which Jiang Yu packed up and gave to her. Qian Yu was at fault for Chun Ku's betrayal. In the end times, good and evil, right and wrong, cannot cancel each other out, and few people can bear the price of doing good deeds. As for Zhua Yichuan, Jiang Yu's hatred for him was weaker. Rather than hatred, it was more like fear. That guy is incredibly deep-thinking, unlike any human, and his personality is extremely reserved. It's impossible for a normal person to hide in a wine cellar for 2 years before going insane. For an ordinary person, just a month of being alone in the dark would be enough to automatically send them to the jaws of zombies. Jiang Yu served under Zhua Yichuan the longest and personally experienced everything he did. Zhua Yichuan has no bottom line and no limits in his conduct and actions. Every time you think he's reached the end of his rope and there's no way he can turn things around, he always manages to find a way to come back to life. Military strategists, legalists, mahists, strategists. Each of them was a being who looked down upon heaven and earth. They all wanted to kill Zhua Yichuan and take his place. In the end, Zhua Yichuan removed them one by one. Even Jiang Yu, a reborn individual with extraordinary abilities, felt inferior standing in front of him. Lin Fei and Meng Fan walked out of the villa, interrupting Jiang Yu's thoughts. Master, you're back. Meng Fan quickly ran over, took his arm, and looked at the girl beside her master, nodding in satisfaction. The little girl looks delicate and frail, and her appearance is quite clean. She's not bad. Her requirements were low. She just wanted someone who wasn't a monster. Hello, I am Meng Fan. Are you kidding me? And Ningning's tone was icy. A bad feeling crept into her heart, and the way the girl addressed Jiang Yu only solidified her suspicions. She'd been tricked. And Ningning's eyes narrowed as she activated her supernatural ability, sending a sharp aura sweeping past. Jiang Yu, Lin Fei, and Meng Fan had no intention of letting them go. The sharp energy went straight for the throat. Meng Fan waved his hand, and a shield rose up, the energy dissipating into nothingness. Lin Fei and Jiang Yu didn't move at all. The energy struck them without leaving a trace. The murder weapon, Fei, looked at Ningning with disdain. Even wildcats dare to bare their teeth at her. If Jiang Yu hadn't brought them, their heads would probably have exploded on the spot. Master, how could you be so careless? You even forgot the mind control mantra. Meng Fan was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. Even if you're having a blast, you can't take any risks. After Meng Fan finished speaking, her pupils turned pink, and she looked at Ningning with a smile. The girl stared at her pink pupils, her eyes filled with confusion. Ningning slowly knelt down and slapped herself twice hard. That's right. That's how you behave, master. Let's begin. She won't resist. I told you to take me with you when you go out. You don't need me to fight, but I can help you hold it down. Jiang Yu. Lin Fei looked at Meng Fan as if she were a monster, and involuntarily took 2 steps back, her tone being the softest and sweetest she had ever spoken. Meng Fan, it was my fault before. You can't treat me like this. Don't worry, you won't hit your master. Your master wouldn't let me tease you. You know your master likes you the most. Meng Fan's words were excessively sweet. Lin Fei gave a dry laugh, feeling rather insecure. It seemed she should be more polite to Meng Fan in the future. Jiang Yu drew the mind control mantra. Meng Fan, go find a collar and keep her tied to the door. Master, you're getting more and more perverted. Meng Fan shrank back. Reflecting on what I've done in the past few days, I realized I haven't done anything to anger my owner, which puts me at ease. The mind control spell can only control behavior. One's character still needs to be gradually cultivated. It's also a good way to kill time when you're bored. Even the slow-witted ones under Ningning's command sensed something was wrong. Seeing their boss kneeling on the ground like a dog, they were unsure whether to resist. Jiang Yu is the new city lord of Lianyun Shelter, and also my master. You can regard me as your master's representative in Lianyun. You now have two choices: kneel down and submit, or die. You are lucky. Those who abandoned the city and fled did not have this opportunity. Chun Wei's eyes swept over the crowd, exuding an imposing aura. With their master backing them up, these lackeys can't cause any trouble. He prayed silently that no one would ever rebel again. It wasn't that she was kind-hearted. If she continued killing, Lian Yunjin would have no one left to use. Lin Fei's energy enveloped her entire body as she began to plan from which angle to launch her attack. The overwhelming killing intent chilled everyone to the bone. At least Chun Wei didn't dare to stop her. Even the Corpse King could be smashed to pieces, so killing a nobody like her wouldn't take much effort. The air was so still it was as if time had stood still. The first person knelt down, and then everyone else followed suit. The eldest brother is being treated like a dog. What's the point of their resistance? It's just a job. There's no need to risk your life. Who the city lord is has absolutely nothing to do with them. That old geezer Wu Hui is incredibly stingy. To put it simply, an A-level awakened individual might not even get 2 meals of fresh vegetables a week. Lianyungong shelters are quite successful in planting and breeding, so it's a miracle that their subordinates have fallen into such a state of destitution. Seeing everyone kneel down, Lin Fei was somewhat disappointed. On the bright side, at least she didn't have to take a shower before eating. Actually, taking more showers isn't a bad thing. There might even be some perks. Lin Fei shook her head, trying to clear the jumbled thoughts from her mind. What are they thinking about all day long? After relieving themselves of the intense training at the Qingdao shelter, they spend their days in a drunken stupor. I felt somewhat guilty. But since her master spoiled her, Jiang Yu never refused her whatever she wanted to eat, drink, or play. Seeing Chun Wei carefully serving him, his vanity was off the charts. This is the end times, where 99% of people are starving. The current luxurious lifestyle is worth protecting with one's life. And Ningning woke up from the hypnosis caused by the Tai Sui spores, her breathing rapid, and she felt a little breathless. His hand touched his neck, found the collar, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Yu didn't kill her because he couldn't bear to part with her body. As long as he couldn't control his desires, he would always have a chance to turn the tables. As soon as the thought arose, a sharp pain shot through her brow from the steel needle piercing her, and Ningning collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The mind control spell is not just for show. Jiang Yu, I don't owe you anything. You can't torture me. The Lianyungong shelter is not as simple as it seems. I'll make you regret what you did today. The excruciating pain returned, and the air was thick with the stench of urine. When Chun Wei heard Ningning's words, she remembered that nearly 70% of the supplies on the accounts were missing, and she had a bad feeling. Behind the shelters lie countless untold secrets. Chapter 124: The True Destiny Girls Group, an invincible female army. After more than 10 days, the Lianyungong shelter finally got back on track, and Ningning gradually adapted to her role. The frequency of being tormented by the mind-controlling mantra several times a day has been reduced to once every 1 or 2 days. The girl became increasingly calm, and often stared blankly at the calendar on the table. That morning, Jiang Yu was surprised to see a happy expression on her face. Could it be that she had gone mad from the shock? Mengfan put the leftovers on the ground, and Ningning knelt down and ate them happily. Don't you want to turn things around? I'm quite curious. What would you do if you brought me back? Jiang Yu set many rules for her, such as not being allowed to eat with her hands. Ningning looked up from her rice bowl and smiled sweetly. Isn't it boring to train a woman like me? I will do whatever you say, and I will do it without any bottom line. The girl licked the scattered rice grains on the ground, not even letting go of the soup. After finishing eating, it obediently laid down at Jiang Yu's feet and tried to clean its toes in a flattering manner. Hasn't the person you're waiting for arrived yet? Jiang Yu glanced at the calendar, growing impatient. If Chun Wei hadn't come to report the discrepancies in the accounts, he should be on his way to Zhongyuan province right now. And Ningning paused, concealing her emotions. So what if they know? The offerings made to the Lianyungong shelter are for an invincible being. No more than 5 people in the entire shelter knew about the offerings. Master, I did a pretty good job, didn't I? And Ningning didn't answer. She has something to rely on, so she doesn't care about minor humiliations. We're all dogs anyway. Wouldn't it be better to be my dog? Why are you still unwilling to give in? One thing has been troubling him. Why did Ningning betray him in his past life? Before the apocalypse, things were simple. Jiang Yu had no money or power, and Ningning was never content to be an ordinary person, so it was only a matter of time before she left him. Jiang Yu was angry, but he could still understand things. The ghost dragon incident is really unreasonable. Knowing full well that Jiang Yu would still obey her after receiving the inheritance, why did Ningning reveal the news to Yang Ming when they were already in a winning position? Yang Ming is not a soft-hearted person. It's perfectly normal for him to kill someone as soon as he gets information. This is extremely illogical. Indeed, Ningning was abandoned by Yang Ming in less than a year. After that, there was no further news. You really want to know? Ningning dropped her ingratiating smile, her eyes filled with disdain as she looked at Jiang Yu. The duration of the mind control mantra is too short to be effective in influencing one's will. You're so stupid. The word stupid is not quite accurate. It should be described as naive. Do you remember when we were in the mountains, someone came to take over the land and build a villa area? Your master is just as stupid as you. All the real estate in the Taoist temple is in your name, and tens of millions are within easy reach. But all you care about is whether that old man has a place to live. Will you be sad? People like you are born weak. No matter how strong you are, you can't give me a sense of security. You said you were torturing me, but for more than 10 days, I didn't even see a drop of blood. This is the end times, not your Taoist temple. The children I've met are 10 times more ruthless than you. You're not qualified to make me submit. After Ningning finished speaking, she activated the mind control spell and convulsed in pain on the ground. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu, showing no sign of admitting defeat. Ningning's words silenced Jiang Yu. Long ago, Jiang Yu didn't know Zui Chuan. He usually only interacted with the lowest level awakened individuals. They have no reason. Their swords are never sheathed, and the blood on their blades never dries. They'll fight to the death over the slightest disagreement. Life is worthless in their eyes, whether it's someone else's life or your own. There was a time when Jiang Yu thought this was what decisiveness and ruthlessness meant. These people are heroes, passionate men. Later, he met Zui Chuan, who was never passionate and always had a smile on his face, looking like a good-natured person with no temper. Zui Chuan rarely draws his sword, yet a single word from him can determine the life or death of tens of thousands of people. In his eyes, the entire 9 provinces was nothing more than a chessboard, and the inheritance of the heavenly Tao had almost no presence in him. In a battle, if necessary, thousands or tens of thousands of people will be sacrificed without hesitation for even a second. This is true decisiveness. The imagined underworld boss is covered in tattoos, a hot-blooded killer, loyal, and fearless of death. True underworld bosses are simply dressed, passionate about charity, and adorned with countless accolades. They are both righteous and wicked. There is no distinction between black and white in their eyes. Jiang Yu knew that there was still a big gap between him and Zui Chuan. He lacked both a mind so sharp it bordered on the supernatural and the strategic vision to see the world as a chessboard. But he can rely on mind control spells to subdue a group of intelligent people to work for him. Before his rebirth, Jiang Yu was passionate about biographies. Zui Chuan has always been his idol, but also the person he fears most. Jiang Yu snapped out of his daze, his gaze finally settling on the girl, feeling sorry for her. I have absolutely no interest in disciplining such an idiot. Only taming beauties like Qing Hong, Fei Wan, and Chun Wei can bring him satisfaction. Other girls can also bring him a variety of different novelties. And Ningning only disgusted him. I regret not killing it yesterday. Why did I keep this short-sighted bug around and cause myself so much trouble? At this moment, Chun Wei pushed the door open and came in. She saw Ningning kneeling on the ground and ignored her completely. Master, the person you've been waiting for has arrived. You hold her hand. Jiang Yu was also very curious about just how powerful a force capable of enslaving a shelter would be. In the council chamber, 5 girls dressed in black and wearing masks that covered the upper half of their faces. The 5 people sat in the main seats, their expressions unreadable. Seeing Jiang Yu enter, she did not get up to greet him. One of the girls appeared to be the leader. Her mask was silver white, much more refined than the black and gray masks worn by the other 4 girls. I am Lian Xiao, the Lianyungang city head of the True Destiny Girls Group. We have no interest in what happens inside your shelter, and who is in power is none of our business. The usual rule, 70% of all supplies, not a single bit less. The girl spoke with such seriousness that Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. The right girl? He had never heard of this faction's name before, and it didn't sound menacing at all. It seems to be another butterfly effect after rebirth. I don't know what agreement you had with that old man, but Lianyungong City is now mine. You can get out now. Jiang Yu was disappointed. Only a few low-level thugs showed up, which was not very interesting. Then he remembered something else and pointed at a Ningning, asking her a question. Do you own this dog? Ningning, one of the short-haired girls exclaimed after looking her over for a moment. And Ningning's hair was disheveled and her clothes were tattered. She was almost unrecognizable. Master is here. Aren't you going to say hello? Jiang Yu kicked away the short-haired girl who rushed over and pinched in Ningning's chin. Woof woof. And Ningning dared not disobey. The pain of the mind-controlling spell was driving her to the brink of mental collapse. The girl's hands were engulfed in flames as she was about to rush forward, but Lian Xiao stopped her. And Ningning's strength is no less than hers, and she is one of the top members of the True Destiny Girl group, second only to the leader. The boy before them was no match for them. I will convey your goodwill to the commander. Farewell. Lian Xiao dared not linger and left as soon as possible before the other party changed their mind. These blood-sucking organizations typically have well-hidden territories, making it difficult to launch a proactive attack. The best approach is to provoke them. Let them come to us. As the sun set and darkness fell, thousands of girls dressed entirely in black gathered in front of the gates of the Lianyan shelter. Aside from their equipment, their imposing presence was in no way inferior to Lin Fei's female army. Judging from this, they intend to uproot the Lianyungong shelter. Chapter 125, The True Destiny Girl Group. The beautiful leader begs to be taken in. Jiang Yu stood atop the city wall with several girls, while below them were a sea of awakened ones. The True Destiny girls clearly did not want to start a war and sent letters for negotiation. Destroying a city-level shelter would be too costly. Even if we win, it's normal for hundreds or thousands of people to die or be injured. These thousands of awakened ones all seem to be quite strong. It would be a shame to kill them all. Jiang Yu's words made Lin Fei roll her eyes. You weren't so indecisive when you killed someone in the shelter last time. Meng Fan smiled gently, understanding her master's thoughts. If this deal goes through, her status in the master's heart will definitely be comparable to that of Lin Fekinghong. Master, I'll go down with you to take a look. We don't lack supplies. We can afford to support this small army. Meng Fan pulled Jiang Yu and flew towards the foot of the city wall. Lin Fei was speechless and seriously doubted whether Meng Fan was a normal woman. A woman should at least have a basic bottom line. What good does it do a master to have a bunch of followers vying for her favor? Despite her complaints, Lin Fei didn't dare to delay and followed closely behind, flying down the city wall. Get your commander out here, Meng Fan shouted to the crowd after landing. A short while later, two girls emerged from behind the crowd. The golden mask, inlaid with large diamonds, sparkled in the afterglow of the setting sun. One of the girls in pink saw Jiang Yu, paused for a moment, and then rushed over. Lin Fei stood in front of her master and threw a punch. The girl in pink was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. The girl in black behind her waved her hand, and the energy that Lin Fei unleashed was frozen solid. His spatial ability can freeze the inheritor's full-force attack, demonstrating considerable strength. Master, don't you remember me? The girl in pink shouted excitedly as she ran over. Remembering something, she reached out and took off her mask. Jiang Yu looked her over for a moment and felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but there was no mark of the mind-controlling spell on the girl's face. It's impossible for such a beautiful follower to be completely unrecognizable. Master, you are truly heartless. I am Feng Ying. Do you remember me? You saw everything in the villa on the mountain. You also killed a disgusting Frankenstein's monster back then. After Feng Ying finished speaking, she winked mischievously. When the girl mentioned the villa and the Frankenstein monster, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered. Then he looked at the girl behind Feng Ying and asked uncertainly, Li Cici, Cici, you remember this clearly. I'm just so invisible. Feng Ying said with a wronged expression. I had imagined many scenarios of reuniting with my master, but I never thought we would meet on the battlefield. Why did you come to Lianyungong City? The True Destiny girls, you can actually stand this name? Jiang Yu remembered telling them to go to the Qin Island shelter, but then didn't think much of it. It's normal for them to disobey, since no mind-controlling mantra was used. Several girls are beautiful and have awakened superpowers, so they can survive anywhere. True Destiny is the name of the duo that Cici and I formed when we first debuted. Our hometown is Lianyungong. We originally planned to go back to our hometown to find our family, but we couldn't find any of them. On the way to Qingdao, we were stopped by a hunting team. Cici and I killed them all and took over their territory. There are many captured girls in the hunting party. We took them in and used the methods you taught us to awaken ordinary people. Later, more and more people joined in, and before we knew it, we had become what we are today. Feng Ying spoke, her eyes red-rimmed. No matter how good life is, it can't make up for the absence of family. If she were offered everything she had to reunite with her family, the girl would not hesitate for a moment. Master, Li Sisi hesitated for a long time before finally calling out. Jiang Yu saved her and Feng Ying's lives, and he also taught them the fundamentals of establishing the true Destiny Girls group. She couldn't bring herself to be ungrateful. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised to hear this, and spoke up. I don't remember you following me back then. Li Sisi's eyes flickered as she walked up to Jiang Yu, knelt down, and lowered her voice. Without our master's protection, we would have died on the mountain long ago. We owe our current success to the methods taught by our master. I don't have long to live. I hope my master can protect Ying. I'm afraid she won't be able to survive on her own. Feng Ying was even more upset upon hearing this. She had no family left, and Sisi was her closest person, taking care of her even more than her own sister. Now, even Sisi is leaving her. Thinking of this, tears streamed down my face, and the joy of the reunion vanished. I can sense the aura of inheritance emanating from you. It can't save your life either? A hint of doubt flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Li Sisi's eyes dimmed, and she gave a bitter smile. What wants my life is this legacy. You two come in with me. Jiang Yu turned and walked towards the shelter, with Li Sisi and Feng Ying following closely behind. Meng Fan was most disappointed, as the credit she had just earned slipped away. The master is truly amazing. Even a casual follower he recruits becomes a powerful figure. He's secretly resolved to be more ambitious in the future. If you're not ruthless, your position won't be secure. When they arrived at the villa, and Ningning was still chained up at the door. Upon seeing Li Sisi behind Jiang Yu, she quickly knelt down. Commander, save me. Help me cripple Jiang Yu, and I'll give you the entire Wind River shelter. Li Sisi glanced at the girl, remembered who she was, walked up to her, and kicked her to the ground. A wisp of black energy coiled around her neck. Remember, you must call me master from now on. If you disrespect your master again, I will make you wish you were dead. You've seen my methods. Li Sisi's eyes were icy cold. She had to seize the opportunity to make a name for herself, because at the rate at which the black energy was eroding her, she could only live for a few months at most. From now on, Feng Ying will have to live alone. This girl is as innocent as a child. Her superpowers are just for show. She excels at singing, dancing, laundry, and cooking. As for survival skills, let alone killing someone, she'd faint at the sight of blood even if she killed a chicken. Master, if you've had enough, I'll take care of it for you. Li Sisi knelt on the ground, not daring to raise her head. She didn't know how a Ningning had offended Jiang Yu, but a Ningning was her subordinate, so she bore half the blame. Get up. This is none of your business, Jiang Yu said with a smile, without a trace of hostility in his eyes. And Ningning collapsed to the ground, unable to support herself any longer. Her last hope was also shattered. She couldn't understand how the commander, such a capable person, could be so ruthless and merciless in killing. Why would they willingly submit to Jiang Yu? And Ningning witnessed firsthand how the leader of a faction who attempted to challenge the authority of the true destiny was sliced into bones by Li Sisi, one cut at a time. The man wailed for half a month atop his own city tower before finally passing away. Li Sisi has her own rules, and she will never allow any man to look up in front of her. Wu Hui never dared to breathe loudly whenever he saw her. Once, Wu Hui simply looked up at Li Sisi out of curiosity and was slapped more than a dozen times. Wu Hui didn't dare utter a word and had to force a smile. This proud woman was more submissive to Jiang Yu than she was to herself. And Ningning then realized that she might have made the wrong choice from the very beginning. Inside the room, Li Sisi hesitated as she looked at Jiang Yu. Unsure how to begin, she simply didn't have the courage to face him. Feng Ying couldn't stand it anymore. What time is it? Why are you still caring about whether you have it or not? What kind of beautiful women hasn't the master seen? He stepped forward and unbuttoned Li Sisi's clothes one by one, leaving her with not even a small piece of clothing. Jiang Yu glanced at it and froze. Chapter 126 Meng Fan's extra gratitude leads to abundant gains. Li Sisi's body, from her collarbone down to her left side, was completely unharmed, and her skin was crystal clear and alluring. The other half was nothing but bare bones. It has no skin or muscles, but its bones and internal organs are clearly visible. If it weren't for a layer of transparent mucus covering it, it would have been flowing all over the ground long ago. Meng Fan gasped in surprise and closed her eyes in fright. Master, I feel disgusted with myself. Please let me put on my clothes. Li Sisi kept her head down. This grotesque appearance had been with her for months. It didn't hurt or itch, but her skin and flesh were becoming less and less. In the end, Probably only a skeleton will remain. Jiang Yu walked over and reached out to touch the side of the girl's body that had been corroded. Li Sisi took a step back to dodge the outstretched hand. Master, it's disgusting. Don't move, Jiang Yu commanded. Immerse your hand in the mucus, cover the white bones, inject a little energy, and examine carefully. It is full of vitality and shows no signs of waning. Your inheritance consists of two things, death and resurrection. Use your resurrection ability on me. Jiang Yu considered one possibility, but couldn't be sure. Li Sisi waved her hand, and a surge of life energy enveloped Jiang Yu's entire body. Sensing the aura contained within the energy, she confirmed her judgment. Her legacy is no less than that of Lin Fei and Qing Hong, but unfortunately, the side effects are outrageously severe. As the passage from the book came to mind, Jiang Yu couldn't help but read it aloud. The twin sala trees. Half withered, half flourishing. When the sal tree blooms, what is prosperous must decline. The power inherited from the twin sala trees will grow stronger with each generation, but at the peak of the inheritor's strength, death will come and they will vanish into nothingness. I can save you, but you must first accept the mind control spell. The process is dangerous, and I don't like things that are out of control. After Jiang Yu finished explaining, he drew the mind control spell, which Li Sisi accepted, and the bloodstains disappeared. Even if her master couldn't save her, she would accept it and find a way for Feng Ying to survive. Seeing that her master had no intention of continuing, Li Sisi felt uneasy. Master, could you please take Feng Ying in as well? She's quite useless, but she'd be nice to keep as a little pet. Feng Ying was speechless for a moment. It turned out that Miss Li had been taking good care of her all along, but it was just like raising a kitten, whose cat can do laundry, cook, clean, and even warm the bed. Jiang Yu brushed aside Feng Ying's hair, revealing a patch of snow-white skin behind her ears, indeed without any trace of the mind control mantra. I didn't take you in, yet you call me that so easily. Another mind-controlling spell was cast. Feng Ying didn't take it seriously, her face flushed. The goods have already been inspected, how can I return them? I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yu stroked Feng Ying's hair, recalling the trip he took with Qianyu, and felt a pang of regret. At that time, Qianyu held a very important and irreplaceable place in his heart. He escorted her carefully throughout the journey, not wanting to leave a bad impression on her. Sisi, there are two ways to save your life. The first advantage is to maintain the status quo. The advantage is that the superpower can be retained, making them much stronger than ordinary awakened individuals. The price is half glory, half withered, enduring this wretched state. Secondly, it completely removes the death energy from the body. The advantage is that it can restore the original appearance, and the skin and flesh will be restored to their original state. The price is that the superpower will no longer be lethal, and the only option left is to use the resurrection superpower. However, the resurrection ability will be much stronger. I want to eliminate it completely. Li Sisi didn't hesitate for a second. The result was 100 times better than she had expected. She already possessed spatial abilities to save her life, so the fact that she could also retain healing abilities was an unexpected bonus. Master, even if I have to give up all my powers, I don't want to look like this now. Jiang Yu was speechless. Men and women do think differently. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to give up. So what if he's ugly? If anyone dares to say a word, we'll scatter his ashes. Meng Fan, come and get to work. Meng Fan frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Yu with some confusion. Master, why is there anything for me to do? I don't know anything. Jiang Yu gave a strange smile. You used the special ability inherited from Tai Sui to absorb all the death energy in Cici's body. Meng Fan stood there, her face pale with fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Master, did I do something wrong? Wah! I don't want to become a monster. Jiang Yu walked over and stroked Meng Fan's cheek. Don't worry, even if you wanted to become a monster, I wouldn't want to. Believe me, this is a great gift, and only you can handle it. Master, you really won't turn into a monster? Meng Fan was still worried, her legs trembling slightly. Do you remember what I said when I absorbed Tai Sui? Be a good boy and listen to me. If you really turn into a monster, I'll give you an even more perfect body. Jiang Yu's tone was full of arrogance. He wasn't just saying it casually. He knew of more than one treasure that could reshape the body. Master, I believe you. Meng Fan tried to be brave, but her legs just wouldn't obey her. Cici, why don't you come over here? My legs are a little weak. Meng Fan carefully placed her hand on the white bone on Li Cici's side, her hand trembling so much it was heartbreaking. As the energy circulated, death energy spread along the arm, causing the skin and flesh to begin to decompose. The Tai Sui, Grand Duke Jupiter, awakens, and its regenerative energy envelopes the eroded flesh and blood, instantly restoring it to its original state. The death energy was transferred faster and faster, and half an hour later, there was no trace of death energy left on Li Sisi's body. In contrast, Meng Fan was surrounded by deathly aura, which constantly eroded his flesh and blood, yet also continuously repaired it. Looking down, Meng Fan saw her bones and internal organs exposed, and her expression was one of great fear. She screamed and promptly passed out. Li Sisi was a little moved. Her master was willing to sacrifice his most beautiful follower to save her. Ruthless. The deathly aura continued to spread, leaving Meng Fan as nothing but a skeleton. The Tai Sui inheritance showed no signs of yielding and continued to repair itself with all its might. Jiang Yu frowned. Could things have really gotten to this point? He took out several seeds from the Tai Chi and refined more than a dozen crystal cores at the same time, then infused them into the white bones. Gradually, the two forces found a balance and calmed down. Mengfan's body was reconstructed, becoming even more perfect than before. The death energy did not disappear. It remained dormant within the body, coexisting with the host. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If they fail, they will waste time searching for a treasure to repair their bodies. Li Sisi will be freed from the torment of death energy, and Meng Fan's strength will be qualitatively improved. This small risk is worth trying. With the matter of the Lianyungang shelter settled, Jiang Yu stayed for a few more days to make up for his previous regrets. With Li Sisi out of combat, it would be difficult for her to shoulder the entire legion alone. Jiang Yu wrote a letter to Qing Hong, asking Li Sisi to join the Qin Island shelter, forming an independent group and not to be interfered with. Power must be decentralized. If it's all in one person's hands, it will be very difficult to manage later on. It has nothing to do with loyalty. And Ningning was also taken away. The girl was heartbroken and followed Li Sisi numbly. With the mind-controlling spell in place, there's no chance of turning things around. The poison of the Pasa has seeped into her heart and meridians. After Ningning has witnessed the magnificence of Qin Island, her body will gradually rot within a month. Physical torture can be endured, but mental torment is 100 times more painful. I wonder if someone like her will regret the choices she made when she's dying. As the saying goes, in the end times, the greatest luxury in survival is to simply die after losing once you're in the game. On the highway, an armored vehicle was heading towards central China province, a long journey. Meng Fan was playing with his supernatural abilities in the back seat. A wisp of death energy swirled in his palm, and with a thought, the death energy wrapped around an approaching corpse king. Roar! With a blood-curdling scream, the rotting flesh on the corpse king peeled away, and its bones scattered all over the ground, the remaining bones as black as ink. The girl stuck out her tongue, and the force of it startled even herself. Are you satisfied? Jiang Yu quietly admired Meng Fan's masterpiece, affectionately embracing her. Master, I can't think of a way to thank you. You should think of one yourself. Anything is fine. Jiang Yu whispered something in her ear, and Meng Fan's expression froze. Even though she had seen many big scenes, her pretty face was still flushed. This will work. Master, I want to increase the stakes. After the girl finished speaking, she chuckled, her eyes darting around until her gaze fell on Fei, the driver of the murder weapon. Her eyes were as gentle as water. If we're going to die, we'll die together. No one can escape. Chapter 127 Good health means good health for everyone. Fei, I'll play duo Q with you tonight. Remember to find a clean place to stay. Lin Fei consciously kept quiet and didn't dare to ask any questions, knowing that this girl had no bottom line when it came to playing games online. Even the most thick-skinned person couldn't stand her. Zhongyuan province is adjacent to Qi province. About 500 kilometers away from Lianyungang City is Fenghe City in Zhongyuan province. The Heavenly Maiden Ba's condition was to infiltrate Wind River City, find and destroy an altar, and retrieve a crystal from the altar. If the crystal is destroyed, the mission will fail. The conditions sound simple, if you ignore the Rin family who are entrenched in Fenghe City. Before his rebirth, Jiang Yu had never dealt with them. The only thing he knew was that when the Gu Jiao destroyed the world, the sanctuary managed by the Rin family was completely undamaged. Later, it even rose to become the #1 power in the Central Plains province. On the outskirts of Fenghe City, there is a small town that is so small it could hardly be called. This place is located in the wilderness, and the nearest county town is more than 100 kilometers away. No force is interested in it. A highway cuts through the edge of the town, lined with abandoned cars. Zombies roam the ruins. A dirty little boy nimbly dodged the zombies and slipped into a hole in the ruins. The opening is very small. Anyone who is even slightly overweight will not be able to get in. A few steel bars barely support it, making it quite dangerous. A short while later, the boy took out a bag of instant noodles, his eyes shining with excitement. Just as he was about to open it and enjoy it, a flash of light appeared, and the boy's head flew off. Even as he collapsed, he was still tightly clutching the instant noodles in his hand. Damn it, there are more and more rats lately. No matter how much food we eat, it won't be enough for them to waste. Captain, there's a bag of instant noodles. A gaunt man in a vest shouted boastfully, waving the spoils in his hand. The burly man, called the captain, kicked the fallen corpse away in disgust and slapped the skinny man across the face. The others heard the commotion and looked over. The captain must have taken the wrong medicine today. It was just a little mouse. Why kill it? Fool, if the bag is stained with blood, the price will be at least 20% lower. Those corrupt and greedy merchants have a nose that's sharper than a dog's. Use your brain next time. The gaunt man touched his face, not daring to argue, and apologized with a forced smile. The group consisted of 3 men and 2 women, and judging from their foreheads, they were all awakened. Captain, this can't go on. We're not even finding enough food for ourselves, and we can't afford the rent. The girl in the revealing pink dress sighed. These days, even a beautiful woman like her with a good figure can't fetch a high price when she sells herself. The team leader was her cousin. The girl's parents had entrusted her to his care when they died. Her cousin valued family ties very much and kept a close eye on her, so she didn't have a chance to have any wicked thoughts. Life is getting worse every day. She wondered if she should find a chance to leave the group. With her figure and looks, at least she wouldn't starve. The girl in the pink dress looked to be 16 or 17 years old, but her expression gave off a mature vibe. His demeanor and expressions showed no trace of immaturity. We've already walked over 100 miles. Where else can we go? The burly man plunged his long sword deep into the ground beneath his feet, a look of helplessness on his face. Wind River Shelter is the only safe zone in Wind River City, with laws and regulations, where vulnerable people like them can be protected. If you want to live in the city, you have to pay rent every month, food, or an equivalent amount of crystal nuclei. Unless you join a team, which has very high requirements, you need at least B-level or double C-level abilities. They are not qualified. If you can't pay the rent, you'll be evicted by the city guards, and you won't be able to take your luggage with you. Brother, I still have a 4th-tier crystal core. The guard captain in charge of our district has always been interested in me. I'll go talk to him. I'm confident. In the group, a girl dressed in denim said that she was the captain's younger sister. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, slightly older than the girl in the pink dress, but appeared much younger. The girl reached into her chest and placed a 4th-order crystal core in her bra pocket, keeping it warm. Get lost. It's none of your business to interrupt when adults are talking. You are a healing type. This crystal core can help you break through to the 5th rank. When you join the team, we won't live like dogs anymore. The burly man rejected his sister's suggestion without even thinking. If you trust me, then give it your all. With 2 more Tier 3 crystal cores, plus the existing stock, Qingqing will be able to break through to Tier 4. Once she joins the team, she'll be allocated a rent-free apartment. I swear, the house will be shared with you. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in the eyes of the group. The entry requirements for healing awakeners to join the team are much lower, only requiring a C rank, but they must be at least Tier 4. A 4th-tier C-level awakened being's energy intensity is barely on par with a 3rd-tier B-level awakened being. To put it simply, the ranks of awakened beings are equivalent to grades. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks are equivalent to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, respectively. Superpower strength is equivalent to knowledge reserves. CD is a poor student, AB is a top student, and S is a genius. As for the inheritors, they are direct disciples. Captain, I'll go talk to the guard captain. I'm prettier than Qingqing, after all. The girl in pink didn't want everyone to sleep in the wilderness. People could really die. Shut up. Don't make me slap you. The burly man looked furious. The girl in pink was his uncle's father. When the apocalypse came, in order to save the 3 siblings, one of them lured away the zombies and was devoured by the horde. In this world, besides his younger sister, he has only this one relative. Suddenly, the roar of a car engine came from the edge of the town. Judging from the sound, it was a huge vehicle. The burly man's eyes lit up with joy. Having a vehicle meant having supplies, and if he was lucky, he wouldn't have to worry for a month. Be careful to stay hidden, and you absolutely cannot fail. The gaunt man skillfully pulled out a spiked thorn from his backpack, and the girl in pink wished she could release her 2 little white rabbits. The group had a clear division of labor, indicating that this was not the first time they had done something like this. Steel nails were scattered on the road, and the already congested road was now blocked by old cars. Several huge rocks were added, making it impossible to avoid them. The girl in pink stood by the roadside and, upon seeing the silhouette of the armored vehicle, reached out her hand in a gesture to stop it, to buy time and distract the driver. Master, we've reached the territory of Fenghe City. Meng Fan reminded Jiang Yu, who was catching up on sleep behind them, while looking at the roadside sign. The car slowed down and started moving at idle. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, feeling no sign of being fully awake. Even though I find a place to spend the night as soon as it gets dark and never drive at night, I'm still very sleepy. Okay, Lin Fei, go drive and let Meng Fan rest for a while. Master, it's all right, I'm not tired. Meng Fan couldn't help but yawn before she could finish speaking. The girl had the exact same thoughts as Jiang Yu. She always felt sleepy. Lin Fei, on the contrary, was full of energy at all times, and even Jiang Yu was somewhat envious of the invincible energy of a pure melee inheritor. I've been too lazy lately, and although I've looked for many body refining techniques, I haven't put them on my agenda yet. I study Taoist teachings during the day and the concept of a 2-day weekend at night. I'm really busy. Someone enviously pinched Lin Fei's waist, which was full of explosive energy. It looked slender and didn't feel very muscular. Every inch of flesh and bone seemed to have been tempered by energy, exuding an aggressive aura. Jiang Yu suddenly realized that Taoist magic wasn't everything, and body tempering wasn't just for combat. After all, good health benefits everyone. Just as Lin Fei was about to climb to the front row, her owner reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. Should he let her go or not? Master, I can still hold on. You can play slowly. Meng Fan thoughtfully adjusted the rearview mirror to make herself see more clearly. She loved seeing Lin Fei's embarrassed expression. Stop fooling around. Go ahead. Jiang Yu patted the voluptuous figure in front of him, and Lin Fei squeezed into the front row. Haha, I knew my master liked me more. Little Fei, drive carefully and don't think nonsense. Meng Fan smiled, her eyes crinkling. Lin Fei rolled her eyes at her and flipped the rearview mirror up. Watching too much of her performance will truly shatter your worldview. Everyone should have some integrity, right? As soon as Lin Fei started the car, the roar of the engine attracted a horde of zombies. Jiang Yu activated the Abyss C, and the zombies readily made way for him. Several of the stronger-looking zombies obediently pushed the wrecked car to the side of the road. Master, there are people ahead. Lin Fei squinted. The creature standing by the roadside didn't look like a zombie. Its skin showed no signs of decay, it moved its hands nimbly, and its clothes were neat. Well, actually it's not that neat. At least she could clearly see a bit of crimson on the girl's body. Chapter 128, I won't feel at ease if I do nothing. Master, do you want to stop and play for a bit? Lin Fei's blunt question left the two people in the back seat speechless. They are all civilized people. Would it kill you to be a little more subtle? Stop the car and ask. We need a local to guide us. Jiang Yu looked out the car window and saw that the girl was unusually calm. Then I felt relieved. Everyone is different, and there are plenty of people who aren't afraid of death. However, it's understandable. In my past life, I often encountered girls like this on the roadside when I was on missions. They all look good, are affordable, and filling, making them the favorite fast food for those who have awakened from the lower classes. In many places, there are more young, handsome men than women standing by the roadside. There are delicious foods, but also traps. The awakened from the bottom, who have been living on the edge of death, are never afraid of dying. Lin Fei slammed on the brakes and rolled down the car window. Tell those idiots sticking there butts out by the roadside that I'm going to requisition you for a few days, 1/4 tier crystal core per day. Will you agree or not? Lin Fei's hand rippled with energy, displaying her strength. She dislikes idle chatter and prefers to crush opponents. Meng Fan believed that if the girl shook her head would definitely explode on the spot. That brute is absolutely capable of doing it. The girl stood there, at a loss. It was really hard to refuse such a price. Even if it's a trap, you should jump in with your eyes closed. In Fenghe City, a woman of her looks could afford to keep a 4th-order crystal core for a month. They also have to be awakened beings and able to take a beating. The girl snapped out of her daze and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The men lying in ambush sensed the energy emanating from the car. The dangerous aura sent chills down their spines. Human instincts do not lie, and the sixth sense of the awakened is particularly keen. They knew that the person sitting in the car was someone they absolutely could not mess with. The 4 of them were lying in ambush less than 100 meters away. For a true expert, they could be wiped out with a single thought. If you encounter such a powerful opponent, run away as soon as possible. There's still a chance of survival. As for the teammates, good luck to them. It's better for one of them to die than for the whole team to be wiped out. The burly man's first instinct was to rush out and save the person But when he caught sight of his sister out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't move his legs. With a determined look, he led the remaining few men and fled into the distance. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she realized her teammate had run away. If the captain acts recklessly, none of them will survive. My name is Lin Lu. You can call me Xiao Lu. Shall we start working now? Xiao Lu was quite sensible. There was only Jiang Yu in the car, so it couldn't have been two girls who hired her. Seeing that her master didn't react, Meng Fan knew he wasn't interested, so she reached out to stop the girl. Sweetie, sit in the front. We just need a guide. You don't need to sell yourself. Are we familiar with the Wind River City shelter? We plan to seek refuge there. Little Deer sized up the 3 people in front of her. The driver was a 6th-level expert, so the passengers in the back must be even more powerful. It's important to understand that rank is always directly proportional to strength. He's at least an A-level expert. The deer's eyes narrowed with laughter. It was like a windfall. I know it better than anyone else. I've lived in Wind River City ever since I awakened. Could you please introduce me to you? Sister, please. Little Deer smiled obsequiously. The little girl was naturally outgoing. Meng Fan dared not make a decision on her own and looked at Jiang Yu. Even the slow-witted deer realized that the boy in the back seat was their leader, so it quickly shifted its target. Young man, can I introduce you? I live at Wind River Shelter and guarantee I'll be available 24/7 to make you happy. Why? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Hearing that they wanted to join seemed more tempting than the crystal cores. Little Deer quickly explained. That's no secret. Fenghe offers talent referral rewards. Referring an A-level awakened to join will get you 5 months of rent waived and 5 months of basic food supplies. S-level for 12 months, plus an extra box of snacks, 10 crystal cores of the same level, and a formal position. I promise you, and you must remember your word and be there whenever I call. Jiang Yu agreed. With an indigenous person like this helping, finding the altar will be much easier. No problem. Thank you, sir. What are your names? Xiao Lu has a lively personality, and the hardships of the apocalypse haven't diminished her cheerfulness much. Jiang Yu. My name is Meng Fan. Lin Fei. Jiang Yu handed her a 4th-order crystal core as payment for the day. Brother Yu, if you really don't want to try and do nothing, I won't feel at ease holding this crystal core. Little Deer blinked her eyes. The girl made no attempt to avoid the issue, and generously unbuttoned her clothes in front of him, putting the crystal core into her inner pocket. It's making a clinking sound. It seems the little girl has her own secret stash. It's not easy to get on board a big ship, and the boy looks quite appealing. To survive in the apocalypse, you must learn to seize every opportunity. All right, take it with you. Master is tired today. Meng Fan pushed the girl to the front seat and led the way. The girl reeked. Given the owner's obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness, it's no wonder he wasn't interested. What is your special ability? Meng Fan asked curiously. Xiao Lu smiled shyly, wondering how to start the conversation. I have D-level superpowers. Don't underestimate me just because I'm weak. I can take a beating. A D-level power ability, slightly stronger than one that is not awakened. Just a little bit. It's roughly equivalent to twice the strength of an average person, and its defense is barely adequate. Jiang Yu knew better than anyone else about his D-level power ability without needing anyone to explain it to him. Jiang Yu looked up and examined the girl seriously for the first time. The girl was too embarrassed to lower her head. It was even more awkward than being naked. She quickly changed the subject. Wind River Sanctuary is pretty good. Even a useless person like me can survive here, and no one dares to bully me. The rent is very high. We have to pay rent for most of the materials we collect every month. After saying that, Xiaolu realized that what she had said was not very good and quickly tried to make amends. You don't need to. Anyone above B rank can join a team. There's no rent, and you'll even get a salary. How did you survive being so weak? Lin Fei frowned as she smelled the girl's scent. It's true that you become like those you associate with. Back when I was fighting outside, it was common for me to go for days without taking a bath. To avoid alerting the enemy, they would deliberately smear some zombie blood and internal organs on their bodies. Spending a lot of time with Jiang Yu, I also started to develop the bad habit of being a clean freak. Little dear, don't pay attention to her. She's the kind of person who's awakened to power. She has no idea about our suffering. Meng Fan interrupted Lin Fei's question. She didn't like to reopen old wounds. A pretty girl, though weak, survived without appearing frail. Do you expect something to fall from the sky? The little deer smiled, without trying to hide it. As you just saw, we have a small team, and the captain is my cousin. He takes good care of me. If it makes things easier for them, I don't mind selling my body. I may be young, but I'm not a child. My cousin is like a rock. He has always treated me like a child. The little deer chattered on, but Lin Fei ignored her. Only Ming Fan listened patiently to her, occasionally chiming in with a comment. The walls of Wind River Shelter are rough and primitive. Outside the city wall, sharp alloy steel pillars form an interception fortification. The city wall is more than twice as thick and high as Qingdao Island, and people standing under the city wall feel a sense of insignificance. The two teams of guards, dressed in black iron armor and wielding long swords, stood ramrod straight. It doesn't seem easy to blend in. Chapter 129: The Extraordinary Wind River Shelter. Just drive the car in directly, I'll go and tell them. Full of confidence, the little deer walked alone into the registration office at the city gate and talked to the guard. The guard was initially impatient, but after hearing the story, he quickly ran out and bowed and scraped before the car like a lapdog. Lin Fei did not get out of the car. The car window was only slightly open. Excuse me, but the routine check still needs to be done. Please forgive me. Just fill in your name, ability, and rank, then use it casually. It won't take up too much of your time. The guard smiled obsequiously. The person sitting in the car was a level A, rank 6 expert. If he angered him, he would die 100 times over. The car window opened, and the guard was stunned when he saw Lin Fei. What a beautiful girl. He quickly lowered his head and looked away. Are you kidding me? Being able to parade around with such a beauty, you could easily be mistaken for an S-class beauty. Lin Fei took the form and handed it to Jiang Yu. It's better for the master to handle the deception. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then began to write. Jiang Yu, rank 6, A-level supernatural guardian, B-level physical enhancement. Lin Fei, rank 6, level B in supernatural body enhancement. Meng Fan, rank 6, level B in mind control. Superpowers can be concealed, but rank cannot, unless you never make a move. He used his imagination to portray the three characters as somewhat weak. Clearly, the people he encountered after his rebirth were too perverted, severely impacting his imagination. The guard took the registration form and gasped. These three are among the top tier, even within the entire shelter. Excluding the S-rank monsters. S-rank individuals don't compete with ordinary awakened individuals. It's not a big deal, so they won't even bother to intervene. They're treated like royalty. Physical enhancement and mental control are both top-tier abilities among those of the same level. Guardianship may sound useless, but an A-level guardianship is completely different. With the help of an A-level defensive awakener, you can easily overwhelm boss-level alien beasts and zombie kings of the same rank. Moreover, he has the potential to become a bodyguard for high-ranking officials, and if he catches the eye of a key figure in the Rin family, it's not impossible for him to rise to the top in one step. The three of them casually unleashed one of their superpowers, and the fluctuations of sixth-order energy were unmistakable. The guards became even more respectful and quickly let them pass. The little deer sat in the car, strutting around arrogantly, raising its head high for the first time as if it were a human being. Every time I went back to the city before, I was always on tenterhooks. Wind River Shelter looks much larger than Qingdao Island, and the main street is lined with bustling commercial streets. The variety of food on display was dazzling, giving me a fleeting feeling of being back in the pre-apocalyptic world. The owner of Wind River Sanctuary is no ordinary person. Even with Qing Hong's abilities, she couldn't build such a complete business system. This is a commercial street. Unless you have special skills, only awakened individuals of grade B or above are qualified to make purchases. We people from the lower class only go to the market behind the slums. The quality is very different, and the price is much cheaper. Come with me. I'll take you to the formal registration first. I really envy you guys. You can live in big houses. The place I live is like a small coffin. I can't even stand up without bumping my head. Xiao Lu's tone was full of envy as she led the three of them through the shopping street. After passing through several multi-story residential buildings, we walked towards the innermost courtyard, which turned out to have been a basketball court. Don't blame me for being nosy. It's normal to exaggerate your abilities when filling out forms, but it can't be too outrageous. After filling out the form, we're going to get serious. Many guys who brag without thinking never get out of there. The little deer reminded him in a very serious tone. It's nothing. I'm always a humble person. Jiang Yu smiled, not taking it to heart. Meng Fan pinched the girl's cheek. They had only met by chance, yet she was already worrying about others. This little girl was really too silly. Maturity and sophistication are all an act. I'm not worried about you guys. I'm worried about my pay, Xiao Lu said, feigning guilt. Meng Fan took Xiao Lu's hand, quite puzzled. This girl hasn't passed her rebellious phase yet, has she? She teased. All right, I know you're ruthless and heartless. Let's go, I'm starving. Upon entering the basketball court, a stench filled the air, accompanied by the occasional roar of zombies. Jiang Yu was very puzzled. Could it be that the shelter was raising zombies? The verification department has a lot of zombies and monsters, which are used to detect A-level and above awakened individuals. Those below grade A don't get this treatment. Xiao Lu noticed Jiang Yu's confusion and quickly explained that the guide had done a very responsible job. Walking down a corridor, at the end of which is a row of rooms, it is clear that the former sports equipment storage warehouse has been partitioned off and turned into offices. The first room's door plate reads Registration and Verification Department, and next to it are the Human Resources Department and the Logistics Department. It's very convenient. After verifying the rank, work is assigned directly. The little deer knocked on the door and only dared to push it open and go in after hearing a reply. There were 6 or 7 people in the room, and the person in the main seat was an old man. The old man had gray hair and looked to be over 70 years old. He was holding a magazine that had been out of date for who knows how long and was reading it with great interest. It's no wonder Jiang Yu was surprised. After the mutation, very few elderly people survived. Younger people are more resistant to radiation and more likely to awaken skills. The largest number of awakened individuals are in the 15 to 35 age group. Hello, I am Lin Lu, ID number 767987. I'm here to recommend awakened individuals to join the shelter. The little deer was very respectful, keeping its head down and not daring to urge the old man, waiting for him to speak. The old man held a thermos cup filled with goji berries and red dates, not worried about overdoing it. Go fill out the form over there. After the old man finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and put down the thermos. Without even looking up, he picked up a piece of paper and casually tossed it onto the table. A gust of wind blew by, and the paper fell under the table. Little deer dared not let Jiang Yu pick it up, so she quickly crawled under the table to retrieve the form. The old man reached out and pinched the girl's buttocks hard. The fawn was startled, let out a cry, and hit its head on the table. It rubbed its head in pain and didn't dare to say a word. There are laws protecting the area, so no one dares to do anything too outrageous. If you take advantage of someone, nobody can stop you. The little deer was used to it and forced herself to suppress her grievances without showing any anger. The old man was also in charge of registering the referral benefits, and she dared not offend him. To be precise, she dared not offend any of the people in this shelter. Looking at the smile that Xiao Lu forced out, Jiang Yu recalled his past life and saw his own past self reflected in Xiao Lu. I remember when I first entered the Qingdao shelter and went to get my first week's food. It was a bag of wild vegetables and cornbread mixed with bran. The person distributing the food was late, and because I had to go on a mission in the afternoon, I complained a little. It was such a coincidence that the logistics staff overheard it. The man neither hit nor cursed, but opened the bag, spat into the pancake, shook it, and handed it to him. Even someone without a job title can humiliate him like a dog. He could only accept it with a forced smile. Without this bag of bread, he would starve to death. This is the end times. Meng Fan tenderly rubbed Xiao Lu's head, almost unable to suppress her anger. Jiang Yu coughed, and she finally came to her senses. Jiang Yu filled out the form and handed it over, crumpling it into a ball, which was very impolite. Lin Lu is my friend. Please take good care of her in the future. The old man frowned as he took it, weighed it in his hand, and then his eyes lit up. Chapter 130. A challenge is issued. Life and death remain in the fate of fate. The old man subtly put the 2 crystal cores into his pocket, and his attitude immediately changed. Of course. It's only right to give a bigger reward for introducing 3 experts at once. I'll give you 2 months rent reduction. This kid looks young, but he's very well behaved and has a bright future. The old man glanced at the form. Grade A, Grade B, Grade B. Since we're a team, let's test together. Xiao Zhang, go to the battlefield and release a 4th-tier zombie king. 4th tier, the young man called Xiao Zhang looked puzzled. A tier 6 team should at least be tested with a tier 5 corpse king. What? Is it that I didn't explain myself clearly, or are you deaf? The old man's words carried a hint of anger. Gentlemen, come with me. Little Zhang dared not object and led the group toward the basketball court. The site that was originally a basketball court is now covered by a huge alloy cage, which gleams with the light of a shield. Inside the alloy cage, there is a door, and the stench is coming from inside. Not long after Xiao Zhang left, shouts and responses came from inside. The inner iron door of the alloy cage opened, and a 4th-tier zombie king ran out, exuding an imposing aura. The corpse king rammed into the railing, but was stopped by the shield and bounced far away. Kill the corpse king, and you'll pass the rating. After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, he placed his hand on the alloy railing, opened a hidden door, and gestured for Jiang Yu and the other 2 to go in. Just as Jiang Yu and his 2 companions entered, a young man in brocade robes walked in from outside, his brows furrowed with a fierce aura. The boy wore a silver-gray shirt with gold thread embroidered on the cuffs and collar. The pants were even more colorful, and the bright red sneakers were eye-catching. Her outfit is absolutely divine and dazzling. Upon seeing the visitor, Xiaozhang quickly bowed. "Young master what brings you here today? It stinks outside, please come in." The old man saw the young man in brocade robes through the window and ran over to greet him. "Old Lu, you're living the good life, surrounded by so many beautiful women. Tell me honestly, have you been messing around?" Young master status was clearly far higher than the old man's. "Young master you're joking. My old bones are so weak I can barely get into bed. How could I have the energy to do anything reckless?" The old man laughed awkwardly. Bang! A loud bang came from afar. The three of them pretended for a while, but Lin Fei couldn't stop. She chopped a zombie in two with a hand chop. Drawn by the sound, He Xiao looked through the light screen at Lin Fei and became mesmerized. Old Lu saw this and felt contempt for it. What's her background? Young master withdrew his gaze. He was determined to have this woman. They just arrived. The captain is A rank, and the two women are B rank, both at the 6th level, Old Lu answered truthfully. He Xiao saw the 4th order crystal core on the ground. Someone is blatantly letting us off the hook. Having made up his mind, he became stern. Old Lu, do you know what our law enforcement team does? Young master please give your orders. I will not hesitate to help you if needed. Old Lu was a shrewd man and knew exactly what this guy was thinking. It's hard to believe that a Tier 6 team would use a Tier 4 Corpse King for testing without something fishy going on. I have reason to suspect that someone is deceiving the shelter to obtain jobs and subsidies. He Xiao's voice grew louder and louder, and many people in the room stuck their heads out to watch the commotion. Old Lu's face was gloomy. Even after saying all that little beast still wants to roast him over a fire. If things escalate, he'll lose his position. At worst, we'll all die together. They're all trash. None of them are cleaner than the other. It's an unspoken rule. Is it really worth it for a woman? Old Lu simply laid it all out on the table. Since young master had no shame, he was too lazy to bother with this fig leaf. He whispered a word of dissuasion in the boy's ear. Young master there are tens of thousands of people in the shelter. What kind of women don't we have? You can just wave your hand, and we can line up from Fenghe City to the 9th Company. That person on the field is also an A-level dual ability user. Young master eyes narrowed, his arrogance undiminished. Looks like I'm not saving face enough. I wouldn't mind having the boss come over. Old Lu's face turned even uglier upon hearing this. If that S-level law enforcement captain were to be brought over, he wouldn't even be able to save his own life. He glanced at the three people in the fighting room and remembered a rule. Young master the enforcement team has the authority to test anyone attempting to impersonate a high-level awakened. The shelter also has rules. For both parties who voluntarily challenge each other, they sign a challenge agreement and leave their fate to fate. Old Lu easily extricated himself from the situation. As for whether the two lived or died, it was none of his business. He Xiaoshuang is an A-level character with superpowers including Deathmatch and Berserk mode. He is a born killing machine. He is the deputy captain of the Outer Area Enforcement Team of Wind River Shelter. The captain is an S-level officer, but he only holds the title and never gets involved in any work. Didn't you want to cause trouble? If you've got the guts, go and do it yourself. Old Lu, that's why I say I admire you the most in the whole shelter. I've been keeping quiet about all the messes you've made, so you should be grateful. Young master gave Old Lu a nudge, clearly satisfied with his suggestion. Young master is joking. You will not be shortchanged in any way. You are entitled to filial piety. I will need your continued support in the future. Old Lu gave a forced smile. He's taken a lot of dirty money, and now he's pretending to be selfless. Who's he trying to fool? After the battle in the actual battlefield ended and the barrier opened, Jiang Yu and the other two walked out. Young master stretched out his hand to block their way, then amplified his voice and shouted towards the office. Everyone in the verification department and the human resources department, listen up. The enforcement team received a report that someone was falsely claiming their abilities to fraudulently obtain job subsidies. Today, as the captain of the enforcement team, I am conducting on-site verification and everyone can witness this. Young master is a bit arrogant, but not stupid. Killing a level A, rank 6 expert silently is absolutely impossible. The best approach is to be legal and compliant, so that even if the higher authorities investigate, they can't find any fault with it. Hearing that there was something to see, people stopped doing business in the office, and those who were doing business were in no hurry to leave. As the crowd grew larger, He Xiao was very satisfied. These people can't be called bystanders. They should be called eyewitnesses. How do you plan to verify this? Jiang Yu stared at He Xiao expressionlessly, calculating how long it would take to kill him without arousing suspicion. It's very simple. You are a 6th level A rank, and so am I. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you can survive for 30 minutes under my thumb, then you've passed the test. I kowtow to you to apologize. Just as Jiang Yu was about to agree, Xiao Lu tugged at his sleeve. Brother Yu, young master, he is a double A level, and he has even killed S-level enemies. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Xiao Lu's voice was very low, and she felt that she was half responsible. If Jiang Yu hadn't bribed her, things wouldn't have gotten complicated. Meng Fan, fearing that He Xiao might do something reckless, pulled Xiao Lu behind her. Okay, let's begin then, Jiang Yu agreed. He Xiao calmly took the piece of paper that Lao Lu handed him. The entire page was written in blood-red text. I am the captain of the law enforcement team. I hold a high position and have great power. If you kill me, it will cause a lot of trouble. How about we sign a life or death contract? Jiang Yu was speechless upon hearing this. There are still good people in the apocalypse. Knowing his troubles, they even helped him find a way out. Chapter 131. You're not worthy of playing with weapons. Fine, it would be troublesome if I made a mistake and killed you. After all, I'm new here. Jiang Yu glanced at the life and death contract, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint. Young master, his eyes were clearly fixed on a corpse. He couldn't be bothered to argue with a dying man. The life and death pact was completed, causing an uproar among those around. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu with pity. He had a beautiful woman by his side, yet he was able to kill a 4th-tier corpse king without losing any strength. It's better to back down and lose face than to die. Young master, he has killed 4 people this month, hasn't he? Not only that, a few days ago when you were on leave, he took on all 5 of them single-handedly and killed them all. The other side has 2 A-level players. So ruthless, what did they do? Who knows? It was an order from above, supposedly to conceal huge sums of money and to set up a warehouse outside the shelter. It's true that comparisons are odious. We can't even get enough to eat, while others have their own warehouses. Stop messing around. You're just a trash C-level player comparing yourself to them. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Screw you. I bet this thing can last 10 minutes, a bag of bread. I'll add another bag in 5 minutes. Come on. Anyone want to bet? Super high odds, guaranteed profit. I'll take 3 minutes. Honey, don't expose your weaknesses. Girl, you should find another one. You're really pitiful. Xiao Lu was so worried that she couldn't sit still. Seeing that all the benefits she was about to receive were gone, Meng Fan gently comforted her. Lin Fei yawned and, bored, found a stool to sit on and watch the show. Judging from the 2 girls' reactions, He Xiao felt that the 3 of them had an ordinary relationship, which made him even more confident in taking down the murder weapon, Fei. He has never failed to win over any woman he sets his sights on. Should we go over and leave a few last words? Young master, he drew his long sword, turned to look at Jiang Yu, and continued. A beauty like a painting, every glance is one less. After saying that, he took the lead and went into the actual battlefield. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 girls. Lin Fei was leaning against the wall and almost fell asleep, while Meng Fan was also not very interested. Only the little deer looked worried. Forget it, don't expect anyone to cheer for him. The kind of trash in front of him, even Meng Fan probably wouldn't be interested in fighting. Upon returning to the battlefield, the staff hadn't even had time to clean up the mess. The corpse king lay on the spot, a milky white crystal core on his corpse shining brightly. The shield rose, blocking out most of the sound. I'll give you a chance. You're quite capable. Join me, and I'll choose one of the 2 women. As compensation, I will give you a good position. As He Xiao spoke, he activated his berserk ability, causing his internal energy to nearly double. He was a master of using coercion and enticement. Berserk ability, rank A. After activation, strength and speed double, defense is halved. Your position was pretty good. You didn't have to die, but I didn't have the chance if you hadn't died. Jiang Yu wasn't trying to provoke him. He genuinely wanted the position of enforcement captain. If you want to run rampant throughout the shelter, there's no better option than the enforcement team. Good, that's bold. In that case, you can die. A blur flashed by, and He Xiao disappeared from his spot. The next second, the long sword struck Jiang Yu's neck. He held nothing back. Every move he made was a killing blow. The golden light mantra lit up, its energy intensity controlled within the A+ range. The long sword struck the pagoda, causing a layer of the pagoda's body to shatter. After being slashed more than a dozen times, Jiang Yu retreated repeatedly, the tower shattering layer by layer, and he seemed to be struggling to cope. The golden pagoda dissipated, and with the final strike, Jiang Yu was sent flying. only managing to regain his footing by stepping onto the railing. When Ming Fan saw this scene from the sidelines, she burst out laughing. The actor playing the role went a bit overboard, becoming extremely exaggerated. He Xiaoao stood in the middle, his eyebrows raised high, and he curled his lips in disdain. You're such a piece of trash, you're not even qualified to warm up for me. You still want to sit in my seat. Hopefully your shield is thicker than your skin. Jiang Yu also felt that he had overacted a bit. A-level against A-level, who would believe they have no chance to fight back? He simply clenched his fist and charged at young Master He, trying to control his strength. Bang! The energy surged, and the once arrogant young master He was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the top of the alloy cage before falling heavily to the ground. He was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Well, another blunder. It had been a long time since I'd fought an A-level little guy, so I really couldn't control my strength. The work of an undercover agent is not something everyone can do. It requires exceptional acting skills. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Was it young Master He who flew out? What's going on? Match fixing. The crowd gasped in shock, especially those who had placed large bets, who were filled with rage. They could see clearly that the opponent's punches were delivered without any fanfare, the energy as calm as could be. There wasn't even a hint of violence in it. Then, young Master He flew away. I understand. A bald man slapped his shiny bald head. Old Jean, tell me what happened. The blonde-haired guy next to the uncle couldn't contain himself. He had just placed a bet, which was his food for the day. The young man that young Master He fought has connections. Today's battle is just a chance to gain prestige. That makes sense. Damn it, my dinner. Dinner is nothing. I'll be eating grass all week. Everyone was immediately filled with regret. They had all bet on Jiang Yu and suffered a crushing defeat. Who would have thought there was more to the story? Stand up. It'll be hard for me to explain if you die so quickly, Jiang Yu said, then retreated back into the arena without giving chase. You've got guts, kid. Young Master He struggled to get up, a rib broken, and even breathing was difficult. His gaze fell on Jiang Yu, his eyes icy cold. Are they hiding their strength? That's interesting. Today I'll show you what the ceiling of melee combat really is. This young master isn't afraid of S rank, so why would I be afraid of you, a mere AB rank bastard? Gripping his longsword tightly, He Xiaowei's spirit was not dampened by his injury. In fact, his momentum was even stronger than before. Fight to the death. With a loud shout, blood mist enveloped his body, the pain vanished, and his energy surged once more. Superpower, Deathmatch, Rank A. Once activated, it ignores all pain, damage, seals, and mind control. Once activated, it's a fight to the death. Young Master He raised the long sword above his head with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. His aura continued to rise, energy dissipated, the ground began to crack, and the inner protective shield of the alloy cage was on the verge of collapse. The blade flashed, a sonic boom echoed, and a terrifying blade, several meters long, slashed down. This strike subtly conveyed the intent of no return. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. It seemed this guy had some training too. The essence of swordsmanship is a state of mind honed through countless swings of the sword, which cannot be replaced by supernatural abilities. You absolutely cannot take it head-on. That would expose your strength too much. Jiang Yu's figure vanished suddenly beneath the blade. It wasn't a spatial teleportation, but an illusion created by the extreme speed. Those outside the arena could clearly see a series of blurry images. His body stopped at the edge of the blade, enduring the remaining force. His clothes were torn to shreds by the escaping blade energy, leaving him in a sorry state. The blade lost its target and slammed hard against the shield, dimming its light. The crystal nucleus at the top of the barrier, which served as the energy source, shattered with a deafening roar. He Xiao successfully aroused Jiang Yu's competitive spirit. Superpowers are overwhelming. Even if you win, it's not a pleasant experience. Since you're going to play with weapons, let me show you what the true king of weapons is. Chapter 132. Does following you require selling yourself? Old Lu was heartbroken when the crystal core shattered in the actual battle. He quickly took out a fourth-order crystal core to replace it, but before he could even warm it up, he spat it out. No, it must be kept in the public accounts. Jiang Yu re-examined the young man before him. His understanding of swordsmanship was not weak. Unfortunately, his superpowers were too strong, and he always used his power to intimidate others, so he didn't have many opportunities to rely on his swordsmanship in actual combat. He was different. In his previous life, he was able to survive for more than 10 years with his D-level superpowers, half of which was due to the swordsmanship taught by his master. I glanced down at my tattered clothes and felt they were quite unsightly. I decided to end the fight as soon as possible. The farce had to end. Looking up at the boy standing with the knife, he felt a touch of admiration and said loudly, "Your swordsmanship is quite good. It would be a real shame to kill you. Let's call it a draw." He sneered, thinking that Jiang Yu had given in, and became even more arrogant. "Isn't it too late to beg for mercy now? My master taught me a sword technique with 7 strikes in total. This is just an appetizer. Enjoy." The second strike lacked its previous overwhelming momentum. All power was concentrated on the blade, pressing forward relentlessly and sealing off all of the opponent's escape routes. Those watching from the sidelines felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed young master. He's desperate, all-out effort. If I were standing on the field, I would have peed my pants from fear. Thinking back to my ridiculous guess, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even a fool wouldn't risk their life for gilding their resume. For the first time in the entire battle, Jiang Yu showed a serious expression. He drew the alloy sword he had prepared beforehand, and his gaze became serious. After several exchanges, he figured out the opponent's energy level, so he decided to level his energy and have a real fight. Just treat it as a sword practice session. We must proceed with extreme caution. The mission of Tianba must not be compromised in the slightest. To move freely within the Wind River Sanctuary, it is essential to demonstrate one's strength appropriately. Jiang Yu dodged the blade to the side, and then struck out with his longsword. The opponent's ability to dodge was expected. The long sword did not fall, but left a smooth S-shaped trajectory in the air. Despite several changes in direction, the force did not diminish in the slightest. Jiang Yu had no choice but to parry with his sword. In an instant, the longsword struck several times, each blow increasing in power. He seemed to have succeeded, but he also felt that every strike missed its mark. The third cut, the fourth cut, the fifth cut. Each strike of the blade's energy is more destructive than the last. Jiang Yu's longsword was ethereal and indistinct, seemingly present, yet absent, and his figure swayed with the force of the blade. The blade was close, as if it were cutting through water. The sword intent flowed more and more smoothly, and the scene was as if a gentle breeze blew through the air, making the sword invisible. Young Master He's face turned horrified. The sword shadows before my eyes changed constantly, and slowly I could no longer even see my opponent's figure clearly. Sword energy was unleashed from every point, yet there was no physical object to attack from any point. The seventh strike landed. This strike represents the pinnacle of his understanding of sword intent, a sprint where he poured all the energy within his body into it. The blade's energy was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, its momentum both powerful and terrifying. The spectators forgot to breathe, their eyes glued to the battle on the field. Witnessing such a peak showdown makes the loss I suffered earlier seem like a worthwhile investment. As the blade struck, the air was compressed and distorted by the energy, and the energy shield protecting the battlefield vanished into nothingness with a crisp sound. The crowd outside the arena desperately tried to escape, but a few unlucky souls were still reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood. On the other side, Jiang Yu held his long sword horizontally in front of him, and thousands of sword shadows merged into one. He stopped dodging and went against the current, facing the blade head-on. The sword energy was powerful, and Jiang Yu's ethereal figure was like a fish swimming in water, making it impossible to pinpoint where he came from or predict where he would return. The long sword thrust out without a ripple, yet it forcefully tore a gap in the waterfall of blade energy. The wind was calm, but a smear of blood appeared on the throat of the knife-wielding youth. His body fell to the ground, and his head rolled a long way off. Outside the stadium, all was silent. After a long time, some people began to cheer. The next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted outside the battlefield. The underdog triumphed over the strong. Every moment of today's battle is unforgettable. Many people even have the misconception that as long as they practice hard and master swordsmanship, they can succeed. Lower-level abilities are not necessarily weaker than higher-level ones. In the corner, a figure draped in a black cloak was also watching the battle, his face obscured by a hood. Behind him, 2 attendants stood respectfully at attention. After He Xiao's death, the members of the enforcement team were at a loss for how to react. When they came to their senses, they remembered that there was an S-level captain above them who they could not provoke. The key is that the captain greatly admires young Master He, and if they don't do something, they'll suffer a terrible fate. Brothers, let's avenge young Master He. Let's attack together. All the members of the law enforcement team surrounded Jiang Yu and were about to take action. Jiang Yu drew his longsword again and killed these dozens of people, which meant the infiltration plan had failed. A beautiful woman can be a source of trouble. Every word is precious. He was very depressed. Before his rebirth, he was always accompanied by beautiful women by the level experts of the Chin Island shelter, swaggering around town, and no one ever dared to covet them. But when it was his turn, it was completely different. Stop! The man in the black cloak walked into the center of the arena and shouted to stop them. The enforcement team turned around, saw the insignia on their cloaks, and immediately knelt down, no longer caring about revenge. Jiang Yu looked at the newcomer with great confusion. He possesses profound knowledge and perception, far exceeding that of ordinary inheritors. He was certain that this person was not a successor and had not even awakened yet. He was just an ordinary person. Seeing the boy's puzzled expression, the newcomer began to introduce himself, his voice calm and authoritative, yet hoarse and unpleasant. I am Ren Tianyu, the young master of Fenghe Shelter. Jiang Yu sheathed his sword and nodded in greeting. The visitor continued. You're quite capable. Would you be interested in following me? Hiss. Before Jiang Yu could answer, many people gasped and remained stunned for a long time. This is like achieving instant success, something you wouldn't even dare to dream of. By following the young master, you can first move to the villa area, where there is an unlimited supply of delicious food. As for beauties, there are so many that they practically offer themselves up that you can't possibly have them all. I'm not used to serving others, but I'm very interested in the position of enforcement captain. Now, no one knew how to react. Turning down an opportunity to reach the pinnacle of life offends the young master. What's the difference between that and suicide? Instead of getting angry, Tianyu patiently explained. Following me and being the captain of the law enforcement team are not mutually exclusive. You killed He Yuan, and with no one to protect you, you won't live past tonight. Does following you require selling yourself? Jiang Yu asked jokingly, his gaze falling on the gray mist inside the hood. I'm not interested in men. If you want to give them to me, I won't refuse your kindness. Tianyu raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fei and the other two. Let's talk about it later. I haven't had enough fun yet. I promise you, just let me know if you need anything, and I will never let you down. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he bowed, which was considered a sign of submission. The hood was hollow and gray. He stared at Jiang Yu for a long time without saying a word, then left with his guards. Seeing the young master walk away, old Lu shamelessly approached, and the two supervisors from personnel and logistics quickly followed. They were nominally supervisors, but in reality, they were just doing odd jobs. The real power was held by the Ren family. Old Lu's face curled up like a chrysanthemum, his heart filled with unease. I impulsively touched the tigers, but I wonder how many more days I have left to live. I'm considering whether to cut off my hand in front of everyone to save my life. Chapter 133 Wild Boars Can't Eat Fine Bran. Young Master Jiang, I'll send it to you as soon as the onboarding procedures are completed. The HR manager had a fawning look on his face. Young Master Jiang, we'll arrange a courtyard for you to stay in for now. Would you prefer a courtyard filled with flowers and plants or fresh fruits and vegetables? How about half and half? The logistics manager is also extremely ambitious. Old Lu couldn't get a word in edgewise. He had just received a bribe, and he subtly handed a packet of crystal cores to Little Deer. More than a dozen pills, hoping to save my life. The little deer shook the bag, making a jingling sound. He opened the bag, peeked inside, and laughed so hard his eyes were almost invisible. She didn't dare take it for herself, so she tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and handed it over. Jiang Yu smiled and put the deer in his pocket. Low-level crystal cores were no different from trash to him. The three managers were well aware of this. The young man before them had caught Ren Tianyu's eye, and within a month, they would find it impossible to curry favor with him. Old Lu wished he could cut off his own hand. If someone dares to flirt with another person's female companion in person, given Jiang Yu's current status, he could easily fabricate a crime to kill him with a single word. After leaving the basketball court, the logistics staff led Jiang Yu and the others to the villa area. Each building has a separate courtyard, 3 floors, and a garden of over 200 square meters, with flowers and plants kept neatly in place. Many of them don't have flowers and grass planted, but vines climb all over the courtyards and the gardens are full of fruits and vegetables. In the apocalypse, it seems incredibly tempting. The little deer stared blankly, drooling. Wind River Sanctuary is strictly hierarchical. She has never set foot in the villa area and is not even allowed to approach it. Young Master Jiang, what do you think of this building? The courtyard is 370 square meters, with flowers planted in front of the house and vegetables planted in the back. It is considered the best house in this area. Now that the fruits and vegetables are in harvest season, they can be eaten directly. The person leading the way was a clerk from the logistics department, who had a sweet smile and enthusiastically introduced the place. Jiang Yu nodded and casually tossed her a third-tier crystal core. The girl was flattered and her smile became even sweeter. He's strong, handsome, and generous. If he were also a bit more philanthropic, he'd be perfect. Young Master Jiang, just call me Xiaolon. Call me anytime if you need anything. You're new here, so you'll definitely need a guide. I've been working in logistics, so I know this place well. Meng Fan was very envious of the girl's cheerful and enterprising demeanor. She longed for that kind of personality. The little deer looked grim, standing between Jiang Yu and Xiaolon to protect its food, practically baring its teeth. The tone was very unfriendly. No need to trouble yourself. See you later. Young Master Jiang, remember to look for me. Any time is fine. The girl called out unwillingly as Xiao Lu stopped her. Lin Fiming Fan began cleaning. The room was clean and tidy. After a little tidying up and wiping away the dust, she could move in. The little deer busied itself, fetching water and mopping the floor, showing no sign of leaving. After cleaning the room, Xiaolu couldn't find a reason to stay and reluctantly prepared to leave. Meng Fan knew exactly what she was thinking, so she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Master, little deer wants to show us around these next few days, and it's quite troublesome to wait for her to come every day. How about letting her stay here for the time being? I will keep an eye on her. You plant the spores in her. I don't like accidents. Jiang Yu looked at the pitiful little deer and let her have her way. The spore toxins inherited from the Tai Sui can barely be considered a control method, but its effect is very short-lived, lasting at most 7 days. It has enough deterrent effect on ordinary awakened individuals. The food is ready and served. Lin Fei and Jiang Yu were completely rude, picking at their food with their chopsticks, showing no appetite. After the mutation, the variety of vegetables decreased by more than half, and even fewer were safe to eat directly without the toxins. We eat the same few ingredients every day, and we're so tired of it. Jiang Yu recalled a nightmare from his childhood, in a Taoist temple, where he was dominated by green beans and eggplants. The Taoist temple had a few acres of land, and the master and his disciple had always been self-sufficient. Before adopting Jiang Yu, he rarely went down the mountain except to buy some daily necessities. Green beans are a popular choice for their high yield and ease of cultivation. If you can't eat them all, you can dry them and store them for a whole year. During his childhood, Jiang Yu had to eat green beans for several months in a row. 3 meals a day, without fail. Unfortunately, after the mutation, green beans became one of the best-growing vegetables, with yields increasing tenfold. There were also eggplants, bigger than winter melons. Jiang Yu picked up a green bean, his expression one of extreme pain. On the table, there were also loofah, potatoes, and eggplants. After barely managing to eat a few bites, he simply made himself a packet of instant noodles, and Lin Fei asked for one too. Meng Fan saw this and felt very uncomfortable. Little dear, tell me about Ren Tianyu. How much do you know about him? Jiang Yu poured hot water and waited for the instant noodles to cook. I need to think about it carefully. All I know are rumors. The young master of Tianyu is usually very mysterious. Even the higher-ups have never seen what he looks like. I heard that he was born with large birthmarks on his face. What do you want to know? Anything, rumors or gossip, it's all fine. Jiang Yu smelled the familiar aroma of instant noodles and felt a pang of nostalgia. As expected, wild boars can't eat fine chaff. I don't have high expectations for the deer. She was in Fenghe, not even considered to be at the bottom of society. Xiaolu put down her chopsticks, frowned, and didn't know where to begin. Then I'll say whatever comes to mind. The owner of Fenghe Shelter is Ren Li. He has only 2 sons, Ren Tianyu and Ren Tianze. Young Master Tianze is quite favored, and he manages most of the departments. Following young Master Tianyu isn't a bad thing. Ren Tianze has a very violent temper, and people don't even dare to mention his name normally. The young master of Tianyu is very kind to ordinary people, and I have never heard of him killing indiscriminately. I've heard people say he's become much colder in the last month. There are many more rumors. Xiao Lu talked nonstop, not even sparing Ren Tianze's romantic history. Jiang Yu thought that a young girl like her, being at the very bottom of society, wouldn't be able to extract any information from her. Who knew she knew so much? Before he could finish speaking, the noodles had all soggy, and he asked, puzzled, how do you know so much? These aren't secrets. I'm naturally a bit of a gossip. The little deer was very proud. It was clear that her employer was very satisfied with her performance. All right, let's eat first. We'll talk after we're full. Jiang Yu opened the instant noodle lid, the aroma filling the air, and he looked completely satisfied. Meng Fan gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Eating instant noodles while surrounded by a table of delicious food is the greatest insult to someone who loves cooking. The little deer lowered its head and ate its rice, not daring to pick up any vegetables. Being able to eat its fill of fragrant white rice was already an unimaginable luxury. Little dear, is my cooking really that bad? Even you wouldn't eat it. Meng Fan looked aggrieved. She was a good cook, but what could she do if she didn't have the ingredients? I only need rice. I don't need vegetables. I'm very easy to feed. The little deer picked up the few grains of rice stuck to the bottom of the bowl, not daring to waste a single one. After saying that, the girl secretly glanced at Jiang Yu, but unfortunately, the boy was completely focused on his instant noodles and had no interest in listening to her. After taking a bath, Xiaolu didn't change her clothes. She was wearing Mengfan's pajamas, which looked a bit loose. Brother Yu, instant noodles taste even better with a fried egg on them. As Xiaolu spoke, she stood up and carefully picked up the fried egg with serving chopsticks. Jiang Yu smiled, knowing full well what was going on but too lazy to expose her. The little girl was quite interesting. No need, you can eat it yourself. Interesting as it may be, he just wanted to eat some instant noodles in peace and decisively rejected the girl's kindness. Lin Fei simply took her instant noodles to the living room to eat. She couldn't stand the absurd plot. Oh. The little deer gasped in surprise, lost her grip on the chopsticks, and got oil all over herself. Meng Fan found it amusing. The little girl's acting skills were top-notch, and it would be disloyal not to lend a hand. Master, the paper is with you. Chapter 134. When the enforcement team gets things done, everyone who can breathe, get out here. I just want to eat my noodles in peace and quiet, Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. He knew exactly what the girl was thinking, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. I picked up the instant noodles and walked towards the living room. There was another girl looking aggrieved at the dinner table. Sister Meng Fan, I eat very little. I want to stay. I can do anything, and I'm not afraid of being beaten. Little deer couldn't help but feel sad, and tears fell onto the table. Living on an empty stomach every day, with no guarantee of survival, is truly unbearable. Without her cousin's protection, she couldn't even kill ordinary zombies of the same level. No, if you don't eat it, it will all be thrown away. We will eat it all and leave none for them. Eat your food first, and I'll help you figure something out, Meng Fan said domineeringly, having only eaten a small half bowl of rice and a little bit of vegetables before feeling so full that she started burping. She doesn't eat much to begin with, and prefers to eat raw, light fruits and vegetables. I don't know if it's a psychological trauma, but I have no interest in meat. Little dear, it's all up to you. If you don't eat, I'll really get angry. Upon hearing this, the little deer stopped being polite and began to eat heartily. Little dear, what's your favorite food? Meng Fan felt a little better and asked while helping her pick up some food. I also like sweet and sour pork, sauerkraut fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, and braised pork ribs. Xiaolu recalled her favorite dishes from the past. It often appears in my dreams, but now I can only think about it. These were all simple dishes, nothing difficult to make, and the ingredients were readily available. Meng Fan kept them in mind. After the meal, Meng Fan cut a plate of fruit for everyone. The deer had more than twice as much fruit as the others, and the way she looked at Meng Fan changed. Sister Meng Fan, do you need someone to take care of you? I can do everything, from laundry to cooking. The girl blinked her big eyes. You've gone to the wrong temple. The master is over there, Meng Fan said, pointing at Jiang Yu while eating fruit. Brother Yu doesn't like me again, Xiao Lu said cautiously. Meng Fan didn't dare to make a decision, and looked at Jiang Yu expectantly. She liked this little girl very much, and it was indeed very boring to cook and clean alone. The murder weapon, Fei, was a complete waste. She could dismantle the kitchen just by picking vegetables. If you like it, keep it. You'll be responsible for raising it yourself. Jiang Yu drew the mind-controlling spell, which was considered his agreement. Before Meng Fan could even grant the little deer the permission to use the mind control mantra, the girl accepted without hesitation. On the other side of the villa area, He Yuan's body lay in the living room, his neck meticulously stitched up. At the head of the table, the young man in white calmly brewed tea, while the girl beside him carefully served him. He swirls the teacup, inhaling the aroma of the tea leaves, without uttering a word. This person is Zhang Zhao, the captain of the enforcement team, an S-rank individual capable of transformation. Transformation. Activating your special ability allows you to transform into any beast you have ever slain and gain all of its abilities. Beside the body, several men and women in law enforcement uniforms knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Zhang Zhao took a sip of tea, his tone calm. You guys said that person's superpower is only A level. Boss, it's absolutely right. I checked again, and the verification department has all the records. Supervisor Lao Lu personally confirmed it. The burly man who answered was dressed in a uniform that was noticeably different from the others. He was at the same rank as He Yuanping, both being deputy captains of the enforcement team. However, His strength is far inferior to He Yuan's, so he usually doesn't have much of a presence. Interesting. An A rank can kill He Yuan. I'd like to see that. After saying this, Zhang Zhao slammed down his teacup, picked up his spear, and walked out the door. The person who had just spoken quickly chased after them. Boss, the young master of Tianyu has accepted him. Zhang Zhao froze, his gaze falling on the person in front of him, his eyes cold. Then what? Even if Rin Tianyu is not favored, he is still the young master. It would be difficult to explain if we act rashly, the burly man advised. How could he forget the most important thing? He gets scared as soon as he sees the boss, and his mind goes completely blank. You're right. However, I have a legitimate reason. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clad youth transformed into a humanoid monster, wielding a giant axe, and looked dozens of times larger than Qiyu. The giant axe fell, and before the vice-captain could even see its trajectory, his body was cleaved in two. He couldn't believe his boss would kill him, even as he died. Zhang Zhao kicked the idiot away. All the management of the enforcement team watched him rush out, wondering if he was going to tuck his tail between his legs and go back. How will they have the face to stand in Fenghe City after this? You witnessed Jiang Yu killing Yang Bolin, the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, without cause. Did you hear me clearly? The enforcement team members dared not hesitate and quickly expressed their opinions. A group of dozens of people, led by Zhang Zhao, set off in a grand procession toward Jiang Yu's villa. In a corner, a thin little girl was hidden in the shadows outside Zhang Zhao's villa. Seeing Zhang Zhao leave, he dared not delay and rushed towards the inner city. Jiang Yu was enjoying fruit after dinner. Xiao Lu was helping Meng Fan clear the dishes, and Lin Fei was lying on the sofa with her legs crossed, acting more like the master than the master himself. Lin Fei stood up, stretched, and her bones cracked all over. Master, how much longer are we going to stay here? Our bones are practically rusting. Of all her followers, she was the least glamorous and least feminine in personality, yet her every move was the most alluring. Especially her perfect figure. Every detail is captivating. Fighting can't solve all problems. You need to learn to control things, Jiang Yu advised patiently, knowing full well that he couldn't teach him. As the saying goes, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. Why don't we just charge in and kill all those Rens? It would be so much simpler. Lin Fei exuded an aura of dominance simply by standing there. And then what? If anyone resists again, will you massacre the entire Wind River shelter? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Fei, waiting for her answer. Let them massacre the city. It's not like we can't win. I can do it all by myself. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue. She saw her master's eyes growing colder and colder. I remember when we first met, you would rather go hungry than steal food from others. To survive, one must not hesitate to kill. It is the right thing to do. If you're just killing civilians for fun and to get a quick thrill, I will disable your superpowers, at least to allow you to live a little longer. Lin Fei was scolded, while Meng Fan hid in the kitchen, gloating. Why didn't the master beat her up? It would be best to strip her naked and make her kneel down and bark like a dog. That would be much more interesting. If the master were half as smart as her, he could completely crush Fei's fighting spirit. A woman should act like a woman. What kind of behavior is it to act all day long with bared teeth and claws? Master, I know I was wrong. Lin Fei quickly apologized. To have her superpowers disabled was harder to accept than to kill her. Go back to your room and copy the Qing Jing Jing, Sutra of Purity and Tranquility, 10 times. Yes. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate and quickly returned to her room to copy the scriptures. What kind of punishment is this? It's not like a primary school student made a mistake. Meng Fan was very disappointed that she didn't get to see a good show of discipline. Jiang Yu sighed. After the battle with Qiongqi, none of these followers could be relied upon. Suddenly, there were light and frequent footsteps outside the door. Qiyu was too conspicuous. Any awakened individual with supernatural abilities could spot him at a glance. To keep a low profile, he did not summon the gate guards. Jiang Yu heard it clearly. The crowd had already surrounded the villa. Xiao Lu's information is very accurate, but Rin Tianyu's deterrent power is only SOSO. Bang! The courtyard gate was blasted open with great force, and Yang Bolin's body, broken in two, was thrown into the courtyard. Lin Fei was excitedly about to go out and atone for her sins, but Jiang Yu stopped her. Go back and copy the scriptures. The flame in the girl's eyes was extinguished instantly. If you're in the enforcement team, all of you who can breathe, get out here. A haughty female voice came from outside the door. Jiang Yu told the 3 girls to stay quiet, and then opened the door and went out alone. The door opened, revealing a man and a woman standing in the courtyard. From outside the wall, the faint sound of swords being drawn could be heard. In the flower bed, A bloodied corpse lay on the ground, breaking a branch of a jasmine plant. Jiang Yu frowned upon seeing the scene before him. He quite liked this jasmine plant. Its color was delicate and its scent refreshing. It's been crushed like this. Without some fertilizer, it'll be hard for it to come back to life. Why is it that I, the deputy captain, am unaware of the enforcement team's work? Jiang Yu examined the fertilizer in front of him, his eyes calm. Chapter 135. You're a tortoise. I am Zhang Zhao, captain of the enforcement team, S rank level 6. You killed He Yuan during the day, and you have a life and death contract with him, so I won't pursue the matter. Now they've launched a sneak attack on Yang Bolan, attempting to seize control of the law enforcement team. I have reason to believe you are a spy for the hostile forces. Eliminating internal traitors is the responsibility of the law enforcement team. Zhang Zhao spoke with righteous indignation and was very satisfied with the reasons he had given. Even if Ren Tianyu were standing there, he would not be able to find fault with them. Just say it, what do you want? Jiang Yu was too lazy to beat around the bush with him and wanted to get straight to the point. Zhang Zhao was stunned. No, we're all upper-class people. How can we be so blunt? He Yuan is my dog. The dog leash cannot be empty. Zhang Zhao no longer concealed his true intentions. The law enforcement team was all working for him. It's no secret that He Yuan's eye hardly has to worry about daily chores. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then said, You know I follow Ren Tianyu, yet you still dare to come and bare your teeth. So you're Ren Tian's dog, am I right? Wind River Shelter is just these 2 hills. Even a fool could guess that. Be my dog, or die. Zhang Zhao stared straight at Jiang Yu, while the girl behind him had already activated her shield. He Yuan was very capable. He handled most of the tasks that Ren Tianza assigned to him and never let him down. Without this dog, won't we have to do everything ourselves from now on? None of the remaining members of the enforcement team are any good. I'll give you a choice. You be your captain, I'll live my life, and we'll keep to ourselves. Jiang Yu didn't want any more conflict. The incident during the day has already caused a huge uproar. If we continue to make a fuss, there's no point in remaining hidden. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. If you don't want to be my dog, then die. Zhang Zhao activated his supernatural power, his body disintegrated, and he transformed into a warrior whose entire body was pitch black with blue runes. The warrior held a long spear, his body below the waist appearing as if dissolved in ink, while his red warhorse was faintly visible. Corpse General. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. The last time he faced a Corpse General was during a mission before his rebirth. The golden-armored Corpse General led thousands of corpse soldiers, sweeping through the city-level shelter. The shelter for tens of thousands of people was breached in less than 24 hours, and thousands of awakened individuals were powerless to fight back. By then, several years after the apocalypse, each shelter had 1 or 2 inheritors. Even so, they were no match for the Corpse General. To kill or not to kill, it's a really hard decision. The corpse before them was not something a dual A-level awakened could kill. Killing it would mean the infiltration had failed. Zhang Zhao gave him absolutely no choice. The chestnut warhorse beneath him lifted its forelegs off the ground, roared, and charged forward as a blur. The blue flames on the spear were cold and menacing. Jiang Yu dodged to the side, his long sword aimed at the horse's leg, but he missed. The warhorse was merely an illusion of energy. Today I'll show you that an A-grade is always an A-grade. You can only be an obedient dog. Zhang Zhao's voice was deep and rough, and you could see his mocking face even through his helmet. An extremely arrogant laugh echoed throughout the courtyard. Sure enough, the dog resembles its owner. The law enforcement team members watching the show weren't worried at all. Their leader was a top-tier figure among the S-class members in the shelter. A mere A-level rating. How could it possibly cause any upheaval? Boss is awesome. Kill him. Captain, let's go for the cool one. Counterattack and take him down. Kid, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. The boss is kind-hearted and might spare your life. Jiang Yu remained calm. Mockery and ridicule had never worked on him. Today is different, though. The word challenge brings back indelible memories of the ghost dragon's lair. Long spears, fine horses, both equally arrogant. The same contempt and ridicule. Unable to suppress the rising anger in his heart, he raised his head to look at Zhang Zhao, his eyes icy cold, his killing intent almost solidified. Zhang Zhao felt himself being stared at and involuntarily took a few steps back, his fear coming on for no apparent reason. How could someone as insignificant as an ant possibly make him want to back down? Most of the time, he was thinking about Ren Tianyu and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Before them, the boy was still the same boy, and the longsword was still the same longsword. The aura, however, changed from fireflies to the bright moon. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. and he unleashed his longsword with incredible speed, blocking all of his opponent's escape routes with thousands of sword energies. The sword strike, which appeared to be light and airy, subtly contained the power of wind and thunder within its energy. Each swing is a chain of lightning. Jiang Yu still had some sense of reason, so he didn't use any Taoist techniques, and he suppressed his energy just right. Zhang Zhao was paralyzed, and his lightning energy doubled its damage to inanimate objects. Several attempts to launch an attack were abruptly interrupted. With the spear in his hand nearly 3 meters long, he couldn't create distance, which not only prevented him from unleashing its power, but also hindered him at every turn. Jiang Yu got carried away with the fight, and simply threw away his longsword, pulling Zhang Zhao off his horse. Bang! One punch landed on his face, followed by another. After a dozen or so punches, Zhang Zhao was completely stunned. His corpse general transformation was shattered, and only one thought kept running through his mind. This thing is definitely not grade A. You've never seen a Class A company completely dominate a Class S company. He was really planning to beg for mercy. What was his life more important than his pride? So what if the company fails? At worst, we can just move to another city and start over. An S-class ship is a king wherever it goes. Jiang Yu didn't give him a chance to beg for mercy. After his anger subsided, the sandbag under his feet was no longer recognizable as a human. Inside and outside the courtyard, everyone couldn't help but gasp. His mouth remained open for a long time. This isn't a battle between awakened beings. It's clearly just two street thugs fighting. Although only one person was being beaten from beginning to end. After Jiang Yu stopped, Zhang Zhao finally caught his breath, took out a purple crystal core, crushed it, and violent energy covered his entire body. Enter the corpse again to transform. This time, the tattoos on the corpse's body changed from blue to purple. His entire body was completely solid, with no trace of etherealness. Even the warhorse beneath him had solidified into a physical form, and the energy intensity was more than twice as high as before. He raised his spear and thrust it straight at Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu dodged to the side, splitting the corpse into 3, blocking all escape routes. Zhang Zhao's all-out attack was no less powerful than that of the inheritor. Not daring to be overconfident, they activated absolute defense and prepared to summon the god Gaochen. Stop! A sharp shout came from outside the courtyard, and Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I felt a bit angry. You're a tortoise. Why didn't they wait to come and collect the body? If he really was only in A level, the body would be cold by now. After chapter 136, I can no longer protect you. Killing people in the safe zone. Zhang Zhao, are you trying to rebel? Another cold voice rang out, and Ren Tianyu finally appeared in his signature black cloak. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he recognized that this young master wasn't too stupid. Zhang Zhao pretended not to hear and thrust his spear, imbued with endless death energy, towards Jiang Yu with all his might. Jiang Yu dodged effortlessly, his spear missing its target. The 3 spear tips collided, shattering the courtyard wall. Several screams came from outside the wall. Upon seeing the main character appear, Jiang Yu retreated behind Ren Tianyu and his group. What the boss can do, the employee should never overstep. It seems my words don't carry much weight. Have you forgotten something? I also have the surname Ren. Cripple him. As Ren Tianyu's voice fell, the 2 guards behind him sprang up simultaneously. Both were 6th rank guards. The white-clad guard's name is Deng Xing, an S-rank 6th level individual with the ability to curse. The red-clad guard is named Wu Ji, an S-rank dual power level 6 individual with S-rank body enhancement and A-rank power accumulation. In the blink of an eye, Deng Xing unleashed more than a dozen curses upon Zhang Zhao, while another red-clad guard drew his longsword. Every strike was ruthless. Zhang Zhao suffered repeated defeats, utterly powerless to retaliate. The enforcement team stood at a distance, none of them daring to intervene. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. Firstly, both guards were S-rank, and the one who was in close combat should be even higher than S-rank. Secondly, the corpse general that Zhang Zhao first transformed into was a fraud, with strength at most on par with a 6th-tier leader-level alien beast. The corpse general, transformed after consuming a 6th-tier special crystal core for the second time, was vaguely on par with ordinary inheritors. Even so, he was still being overpowered by 2 bodyguards. Of course, the fact that he had been abused by Jiang Yu before also played a part. Wu Ji leaped high into the air, gathered his strength, and with a single slash, sent Zhang Zhao flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The knife wound on his chest was so deep that the bone was visible. A long sword was held against his neck, awaiting his master's command. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't blame you for ignoring me. You know better than I do the rules of the shelter when it comes to killing people in the safe zone. Farewell, Ren Tianyu said in a high-sounding manner. There can only be one captain of the enforcement team, and Zhang Zhao is doomed to die today. Young master, Jiang Yu killed him. I have witnesses. You can ask them if you don't believe me, Zhang Zhao said in his death throes. The entire enforcement team fell silent. Neither side is someone they can afford to offend. Is it just a coincidence that the young master of Tianyu arrived so timely? Clearly, everything is under control. Ren Tianyu looked at Zhang Zhao as if he were watching a joke. Xiaoqin, let him die knowing why. At the back of the line, a thin little girl smiled shyly, took out an old-fashioned camera, removed the film, and said loudly, "These are the remaining negatives. The others are in the darkroom and will be delivered shortly." Ren Tianyu waved his hand, and Wu Zhi's long sword fell, his head rolling to the feet of the enforcement team. Starting today, the enforcement team is officially under his command. The battle for power has brought us one step closer to victory. Ren Tianyu originally had no interest in power, but a month ago his father summoned him for a talk that lasted all night, and the two parted on bad terms. For the first time, he realized that without power, all the peace and beauty was just a mirage. A single word from someone in power can send him to hell. As for family ties, they were merely a bargaining chip to control him. Ren Tianyu glanced at the courtyard, which was in a mess, and gave instructions to a short-haired girl behind him. Have someone clean it up. Report what happened here truthfully. I'll go and tell the city lord. Yes, master, I'll take care of it right away. The short-haired girl accepted the order and left. Ren Tianyu couldn't see Jiang Yu. After searching for a long time, he finally found him hiding at the very back of the crowd. I couldn't help but chuckle. The boy was arrogant during the day, but when he saw an S-class student who was far superior to him, he ran faster than anyone else. He always felt he had made the wrong bet. Get over here. Ren Tianyu turned to face Jiang Yu, his tone unfriendly. Whatever your command. I've removed all the nails for you. Just do the rest neatly and don't disappoint me. After saying that, Ren Tianyu turned to leave without waiting for Jiang Yu's reply. Just then, a burst of flames surged forth, heading straight for Ren Tianyu. It was the fastest-moving blazing torrent among fire-based superpowers. Its damage is average, but its advantages are that it is instantaneous with no wind-up and extremely fast. The two guards were too far away to provide any assistance in time. Jiang Yu pulled Ren Tianyu Lan in front of him to shield him from the flames, not even bothering to activate his shield. Such a good opportunity to make a contribution must not be missed. How can you gain trust without suffering some harm? Jiang Yu was struck by the flames and took the opportunity to fall down, pinning Ren Tianyu beneath him. A large hole was burned in the back of his clothes. The girl who launched the sneak attack was Zhang Zhao's companion. She was young, but very loyal. Before Ren Tianyu could give any orders, the girl was killed by Wu Zhi. Are you all right? Ren Tianyu was very uncomfortable being pressed down, and with her strength, she couldn't push him away. It's all right, quite comfortable. Jiang Yu looked at the gray mist inside the hood and smiled meaningfully. This cloak is actually a strange weapon. However, its ability is hidden, and it doesn't have much defensive power. The two guards looked at Jiang Yu with shame and gratitude. He had saved more than one life. With Ren Tianyu dead, none of them will survive. The less you know about things you shouldn't know, the longer you'll live. I don't want to kill you. I advise you to be careful with your words and actions. Jiang Yu made a sealing gesture, remembering that Xiao Lu had mentioned that Ren Tianyu had a large birthmark on his face. My curiosity was immediately extinguished. As time went by, the enforcement team remained calm after the Zhang Zhao incident. The silence was illogical. The law enforcement team wielded considerable power, and Ren Tianzu was unlikely to relinquish it easily. Yet, that was the reality, and peace reigned throughout the land. After Jiang Yu took office, he became even more domineering than Zhang Zhao and He Yuan combined. They ran rampant in the shelter with impunity. Several surprise inspections are conducted every day, leaving no corner unchecked. This caused widespread resentment among everyone. At the same time, the law enforcement team wielded unparalleled power, and no one dared to provoke them. A month passed, and nothing was gained. He was certain he hadn't missed anywhere. He hadn't found an altar, or even a dilapidated temple. He began to suspect that the altar that Tianba mentioned might be something that happened before she fell into a deep sleep. If it were that long ago, the stone would have long since weathered into dust. According to the legendary dating system, this happened at least 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. The heavenly maiden Ba spoke with certainty that she could sense the existence of the altar. There are two possibilities. One is that it's in the inner city, and getting in would be extremely difficult unless you fight your way in. Secondly, in some corner outside the shelter, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. The living room on the first floor of the villa. Jiang Yu leaned back on the sofa. lost in thought, while Xiao Lu obediently brewed tea beside him, a little nervous as it was the first time she had been so close to her owner. In a daze, the beautiful dream became clearer and clearer. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and Jiang Yu snapped out of his reverie, sat up straight, and smiled at the little guy. The little deer gritted its teeth in anger. It was just a hair's breadth away. Those who do bad things will be struck by lightning. The little deer opened the door angrily, but upon seeing who it was so frightened that it instantly shrank into a tiny mouse. Tianyu, young master, please, come inside. After bowing, Xiaolu quickly hid in the bedroom on the second floor. Seeing her panicked expression, Meng Fan thought something terrible had happened and quickly went out of the bedroom to check. Seeing that it was Rin Tianyu coming downstairs, I wasn't interested and went back to my room to continue reading. The bookstore at Wind River Sanctuary is really great. With a complete selection of novels, you can get dozens of books for just one tier 4 crystal core. Meng Fan thought she got a great deal, but when she saw the bookstore owner's eyes practically disappearing from his grin, she realized she'd been ripped off. Let them slaughter us then. After all, the owner is rich. Meng Fan wasn't interested in why Ren Tianyu came alone, but Xiao Lu was quite gossipy. I opened the bedroom door a crack and listened intently. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised to see Ren Tianyu come in person. What Tianyu said surprised him even more. From now on, I can no longer protect you. Chapter 137, What Rin Tianyu Gave Me, You Might Not Be Able to Do. Revelation Online no longer concealed its voice. The clear, cool female voice was quite pleasant to hear. Am I not attentive enough in my work? Jiang Yu recalled his recent actions, aside from being a bit ruthless. He believed he had done a good job with the tasks assigned by the heavenly decree. I'm leaving as a bargaining chip for a marriage alliance with the Yao family. You should have heard of the Yao family of Beihui in Zhongyuan province. Tianyu was still wearing his hood, making it impossible to discern his emotions. The girl continued. I received word that someone is going to ambush and kill me on the road. Could you please give me a ride? This is purely a personal request. After I leave, all power will go to my brother, and I will no longer have the right to order you around. Jiang Yu stared at the gray mist inside the hood, lost in thought. Aside from Rin Tianza, who would risk killing a woman who is completely defenseless? Even if it were Rin Tianza, with the victory already secured, there was no need for him to keep harping on his own sister. After all, no one would entrust their business to a married daughter. Since it's not an order, then it's a transaction. I can promise you can go anywhere you want unharmed, but after it's done, you have to answer one question for me. Jiang Yu decided to place his bet on Tianyu. Being used as a tool for political marriage will definitely breed resentment. It's just asking about the location of an altar, not betraying the Wind River, so it shouldn't be a big problem. If she doesn't cooperate, once she leaves the shelter, whether she talks or not will be out of her control. Okay, deal. You need to be prepared. It will be very dangerous, and I can't guarantee you'll come back alive. Even Tianyu wasn't sure how many people the other side had or what their level was. She had 2 S-level bodyguards, and with Jiang Yu, she had 5 A-level bodyguards, so she was still quite nervous. They could only pin their hopes on the Yao family's wedding procession. I just remembered something. I recall that the Yao family's direct line has no offspring. Jiang Yu searched his memory and found that Zhua Yichuan had a good relationship with the Yao family, and he had exchanged supplies with them several times. With no young master in Beihui, everyone wants to seize this prize. Does it matter? It's just a transaction. I'm going to marry the head of the Yao family. This deal can get the winter clothes and quilts that the Rin family needs most right now, enough to fill more than a dozen trucks. Even if I'm not an awakened, I'm still very valuable. Tianyu's words were devoid of emotion. After speaking, he stood up and bowed to Jiang Yu. For her, this was already a great courtesy. The head of the Yao family, a round, bald, fleshy ball in his 50s. Jiang Yu pictured his greasy old face and began to feel a little sorry for the girl in front of him. It's just a birthmark on her face. The father doesn't need to be so harsh. Such a large shelter, without several truckloads of winter clothing, is it going to fall apart? The Lord of Fenghe City is most likely also eyeing the lucrative territory of Beihui. Several truckloads of winter clothes are nothing more than a fig leaf to cover up the shame. Sacrificing one's daughter's happiness for life truly befits an upper-class person. That's incredibly vulgar. Excuse me. Tianyu turned and walked out of the room. 2 bodyguards stood guard outside the door, clearly displeased with their young master's order not to let them follow. Great joy is approaching, and we must not allow any accidents to happen. Even a small cut could kill someone. The sudden visit from Revelation Online completely disrupted the previous plans. We have to start planning all over again. Jiang Yu is used to writing down his plans on paper with simple words. everything that must be done, and every treasure that cannot be missed. He listed them on paper using a character that only he could understand, and then connected them one by one according to the timeline. After being reborn, many things changed, and many events occurred beyond expectations. Every low-probability event is subtle, but when applied to all the survivors in Kyushu, it is magnified infinitely. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Xiao Lu quickly ran down to open it. Jiang Yu gave the girl a meaningful look. It was obvious that this girl had been eavesdropping all along. It wasn't a secret, so we just let her be. Tianzi, young master. Please, come inside. The little deer had used up all its shock for the day, but following its master had truly broadened its horizons. The two young masters of Fenghe are so rare that it's almost impossible for an ordinary person to meet them. Yet, within a day, the two personally paid them a visit. The fawn couldn't help but reevaluate its owner. I really can't see anything special about the boy in front of me, except that he's a little handsome and has a cool look in his eyes. There are no strengths left. She followed him wholeheartedly, but only for a full meal. The two young masters have excellent judgment. It seems she has latched onto a very powerful patron. The girl secretly vowed that she would never be in a passive position again. If we don't make some progress, we won't even have a chance to be served. People from two different worlds, without close contact, how much affection can there be? Ren Tianzi smiled at Xiao Lu, appearing very polite. If the girl hadn't witnessed him torturing and killing the maidservants around him, she might have been truly deceived by his seemingly harmless gentleness. The little deer nodded and bowed, disappearing from the second floor even faster than before. Meng Fan was completely absorbed in the world of the novel and didn't even lift her head once. She thought to herself that the name Little Deer was really fitting, as even the slightest rustle of wind could startle her. Strangely enough, ever since Xiao Lu came to her side, and because she had to fulfill her duty as a master to protect her, she herself became much calmer. No longer as timid as before. Jiang Yu was not surprised by Ren Tianzi's arrival. The Wind River is only so big, so every move Tian Yu makes is definitely under his surveillance, and vice versa. Nice to meet you. From now on, I can protect you. I'll offer double the terms Ren Tian Yu said. Ren Tianzi said directly, without beating around the bush. They offered tangible benefits. What Ren Tian Yu gave me, you might not be able to do, Jiang Yu said with a smile, picking up his teacup. Oh, tell me about it. I'd like to hear what irresistible terms that bitch can offer you. Ren Tianzi's smile slowly cooled. No one in the entire Fenghe region has ever dared to speak to him like that. She can kneel before me, wagging her tail and begging, and wash herself clean and bring herself to me. What can you give me? Chapter 138. The journey is long. I've prepared many surprises for you. Jiang Yu's words startled Xiao Lu so much that she almost bumped her head on the door frame. As expected of the master's master, he can lie all sorts of lies without even blushing. The other party is Ren Tianzi, a member of the Wind River Shelter who doesn't eat beef. One moment they're all smiles, the next they're about to blow someone's head off. She witnessed public brutality and murder more than once, and they were all very minor incidents. The little deer panicked a bit. That's it. The good days I just got are now gone, and I might even lose my life. Ren Tianzi stared into Jiang Yu's eyes, but instead of reacting, he laughed. So you have this kind of hobby. I really can't find a woman who suits your taste right now. How about this? I'm going to hold a 3-day celebration banquet, and you can choose any of the women in Fenghe, whether they're married or not. The enforcement team looks glamorous, but it doesn't have much of a future. The Wind River team is short of a captain. I wonder if you'd be interested? Ren Tianzi then realized why his sister was able to subdue someone who could easily defeat Zhang Zhao. It turned out she relied on her skills in bed. The thought of Ren Tianyu being treated like a dog filled me with a surge of excitement. He was aware of all of Jiang Yu's actions after entering Fenghe, including the time he beat Zhang Zhao up without warning in the villa courtyard. Since the enforcement team fell into Jiang Yu's hands, even some of his top lieutenants have become wary of it. Zhang Zhao and He Yuan were measured in their killings. They would never act if they couldn't be moved. This guy is insane. He's willing to kill anyone. A few days ago, a senior member of the shelter, a hero who followed Ren Li in conquering the world, visited. Just because he spoke rudely to Ren Tianyu in front of everyone, he was chopped into pieces. It took sanitation workers shoveling off a layer of soil to clean it up. With reason and evidence, Jiang Yu had already laid out all the old man's crimes on the table before anyone could investigate, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. This is the kind of person who deserves to be his follower, courageous, intelligent, and ruthless in his actions. Better to leave the corpse than the enemy alive. There's no need for a victory celebration banquet. I can help you with things. It's just that after sending Ren Tianyu away, we've been master and servant. So let's part ways amicably. Jiang Yu went with the flow and agreed to Ren Tian's offer. Ren Tian's eyes lit up with joy, but in his heart he felt utterly contemptuous. Master and servant of farts. Have you ever seen a master groveling before his followers? All right, I also want to know if you deserve the position I've given you. I will give you a gift then. Ren Tianzi smiled warmly and stood up to take his leave. Jiang Yu saw him out, unable to understand what he meant. The so-called gifts were mostly acts of robbery and murder on the road. After Ren Tianzi left, the bedroom door upstairs was gently closed. Sister Mengfan, I'll tell you a secret. Little Deer whispered mysteriously in Mengfan's ear. Are you serious? Mengfan put down her book. If that's the case, she's intrigued. Little Deer nodded vigorously. She heard it clearly. Little Deer, something bad has happened. Mengfan frowned. I understand. It will be troublesome if Master is seduced by her. Little Deer understood perfectly, looking like she knew everything. The scenes on TV are still vivid in my mind. Palace intrigues and family feuds, open and covert battles for favor. Poisoning is just child's play. It's a small matter. Don't call me by my sister's name anymore. It makes me look old. Mengfan's focus was completely on something else. Little Deer, what about the Master and that woman? Just let them be. Little Deer paced anxiously. Before she could even succeed, a formidable enemy appeared. Compared to the young Master of Tianyu, this little girl wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Mengfan also looked depressed. I want to help, but my master has strictly forbidden me from drugging or bewitching others. Let my master handle it himself. Xiao Lu was speechless. That wasn't what she wanted to say. Mengfan stared into the girl's eyes for a moment before continuing. Little Deer, a big tree can shelter many small animals from the wind and rain. There are phoenixes, birds, insects, deer, and rabbits. Just accept asylum with peace of mind, and make sure you are safe and secure without cutting off other people's livelihoods. Go out and have fun. I want to sleep for a while. After Mengfan finished speaking, she ignored her and covered her face with a book as a kind of eye mask. I sighed inwardly. It's probably hard for a 17 or 18-year-old girl to understand this. She took in this little pet out of kindness. She'll teach it slowly. It's such a small thing, she shouldn't trouble its owner. 3 days later, at the main entrance of Wind River Shelter, the wedding procession was waiting at the door early in the morning, as the sun rose and the sky was filled with radiant light. The orange-red sunrise shone on the double happiness symbols on the front of the car, adding to the festive atmosphere. Tianyu was still dressed in a black cloak, not in a wedding dress, but it was still enough to be breathtaking. Ren Tianyu, the arrogant and ruthless young master of the Fenghe River. It was a woman. It's even more absurd than a ghost story. The crowd of onlookers packed both sides of the road, and they were quite disappointed not to see Ren Tianyu in her wedding dress. This further confirms the veracity of the rumors. Rumors have spread that the birthmark on Ren Tianyu's face has become a hairy mole, and his facial features have been described in great detail. For example, flowers are 100 times uglier. If that weren't the case, why would she marry a fleshy ball that's several years older than her father? Even if it were an arranged marriage, it wouldn't make sense. There are 3 sanctuaries in the Central Plains province that are comparable in strength to those in the Wind River, while the other 2 have eligible heirs. Jiang Yu stood at the very back of the wedding procession, completely inconspicuous. Little sister, my heart aches so much. I didn't sleep a wink last night, the effeminate young man said, yawning. The speaker was Ren Tianzi, dressed in a well-tailored suit, and the gold watch on his wrist was so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. He has delicate features, a feminine temperament, and a hint of wickedness when he smiles, all enhanced by his status as the young master of the Wind River. A classic domineering CO male lead. That really goes to your trouble. Tianyu smelled a strong odor of alcohol on him, indicating that he had a great time at the celebration banquet last night. It's not a matter of going to great lengths. It's only natural for an older brother to care for his younger sister. The journey is long, so I've prepared a lot of surprises for you to keep you from getting too bored. After saying that, Ren Tianzi waved his hand, and a beautiful girl came out carrying a cardboard box and put it in the car. The girl laughed wantonly. Tianyu didn't give him any face and kicked the cardboard box off the bus. The cardboard box fell apart, and its contents were scattered all over the floor. Even through the gray mist swirling inside the hood, Jiang Yu could feel her endless humiliation. Ren Tianzi did a good job in this matter, which has injected a powerful catalyst into his future plans. After all, Beihui is very far away, and the appearance, figure and age of the Yao family patriarch are only heard about, but never actually seen. Unseen humiliation can be escaped or imagined. The humiliation that hits you in the face is the real humiliation. Rin Tianzi, with his hands in his pockets, whistled, his gaze passing over Rin Tianyu and looking towards Jiang Yu, his laughter becoming even more rampant. Chapter 139 Ambush. Rin Tianyu must die. The cardboard box was full of items to enhance the couple's relationship, making it a barely acceptable wedding gift. Rin Tianyu trembled with humiliation, utterly helpless. She lost from the very beginning. Her father never gave her a chance to compete. It was all just wishful thinking on her part. Turning to look at the city gate, she realized her father hadn't even bothered to appear to see her off on her final journey. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Drive. Tianyu's voice was icy as the RV slowly started moving. The convoy was well protected, with two S-class bodyguards providing close protection inside the RV. Their red and white armors were quite eye-catching. 7 Class A escorts on both flanks. At the very front, 3 armored vehicles were arranged in a triangular formation to clear obstacles. The outer perimeter was occupied by the wedding procession. They didn't make a move, and Jiang Yu couldn't discern their strength. At the very back is the Wind River Sanctuary team, a 100-person team, with over 30 members judging by their B-level shoulder insignia. They really take it seriously. It was less like escorting a bride and more like a convoy. The journey from Fenghe to Beihui is 500 kilometers long, making it easy to ambush and kill someone. Jiang Yu lay in the cargo compartment, which was a modified light pickup truck. The compartment was well equipped with food, snacks, and drinks. Each of the 7 Class A individuals has their own car, so they won't be wiped out in a dangerous situation. Without a beautiful woman by my side, the journey was extremely boring. I took out an ancient book and started flipping through it. The cover had a few seal characters written on it. The Jade Classic of the Outer View of the Yellow Court. After a cursory glance, I found it easy to read, as I have been familiar with various Taoist classics since childhood. Upon reaching the last page, a piece of information was imprinted in my mind. Exterior body refinement. First stage. Breathing in the sun and moon. Soaring high above the sun and moon, I ascend the Tao. Refining one's physique with energy does not count towards the daily crystal core limit. He took out a dozen or so 5th-order crystal cores, put them in his hand to activate them, and used his mind to control the energy to cover his whole body. The energy was absorbed by the skin and flesh, and indeed, no malevolent energy entered the body. 1, 2, 3. It wasn't until the 15th one that rejection began, and energy could no longer be absorbed. As the energy subsided, it dissolved into the skin without reaching the flesh and bones. On his chest, a Tai Chi Bagua pattern was engraved on his skin. Each stroke caused Jiang Yu to convulse in pain. Fortunately, in the end it was just a single divination. The order of the 8 trigrams in the earlier heaven arrangement is Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui. On his chest, the Tai Chi symbol flickered, with only the Dui trigram lit up, while the rest were gray and dim. According to internal observation, the external physical refinement is still at the first stage. Even if you have a city-level shelter, 5th-order crystal cores are still rare, and 6th-order ones are even rarer. Well, it's another bottomless pit. The cultivation methods of the heavenly Tao cannot withstand the drain without the support of several municipal-level shelters. Qingdao, Langshi, Baisha, Northern Military Region, Lianyungang. Eat your food one bite at a time. Too much of anything is as bad as too little. The Tai Chi Bagua pattern on the chest rotates and flashes, slowly releasing stored energy to nourish the body. Close your eyes and feel the pleasure of energy refining your flesh and blood. I couldn't help but feel drowsy. The swaying of the car was particularly soporific, and I drifted off to sleep with random thoughts. Chiyu stands inside the carriage, holding a knife. Boom! A loud noise woke Jiang Yu. I checked the time. I had only slept for less than 10 minutes. My mind was foggy, and I looked out the window with a gloomy expression. He couldn't suppress his murderous intent. The girl driving felt a chill down her spine and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Rin Tianzi is really bold. He couldn't help but make a move just a few dozen kilometers from Fenghe City. What did this girl do to him? They absolutely must kill her. Did they cut it off too? They were still within the territory of Fenghe City. Jiang Yu glanced around and saw that the convoy was at the foot of a barren mountain, with only abandoned farmland overgrown with weeds on both sides of the road. The highway winds its way up the mountain, with rivers flowing around it below and dense forests in the distance. It's an ideal location for a robbery, murder, and body disposal. Jiang Yu always felt that things weren't that simple. A power struggle wouldn't necessarily lead to such a ruthless act of extermination. Dozens of men in black began to charge from the perimeter of the convoy. Jiang Yu frowned as he watched the supernatural abilities swirling around. The black-clad men have 4 S-tier mid laners, and the remaining 20-odd players are all A-tier, a crushingly dominant lineup. It was almost all the elite forces under Ren Tianzi's control. The first to participate in the battle was the wedding procession from Beihui, consisting of 1 S-level, 3 A-level, and more than a dozen B-level teams. The wedding procession from Fenghe adopted a defensive formation. Upon contact, most of the wedding procession was slaughtered. The men in black worked in perfect unison, unleashing their strongest killing move right from the start. 4 S-class soldiers against 1. The wedding procession leader perished in less than 10 minutes. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Stop struggling, everyone. Hand over Ren Tianyu, and you can leave. With your strength, you can find a place to make a living. You can't afford to offend the people behind this. The man in black, who was leading the group, began to persuade them to surrender, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. The wedding procession consisted of 2 S-class and 5 A-class members, one of whom was even above S-class. We are confident we can take them down by focusing all our efforts on eliminating them, though sacrificing 1 or 2 S-rank units is inevitable. The cost is too high. The people surrounding Ren Tianyu hesitated noticeably. Everyone knew perfectly well who the man in black was. Appearance and voice can change, but superpowers cannot. Wearing a mask is nothing but self-deception. You're fighting amongst yourselves? Why drag your underlings down with you? The group exchanged glances, some of them considering retreating. Everyone knew the strength of the people on the other side. They were no match for them. Even if we manage to win by chance, what good will it do? Offending Ren Tianzi means we'll still be doomed when we go back. Chapter 140: The Stunning Corpse Demon, taking the off-the-beaten path. Those who retreat will die. The red-clad bodyguard gripped his long sword and warned the wedding procession. Jiang Yu approached Tianyu discreetly, not knowing how many of Ren Tianzi's men were in the group. In that case, let's get going. The leader of the men in black waved his hand, and dozens of dark figures rushed over. The golden light mantra covered the heavenly decree, and Jiang Yu stood in front of her, paddling safely. Everyone knows that his special ability is protection, and there are rumors circulating about his battle with Zhang Zhao, but these rumors are highly unreliable among the public. Everyone knows that that battle was just Ren Tianyu clearing obstacles for his followers. It's obvious how much shady stuff was involved. The enforcement team acted arrogantly, yet they never provoked an S-class officer. Could it be because young Master Jiang has a good temper? The 2 S-class bodyguards worked together effectively, holding their own against the 4 opponents. On the other side, the 6 A-level collaborative teams were barely managing to cope, and the wedding procession was almost completely wiped out. Defeat was inevitable. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with people falling one after another. Energy ripples filled the entire mountain peak, and from deep within the peak came a barely audible roar. As the roar resounded, mist rose from the foot of the mountain, forming a cloud of fog several thousand meters in size. The fog was thick with the stench of corpses, and visibility was less than 3 meters. From the depths of the thick fog, an eerie laugh echoed, the sound seemingly emanating from the very depths of everyone's mind. Wu Ji used a powerful attack to defeat 4 people and then withdrew from the battle. The 4 men watched the mist warily, not daring to give chase. The fog is rising strangely. Let's take this opportunity to break out. Jiang Yu, protect the young master. Wu Ji's expression turned solemn. The energy from the fight exploded to its limit and dissipated like a flood. Jiang Yu nodded, pulled Tianyu behind him, and the golden pagoda solidified even more. Wu Ji led the breakout, while Deng Xing threw out a series of curses to stop the 4 S-class fighters from blocking their way. The other rabble couldn't withstand a single move from Wu Ji, so they didn't take him seriously. The group escaped for several kilometers, but were still shrouded in mist. Their mental energy extended outwards, but they could not perceive the edge in any direction. This cloud of mist seemed to have no end. Jiang Yu, wielding the Abyss Sea, clearly sensed that they were going around in circles and had no intention of giving directions. The scene before me seemed familiar, as if I had seen it in a book. It's been too long, and I only glanced at it briefly, so my impression is very shallow. He couldn't have been reborn beforehand, so he could have diligently memorized a few useful illustrated guides. Fog, the stench of corpses, eerie laughter. Connecting the dots, and listening to the sound of water flowing at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yu finally realized who was behind it all. Corpse Demon, evolved from a female corpse in water, possesses melee combat skills comparable to S rank, and illusion magic far surpasses S rank. A perfect combination of the Corpse King and the Corpse Witch. In his previous life, With his meager supernatural abilities, he had never seen a zombie of this level. Thinking of this, he bit his finger and drew a calming talisman on the back of the heavenly decree. Are we doomed? Tianyu gripped Jiang Yu's arm tightly, thinking the mist was Jiang Yu's superpower. Two S-class officers were helpless. If it was poisonous, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The deal isn't over yet, you won't die. Jiang Yu activated the Abyss Sea and discovered the hiding place of the corpse demon. A plaintive female voice echoed in my mind, as if weeping and lamenting. How long does a spring dream last? Scattered like autumn clouds, nowhere to be found. A divine couple, their love as deep as the sound of a zither and their jade pendants entwined. I tried to hold her back, but I couldn't. I advise you not to be the only one who is awake. There are bound to be those who get thoroughly drunk among the flowers. In the thick fog, a girl dressed in white gracefully approached, reciting poetry, as beautiful as a dream. After the corpse demon appeared, the thick fog slowly dissipated, and the crowd saw a girl on the road, their eyes filled with surprise. The girl was so beautiful she seemed unreal. Her white dress was as white as snow, and her black hair was as black as ink, every single strand of it captivating. Corpse demons have no physical form and no fixed appearance. Everyone is different. What you see is the most beautiful side of yourself. The most perfect and flawless fantasy about the opposite sex. That's the scariest part. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting far away. Developing Qingji into a corpse demon was a good option. The corpse witch is too grotesque, the corpse king is too rough, so as a toy, the corpse demon is just right. We must not let the corpse demon crystal core go to waste. I'll give it to Qingji as a gift when I return to Qin Island next time, and help her evolve once more. The girl in white looked down at the scattered corpses on the ground, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with a smile. The flesh and blood of awakened beings, brimming with energy, is her favorite food. I think I arrived too early. Don't blame me. You are just too tempting, it's hard to resist. After the corpse demon finished speaking, her smile became even more alluring. Several young men with weak superpowers had already fallen for the girl, and they smiled foolishly at her. Zombies? Don't be ridiculous. People would believe her if she said she was the goddess of the Luo River. S rank is slightly better. They can still remain conscious, but their energy reserves are almost depleted. At this moment, we are caught in a dilemma. Kill the zombies first, and the enemy will definitely launch a sneak attack. If we don't kill them, both sides will be severely injured and neither will survive. The corpse demon gave them no time to think. Its body turned into an illusion, a white shadow flashed by, and a scream rang out from the crowd. The white shadow solidified again, and the girl held a steaming heart in her hand. A-level awakened ones can be killed in one move. They can't even track their movements. At this moment, even a fool would know that this zombie was no ordinary lich. The corpse demon raised its hand and greedily sucked the blood. After finishing the appetizer, they immediately began to devour flesh and blood, the sound of them chewing on a heart sending chills down one's spine. After finishing eating, take out a handkerchief and wipe your hands. The bloodstains on his body disappeared, and he returned to his original ethereal appearance. Everyone stared, a chill running down their spines. Kill this zombie first, then we'll continue, the leader of the men in black said to Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu nodded helplessly. Isn't it better to just focus on making my food? It won't taste good if it dies. The corpse demon looked at everyone pitifully, its eyes filled with such a pitiful expression that it was heartbreaking. 6 S-rank soldiers surrounded the corpse demon and launched a full-scale attack. Outside the battle, the two teams were far apart and ceased fighting. The corpse demon's figure was elusive, its speed far exceeding the limits of S-rank. After a few rounds, it withdrew from the encirclement and stood aside to watch the show. Strangely, the 6 people on the field were still fighting desperately, and each of them had a layer of gray mist covering their eyes. They each regarded the other as a corpse spirit. Having already exhausted their energy from the previous battle, they fell one after another after a dozen minutes. The corpse demon stood there quietly, seemingly without any defenses, yet no one dared to approach. Even S-class characters can be toyed with like mice. They're not even qualified to offer their heads as bait. Everyone was plunged into despair. You all shouldn't just sit around. Get some exercise so the food will taste better. After the corpse demon finished speaking, her eyes became ethereal, and a burst of spiritual energy swept across the entire area. Everyone looked bewildered, threw down their swords, and fought barehanded. Jiang Yu realized that the corpse demons intended to exhaust their energy, then control them with their mental power and take them back to slowly enjoy the living creatures. The little guy has quite a good appetite. I'm thinking of taking her in as a pet. Her mental attacks, illusions, and melee combat are all pretty good. She's worth training. Drive the abyss, attempting to break her mind control. As soon as the spiritual energy of the abyss made contact, Jiang Yu glanced at the corpse demon. His brows were so furrowed they could trap a fly. He has unparalleled talent but insists on going down the wrong path. He must be out of his mind. Chapter 141. Often, rumors simply lack imagination. The revelation was swept away by spiritual energy, and its consciousness fell into a daze. At the same time, a cool sensation flowed into my body from behind, like a bucket of cold water being poured over my head when I was extremely tired. My mind cleared instantly. Jiang Yu pulled her away from the crowd. These people were more valuable to die than to live. Tian Yu stared blankly at the boy in front of him. The boy's eyes were clear and unaffected. Even the slowest person would realize that Jiang Yu had been hiding his strength. Aren't you going to save them? Tian Yu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yu looked at her, his tone cold and devoid of any emotion. Do you want me to save them, or do you want your freedom? Tian Yu was stunned. She had never considered leaving. An ordinary girl, without family protection or special abilities, couldn't even keep her body in this chaotic world. Now you have two paths in front of you. The first option is to stay. If you're lucky, you'll escape and be sent to the Yao family in Beihui to serve that fleshy ball. If you're unlucky, you'll be bitten and eaten by zombies. The second way is to follow me, and I will give you a means to stand firm in the end times. You can control your own destiny. I can also give you the Wind River shelter. Tian Yu stared at the young man in disbelief. His words were extremely arrogant. For some reason, she found herself somewhat believing it. Why should I believe you? Tian Yu's gaze swept across the battlefield, where only a few people remained standing. You have no choice but to wait here to die, or take a gamble. Jiang Yu drew a mind-controlling spell on her forehead. Simple information about the mind control mantra appeared in Tian Yu's mind. Avoid the important and focus on the trivial. Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. In the distance, the corpse demons began to enjoy their meal, targeting the living awakened ones first. The man stared in terror, his mind still clear, as the corpse demon emptied his internal organs and chewed them up right in front of him. He breathed his last after a long time. An awakened person is an awakened person. Their vitality is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Unable to withstand the stimulation any longer, Tian Yu suffered a mental breakdown, and the mind control spell disappeared. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Yu stopped hiding and stepped out from behind the truck. If he doesn't want to come out, the abyss will disrupt his senses, so even if he stands right in front of the corpse demon, it won't be able to detect him. I want your crystal core, Jiang Yu said casually. The corpse demon took 2 steps back, looking warily at the human in front of it. The boy was clearly standing there, clearly visible, yet it was as if he didn't exist. Its proud spiritual perception has become the eyes of a blind man. There is only one possibility. The opponent's strength far surpasses that of oneself. Would you really kill me? I can follow you, let you enjoy me, and I can also help you clean up the trash you don't like. Please let me go. I am very capable. The corpse demon spoke in a tender tone, gently removing her clothes. Jiang Yu frowned, feeling a bit nauseous. What others see as a perfect, dazzling body is, in his eyes, just a giant female zombie. The corpse had been soaking in the water for too long, and it was so bloated that it was unrecognizable, with black, foul blood seeping from its 7 orifices. One eye bulged out, while the other drooped out of its socket and hung on its face. Stop messing around. I can see your true form. A 6th-tier corpse demon that abandons body tempering and relies on strength instead of looks. This is truly the first time I've ever seen one. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, the corpse demon's eyes turned cold. Knowing there's no turning back today, I might as well abandon the pretense and conserve my energy. Roar! The corpse demon roared and revealed its true form, a nearly 3-meter-tall rotting giant covered in mutated leeches. The leeches swell up from sucking blood, wasting their blood energy to feed these parasites. They must play an irreplaceable role. Zombie evolution means not wasting any energy on useless things. Sculpting the body and achieving a perfect appearance is also a form of evolution. Often, it is sharper than a killer's claws. Tian Yu was far away, hiding behind an armored vehicle, anxiously peering through the cracks in the window. Fear made her afraid to even breathe. Can he really defeat a zombie that can easily kill an S-class awakened? Buzz! The corpse demon opened its massive maw and unleashed a concentrated mental attack towards Jiang Yu's body. The abyss passively absorbed the attack, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. A fool is a fool. Jiang Yu summoned the divine Emperor Ziwei, whose energy decreased by 1/10. The power of greedy heaven in his hands was comparable to the strongest supernatural weapon. Seeing that the mental attack was still ineffective, the corpse demon peeled off the leeches on its body, and its body, which was only a few dozen centimeters long, instantly stretched to more than 10 meters. It then contracted sharply and shot out at high speed. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out, energy surged, and toxic blood splattered onto the car, corroding the metal in the blink of an eye. The road surface was riddled with large potholes, and the pungent smell was nauseating. Next, your abilities are weaker than I thought. I remember that corpse demons all have a giant form. Why don't we give it a try? We might win, who knows? Jiang Yu said sarcastically. Now is not the time to kill him. High-level corpse demons are very rare, and in their best condition, they will almost always be empowered crystal cores. The corpse demon trembled uncontrollably as it looked at the tiny human figure before it. It sadly discovered that it couldn't even escape. The opponent's energy was locked onto its body. Without activating the giant form, I can't move at all. It is still alive only because the other party wanted it to exercise more so that the crystal core would taste better. How ironic. A sliver of hope rose in the corpse demon's heart. Perhaps it really could escape after growing to a gigantic size. Energy condensed, and the body began to expand, reaching 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire body resembled a Michelin man filled with dirty water. Jiang Yu's face darkened. He absolutely couldn't let this guy get close. Once the goal is achieved, there is no more hesitation. I'm planning to experiment with a Taoist technique that I've never dared to use before, the kind that can completely hollow out the body. Heaven bestows its essence upon earth, which responds to the spirits of the sun and moon. It resembles mountains and rivers, and drives thunder and lightning, destroying mountains and seizing seas, dominating all directions. Tai Chi Spirit Sword Incantation. He chanted a divine incantation and drew a Tai Chi symbol in front of his body with his hands, which then solidified into a yin-yang symbol. At the same time, thousands of runes rose around him, and the ancient inscriptions shone with golden light that overshadowed the blazing sun. The Tai Chi symbol rose into the air, spreading for tens of meters, with talismans surrounding it. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and each talisman transformed into a golden sword aura that struck the ground, continuing for a long time. As the sword energy dissipated, the corpse demon was already shattered into pieces. Before the Taoist ritual was over, the Tai Chi double fish in the air crashed down, and the battlefield, which was tens of meters high, sank by 2 meters. The people on the field were caught in the crossfire, crushed into pieces, and the entire land turned blood red. No remains were found. Such Taoist magic is enough to intimidate a little girl. Tianyu collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the hellish scene before him, his anger outweighing his horror. How could you do this? They are all from Tianhe. They don't deserve to die. Jiang Yu was still in the state of summoning the divine Ziwei Emperor, his eyes gleaming with a sharp divine light, and he slowly turned around. The overwhelming pressure forced the girl to crawl on the ground. The murderous aura accumulated from killing is already difficult to dispel, and this statement undoubtedly adds fuel to the fire. Suppressing his murderous intent, he dispersed the summoning spirit. You seem to have forgotten who the master is. Take off your cloak. Jiang Yu decided to train him properly before taking him back, as a rebellious pawn would affect the later plans. What did you say? Tianyu's voice trembled, and he began to regret it. The Tianhe shelter abandoned her without mercy, and her pursuers showed no regard for their past relationship, their lives and deaths having nothing to do with her. Her anger was mostly an expression of her inner fear. Don't make me say it a second time. Tianyu dared not disobey, so he loosened the ties on his cloak and gently removed the hood. Jiang Yu glanced at it and stood there, stunned. It has to be admitted. Often, rumors simply lack imagination. Chapter 142, it's up to you if you're interested. The girl had delicate features and radiant skin, making her one of the most beautiful women. Unfortunately, centipede-shaped scars covered his entire face. The wounds were black, and there was no sign of scabs. You can vaguely see the granulation tissue moving. A beautiful painting of a woman has been ruined. Are all the therapists in Wind River City useless? Jiang Yu stroked his wound, but did not sense any death aura or corpse poison. It looks like a very ordinary scratch. The marks on my face aren't wounds, they're curses. When the anomaly first started, my family and I took refuge in a small village deep in the Julian Mountains. We killed all the survivors in the village for food. These claw marks were drawn by a survivor before he died. A very powerful curse. Tianyu's words successfully piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity, He had seen many Curse Awakeners before. The most lethal support class, and mutually restrains the healing Awakener. He took out a dagger, cut open the wound, and blood stained the girl's clothes. Tianyu convulsed in pain, gritting his teeth to endure it. She had tried this treatment countless times, which was nothing more than cutting away the necrotic tissue from the wound and letting it regrow. Take out a seed, place it on the wound, and refine it with energy. The wound healed at a visible speed, and after a short while it was completely healed, just like before. Even the size, direction, and color of the scar remained unchanged. The scar seemed to have a memory. Do you have memories? A living creature. Jiang Yu recalled an awakened girl he had encountered during a mission in his previous life. When I first met him, he was very weak, and he followed behind me like a little tail every day. Seeing that she was pitiful and hardworking, they took her in to do odd jobs in the team. Jiang Yu's logistics team was considered average at the time, with 3 B-level awakened, 13 C-level, and around 50 D-level laborers. It's impossible to give a precise count, but every mission results in a few to a dozen deaths, and we also take some in along the way. The girl was quite strong, no less than a D-level power awakener, and she didn't hesitate to use her strength to move things around. She has a great figure and looks, is easy to use, and Jiang Yu takes good care of her. Until one time, while on a mission to deliver supplies, they were surrounded by hunters. There were dozens of hunters, led by A-level and dozens of B-level hunters, facing a desperate situation with no chance of survival. A one-sided massacre began. At the last moment, the girl bit Jiang Yu's arm and said something that no one could understand. The wound won't heal, so you won't forget me. By now. After the girl finished speaking, she extinguished the energy, and countless insects surged out of her body. After devouring its host's body, it charged at the hunters, and within 10 minutes, it had devoured dozens of people. Insects are intelligent. They can distinguish between friend and foe. Since then, Jiang Yu has been injured many times, and several times his entire arm was covered in blood and flesh, with not a single piece of intact skin or flesh. The teeth marks on his arm never disappeared until he was reborn. Looking back now, it was most likely a goo worm. Searching his memory for Taoist techniques, he wondered which one would be effective against the goo worms, especially if Tianyu's entire body were invaded by them. With the worms rioting, whether they can survive is unknown. But the 3 wounds across his face really affected his appetite. The best way is to draw an exorcism spell to make the host no longer suitable for survival, and then guide the goo worm to a new host. Yuan Hai scanned his surroundings, but found no living creatures, so he had no choice but to head down the mountain. There is a small village at the foot of the mountain, with only a few dozen households. In the past, finding a living creature was easy, but now, everywhere is a scene of desolation. Countless zombies roamed the village, and not a single strange beast could be seen. The streets and courtyards were littered with white bones, their flesh long since devoured. Occasionally, a few birds would fly by, but they were all rotting, strange beasts, unusable. Like humans, most of the animals became rotting monsters, equivalent to zombies, and were inedible. A small number become awakened beasts, corresponding to awakened humans, and are edible. Its abilities are slightly stronger than those of the rotten beast. The only living creatures we can see now are flies and mosquitoes swarming everywhere. No matter how harsh the environment, how strong the nuclear radiation, or how rampant the various laboratory-bred viruses may be, they cannot shake their dominant position. Blue Star, they are the true masters. Tianyu followed quietly behind Jiang Yu, without a hood, his eyes filled with confusion and fear about the future. She didn't know how the boy in front of her would torment her, but she could clearly sense Jiang Yu's dissatisfaction. Having grown up accustomed to being superior, she simply cannot bring herself to please others. Before the anomaly, the Ren family held an even higher position in Zhongyuan province than they do now, and their word was law. She studied in Northern Europe from a young age and only returned a few years ago. She has never been one to spend money without restraint, and is always the center of attention wherever she goes. Aside from Ren Tianzi occasionally annoying him, there's really nothing to worry about. The two walked several hundred meters and passed through the village. Jiang Yu activated his Abyss C, which allowed him to perceive objects up to a kilometer away. Although the resolution was slightly lower, at least no living creature could escape his grasp. This must be the place. A faint glimmer of life is hidden very well. Zombies roamed the fields, and a figure bent over, searching for something in the ground. It's too far away to see clearly. The other person was digging in the ground with a shovel, seemingly invisible to the surrounding zombies, who would even deliberately avoid him. Upon seeing someone, Tianyu pulled up his hood. As they got closer, they could see that it was a girl, dressed in tattered clothes, carrying a basket filled with weeds. The girl saw them too and immediately surrendered. The hunter. I have no food and no supplies. Take it if you want to eat it. The surrounding zombies were neither tamed nor intelligent. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and the other two, it roared and pounced, but a golden thread flashed and sliced them both in half. After acquiring the greedy heaven, energy became virtually inexhaustible, and even the formless one became too lazy to draw its sword. Human or zombie? Jiang Yu couldn't sense that, unlike the little zombie Qingji, who was suppressed by a special weapon and whose body contained pure zombie energy. The girl's energy was sometimes chaotic and sometimes orderly. Her eyes were clear, and there was no malevolent aura. Half and half. When the moon fell, I became a zombie. My master used acupuncture to stop the process and preserve my consciousness. The zombies think I'm one of them, so it's not bad that we can get along peacefully. Will you kill me or not? My body is practically a half-decomposed corpse. Feel free to do as you please. The girl showed neither fear nor expectation. Her expression remained calm. Day and night, she struggled against zombification. The pain had long since extinguished all her will to live. If it weren't for my beliefs and my master's dying wish, I would have long ago taken some medicine and sought a quick and peaceful end. Being killed isn't necessarily a bad thing. If someone wanted to kill her, she was powerless and unable to control herself, so it wouldn't be considered disobeying her master's dying wish. Carefully dig out a purple wild grass from the ground. Judging from her careful manner, it seemed that this blade of grass was an extraordinary treasure. I was going to kill it, but I need a living thing. You're half human, half corpse. I don't want to take the risk. The girl put the weeds into a bag, a smile playing on her lips, but it lacked warmth. You see, I've always had bad luck. My name is Su Ying. I'm very happy to see you all. It's been a long time since anyone has been here. I've almost forgotten how to speak. The smile lacked warmth, and the eyes showed no happiness. He's radiating negative energy. He's even more gloomy than a zombie. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. He carefully examined the legendary figure before him, but could not discern anything amiss. Su Ying, a name I know all too well. Chapter 143. Dare to try all kinds of herbs? Ghost Dr. Su Ying, a successor of the medical tradition. She admitted in her biography that she was born with the inheritance, which she received while testing drugs on herself, and that the inheritance came without any warning. She never built a faction, yet her influence was felt throughout the world. A single sentence can make countless powerful people work for you. The biography states that the ninth-tier inheritor had shattered bones and damaged internal organs, but Su Ying perfectly repaired them in just one day. Later, that inheritor became Su Ying's most loyal follower. I need a living creature to save people, and I can exchange it for food or crystal cores, Jiang Yu told him truthfully. Save them. Su Ying's gaze swept over the two of them. She showed no signs of being on the verge of death. Ignoring Tian Yu's attempts to dodge, Jiang Yu removed her hood. The wound won't heal. We've tried many methods. Tian Yu dared not disobey, his face full of displeasure. There was no respect whatsoever in the way Jiang Yu looked at her. I can try. At least it will make the scars lighter. Come with me. With a compassionate heart, Su Ying felt a sense of empathy when she saw the terrifying scars on Tian Yu's face. Su Ying walked towards the dense forest outside the village, with Jiang Yu and the other person following closely behind. The woods were dense, covered with vines, making it impossible to see the road. After walking for a long time, Jiang Yu saw a small wooden house by a pool deep in the dense forest. I built the cabin myself. It's a bit small, but it's enough to keep out the wind and rain. Please have a seat for a while. Call me when your breathing has calmed down. Su Ying sorted the freshly dug wild grasses and carefully laid them out on the rack in front of the house to dry. Wouldn't it be boring to be alone in the wilderness? Jiang Yu asked indirectly. The Qin Island shelter is full of beautiful women, but it lacks only a legendary healer like Hua Tuo. It's all right, but the nights are really tough. Zombies keep breaking in, which is quite scary. Su Ying used her hands to feel the dryness of the medicinal herbs and adjusted their position for drying. I built a shelter, which has many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, and I can't bear to abandon it. Now there is an urgent need for doctors. Many of them have chronic illnesses and often get injured when they go out to find supplies. It's getting harder and harder to find finished drugs now, and many people are dying every day. Jiang Yu exaggerated somewhat, but it's mostly true. One box of antibiotics can save 10 lives. The shelter has been trying to extract it, which is not difficult, but there are too many impurities, so it cannot be used by the unawakened elderly and children. For adults, an allergic reaction can be extremely dangerous and life-threatening. My master has always taught me to heal the sick and save people, but I don't know if I can do it well. I don't even have a medical license. Su-Ying hesitated. She took the exam several times, but failed each time. The prescription taught by my master is completely different from the prescription in the textbook. Their use of some highly toxic traditional Chinese medicines has reached an absolutely insane level. It's unclear whether the intention is to save someone or to kill them. The teacher grading the papers promptly called the police, and she was permanently disqualified from practicing medicine and taking the exam. The day after she was released from the police station, she received an invitation from the largest traditional Chinese medicine group in the island nation. When the master saw it, he tore it to shreds. The master and apprentice looked at each other and understood many things they hadn't been able to understand before. It's just a piece of paper, it's not a big deal. As you can see, after the mutation, Western medicines are difficult to extract, while Chinese herbs are everywhere. Various herbs have evolved to a level that was previously unimaginable. Traditional Chinese medicine needs a fearless individual to try all kinds of herbs again. I don't know if you'd be willing. Jiang Yu's words were full of temptation. For a devout healer, there is nothing more worthwhile than sacrificing one's life to prove one's faith. Do you really think I can? Su-Ying's eyes shone with light. The light of a dream ignited. That's not true. You might be poisoned soon. It depends on whether you think it's worth it. Jiang Yu picked up an unknown pill and held it to his nose. The medicinal fragrance was strong. The pills, when chewed, have a sweet and fragrant medicinal aroma and taste quite good. I'll go with you, Su-Ying said resolutely. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was all done. This journey through the Wind River is exciting enough just to subdue the ghost doctor. Don't eat random things. The pills you're holding are just something I made for fun out of boredom. Su-Ying quickly stopped Jiang Yu when she saw him put them in his mouth. No one takes medicine randomly when they're not sick. Poisonous. Jiang Yu didn't care. With his physique, ordinary toxins wouldn't cause any trouble. No, I am half human and half corpse. I often feel weak when I don't eat flesh and blood. I use pills to replenish my qi and blood. I used several times the normal amount of the pills. After Su-Ying finished speaking, she began to take Tian Yu's pulse. Tian Yu smelled a stench of decay, frowned, and made no attempt to hide the disgust on his face. Su-Ying's pupils contracted slightly. She was already used to this kind of reaction from those around her. No one likes to live alone in the wilderness. It's just that the disgust and disdain that are disheartening. Over time, even the warmest heart will cool down. He recalled living in a shelter in a small town. It's a very small shelter with a few hundred people. A child had a fever in the middle of the night. Her forehead was burning hot, and she was woken up from her dream by someone calling her. The child's mother was very worried and pounded on the door until her palms bled. Massage, acupuncture, and medicine preparation kept us busy all night, and the child's fever only subsided at the crack of dawn. She dragged her tired body to check on the child's condition, but was pushed away by the child's mother. The woman was a very weak, awakened one, yet she could still sense the presence of zombies. Su-Ying had been busy all night and forgot to take the medicine to suppress the zombification. Coupled with her lack of energy, the zombie energy took over. The next day, everyone in the shelter knew the secret. No one dared to seek her medical help anymore. Everyone looked at her with the same gaze as Tian Yu. Disdain, contempt, aversion. She left on her own initiative. It would have been much more awkward for someone to kick her out in front of her. Su-Ying composed herself, pulled herself out of her reverie, and continued taking the pulse. The girl's pulse was strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. On the other side, the curious Jiang Yu chewed up the pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered the stomach, a warm current rose and rushed into the limbs and bones, giving one a feeling of complete rejuvenation. They are incredibly energetic. Excessive humility is also arrogance. Is this just something to do for fun? Jiang Yu observed Tian Yu's reaction. Now was not the time to discipline him, lest he frighten the little divine doctor. It's not worth the risk. After Su-Ying finished taking her pulse, the weak and disordered pulse made her frown. Then, he used his fingers to pry open Tian Yu's lips and examine her gums, which made Tian Yu somewhat embarrassed. It's just a medical appointment. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Take off your pants, Su-Ying said without looking up, taking out a row of silver needles. What did you say? I've put up with you for so long. Do you have to resort to violence just to see a doctor? Tian Yu couldn't hold back any longer and shoved Su-Ying away. Just as Jiang Yu was about to teach her a lesson, Su-Ying flicked her finger, and a flying needle pierced the girl's body. Tian Yu slumped into his chair, his eyes filled with terror. Her entire body instantly lost connection with her brain, and she couldn't feel her hands and feet at all. Does your woman have hearing problems too? Su-Ying turned to look at Jiang Yu. Take it off yourself. If I do it, you won't be able to leave a single thread behind. Jiang Yu was still fiddling with the pills. Su Ying removed the silver needles, and the girl slowly regained sensation in her hands and feet. Upon hearing this, Tian Yu dared not bare his teeth any longer and quickly took off his trousers. Her legs were slender and straight, crystal clear and white, and her white lace dress added a touch of charm. Don't touch it carelessly. Once the pill is formed, it cannot be exposed to light, or it will lose its efficacy. Su Ying showed no respect for her future master. Jiang Yu reluctantly put down the pill in his hand. When it comes to anything related to medicine, this girl seems to become a completely different person. Cold and decisive. Su Ying bent down and gently pressed an acupoint on the inner thigh above Tian Yu's knee, without using much force. The divine revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to convulse in pain and collapse to the ground. Chapter 144. You look very weak. White spots on the gums, staining of the whites of the eyes, bluish-black scars, and tenderness upon palpation of the 100-insect nest. She has worms inside her body, and it's quite serious. Why did it take so long? Su Ying helped her up and took out a small knife to cut off a scar on her face. He put the black flesh and blood into a small bowl, took a bottle of medicine powder from the wooden house, and poured it into the small bowl, then cut Tian Yu's finger and released half a bowl of blood. Shake well, and let's stand for a moment. I've said it before, without doctors, those idiots in the shelter are helpless even with a cold without machines and ready-made medicine. Jiang Yu shrugged. He wasn't targeting anyone. He was just stating the facts. A few minutes later, the blood in the bowl began to boil. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a dense swarm of tiny insects devouring blood and multiplying. It gives you goosebumps. Su Ying took out a silver needle, picked up a little blood, and put it in her mouth, relying on the smell of the goo worm excrement to identify the type of goo worm. I tasted it 5 times before I dared to be sure. My sense of taste is very poor now, and I've also lost most of my sense of touch and smell. I don't usually feel anything, but there are always some deviations in dialectical drug trials. It seems you're looking for living creatures to lure away the goo worms. Have you studied medicine? Jiang Yu shook his head. I have been practicing Taoism since I was a child, and my master taught me a little bit about medicine. I can't calm down and I don't have any talent, so my master is too lazy to teach me. Su Ying took out paper and pen and began writing a prescription, making deletions and additions until she finally put down her pen. Your method is correct. A living creature is indeed needed as a container for the medicine. It's best if it's a living person. Su Ying spoke calmly, as if she were talking about trivial matters. Jiang Yu was surprised and couldn't help but re-examine the girl in front of him. Wouldn't a doctor feel conflicted about killing one person to save another? Su Ying took the prescription into the room and began preparing the medicine. Inside the wooden house, the 5-meter-long and 5-meter-wide room, apart from a single bed and a desk, was filled with cabinets of medicinal herbs. The room was filled with a pleasant medicinal aroma. Jiang Yu really liked this smell, second only to the smell of books. Su Ying turned around to get the medicine and bumped into Jiang Yu, looking at him with disgust. What are you still standing here for? Go find the medicinal ingredient. I've searched the area, and you're the only living person within a kilometer radius. Can we wait until we get back before we get rid of the parasites? Jiang Yu was taken aback by the shout. For some reason, I always feel insecure when talking to doctors. There's a checkpoint 5 kilometers east of the highway. There are a dozen or so people inside. Go and clear them out, and bring one back alive. Consider it a consultation fee. An enemy? Jiang Yu realized that it was clearly a case of using someone else to do the dirty work. Su Ying sighed and replied, Not really. The town in front originally had hundreds of survivors. I stayed there, but they later wiped it out. Saving lives doesn't necessarily require medical skills. Killing can also save lives. After saying that, he handed Jiang Yu a packet of medicine powder and a pill. They all have superpowers. Put the pill in your mouth and carefully sneak in to wet the powder. The poisonous fog will prevent them from gathering their energy. I've tried it. The energy of awakened beings is also a type of energy. As long as you can come back, I will save you even if you are still on your last breath. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. The reputation of the ghost doctor was indeed not just a rumor. A name might be chosen incorrectly, but a nickname will never be. Su Ying then handed him paper and pen, which Jiang Yu took, completely bewildered. Do what? Just in case, you should write your will first. You look very weak. A million grass mud horses galloped through Jiang Yu's mind. He secretly resolved to tame this arrogant little female doctor. What kind of doctor is this? From now on, you'd better be my kidney doctor. Both Tian Yu and Su Ying are resources that cannot be lost. Summoning Chiyo's protection, Jiang Yu walked towards the checkpoint. Less than an hour later, Jiang Yu returned, dragging 2 burly men with broken arms and legs. To be on the safe side, we deliberately selected the most potent medicinal ingredient. After examining the medicine, Su Ying was very satisfied with the medicinal ingredient. On the small clay stove by the door, a ceramic pot steamed, emitting an unpleasant medicinal smell. Go to the village and find a big tub, one that you can use for bathing. We also need an iron pot that can boil water, the bigger the better. Su Ying thought for a moment, then said nothing more. After his rebirth, Jiang Yu was being bossed around for the first time. You can't have a temper either. Before long, the bathtub and iron pot were ready, and Su Ying finally began the treatment. The two medicinal ingredients were annoyingly noisy. Su Ying applied a little powder, and the two burly men immediately fell into a coma. Just as he was about to use firewood to boil water, Jiang Yu waved his hand and drew a fire talisman on the bathtub. Within minutes, the bathtub was steaming. The two girls stared in disbelief. They were both ordinary people, and the awakened one's superpowers were truly enviable. Su Ying poured a small bowl of the brewed medicine into the bathtub and poured the rest, along with the dregs, into the tub. Drink the medicine, take off all your clothes, and get into the bathtub first. I said your head should be in the tub too after we start. It will be very painful. You have to endure it, and you absolutely cannot stick any part of your body out of the bathtub. It's not too late to regret it now, but once you've taken the medicine, there's no turning back. Su Ying's tone was serious and solemn as she issued the warning. I'm not afraid of pain. Tian Yu drank the medicine, turned his back, took off his clothes, and soaked in the bathtub. The moment it touches water, my skin feels like it's being burned by fire, and inside my body, it feels like countless ants are gnawing at my flesh. Cut open the medicinal ingredient to expose the internal organs. Go easy on him, don't kill him. Jiang Yu used his dagger to cut open the burly man's skin, carefully controlling his strength. Blood gushed out. Quickly use energy to seal the artery. Begin. Su Ying shouted sharply. Tian Yu submerged her entire body in the water, and Su Ying grabbed her arm at top speed, slicing open her veins with a knife. Instead of a scene of gushing blood, countless small white dots emerged from the flesh, a sight almost indistinguishable from a rotting corpse teeming with maggots by the roadside. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. A minute later, the bathtub began to bubble, and the goo worms continued to emerge. An anxious look appeared on Su Ying's face. The number of goo worms was greater than she had expected. If the girl can't hold it in and sticks her head out, all her efforts will be in vain. The situation is worse than before. The worms will devour her body in an instant. Hold her down, Su Ying said urgently. Activating the mind control technique, Jiang Yu took control of Tian Yu's body, suppressing it completely. 2 minutes later, no more goo worms appeared. All right, let's save them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu pulled Tian Yu out of the water. The girl's eyes were rolled back, and she was no longer breathing. He truly lives up to his reputation as a ghost doctor. Killing is more dangerous than saving lives. Chapter 145: The Mysterious Sinkhole, a True Hell. Su Ying remained calm and began first aid. She knew that 2 minutes was not enough to cause drowning. At most, the person would choke on water and lose their breath. After continuous chest compressions, the girl coughed up a mouthful of water and resumed breathing. Before she could catch her breath, while the anesthetic in the medicine was still working, Xiao Dao skillfully cleaned away the rotten flesh from the girl's face. Just as she was about to apply the medicinal powder after cleaning it up, Jiang Yu stopped her. Take out a mutated plant seed, refine it with energy, and cover the wound. The skin and flesh are visibly restored. What's this? Su Ying couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. She had never seen such a miraculous medicine before, nor had she ever heard of it. I have many, many magical herbs. Do you want some? Jiang Yu began to tempt him. Humans have desires. Sex, the desire for food and drink, fame and fortune, ideals, the afterlife, and so on. Desire has no inherent hierarchy or distinction between high and low, noble and base, and no one can escape its cage. Yes, Su Ying blurted out without thinking. Jiang Yu smiled warmly, his voice growing increasingly gentle. Not only that, I can provide you with any experiments you want. Exotic beasts, exotic herbs, and within reasonable limits, endless resources are at your disposal. You will stand at a height that no one before you could reach, and make the world understand that only traditional Chinese medicine is the future. Seeing Tian Yu regain his perfect appearance, Jiang Yu could no longer resist the desire to possess the ghost doctor. No matter the cost, I will devour her. Having this little doctor is like having several extra lives. Tian Yu lay helplessly on the ground, with a little straw under his body. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, and she couldn't lift a single finger. Jiang Yu's words sounded familiar. I wonder how many naive girls he deceived with this trick. I have nothing to exchange. Suing thought for a long time, but she had nothing but a room full of useless herbs. It was obvious that all the herbs combined were not as valuable as the single seed the boy had casually picked up. As for the body, she wasn't that narcissistic. Putting aside the fact that the girl lying on the ground was 10 times prettier than her, there was also her own half-human, half-corpse body. Even if you gave it away for free, no one would even glance at it. The zombification is often difficult to suppress, and the smell will be milder during the day. The smell of rotting corpses often woke her up during her deep sleep at night. The smell of medicine filled the room and couldn't be masked. You only need to follow me, and I will give you the ability to save the world. As for the conditions, there is one. I don't like to waste my emotions, so you must be absolutely obedient. If I ever find myself in dire straits, save me once. I promise you. Suing nodded. Jiang Yu's hand trembled slightly as he drew the mind-controlling talisman. The bloodstains disappeared, and he had obtained his second trump card. With the ghost doctor at his disposal, coupled with Qian Yu's attachment to him and her innate saintly heart, it would be difficult for him to lose. Qiongqi, I'm taking your crystal core. As the anesthesia wore off, the three left the dense forest. Returning to the previous battlefield, the entire convoy, except for the last few vehicles, was reduced to rubble. They found a barely usable armored vehicle and headed towards Wind River City. Jiang Yu hadn't figured out how to resolve this matter yet, so he could only take it one step at a time. If necessary, he wouldn't mind changing the ownership of Wind River City and purging the entire management team. They were also afraid that Renly would act rashly and destroy the crystal, thus wasting all their previous efforts. Why couldn't God just give him a system? As a last resort, even a useful brain would be acceptable. Thinking back to the boy she first met Meng Fan, the Ren family mostly relied on borrowing the energy of the altar to maintain their rule. Relying solely on intellect and pre-apocalyptic connections, without an S-rank leader to oversee operations, the shelter would find it difficult to achieve even initial success. Regardless of the success or failure of the Heavenly Maiden's mission, Fenghe must be captured. He currently controls too few shelters, limiting his speed in collecting moonfall fragments. He must complete resource accumulation before the major powers discover this. The problem humanity faces now is that it is too fragmented, with little communication between each shelter. When electronic devices malfunction, communication becomes a problem. Without sophisticated machinery in operation, it is difficult to re-establish the industrial system that existed before the mutation, and in the short term, agriculture and animal husbandry can be the mainstay. Things will only improve when humanity invents machines that can harness radiation for energy in the next phase. The new industrial revolution could not possibly bypass the behemoth that is the Mahis school. Jiang Yu had never dared to dream of taking the Mahis school for himself. Even Zhou Yichuan in his previous life couldn't do it, and Jiang Yu was well aware of his own limitations. However, Zhou Yichuan doesn't have dozens of successors under his command. With absolute military power, one can control absolute resources. Without resources, no matter how ingenious the Mahist mechanical arts were, they were nothing more than a group of laborers. In his mind, chess pieces flashed across the board of the 9 provinces chessboard, each piece falling into its predetermined position. He gradually grasped the core of the game. Having figured everything out, I feel much more relaxed. At that moment, a pungent, putrid smell in the car brought him back to his senses. Look towards the source of the stench. As the corpse-like transformation took hold, Su Ying's body convulsed in pain. A thick layer of sweat appeared on her nose, and her face turned deathly pale. I was too busy just now and forgot to take my medicine. The girl endured the pain, took out a pill, swallowed it, and the corpse slowly subsided. Tianyu frowned, opened the car window, and stuck his head out. As the stench of the corpse subsided, Su Ying forced a smile at Jiang Yu, trying to hide her embarrassment. I will give you a new body as a gift. Jiang Yu took out a map and looked at the markings on it. We cannot pass on the legacy to Su Ying, as it will affect our future plans. What did you say? Su Ying suddenly stood up from her seat, her head hitting the roof of the car hard. Ignoring the pain, his eyes were filled with disbelief. You heard me right, a new body. Jiang Yu looked at her with amusement. He had countless ways to crush a woman's arrogance. A new body, Su Ying murmured to herself, completely losing the ability to think. The power to give people new life is a power that only gods possess. At least doctors can't do it. The armored vehicle turned around, left the main road, and headed towards the eastern part of Wind River City. In the distance, mountains rise one after another, untouched by human presence. After several dozen kilometers, the mountain road became increasingly difficult to traverse, making it impossible for cars to enter, so they had to walk. Following the route on the map, we turned around the foot of the mountain and emerged from the woods. What came into view was an unbelievable scene. The valley was teeming with zombies, roughly estimated to be several thousand. Most are third or fourth order, with very few fifth order. Jiang Yu had previously discovered a problem. The evolution of zombies varies greatly by region. In densely populated cities, the fourth stage is the mainstream. The sparsely populated town has just crossed the third stage. Big cities are just different. Even zombie evolution is affected. Small towns are noticeably more laid back, and even the zombies lie down peacefully, slowly evolving. They stood quietly in the valley, neither devouring each other nor struggling, and not even a roar could be heard. If it weren't for the horde of corpses occasionally moving forward a few steps, they would be no different from dead bodies. This place is in the middle of a desolate mountain, with not even a small village around. Logically speaking, it's impossible for so many zombies to have gathered here. Wild mountains and wilderness are the territory of strange beasts, while zombies prefer to gather in cities, where there is more human flesh and blood. Jiang Yu took out a map, and the location he had marked earlier based on his memory was in the valley. It is a mutated devil's tongue, whose roots can reshape the human body. It only works on ordinary people. Its energy is insufficient to support the physique of awakened individuals. It is valuable, but not a treasure. I initially intended to summon the Gu Jiao to clean it up, but after thinking about it, I decided to use Qi Yu instead. I don't know where that konjac plant is, but the flame cage does a lot of damage to plants. Qi Yu raised his long sword and charged towards the horde of zombies. Jiang Yu chanted incantations. The lightning bolt condensed into a ball of light and appeared above the valley. Sizzle, sizzle. Lightning flashed, and countless currents poured down, creating a thunderstorm. Lightning chains crisscrossed the horde of zombies, turning dozens of them into charred remains. Try to keep the lightning strike area within sight. With a single move of his crescent-shaped blade, Qi Yu sent several heads flying, charging through the horde of corpses as if they were nothing. Strangely, not a single zombie resisted. They continued to move forward numbly. Summon Qi Yu to protect the two girls. After activating the golden light spell, Jiang Yu walked alone into the horde of zombies, heading towards the densest part of the zombie population. These fourth-tier zombies couldn't break through his defenses at all. The further you go, the denser the zombies become. There are no gaps left in the very center. Use the abyss to control the zombies and make way for them. After the horde of corpses dispersed, a hole was revealed in the center, emanating a strong, pungent stench. I stepped forward, looked down into the cave, and gasped. Jiang Yu admitted that having lived 2 lives, he had witnessed countless bloody and cruel scenes, and his heart was already numb. He also knew that there were no bottom lines in the apocalypse. The apocalypse continued to shatter his worldview time and time again. What you see at your feet is a sinkhole with a very small opening, less than 10 meters in diameter. The cave appears quite large, and when sunlight shines in, it acts like a searchlight, allowing a clear view of what's inside. The sinkhole is a true hell. Chapter 146, I cannot die. I will give anything for it. Inside the sinkhole, countless zombies were squeezed together, bound together by plant roots, forming a mountain of corpses. Not dozens or hundreds, but tens of thousands. The zombies were quiet, with only the sound of their roots contracting and squeezing, like the sound of a giant beast chewing up a skull. Creak, creak, creak. It's chilling to hear. Above the mass of corpses, vibrant flowers bloomed, perfectly positioned in the shadows where the sunlight couldn't reach. The flowers are blood red, larger than the opening of the hole, and they emit a strong, bloody stench. This smell has no effect on humans, but it has an irresistible allure for zombies. Scattered around the mass of corpses were tiny crystal cores. Jiang Yu activated the Abyss Sea, maximizing his exploration capabilities, and his spiritual energy covered the entire interior of the sinkhole. The useful part is the root of the konjac flower, which is now hidden among the corpses and is a bit tricky. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. At the bottom of the sinkhole, there are several energy fluctuations that are different from those of zombies. The energy is closer to that of awakened beings. With too many zombies and interference from the taro flowers, even with the Abyss Sea in his body, his senses were very blurred. After hesitating for a moment, he simply jumped into the cave. Stepping on runes, he walked toward the corner where the Awakener's energy was emanating. The konjac flower did not attack on its own initiative. Most fourth-tier mutated plants lack independent consciousness. Jiang Yu was quickly proven wrong. He vaguely sensed an aura locking onto him. Puff! One of the taro flowers sprayed out a stream of venom, which vanished in a flash of golden light. The konjac flower cannot move yet. It activates the abyss sea to conceal the energy fluctuations on its body. His feet landed on a huge rock at the bottom of the cave. Get out of here. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, the cave remained silent, and no one responded. With a light stroke of the incantation, a golden thread weaves through the air and wraps around the bushes. With a clench of the hand, the bushes were shredded by the silk thread. The entangling silk talisman has now become Jiang Yu's favorite Taoist technique. It is precise, has low power, and is easy to control, and is extremely tough. It can be used for offense, defense, and warning. The energy exploded, and the shockwave kicked up sand and gravel from the ground, sending them flying like bullets. The claim that something is less powerful is relative. Oh, don't kill me. We are human beings. I'm not a zombie. A series of cries of pain and pleas for mercy followed. Several people emerged from behind the boulder, men and women, dressed in rags, or rather, just a few pieces of cloth. 2 people even wore leaves as clothes. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise mixed with fear, and no one offered an explanation. The surprise was recognizing that the boy in front of him wasn't a zombie. The fear stemmed from the fact that the boy wasn't a zombie, and perhaps things would be worse. The zombies that fell into the cave were controlled by the taro flower and would not harm anyone. The boy had a cold gaze, acted decisively, and possessed formidable supernatural abilities. He was definitely not a kind person. Wild men. Jiang Yu was stunned. This wasn't an ancient forest, so where would wild men come from? No. Yes, we are awakened ones. They were chased in by the horde of zombies. One of them quickly replied, their condition somewhat confused. Jiang Yu glanced behind the group and saw many white bones scattered on the ground. He frowned. His gaze toward them turned colder. How long have you been stuck here? More than a month, the man replied, then subconsciously glanced at the corpse in the corner. These are all their former teammates. We did not kill anyone, much less eat corpses. We are still human. It wasn't for us to eat. One of the girls could no longer contain her fear, and her voice was trembling with tears. She could clearly sense that Jiang Yu was looking at them as if they were a group of inhuman monsters. Oh, then I'm very curious. How did you survive? Jiang Yu kicked away the white bones under his feet, slightly surprised. It's not surprising that they eat people. It would be a miracle if they could survive for a month without eating people. I'll tell you everything. Can you help us get out of here? We have crystal nuclei, lots and lots of them. It's all yours. I can't die. I'll give you anything. Another girl stared in horror at the konjac flower in the distance, and then suffered a mental breakdown. Her clothes had long since decomposed into strips, revealing large areas of her skin. To make his words more convincing, he tore the last remaining strips of cloth to shreds. Several teammates turned their backs and remained silent. Jiang Yu casually tossed her a long coat. Tell me your thoughts, and I'll consider whether you're worth saving after I hear them. To survive, people will do many unimaginable things. When pushed to the limit, humanity is extinguished, and a person is nothing more than an animal. They are no better than pigs or dogs. We are the supplies collection team from the Beihui shelter. As you know, food is becoming increasingly scarce, and cities have long been emptied out. I had no choice but to try my luck in a remote mountain village. On the way, I encountered a horde of zombies. They didn't attack people. They were all moving into the mountains. We were curious, so we followed the trail and discovered this sinkhole. Using earth-based abilities to build steps down, just as we were about to go up, this strange flower suddenly sprayed venom, killing several people. The Earth-type Awakener is also dead. This flower would spray venom every now and then, and in the end, only a few of us were left. We've always eaten wild vegetables. We've never eaten people. The girl pointed to a small patch of plants inside the cave, and judging from the branches and leaves, it should be amaranth. It's clear that most of it has been eaten, and the surrounding soil is freshly turned over. Jiang Yu was even more puzzled, staring into the girl's eyes, wanting to know how much of what she said was true. I saw thousands of zombies, strange flowers, and a clump of corpses the size of a hill at the bottom of the sinkhole. Instead of running away, you jumped into your deaths. Do you think I believe that? The girl didn't refute, but sighed and said, "We deserve it. You'll understand once you see it." The girl turned and walked towards the corner, but the tattooed man next to her grabbed her arm and forcefully shook her off. Her eyes were fixed on the tattooed man, and her tone was firm. "I can't die. I have to get out. Don't be naive. Even if you give him everything, do you think he'll save us?" The man slumped to the ground, his face pale, and stopped trying to stop them. The stronger the person he had ever met, the more ruthless they were. The girl pulled out a large bag. Its bright yellow color was eye-catching, and the words "Shidanli" made Jiang Yu momentarily lose his composure. In a daze, I could smell the pungent odor of chemical fertilizer. Upon opening the bag, it was filled with crystal cores, numbering at least several hundred, mostly of the third rank, with a few of the fourth rank, and even some of the fifth rank. I want to use these crystal cores and the bodies of the three of us girls to exchange for a way to live. Jiang Yu glanced at the crowd. Several men had lifeless eyes and dared not make any requests for loyalty. The teenager is at the sixth rank, while they are all at the fourth rank. They don't even qualify to be dogs. The cave fell silent, save for the sound of zombies being crushed. Everyone awaited the final verdict. Suddenly, the konjac flower began to spray venom, and the group skillfully hid in a deep corner. One of them was unable to dodge in time and was touched by the venom. His flesh and blood quickly dissolved, leaving only a skeleton. The venom landed on the grass and trees, but there was no reaction. The naked girl pulled Jiang Yu and hid in the deepest corner behind a boulder, deliberately keeping her body close to it. In the dim light, the girl emitted a faint glow. The inside of the boulder was very clean. It must have been where they slept, simply covered with dry grass. In the face of death, shame seems cheap, especially when one knows the end is coming and slowly awaits death. The amaranth in the cave can last for at most 10 days. Then, it will be a different story. The continuous spray of venom is the residual toxins left after the zombies are digested. Since the konjac flower cannot be decomposed, it is expelled from the flower. Even in areas where the venom couldn't reach, a slight corrosive mist rose from the air. No wonder their clothes were so tattered. Jiang Yu took out a set of women's clothing and had the girl change into it. The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, and pulled Jiang Yu's hand, holding it tightly. The girl activated her supernatural power. The dust and dirt on her body disappeared. Her face became radiant, and she possessed an irresistible aura of purity. People of good character would admire him, but Jiang Yu is clearly not one of them. The venom spray will last for a long time. Everything I said is true. Please get me out of here. My little brother is waiting for me at home. He'll starve to death. I would give anything for it. Chapter 147 Tai Golden Light Divine Mantra. Half an hour later, the drizzle of venom completely stopped. Jiang Yu emerged from behind the boulder. The girl, dressed neatly, followed behind. The other two girls cast questioning glances at her, to which she gently shook her head. The three were in despair. She was already the most beautiful and smartest in the team, and with her sea-level purification ability, her skin naturally had a shimmering, crystal-clear buff. Low-level purification abilities have limited uses. They provide passive poison resistance and can detoxify teammates, but the poison cannot be too strong. The second use is to clean wounds, which is a low-level treatment and cannot heal wounds. The toxins in the konjac flower were clearly far beyond what she could neutralize. The venom is fatal upon contact. Even with A-level purification, one can only protect oneself at best, with no time for treatment. The group deliberately avoided hiding behind the boulder to create an opportunity for her to be alone. The fact that the boy wasn't interested in her meant that they were all sentenced to death. I'll take the 4th and 5th tier crystal cores as payment and send you out. Jiang Yu took out the 4th and 5th tier crystal cores from his bag. The crowd could hardly believe their ears. A boy appeared out of nowhere, stepping on golden runes. He saves the world and asks for almost nothing in return. There truly are gods in this world. There is simply no other explanation. Jiang Yu activated his heavenly Dao ability, causing the earth and stones to spiral towards the cave entrance step by step. Before long, a set of steps was completed. As he walked up the steps, zombies kept falling, but he blocked them with his binding talisman. The group quickly followed. Upon leaving the sinkhole, Tianyu Suiying was equally surprised to see Jiang Yu leading a group of people out. There were actually living people among them. That's really strange. Is there anything else? Seeing that they showed no sign of leaving, Jiang Yu frowned. There are many things he doesn't want outsiders to see. Upon hearing this, everyone was incredulous that the young man had simply told them to leave, not even wanting the crystal core. The third-order crystal core is also a huge fortune for them. Without hesitation, before the other party could back out, I grabbed the bag and disappeared in a flash. She showed no trace of her previous malnutrition and weakness. Low-level crystal nuclei have no value other than occupying space. He had long ago instructed Qing Hong and Chun Wei to use low-level crystal cores to acquire large quantities of moonfall fragments. Let's go, Jiang Yu said, and walked towards the sinkhole again. Suiying dared not delay, for he had said he would give her a new body. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the two girls froze in shock. This is also a plant. Suiying was all right. She was familiar with all kinds of herbs and recognized the flower in front of her at a glance as a konjac flower. Only its size was 100 times different from the one she had seen before. It's normal for konjac flowers to grow on corpses, but there were far too many corpses in the cave. As she descended the steps and got closer, Su Ying lost her composure. Her eyes glazed over, and her body moved uncontrollably toward the konjac flower. However, Tian Yu's mind remained unaffected. Jiang Yu saw this, drew a calming talisman, and imprinted it on Su Ying's brow. The girl's eyes regained their clarity. Even a half-corpse is considered a zombie, and the smell of konjac flowers is irresistible. What's this? I couldn't control my instincts. I just wanted to rush over there. Su Ying stared intently at the blood-red flower, like a moth drawn to a campfire. The Corpse Mountain arum flower, a mutated version of the arum flower, is very rare. It takes tens of thousands of zombies to cultivate one plant. Jiang Yu was pondering how to break through the mountain of corpses without damaging the konjac tubers. I'm confident I can kill a fourth-tier konjac in one hit, but I need to find the tuber from the mountain of corpses and keep it intact. It's somewhat difficult. Once the konjac flower dies, the zombies will lose control and inevitably riot, crushing and devouring it until not even a trace is left. What is the konjac flower most afraid of? Is there any way to separate its roots? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, but was at a loss, so he simply threw the question to Su Ying. We collect so many toys not just to display them. It's perfectly reasonable that pretty people sell their looks, while those who aren't pretty sell their physical strength. He doesn't like keeping useless people around. Konjac flowers prefer cool, warm, and humid environments, and are most afraid of strong sunlight, waterlogging, and drought. The Amorphophallus titanum is most afraid of strong light, so the Corpse Mountain Amorphophallus should retain some of its characteristics. Su Ying said knowingly, without the slightest hesitation. Then let's try it. Close your eyes. After saying that, Jiang Yu stepped onto the runes and walked into the air. Activate the Abyss C to locate the konjac flower tuber, which must be retrieved as quickly as possible. Entering Corpse Mountain would definitely not be a pleasant experience. He still preferred Twin Peaks Mountain. He skillfully summoned Qiyu. Fortunately, Qiyu was not in his right mind, otherwise he would definitely have started swearing. Since following this unlucky master, it hasn't collected many souls, but it hasn't missed a single job of shoveling manure. Checking the information, the soul refining skill level remained in the double digits, and Qiyu was never allowed to participate in the killings. Jiang Yu had no idea what the end of soul refining was, but he knew what kind of person Qiyu was, a powerful figure who could rival the Yellow Emperor. It's a good thing that there is no soul. He stood still in midair, activated his absolute defense, and chanted a divine incantation. Golden light shines on the house, and auspicious air fills the courtyard. The great Tao Qi flows through the ages. Sweet dew poured over the head, and light bathed the body. Tai Golden Light Divine Mantra. The Tai Golden Light Divine Mantra is an advanced version of the Golden Light Mantra, no longer confined to defense, but using the crimson golden light to purify evil. As the incantation was completed, a giant sun appeared in the sky. Jiang Yu guided it with his mind, and thousands of rays of light condensed into a halo, which was imprinted into the mountain of corpses. The center of the halo is positioned precisely to avoid the tuber of the konjac flower. The halo shone into the mountain of corpses, turning them to ashes. The roots of the taro flower, illuminated by the golden light, instinctively began to shrink back and hide. It wasn't a flame. The undeveloped taro flower couldn't detect the attack and simply assumed the sunlight had changed direction. Just avoid it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qiyu rushed in through the gap created by the halo, and soon emerged from the mountain of corpses carrying a 2-meter square tuber. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Yu ceased his suppression, and the giant sun rose into the sky, radiating boundless light. The mountain of corpses vanished, and the once putrid sinkhole was now as clean as if it had been carefully scrubbed, with not a trace of filth visible. Plants that love sunlight are enveloped in light and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ground was covered with dazzling crystal nuclei. With its roots severed and no longer supplied with energy by the mountain of corpses, the konjac flower withered and shriveled. Without the allure of the konjac flower's fragrance, the zombies on the cave ceiling reverted to their instincts, and all retreated at the sight of the golden light shining into the cave. Just when everyone thought the matter was resolved, a piercing scream rang out. Jiang Yu looked in the direction of the sound. At that moment, he wished he could crack open his own head and see if it was filled with paste. Even such a basic mistake can be made. Chapter 148, Is there an ancient altar in the Milky Way? On the other side of the sinkhole, the golden light swept over Su Ying's half-corpse body, causing her skin to fester and her flesh to peel away piece by piece. The excruciating pain from the scorching flames caused her to let out a wild, beast-like scream. The scream slowly turned into sobs, and life withered away. Half-corpses are also evil beings. Jiang Yu was so ashamed of his own stupidity that he wanted to die. He waved his hand to dispel the Tai golden light divine curse. Without hesitation, she snatched the taro flower tuber from Qi Yu's hand, refined it with energy, and wrapped Su Ying inside. What followed was a long process of restructuring. Ordinary people have a limited rate of energy absorption. To observe the remodeling process, it takes at least several hours. The time ahead is perfect for doing something that absolutely needs to be done. Jiang Yu looked at Tian Yu standing in the corner, and the girl's previous behavior flashed through his mind. He disliked disobedient followers. He reached out and pinched the little girl's chin, admiring her stunningly beautiful face. For some reason, I find the look in your eyes very unpleasant. The cloak is also nauseating. Tian Yu bit her lip, the humiliation making her close her eyes. Open your eyes and look at me. Opening my eyes, I saw the resolute face of a young man. He's not exactly handsome, but he gives off a very comfortable feeling. At the same time, the image of that fleshy ball in Beihui City resurfaced in Tian Yu's mind. Yes, what's there to resist? The ending is the same anyway, so what's wrong with choosing a more agreeable owner? Jiang Yu looked at the little princess Fenghe who had submitted to him and felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. The girl knelt on the ground, her posture humble, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu decided to give her some motivation, as the lifeless followers were rather boring. I can give you the Wind River. To put you in the position of Lord of Wind River City. Tian Yu raised his head in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Master, are you serious? Jiang Yu didn't give a direct answer. Thinking about his upcoming plans, he decided to give her a heads up first. If you take over Wind River, someone has to die. Take Rin Tianzi for example. He's your own brother. Are you willing to do that? Tian Yu's face warmed, and the corners of his mouth turned up, his warmth melting away the ice like spring flowers blooming. My own brother? Master, may I kill him with my own hands? I'm begging you. I'd pay any price to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Jiang Yu was fairly satisfied with her answer and patted the little girl on the shoulder to show his appreciation. Where's your dad? If he lives, you will lose half your power. Tian Yu paused, unsure how to begin, as neither a certain attitude seemed right. Being indecisive risks being mistaken for a venomous snake. Her master was waiting, and she dared not remain silent. The old man hasn't been involved in affairs for a long time. Most of the real power is in Rin Tianzi's hands. Rin Tianzi died, and he had no choice. Master, please don't kill him. Revelation Online finally found the right direction, but couldn't find its identity, and the situation once again reached a stalemate. I have to plead for my dad, but I can't call him dad. I can't be too affectionate, and I can't be too cold-blooded. How could someone possibly know how to handle things properly on their first time acknowledging God? It must be said that Revelation Online's performance and on-the-spot reactions were already top-notch. Jiang Yu had no intention of helping her adapt to her new identity. He simply enjoyed her awkwardness. Renli watched his own daughter die without lifting a finger to help. Why should I help you? Why don't you try begging me? Maybe I'll soften and help you get it done. Tian Yu's expression changed repeatedly. She thought for a long time, but couldn't find a solution. The situation in Tianhe was more complicated than she had imagined. In the apocalypse, family ties are worthless, and dignity is even less valuable. She wanted to climb up, because only by climbing up could she secure her position as the Lord of Fenghe City. Rin Tianzi should die. Make Renli regret it. Master, please help me. I can't do it myself. It's not that I'm unwilling to do it myself. It's that I really can't do it. I don't know how to do it. I have no power, and no one I can trust. The ice in Tian Yu's eyes melted slightly, and tears fell. From a plaything made of flesh to the Queen of Wind River Sanctuary, she could never have imagined a better ending. She had no doubt that Jiang Yu could do it. She believed that if Jiang Yu wanted to, he could easily slaughter the entire Wind River shelter. Even Princess Fenghe had to humbly beg him to help. So how could Jiang Yu possibly refuse? The Queen's position is very high. It wouldn't be unreasonable to do everything in our power to help her on her way. After an unknown amount of time, the fog thinned out, and human figures could be vaguely seen within the clusters of light. Remembering something, Jiang Yu walked to the ball of light and reached out his hand. The abyss drives spiritual energy to penetrate within, taking over and reshaping the body's will. Next, sculpt your body little by little according to your own preferences. I was completely immersed in the fun of creating my own character. Since I had the choice, I naturally wanted to make a character that I liked. Performing arts and selling one's body are not mutually exclusive. Everything was ready. Jiang Yu sat down next to Tian Yu. The girl was still in a semi-demented state. The pampered young lady was suddenly struck by an unexpected event, leaving her mind a complete mess, and all her past experience was utterly useless. Jiang Yu patted the girl to bring her back to her senses, his voice gentle. Is there an altar in the Milky Way, made of black stone, that looks very ancient? Having adapted to his new identity, Tian Yu changed completely. His voice became soft and gentle, completely devoid of his previous aloofness. Yes, it's in the inner city. I'm not qualified to go in. Master, I actually went in secretly. There was nothing inside, just a few statues, most of which are still buried in the ground. Is there treasure inside? Tian Yu struggled to sit up, but he was too weak to do anything. Expelling the goo worms was no easy task. Jiang Yu did not answer. He did not know what was inside. The person who issued the task had not said. To be precise, even the heavenly maiden Ba herself never went inside. I need to go in once, but I can't disturb anyone. Tian Yu frowned, looking somewhat helpless, but his smile was heartbreaking. Okay, I'll figure something out when we get back. There are usually few people at the altar, so it's not difficult. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something extremely illogical. I'm curious, Renli doesn't have any superpowers, and neither do you. Ren Tianzi isn't even an S rank. So how did the Wind River shelter get built? Tian Yu shook his head to clear his mind. Before the mutation, Wind River City belonged to our family, both the black and white factions. Renli is very good at manipulating people's hearts, and he has no bottom line. He can use anything as a bargaining chip. The goo worms in my body are also suffering for him. I can't kill him. I'll make him an idiot and take care of him until he dies. The divine revelation was said with gritted teeth. I think of Renli, the father who would push his daughter out to shield him from harm when things got dangerous. A father who, for the sake of profit, ruthlessly gave his own daughter away to be someone else's plaything. My heart is breaking. Before leaving, she made plans, with a 50-50th chance of success or failure. Hopefully, Renli will still be alive when she gets back. If I die, I will be very disappointed. Jiang Yu took out a blanket and covered the girl with it. Take a nap first. I'll wake you up when it's time to leave. Tian Yu snapped out of her thoughts and smiled sweetly. Okay, master, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. Jiang Yu nodded, took out a seed, and put it in the girl's mouth, and life slowly permeated her whole body. Get some rest. I'll give you a gift. Besides me, you won't have to worry about anyone else's feelings anymore. For some reason, she believed the boy's words without a doubt. The road ahead was no longer bleak. She could see the ray of dawn even with her eyes closed. Jiang Yu never hesitated to show his gentleness to obedient and valuable servants. They will also be given ample freedom and resources. He never naively believed that he possessed such irresistible charm that all women would willingly offer themselves to him. Self-interest is the best remedy for love and the best form of restraint. No one can escape it. Your self-righteousness and refusal to bow down for a pittance only shows that you want more. They have even greater ambitions. Tian Yu fell asleep, and soft snoring could be heard. He seemed really tired. More than an hour later, the ball of light began to shrink. Su Ying's body was reconstructed, and the radiance receded into her body. Jiang Yu stared intently at the beautiful scenery before him, his eyes filled with intoxication. Chapter 149. Are you planning to refine me into a furnace? Plain shadow. The mist on Su Ying's body slowly dissipated. He stood quietly in place, not yet fully conscious. Her facial features, figure, skin, and hair color perfectly matched the image of the goddess in Jiang Yu's mind. I didn't feel much while sculpting the character's face, but when I saw the finished product, I was momentarily stunned. Her jet black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was as white as snow with a touch of rosy blush, and her chin was pointed, yet had a perfect curve. With bright, gentle eyes and a small, lovely nose, she is a classical beauty who has stepped out of a painting. Su Ying felt very uncomfortable being stared at and didn't dare to dodge, as this body wasn't strictly hers. There was no stench of death on the body, and when I looked down, the skin was clear and free of lividity. The necrosis radiation that constantly invaded his body was completely eliminated, and he no longer had to endure endless pain every moment. Owner, I will cherish this body. I will do everything in my power to learn and never let you down. Jiang Yu came to his senses. How does your new body feel? Su Ying tried to take 2 steps, but she couldn't remember the process of reshaping her body. Perhaps it was just random. According to her aesthetic standards, her figure is a bit too cumbersome, and climbing mountains to dig for herbs would affect her mobility. It feels great. Do you want to try out my abilities? But these are just some low-level medical skills, not superpowers. Su Ying could easily see through Jiang Yu's thoughts. It wasn't right to take what wasn't hers for herself. He stepped forward and gently pressed several acupoints on Jiang Yu's body, causing the energy that erupted from his body to be more than twice as powerful as usual. Seeing the other person's surprised expression, Suing covered her mouth and chuckled. This little trick is nothing compared to the extent of her medical skills. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. He truly deserves to be the kidney doctor I chose. Huh, he's a miracle doctor. With Rin Tianyu captured, the altar mission is more than half complete. All that remains is to infiltrate the altar as quickly as possible. As long as the crystal is produced and kept intact, the number of people killed is not a consideration for him. The car returned along the same route. Jiang Yu lay back in the back seat, while Tianyu knelt beside him, giving him a massage ingratiatingly. He looked very cautious. The promise her master made to her yesterday was her lifelong wish. She had this idea from the moment Rin Tianzi first kicked her out of the house as an outsider, and her father remained silent. At that time, the end times had not yet arrived. For a woman, especially one who is not an only child, to gain the right to inherit the family business is simply a pipe dream. As Tianyu passed through the battlefield, he gazed at the giant crater, which was 100 meters in diameter, and was momentarily lost in thought. The massage movements in his hands also stopped. What? You're reluctant to part with it? Jiang Yu followed the girl's gaze and saw that the flesh and blood had dried up, and the earth was stained black and red. Master, that's not what I meant. I have no one by my side, and the others in Fenghe won't listen to me, Tianyu quickly explained. Being trained as a novice is not a pleasant experience. Rin Tianzi died, and Rin Li suffered from Alzheimer's disease. You will become a super S-level awakener. If that still doesn't work, I will consider replacing you, Jiang Yu said calmly. He thought about it for a long time, and this was the best solution. Awakening. Tianyu felt his brain wasn't working properly. He could even give away super S-class superpowers. Fenghe City has a good heritage. The mountain god Typhon can use the supernatural powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and later on he can even control the weather of a city. Suing, go to the place I marked first. Jiang Yu did not answer, but instructed Suing to change course and drive towards Heshan. Revelation Online is too fragile. Even the slightest accident can send her to her death. On the mountainside, there is a huge rock shaped like a tiger, with the tiger depicted descending the mountain, a masterpiece of nature. Beneath the boulder lies a cave, and as the wind howls past the entrance, the faint roar of a tiger can be heard. The three stood at the entrance of the cave, which was pitch black inside. This is the place, let's go in. Do as I say, or you'll be reduced to ashes. Tianyu, who was originally a strong and capable woman, was transformed into a timid and resentful little wife. Jiang Yu also felt that he had used a bit too much force. Shortly after Tianyu entered, the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard clearly from inside. It wasn't the sound of the wind, but the roar of a real tiger. The entire mountain was trembling. Then came the girl's piercing screams as she summoned the mountain god with her flesh and blood, only to be devoured piece by the tiger. The thought of offering oneself to a tiger is enough to make one despair. The process of obtaining inheritance is mostly cruel. These gods have little humanity, and Jiang Yu has long been used to it. The screams continued. I sighed. Eating live animals is really not a good habit. Su Ying's face turned deathly pale, and her eyes revealed fear. From the bottom of my heart, I think being a doctor who's not very useful is actually quite nice. Brewing medicine, giving injections, and occasionally accompanying the owner to get injections feels pretty good. It's practically a perfect job. Jiang Yu turned around and put his arm around Su Ying, intending to give her a life-saving weapon. I'm planning to give you a gift too. No, master, I'm fine as I am. I have no interest in fighting or killing. Su Ying quickly refused. She didn't want to die in the tiger's mouth. Having just acquired a perfect body, I was mesmerized by my perfect reflection in the rearview mirror the whole way. Moreover, he is a hot-blooded young man. It would be good enough if his master could restrain himself even a little. Jiang Yu was speechless, and then he understood her worries. I will not pass on my legacy to you. You have your own path to walk. I'll give you a pet. It could save your life in a pinch. After speaking, Jiang Yu summoned Zhu Yan. The dead monkey is a bit ugly, but it's pretty good at fighting. Zhu Yan had just advanced to the 5th rank and had tried several times. Compared to Qi Yu, the gap was not small, and the consumption of crystal cores was no less. They don't have much potential for development. The Heavenly Maiden Ba's judgment is really poor. Which of the 4 fiends or the 4 divine beasts is not 100 times better than Zhu Yan? It's fine to just take anyone as part of the dowry. Zhu Yan. Su Ying recognized the white-faced, red-footed giant ape in front of her with just one glance. Reading a lot of ancient books makes a difference. Among the ancient mythical beasts, the Zhu Yin had a very low profile. Jiang Yu had never even heard of this creature in his previous life. Strictly speaking, most of the ancient mythical beasts were quite ordinary. After the moon fell, everyone awakened at the same time, but there was no time for them to be blessed, and many of them were not even as good as the corpse generals in the ancient tomb. Even the exceptionally gifted corpse demons can overpower them. Many ancient mythical beasts have become mounts for corpse generals or pets for corpse demons. Jiang Yu summoned Qi Yu to stare at Zhu Yan, breaking the contract and simultaneously helping Su Ying establish a new one. The contract was completed, and a stream of energy flowed through my entire body. The energy tempering of ancient mythical beasts can only be experienced once, and the enhancement to the master is directly proportional to the strength of the mythical beast itself. It is also directly proportional to the contract duration. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, Su Ying familiarized herself with controlling Zhu Yan and tried to retract it. The way it looked at its owner changed, offering her both her body and an ancient mythical beast. This isn't pampering. It's a plan to take her life. Master, just tell me the truth. What do you want me to do? I feel a little guilty. Su Ying knelt on the ground very consciously, her brows furrowed. I can handle even the most shocking things. I can accept even the most unreasonable demands. Are you planning to refine me into a furnace? I can. The master is a Taoist practitioner, but judging from his uninhibited manner, he is not practicing any kind of righteous path. She had read some books on refining furnaces and cauldrons, and knew that it wouldn't endanger her life. The side effects of being turned into a furnace for alchemy are certainly not something everyone can accept. As a doctor, she really didn't care. Jiang Yu originally had no such idea. He could swear to the moon. Chapter 150: A pair of icy cold, a pair of blazing flames. Revelation. Aside from her master needing a furnace, she couldn't understand what value she had. Beauty and the body are gifts from the master. Medical skills allow one to casually provide a body, and a seed readily available contains boundless vitality. The little medical skills she learned since childhood were hardly anything to brag about. After much thought, she was indeed the most suitable person to be refined into a furnace. There are many reasons. Firstly, she possesses medical skills, enabling her to regulate her own body and consume medicinal herbs appropriately, which greatly enhances the effects of the furnace. Absolutely a great tonic. Secondly, she is just a doctor and doesn't need to hunt zombies or monsters. Whether she has energy or not is irrelevant. Then, the owner really liked this body. Besides, Su Ying could easily come up with countless reasons with just a little thought. It was impossible for her master not to have thought of them. Aside from voluntarily handing myself over, I really can't think of any way to repay them. Jiang Yu forcefully suppressed the girl's tempting suggestion. Su Ying's value was far beyond what a mere furnace could compare to. You don't need to do anything, just be a good boy/girl. There are no limits to executing orders. You can do whatever you want when I don't need you. Jiang Yu stroked Su Ying's hair, satisfied with her self-sacrifice. I remember in my past life, the ghost doctor came to the Qin Island shelter once, looking for some medicinal herbs. Zhou Yichuan smiled as brightly as a flower, and went out of the city to greet him for several miles. Even someone who could be killed with a flick of a finger is treated with utmost care and generous gifts. He shamelessly offered her all the treasures in the warehouse. Who can guarantee they'll never get sick or injured in their lifetime? As it turns out, human relationships are not useless. Later, Zhou Yichuan was seriously injured by the Mo family, but Guy saved his life. Even in the apocalypse, there is still a world of martial arts, and this world is more than just fighting and killing. Get up. Jiang Yu came to his senses and found that Su Ying was still kneeling. Why are you so slow, master? Aren't you bored? Su Ying asked, tilting her head. The previously sullen and arrogant girl had disappeared. Jiang Yu smiled from the bottom of his heart. A sudden shower began to fall from the sky, and a gentle breeze swept by, feeling very comfortable on my skin. Neither hot nor cold. An hour later, the sky cleared, and the wind and rain subsided. There was no sound inside the cave. Suddenly, the energy began to surge violently. Ripples spread outwards, followed by a deafening tiger roar. Shortly after the sound stopped, Tianyu staggered out of the cave, his eyes glazed over, his mind still reeling from the pain of being torn apart and devoured. She confidently retains most of her appearance, and her legacy is in a state of active preservation. 2 adorable tiger ears, pointed little tiger teeth, and a long tail wagging uncontrollably behind it. Her skin is more radiant, and her features have gained a touch of wildness. Taifeng heritage, its fighting ability is average, but its appearance is indeed very good. Jiang Yu swore an oath. It's not that he has a collecting obsession. It's just that each inheritance has its own unique flavor, making it irresistible. For example, one is icy cold, the other is blazing hot. Those who know. It was already evening when we arrived at Wind River Shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, all was covered in white mourning clothes, clearly indicating the death of a person of very high status. The entire gate was covered with white flowers. Tianyu stared blankly. She vaguely guessed that this would be the outcome, and Ren Tianzi didn't want to wait a moment longer. Renli had most likely already handed over power to him. Tianyu slumped in his seat, looked at Jiangyu, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. With such a grand funeral, who else could it be but her father, Renli? Jiangyu stared intently at it. On the wreaths and elegiac couplets placed at the city gate, Ren Li's name could be faintly seen. What leverage do you have over Ren Tianzi that makes him so determined to kill you? Ren Tianzi's plan to seize the throne was not something he conceived in a day or two. He only dared to act after Tianyu left. That's very unreasonable. Ren Tianzi will eventually take Ren Li's position as city lord. There is no need to take any risks. Ren Tianzi is not my father's biological son. I have a genetic testing report that I did several years ago without telling them. Without this piece of paper, I wouldn't be alive today. I made more than a dozen copies and placed them in different locations. After I die, someone will naturally distribute them. Jiangyu couldn't help but take a closer look at the girl in front of him. To survive and thrive in a wealthy family proves at least that one isn't a fool. Judging from the current situation, that piece of paper must have already been circulated. You've planned this all along? Jiangyu's evaluation of her rose even higher. It seems to be the worst-case scenario. Tianyu sighed. Her plan could have three possible outcomes. One option was for Ren Li to compromise. Since he didn't have a biological son anyway, he gritted his teeth and accepted the child. Secondly, Ren Li kills Ren Tianzi, then brings his daughter back and takes control of the Fenghe shelter. Third, Ren Tianzi acted before the report was released. Fourth, Ren Li made the first move and was then killed in retaliation. 3 and 4 represent the current outcome, and also the worst possible result. With limited power, Tianyu can only do its best and leave the rest to fate. Clearly, she lost her gamble. Let's go. Things have dragged on for too long. It's time to end it all. Jiangyu handed Tianyu a half-face mask and stepped off the armored vehicle. The mask was gold and studded with diamonds. I remember borrowing it from Li Sisi one night when I was having fun. Wearing a mask gives it a unique charm. Tianyu and Suing followed closely behind. Jiangyu did not return to the villa, but had Tianyu lead the way towards the inner city altar. The captain of the enforcement team was notorious, and no one dared to stop him. With Ren Li's death, the shelter was thrown into chaos. Ren Tianzi could only pretend to be a filial son to preside over the funeral, giving him ample time to find the crystal. After killing more than a dozen guards, they entered the inner city and headed straight for the altar. This simple act made Jiangyu suspect it was a trap. There were no guards stationed around the inner city, all the checkpoints were empty, and not a single member of the Imperial Guards who usually patrolled there was seen. Upon entering the inner city, the first thing that catches the eye is a villa area, which is much more upscale than the villas in the outer city. Many girls were playing in the courtyard, and all of them were exceptionally beautiful and had perfect figures. Everyone was dressed exquisitely, and even if you didn't recognize the brand, you could tell they were very expensive. Sure enough, every shelter had a similar layout. Old perverts don't discriminate based on age. The altar was located on one side of the inner city, surrounded by city walls, which Ren Li seemed to value highly. Without someone to guide you, it's difficult to find a hidden entrance. The entire altar is made of huge black square stones, each about half a person's height, giving it an ancient and grand appearance. Several statues stand on either side, their faces ferocious, holding different weapons, staring straight ahead, sending a chill down one's spine. At the top of the altar is a platform with intricate dark red patterns engraved on the ground. The patterns are clear and show no signs of weathering. According to the description of the Heavenly Maiden Ba, search carefully inside the altar and drive the abyss sea to cover the entire altar. Nothing was gained. Chapter 151 Maple Leaves, Chi Yu, Heavenly Maiden Ba, and the Marriage Alliance. The altar appeared as a hazy, blank gray expanse, devoid of any detail or detectable energy fluctuations. Master, I told you, there is nothing in the altar. The two of them often come here to worship. I sneaked in several times, wanting to know what secrets were inside. I have examined every inch of it. Tianyu was very curious about what could possibly make his godlike master care so much. In her heart, her master was already an omnipotent being, reshaped the body and grant superpowers. There is no other reasonable explanation but God. Every time she knelt, Tianyu did so willingly. From then on, she only needed to listen to one person. The zombie beasts that once terrified her can now be shattered with a single roar. This sense of security is something bodyguards can't provide. The power you hold in your own hands is the only true power. Offering sacrifices? Where is it? Jiang Yu didn't want to miss any possibility. As Tianyu walked to the center, he carefully examined the altar slabs and found a spot where traces of flame remained. Right here, once when I came in, the fire was still burning. I have never witnessed a sacrificial ceremony, Tianyu replied truthfully. Traditionally, women are not allowed to participate in sacrificial activities, including ancestor worship. In many places, women are not even allowed to step into the ancestral hall. It seems the plan to summon the crystals by revelation online has fallen through. Since that's the case, we can only have more people die. Population is a very important resource in the apocalypse, and he had long considered Wind River Sanctuary as his own. Minimize losses as much as possible unless absolutely necessary. Without automated machinery, population becomes the real dividend in planting and animal husbandry. The premise is that no one hinders his plan. Those who block his way have no reason to live. He wasn't particularly concerned about killing hundreds or thousands of people. The main question is whether the crystal is in the altar or in Run Tian's hands. If it's the latter, it will be very troublesome. Jiang Yu followed the trail of flames upwards, climbing straight up the altar, where the trails met the dark red patterns. The patterns are abstract, appearing to be many pictographs connected together according to a specific pattern, seemingly disordered, yet following some established rules. The runes were a dark red color, which made people feel very uncomfortable. My first impression was of dried blood. He bent down, took out a small knife, and gently scraped the groove. A little paint came off easily. I picked up a little bit with my fingers and held it to my nose. It had a familiar smell. Suying, come here. Hearing her master's call, the girl dared not delay and quickly ran up to the altar. Smell it, I'm not sure. Jiang Yu handed her the knife. Suying took the knife, smelled it, and frowned. It was clearly impossible to determine the ingredients, so I dipped my hand in it and put it in my mouth. It doesn't taste like congealed blood. Master, the ingredients include maple leaves, animal liver and brain, and the flavor of alcohol. There's very little blood. It's likely residual blood from the liver. Suying lowered her head in thought, explaining the composition one by one. Maple leaves. Jiang Yu recalled the ancient texts and understood. This altar was dedicated to Qiyu. Inside and out, there were only a few fierce-looking stone carvings, but no statue of Qiyu, which is illogical. I've read a few legends about Qiyu and the maple tree in ancient books. Ancient records state that after Qiyu was defeated, he was taken to the execution ground in the autumn. His blood-stained shackles were scattered in the wilderness, and his soul attached itself to them, growing into a maple tree to protect his spirit. Those who worship Qiyu's descendants will find many maple trees, crush them, and mix them with blood, flesh, liver, and brain during their worship, in order to ensure that the spirit returns to its rightful place. The mission of Tianba is illogical in many ways. She was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, but she could not enter the Yellow Emperor's hometown. The altar she was looking for was for worshipping her mortal enemy, Qiyu. If the mission is destruction, that's understandable. It must not be destroyed in the slightest, and the sacrificial crystals must be retrieved. What exactly is Tianba trying to do? Suying, you've been studying medicine since you were a student, so you must have read as many ancient books as I have. I have a few questions for you. Think carefully before you answer. Jiang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. Just ask, Master. Suying really wasn't confident she could answer her master's question. He seemed to know everything. If they awaken at the same starting point, who would be stronger? The heavenly maiden Ba who retains her memories, or a lowly monk from an inconspicuous temple? Jiang Yu asked the question, but he already had the answer in his heart. The heavenly maiden Ba? The one from the legend? Suying didn't know how to answer. This was beyond her comprehension. The objects being compared are not on the same order of magnitude. Jiang Yu's expression was solemn. The heavenly maiden Ba defeated Qiyu, so her abilities are definitely not weak. If she has the memory, even if the energy is the same, she is definitely not someone a little monk can challenge. Master, I read a story in a rare book. The heavenly maiden Ba was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. For several years, the Yellow Emperor's tribe suffered from drought, and Qiyu continued to lead his people to harass and plunder. The Yellow Emperor's tribe was exhausted and short of food and fodder, and they even ate all the tree leaves. The Qiyu tribe was minimally affected. They had springs and plenty of food. They could eat more than they could eat. The gap between the two races is widening. People's hearts are unsettled, and more people are rebelling. No one wants to starve to death. Emperor Huangdi also began to worry that his rule could not be sustained. So he sent his least favorite daughter, Ba, to marry into the enemy, to lull Qiyu into a false sense of security and make him lower his guard. The book describes her as the daughter Ba, not the celestial maiden Ba. The name Heavenly Maiden probably didn't exist before she got married. Perhaps it just couldn't be mentioned. Suing simply recounted the story. Hearing the words marriage alliance made Tianyu's heart tremble. In her dictionary, those two words had become synonymous with shame. And then what? Tianyu listened intently and couldn't help but ask a question. Chapter 152. This woman, I gave her to you. Suing was somewhat surprised to hear this, not expecting that Tianyu would also be interested in such a boring story. She spoke up only to give her master more information. Suing knew she had no special skills. Her only strength was that she had read a lot of books. She had thoroughly read all the ancient books, rare copies, medical texts, and scriptures that were in her master's study. After organizing his thoughts, he continued. When the Yellow Emperor's daughter, Ba, got married, her father, out of consideration for his reputation, did not come out to see her off. Several months after the wedding, the heavenly maiden Ba appeared in the Yellow Emperor's tribe covered in blood, and even the shamans were terrified by the evil aura emanating from her. The heavenly maiden Ba severely injured Qiyu, causing him to lose most of his fighting strength, and the Julie altar was also destroyed. The two tribes went to war, and the Yellow Emperor won a great victory. The Julie tribe was defeated, and its remnants retreated to the wild lands of Lingnan. The tribe still suffered from drought. The shaman said that the reason why the gods did not send rain after the defeat of the Julie was because the woman had murdered and betrayed her husband, which aroused the wrath of the heavens. It is unclear whether the Yellow Emperor believed it or simply wanted to appease public anger. The shaman's request was granted, and his daughter was sacrificed to the gods. The heavenly maiden Ba was made into a sacrifice by the shaman. Rain-seeking runes were carved on her body with a knife, snakes were placed in her belly, and her limbs were covered with the fluids of poisonous insects. The book says that everything happened while the heavenly maiden Ba was alive, and the screams continued for several days. The heavenly maiden Ba died with her blood dried up, burned by raging fire, her bones crushed by talismans, and her life cut off. Suing spoke lightly of it, calling it merely an unofficial historical anecdote, something some scholar might have rambled on about in his drunken state. Don't take it seriously. With just a few words, Tianyu's chest was soaked with tears. The fate of the heavenly maiden Ba sounds 100 times more tragic than hers. If her master hadn't appeared, and the two shelters had gone to war, her fate wouldn't have been much better than that of the heavenly maiden. The Yellow Emperor should be supreme. So where was he when his daughter was tortured and killed? Tianyu murmured. It's unclear whether he's asking Suing or heaven. I don't know, it wasn't mentioned in the book. She probably wouldn't have the heart to be there either. Suing looked at the girl, finding it hard to understand. Is this little girl being too sentimental? Is it really necessary to cry so much over a mere fantasy story? Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded outside the wall. Ren Tianzi came in from outside, and was surprised to see that Jiang Yu was unharmed. This kid's got some skills. He managed to escape from 4 S-class assassins. However, the place where Jiang Yu appeared made Ren Tianzi unable to suppress his anger. He was coveting Feng's secret. When his subordinates came to report, he was in the morning hall, wailing like a filial son. He still didn't quite believe what his subordinates said. Only he and Ren Li knew the secret of the Wind River altar. There was no third person. My admiration for you doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Those who take an inch and then a mile will not live long. Ren Tianzi said with extreme displeasure. Is that so? Jiang Yu asked calmly, looking down at him. You never said you would ambush me on the road. Those 4 S-class officers were not going to hold back against me. Your appreciation is truly profound. Ren Tianzi choked, realizing that what he had done was indeed unethical. Unable to explain, I had no choice but to increase the stakes. The fact that he managed to escape from being surrounded and attacked by 4 S-class enemies proves that this guy's strength is definitely no weaker than an S-class. I always treat talented people with respect, and you can get the best resources in Wind River. Follow me, and we can discuss the agreed-upon compensation again. In addition to the position of team captain, I will give you 10 5th-tier crystal cores and 1 6th-tier crystal core. Ren Tianzi tried his best to appear respectful and humble. In my heart, I had already chopped him into mincemeat. The altar must not be damaged. At this moment, Jiang Yu and Ren Tianzi had the exact same thought. There must be absolutely no damage. The dozens of people behind Ren Tianzi looked grim. Why was their young master acting like a woman today? Normally, the other person's corpse would be cold by now. Even Tianyu was getting impatient. Wasn't the plan to kill and seize the throne? What's there to talk about? Why don't you just go and do it? Young master. One of them couldn't help but try to dissuade him. It was Hu Wan, the current captain of the Wind River team. Ren Tian's expression turned even uglier when he heard Hu Wan address him. Lord, City Lord. Hu Wan's voice trembled with fear. In my haste, I almost forgot that the words young master are now a taboo in Wind River City. Ren Tian's voice was cold. This is the last time. Turning to face Jiangyu, she showed a completely different face. Well, all you have to do is nod your head, and from today onwards, in Fenghe City, besides me, you will be the king. King? Jiangyu sneered. Reading too many history books is not a good thing. As anyone who has read history knows, when someone of a different surname becomes king, they are basically faced with either the throne or the executioner's block. Jiangyu shook his head again. Hey, don't push your luck. The city lord has already gone this far. What more do you want? Lord, kill him. Don't waste your breath on him. We still have 5 S-class characters. One more won't make a difference. A fickle person like him, abandoning his master to save his own life, can't be loyal. The crowd behind Ren Tianzi could no longer hold back. When had their master ever suffered such humiliation? A subject who humiliates his lord shall die? When it comes to interests, Hu Wan speaks with the most fervor. Even if the boy on stage doesn't die today, he can't be allowed to live past tomorrow. There is absolutely no better position in the entire shelter than the captain of the Wind River squad. It's so lucrative that you can't even imagine it. Beautiful women with great power have to wait in line to come to their door. Give up your position unless he dies. Oh right, I almost forgot something. The gift you gave me when I left was nice. It would be impolite of me not to reciprocate. This woman is a gift for you. After Jiangyu finished speaking, he walked towards Tianyu. Ren Tianzi was secretly pleased. This meant he was about to back down. He could give away his woman so easily. He was destined for great things. Jiangyu reached out and took off the mask, revealing a girl with a radiant smile. Brother, it's been a long time. Aren't you happy to see me? At least I'm happy. Tianyu's face was intact, and Ren Tianzi's expression changed drastically. He stared at that face for a long time, unable to believe it. He mobilized most of his forces, yet he couldn't kill a woman who was completely defenseless. You. Good. Ren Tianzi laughed in exasperation and clapped his hands. My dear sister, I really underestimated you. The report was well forged, no less so than your skill at groveling to men. I feel happy just thinking about how slutty you are. You know I love you the most. Don't worry, I'll find you 100 men to play with slowly. Until you die of pleasure. Today, none of you will leave here alive. You know nothing about the secrets of the Wind River. Ren Tianzi looked at his sister, having no other choice but to reveal his hand. He currently has 5 S-class subordinates, but 4 of them were originally loyal to Renli. This shows how much importance was attached to the abduction and murder of Ren Tianyu. Now that Ren Tianyu has returned alive, and he no longer bears the surname Ren, the loyalty of those 4 S-level members is questionable. To defeat Jiangyu, a decisive blow is necessary to intimidate his followers. Ren Tianzi reached out and summoned the crystal, which floated above the altar. The altar awakens, and a surge of energy flows into its entire body. Chapter 153 is alright. I'll give you a bonus tonight. With the crystal appearing, Jiangyu couldn't suppress his excitement and once again shared the same thoughts as Ren Tianzi. It must be a fatal blow. There can be no accidents. They sensed an aura of inheritance emanating from the other party, an energy that was floating, chaotic, and disordered. The aura was powerful but unstable, more like it was being borrowed. It seems that the Ren family did not gain Qiyu's approval. As expected of Qiyu, even with only a remnant soul remaining, he was still so picky. He deserved to die. Jiangyu dared not hesitate, activating the Abyss Sea and raising his spiritual energy to its limit, surging out like a tsunami. The spiritual energy formed a vortex resembling a dragon sucking water, centered on Ren Tianzi, with an intensity far exceeding the limit that the inheritor could withstand. Ren Tianzi's mind was destroyed, his eyes were glazed, and the crystal fell out of control. Jiangyu activated Tai Chi, breaking through the altar's shield and flashing to grasp it in his hand. Upon acquiring the crystal, the shield vanished, and all energy was contained and poured into the crystal. It was so effortless it was unbelievable. The seemingly unbreakable energy shield looked like it was made of paper. I received the crystal, but haven't had a chance to examine it closely yet. A deep echo resounded in my mind. Soul, return. The altar's energy was activated, the crystals began to riot, the seal on them teetered on the brink of collapse. and the remains of Qi Yu did not appear on their own despite being summoned. Qi Yu's mangled body stood face to face with Jiang Yu, his expression calm inside his full helmet. Looking at the crystal, I instinctively reached out my hand. His eyes remained lifeless. Jiang Yu gave a wry smile. "Tian Ba, you really played a brilliant move." He had considered many possibilities, but he had never imagined that the Qi Yu altar could temporarily suppress the contract. Its energy was far too terrifying. Fortunately, while Taoist priests may not excel at much else, sealing and exorcising evil spirits are their livelihood. Activate absolute defense. Golden light spell cast instantly. Then he recited the divine incantation. 9 earths, the earth's core, springs winding through the dark and mysterious. The northern capital, Luophong, is a deep abyss in the 4 seas. The heavens sang praises, and divine power increased daily. He commands the 3 realms and commands all spirits. Demon-slaying spell. The incantation was complete. He bit his finger, and a seal was re-implanted into the crystal. The raging energy dissipated, and the crystal fell silent once more. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I, Taoist master, am well read. I almost messed up. He genuinely couldn't bear to part with Qi Yu's mangled body. They didn't want him to gain a soul either. If his mutilated body were to merge with his soul, he would become a complete person, or even an ancient god. A contract with a mythical beast. Whether it can be controlled or not, the answer is obvious. Ren Tianzi was in a daze and didn't speak, so no one dared to make a move. Both sides have the surname Ren. Aside from a few diehards, the others weren't particularly loyal to Ren Tianzi to begin with, and the sudden killing of Ren Li only fueled their fear. It seems the city lord is going to be replaced again. Before the situation becomes clear, no one can guarantee the consequences of rashly taking sides. Should we do it ourselves? The thrill of revenge is not something you get often. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Tianyu. His tone was calm. Tianyu had been waiting for these words. Without her master's order, she dared not act rashly. If her master wanted to keep Ren Tianzi in control of the altar, she could only accept her fate. The girl activated the inheritance. Tiger ears and a tiger tail grew out, and her body transformed into a phantom. Whoosh! The sharp claws slashed across Ren Tianzi's throat. His head flew off, followed by several more streaks of blood, and his limbs and torso were scattered all over the ground. The nightmare of more than a decade has turned into a pile of body parts. This moment is even more satisfying than taking down the crystal in a game. The girl closed her eyes, trembled all over, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Half a lifetime of resentment has finally come to an end. Tianyu opened his eyes, tears still wet on his face, and coldly surveyed everyone. The vast majority of those present were senior executives of Fenghe. At this moment, her pupils dilated, and she looked at Ren Tianyu with disbelief, as if she were meeting her for the first time. It only took one move. The newly appointed city lord was beheaded and turned into a pile of rotten flesh. They clearly remembered that Ren Li, their daughter, had not awakened, so they wondered what had happened with the speed just now. Just as everyone was about to choose sides, an untimely voice rang out. "You are a married woman. You cannot take over Fenghe." Wouldn't that mean we're just handing over the foundation our Ren family has built to someone else? Little niece, don't blame your uncle for not helping you. Outsiders will always be outsiders. The speaker was Ren Li's younger brother, Ren Ming, who was also Tianyu's uncle. With Ren Li and Ren Tianzi dead, and Ren Tianyu married far away, Feng He is the only one who can fill the role. He was already an A-level awakened one, and was definitely more suitable for the position of city lord than a useless woman. So what if she has superpowers? A woman is still a woman, especially one who is married off and is not a woman at all. Can they really turn the world upside down? The marriage agreement between the Ren and Yao families is null and void, and I will not go to Beihui again, Tianyu explained. Her uncle had always treated her well. That's true, but only in that he wouldn't ridicule her to her face. There's no real kinship involved. Ren Ming supported Ren Tianzi from beginning to end. I don't dare to have too much contact with my niece. This is not just an explanation, but also a chance for him to live. So what? A woman has to get married sooner or later. Ren Ming continued to ramble on. Sizzle. The sharp claws pierced Ren Ming's left chest, and with a backhand motion, the entire heart was pulled out. Ren Ming looked down at the empty space in his chest, unable to accept it for a moment. His life had just been about to reach its peak. His pupils dilated, his expression was one of astonishment, and he couldn't believe it until the very last moment before his consciousness faded. Ren Tianyu really dared to kill his own uncle in public. Jiang Yu saw a scene before him that seemed familiar. I wonder if that proud girl from Qingdao ever thinks of her master when she's bored. Managing tens of thousands of people and having a bunch of successors causing trouble, he probably won't have time to be bored. Ren Ming fell to the ground. Uft. The sound of Tianyu crushing the heart in his hand sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Blood splattered, staining everyone's faces and bodies, and no one dared to reach out and wipe it away. Who else has the same idea? Step forward. Tianyu took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood off his hands, and glanced at the entire room. Bang! The first person couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere of fear and knelt on the ground, followed by the second and the third. The crowd swore allegiance. Master, I did a good job, didn't I? Tianyu wagged its tail and stepped forward to show off its achievements, its face full of pride, completely disregarding the feelings of its subordinates. It's all right. I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Jiang Yu reached out and touched her fluffy little ears on her head, praising her. Lord of the city, I acknowledge that you are the master of our Fenghe River. How can you acknowledge another master? How can we ever face anyone again? Upon hearing Ren Tianyu call the young man master, one of the girls in armor could no longer contain herself. She was also one of the first to follow Renli. They probably have other identities as well. She had no objection to Ren Tianyu's succession, but she couldn't accept giving Fenghe to someone else. It seems that Revelation Online wasn't ruthless enough. Ren Tianzi? No, he should be called Wang Tianzi. What were you doing when he killed people and seized power? His surname isn't Ren either. The girl was speechless for a moment. Renli treated her very well. After Ren Tianzi seized power, he hinted that he would give her a title, and she was ready to become the mistress of Fenghe. When Jiang Yu appeared, everything vanished like a bubble. The sudden change in her status made her unable to swallow her anger. She's an S-rank support character, a national treasure. No matter how ruthless Ren Tianyu is, would he really be willing to kill her? They will naturally offer incentives to win her over when the time comes. Since we're all women, sleeping in the same bed, it won't be too difficult to become a deputy city lord. Jiang Yu summoned the divine Emperor Ziwei and walked down the altar step by step, his aura increasing with each step. When they reached the last step, no one on the field could stand up straight. The crowd lay prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. If Chapter 154 can't be done well, then there's no point in doing it. I am God. Worship the faith, and I will protect you. Those who question will be killed without mercy. Jiang Yu walked up to the girl and gently stroked her hair. The girl raised her head, feigning aloofness, but her heart was already wavering. Tianyu recognized that his master was quite powerful, and the young man was rather handsome. Following him would allow him to be on equal footing with the city lord, which would be even better. When everyone plays cards together, how can we possibly distinguish between high and low status? The girl thought she should remain reserved for a while longer, and the boy would say a few words to comfort her, then take the opportunity to win her over. Isn't that wonderful? Jiang Yu remained silent and offered no words of comfort. He opened his palm and silently pressed a palm thunderbolt into his Baihui point. The girl wanted to resist and admit defeat, but found that she couldn't move a single finger. A lightning bolt struck his palm, and his body was annihilated by the lightning storm. There was no reason. He simply didn't like that face. And she must die. Tianyu felt a pang of heartache. Another S rank had been lost. Couldn't you guys use your brains? Having already demonstrated her strength, she quickly revealed Jiang Yu's identity. She was serving a master whom Tianyu was not someone to be trifled with, yet she insisted on courting death. Master, I'm hungry. They will listen to you. Who's causing trouble? I'll handle it. Tianyu ran over and took Jiang Yu's arm, looking pitiful. If we keep killing, the Wind River will become the Ghost River. Ordinary awakened ones can live or die as they please, but for S-rank awakened ones, every one that dies is one less, and even with resources, they can't recruit them. Everyone knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. These guys should behave themselves for a while. As for the future, the legacy of Revelation Online will be more than enough to kill a few S-rank enemies. Stepping out of the altar's walls, Tianyu approached and asked in a low voice. Master, there is one more thing. No matter what you do with the girls in the inner city, they are all exceptionally beautiful. Do you want to move in right away? The environment in the inner city villas is much better than outside, and the bathtubs are much bigger than those in the bathrooms of villas outside. The divine decree is clearly tempting. Only by clinging tightly to powerful figures can one live a comfortable life. As a queen, one must have a broad perspective. Jiang Yu thought about it, and couldn't find a reason to refuse this kind offer. With the storm subsided and Fenghe's mission concluded, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry regarding Tianpa. Inside the room, Jiang Yu was toying with the Qi Yu Soul crystal in his hand. The spiritual energy contained within it was unsettling, making it an ominous object for him. Recalling the Taoist classics I've read, soul refining is a very common technique, but it's not an easy path. If one is not careful, one will fall into evil ways. In the apocalypse, there is obviously no such concern. The awakened ones kill to obtain energy and seize resources. What if everyone in a world practiced evil cultivation? Then there would be no evil cultivation. Drive the abyss, completely bind the soul crystal, chant the soul summoning incantation, and draw out the soul of Chi-Yu. Instantly, the entire room was filled with endless murderous intent. Outside the villa, Lin Fei, Meng Fan, Tian Yu, and Su Ying formed a circle, with Gu Jiao and Zhu Yan acting as human shields on the innermost side. A miniature cage of flames enveloped the open space. In the very center of the cage lay the mangled remains of Chi-Yu. Even so, Zhang Yu still managed to draw several binding spells on Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's reputation was too great. The titles Lord of War, God of War, King of Julie, and Emperor Chi-Yu all made him a formidable opponent. He felt a chill run down his spine. Who knew how much connection remained between his mutilated body and his soul? He cannot sleep peacefully as long as his soul remains. Once the soul is drawn out, the next step is a long process of refining, using every possible method to erase the consciousness. Chi-Yu's soul sensed the attack and sent out a message to summon his remaining body. Unfortunately, within the spiritual storm of the Abyss Sea, any spiritual energy will be submerged. As the sun rose and set, 3 days passed, and Chi-Yu's soul transformed into pure spiritual energy, driving the Abyss Sea to begin absorbing it. After being completely absorbed, the sixth-order energy moved forward, amounting to the energy of approximately 10 sixth-order crystal cores. Many, yet few. He cursed inwardly. No one's desires are insatiable. Since we cannot cut back on spending, we must instead increase our sources of income. At least one thing the Heavenly Maiden Ba didn't lie about. They are not gods. They were just a group of superhumans who awakened their abilities earlier. Perhaps that meteor's energy far exceeded that of the moon's fall. So what? Over the endless years, most of the energy has already dissipated. Now everyone is on the same starting line. Their advantage is simply that they have more and stronger superpowers. No matter how many there are, can they possibly exceed 10,000 Taoist techniques? Before his rebirth, during the more than 10 years of the apocalypse, he had heard of very few beings like the Heavenly Maiden Ba. Although we don't know what happened back then or who purged that group of awakened individuals, one thing is certain. Almost none of them survived. 3 days later, in the living room of a villa in the inner city of Fenghe, Tianyu has regained most of its power, and since she is Ren Li's biological daughter, she faces far less resistance than Chun Wei did at the time. Zhang Yu sat on the sofa drinking tea. He hadn't learned a thing or two about his master's Taoist heart, but he had certainly mastered the essence of his master's quirks. Tianyu stood by his side, serving him tea and water, completely obedient. I'm leaving today, and you still have a test to complete, Zhang Yu said casually. Tianyu listened with a wronged expression. Test? Master, am I not doing enough? The girl recalled what she had learned over the past few days. She had really tried her best to learn, and teacher Mengfan taught her well. She's doing quite well in her studies. The rest are really just due to a lack of proficiency. Zhang Yu had no idea what she was thinking and continued speaking. I'll clean up Beihui before I leave. You'll have to figure out how to swallow Beihui up yourself. I'll stop by when I get back from Chang'an. If you don't do a good job, I will completely clear out the upper floors of both shelters. The hand that was pouring tea in Tianyu trembled slightly, and the word completely was clearly heard. The meaning is clear. If you can't do it well, then don't bother doing it at all. The master naturally wouldn't kill her. However, from now on, you can only be a pure toy, and you can forget about getting any power. Master, there are currently 4 S-rank cultivators in the Fenghe region, at least 10 in the Beihui region, and the Yao family patriarch is rumored to have far surpassed S-rank. I'm afraid. The girl's voice grew softer and softer. You don't need to worry. Beihui doesn't have a single S-class. Zhang Yu smiled and slammed his teacup shut. Chapter 155. If you can't even give birth to a pretty little daughter, you're just wasting food by living. On the highway, the armored vehicle headed towards Beihui City, with only Lin Fei inside. Reluctantly, Meng Fan took Su Ying and Xiao Lu and returned to Qin Island first, as someone needed to go back and appease Tian Nuba. Without Chi-Yu's soul, it would be difficult to complete the task with the soul crystal. Remembering the fate of the underworld god Acha, Zhang Yu came up with a foolproof plan. Chang'an is a place I must visit at least once. They went to retrieve a powerful, ancient soul, sealed it within a crystal, and used it to deceive the world. As for the aura, he had other methods. People should read more books. The scriptures and Taoist teachings that I was forced to read by my master since childhood are now ingrained in my mind, readily available for use. Fei Fei, now it's your battlefield. Fight your way through Bei Huai for me. No one who resists will be spared. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Lin Fei, who was driving. She was the most suitable person to handle the murder. Master, I'm not good at chopping vegetables, but I'll definitely not let you down when it comes to the task of chopping people. His chest bulged with an arrogant smile, and a sharp, metallic aura surged forth. The girl gazed intently. The zombies on the road were pulverized by the energy from a great distance, turning into a pile of minced meat. Not even bones were left. That fat blob of a man from the Yao family in Bei Huai can't even give birth to a pretty little daughter. He's just a waste of food to be alive. Bei Huai shelter, a street market, a small clinic. Calling it a clinic is a stretch. It's just a small house facing the street, about 20 square meters, with 2 rooms, one inside and one outside. A copper bell hangs on the door, its golden light shining brightly, and it makes a clear and pleasant sound when the door is opened and closed. The small size of the area isn't the main issue. The main issue is the lack of medicine. On the table, there was only one bottle of medicinal wine, with several herbs soaking in the glass bottle. There wasn't a single bottle of finished medicine. Currently, finished drugs are a luxury. One antibiotic is enough to exchange for a 4th-level crystal core. Low-level awakened individuals cannot fight against all bacteria and viruses. Even so, the medicine's effectiveness continued to decline. Under the combined radiation of nuclear wastewater and lunar fallout dust, coupled with artificial cultivation in the laboratory, viruses and bacteria are also evolving. Indeed, only human desires can destroy humanity. Inside the clinic, the girl bent over to treat the wounds of the injured awakened one. Even with a mask on, her beauty was still evident. Those who are awakened and cannot even be afforded by therapists are undoubtedly at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Not everyone is lucky. Even with a D-level superpower, one still has the ability to carry around a healer who can recharge. The man's wound was blackish gray, and the blood flowing out was like ink. The girl's hand swept across the wound, and light flowed as the wound gradually turned bright red. Without anesthesia, the man held a towel in his mouth while the girl sewed the wound stitch by stitch. The man gritted his teeth and endured it, letting out low, whimpering growls. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. A dozen minutes later, the wound was stitched up using ordinary silk thread. Even after the stitches are removed, it won't feel good. Okay, remember not to get it wet, don't exert yourself, and eat plenty of food until it heals. The girl habitually gave instructions, stopping halfway through her sentence. It's the apocalypse now, there's not much food to eat. Ing Sin I, the burly man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to begin. He didn't have a single crystal core in his pocket, nor could he take out any food. Take good care of your injury, we'll settle things next time. I won't miss your little bit of food. With your recklessness, we'll meet again very soon. The girl smiled, deliberately making it sound easy. The man was a regular at the clinic, possessed a D-level shield and armor, and had supernatural defensive abilities. Getting injured was commonplace for him. I'll make it up to you once I'm healed, the man said, then left in shame. Thinking about what I would experience after the apocalypse, I felt a mix of emotions. For a grown man to have fallen to this state, I'd rather be dead. He used to be a graduate of a prestigious university, working for a Fortune 500 company, and an IT elite earning millions a year. Now he's living a life worse than a dog. Ingson sighed and went into the inner room. In the corner of the room, on a bunk bed with iron frames, a boy of about 10 years old was sleeping soundly. The girl took off her mask and wiped the sweat from her face, revealing herself to be the naked girl in the taro flower sinkhole. After surviving her near-death experience, she resigned from her job with the search team. His superpowers are too weak, he's a burden to the team, but no one complains that he can bandage and clean wounds. She was just really scared. In the dead of night, I always feel like I'm still in the sinkhole, and I hear the hallucinations of zombies howling in my ears from time to time. I woke up from the dream and couldn't help but hide under the table, burying myself in the clutter. It's as if the konjac flower might spray poison at any moment. Post-traumatic stress disorder made her increasingly timid, and she would be terrified and lose her composure even when faced with ordinary zombies. If we don't leave the search team soon, we'll die in the mouths of zombies sooner or later. The only glimmer of hope was that whenever she had no way out in her dreams, the godlike figure of the boy would always offer her a sliver of comfort. In her dream, in the sinkhole, the boy did not reject her. Sadly, I always wake up at the most beautiful moment, just a hair's breadth away. How wonderful it would be to see the boy again. Ingsin shook her head, clearing her mind of the jumbled thoughts. The boy was definitely an S-class existence. People from the lower class like her only dare to dream about it. Her appearance isn't exactly stunning, and her superpowers aren't even as good as a D-rank healing ability, which S-rank would give her a second glance. After washing the blood off her hands, Ingsin felt a little weak. There wasn't enough food, and her younger brother was at the age where he was growing, so she ate very little at each meal. Overuse of superpowers, without replenishment of energy, has led to mental exhaustion. 9 out of 10 awakened individuals who come here to have their wounds treated are so poor they can't even afford to eat, and the consultation fees they can pay are very limited. Once you have accumulated a little bit of strength, you will naturally seek out a therapist. If we could get that bag of crystal cores, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Each person could get at least dozens of third-tier crystal cores, which would be a huge sum of money. That day, they escaped from the sinkhole, and the crystal core was kept by the strongest level awakened in the group. As night fell, while resting in a residential building, the man volunteered to take on the task of keeping watch for the rest of the night. And that was it. Ingsin was just about to sit down and rest for a while when she heard the doorbell ring outside. It sounded like there were many people, and the noise gave her a headache. I glanced at my sleeping brother and felt a little comforted. I dragged my tired body to continue working. Outside the clinic, a gaunt man in a floral shirt, smoking a cigarette, walked in with several henchmen carrying a stretcher behind him. Bang! The stretcher was thrown heavily to the ground. After Chapter 156, I'll take care of you. The gaunt man exhaled a puff of smoke toward Ingsin. The girl frowned. It was obvious she was there to cause trouble. Quack doctor. Everyone come and take a look. This is an illegal clinic. The people lying on the ground are my beloved family and friends, my brothers and sisters, who were only scratched by a mutated rat. He died, just like that. My brother has elderly parents and young children to support. How are they supposed to survive? His underlings opened the door, and the gaunt man roared loudly, attracting a growing crowd of onlookers. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. So it really is a shady business. I knew it. There's no such thing as free treatment. If someone dies from the treatment, how could it be fake? I got my wound bandaged here last time, and look, it still hurts. I couldn't find anything to eat that day, and she didn't take anything from me. I even thanked her profusely. Ingsin listened to everyone's words, her face turning pale. How can people be like this? No one would help her. She had to save herself. She bent down to examine the deceased and recognized him. I came in yesterday to have my wound bandaged. The injury was very minor. It was just a simple scratch on my arm from sharp claws. At this moment, the corpse's chest was caved in. The victim's fatal wound was a chest impact, broken ribs, and a puncture wound to the heart. She is self-aware and never treats seriously injured patients. I only treat external injuries. He died from a broken rib, which is not my responsibility. He was perfectly fine when he left yesterday, without even any signs of rigor mortis, so he must have just died. You can't accuse someone falsely. Ingsin felt afraid as the gaunt man stared at her. Her fighting ability was almost zero. What good are the rules of a sanctuary? By the time the guards arrive, the bodies will be cold. There were very few guards in the slums. Aside from major crimes like murder, arson, robbery, and rape, it's basically just for show. You mean I'm framing you? The gaunt man pressed his palm against the examination table, which was made of iron and was now shattered. Ingsin was so frightened she didn't know what to do. I didn't mean that. It might be from his injury today, The gaunt man, not wanting her to continue, picked up the iron box on the table and smashed it against Ingsin. Several thermometers were broken on the ground. Hey guys, smash up this shop first. Teach that little bitch a lesson. Upon hearing this, several henchmen swarmed forward. The little boy sleeping in the inner room was woken up, rubbed his eyes and came out, only to be scolded back by her. The boy dared not disobey his sister, so he hid in the inner room and looked at the man's thin and withered face, his palms shrouded in black mist. A strand of black silk silently imprinted itself into the man's body. Ingsin didn't dare stop the group from smashing things, since there was nothing of value in it anyway. She propped herself up on her arms, using her body to block the inner door, her full breasts pushing her clothes high. The gaunt man scrutinized him with keen interest, his gaze naked and piercing. My brother died, and we brothers are heartbroken. Even orphans and widows need to eat. We'll give you two choices, either pay us back or move out and give us the store. Ingsin then realized that they had come for the store. She bought this shop with her savings from months of hard work and risking her life. She and her younger brother depended on it to survive. We absolutely cannot hand it over. How much? The word money now refers to crystal nuclei, not waste paper. The gaunt man held up 3 fingers, 20 tier, 3 crystal cores. Of course, I'll give you a discount on 4th tier crystal cores, 3 of them. Ingsin's face was ashen. The price was exactly what the shop owner was looking for, and the other party had clearly come prepared. But I'm not a heartless person, so why don't you keep us company for a few days? I can reduce the amount of fun for you when I get tired of it. 10% off. How impressive. The gaunt man lifted the girl's chin and ripped off her mask. The girl's eyes were red with humiliation, and she dared not talk back. Inside the room, several people burst into laughter. The crowd watching the commotion outside laughed even louder. I don't know if the apocalypse has warped people's hearts, or if this is just human nature. The end times are simply the unleashing of the evil in people's hearts. Ingsin was forced to take 2 steps back, tears welling up in her eyes. I really don't have any money. You can't do this to me. Protecting all laws. The gaunt man chuckled. Law. On this street, I am the law. They don't even understand the rules, yet they dare to open a shop on the street. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Today, your older brothers will teach you a lesson. The gaunt man guarding the market street wasn't afraid at all. The squad leader in charge of the market street was his cousin. One was in black and the other in white. Life was going very well. Crystal nuclei, food, and women delivered to your door. You can't stop them. Ingsin was unlucky. The shop was targeted by someone shortly after she bought it. That person approached the squad leader, wanting to take it over, and offered conditions that were hard to refuse. The dirty work naturally fell into the hands of the gaunt man. Just then, a patrolling guard passed by, and the gaunt man caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye, startling him. Outside was the shelter's own patrol team, not his brother's squad. He cursed under his breath, thinking how he always seemed to run into bad luck. 3 days. Either pay up or hand over the store lease. The little baby in the house is quite cute. The rats in the sewer would definitely love him. It's dark and the roads are slippery. It's hard to say what might happen if a child isn't careful. Hey guys, let's go. The gaunt man stared at the girl's full breasts, feeling a pang of reluctance, but reason ultimately prevailed over desire. He could swagger around in the market street where the poor gathered, but outside that street, he wasn't even worth a dog. Having self-awareness can help you live longer. The man waved, and several men carried the body away, carefully avoiding the patrol team. Inside the room, the little boy stared intently at the departing figure of the gaunt man, his gaze icy. Seeing the group leave, Ingsin collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly weak. The little boy quickly helped his sister up. Xiaocan, your sister is useless. She can't even earn enough to eat. Even the shop is doomed. Ingsin hugged her younger brother, unable to hold back her grievances any longer, and tears streamed down her face. She didn't want to be weak, and she wanted to put her younger brother at ease. But life is so tiring. I'm so tired I feel hopeless. They work from dawn till dusk, and after a bite to eat, there's nothing left. Most of the time, they couldn't even get enough to eat. When his sister felt a little better, the boy washed a hot towel and handed it to her. Sister, I'm 12 years old. I have superpowers, and I'll be able to join a team in a few years. From now on, I'll take care of you. Okay, I'll wait for you, sister. Ingsin held back her tears, smiled, and patted the boy's head. Yes, my little brother will grow up eventually. Ingsin was absent-minded all day, and the boy felt heartbroken seeing this. The next day, the girl was even more dazed, and she kept bumping into walls while walking. The boy took out a bottle of medicine and rubbed his sister's forehead. The medicine for treating heart ailments is homemade, made from several herbs that disperse blood stasis and stop bleeding. Soaking them in alcohol enhances the effect. Alcohol is now a luxury item. Soaking medicinal herbs can only be done with water, but fortunately rainwater is still free. On rainy days, put a few extra basins in the yard. Even if you use them sparingly, they'll be enough. The bottle of medicine on the table is the only thing in the clinic that can be considered medicine. The boy's eyes gradually hardened, and he could no longer hold back. His sister was his life. The sky was deep. It was already midnight. Ingsin was trapped in a nightmare and couldn't break free, muttering incoherent ramblings in her sleep. She was sleeping on the top bunk of the iron bed. The lower bunk is empty. Chapter 157, saying no with your mouth, but your body says yes. In the alleyways of the market street, the boy crept along the wall, sheltering all curfews except for the war bands, guards, and a portion of the privileged class. No one is allowed to go out at night. The market street is located in an old residential area, consisting entirely of buildings constructed decades ago. The drainage is extremely poor, and even a little rain can cause waterlogging. The rampant mosquitoes are driving people crazy. Unless something serious happens, The guards responsible for protecting the market street will not go out on patrol. The Beihui shelter has a very clear policy for the lower classes. Live, work more, consume less, kill those who cause trouble. Who is right and who is wrong is not important. Nobody cares. A figure appeared outside the window, and the firelight inside illuminated a young face. It was the boy named Xiaoqin from the clinic. Li Can, Tier 3, Dark Ability, Unranked Ability. Reaching the 3rd rank at the age of 11 is no easy feat, but unfortunately, his superpower has no levels, so he doesn't have much offensive power when entering the city for inspection. The verification department determined it to be a general superpower with an intensity level of C. A C grade is a pretty good result. After turning 15, you can join a collection team and make a living. Listen closely. The people in the room are fast asleep. The boy climbs through the window. A short while later, a muffled groan came from inside. Then came the continuous, gurgling sound. Half an hour later, Leakin left, and a small red stream flowed out from the crack in the door. The boy disappeared into the darkness, his eyes remaining completely still. There was neither fear nor excitement. At daybreak, a residential building next to the Market Street Management Office. A blood-curdling scream rang out as a grown man, covered in blood, ran out of the room. He ran a few steps, then fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he crawled away on all fours. His face was contorted in a grimace, as if he had seen a ghost. Before long, the Market Street guard captain arrived with his men, looking at the messenger with undisguised contempt. A rat is a rat. It's not fit for polite society. He was so terrified by a corpse that he wouldn't have bothered coming over himself if it weren't for the fact that it was his cousin who had died. These dogs are everywhere. If one dies, you can just find another one. The captain stepped into the room, and the scene before him almost made him vomit. Just thinking about it. Do I really have to turn into a dog? Lying in the room was his cousin, whose ugly face with skin growing out of his bones was easy to recognize. At this moment, he was cut into pieces, and there were signs of corrosion in the wounds. The person who did it was ruthless and perverted. They were definitely a demon. He had seen many body parts before, so he wouldn't lose his composure, but this body part was very different. The man's emaciated body was divided into dozens of pieces, his legs were broken, and his bones were reassembled into the shape of a dog. A dog leash was tied around its neck, with the other end attached to a chandelier overhead. The dog leash was the corpse's intestines. The heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were all dug out and arranged in a circle on the ground, soaking in dark red blood. On the wall, a blood-red graffiti-covered ghost face grinned menacingly, sticking out its tongue, sending chills down one's spine. With just a few strokes, he is a truly masterful artist. The ghost face's tongue is a real tongue. It was the first time he had realized that a human tongue could be so long when it was pulled out. Looking at the artwork before me, I couldn't help but realize that I was still too young. Vomit. A demon has infiltrated the shelter. This is no small matter. We must send someone to report it immediately. It wasn't until the next day that someone from higher up came, which shows how much importance was attached to the Market Street. 2 girls arrived, around 18 or 19 years old, pretty and dressed very elegantly. In the apocalypse, an unspoken rule is that the more refined and clean your clothes are, the higher your status and power. The captain dared not neglect his duties and served him carefully from behind, not daring to raise his head. Who knows which big shot these 2 girls are? In Beihui, he was nothing more than a nobody. The girl in the white shirt pinched her nose, seemingly someone who had seen a lot, showing disgust for the corpse, but not fear. The girl in the black off-shoulder dress was even more ruthless, directly touching and manipulating the body parts. Sister Ling, it's dark energy. The residual scent is very faint. The girl in the white shirt frowned, her eyes gleaming. Upon hearing this, the girl in the black off-shoulder dress dipped her finger in blood, put it in her mouth, closed her eyes, and had a slightly intoxicated expression. The captain glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and almost vomited again. Fresh blood is not clean. It's mixed with excrement and urine, and after fermenting for a day and a night, it smells nauseating. Xiaoqing, you go for energy, I'll go for flavor. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll buy you the weapon you want, the girl called Sister Ling said with a sly smile. Xiaoqing looked wary. What are we betting on? I don't eat those disgusting things. You're trying to trick me again. The girl in black leaned on Xiaoqing's shoulder and whispered something in her ear, making Xiaoqing's face flush red. Tu Ling, you perverted bastard. I'll break off all ties with you sooner or later. I'm telling you this now. You'll never find a man in your entire life. Even a dog wouldn't want to have sex with you. Xiaoqing spoke through gritted teeth, then kicked off with both legs, her body transforming into an arrow shot from a bow. disappearing into the distance. Why? That little girl just can't keep her composure. If speed is all it takes, what's the point of having a brain? The girl in black wasn't in a hurry to track them down. She carefully examined the body parts, not using swords or other sharp tools, but pure dark energy to cut them apart. It is both very solid and very weak, a contradiction. Aside from a few deliberately obscured footprints, no further clues could be found. He turned to look at the squad leader, his hands covered in blood, and gently pulled down half of the shoulder strap, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you want to have sex with me? Squad leader. I didn't see anything. I dare not think about such things. The squad leader was so frightened by the girl that he almost left the room. Let her be as lewd as she wants. The owner behind her won't reason with a mouse. The girl in black reached out to wipe the blood from her hands onto his body. The squad leader dared not dodge, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. The girl's hand brushed against his body, and the image of surging waves crashing against his brain made him involuntarily raise his head. You say no, but your body says yes. You say I'm unwanted? How could a little girl like you possibly understand how good my sister is to me? After saying that, the girl in black turned and left, pondering whether she really should find a man. That brat mocked her more than once, saying she was a pervert no one wanted. Tu Ling, a level superpower, pollution. Curse-type abilities have an irrational fondness for filth and are absolutely countered by healing and support abilities. It ignores poison and the curse of decay, and can even consume zombies to gain energy, while also dispelling buffs and preventing healing. A top-tier A-level support player. Chu Qing possesses A-level speed and C-level perception abilities. The literal meaning is not explained. Not far from the room where the incident occurred, Xiao Qing was seen standing at the crossroads with a puzzled look on her face, the dark energy disappearing completely. Turning the corner, everything was spotless. She began to suspect that the aura she had been tracking was just a deliberate illusion left behind by the other party. Tu Ling took a deep breath, her eyes glazed over, and she fell into a state of complete absorption. The chaotic smells around me filled my nostrils, and after being broken down by energy, they were reflected in my mind one by one. His gaze finally settled on a pool of sewage in the corner, radiating confidence. He reached out and pinched Xiao Qing's pretty cheek. It was so smooth and tender that he couldn't bear to let it go. Tonight will definitely be unforgettable. Chapter 158. You don't need to worry about her. She'd even eat shit. Little girl, just admit defeat. You know your older sister is the gentlest. It won't hurt you. Tu Ling said softly, her eyes sparkling. Dream on, you're just talking a good game. I won't let you get away with it. Don't even think about touching me again. After Xiao Qing finished speaking, her spiritual energy spread out, covering an area of several hundred meters. Far exceeding the limits of sea-level perception, the energy within his body surged forth uncontrollably. Don't overwork yourself. Everyone says you can't handle it. The murderer is very cunning, but unfortunately, he was too unlucky. The thing you were tracking was right there. Tu Ling pointed to the rat that had been trampled flat in the sewage next to the manhole cover. It had become a flat rat carcass, covered with flies. If the murderer is lucky, he might be able to toy with them for a long time. The sewers are a complex network, with many sections inaccessible to humans, making it no easy task to find even a single rat. Xiao Qing, exhausted, resignedly followed behind, feeling utterly hopeless. Tu Ling lifted the mouse by the tail and examined it closely. Any contact would leave a mark. He prayed silently in his heart. The murderer must have caught the rat by hand. I held the rat pellet to my nose and inhaled the smell, as a complex array of pollutants came to mind. Feces, sludge, vomit, human and rat blood, fly excrement, sweat, male and female genitalia, herbs. Herbs. The taste was very mild, and Tu Ling was confident that she wouldn't make a mistake. The mixed taste of several herbs was milder than other flavors on the rat carcass. The perpetrator was most likely injured. The girl stuck out her tongue and gently licked the rat slices. Several finger marks flashed through her mind, and the scent of herbs was arranged in the shape of finger marks. Xiao Qing's eyes twitched when she saw the scene before her. What kind of man would be so frightened by that mouth? What good is being pretty? Xiao Qing, let's go. Remember to come to my house tonight. I'll cook you something delicious. With a target in mind, Tu Ling's nose, sharper than a dog's, followed the scent and headed into the distance. I was puzzled. Why are people using herbal remedies instead of therapists? How could she possibly know what kind of life the survivors at the bottom of society lived? Not only poverty, but wealth can also limit imagination. Can I bring my own lunch? Xiao Qing asked pitifully. There's no escaping it, but eating is absolutely out of the question, no discussion. She couldn't be sure what she was actually eating. What do you think? Tu Ling pulled her close and gave her a big kiss. Xiao Qing felt weak and couldn't dodge, so she resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes. Damn it, the girl's breath smelled sweet, and it wasn't contaminated by anything dirty. I sighed. People really can't stay single for too long. It's easy to become abnormal. Inside the clinic, Ingsen was still treating the injured awakened individuals, but unlike usual, she kept the curtains drawn. The patient was a girl with a large bruise on her chest and clearly visible finger marks. His waist, back, and buttocks were also covered in bruises. Ingsen was as careful as possible. The slightest touch caused the girl to groan in pain. The injured girl had no energy in her body and was not an awakened being. Ingsen had a bowl next to her. She dipped her hand into the pale yellow liquid in the bowl and gently massaged the girl. In areas with severe blood stasis, it is necessary to apply more force, otherwise it will be difficult to dispel the stasis. The girl bit down on the towel, trying to endure the pain. The sheets beneath her were already soaked with sweat. A hint of sympathy flashed in Ingsen's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. If your own life is a mess, how can you have the right to sympathize with others? A body full of injuries, but a bag of dried biscuits in return, it's all worth it. I don't have any crystal cores. Can I pay for the consultation with a dried biscuit? After the massage, the girl stood up and put on her clothes. Every slight movement was difficult. Ingsen helped her put on her clothes and carefully buttoned them up. The injured girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, innocent and adorable. Life shouldn't be like this. Okay, one pancake will do. I made the medicine myself, it's not worth much. Ingsen didn't even look up and ripped off the soaked bed sheet. You don't need to pity me. I can support myself. I was outside the clinic the day they vandalized it. What are you going to do now? Hand over the shop? The girl took out 3 dried biscuits and placed them on the table. The rest would be enough for her to eat for several days. I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. At least I still have superpowers. If all else fails, I can just rejoin the collection team. I'm pretty lucky. I've survived several attempts. Ingsen's smile was forced, her future uncertain. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she couldn't die. Her younger brother couldn't survive alone. The girl hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't help but speak up. If that doesn't work, go find the Market Street management team leader. You're so beautiful, and you're an awakened one. Perhaps there's room for negotiation. Don't be angry. You know I'm a prostitute, and I have a foul mouth. The girl wanted to help her, as she was often injured by others, and Ingsen would only symbolically charge a small consultation fee each time. She's just cheap, not heartless. All right, who would blame you? Just surviving in this world is an achievement. No one is more noble than anyone else. I'll think about it carefully. Ingsen saw the girl out, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Do we really have to take this step? Ding dong. Someone else came in, and Ingsen opened her eyes, taking a while to react. The 2 girls who came in were too clean and too refined, out of place in the Market Street. Her clothes were neat, her hair was smooth, and her skin was fair and plump, without a trace of worldly dust. It was Tu Ling and Chu Qing who arrived. Ingsen dared not delay and quickly got up. What can I do for you two? I'm not a healer. I can only purify. Tu Ling waved her hand to stop her chatter. Seeing the glass bottle on the table, I bent down to get closer and smelled it carefully, and my eyes lit up. We belong to the enforcement team. I'm here to find an injured person who received treatment from you. Think it through before you speak. You should know that the enforcement team has the power of execution. After Tu Ling finished speaking, she poured out a glass of medicine, took a sip, and found the drink to be refreshingly cool and tasted quite good. It tastes a bit like herbal tea. This isn't for drinking. Ingsen quickly dissuaded him. If the law enforcement officers get drunk, her body will be dismembered. You don't need to worry about her. She'd even eat shit. The person we're looking for is at least level 5, has dark powers, and has used your potion. That's all the information we have for now. Xiaoqing summarized the clues she had gathered. Ingsen quickly shook her head. 5th tier. Anyone with even a little bit of strength wouldn't come here. Most of the patients who come here are awakened people below the 3rd level or ordinary people. There are no 4th level awakened people. Tu Ling stared into Ing Xian's eyes, knowing she wasn't lying, and took out a photo to ask. Someone died in the Market Street. Do you recognize him? Ingsen took the photo and froze. I've seen him. He caused trouble here a few days ago. He's dead. Tu Ling didn't answer, and with a mischievous grin, she took out a second photo and placed it on top of the headshot. Vomit. Ingsen's reaction was straightforward. Well, another wasted effort. The little girl's reaction didn't lie to her. I suspect this guy killed another injured guy before he killed this one, and his hands were probably covered in medicine. Tu Ling stood at the shop entrance, facing the wind and smelling the scent in the air. He frowned. Chapter 159 Dark Emperor, Mountain Fire. Business is good, the whole street smells like this. Help me think of why the killer's hands are covered in medicine. His dark energy is not weak. He wouldn't need to get close to kill a small fry. If you can't prove your innocence, I don't mind using you as a scapegoat. Tu Ling was just trying to scare her. She didn't have the guts to use purification to cover up the darkness. A corpse is not enough to explain the situation. If she fails to catch the culprit, she'll at most have her salary docked. But if she takes the reward money and the killer commits another crime, she'll suffer a terrible fate. Dark energy? Ingsin's heart skipped a beat, but she managed to cover it up without making a sound. She already had a bad feeling. First, stir things up. We can figure out the rest later. I'm just a nurse, not even a doctor. I'm just saying, you can listen to whatever you want. Ingsin became increasingly careful with her words. The fear was half real and half acted. Tu Ling's gaze fell on the girl, somewhat annoyed by her timidity. She brushed her hand across the doorknob, corroding the alloy handle into dust. I don't want to hear nonsense. Tell me everything you know. Ingsin was so scared she almost cried. This time she really wasn't faking it. I often see some girls. They live by selling their bodies. The girl sniffed, held back her tears, and continued speaking. Sometimes I get badly injured by customers. There are many girls in the market street, and they are the ones who use 70% of the potions. The killer frequented the area. It will leave a residue. Is there anything else? Tu Ling leaned closer and licked the tears off her cheek with her tongue. He looked very pleased. Ingsin was so frightened that she dared not move. It's gone, really gone. I've told you everything I know. After hearing this, the two girls on the law enforcement team exchanged a glance. Finding the murderer was like finding a needle in a haystack. It will be difficult to deliver. After the two left, Ingsin forced herself to pull the roller shutter door shut, plunging the room into darkness. She huddled in the corner, hugging her knees, her body trembling violently. It took me a very long time to recover. Upon entering the inner room, I found my younger brother fast asleep on the bed. Stop pretending, he's gone. I told you to endure it, endure it. As long as you don't die, you have to endure it. What you up to? You will die? Leekin opened his eyes and sat up. His gaze was no longer tinged with childishness. He didn't speak, but knelt down quietly. Ingsin slapped him once, then again, and slapped him 5 times before stopping. Why didn't you move aside? Are you stupid? She was the one who slapped him, and seeing the finger marks, she was the one who felt sorry for him. Sister, even if you kill me, I won't run away. You know that, Leekin said with a smile. Ingsin touched the finger marks and couldn't help but shed tears. I told you, go and do it, don't miss a single thing. Did you hear me? Leekin nodded. He never questioned what his sister said. Go find a corpse, one that is about your height and build. I only want the body. A barrel of gasoline. I know you have a way, so try not to use your powers anymore. They must be used. No survivors can be left. No matter who it is, whether you know them or not. ASAP. Leekin stood up, feeling somewhat reluctant. He knew what his sister was going to do. Sister, do you hate me? Ingsin patted his shoulder. The child was so small, yet he was almost as tall as her. I wonder if I'll recognize you next time we meet. Don't be silly. I know you care about me the most. Go quickly. In the early hours of the morning, a fire broke out in the market street, originating from a pancake shop that was backed by the clinic. The fire killed more than a dozen people, including a little boy who lived with his sister in the clinic and was burned alive. Ingsin tried to rush in several times, but was held back by several patients who had received her kindness. She cried until she fainted. Fires in slums are commonplace, and not even a single bubble can be seen. By the time the firefighters arrived, the fire had spread to more than a dozen shops. One person is killed, and a street catches fire. The separation of a brother and sister, life and death, are trivial matters. Many small fluctuations come together, and the wheels of history are propelled forward. Dark Emperor Mountain Fire, from this moment on, officially steps onto the stage of the apocalypse. Unsurprisingly, the first city he slaughtered was Beihui. In the shadows of the street, Tu Ling stared silently at the firelight, with Xiaoqing beside her. Xiaoqing, the fire came just in time. Its timing is suspicious. You mean someone is preventing us from investigating? Xiaoqing frowned. She wasn't good at putting out fires, nor was she interested in being sentimental. Let's go. That's just how people are. They'll do a lot of stupid things to eliminate their fear. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. The following morning, at the Market Street Management Office, in front of Tu Ling were the names and documents of all the victims of the fire. Of the 17 people, 2 were awakened. Xia Huan, superpower level D, armored. Li Kan, Level C superpower, darkness. On the highway a dozen miles outside Beihua City, Ingsen was stopped by someone. She smiled helplessly. It happened faster than she expected. She was carrying a bamboo basket full of herbs, which didn't seem like she was running away. Why? Killing a rat is nothing. It's a small matter. With your brother's talent, no one will investigate. Tu Ling asked the question that had been on her mind. It was just a disgusting rat that died. With sea-level strength, it wasn't even qualified to be a dog guarding the house. There's no reason why. I had my brother kill the people, and I burned my brother to death too. A life for a life. I guess I've helped you solve your problem. Is there anything else? Ingsen was about to leave after she finished speaking when Tu Ling stopped her again. I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 months ago. Lu Ning, the only son of the internal affairs supervisor, was killed in the woods outside the city. The murderer was also a dark force. They were also dismembered. That case wasn't my responsibility. Should I check it out? Tu Ling's eyes were sharper than a venomous snake's. You can choose to say it now, or you can choose to say it when you're in the water dungeon and on your last breath. I don't understand what you're saying. Ingsen's eyes darted away as she was exposed. She never intended to escape. She only left the city to gather some medicinal herbs. The only son of the internal affairs supervisor was indeed killed by Li Kan. That day, also in the suburbs, Ingsen and her brother ran into Lu Ning. He seemed to be in a bad mood and needed to vent his anger. Lu Ning had no qualms about seeing Ingsen. He could play with her and then kill her without any consequences. The zombies will naturally help him clean up. Li Kan stepped forward to stop him, but was kicked away and left dead. Before Lu Ning could even take off all his clothes, his body was sliced to pieces by black lines. Li Kan's superpowers grew extremely quickly. He was only at level C during the test, but by the time he killed Lu Ning, he was close to level A. She had no intention of living. She only stayed to buy time for her brother to escape. She never expected the woman in front of her to be so cunning and intelligent. Dark energy is very common, just like elemental energy and light energy. You shouldn't have started the fire. If you hadn't done anything, I wouldn't have suspected you. Who would believe that a 12-year-old C-level superpowered child could kill 2 B-level awakened individuals? After Tu Ling finished speaking, she paid no attention to Ing Xian's sophistry. Her task was complete. Interrogation is not her specialty. The personal connections of the internal affairs supervisor will never disappoint. Tu Ling activated her energy, binding Ing Xian's body with a shackle. Click! He took out the collar and fastened it around Ingsen's neck, as if she were walking a dog. So be it, at least my brother escaped. Ingsen resigned herself to her fate and left. The next moment, energy surged in the air, and the girl was sent flying straight away, only managing to regain her footing more than 10 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. Chapter 160, I'm going to kill Yao Jin. It was Tu Ling who flew out. Even with Xiao Qin's A-level speed ability, she didn't have time to react. I need someone to show me the way. Who's interested? As the energy dissipated, a woman's voice rang out, clear and pleasant. Ingsen turned around and looked into the distance, her expression dreamy. Is she hallucinating again? The face in front of her has appeared in her dreams more than once. He pinched my arm hard. It hurts. It's you, Ingsen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fei never makes a move without warning. Her signature move is to intimidate others with her strength before speaking. Communication requires time, but overwhelming power can infinitely shorten the cost of communication. Today's purpose is to kill, so there's no need to be polite. Jiang Yu had just gotten out of the car when he heard the explosion. His gaze fell on the girl, and she seemed somewhat familiar. Seeing the boy's puzzled expression, Ingsen knew without a doubt that he had long forgotten. Left with no other choice, he activated his purification ability. Seeing the sparkling, glittering stars on the girl's body, I suddenly understood. I almost didn't recognize her after she put on her clothes. Master, have you played with this before? Next time I'll definitely ask clearly before I act. Lin Fei's words made Jiang Yu's figure sway, and the destructive power was comparable to the full-force blow of an inheritor. Every time Lin Fei sat down in the gaming chair during a game, she felt this same deep sense of powerlessness. The chair couldn't help but groan. Fei, have you read the book Meng Fan gave you? Jiang Yu waved his hand, and the binding energy on Ingsen dissipated. Book? Lin Fei remembered that this had happened. As for those books, she flipped through a few pages and found the text to be as soft as dough. It's so painful to watch. Master, I have studied all the knowledge you have taught me diligently. I really can't stand reading those books. Is there a more direct way? Preferably with pictures. Lin Fei looked aggrieved. It's just learning some knowledge, isn't it? Why bother with this? The master knows a lot, and Meng Fan is also a mentor-level teacher. She feels that she is quite cooperative during each exam. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples, feeling even more powerless. Oh well, there are plenty of gentle pets. One more won't make a difference. Let her be. The reason for choosing mind control techniques over Taoist methods that would have a greater impact on the mind was to allow them to retain their individual personalities. It's not worth keeping a bunch of numb puppets. It's disgusting to look at. On the other side, Xiao Qing helped Tu Ling up, watching the two of them warily. Unable to figure out their background, she dared not make a move. The girl who made the move was at the 6th level and killed Tu Ling in one move. But now she was sitting next to the boy with her head down, being scolded. She was more obedient than the dog she kept at home. What's your name? Jiang Yu rummaged through the bamboo basket on Ingsen's back, which contained only simple herbs for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. My interest immediately waned. Ingsen, thank you for saving me last time. And this time too, Ingsen said, then lowered her head in embarrassment. Why was it always so awkward when they met? Last time I wasn't wearing any clothes. This time I'm being led around like a dog. It would be a miracle if it could make someone like you. The girl closed her eyes in despair. Her life was shrouded in darkness. You three are playing pretty weird games, Jiang Yu asked with interest, examining the dog leash and collar. She knew the strength of the boy in front of her very well. He was her only chance to survive. Are you interested in getting a pet? I can find food myself. With a flushed face, Ingsen boldly handed the rope to the boy and then spoke. I know Beihui very well. I owe you 2 lives. It would be a loss not to collect the debt. She had heard patients describe the scene inside the Beihui water prison. Those who went in rarely came out unscathed. It's lucky that a few missing parts survived. The patient we treated had no fingernails or toenails. One eye was fake, and he was a burly man who was 1.8 meters tall. He would tremble with fear at the slightest noise. Compared to seeing her younger brother again, the shame and grievances were insignificant. What about them? Kill them. Or should we play around first, and then kill each other? Lin Fei rubbed her hands together, her aura fully unleashed, locking onto the two with her murderous intent, making it difficult for them to even breathe. She prefers hands-on experience to reading. Ingsen, how many years of schooling have you had? Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. Ingsen quickly started promoting herself. Before the apocalypse, I was admitted to the history department of Tsinghua or Peking University, but I only studied there for 1 year. You can test me if you don't believe me. I skipped 2 grades in both primary and secondary school. I'm not a piece of trash. Jiang Yu really didn't want to waste words with Lin Fei, who had a large bust. When Meng Fan was around, Lin Fei was always the one who took the initiative to speak up, and Lin Fei was much quieter. Sooner or later, Lin Fei will put her arm around his shoulder, her face covered in a sleazy stubble. Hey bro, this chick's nice, wanna go first? Thinking of this, I was speechless. Jiang Yu looked at the 2 girls. He didn't need so many people. They were both A-level. It would be better to keep them for Tianyu than to kill them. Fenghe has killed too many people. It will be difficult for them to recover without swallowing up Beihui. Tu Ling was truly afraid. She had no loyalty to Beihui. Strictly speaking, awakened ones are not very loyal to the sanctuary. The stronger they are, the less loyal they become. I know Beihui better than she does. I have the authority to take you in. She's such a little old. Realizing she had misspoke, Tu Ling quickly corrected herself, reminding everyone that even the pets of the powerful have human rights. A girl like her has never even been inside the villa area, let alone the inner city. I know several sewers that lead to any corner of the inner city. If I tell even one lie, you can kill me. Can you please not kill us? Jiang Yu looked at the girl in the white shirt. And you? Xiao Qing was so frightened she didn't know what to say. She didn't want to die either, and she couldn't even write the word loyalty. Before the apocalypse, she was just a white-collar worker, and her life was a blank slate except for going to and from get off work. After you fell, he awakened his supernatural abilities and followed Tu Ling smoothly. Later, he joined the law enforcement team, where he lived a very comfortable life. Her speed ability is somewhat useful when things are going well, but when facing death, not wetting her pants is the limit. She's my girlfriend. She listens to everything I say. After Tu Ling finished speaking, Xiao Qing quickly nodded. What Tu Ling did to her was 100 times worse than what her boyfriend did. She deserves the title of girlfriend. Xiao Qing swore that her orientation was normal, and that Tu Ling should, probably, or perhaps was also normal. Jiang Yu swore that he originally had no interest in either girl. Until, after drawing the mind control talisman, Tu Ling drove the car towards Beihui. At the city gate, Tu Ling showed her identification card, and the guards quickly opened the gate. The law enforcement team held immense power in every shelter. The teams have more power, but they don't participate in daily management, and no one dares to abuse their military authority. Master, come stay with us first, and I'll draw you a map. Are you trying to kidnap someone or kill them? If the status isn't too high, we can take over. Tu Ling was thinking about something else. If her master joined Bei Huai, he would have two S-level backers. Who would dare to bare their teeth at her again? No need. Is Yao Jin at the shelter? Jiang Yu declined her suggestion. Tu Ling thought that her master was worried about Yao Jin. Yes, he lives in the inner city. Under normal circumstances, the death of a few people won't alarm him. The enforcement team only has one S-level officer. Tu Ling felt a burning urge to fight at the thought of the captain. She had always wanted to find a powerful backer and offered herself to him, only to be ridiculed by the captain to his face. Xiao Qing is right. She's the kind of woman who would swallow a rat whole. Even dogs wouldn't do that. The person I want to kill is Yao Jin, Jiang Yu said calmly. Sizzle. The armored vehicle braked suddenly, and the back seats huddled together. Chapter 161. Don't waste time. Let's attack together. Master, is it too late for me to regret this now? Tu Ling was utterly despondent. She just wanted to find someone to rely on. It's not like I'm courting death. Who is Yao Jin? He can easily defeat an S-class opponent. She has witnessed it firsthand. On one occasion, the law enforcement team was ordered to track down an S-class defector. If you want to escape, then escape. People naturally strive for higher positions, and the movement of awakened individuals is normal. When he left, he took the toy that Yao Jin gang had just brought back. The novelty hadn't worn off yet. Unsurprisingly, Tu Ling located the target's position by smell. When Yao Jin arrived, he used a series of moves to break the traitor's limbs, and the wind chimes hung on the city wall for a long time. Defector, rank S, specializing in supernatural attacks. Even a full-force attack couldn't break through Yao Jin's defense. Even if he were a ball, he'd be a solid one. Okay, I'll cut off your hands and feet and hang them on the trunk as a radar. Jiang Yu lifted the girl's chin. His laughter was sinister. Master, I was just joking. I am the most loyal person. After Tu Ling finished speaking, she forced a smile, then regretted it so much that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. She wished she had died outside the city earlier. The emotional distress aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to cough and bleed slightly from the corner of his mouth. Open your mouth. Jiang Yu knew very well Lin Fei's terrifying strength. It was already a miracle she was alive. Take out a seed and put it in the girl's mouth. Tu Ling opened her mouth without hesitation and took it, enjoying its cool and refreshing taste. The seed entered the body, and the pain in the injured area quickly disappeared. The master did not seem as violent and cold as he appeared. Jiang Yu was well aware of Yao Jin's methods. The city walls were rarely empty whenever he came to trade. There are as few as one or two, and as many as dozens. Screams echoed throughout the room. It must be admitted that, without skills like mind control spells, this is a very effective deterrent. Master, how many men do you have? You can make your move in the middle of the night. I have a way to open the city gates. Since there was no way out, Tu Ling could only pin her hopes on her master's power. Alone, Jiang Yu pointed at Lin Fei. Jiang Yu didn't plan to make a move. If Fei kept holding back, he would only end up getting hurt due to excess energy. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. The three girls closed their eyes in despair, thinking they had boarded a large ship, but had not yet set sail. It's about to crash straight into the iceberg. Master, why don't we go? With our combined strength, we can form a hunting team. You'll have everything you need. No, it's really not that bad. It's not that bad that I'm thinking of doing something drastic. Tu Ling persisted in trying to persuade her, saying that she had never been in a relationship and didn't want to hang it on the wall as a wind chime. Ingsen remained silent. Tu Ling was right. She was truly worthless. Even trash wants to live. Master, please come home with me. I'll do whatever you say. Don't go anymore. After Ingsen finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Qing. Master, I'm a Virgo. Xiao Qing's face was flushed red. This was the last thing she could say. Apart from Tu Ling, the three of them unanimously expressed their doubts. The girl's face turned even redder with anger. She couldn't possibly prove it on the spot. There are no ID cards in the apocalypse. Despite the doubts, the temptation must be maximized. Me too, Tu Ling replied without batting an eye. Even Xiao Qing didn't believe her. Outside the inner city gate of the Beihuai shelter. Further inside the villa area is an absolute no-go zone. Anyone who dares to trespass, except for the city lord and his pets, will have a hard time getting themselves killed. The armored vehicle was parked in a corner of the villa area. Let's go. Jiang Yu gestured for Lin Fei to get out of the car. He hadn't originally planned to let the three young girls join in. Not enough to cause trouble. How many could I kill? Lin Fei still couldn't quite believe it. because her bloodlust had earned her no shortage of punishments. Whatever. Jiang Yu jumped out of the car and looked at the city wall in front of him. The inner city patrols and tower guards are all composed of female soldiers. Master, I'll go with you. Ingxin tugged at his sleeve. She thought about it for a long time. If her master dies, she will also meet a tragic end outside. Tu Ling will never give anyone who knows the truth a way out. It's better to take a gamble and try to gain favor. If you win the bet, you'll be completely hooked. Aren't you afraid of dying? Jiang Yu was a little surprised. Ingxin shook her head, but her smile was beautiful. I owe you 2 lives. I'll be with you on the road, so you won't be bored. Tu Ling hesitated for a long time, but still didn't get out of the car. Jiang Yu wasn't disappointed either, since he just wanted to get a pet to play with anyway. If you commit suicide, do you expect your cat to keep you company? It would be more normal for it to survive by eating your corpse. Jiang Yu always judges people by their actions, not their intentions. Once Ingxin takes this step, her identity will be completely different. Boom! The Feifei brand mini-tank charged into the city wall, unleashing an energy surge that reduced the dozen-meter-long wall to rubble. Take this and play with it for now. Jiang Yu summoned Wuxiang and tossed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it, and Wuxiang was completely different in her hand than in Jiang Yu's. The light and ethereal aura dissipated, and a thick and heavy aura emanated from it, transforming the light sword into a long-handled giant axe. It is full of energy and can transform into any cold weapon, regardless of size or weight. The giant axe had a 1-meter-long blade and a 2-meter-long handle. Lin Fei carried it on his shoulder, and with the sharp golden battle intent inherited from Rushou, the mere aura of it was enough to make people tremble. As the city fell, more than a dozen plumes of fireworks rose into the sky. Guards, law enforcement teams, and battle squads stationed in the outer city will arrive one after another. The faster Yao Jin dies, the less the loss to Beihuai will be. Inside the tower, dozens of arrows whistled through the air, and Jiang Yu activated the golden light spell, following behind. Lin Fei was too lazy to dodge. The arrows were pulverized by energy before they even got close. The giant axe swept across. The sound of it cutting through the air was ear-piercing, and more than a dozen people were cut in half at the waist. The sprayed blood flowed into a river on the ground, and the stench of blood filled the air. Without stopping, head straight for Yao Jin's villa. There's no need to look for it. It's the biggest, most luxurious, and most heavily guarded villa. Behind the city wall is the open space between the inner and outer city, which was generally used to garrison the Imperial Guards, the strongest and most loyal army. The Imperial Guard is a double-edged sword. There shouldn't be too many of them, because if there are too many, the master won't be able to sleep soundly. Too little food can also cause restless sleep. In the open space, there were rows of wooden stakes, each with a human pig hanging from it, its limbs cut off and its tongue cut out, only able to utter muffled whimpers. Lin Fei couldn't bear to watch, and with a whirlwind strike, she sent them on their final journey. Further inside are the spoils of war, with wounds meticulously stitched up. Lifelike. There are strange beasts and zombies, each one formidable, showcasing the master's strength. This indirectly proves that there were quite a few people who attempted to assassinate him. Clearly, this intimidation might frighten the little girl following behind, but for a weirdo like Lin Fei, it only intensified her fighting spirit. Looks like I can stretch my muscles and bones today. After killing dozens of guards, no one dared to approach anymore, as the people from the outer city wouldn't arrive so quickly. At this moment, the Imperial Guards arrived. The leader was a young girl, dressed in a snow-white battle armor. I am the captain of the Northern Huai Imperial Guard, S rank, level 6. If there's anything I can tell the city lord, your strength is quite good, so why don't you? The girl saw her internal organs before she could finish speaking. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Fei cut the girl in half at the waist, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with disdain. Don't waste time, let's all attack together. Chapter 162. Sorry, I'm here to kill someone today. None of the hundreds of Imperial Guards dared to step forward. All of you, charge forward. Anyone who dares to back down will face the consequences. From the back of the group, a young man in white shouted sternly. The Imperial Guards unleashed their supernatural abilities, unleashing wind, fire, lightning, earth, rocks, and water. Lin Fei dragged his giant axe on the ground, making a screeching sound. Hundreds of supernatural powers fell, but none of them could get close. Occasionally, one or two fish slip through the net and strike the girl's delicate skin, leaving not even a trace. The feeling of powerlessness can lead to despair. The bizarre scene before them made the throats of hundreds of Imperial Guards dry, causing them to swallow hard, their eyes glazed over, and their hands to stop moving. Who are you? My S-rank special ability, Breaking Edge, can kill even a pure defensive awakened being of the same rank. Impossible. The white-clad youth who had just spoken stood there blankly, his heart filled with despair at the sense of defeat. Since you've had your fun, it's my turn next. Close your eyes and enjoy it. Lin Fei approached step by step, the grating friction sound stirring everyone's hearts. The girl's smile was warm and alluring, without a trace of murderous intent. The white-clad youth stared intently at the killing god before him, his hand trembling slightly as he channeled his supernatural power, his eyes filled with terror. Since awakening, this is the first time I've been so close to death. Even when the young man in white first met Yao Jin, he still managed to draw blood from him. Kill. Kill them all. Are you dead? Attack with all your might. Don't stop. Even if they are ants, they will bite this beast to death today. Bang. Sizzle. Superpowers shine once again. At the forefront, a dozen heavily armored soldiers inserted their shields into the ground. Energy flowed and merged on the shields, forming a protective shield that enveloped the Imperial Guards. Array Formation Ability. Awakened Array ability users themselves do not possess harmful power, but they can gather the energy of several or even dozens of people into one place. Those who inherit the skills of military strategists are most adept at this. Lin Fei raised her giant axe and brought it down fiercely, shattering the protective shield with a crash. In the heart of the Imperial Guard, a vacuum zone was blasted open, and hundreds of people were crushed into flesh and blood. Ingsin covered her mouth with her hand, afraid that she would exclaim in surprise. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the blood, flesh, and entrails scattered on the ground. His stomach churned, and he couldn't help but vomit. Jiang Yu patted the girl's back and took out a bottle of water for her to rinse her mouth, which was more pleasant than a picnic. This is how a master should act. The dirty and tiring work is naturally handled by servants. Why bother collecting so many followers when you can do everything yourself? A maid, isn't that just someone who does chores? The Imperial Guards who were lucky enough to survive scattered and fled. This was not a battle, but a massacre. Escaping might bring a turning point. No fun. Lin Fei picked up her axe, too lazy to give chase. Master, this isn't satisfying at all. I want more. Then let's continue. Jiang Yu didn't see the ball. Yao Jin remained calm. Such a commotion outside would wake even a deaf person. Further in, you'll find the inner city wall. At the far end of the open space, in the corner of the wall, rows of iron chains bound dozens of girls. Whether out of disobedience or because they had done something wrong, it was unclear. The girls were emaciated, their clothes were tattered, and they were covered in wounds. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Yu finally saw that familiar ball of flesh rolling towards him from afar. There was only one person. From the moment the city walls were breached, Yao Jin watched from the inner city tower, without rushing to make a move. Lin Fei's abilities captivated him. She was capable, beautiful, and had a great figure, the inner city manager he had always dreamed of. Do the three of you have a grudge against me? The meatball rolled in front of him, its gaze falling on Jiang Yu, but it didn't recognize the face. Jiang Yu shook his head. Then why kill my people? Energy surged from the fleshy ball, an aura of inheritance emanating from it. Fine, I'll let you die knowing why. I'll accept Rintianyu. I'm not comfortable with you being alive. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and Lin Fei charged forward wielding a giant axe with terrifying momentum. The giant axe landed on the ball, but no blood gushed out. Bang! The giant axe was deflected, and the fleshy ball remained unharmed. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This sandbag is interesting. The girl's strength far exceeded his expectations, yet her expression remained completely unchanged. He rubbed his stomach, smiling kindly to hide his shock. She's just a woman. Take her if you like. Are you interested in joining Beihui? Name your price. You like beautiful women? It's all inside, we'll share it. This group that hasn't been properly trained yet, I'll give it all to you. Yao Jin pointed to the dozens of girls chained up in the corner and tried to recruit them. Judging from the people around the boy, he's a womanizer. In the apocalypse, while other things may be scarce, handsome men and beautiful women are plentiful. Excuse me, I'm here to kill someone today. I've already given Beihui away, and I can't go back on my word. Jiang Yu was polite in every way. You're courting death. I'll stand here and not move, and you won't get away with it. Before Yao Jin could finish speaking, Lin Fei couldn't hold back any longer. Is the owner mentally ill? Why waste your time on a dying fat guy? You're living the good life. Go kill some people, play some games, do something else entirely. Lin Fei's aura surged, her presence causing hearts to tremble. Yao Jin's expression turned serious. He knew things couldn't end well today. He let out a low growl, and fine white hairs sprouted from his body, making his fleshy ball grow larger. his hands ossified, transforming into two long, fang-shaped bone spikes. The spirit of inheritance. Lin Fei excitedly raised her head, her eyes burning with excitement. Finally, she could get some exercise. Yao Jin made the first move, slashing down with a sharp and strange bone knife. Lin Fei raised her axe, the axe blade acting like a giant shield to block the attack. The ball of flesh spun, and the twin blades unleashed a dense barrage of energy, striking dozens of times in succession. Yet Lin Fei did not retreat an inch. The hand holding the giant axe did not tremble at all. His strength is average, Lin Fei commented. Yao Jin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by average? The S-class people who died under his bone spurs could fill a mahjong table. You bitch, just wait until I stab you to death. I hope you're still this stubborn. Yao Jin leaped into the air, slashing down with both swords simultaneously, the force several times stronger than before. Lin Fei gently deflected the bone blade and kicked Yao Jin in the chest. The fleshy ball flew backward and embedded itself in the city wall. Before he could fall, the giant axe came crashing down on him. Yao Jin dodged with all his might, but the entire city wall behind him collapsed and turned into ruins. If that axe had hit, the person would have been killed instantly. Who exactly did Renly manage to climb up to through his daughter? Even a female slave under the young man's command is this terrifying. Could it be them? I admit defeat. Yao Jin spat out a mouthful of blood. I have always paid tribute, and I have never stopped even during the most difficult times. You can't go too far. Lin Fei couldn't understand his words, looked at her master, and dared not pursue him any further. Chapter 163 The Pleasures of a Tyrant. Continue, Jiang Yu said calmly. It's probably just another sanctuary that's been drained dry by powerful families. Their forces are too scattered to contend with those behemoths, so the migration plan must be put on the agenda. Lin Fei walked over and looked at Yao Jin with disappointment in her eyes. She hadn't even warmed up yet. If that's all you're capable of, then die. Heaven's punishment. Lin Fei raised her giant axe and summoned the god Ru Shou. A divine statue emerged behind her, with majestic white hair and two giant dragons under its feet and green snakes as earrings. The statue also holds a giant axe. The energy within a radius of several hundred meters was drawn into a vacuum, and the sharp aura solidified on the axe blade. Yao Jin stared intently at her. Lin Fei's momentum was still rapidly building, the sharp blade distorting the space and cracking the ground beneath her feet. I wonder if you can withstand this axe blow. The next second, the terrifying aura of sharp metal completely tore through space, its trajectory spreading out in pitch black like ink staining rice paper. The giant axe cleaved down at an extremely slow speed, freezing space and halting time. Once locked on, there is no way to dodge. In the arena, Yao Jin summoned his spirit, unleashing his full power, and a huge white-haired wild boar appeared behind him. Haoji, a defensive inheritance, can be summed up in just 2 words. Generally, Yao Jin roared, pushing his defense to its limit, and white boar bristles sprouted all over his body, gleaming with a metallic sheen. At the same time, its body swelled wildly, becoming several times larger, and layers of hair grew to cover the entire fleshy ball. It transformed into a giant, cocoon-like creature. The giant axe cleaved the cocoon, and energy ripples exploded outwards, spreading in concentric circles. The onlookers were swept several meters away by the residual force. Directly in front, the blade swept across, splitting the entire inner city in 2, cutting it open from the very middle. Those who stood in front of the blade were never found, their bodies never recovered. Watching the spectacle is really not a good habit. As the cocoon was peeled away layer by layer, the white pig bristles turned blood red. Whoosh! Internal organs were scattered all over the ground. It must be said that Yao Jin's defense was really good. Such a groundbreaking axe blow was only split in 2. If it were anyone else, their ashes wouldn't even be preserved. Just then, footsteps began to sound outside. Reinforcements had arrived just in time. The group of men stared at the fat pig carcass before them, unsure whether to seek revenge or flee. Master, hurry, hurry. Give me a compliment. Lin Fei put away her giant axe and ran over to show it off, her expression beaming with pride. Very strong. You're better than me. Jiang Yu pinched her cheek, really wanting to unpack the package and see what was inside. In terms of pure physical strength alone, he was ashamed of himself. Lin Fei was even more excited, her pretty face flushed red, looking very appetizing. Jiang Yu felt a little dazed. Lin Fei's words sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place where I had heard them before. Ying Xin's eyes curved into crescent moons as she hugged Jiang Yu and couldn't help but kiss him. She won. Master, what should we do with these people? Kill them all. Lin Fei swung the giant axe, blood splattering everywhere. No, don't do it. I surrender. I surrender. I'm not familiar with Yao Jin. It's too easy for him to die so quickly. Not content with just talking, several people couldn't resist adding insult to injury, as if afraid he wasn't completely dead. A dozen or so people ran to the corner, cut the chains, and rescued the girl who was tied up. Dozens of girls cried their eyes out. Many people looked towards the inner city, not daring to make any moves, unsure of how the new boss would arrange things. Jiang Yu and Lin Fei exchanged a glance, both sharing the same question. The crowd's words were disheartening. The leader had been killed. At least he should have put up a symbolic act of resistance to show his loyalty. If you keep kicking someone when they're down like this, who will dare to hire you in the future? Master, rumors say that Yao Jin has a very perverted taste, likes young married women, and especially steals other people's wives. And little girls, especially the daughters of subordinates. We will not let a single one go. Ingsin's face was flushed, and the corners of her mouth were curved in a smile that couldn't be smoothed out. Happiness was practically overflowing. Although it's just a rumor, their reactions suggest it's mostly true. From today onwards, Beihui is under my control, and all women in the inner city are now free. Jiang Yu issued his first order. Boss is awesome. I swear to follow you to the death. Godfather. The crowd cheered. They talked casually, and Jiang Yu listened casually. He would consider anyone who believed even a single punctuation mark to be crazy. Let other matters give Ren Tianyu a headache. Now that the goo worms are cured and the inheritance has been obtained, it's time to do the work properly. We can't just sit around doing nothing. Jiang Yu only cares about the final result. Even if Ren Tianyu kills everyone and replaces them with new blood, it has nothing to do with him. Tu Ling was very embarrassed to see Jiang Yu emerge unharmed, and obediently knelt down, unsure of how to make amends. I don't know if I can save my life. Xiao Qing followed Tu Ling closely, and Tu Ling's attitude mirrored her own, so she knelt down beside her. Jiang Yu stroked Tu Ling's hair, and the girl trembled with fear. All right, get up. From now on, follow the new city lord and do your job well. You did nothing wrong. Did I make a mistake? This is not a time of peace. Who cares about right or wrong? The reason that the owner is in a bad mood is enough to sentence a pet to death. The new city lord? Tu Ling asked, mustering her courage. I will hand over Beihui to Ren Tianyu for management. Your task is to help her consolidate power. Take over Beihui. Yes, master. Tu Ling lowered her head, feeling extremely annoyed. If you take the wrong first step, there's almost no hope of turning things around. Jiang Yu wrote a letter and gave it to Tu Ling to be sent to the Wind River shelter. With more and more sanctuaries under their control, the next step is to gather a large population and establish a true human empire. Anyway, I don't need to manage it myself. Qing Hong, Lin Fei, Ren Tianyu, and Su Feilwan from the northern military region are all capable of handling things on their own. He only needs to explore the 9 provinces, or even the entire Blue Star, to ensure he has absolute power, and he won't fail. With a population of 500,000, productivity would be sufficient to support basic commerce, industry, and agriculture, allowing people to return to a state of life before the apocalypse. Life in the apocalypse is oppressive and boring. In the spare time between battles, if I could stroll through the shopping street and sample all kinds of delicious food and snacks, I would feel happy just thinking about it. Imagine an entire empire that is an amusement park. Seeing a toy you like on the street and being able to try it out anytime. That's the pleasure of a tyrant. Fenghe and Beihui are hundreds of kilometers apart, and it would take at least 5 or 6 days to travel back and forth. In addition, Tianyu may not have been able to clean up the mess yet. I can finally get a few days of rest. The change of city lord caused no disturbance within the Beihui sanctuary. The quiet made Jiang Yu uncomfortable. Before coming, he had already prepared to clear out the management team. Things started to take a strange turn. Everyone under Beihui was doing their job. Before any instructions were given, the shelter's accounts, inventory, and personnel lists were all laid out on the conference room table. Several of Yao Jin's loyal followers were tied up like dumplings and thrown into the water dungeon, awaiting the city lord's judgment. Everyone was full of energy. Before the sun had even set, Xiao Qing came to report that the logistics department had received more than a dozen gifts of gratitude, all thanking the city lord for rescuing their families. That said, just how many disgusting things did Yao Jin do that everyone hates? It's a miracle that I'm still alive. Everyone likes to play and has desires, but there should at least be some bottom line. Night falls, inside the villas of the inner city. Tu Ling walked out of the bathroom, washing herself until she smelled nice. Xiao Qing saw this and left without hesitation. She is psychologically fragile and deeply allergic to Tu Ling. She may be dependent on him, but she simply can't stand him. I'd rather play with the dog than provoke Tu Ling. Chapter 164. Those kinds of people would have to kneel down to carry her shoes. Lin Fei didn't care. Since her master hadn't given any instructions, she would do as she pleased. Xiao Qing tugged at Lin Fei's sleeve, her expression cautious. She dared not block her way directly. To prevent Tu Ling from being thrown out, it's best to give her a subtle reminder. Fei Fei, you'd better not go in, Xiao Qing timidly reminded her. Master isn't that scary. I'll take you inside. Lin Fei didn't take it seriously, simply assuming the girl was afraid. Xiao Qing simply brought it up directly. Tu Ling is crazy. Her eating manners are worse than a dog's. I'm afraid you can't accept it. I suggest you stay away from her. Lin Fei was a little angry. She hated this kind of girl the most, who was indecisive in her speech and actions. Too lazy to waste words with her, I pushed open the door and went inside. Meng Fan and Yang Qian are both shameless in their words and deeds, and Lin Fei believes she has become somewhat immune to them after spending a lot of time with them. Upon opening the door and seeing the scene before him, he consciously left the room. It's late at night, and eating late-night snacks can easily lead to weight gain. Lin Fei vowed that she would never touch a hair on Tu Ling's head in her life, and would keep a distance of more than 2 meters. Listen to advice, and you'll have a full meal. Why did you come back? Xiao Qing sat on the living room sofa, eating oranges with a disgruntled expression, arranging the orange peels into pretty flower shapes. Xiao Qing, is your friend really human? How could humans possibly eat food waste? Wait, you know so much about this, could it be? Even though Lin Fei is outspoken and can't hold back her words, she still couldn't bring herself to say some disgusting things. Xiao Qing looked embarrassed, nodded reluctantly, and pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. Lin Fei looked at the tissue and sighed inwardly. Some beauties are like paintings. Some are beautiful, like paper. Fortunately, she rose to power through her own abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to see Meng Fan's taillights. As for Tu Ling, you can't even smell the exhaust fumes. In the room, Jiang Yu leaned back on the sofa to rest, eating a peeled orange. Tu Ling is meticulous. She even perfectly removed the thin membrane from the orange segments. Instead of throwing away the orange peel, she secretly put it in her mouth and chewed it gently, her eyes narrowing into a pretty arc. She looked up and saw her owner staring at her, and was so frightened that she quickly vomited. I took the wrong one. The orange peel is so bitter. Tu Ling quickly explained, pretending to spit it out with a look of disgust. Jiang Yu smiled, picked up the orange peel from the table, held it to her lips, and nodded slightly. I've heard about your special abilities. What you like to eat is your own business. Some junk food is okay to eat, and some is not. At least, you're cleaner than I imagined. You should understand what I mean. Tu Ling looked at her master in disbelief. She could understand what was edible and what was not. As for the cleanliness the owner mentioned, it has nothing to do with her character. She didn't choose to be clean. I couldn't help but do something out of line just now, master. I won't do it again. I will not get my position wrong again, and I will find my place correctly. Tu Ling calmed herself down, carefully tidied up the trash on the table, and swept it into the trash can. She stared blankly at the trash can, looking a little forlorn. She didn't want to end up like it. Master, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. I have a nickname. Xiao Qing has always said that I'm like a dog. Tu Ling lowered her head, not daring to look Jiang Yu in the eye. She didn't want it to be like this. Since awakening her superpower, her rank increase has been directly proportional to her pica tastes. The psychological addiction is completely uncontrollable. Is your ability corrupt or degenerate? Jiang Yu had seen this kind of ability in his previous life. Most of the awakened ones eventually became lone wolves. Humans are not zombies. Their endurance has its limits. Pollute. Tu Ling didn't know if she would be thrown out. Jiang Yu took a sip of tea and fed her the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup, treating it like a garbage disposal. It won't be a waste of time. I'll also give the little girl directions. The pollution awakeners are actually quite fun. They don't waste any resources. The brains of high-ranking zombie kings and beast leaders should taste good to you. You can try it when you have time. I'll arrange it for you when we get back. Be confident. Your superpower is a bug in the apocalypse. You'll suffer in the early stages, but you can surpass most inheritors in the mid to late stages. Tu Ling couldn't believe her ears, nor could she believe her own feelings. The owner was discussing with her the taste of zombie brains. Master, you're not going to kick me out. Tu Ling turned her head, the boy's tone not at all like a joke. Be a good boy and remember every word I say. If you perform well next time we meet, I will keep you by my side. Tu Ling's tears flowed uncontrollably. Remembering her hesitation during the day, she slapped herself twice. Master, could you hit me a few times too? It would make me feel better. 10 days later, Tianyu led a group of people to the city of Beihui, embarking on the same journey, with the same beginning and end. The feelings I had were completely different. Last time, she was just a caged bird, her wings broken and used as a bargaining chip. This time, she is a queen, second only to the emperor, coming to receive her people and territory. Thinking of this, the girl's thoughts drifted away. Being second only to one person isn't always the case. She's often above that person as well. Tianyu smacked his head, wondering what nonsense he was thinking about again. It's strange, but after not seeing its owner for just a few days, its mind is filled with images of him. She's not a little girl just experiencing first love. Is it really necessary? That's really pathetic. The longing spread like wildfire, uncontrollable. I wonder if my owner will like my outfit today. The girl is wearing a fluffy white shawl and a short skirt. If she were to cosplay as a little tiger, she would have him completely under her thumb. Upon hearing that Tianyu was coming, Zhang Yu came out to greet him personally. The girl saw him from afar and ran over to give him a big hug. With its legs clamped together, the person clung to its owner, completely oblivious to the stares of the onlookers. She didn't care about a bunch of NPCs. The key is to let the owner feel your enthusiasm immediately. We have 2 shelters in our hands. With inheritances far exceeding S level, who in the entire Central Plains province would dare to bare their teeth at her? Glancing at the girls behind their master, each with their own unique looks and figures, Lin Fei felt a surge of emotion. She shared the same thought. Using one's looks to please others is ultimately a very poor strategy. If the master returns, swallow the entire Central Plains province. Those little ones, they have to kneel down to carry her shoes. Zhang Yu was relentlessly pursued for many days before finally escaping from Beihui. Sitting in the back seat of an armored vehicle, a Chinese idiom echoed in his mind. They were so happy they forgot about home. He knew the answers for several zodiac signs, and Tu Ling was telling the truth. Xiao Qing was lying. She repeatedly claimed that it was Tu Ling who was responsible. Zhang Yu didn't take it to heart. It's hard to find a bag of instant noodles with intact packaging these days. To survive in the apocalypse, you need to keep a calm mindset. Ingsen's activated supernatural abilities are indeed a feast for the eyes at night, with twinkling stars creating a dreamlike scene. Noon, on the highway. Ingsen was driving in front. The little girl's superpowers weren't very useful, but the special effects were plentiful. He was also very satisfied with Yao Jin's fearless performance when he killed him. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that the girl is a great cook, and he doesn't want to eat instant noodles and dry food for every meal. If we rely on Lin Fei, that guy can fry an egg and make sure both sides are covered in grease. The journey from Zhongyuan province to Chang'an is long, and Tianba's mission must be flawless, covering up the truth as much as possible. Let's lure her onto the boat first, and then we'll draw the mind control spell. Whether we expose her or not doesn't matter. 10 years. Over the course of 10 years, the influence of the mind control mantra on the mind has become so deeply ingrained that it's probably impossible to remove it. Zhang Yu's requirements were not high. He would be satisfied if he could obtain the soul of a corpse general, and then seal away some of the blood and energy from Qi Yu's remains. By fusing them together using the soul refining technique, they can be mistaken for the real thing. As long as he doesn't release the remains of Qi Yu, the chances of Tianba being able to distinguish between the real and fake are very small. She couldn't get close to the altar, let alone see the spirit-trapping crystal. The story Su Ying told, and the attitude of the heavenly maiden Ba towards Qi Yu, is mostly true. Inside a metal processing plant at the foot of Weiyun Mountain in central China province, a dozen or so survivors hid in the dormitory building. The factory yard was surrounded by a sturdy wall made of steel bars 2 centimeters in diameter, covered with the heads of slain zombies. Chapter 165 Delicious takeout delivered to your door, please accept it. The factory yard was splattered with zombie blood to mask the smell of humans. They usually come in and out through a dog hole at the back door. Try not to make any noise. Zombies are unlikely to be interested in coming in. A dozen or so people, all awakened, gathered around the fire, where there was wine, vegetables, and meat. Life is pretty good. One of the burly men raised his glass and toasted the person in the main seat. Boss, I'll never regret following you for the rest of my life. Toast to you. The man sitting in the main seat didn't stand on ceremony. He smiled and downed his drink in one gulp. To the left of the burly man, the long-haired boy had a very low alcohol tolerance and was already somewhat drunk. He speaks with a lisp. What my second brother said is, what I truly feel. Go out. Go out and look. There are dead people everywhere outside. We have wine and food, all thanks to our eldest brother's care. Brother, let me kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. The young man wasn't just talking. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, his voice ringing out powerfully. The whole table was shaking, and wine was spilled all over the floor. All right, all right, we're all brothers. I don't know how to say nice things, bottoms up. Follow me, and you'll have whatever you want. Fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. It has everything. The man who spoke was named Kong Wei, the leader of the hunting team, a powerful A-level ability user and a 5th-tier user. Powerful is essentially a plus version of strength-based superpowers, far surpassing other strength-based superpowers of the same level and grade. With his abilities, he could easily get a decent job at any shelter. Kong Wei is a free spirit who can't stand being controlled by others. He relies on his abilities to build a hunting team of more than a dozen people. His subordinates are all B-level, and he's doing quite well. Beauty? Upon hearing those 2 words, everyone's imaginations began to run wild. They're used to killing people after they're done playing with them, and rarely leave any survivors. The advantage is that food is not wasted, but the disadvantage is that there is often a shortage of fresh food. At first it was fine. There were trapped people everywhere, and you could find good prey in every residential building. The dormitories, in particular, are simply paradise on Earth. Later, the residential buildings and dormitories were gradually emptied by zombies and other hunters, and the shelters were cleared out. All that's left are some safe houses. Those rats somehow got wind of the apocalypse and made ample preparations before it even began. Canned food, compressed biscuits, and purified water are enough for one person for more than 10 or even several decades. The girls there are all top-notch. They're all so fair and delicate. Safe houses are now almost extinct. As the zombies continue to evolve, even the lowest level breaks through to the 3rd tier, leaving survivors with no choice but to seek refuge in various shelters for survival. The hunting team is finding it increasingly difficult to survive. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Kong Wei didn't want to spoil the fun, so he gave instructions. Xiaozhong, take a few people out for a stroll. Whether you get to eat something delicious depends on you. I got it today, so you can try it first. Xiaozhong accepted the order and casually suggested, Boss, I have a suggestion. Why don't we get a few pets too? It costs a bit of food, but at least we're having fun. At worst, we can just go out a few more times. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Life in the apocalypse is incredibly boring. Besides playing cards with friends, there's really no other entertainment. If this continues, they'll end up in fencing sooner or later. Kong Wei glanced around and asked, You all think so too? Everyone looked awkward, and no one answered. Their intense gazes said it all. They were all hot-blooded men, who didn't know who the other was. In that case, let's do it this way. Xiaozhong, let's see what you can do. Catch a few tough guys who will die at the slightest touch, and don't bring them back. Kong Wei had actually had this idea for a long time. The problem is that the idea of not leaving any burdens was something he proposed before, and he can't very well contradict himself. Xiaozhong looked excited, his eyes gleaming green, and he looked just like a wild wolf. Boss, you'll see. If we can't find the best quality, I'll offer my head in return. Hey guys, if you want some tender meat, come with me. Several burly men howled in response, and the wolf led a pack of hyenas away. Xiaozhang's special ability is Perception, Grade C, best used for catching mice. After joining the hunting team, everyone's quality of life improved significantly. He was the one who uncovered most of the safe houses. Despite lacking combat capabilities, they were protected even more closely than the leader, with everyone fearing they might suffer the slightest harm. Jingle, jingle. Before the group even left the house, an alarm sounded from outside the wall, indicating that someone had touched the warning tape outside the wall. With an A-level officer in charge and all members being B-level, no hunting team in the surrounding area ever dared to provoke them. Shelters would never do that. Who would fight with outlaws for garbage to eat? The resources they acquired were not worth the effort or the reward. There were simple fortifications outside the factory. Knowing they were trying to break through, they weren't ordinary zombies. Most of them are zombie hordes led by the Zombie King. Ordinary zombies are brainless, can't smell blood and flesh, and won't bother climbing over walls. Kong Wei's desires were aroused, and she originally wanted to take a nap and wait for the dessert to arrive. The dessert didn't arrive, but the zombies did deliver it to us. What a damn disappointment. Let's go, let's clean up the trash first. The crowd obeyed and rushed out. With their strength, clearing out a few small zombies was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They never took it seriously. The Corpse King is just a matter of a few more slashes. Kong Wei arrived at the courtyard wall and stared intently through the steel fence at the outside. His gaze froze, and he was captivated. The others weren't much better off. A few perverts were practically drooling. Outside the wall, A dozen girls were disheveled. His face and body were covered in blood and dirt, and he looked utterly disheveled. The girls at the back of the line looked even weaker. They were swaying, just standing there. Clearly, he had reached his physical limit. Even so, she still couldn't hide her alluring charm. Her figure and appearance were both top-notch. "Brothers, we just escaped from the Hanan shelter. We're so hungry we can't run anymore. Could you give us some food and water?" The sisters are all very sensible. Just a little bit. For the second time, Kong Wei felt that God had not abandoned him. The last time was when he was on the verge of death amidst a horde of zombies and awakened his supernatural abilities. When the apocalypse arrived, Kong Wei, who went out to find food, was surrounded by dozens of zombies. Just as he was about to be torn apart, an inexhaustible power suddenly surged within him. In just a few breaths, he tore all the zombies to pieces with his bare hands. Seeing that Kong Wei didn't speak, the girl in the lead assumed that the offer she made wasn't enough. Or perhaps they have reservations about them. Increase the stakes quickly. The sisters all have special abilities, but they are support type and cannot kill enemies. When we served Lord Huayin City, it didn't matter if our master was a little old or ugly. But he liked to torture and kill, and everyone couldn't stand it, so they escaped in the chaos. The girl in the lead signaled to her sisters to display their special abilities. Kong Wei checked them one by one and confirmed that they were all support-type characters. Most of them are useless superpowers, with weak and feeble energy, and the highest level is only the 3rd rank. Delicious, safe, and an awakened being, making them more resilient than ordinary people. Absolutely perfect. After more than 10 days of smog dissipated, the hunting team finally began their journey. Kong Wei turned around and saw the eager expressions on his subordinates' faces. He was also excited, but he suppressed it. A leader should have the airs of a leader. Their heart may be boiling, but their face must remain calm. Kong Wei spoke coldly, his expression remaining calm. "You can stay. Food and water are plentiful. You should know what price we'll have to pay. It's not easy for the brothers to find something to eat. I can protect you and ensure your safety. The brothers aren't demons. They'll know their limits. Is this acceptable?" The girl in the lead pondered for a moment, then turned to ask her subordinates for their opinions. Before he could even speak, the zombies in the distance heard the commotion and surrounded him. The girls were so frightened by the sight of the zombies that they trembled all over, became flustered, and showed no fighting spirit whatsoever. They were afraid, and the men in the courtyard were even more afraid. A group of grown men couldn't wait to rush out and play the hero. "Even if just one person dies, I'll feel heartbroken for days." Kong Wei was not in a hurry, and his expression became increasingly calm. The zombies arrived at just the right time. Chapter 166 Hunter? Prey? It took 3 or 4 girls working together to barely kill an ordinary level 4 zombie, and one of them even had her shoulder slashed. The clothes were torn, revealing large areas of skin. The girls looked like they couldn't hold on any longer, and quickly nodded shyly, their faces flushed. The girl leading the group sighed and looked at Kong Wei. "My name is Tianjiu. They trust me, and I will do my best to protect them. We know what to do. Tonight won't do. The sisters haven't rested for 2 days and 2 nights. They really can't take it anymore. People will die." The girl bit her lip and knelt down gently. Her eyes were captivating, and her cheeks were glistening with tears. Kong Weishin was completely moved. He can accept waiting 1 night. There's no point in being half dead. "I promise you." The man's mouth was completely out of his control, and the words just slipped out. He originally wanted to put on a show of authority and keep Tianjiu in check, hoping that these women would be more obedient in the future. Right now, I feel like slapping myself. The underlings didn't have so many thoughts. When they heard their boss agree, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they couldn't contain their excitement. "Do you know how you survived the fighting and the pervasive hostility of the past 2 weeks? My palms are covered with calluses, layer upon layer. If this continues, I won't even be able to hold a knife handle. Hey guys, come with me to open the door. The boss is brilliant. The eldest goes first. We're fine with either of them. I'll go through fire and water for you, boss." Inside the staff dormitory, hot dishes were cooking in a pot with a simple bottom. After boiling water, add luncheon meat, canned food, mixed grains, and compressed biscuits, resulting in a big, sticky, gooey pot. The pig feed is SOSO. The dozen or so girls ate with relish. A group of old men stared blankly, while the young girls' faces, illuminated by the firelight, looked even more charming. "Brother, you eat too." Tianjiu filled a bowl, deliberately picking out a lot of meat, and handed it to Kong Wei. She smiled shyly, lowered her head gently, and looked so timid that it broke your heart. "I want to please them, but I'm also afraid. Be careful, it's hot." The man's heart was touched by the girl. He took the bowl and began to eat heartily. He was very full from eating. Sweetie ate her meal, tears streaming down her face, each drop falling into her bowl. The tone was humble. Brother, my special ability is healing. Although it's only sea level, it's still somewhat useful. I want to follow you. Kong Wei patted his chest, his protective instincts overflowing. Okay, you'll be working with me from now on. As long as your brother has food to eat, you won't go hungry. The girl was gentle and lovely, and unlike the other women, she didn't cower in fear when she saw him. Besides, the healing ability was indeed very effective. After Kong Wei finished speaking, he coughed, his eyes coldly sweeping over everyone, and said sternly, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Tonight, anyone who dares to lay a hand on me, I'll cut off their little brother and feed him to the dogs." Did you hear me? Sometimes, it is important to appropriately display the leader's authority. Understood, boss. Boss, I'll tie myself up. Hey, fatty, the boss is talking about you. You're the most sleazy one. Wipe your drool, or the boss might cut you up right now. Boss, what you say is law. Anyone who disobeys will be the first to be chopped up. Everyone echoed his sentiments, showering him with flattery. Kong Wei was very satisfied with his younger brother's performance. Brother is so handsome. Tianjio's voice was as sweet as her name. So sweet it was addictive. Kong Wei felt elated, as if he were drunk. Late at night, the girls huddled in a circle in the corner, breathing evenly, fast asleep. Except for 2 members who were on night watch at the door, the rest of the hunting party men were snoring loudly. The 2 people on night watch also leaned against the door and fell asleep. Stay up? Are you kidding me? There's another big game tomorrow, and if I'm not in good form, my teammates will laugh at me. You can just bear the ridicule from your teammates, but if the opponents are not satisfied, you'll have to entertain yourself again later. I might as well just die. At 3 in the morning, all was quiet. The moon had long since disappeared from the sky, and there wasn't a single star tonight. It was gloomy and dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face in the room. Squeak, 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 squeak. The squeaking of mice is a common sound. Every night, a group of rats run wild on the roof. Even if someone wakes up and hears it, they won't care. The room was quiet, and pairs of eyes opened, accompanied by rustling sounds. A dozen or so girls, some took off their hairpins, some took off their necklaces or bracelets, and some even their rings. With a gentle slide and twist, they can be combined into small, sharp weapons. One of them waved, and the energy spread, making the girls' vision clear. The women landed silently. Each person chooses one goal. Bite. A crisp metallic bounce rang out, and upon hearing the signal, all the girls attacked simultaneously, unleashing their full power without holding back. A dazzling light, an energy surge. There were more than a dozen girls, the 2 weakest of whom were at least tier 4, and they were not support-type characters. The ice, fire, and lightning were infused with sharpness, easily slicing open the men's necks, causing blood to spurt out. The 17 members of the hunting team, including Kong Wei, never woke up until their deaths. Clear up the supplies and retreat. Sweetness remained in her voice, but now carried a hint of minty coldness, and her eyes had lost all trace of gentleness. This is what the end times are like. Until the very last moment, no one will know who the prey is and who the hunter is. Sweet and long-lasting, possessing dual S-level superpowers. S-level simulation, S-level spying, 6th tier strength. Simulation, a support-type ability, can alter the appearance of oneself and teammates to confuse enemies. Changing teammates has no real effect. It merely simulates their aura. Changing oneself can grant altered superpowers, but the power level will be 1 tier lower, and only one can be simulated at a time. For example, Tianjio can simulate healing abilities. Healing abilities are A-level, which are real abilities, not just superficial ones. Changing the type of simulated ability requires a long cooldown period. Captain, so many crystal cores. They're really rich. The girl in red exclaimed, and found dozens of crystal cores hidden in the pillow, most of them 4th order. What a pity, I wanted to finish playing before killing them. Their leader looks very useful. What a waste of all that muscle. The short-haired girl kicked Kong Wei's corpse on the ground, reluctant to let it go. The short-haired girl had bright, sparkling eyes and a pure, lovely appearance, looking like a soft, sweet little girl. What she said was not cute at all. Sweetie looked at her, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chapter 167, Why Don't You Marry Me? Ran, stop being so reckless. If you hadn't been so playful last time, that whole truckload of supplies would have been burned to the ground. Even if the captain doesn't kill you, I'd still want to kill you. The girl in red twisted Ran's ear and kicked her hard outside. The 2 of them have a very good relationship. This little girl is good in every way, except that she's a bit dim-witted. The captain's face was so dark it could drip water, yet he wouldn't shut up, insisting on walking right into the line of fire. Tianzhou spoiled her so much that the little girl became reckless and didn't know what was good for her. It's not entirely my fault. I won right then and there. You can't just stop like that. It'll cause internal damage. Outside the door, the little girl was still chattering away. Smack! A slap finally brought silence. Tianzhou was also helpless. Ranran was her classmate in the same dormitory. Before the apocalypse, the little girl had treated her like an older sister. She did whatever Tianzhou said and was very obedient and well-behaved. I really can't bring myself to punish her severely, but thankfully someone is keeping an eye on her to prevent her from causing a major disaster. However, the little girl is very useful most of the time. You don't have to worry about her. Every time she lures prey, she does it for real. They eat neither meat nor vegetables, and you can't stop them from doing it. She has an innocent and cute appearance. I don't know where she gets such a strong addiction. Compared to the value she brought, that truckload of supplies is really not worth pursuing. Captain, don't be angry. I'll take care of her for you. You know she's like this. I'll keep a close eye on her from now on. The girl in red walked in, waving her hand as if she were slapping someone hard. Sweetie naturally understood their little tricks. It's all right, search again. We need to leave quickly. Let Ranran be. It's not that I blame her. I'm just afraid that something will happen to her sooner or later. It's not always possible to save her just in time. Sweetie recalled what had happened a few days ago. A bitter smile appeared on her lips, and she sighed softly. Ranran is dead. She must be very sad. At that time, they lured and killed a team of hunters. The enemy was small, consisting of an armored vehicle and only 3 people, all of whom were A-level tier 5. You can see the trunk is full of food from outside the car window. Ranran went to set the bait alone. The little girl's innocent and harmless appearance, combined with Tianzhou's simulated superpowers, made her a perfect fit. The hunting party encountered a lost lamb, a 4th-tier healer. She's beautiful, has a great figure, is good at playing support roles, and can relieve boredom when you're bored. Everyone gets confused when they encounter this. The armored vehicle arrived, and according to the plan devised by Tianzhou, Ranran led the vehicle to the road where the traps were laid, and got off at the designated location pretending to go to the toilet. The car stopped, and Ranran slipped into the bushes, then stealthily walked from the bushes to the front of the trap. Waving to the people in the car to bring it over is a good way to distract them. For example, forgetting to button up your clothes. The little white rabbit hopped and skipped, peeking out half its head. If the car runs over the trap, the entire front of the car will be blown off and frozen, and the others will finish it off. They've done this many times. Most of the supplies are in the trunk, which minimizes losses. An accident still happened, the car didn't stop, and Ranran didn't get out at the designated spot. Once the car drives over, given the little girl's pathetic superpower, once the trap is triggered, there is no chance of survival. By the way, Ranran has a B-level flexibility ability, which is at the 4th tier. Tianzhou still doesn't know what this ability is used for. The worst of the worst. No increase in strength, agility, or defense. Tianzhou disregarded the supplies and led her people to rush up to rescue people. She thought Ranran had made a mistake, as not all men would fall for it. Some perverts like to kill someone while they're still hot. A curse combined with a mental shock stopped the armored vehicle. Sweetie opened the door to rescue the people inside, only to witness an unbelievable scene. The little girl was unharmed, and the 2 of them were having a great time playing together in the back seat. Upon seeing the captain, Ranran felt a pang of fear. He had clearly just captured the crystal. Sweetie grabbed her, pulled her out of the carriage, and dragged her away like a dead dog. At this moment, the little girl still looked intoxicated and dizzy. Tianzhou kicked her a few times and threw her out to hit a tree. The little girl was like a rubber doll, so it didn't hurt her at all. Even if the bone is bent backwards, it cannot be broken. It looks impressive, but unfortunately it can't withstand swords or elemental powers. Since I can't really kill her, I might as well use her as a punching bag to vent my anger. They gave him a good beating. Behind them, 2 groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. A dozen or so people ambushed 3, which was no surprise, except that the armored vehicle was destroyed by supernatural powers, and all the supplies were gone. Captain, it's all cleaned up. I checked it 3 times. There wasn't a trace left. The girl in red's words pulled her back from her thoughts. Sweetie stood up and glanced around the room. It was clean and tidy. Having a purification ability awakener in the team was really useful. One person can handle removing traces. Ranran hid to the side, looking at her timidly. These past few days, the little girl hadn't dared to sit at the table to eat. Sweetie couldn't bear to watch, so she pulled her over to sit down. Do you know you were wrong? Captain, I promise I won't do it again. If I'm foolish again, you can punish me. Ranran thought for a moment, reluctant to do anything. Chop off my little toe. The girl had an expression of resignation, as if she were facing death. TCH. Everyone reacted in unison. Next time, when I find a suitable toy, I'll help you find one. It can't be stronger than you, and it's best if it has a low-level power ability. Tianjiu stroked the little girl's head. She really liked this younger sister, and they were practically each other's only family. Captain, I love you to death. Why don't you marry me? Ranran hugged Tianjiu tightly, burying her face in his chest, taking advantage of the situation and refusing to let go. You don't need to look at me like that. Everyone is the same. You can choose one you like to raise at the base. The upper limit of ability is sea level, and we must never cross that line. If anyone is love-struck and insists on playing dirty tricks, they can leave on their own. As sisters, I'll give them a dowry. Never turn back. Tianjiu had thought about it a long time ago. Their base wasn't a nunnery, so there was no need to restrict such things. After all, the apocalypse is really boring. The armored vehicle roared past on the highway, having been running for 2 days, maintaining a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Jiang Yu checked the map and saw that they were about to leave Zhongyuan province, where a large, uninhabited saline alkali land would be next. For a full 700 or 800 kilometers, there are very few villages, let alone cities. There was a very light fog on the road, so visibility wasn't very good. As the car turned and passed the foot of the mountain, buildings could be vaguely seen in the distance, while the roadside was indistinct and difficult to discern. There seemed to be dozens of people standing there, not moving at all. Chapter 168. Should I help you scrub your back? The people standing by the roadside weren't human. They were zombies, their bodies impaled on bamboo poles. It should be some kind of warning or boundary line. In his past life, he might have avoided it, but now that he's actually encountered it, it can only be said that the other party is really unlucky. It's just a waste of time to clean it up. Jiang Yu discovered that the hunting team was much richer than before, frequently finding 4th-order crystal cores, and occasionally even 5th-order crystal cores. He wasn't interested in Lin Fei, but he didn't letting Xian off the hook, saving up a whole bag of his secret stash of money. She was truly terrified of being poor. In the Taiji space, there were several boxes of 5th-order crystal cores and quite a few 6th-order ones, all of which were scavenged from several shelters. Fei, let's find a place to park in the small town ahead. Jiang Yu gave the order, looking rather lazy. Lin Fei looked up at the high sun in the sky and rolled her eyes. It's just past 4 in the afternoon. The owner is getting lazier every day. He sleeps until 10 in the morning and goes to find a house to rest as soon as the sun goes down. A maximum of 4 hours a day for travel. To be honest, the lazy, relaxed lifestyle is really addictive, and she gradually fell in love with this slow pace. Master, aren't you worried? The heavenly maiden Ba is still waiting on Qin Island. Aren't you afraid something might happen? Lin Fei said, but obediently drove away from the main road. Jiang Yu reached out of the car window and crushed the absorbed crystal cores, the crystalline white sand scattering in the wind. It sparkled in the sun. What's the rush? If I don't bring Qi Yu's soul back, she won't leave no matter how much you chase her away. Meng Fan will tell her that the altar has been found and that I am desperately trying to find a way. The enemy is cunning, the situation is complex, and the difficulty is great. We can wait for thousands of years, but we can't wait for a few days. Jiang Yu has been going to bed very late lately. Don't get me wrong, he does admit that he spent some time relaxing. Most of the time was spent familiarizing oneself with the soul refining technique, and it was not easy to perfectly fuse a portion of energy, a bit of flesh and blood, and a soul. Recalling all the ancient Taoist texts I had read, I slowly gained some inspiration, but my proficiency was lacking. Fortunately, there was no shortage of test subjects along the way. Collect souls, flesh and blood, and add energy. The soul refinement was successful, and the soul was released. If the soul refining fails, the soul will leave on its own. Obstructing someone's soul from being reborn is a serious karmic consequence, and any practitioner with even a shred of faith should not violate this taboo. Once it backfires, even a miracle won't save you. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things like straw dogs. With limited resources, survival is the first rule. Killing a few people is not a big deal. Killing a person and erasing a soul are worlds apart. Late at night, Jiang Yu hid alone in his room to continue refining his soul. What he was doing was very complicated, combining the records of several ancient books and exploring his own creation. The completely new method of soul refining has no ready-made methods. Even the heavenly Tao cannot help him. I'm so busy every day that I don't even have time to play games with friends. Ordinary flesh and blood souls have long been successfully tested. This time, it was Qi Yu's energy, blood, and the soul of a hunter. Every step was taken with utmost caution. Jiang Yu's forehead was constantly covered in sweat. Qi Yu's energy was extremely violent, and when it was added to his flesh and blood, it instantly boiled. The soul churned and struggled, on the verge of dissipating and departing, only to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Since failure was inevitable, he decided to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. He drew runes with his fingers and chanted the Pure Land Sutra. They attempted to quell the malevolent energy within Qi Yu's blood using scriptures. The malevolent energy was only a small amount, and it was very easy to eliminate. No Taoist magic was needed. An energy impact would extinguish it. But it cannot be erased. What he wants is Qi Yu's unique ferocity. As the pure and tranquil sutra resounded, the energy of Qi Yu's flesh and blood gradually subsided and obediently merged into his soul. Use the soul guiding technique to seal the soul into the crystal. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. His whole body was soaked in sweat. He had used very little energy, but was mainly mentally exhausted. Holding the soul crystal in his hand, his mental fluctuations were vastly different from before, and a faint trace of Qi Yu's unique violent aura could be clearly discerned. Aside from the fact that the energy is so weak that it's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. After being sealed for thousands of years, no one knows how much energy Qi Yu's remnant soul still possesses. If Tian Ba is truly that powerful, he admits defeat. Just kill them. After finishing his work, it was already past midnight. Jiang Yu was soaking in the bathtub. The bathroom was very dark, and people's thoughts are much clearer in the dark. In ancient times, darkness represented unknown dangers and more wild beasts to hunt. Only humans who can concentrate in the dark can survive and perpetuate their genes. Just then, footsteps could be heard outside the bathroom. A faint light emanated from the glass door, and it was obvious that it was Ingsen. The purification ability is really great, except for being a little useless. After activating it at night, you don't even need a night light. The girl opened the door and saw the boy rubbing his eyes, still sleepy, taking a bath. He didn't react for a moment. "Master, you're still awake? It's almost dawn." Ingsen yawned, caught in a dilemma. She just woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. How embarrassing. I lost track of time while reading. Don't worry about me, go to sleep. Ingsen clutched the hem of her pajamas, struggled for a moment, then decided to go all out. She was really in a hurry. The sound of water made the atmosphere even more awkward. "Master, I'm not actually that sleepy. Do you want me to scrub your back?" The girl blushed. He yawned before he could finish speaking, making his argument completely unconvincing. "I know you're obedient, go to sleep." Oh, Ingsen was a little disappointed, feeling that her master wasn't very interested in her. Feeling lost and dejected, he returned to his room and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He simply grabbed his blanket and went to find Lin Fei. Having a pillow makes it easier to sleep. Lin Fei was woken up by the noise and thought it was her master returning. She opened her eyes and saw Ingsen, but did not chase her away. She turned over and continued to sleep. Ingsen simply threw off the blanket, crawled into her bed, and gently hugged her from behind. Smooth and plump. Its heavy, substantial feel makes one envious to the point of gnashing their teeth. Thinking to himself, sleeping soundly is truly a good habit. Lin Fei must be fearless. Unlike me, who was always ready to run for my life, I was severely reprimanded by my owner before I finally gave up the habit of keeping a dagger under my pillow. The girl's head hit the pillow, and she fell into a deep sleep. Ingsen was terrified of sleeping alone in the dark, and holding Lin Fei gave her a great sense of security. The following afternoon, the car traveled on the Gobi Desert Highway. The journey was never lonely, with hunters appearing in waves on average every hour. They are all small groups, with a maximum of 10 people. This time, it's very different. Lin Fei stepped on the brakes, vaguely sensing danger ahead. It turned to look at its owner. Chapter 169 Sister, he really looks like. As the abyss swept across the road ahead, there were more than a dozen traps, and on both sides of the road were scattered weathered boulders. More than 50 people were lying in ambush behind the boulder. Clearly, the hunting party was ambushing the enemy. They simply stumbled upon the location by mistake. Hijacking a car wouldn't involve such an exaggerated display. The profits wouldn't even cover food expenses. Even if you stumble into the trap, you're still prey. It's an easy thing to do, and no one cares if you're innocent. Once you're in the trap, you can only leave your life behind. There are traps on the road. Just charge straight in. If anyone tries to stop us, clear them out. Jiang Yu didn't want to waste any more time. The hunting party was dirt poor. Compared to the shelter, they couldn't squeeze any money out of them. Just as they were about to summon some evil spirits to trigger the trap, More than a dozen people rushed out from behind the weathered boulder and surrounded the car from a distance. The leader was a burly man with a full beard, who was comparable to Li Kuei. Turn off the engine and get out of the car if you don't want to die. The no man's land is under the jurisdiction of our Sand City. You guys have quite the nerve to come in. Just as Lin Fei was about to get out of the car to clean up, she heard the sound of engines behind her. Judging from the sound, there were at least 3 or 4 cars, and they were still quite far away. The dozen or so people who had gathered around had obviously also heard the engine sound and realized something was wrong. After days of lying in wait, all their efforts were in vain. The man in the lead wished he could blast the armored vehicle in front of him into dust right now. Stay put, or I'll guarantee you won't die. If you say anything out of line, I'll cut out your tongues, the burly man threatened, then led the group off the road and ran away into the distance. A dozen or so people stopped 100 meters away and crawled forward, lying on their stomachs in the roadside bushes. The shrubs on the Gobi Desert were withered, yellow, and short, and several people's bodies were partially exposed, their buttocks sticking out in a comical way. Lin Fei was threatened before she could even open the door, and before she could react, she disappeared in a flash. I'm speechless. Master, should we charge in? Lin Fei didn't dare to make the decision on her own. There were too many people this time, and she had developed a psychological aversion to copying scriptures. No rush, we'll follow them and clean up Sand City in a bit. Leave no one alive. Upon hearing the words, Shaching, Jiang Yu recalled a past event. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten. When we get to Hainan City, we'll go check out the old base we used to stay at, and see if anyone is still there. Many things change after rebirth, and things that happened before may not necessarily follow the original trajectory. Hearing her master's words, Lin Fei inwardly grumbled. This is blatant double standards. The master's murderous intent has been growing stronger lately, mostly because he hasn't copied scriptures in a long time. However, she likes it. The convoy approached from behind, and an armored vehicle was seen parked on the side of the road, followed by a screeching sound of brakes. Someone opened the car door and jumped out of the driver's seat. It was a girl wearing a bright yellow strapless top, revealing her delicate shoulders and slender waist, radiant and dazzling in the sunlight. Her white pleated miniskirt barely covered her bottom, and the white stockings paired with light-colored leather shoes made her youthful face look delicate and cute. It's full of pure desire. The girl walked to the car and knocked on the window. Lin Fei rolled down the car window and looked at her with amusement. Upon seeing Lin Fei, the girl was clearly taken aback, as the other woman was significantly taller and more attractive than her. Did the car break down? Do you need any help? We are the collection team from Hainan Shelter, and the convoy has professional auto mechanics, the girl said, glancing through the crack in the car window at the entire vehicle. I was extremely disappointed to find only a box of snacks in the back seat, and the trunk was empty. Jiang Yu looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Her face was all too familiar. Kyushu is really small. The girl's eyes lingered on the boy. His face and demeanor were familiar. Although it was their first meeting, it felt like they had known each other for a long time. The feeling of love at first sight. At that moment, the girl's mind went blank, and she completely forgot the line she had recited dozens of times. I stood there, feeling dizzy and grinning like an idiot. Ran, it's been a long time. Has Tianzhou arrived yet? Jiang Yu's words brought the girl back to her senses, and her expression became even more surprised. You know each other? No way. How could she possibly let go of such a perfect guy? If you've played games together, you wouldn't have no memory of it at all. She's not that heartless. Who are you? Ran wasn't sure either. Perhaps they really did know each other. My name is Jiang Yu, and I'm from the history department at Hainan University. I've seen you perform on stage before. You were very beautiful. I even sent you flowers. So many people were pursuing you back then. Of course you wouldn't remember me, Jiang Yu said casually. In his previous life, he had spent a few months in Tianzhou's hunting team. Ran is a naive girl who tells him everything. Jiang Yu even knows exactly when and where she lost her virginity. Needless to say, the little girl boasted about the glorious deeds of receiving flowers during school performances more than once. Impossible. If you sent me flowers, I would remember. Ran looked doubtful. She never lets a handsome young man give her flowers for nothing. They go shopping, eat out, watch movies, and finally end things perfectly at a hotel. I searched my memory thoroughly, but I still couldn't find that face. 520 roses, and a poem written on the card. The reeds are green and lush. Jiang Yu opened the card door, got out, and stretched his stiff body. It's you. Ran could never forget it. Even in her death, the huge bouquet of flowers carried onto the stage by the delivery guy. Hundreds of roses, but no one signed them. Consider it a debt I owe you. I'll pay you back when I have time. Where are you going? Ranran was figuring out how to pay off her debt. It would be a real shame to spend less than 10 days or half a month on that huge bouquet of roses. Ranran was incredibly vain in front of her classmates back then, and she still can't forget the jealous looks they gave her. Remembering Tianjio's words, she looked at the boy, her eyes sparkling. Chang'an, let's find a shelter to stay in. Jiang Yu was about to say something when a spirited girl jumped out of a car behind him. A black strapless top, a black mini skirt, black stockings, black shoes, and a leather choker around her neck. With a slight movement, the golden bells on the collar jingled. It was sweet and long-lasting. Judging from their flamboyant attire, the hunting team is still doing what they always do. Ranran, come back. Tianjio's tone was very unfriendly. She glanced at Jiang Yu and immediately understood that the brat was up to her old tricks again. Her gaze fell on Jiang Yu's face, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. The boy, as if stepping out of her dream, became reality from the illusory and ethereal. I lingered, unwilling to look away. Ranran didn't dare to hesitate and ran over to whisper in Tianjio's ear. Seeing her sister hesitate, the little girl became a little anxious. Sister, he really looks like her. Why don't you take it? I won't fight you for it. I'll only use it one day a week. Sweetie's gaze fell on Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkling. Spying. Jiang Yu was very familiar with the feeling of being scrutinized while naked. Tianjio nodded, and Ranran smiled even more brightly. A D-rank power awakener would indeed be a good fit. The peeping ability was activated, and the energy habitually swept across the surroundings. Looking into the distance, Tianjio's face darkened. She looked at Jiang Yu again, her eyes sharp. It subtly exudes a murderous aura. Chapter 170 This life, I absolutely cannot miss it. Sweetie reactivated her spying ability to determine the distance and calculate the timing of the opponent's charge. She's always the one setting up schemes for others, but today she's the one being manipulated. Act recklessly. Ranran, he's not right for you. Listen to me. I'll find you someone better. Tianjio patted the little girl's fair shoulder, which was covered in a little dust. Sister, is there something wrong with him? Ranran wasn't stupid. Seeing Tianjio's expression, she knew it was probably a setup. That's true. What a coincidence. I didn't even dare to meet her when I sent her flowers back then, but now I'm delivering them to her door to satisfy her craving. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's an ambush by the roadside. Don't make a sound. We're outnumbered. Go to the rear and notify them to retreat. To advance is to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Tianjio realized that she only brought a dozen or so people with her when she went hunting, while the enemy had at least 40 or 50 people. The trap ahead was exposed under surveillance. Advance as a form of retreat, literally, is one of the standard tactics devised by Tianjio. If you encounter an ambush, first feign a run-through, then when you get close to the target, drift and turn at high speed to retreat. Jiang Yu gazed at Tianjio, lost in memories. There is a secret between him and Tianjio that is difficult to talk about. In the early stages of the apocalypse, he lived off Tianjio for more than half a year. Looking back, I don't feel ashamed at all. Those 6 months were quite easy. Tianjio treated him like a real lover, and Jiang Yu was in charge of all the logistics management and resource allocation for the hunting team. She's a hopeless romantic, willing to sacrifice a lot for the person she likes, even giving up her lifeline. Ranran was also very good to him. She would always save some of the good food for him. After enjoying 6 months of peace, the hunting team was eventually wiped out by Sand City, and Tianjio risked her life to rescue Jiang Yu. She herself was too badly injured and died on the road, and Jiang Yu began to wander in the apocalypse again. My later ability to join the Qingdao shelter and rise to the position of logistics captain was inseparable from the work experience I gained during that period. Fei, I owe them a favor, and I have to repay it. Jiang Yu closed the car door. Understood, I will repay you with my body. Ranran or Tianjio. Lin Fei was already used to it. Her master's preferences were always on full display. Never hide anything. She knew she didn't have Meng Fan's ability to easily win people's hearts. All she could do was obediently follow her master's orders. We all owe a life. That's not the point. Tianjio has. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words, unsure how to describe it, but he couldn't miss the opportunity. Master, no explanation is needed. I understand, Meng Fan taught me. Just tell me what I can do. You know I'm bad with words. Lin Fei really couldn't think of any ideas. As for Jiang Yu's nonsense about owing a life, etc., she doesn't even believe in punctuation marks. Please, we've known each other for so long. We all know each other perfectly. It's clearly a case of a collecting obsession. What's there to explain? If it's due to Tianjio's health, she can guess most of it. She probably possesses a magical artifact again. When Meng Fan last encountered the little green bottle iris, she saw Lin Fei's puzzled look and Meng Fan had explained it to her, so she had some recollection of it. I don't remember much. She was just a follower, a servant. She's not even my wife or girlfriend, so why would she dare to stop me? You don't have to do anything. From now on, you are the captain, and Ingsen and I are the team members. Sand City is a demonic force with scattered camps. We don't know how many strongholds it has. We can only wait for them to show up on their own. You need to appear strong, but not too strong, so that Sha Cheng feels he can kill you with all his might. Showing off your wealth appropriately. Lin Fei's eyes were even more confused. She habitually turned to Meng Fan for help, only to turn around and see an even more unreliable face. Jiang Yu planned to have Lin Fei help him infiltrate the city first, find an opportunity to destroy Sha Cheng, and put his mind at ease. Those 6 months were filled with youthful memories. Seeing that Lin Fei couldn't understand, it was clear that using her brain wasn't suitable for her. Fine, I'll take care of it. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It would have been so much better if this had been done sooner. The Sand City organization was very complex. At the time, Tianjiu thought it was just a large hunting team and didn't take it seriously. Initially, the two groups kept to themselves, but later their territories overlapped, leading to constant conflicts. Until one of the girls under Sweetie's command was brutally murdered by the other party. Sever limbs, gouge out eyes, cut off tongue. The girl was still alive when she was thrown at the door. Tianjiu personally tracked down and found the Sand City base. The enemy had over 100 people, all of whom were awakened, 3A level and over a dozen B level. They are very strong. The usual seduction tactics are ineffective. The two teams are too close together, and they are all familiar faces. Even using newcomers won't work. They're right next to the Sweet Long team and know their style inside and out. Even a fool would know it's a trap. Who would be so stupid as to fall for it? At night, Tianjiu led all her forces in a sneak attack, sacrificing 10 men to kill all the enemy soldiers. I thought the matter was over, so I let my guard down. A few days later, hundreds of members of the Sand City hunting team raided Tianjiu's base, and everyone was killed in their sleep. Sweet Long's ability to detect energy is extremely sensitive. The moment the explosion occurred, she used her protective ability to shield Ran Ran and Jiang Yu. Simulated superpowers have a cooldown period. Even an S-rank ability can only be activated once per hour. During their escape, Ran Ran died protecting him from a knife, and Tianjiu was seriously injured. Jiang Yu carried Tianjiu into the desert. In the desert, powerful beasts roamed and storms raged, so the pursuers dared not venture deeper. After shaking off the pursuers, Jiang Yu checked the situation. Sweetie has been dead for a long time. Repaying a debt of gratitude is simple. The contents inside Tianjiu's body are highly coveted, and he had witnessed that terrifying feeling in his previous life. This is a life I absolutely cannot miss. He wanted to know even more why Ran Ran and Tianjiu risked their lives to save him. Switching identities is something Jiang Yu knows he can't do. Chapter 171. For the sake of the team's development, I willingly sacrificed myself. Sweetie got in the car, started the engine, and continued driving forward. Jiang Yu was about to remind them, but before he could speak, the lead car swerved in an arc 5 meters away from them, leaving a dark skid mark. The engine roared, and we sped away. Indeed, a few small traps are not only visible to Tianjiu's S-level spying ability, but they probably even come with instruction manuals. Should we chase them or not? Lin Fei was completely confused. They were having a good chat, so why did they suddenly run away? Let's not waste time, let's go. We can run away, but we can't hide. Once we've sorted out the ancient tomb matter, we can go back and relive our youth. Not bad either. Bang, bang, bang. Before Lin Fei could start the car, a series of explosions rang out from behind. Jiang Yu was all too familiar with the sound. It was the same sound of fire-type supernatural power exploding that night. The leader of Sand City is quite shrewd. He gathered a group of fire-type ability awakeners to form a bombing squad, specializing in practicing fire explosions. The bombing squad has no defenses, and their fire abilities have extremely poor endurance. They can only maintain full power for a maximum of 3 minutes before becoming exhausted. Few hunting teams can withstand a 3-minute all-out attack. The convoy's retreat was blocked by 5 people. Suddenly, an earthen wall was erected on the highway, and flames burned inside the wall. The lead car couldn't brake in time and crashed directly into the wall. The sound of explosions was incessant. No matter how powerful the spying is, not everyone has the capacity to exploit it, and frequent use simply cannot withstand the drain. The people lying in ambush by the roadside began to charge, and Jiang Yu and his 2 companions were fortunate enough to be assigned to a 5-person squad to receive them. Fei Fei, you can't use the inherited energy to kill indiscriminately. Jiang Yu took out 2 alloy swords and threw one to Lin Fei. Made of lunar fall alloy, it's far inferior to the alien weapon, but it's enough to kill a few small fry. Lin Fei looked annoyed upon hearing this. It was better than nothing, since she was already an A-level power user and had a little personal agenda. The master can't possibly hold a grudge. He jumped out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the 5 men charging towards him. A smile played on his lips as his long sword drew a silver-white halo. Puff! One move. The 5 men were cut in half at the waist, their upper bodies crawling on the ground, their screams drawing the attention of the onlookers. All eyes on the battlefield were drawn to this. Everyone in Shacheng looked on in disbelief. No one had died on the main battle, but a 5-man squad was wiped out in a single encounter. Could it be that the big boss is in the first car? The leader of the Shacheng team looked at Jiang Yu, who was calm and collected, with a beautiful woman beside him. He glanced at the dozen or so people behind Tianzhou and suddenly realized what was going on. Grass. These girls are nothing but playthings. The boy is the real player behind the scenes. Having witnessed Lin Fei's ruthless methods, he is even more convinced of his deduction. The best bodyguards naturally stay by the boss's side. Brothers, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Follow me and charge. A great reward will be given to whoever beheads this young man, the leader shouted, leading the charge towards Jiang Yu. Sweetie stared at the farce unfolding before her, unsure how to react. Around their group, only a few people from Sand City remained to hold them off, clearly not intending to attack, but simply to block any rescue efforts. The few people left behind in Shacheng were all like turtle shells. When they slashed with their swords, their hands went numb from the impact. One thing is certain, she just got Jiang Yu's identity wrong. Sister, what should we do? Ran held the dagger, her face smeared with blood, and she was very worried about Jiang Yu. The husband I was about to have is about to become a dish. How can I eat him after he's been cut up? After a moment's hesitation, Tianzhou realized that with a master's help, she couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Clear out the Sand City, so I won't have to be so worried every time I go out. Charge with all your might. Leave no one alive. Lin Wan, activate the illusion. After giving the order, Tianzhou drew her long sword and activated her simulated supernatural ability. She chose Grade A body enhancement. The girl named Lin Wan closed her eyes. Her body became blurry, pink mist dissipated and enveloped the enemy, and her internal energy was depleted. Several turtle shells, with dazed eyes, stood blankly in place, able to remain in a hypnotic state for a few minutes if not attacked. Sweetie led everyone out of the encirclement to rush to the rescue. After passing several armored vehicles blocking the road, she looked up and saw an unbelievable scene. A voluptuous girl, covered in blood, stood proudly with a sword in hand, while behind her, a boy and a frail girl were talking. The girl covered her mouth and chuckled, clinging to the boy like she had no bones, her face flushed. At the feet of the three, severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered on the ground, and blood flowed like a river. So powerful, Ran couldn't help but exclaim, putting her plan to keep her little husband on hold indefinitely. The girl Jiang Yu was pursuing was 10 times prettier and 100 times stronger than her. He should just repay her kindness. She is self-aware. Tianzhou and Lin Fei looked at each other and smiled at the same time, but their smiles were not very warm. They are all characters who refuse to admit defeat. Tianzhou loves talent, but she's not confident that Lin Fei will follow her. The girl has an A-level superpower, and her strength is no weaker than an S-level. The hunting party is too small to support a big fish. Going to a sanctuary would offer a better future. Our team is all girls. Are you interested in joining? I will give you the best treatment. Tianzhou decided to try her luck. I was somewhat interested, but unfortunately I can't live without men, so I have no plans to become a nun for the time being. Lin Fei wiped the blood off the blade of her sword and turned to leave. Hearing that she didn't directly refuse, Tianzhou breathed a sigh of relief and began to feel fortunate for the rule she had just established. You're so strong. It's normal for you to bring a toy. I'm not that old-fashioned. Tianzhou looked at the trio with some confusion. The frail girl and the boy made no attempt to hide their relationship, and Lin Fei even claimed that the boy belonged to her, making the situation quite complicated. My name is Tianzhou. The girl extended her hand. Lin Fei. My husband, Jiang Yu. Lin Fei didn't reach out, her gaze sweeping over the people behind Tianzhou, seemingly considering whether to join in. Sweetie thought she was worried that someone would try to steal her boyfriend, so she quickly explained. They are very well behaved and dare not do anything reckless. I can guarantee that. Anyone who dares to cross the line, I'll personally clean it up. Tianzhou was talking about them. but her eyes were only fixed on Ran Ran. Her biggest worry was her gluttonous younger sister. Never mind then, my husband deserves the best. This little girl is the concubine I found for my husband. This is too boring and not suitable for me. Lin Fei jumped into the car and waved her hand. Jiang Yu was stunned. I have once again come to appreciate the wisdom of the ancients. It's true what they say, one is influenced by one's company. Lin Fei's tone was practically possessed by Ming Fan. Me, me, me. Ran Ran raised her hand, her face showing an expression of heroic defiance. Brother Jiang Yu, sister Lin Fei, I'm good in bed and not clingy. I am willing to dedicate myself to the development of the team. Ran Ran's face was flushed and her eyes were sticky. She didn't look shy at all. Lin Fei remained silent, her eyes fixed on Tianjiu with a half-smile, waiting for her to respond. The master's goal is clearly to make the relationship last. As for Ran Ran, judging from the little girl's excited expression and eager eyes, she will definitely take the initiative to wash and pack the gift and send it over. No one even needs to help unpack the packaging. Chapter 172. You know I'm a pro at playing support. Seeing that Tianjiu had not made a statement, he pulled the start lever and started the armored vehicle's engine. Lin Fei appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was extremely anxious. If she went too far, her master would definitely kill her. This was the first time she had missed Ming Fan. Although that brat always tricks her into feeding kills when playing games, she's incredibly useful in everyday situations. Can you please stop making a scene? After so long since the apocalypse, even a fool could see how Sweetie and her team of little devils make a living. Stop pretending to be innocent. Sister, Ran Ran shook Tianjiu's arm, and her teammates behind her didn't understand what their captain was hesitating about. With Lin Fei joining, the team's mortality rate can be reduced by 80%, and what they lack most is a power-type awakened individual. Girls are naturally gentle and weak, and the same applies to awakened superpowers. 70% of them are support or elemental types. Of the remaining 30% of melee-type awakened individuals, the majority are those specializing in speed, flexibility, assassination, or surprise attacks. There are very few female awakened ones who can confront each other head-on and fight head-on, and even fewer who are above grade B. Lin Fei's displayed strength was faintly close to S level. The only price to pay for taking her in is to play duo Q with a handsome young man when he's bored. How can you call it a price to pay? It's clearly an added benefit. All right, you guys go clean up the mess. I know what I'm doing. Tianjiu dismissed her men and turned to look at Lin Fei. I'd like to talk to you alone. Jiang Yu pulled Ingsen away. Ingsen's current principle is to not speak or act recklessly, and to try to make herself invisible. They served tea and water, cooked meals, and warmed the bed, taking meticulous care of their master. She knew she was weak, like a soap bubble. Any opponent her master came into contact with would burst at the slightest touch. The best way is to be the master's shadow, get closer and closer, and be a personal maidservant would be safer. Only Lin Fei and Tianjiu remained beside the armored vehicle. I'm not being dramatic, it's just that I can't get it. No man can touch me. If I were to even slightly succumb to temptation, Jiang Yu would suffer a terrible death. Tianjiu turned her arm over, revealing a touch of rosy blush on her fair and delicate skin. It's very bright. Lin Fei's limited education does not mean she knows nothing. Shou Gongsha. Miss, which dynasty did you travel from? There is a limit to absurdity. I don't like nonsense. You're not sincere, and I have no interest in idle chatter. I won't see you. Lin Fei gestured for them to proceed. Sweetie struggled with the decision of whether or not to tell the other person the truth. I didn't get the virginity mark willingly. Let me finish. If you still insist, I will agree to your conditions. However, I am not responsible for the person's death, and you cannot seek revenge. Tell me about it. Lin Fei nodded. The owner decided to eat wild game, so he naturally knew about its toxicity. As for whether it would kill him, don't be ridiculous. With Jiang Yu's overly cautious nature, even if all of humanity in Kyushu were wiped out, it wouldn't be his turn. After pondering for a while, Tianjiu was unsure how much to tell her, as their trust level was 0 since they had just met. When the apocalypse came, I was a double B level when I first awakened, which was very weak. By combining spying with simulation, one can survive. Later, something strange happened. During the mission, I was resting against a stone archway on the mountain and accidentally fell asleep and had a strange dream. I had a virginity mark on my arm when I woke up. At the time, I was just drifting along at the Hainin shelter, and a supervisor wanted to take me in. He was pretty strong, an A-level melee fighter, and very handsome. I was looking for someone to rely on back then, so I was kind of hoping for something. He only touched my lower body with his hand, and the moment I got aroused, he was shattered into pieces. I had no choice but to run away and start my own hunting party. The energy of the virginity mark is very strong. My current dual S-level superpowers are also thanks to it. It must have reached its limit. It hasn't improved in a long time. Lin Fei listened quietly, recalling what her master had said. What he wanted was probably the energy within the girl's body. His life or death is none of my business. I just want to see your sincerity. You just need to answer yes or no. You've seen my strength. Anyone who gets in your way, I'll kill them all for you. Lin Fei's tone was very impatient. The owner insisted on setting a bunch of rules and regulations for himself. If she were a man, she would just knock out any girl she liked with a stick, carry her back, and slowly train her. Why bother with all this trouble? If you're not happy, I'll give you a beating and see if your skin is tougher than my whip. It's rare to find someone who enjoys stamp collecting, but also cherishes their reputation. Sweetie was stunned by what she heard. It seemed like everything she had just said was nonsense. She kept calling him husband, and was also helping him find concubines and saying he deserved the best. She didn't even flinch when she killed her. This woman is ruthless and would be a perfect fit for the hunting team. However, we must still be wary. You will see my sincerity. Could we wait a few days? Ran really likes him, and I want my sister to fulfill her dream. Tianjiu confirmed Lin Fei's attitude again. Your husband is really going to die. I don't want there to be any distance between you and me. Lin Fei waved her hand, too lazy to pay attention to her. Honey, I've got it all sorted out. You can play whichever one you want. Lin Fei's words were louder than the explosion earlier, and the group of girls in the hunting team laughed heartily, all looking at Tianjiu. Sweetie wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground. Who is this person? Can unspoken rules be discussed openly? Unable to contain her anger, Tianjiu stared at Lin Fei's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. She is the epitome of womanly beauty, yet speaks and acts with more masculinity than any man. Ran skipped over and tilted her head to look at Tianjiu. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Tianjiu said irritably. Ran was very serious. I didn't see any flowers, but the atmosphere was full of spring. Sister, I always thought you liked women, which scared me so much that I didn't dare to sleep in the same bed with you. I'll let you go first to play together tonight, and I'll play support for you. You know I'm incredibly good at playing support. Get lost. Tianjiu kicked Ran hard, sending her flying backward. In midair, Ran activated her superpower, twisting her body in several incredible poses before landing steadily on the ground. She didn't want to lose her composure in front of Jiangyu. The girl tugged at her tube top, put on her sweetest smile, and ran to Jiangyu's side. Sister Fei, can I stay here? The little girl wasn't stupid. She knew who was in charge. Whatever, I'm going to take a nap. You can drive for me later. Lin Fei yawned, jumped into the back of the armored vehicle, and reclined the seat to rest. When the chair is reclined, it reveals a large bed that is 2 meters wide. Ran's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Fei, I'll keep my voice down. I'm the safest driver, Ran quickly agreed, patting the headlights. As the hunting party departed, 2 figures rose from a distant hill and vanished silently into the desert. Chapter 173 Parasites and Hosts, a win-win survival strategy. Jiangyu glanced into the distance and felt much more at ease. Having someone deliver the message would save a lot of time. The convoy headed towards Hainan City. Sweetie's base was originally a sanatorium, far from the city center. Both its features and protection are more luxurious than those of a villa. The difference between a hunting party and a sanctuary is quite significant. The hunting party won't take in trash, but the shelter will take in anyone. One is a mountain king, the other is an emperor. The hunting party doesn't know how to grow crops or raise livestock. They rely entirely on plundering for supplies and have no choice in what to eat. Tianjiu prepared a place for Lin Fei to stay, while Jiangyu was dragged away by Ran. Yingxin wanted to go with them, but Tianjiu stopped her. The girl knew it was wrong to disturb her owner, but she was afraid if she stayed too far away. Each member of the hunting party could crush her with a single finger. She doesn't mind playing support. So what do you think of our base? It's pretty good, isn't it? Ran pulled Jiangyu along for a tour. She genuinely liked this young man. Aren't you afraid Lin Fei will chop you up? Jiangyu teased her. No, I won't fight her for it. I'm the best behaved. Ran mysteriously led Jiangyu to the courtyard of a villa and asked him to wait in the pavilion. A moment later, the girl came out with a plate of fruit and placed it in front of Jiangyu as if presenting a treasure. The team leader forbade us to grow vegetables, so I grew them secretly. Try it. It's so sweet. I almost don't want to eat it. The girl's eyes sparkled. The hunting team's decision not to raise livestock or cultivate crops was a lesson learned in blood. The team members developed a sense of home in the place. The hunting party is not far from its demise. Mobility is their greatest advantage. The hunting teams are like wolf packs. If they are targeted by a powerful force, they must immediately abandon everything. The more traces there are, the harder it is to give up. To settle down, one must have the resources to build a shelter. Don't girls all like strong men? You're so good to me. Be careful, I might misunderstand. Jiang Yu had asked Tianjiu the same question in his previous life, but the girl always just smiled and didn't answer. This puzzled him greatly. When I was in school, I liked a very obscure an anime for girls that you probably haven't seen, called Nine Heavens. You really look like one of the princes in the movie. Their temperament, appearance, even their little gestures are the same. Sister Tianjiu is also a fan. She's the one who recommended anime to me. Ranran stared at him. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt like he was being targeted by a pervert. Ranran is pure and cute, yet very alluring. It doesn't make you feel uncomfortable, but it's just strange. Is that prince also useless? Jiang Yu chuckled. The question of agonizing over 2 lifetimes is a joke. He even fantasized about whether he possessed a unique charm. He made 2 girls willingly die for him. No, he's the strongest villain. He's useless without you. Ranran blurted out without thinking and immediately regretted it. Who would criticize a bald monk while serving a monk? That's not what I meant. Don't be angry. Whether you're strong or weak, I'll protect you and take the blow for you. Ranran didn't know how to explain and was almost in tears. Is it really necessary? He's just an anime character. I'm not a prince. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly and prepared to leave. It's better to keep memories in your memory. Once they're brought out, they'll always be unrecognizable. Many youthful memories are not as wonderful as we imagined. I like you, that's all. I liked you the first time I saw you. What I like about you is you as a person, not a two-dimensional character. I like princes in comics because they are the kind of princes I like. Ranran's numerous preferences completely confused Jiang Yu, as matters of love and romance were certainly not his forte. I have a way to prove it. Ranran took Jiang Yu's hand. Meanwhile, after arranging Lin Fei's accommodation, Tianjiu thought about discussing Jiang Yu's matter with Ranran. She was still hesitant. Lin Fei's words sound nice, but with Jiang Yu dead, who knows if she'll take her anger out on the hunting team. Sweet had no confidence in subduing her. As they approached the villa, the gate to the courtyard was open, and the sound of 2 people laughing and talking could be heard from inside. Ranran recounted the interesting stories that happened in the hunting team, many of which were secrets that couldn't be told, but the little girl didn't care at all. Jiang Yu listened quietly, a warm smile appearing on his lips. Through the fence, she saw the scene before her, her eyes shifting to the boy's face, and she felt a pang of jealousy towards Ranran. Ranran can be friends with Jiang Yu, but she can't. If they accidentally bump into each other while spending time together, someone could die. Even getting a little closer is not allowed. Yes, it's not 100%. The question is who dares to gamble on the odds. Should we actively dissipate the dormant energy within our bodies? The thought popped into her mind, and even Tianjiu herself was startled. Without this energy, she would have died countless times. Now she is stable at S rank, and there is no sign of her energy declining at all. It's estimated that it will stay with you for life. Disperse, it's just a thought. The daily life of a hunting team is no different from licking blood off a knife's edge. With this support, I can live a little longer. I'm still so envious. In the courtyard, Ranran kept chattering away, showing no intention of letting Jiang Yu leave. After waiting for a while, Tian couldn't help but cough and knock on the courtyard gate. Ranran ran to open the door and was slightly taken aback when she saw who it was. Sweetie never knocks when she looks for her. It's easy to guess why. Ranran looked a little lost, clutching the hem of her clothes, her face slightly flushed. Sorry, I'm not trying to take him from you. I just want to talk to him more. His smile is so gentle. Explaining is just covering up. It's better to admit your mistake and try to get a reprieve. Besides, it was just ordinary daily interaction. She didn't do anything excessive. Tianjiu patted Ranran's head, showing no sign of anger, and looked at Jiang Yu. My heart started pounding for no reason. You go back first. I have something to discuss with Ranran. Jiang Yu nodded, and as he passed by Tianjiu, he casually lifted her chin and scrutinized her closely. Tianjiu couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her face even redder than Ranran's. Don't touch me. No, it's not that I don't like it. It's just... Only, I don't want you to be in danger. People can really die. Upon first contact, Jiang Yu felt the surging energy, which was violent and chaotic. The energy is unlike that of humans. It leans more towards the aura of zombies, making it very difficult to extract. Unless you refine her into a furnace and slowly drain her dry. Refining a furnace is no small matter. The other party must cooperate and unconditionally trust it to maximize its value. Once the energy is fully refined, breaking through to the 7th rank is not impossible. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu's gaze towards Tianzhou became even more intense. Sweetie sighed, forced to make a choice. I won't go back on my promise. Let's talk about it in 7 days. I need to think about it carefully. Damn it. I can say anything really offensive to those stinky men without even thinking. At this moment, she actually wanted to leave a good impression on the other party. No rush. You have great taste in clothes. I like it. Zhang Yu reached out and flicked the bell on the necklace. It jingled. Thank you. Tianzhou replied groggily. I felt ashamed of what I said and my cloying voice. Being flirted with to my face, what's there to thank me for? Zhang Yu left because he needed to go back and organize the Taoist techniques for refining furnaces, which he had never used before. I lacked confidence because I was trying to refine a high-difficulty material on my first try. Those who have studied Taoist magic know that the process of refining a furnace has nothing to do with matters between men and women. It is more like the bond between a mutated daughter and a large tree. Parasites and hosts mutually benefit each other. The mutated daughter preys on any living creatures that pass by, corroding their flesh and blood. The roots of the large tree absorb the nutrients and feed back to the mutated daughter. A win-win way of life. Night fell, and all was quiet. Ran led several girls to patrol and keep watch in the yard. The little girl had nothing to do during the day, and when she woke up from her afternoon nap, it was already evening. At this moment, I am full of energy. The shift changes at 11 o'clock. I don't know if Zhang Yu is asleep or not. She was planning how to sneak in and go play with him. Lin Fei had told her to do whatever she wanted, and Tianzhou had also told her to cherish the time they spent together. There's no need to be so polite. Even if you don't get any benefits, it's good to take a look. If you let fate down, God will blacklist you. I check my mechanical watch every few minutes, and there's only an hour left. The hands are moving slower than a snail. Is it broken? He pulled a girl over, and the pointer angle was exactly the same. He immediately looked dejected. Time is moving so slowly. My sister doesn't say anything if I occasionally skip work. She's been doing this for a long time, and she's about to quietly leave. Suddenly, I heard a sound. Whoosh! A very light gust of wind sounded, and several dark figures flashed by. Ran suddenly went black and lost consciousness. Chapter 174. Even just seeing him one more time would be good. When Ran woke up, she was already inside the iron cage. Her teammate's body lay outside the cage, mangled and broken, a warning of the consequences of non-cooperation. I straightened up and saw the pattern on the flagpole. It was indeed the location of the Sand City garrison. She glanced around and realized it wasn't the place she and Tianzhou had scouted. She had been to the Sand City garrison several times. It's dark and visibility is poor, so you can't see clearly, but that's definitely not it. The terrain and dense forests are all different. Sand City is clearly much larger than they had imagined. They are no match for it. This time, I'm really going to die. Her happiness had only just begun. Seeing the girl wake up, a young man walked over. He was very young, wearing silver-gray armor, and had handsome features. He didn't say anything, but handed Ran an unopened bottle of orange juice. The girl hesitated to accept the offer, looking at the boy warily. I am Shun Xian, the leader of this camp. Stay and follow me. I won't kill you. If Tianzhou nods. I can guarantee that everyone in your hunting team will live better than before. Of course, you can also choose to resist. I will cut off all the protruding parts of your body and then send you back. The boy's tone remained gentle. The girl suited his taste perfectly, and Tianzhou was even more captivating. Recruiting Tianzhou's hunting team will definitely make him the strongest branch in the entire Sand City. The presence of hundreds of girls also served as a strong morale booster for his subordinates. Loyalty is at its maximum. Xin Xian, captain of the Vermilion Bird team in Sand City, is one of the 4 most powerful people in the organization. Ability Array, rank A, increases the entire team's ability strength by 10%, and the number of teammates affected is linked to the rank. Ran, hearing that she wouldn't die, took the drink. To escape, one has no choice but to obey and wait for another opportunity. You really won't kill me? Ran asked timidly. Xin Xian smiled gently and shook his head. Follow me, and you won't have to go out and risk your life anymore. Tianzhou has been using you as bait all along. Don't you hate her? Ran looked aggrieved upon hearing this, and tears streamed down her face. Hate her? My superpowers are very weak. It's good enough that I'm alive. She gives me food, and it's only right that she takes her anger out on me when she's in a bad mood. It's only right to be used as bait. I can't live on my own, Ran said in a tearful voice, and a trace of heartache flashed in Xin Xian's eyes. His hand involuntarily opened the iron chain on the cage door. From now on, Follow me, and I'll take care of you. The young man domineeringly pulled her into his arms. He was well aware of the girl's special abilities and saw no threat from them. Okay. Ran lowered her head shyly. When Xian touched her, her body stiffened and she couldn't relax. Xian was very satisfied with the girl's pragmatic choice. Delicious food should naturally be enjoyed as soon as possible. Amidst the envious glances of his subordinates, Xian led Ran to his courtyard. A moment later, a scream came from the room. The two guards at the gate of the courtyard didn't pay any attention. They both had lewd smiles on their faces. Even if they couldn't eat, they could still enjoy the sounds. Grab her, you filthy bitch. Alive. Don't kill him. Damn it. Damn it. Inside the villa, Xian screamed hysterically, his lower body covered in blood. A figure nimbly leaped out from the backyard. Several people gave chase, but on someone else's turf, with Ran's meager supernatural abilities, it would be difficult for her to escape. It's practically an impossible task. Ran fled through the dense forest, pursued closely by three people. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, a dagger flew towards them, and the girl's body twisted strangely, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The dagger grazed his shoulder and was embedded in the tree, its sharp blade stained with blood. It hurts. Despite the excruciating pain, Ran, though not particularly fast, dodged with incredible speed. In the dense forest, they managed to evade attacks from several strange beasts. Immediately afterwards, a burst of energy struck from behind, several times faster than the dagger. Ran couldn't dodge it, and her thigh was pierced, blooming into a flower of blood. The gap in strength is too large. If this blow hits a vital spot, death is certain. The leader's orders were to capture her alive, so they dared not be too ruthless and instead slowly wear her down. The girl wouldn't last long. Ran gritted her teeth and forced herself to run out of the dense forest. Fortunately, she dodged quickly enough and didn't break any bones. The three men kept firing arrows, but with darkness falling and the monsters and zombies blocking their way, they couldn't catch up for a while. The girl who ran away had an incredibly strong will to survive. Why don't we just kill him? The girl in black said as she chased after him. A moment's distraction, and a mutated venomous snake sprang out from the shadows of the trees, moving with the speed of a bullet, and bit the girl in black directly in the throat. The girl in black struggled a few times, her flesh dissolved, leaving only blackened bones, which the venomous snake sucked with relish. Entering a dense forest at night is tantamount to suicide. The remaining two hesitated. Consider whether the punishment would be lighter if the girl escaped, or if she were killed. It is clearly the latter. Ran had only one thought in her mind. Even if. It would be good to see him one more time. Inside the sanatorium, when it was time to change shifts, the girl on duty couldn't find anyone to hand over her duties to, so she quickly sounded the alarm. Jiang Yu was still studying the Taoist arts of the furnace when he heard a sound flying out of the window. Now that the attack on Sand City has begun, there's no point in hiding anything. We need to clear it out and get down to business. Sweetie was the first to arrive. As a hunting team, being ready for battle at any moment was a basic survival rule. She was still wearing the clothes she wore during the day. Captain, Ran and the others are missing. The girl quickly reported when she saw Tianzhou. When did this happen? Tianzhou asked, clinging to a sliver of hope, knowing that Ran had been lazy more than once or twice. This is the first time the whole team has disappeared together. Could that brat have taken them all to Jiang Yu's place? Even when you're fooling around, you should have some sense of proportion. At least leave two people on watch. We came to relieve you, but there's no one here, and no signs of a struggle, the girl replied. Sweetie started spying, but there was no trace of Ran in the camp, and panic began to rise in her heart. She always treated the little girl like family. Jiang Yu walked over from a distance, and Lin Fei followed behind without any of the aura of a captain. Tianzhou had no doubt that among the women who could arrange for her husband to take a concubine, it was hard to say who was fawning over whom. What's going on? Jiang Yu activated his Abyss C, but couldn't detect a single enemy. Ran is missing. It was definitely Sha Cheng who did it. I have to go save her. Tianzhou didn't have time to explain. She selected a few strong team members and began tracking. The little girl kept causing trouble, and Tianzhou knew that something bad would happen sooner or later, so she left an energy mark on her. It was very faint. Only her voyeuristic abilities could detect it. Jiang Yu and Lin Fei followed closely behind, while Ling Xian, unable to help, was left behind at the camp. To be precise, she couldn't even keep up with the team. Ingsen stood in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky. When she felt wronged, she would always think of her younger brother. She didn't dare to tell Jiang Yu about her brother. She couldn't guarantee that in her master's heart, A toy was more important than the head of the Beihui Internal Affairs Department. Ingsin stood alone under the starry sky, her figure forlorn, feeling as insignificant as a grain of sand. In the dense forest, Tianjiu followed the energy aura, but her full power was quickly depleted. I could feel the breath getting closer and closer, and I held on with all my might. Everyone be careful, it's just a few hundred ahead. Before Tianjiu could finish speaking, she fainted, her energy depleted. The energy dormant deep within her body remained completely still, clearly indicating a refusal to help her in her time of need. Lin Fei picked her up. She felt as light as a feather, and it didn't affect her movements at all. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Jiang Yu frowned deeply. Ran was lively and cheerful, and in her previous life she had taken good care of him, so he quite liked this little girl. The girl has many flaws, but she's not scheming, and it's very comfortable to be friends with her. Passing through the vines, in the darkness, I could vaguely see a girl leaning against a tree, holding a dagger. His body and face were covered in blood. Jiang Yu stepped forward and looked at the tattered girl on the ground. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a needle. The scene before me seemed to overlap with my past life. Chapter 175 with me here, she won't die. Jiang Yu, you've come to pick me up. Ran raised her hand, but halfway up, she couldn't muster any strength. The healer's supernatural abilities poured out like water, but they couldn't integrate into Ran's body. The girl's meridians were completely severed, preventing her from gathering qi. Footsteps could be heard in the distance. Lin Fei, go clean it up. Jiang Yu's face was gloomy. He held the girl and took out a few seeds, but it was still ineffective. Ran woke up and looked at the face in front of her, which was full of energy. He showed no signs of weakness. Jiang Yu, I didn't have to die. It's all your fault. He wants to play with me. Let's have fun together. I don't know why, but I feel disgusted when I look at him. I tried my best to bear it. I really couldn't help it. I cut him up. Am I amazing or not? Jiang Yu, I don't want to leave. It's only just begun. She was perfectly fine all day. Ran's voice trailed off before she could finish speaking. The light in his pupils faded, and his eyes lost their sparkle. Controlling the soul is the most karmic-heavy Taoist practice, and few practitioners dare to touch this taboo, especially when it comes to preventing rebirth. Idiot. Jiang Yu felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes welled up with tears. They bit their fingers and drew a blood talisman to trap spirits, causing an area of dozens of meters around them to fall into a ghostly abyss. The vengeful ghosts howled, and the netherworld wailed. They had intended to use a blood talisman to trap the soul and prevent it from dissipating, but unexpectedly, another figure appeared in the ghost realm. The ghostly officials of the underworld revealed their forms. In the darkness, a faint, shadowy figure could be seen. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in casual clothes, looking no different from any other passerby on the street. He held a straw rope in one hand and played with a peach pit in the other. The man looked slightly surprised as he was forced to reveal himself. After a person dies, their soul and spirit disperse immediately, containing most of their memories and emotions. Jiang Yu didn't want to just have the remnant soul. The girl's 3 souls and 7 spirits must not be damaged in the slightest. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous when facing the underworld officials for the first time. No one knows who they are or why they exist. At least no one saw them before the moon's demise. Only legends existed. After the moon fell, they appeared in many battles that destroyed cities. Unlike now, when they hide themselves, they appear openly and steal away souls. The ghostly army stretched for thousands of meters as it passed through the area. Rumor has it that someone tried to stop it, but it was invisible and intangible, as if it were just a phantom. Her soul. I want it, Jiang Yu said in a low voice. The ghost official shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Covered in a ghostly aura, Tianjiu was awakened by the terrifying atmosphere. Looking at the scene before her, her mind went blank. Ran is dead. Jiang Yu was confronting the illusory figure, and between the two was Ran's soul. With her exceptionally strong senses, coupled with the activation of Jiang Yu's blood talisman, she could clearly perceive it. Lin Fei walked back from the front and was also stunned when she saw the ghost official. The aura on the phantom made her very uncomfortable. Then you can go die. Jiang Yu spoke calmly, summoning the divine Ziwei. In the night sky, stars lit up one by one, and the aura emanating from him made people's hearts tremble. My name is Lu Hai, and I have some standing in the underworld. To be an enemy of the underworld. That's not wise. The ghost official's expression was no longer calm. He felt that he was really going to be erased. They attempted to intimidate others by leveraging the power behind them. The underworld? I wasn't sure before, because the energy you possess is clearly much weaker than what you've inherited. But I can't see through it. You can't hide beneath the crepe myrtle. I'll go to Mount Tai sometime to see if you're human or ghosts. Jiang Yu's mocking tone stunned him. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope in the ghost official's heart vanished, and the boy saw through their secret. He just happened to be passing by, saw someone die, and casually took away a soul and a spirit. He never took minor skirmishes seriously. The battle to destroy a city was his true passion. Why did I have to be so impulsive today? In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, the ghost official was about to disappear into the darkness. A hand, piercing through space, tightly gripped his neck. How is this possible? The ghost official exclaimed in horror. From the moment they awakened, their people had no body and no energy. Only a soul remains. It is invisible, untouchable, and completely immune to energy and physical attacks. Similarly, the trade-off is the inability to harm physical entities. I won't be able to sleep peacefully after you leave. Jiang Yu's voice was indifferent. Golden light flashed in his hand, and the ghost official's soul was scattered. They took out the soul crystal and sealed Ranran's complete soul inside it. I need to find another body. Jiang Yu felt like he was a cursed star, and anyone who gave him their heart would die a tragic death. Master, there's a camp ahead. Jiang Yu revealed his strength, and Lin Fei stopped pretending. Jiang Yu, Ranran, Tianjiu knelt beside the corpse. The girl's body was cold to the touch, and her blood had dried up. She had been dead for a long time. With me here, she won't die. Boom. Jiang Yu summoned a fire talisman to extinguish her body, then summoned Wuxiang and turned to walk towards the camp. What should have been a joyous occasion, reuniting with old friends, making up for regrets from a past life, and having all the fun I wanted to do, was instead marred by a deep wound to my heart. This blow was even heavier than in my previous life. He desperately needed to vent. The anger in his heart had reached a breaking point. Sweetie stared at the burning corpse in the flames, her face streaked with tears. She couldn't understand what Jiang Yu was saying, but she could empathize with the boy's feelings. It's better to burn it. Ranran would really break down if she turned into a zombie. In the Sand City camp, Shun Xian treated his wounds. On the table was a package, blood seeping out. His gaze fell on the paper package, and he gritted his teeth. Summon everyone to assemble. The subordinate accepted the order, and before leaving, he glanced curiously at the paper package, his eye twitching slightly. Why are you laughing? Court death. With a swift stroke, a head flew off, and everyone fell silent in fear. Anyone would go crazy in this situation. Outside the camp. Master, should I do it? Lin Fei was a little worried. Her master's mood was very strange. Jiang Yu didn't answer, but turned to look at her, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Fei was so frightened that she quickly shut her mouth. Jiang Yu rushed into the camp alone, without using any Taoist magic or summoning the Gujiao. Wuxiang transformed into a Tang sword. Those who tried to stop him were all cut in half at the waist, and the remaining dozen or so surrounded Jiang Yu, not daring to go forward. Enemy attack. Someone has broken into the camp. Quickly, go and inform the captain. Seeing their teammates fall one by one, and overwhelmed by the opponent's overwhelming strength, everyone present turned ashen-faced and lost all will to fight back. Clang. The clang of metal rang out. A gray shadow flashed by, and more than a dozen people were cut in half at the waist, struggling and crawling in pools of blood and entrails. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Tianjiu watched from outside, wanting to go down and help, but Lin Fei stopped her. The smell of blood attracted a group of zombies. Lin Fei's energy dissipated, her eyes narrowed, and the horde of corpses was annihilated in a series of explosions, including the leading corpse king. The sweet words that were on the tip of my tongue were swallowed back down. He looked at Lin Fei with fear in his eyes. Her S-rank rating was a joke in their eyes. Both master and servant were monsters. She couldn't think of anything in her hunting party that would make the two of them waste their time acting. The supplies were negligible. As for beauty, all Jiang Yu has to do is show his strength and kill a few people, and he and Ranran will have no choice but to obediently wash themselves clean and send them over. They didn't even dare to think about running away. Perhaps the boy just has this strange quirk. In the apocalypse, how many normal people are there? In the distance, Shen Xian led his men out, and over 100 of them surrounded Jiang Yu once again. Who are you? Shaching is not. He was only halfway through his sentence when a hand fell to the ground. Chapter 176 Netherworld Curse. A agonizing scream rang out, and before Shen Xian could react, another arm was torn off. Are you dead? Kill him. Jiang Yu only had eyes for Shen Xian, and he continued to slash, one cut after another, each one tearing away a piece of flesh and blood. Before they could even get close to the attackers, they were shredded by the blades. This was a one-sided massacre. Blood soaked the ground and flowed into a stream. Despite the elemental attacks from the outside, the golden pagoda remained completely still. Mind control is like throwing a stone into the sea. It won't even cause a ripple. A ghost. There's a ghost. Demon. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hundreds of people were killed in a single encounter. Being called a demon by a group of demons, I don't know if I should feel proud. The remaining few dozen people scattered and fled, their eyes and bodies covered in blood and entrails, filled with despair. The camp was turned into a blood-soaked hell. Ghost. Then let me show you what a real ghost looks like. Vast and mysterious, yet born of heaven and earth. When dispersed, it becomes gas. When gathered, it forms a shape. The ancestor of the 5 elements, the essence of the 6 Jia. Soldiers fight alongside their troops, and generals obey orders. Netherworld curse. The curse was completed, and all the dead corpses on the ground came to life, rushing frantically towards the remaining living people, devouring and tearing them apart. Like an undead beast, it uses both hands and feet, making it several times more agile than a zombie. The screams were chilling. With the last person falling to the ground, only Shen Xian remained standing on the field. I'll give you a chance to live. Take me to the remaining 3 camps, and I won't kill you, Jiang Yu said calmly. After the massacre, much of the ferocity dissipated. I'll take you there. Shen Xian endured the excruciating pain. He didn't want to die. He was still young and had a bright future ahead of him. It's worth sacrificing the entire city of Sand City to save your own life. There are 4 camps in total in Sand City. By the time the last campsite was cleared, it was already broad daylight. Shen Xian followed behind Jiang Yu, his severed arm casually wrapped in rags. Just now, in order to show his loyalty and submission, he thoughtfully enhanced Jiang Yu's array ability so that the opponent could kill him faster. With the fall of Sand City, Jiang Yu finally felt relieved. Boss, I want to follow you. I'm willing to be your dog. Whoever you tell me to bite, I'll bite. Shen Xian knelt on the ground. Tianjiu was afraid that Jiang Yu would actually agree, so she was anxious and didn't care whether she would anger this wicked star. Ranran cannot die in vain. Master, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you with the entire hunting team. I only ask one thing of you. Shen Xian must die? Tianjiu knelt on the ground, her body trembling with fear. The boy before me used completely different abilities to destroy the 4 camps, each time more ruthless than the last. The summoned evil spirits sent chills down one's spine. Even if I'm terrified, I must avenge Ranran. In the dead of night, I can at least face my deceased loved ones with equanimity. The stench of blood emanating from Jiang Yu was so strong, it was almost overwhelming. For camps, thousands of people, all vanished overnight, leaving not even a corpse behind. Sweetie felt a lingering fear. She had never imagined that the Sand City organization was so large. If Jiang Yu hadn't intervened, she would have been slaughtered sooner or later. The 2 forces are too close together, and the 4 camps almost surround the sanatorium. Even if she were to take control of Sand City, she would remove this thorn in her side. They are still alive, perhaps because the other party feels they haven't fattened them up yet. The scene I had just witnessed in the dungeon flashed through my mind, sending a chill down my spine. Dozens of girls were locked up together, their tendons in their hands and feet were severed, and they were allowed to come out to bask in the sun for 1 or 2 hours each day. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that will be their final fate. Are you willing to follow me? Jiang Yu stroked Tianjiu's hair, looking at the familiar face before him. Master, Tianjiu confirmed again, and behind her, more than a dozen girls knelt down. Jiang Yu drew a mind-controlling talisman, and Tianjiu hesitated for a few seconds before the bloodstains disappeared. I'll give it to you to deal with. Consider it a gift. Jiang Yu kicked Shen Xian in front of the girl and casually cast a sealing spell on him. Thank you for your kindness, master. Tianjiu kowtowed deeply and took out a dagger. She looked at Shen Xian with icy eyes. Ranran, I will make this beast suffer 100 times, 1,000 times more. It's my fault, I couldn't protect you. Fear filled Shen Xian's face. He couldn't believe that such a godlike boy would break his promise. Do you really have absolutely no sense of shame? You said you wouldn't kill me, and I'm willing to follow you. Master, Shen Xian lay on the ground convulsing, unable to mobilize the energy within his body. I'm not interested in men. I won't kill you. Jiang Yu turned and left. For some reason, the same 2 words sounded better when they came out of the girl's mouth. The man shouted it out, but he only felt disgusted. Inside a villa at the sanatorium, Jiang Yu concentrated on copying the scriptures, while Yingxin somehow obtained a guqin and specially chose the gentlest and most tranquil musical score. With gentle plucking, slow strumming, and repeated picking, the sound of the zither gradually calms the mind. Lin Fei leaned back on the sofa, basking in the sun with an unusually quiet demeanor, her breathing even. Sleeping soundly. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with Yingxin's performance. He firmly believes that every girl has her own strengths, and that it takes patience to discover them. Tianjiu returned in the afternoon, her clothes soaked in blood dripping from her slender waist and thighs, and a few bits of flesh still clinging to her fair shoulders. Looks like they had a great time. Go take a shower. Jiang Yu continued copying the scriptures. He can now control his anger very well. It's not that he doesn't have it, but he can make it dissipate at the right time and not accumulate. Living in the apocalypse, it's a pipe dream to remain untainted by violence. Upon hearing this, Tianjiu hesitated and considered asking Lin Fei for help, as she was not confident that her master would listen to her explanation. Driven by lust, she had seen too many men who were willing to risk their lives for her. Once a man's desires were aroused, she simply couldn't control them. Lin Fei, wake up. Someone's trying to get themselves killed. Tianjiu kicked Lin Fei in annoyance. With someone backing her up, she became much bolder. I'll go collect the body when I wake up. Don't bother me now. Lin Fei turned inside, covered her ears with her hands, and spoke in a very unfriendly tone. Master, I am really poisonous. You can't touch me. Wait a few days. I'll figure out a way to get rid of it. Tianjiu didn't know how to explain. Jiang Yu almost lost control of his internal energy after just one glance at her. It was on the verge of exploding, and the more excited he became, the stronger the energy would become. If this continues, she fears the entire sanatorium will be razed to the ground. Now that they have a powerful backer, the energy no longer enhances their abilities. Keeping it will only bring trouble sooner or later. I know. I will help you refine that ball of energy. Jiang Yu didn't even look up, but he frowned when he smelled the strong bloody scent on Tianjiu. Go and wash it clean. Yingxin, help her purify it a few more times. Yingxin pressed the strings, smiled, and accepted the order, then stood up and came to Tianjiu's side. Stop talking back. Just listen to your master's orders. Now let's go. Why? Tianjiu sighed inwardly. Lin Fei was so strong, and Yingxin was probably even more formidable. She had no choice but to obey. She could clearly sense that the girl's superpower was purification. So what? Jiang Yu's D-level power made her completely lose faith in spying. After cleaning, Yingxin used the purifier more than 10 times, and her nose smelled every corner of Tianjiu's body. They only released her after confirming several times that there was no trace of blood. Your master likes your clothes very much. I've washed and cleaned them for you. Yingxin placed the cleaned little skirt suit on the table. It was spotless and emitted a faint fragrance. What about the other clothes? Sweetie couldn't find the most important thing. Yingxin remained expressionless, then helplessly shrugged. It was too dirty, so I threw it away. The outfit was spicy, with a necklace around her neck adorned with bells that made a clear, crisp sound. Chapter 177. Are cultivators just alchemy furnaces? Yingxin checked her over from head to toe again and was very satisfied. Tianjiu gripped the doorknob, hesitant to open the bathroom door, looking pitifully at Yingxin. I noticed your skirt is still a bit dirty. Why don't you wash it again? The laundry detergent is hard to use. I don't know if it will ruin the clothes. Yingxin reached out her hand, and Tianjiu was so frightened that she quickly opened the door and went out. After Tianjiu left, Yingxin carefully cleaned the bathroom. She was getting a little impatient as her affection for her master was increasing slowly, wondering what else her master liked. Lin Fei is a complete idiot. She knows nothing when asked. Yingxin's goal is to surpass the position of the Internal Affairs Supervisor before returning to Beihui. The other party is at the S-level standard. Surpassing their status is no easy feat. Thinking of Tu Ling's special skills, I wonder if Master would be interested in reliving them. With the help of purification, it should be possible to achieve the desired result. In the bedroom, Tianjiu stood in the corner, her heart on the verge of collapse ever since she entered the room. Shyness accounts for 10%, fear accounts for 90%. Jiang Yu is dead. Lin Fei will definitely kill her. Xin looks weak and gentle, but she has no bottom line in her actions. It would only take a minute to cripple her. Master, maybe we should forget about it. I'll go call Yingxin in. Tianjiu was so anxious she was almost crying. If something went wrong, it wouldn't just be one life at hand, but the lives of hundreds of people in the entire team. Do you know what a furnace cauldron is? Jiang Yu stroked the small, cute bell around the girl's neck. Furnace? Like in novels? Tianjiu was a little confused, not knowing what her master meant. Jiang Yu said gently, I can revive Ran and give her a new body, but it will require a lot of energy. The energy dormant within you is just right. Unfortunately, it cannot be used. If you are willing to become the furnace, I can guide the energy into a golden core and bring Ranran back. Sweetie froze on the spot upon hearing this. In the dense forest, Jiang Yu did mention the matter of reshaping the body, but she took it as nonsense he was talking about because he couldn't accept Ranran's departure. Why bring it up again today so solemnly? Could it really be true? The master's words were too fantastical. Even the mind control spell couldn't suppress them. No one with a normal IQ would believe them. She's love-struck, not mentally challenged. Master, will I disappear if I become a furnace cauldron? Tianzhou mustered up her courage and asked, her voice bitter. It seems that Jiang Yu's elaborate scheme to infiltrate the hunting team from the very beginning was all for the energy within her. The energy had erupted several times before, and there were quite a few witnesses. It was impossible to kill them all. There will always be some who slip through the net. It seems that slaughtering the entire city of Shaqing was merely compensation for her. As for reviving Ranran, it was simply because they were afraid she wouldn't agree to the empty promises they made. Tianzhou thought about it for a long time. She believed she had seen through the entire scheme and understood the boy's thoughts perfectly. But so what? We are the chopping block, and I am the fish on the chopping block. The weak are just weak. Either agree, even if it means sacrificing her, and the boy might protect the girl from the hunting party out of consideration for their past relationship. Either refuse, or, given the boy's ruthlessness, none of the hundreds of people outside the room will survive. She herself will be tortured to death, even more tragically than Xin Xian. I will only take the dormant energy within you, without touching your foundation, but there is no guarantee that there will be danger. I'll give you some compensation afterward. Tianzhou's own energy was practically nothing to Jiang Yu. Yes, either way is fine with me. Master, if anything happens to me, could you grant me one request? Tianzhou raised her head, no longer avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze, even though she knew she had no right to negotiate. Tell me, Jiang Yu said, wanting to hear what the girl cared about most. Tianzhou walked to the window and looked out at the courtyard. Several girls were playing and laughing under the shade of the trees, looking very happy. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Stay and shelter them. They had a very hard time before, and things are only getting a little better now. Master, you wouldn't understand, the weak wander in the apocalypse, especially girls. Living worse than a rat. Jiang Yu knew perfectly well that he had spent most of his previous life, more than a decade, wandering and searching for food in garbage dumps. They even compete with zombies for food. I have a shelter where you can stay. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Thank you. I'm so happy to have met you, and Ranran is too. Her eyes light up when she talks about you in front of me. Sweetie kept increasing her stakes. It was all calculated, and that's the truth. He deliberately brought up Ranran, hoping the boy would remember Ranran's kindness and take better care of the girls. Let's begin. I get hurt often, so I'm not afraid of pain. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself and don't die. Tianzhou closed her eyes, waiting to see the young man bravely face death. Jiang Yu didn't know how to react after hearing the girl's words. In his past life, he had witnessed Tianzhou's love-struck mind. After spending a few days together, he would unhesitatingly dissipate the dormant energy within him. Don't get distracted. Don't let your mind wander. Calm your mind and spirit. If the refining fails because of your loss of focus, I will not save you. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he gathered a bit of energy at his fingertips and gently opened the girl's Xuanji acupoint. Then he pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood into it. According to the book, when the furnace is being forged, it is blessed by the heavenly Tao, and the inherent Taoist methods will not fail. Just because it won't fail doesn't mean the furnace won't be damaged. Using one's own body as a furnace to refine elixirs, just thinking about it is enough to know how dangerous it is. Energy filled the entire room, which Jiang Yu deliberately compressed, condensing into a trickle of water. The dormant energy was too powerful. Her physical strength was simply insufficient to withstand its violent destructive force. 1/10 is the limit. The energy spiraled out of control, pulverizing the furniture in the room and tearing cracks in the floors and walls. Lin Fei was startled awake and looked around the bedroom in confusion. Why was the master's energy getting stronger and stronger? Yingxin's face was pale. The energy level in the bedroom was still rising. Lin Fei wanted to know what was happening, so she released her mental energy to invade the room. With her strength, she could barely ensure that her mental energy wouldn't be completely destroyed. Yingxin, you stay here and keep watch. I'm going to get some sleep. Lin Fei took in the scene in the room and instantly lost interest. The furnace technique was completely different from what she had imagined. Sweetness truly became an alchemy furnace, using flesh and blood as a cauldron to refine energy and form an elixir. The sheer intensity of the energy was terrifying, The slightest lapse in concentration would result in being crushed. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Lin Fei's mind. She had read many cultivation novels and was no stranger to the concept of core formation. In the eyes of some being, are cultivators merely alchemy furnaces? He absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, condensed a golden elixir, and was ultimately taken away. Chapter 178 Fei Fei, Call Me Teacher. A few hours later, the energy in Tianzhuo's body was refined into a golden pill, and after absorption, the progress bar for advancing from the 6th to the 7th rank moved a little more. Once all the dormant energy is absorbed, even if I can't break through to the 7th rank, I can still reach the peak of the 6th rank. Jiang Yu began to consider whether there was a suitable inheritance for a furnace or cauldron, one that was powerful enough, greedy enough, and whose energy absorption speed had to far exceed that of ordinary awakened beings. Having inherited the heavenly Tao, I feel increasingly powerless as I progress, and relying on myself to improve is a joke. People should believe in science. The stronger the destructive power of a superpower, the higher its energy. Energy cannot be generated out of thin air, it must be sourced from sources. Human greed is ingrained in our very being. Once you've tasted the sweetness of success, you'll never want to work hard again after getting something for nothing. If every inheritor of the Qin Island were refined into a furnace and their golden core condensed, it would be equivalent to dozens of people helping them collect energy. Such temptation, how can one resist? The next day at noon, the white mouse, Sweetie, woke up from her slumber and looked around. It was no longer the room it had been in the day before. I felt something under the blanket and kicked it lightly. Ingsin peeked out from under the covers, her head buried in the blanket as she slept, her little face flushed from the heat. You're awake. Ingsin stretched, still half asleep. Lin Fei's hobby is really great. It allows her body to relax completely, and her bones feel soft after waking up. I'm alive. Sweetie jumped off the bed and stood in front of the dressing mirror to examine herself carefully. He has arms and legs. All 4 limbs are intact, and the few extra wounds are not a big deal. The little gold tattoo below his collarbone is quite beautiful. My master told me to take good care of you. You're so lucky. I don't know what you're better at than me. That's why your master values you so much. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Ingsin spoke reluctantly, and her status plummeted. Which point? Of course I'm more valuable than you. You're just a little girl who should just behave. Make me some hearty dishes. I need to replenish my energy. Tianzhuo was in an extremely good mood. The furnace and cauldron seemed to be just a gimmick, perhaps a way for the master to test her. Ingsin bit her lip, feeling wronged, but still obediently went to cook. 10 days later, the dormant energy was completely refined. Not only did Tianzhuo show no signs of weakness, but under the tempering of the furnace technique, the strength of her bones and flesh increased rapidly. Without simulating superpowers, he is almost on par with an A-level melee awakener. Sweet Jiao became increasingly addicted, no longer needing to fight disgusting zombies or risk her life to rob convoys. Their strength is increasing rapidly. No one could quit, until the same golden furnace mark appeared on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei had already reached the peak of the 6th rank. As an inheritor, the only way to break through the limit was to rely on a 7th rank leader-level zombie or a monster crystal core. Killing isn't the problem is not having it. The zombies that are common now are only level 4. The zombie kings are mostly level 5, and level 6 is extremely rare. I've never seen a 7th tier 1. She had long since given up absorbing the crystal core. The energy had already overflowed, and absorbing it would have no effect whatsoever. Last night, after being refined into a furnace by Jiang Yu, all of its 6th order energy was drained. Lin Fei didn't feel anything either. Her master never lacked low-level crystal cores, and the 6th level and 6th level perfection had a negligible impact on her strength. As for Ingsin, she wasn't even qualified to be a furnace cauldron. She waited anxiously for several days, but her master never mentioned her. Sizzle. The armored vehicle brakes suddenly, with the pedals slammed on. Without even looking, Jiang Yu knew who was driving. He was slammed against the back of the seat. I already don't get enough sleep, and lately I've been working overtime refining furnaces, and I'm exhausted. Having just broken through 2 levels of the external realm body refinement, Lin Fei poured all of her 6th order energy and 3/10 of her sweetness into the body refinement. He could feel a qualitative improvement in his flesh and bones, as the external body refinement was extremely costly. The progress is slower than a snail. Master, it's dangerous not to wear a seatbelt, Lin Fei said innocently. Jiang Yu gave her a hard flick on the forehead, vowing to kill her once he had mastered the body refinement technique in the outer realm. Lin Fei became increasingly arrogant, and even more so after being refined into a furnace. Jiang Yu began to wonder if his cultivation technique was not refined enough. He was supposed to be absorbing energy, but it was also tempering the furnace itself at the same time. The energy consumed in quenching accounts for 1/10 to 1/12 of the total. Upon closer examination, it becomes understandable. The stronger the furnace, the better the pill-forming effect, so wasting a little time on tempering is quite reasonable. The side effect is that Lin Fei is getting stronger and stronger. Now, his pure physical strength can overwhelm ordinary inheritors. Sweetie's physical abilities are also gradually approaching S rank. The golden cauldron mark on Yingxin's shoulder reflected the sunlight, making her skin appear even whiter. The little girl deliberately tilted her collar to the side, making no attempt to hide it. Jiang Yu was forced into this situation. If he didn't agree, someone would definitely die. After jumping off the armored vehicle, the next step leads to Mount Xie. There is a treasure and a legacy on the mountain, and perhaps more, but he only knows of two. One is the rootless tree, a single pine tree growing in a niche built of huge rocks, without soil or water. Originally withered and dead, it was revitalized after the moon fell. The rootless tree is a very ordinary treasure, belonging to the plant category. Its only function is to possess endless vitality and completely reshape the body. It is much higher level than the konjac flower and can reshape the body of an awakened being. As for the other inheritance, the threshold is a bit too high. Let's save Ranran first. Obtaining the rootless tree is simple, just water it with blood. Jiang Yu remembers that the biography didn't describe it much, just mentioned it briefly. In her previous life, she was also a girl who had her body reshaped by the rootless tree, but she was only mentioned because the person she followed was famous. The problem is, Ranran has no blood. Should we go back and kill someone to bring her back? For some reason, my strength has improved incredibly fast lately, but I feel like my memory is getting worse. His steps were a little unsteady. As they walked up the mountain path, strange beasts and zombies would occasionally rush out, and Lin Fei was always the one who cleaned them up. The beast exploded with a single punch, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Jiang Yu touched the blood and flesh at the corner of his mouth, his face grim. He grabbed Lin Fei and decided to choose her for the bloodletting later. "Master, what did I do now?" the girl asked, looking aggrieved. "Yingxin, from now on you will be Lin Fei's teacher. Train her well, and beat her to death if she disobeys. I don't ask for much, just that she looks like a woman." Jiang Yu looked at Lin Fei, waiting for her to give her opinion. "Yes, master, I will definitely study hard." Lin Fei didn't dare to talk back, but she still felt wronged. With her head down, she can't see her toes. With her hands raised to her waist, her slender waist is so delicate it could be encircled with one hand. What a perfect figure. Anyone who isn't blind could tell she's a woman. "Fei, call me teacher so I can hear it." Yingxin smiled and took out a tissue to wipe the blood and flesh off Lin Fei's body. "Teacher, hello," Lin Fei shouted through gritted teeth. Jiang Yugong recalled the second condition for triggering the inheritance, which required independently playing an ancient piece of music. He has the sheet music. He prepared it long ago. I wonder who will have the opportunity to do so. I asked casually. I just remembered something. Does anyone here know how to play a musical instrument? Chapter 179, The Master's bottom line is truly elusive. What is this problem? Could it be that you yourself are unaware of it? I'm talking about the real Xiao, the Dong Xiao. Jiang Yu realized what he meant and emphasized. I can play both the Xiao, vertical bamboo flute, and the Guzheng, Chinese zither. I've passed the exams for both. I'm not a professional at playing the Xiao. I just passed level 8, but I'd say I'm fairly proficient. Yingxin is very confident about her musical instruments. She is more skilled at playing the Guzheng than the Xiao, vertical flute, and she passed the 10th level exam at a very young age. Yingxin, you're lucky, Jiang Yu said, patting the girl's hair as he led the way. Sweetie simulated ice-type superpowers, waving her hand to cover the area with ice mist, freezing the surrounding zombies, and then shooting out ice arrows that shattered on the ground. The movements were graceful and gentle, without a trace of grime. Fei, learn from this. When cleaning, you must do it cleanly and neatly, and you can't kick over the trash can. Aren't you worried about getting dirty? Yingxin demonstrated on the spot. Why make such a big fuss over something that can be settled with a single punch? Lin Fei's voice trailed off as she looked up at her master's back. If you anger your master again, you will be refined into nothingness. I understand, Lin Fei said, giving in. Be good, and I'll teach you everything I know. Fei, would you like to learn to dance? It can soften your temperament and make your body more flexible. Yingxin was really dedicated to teaching. She wanted to do her best to fulfill her master's instructions and try her best to perform well. The longer my younger brother stays outside, the more dangerous it will be for him. Although his superpower strength is close to a level, he is still a child and acts impulsively without thinking. Jiang Yu was very familiar with the path to the rootless tree. He had come here more than once with his master before the apocalypse. The master was originally a very indifferent person, but ever since he had a little apprentice, he would bring him a lot of things every time he went out, such as tea, snacks, and picture books. This was true until he was a teenager. When the journey was boring, his master would tell him many stories to relieve his boredom about gods, monsters, demons, and all the gods and Buddhas. In his heart, his master was always an omniscient being. Many times, Jiang Yu would even think how wonderful it would be if the rumors were true. Standing in the pavilion where I used to rest with my master, I felt a sense of desolation. Looking back, everything has changed. Should we go back to the Taoist temple and take a look? After crossing a suspension bridge, a pine tree stands ahead, its canopy providing ample shade. There is a stone niche under the tree, and the tree roots are suspended in the air. Despite not having soil, the tree is thriving. When I came here with my master last time, it was just a dead tree. Jiang Yu asked why the rootless tree had withered and died, but his master sighed and offered no explanation. Saving Ranran requires a blood sacrifice. Jiang Yu was the first to cut his wrist, and blood gushed out, flowing towards the tree roots. It is bright red with a hint of gold. Without hesitation, the girls slashed their arms. Lin Fei's blood was even more exaggerated. It flowed towards the tree roots, and upon slight contact, the surface of the tree roots was coated with a metallic sheen. A few minutes later, the rootless tree stopped absorbing blood, and the entire tree slowly withered, condensing into a blood-red energy ball inside the tree hole. Its seed is right at the center. Jiang Yu remembered that someone had studied that the reshaping of human bodies by mutated plants was a special way of reproduction. After the reshaped person falls, the seed will reappear and a new plant will sprout. The energy absorbed by the beneficiary throughout their life is returned to the seed, allowing the seed to take root and sprout at the fastest speed. It grows into a towering tree. Jiang Yu came to his senses, took out the soul crystal, and guided Ranran's soul into the energy ball. Everything went smoothly until the last soul fragment could not be integrated, proving that defying fate is indeed not so simple. The soul guiding technique could no longer restrain them. Before he could react, the body reconstruction had already begun, and a fragment of his soul broke free from its restraints and dissipated into the air. Jiang Yu's face was very pale. Master failed? Sweetie felt her soul dissipate, her voice trembling. Jiang Yu shook his head. After a person dies, their soul and spirit will dissipate instantly. I tried to force them to stay by Taoist magic, but I still couldn't defy fate. Ranran will be resurrected, but she will be missing some things. Jiang Yu stared at the ball of light, wondering what the outcome would be. The feeling of being unable to control something is very unpleasant. What's missing? Sweetie felt much better after hearing that she hadn't failed. If Ranran loses an arm, leg, or eye, it's not a big deal. She can just take care of her in the future. I don't know. Maybe it's part of the body. Maybe it's one of the 5 senses. Maybe. Jiang Yu didn't want to continue. The worst outcome is losing all emotions, becoming indifferent to joy and anger, and nothing in the world can affect her. I've undergone body reshaping many times, but I've never felt this way, with each day dragging on endlessly. An hour later, the light cluster receded, the energy ceased to boil, and only crimson mist remained in the dried-up tree hollow. Ranran emerged from the mist, looking bewildered. His physical appearance has hardly changed, but his facial features are much more youthful than before. Ranran is already quite young, and now she looks even younger. She looks no more than 16 or 17 years old, but her figure is definitely not bad. Jiang Yu swore that he really didn't interfere this time, nor was he in the mood to pinch her cheeks. He liked Ranran the way she was originally. Tianjiu was the first to rush over and hug her tightly, which startled Ranran, who pushed her away forcefully. Who are you? Where am I? Ranran looked down and saw that she was not wearing any clothes, but did not react. There was no dodging, nor any shyness. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. The result was neither good nor bad. The part of Ranran's soul that she lost was her memory. Let's try brainwashing first. You are a life I created from the divine tree, and you must obey my commands to live. If you disobey, I will turn you back into a tree. Jiang Yu pointed to the big tree behind her as he spoke. Sweetie looked completely bewildered. This works? What's the difference between such bestial behavior and seducing an innocent young girl? Turn into a tree. Ranran looked at the big tree. What lay before me was not a tree, but an insect paradise. Ants crawled all over the trunk, and caterpillars covered the leaves. A woodpecker kept pecking at the tree. The squirrels darted around, hiding the collected pine cones in tree holes. I don't want to get bitten by bugs. I'll be good. Ranran shook her head quickly, startled. Jiang Yu drew the mind control talisman, and before Ranran could even muster the will to resist, the bloodstains had already disappeared. The three girls sighed inwardly. Their master's bottom line was truly elusive. It all depends on personal preference. Tianjiu, I'm leaving her in your care. Take good care of her. Jiang Yu was unsure whether Ranran, without Ranran's memories, was still the original Ranran. It's very convoluted and hard to understand. Tianjiu nodded. Even if her master didn't say anything, she would take responsibility. At worst, she would raise him as her daughter. Jiang Yu didn't want to delay any longer and continued towards the mountaintop. Ranran followed behind, noticing that no one was paying attention to her. Anjing raised her head to look at Jiang Yu, her eyes curving into crescent moons, no longer showing any confusion. Chapter 180. Don't refuse a free credit. Ranran's amnesia was all an act. She knew her past was too messy, making it hard for people to like her. Having a new body, it would be a shame not to take this opportunity to start a completely new life after all the suffering I've endured. No one knows what that wisp of soul was that vanished. The Jade Maiden Temple is very close to the rootless tree, located on the same mountain peak. The lineage originated from Nongyu, the daughter of Duke Mu of Qin. While the lineage itself wasn't particularly strong, its strength lay in its gradual progression. In previous lives, 3 people had received this lineage. The weakest is to play any tune on the shao, a type of vertical flute, and gain the S-level superpower, Sound Bewitching, which is a mental attack. The intermediate level involves playing the Ode to the Western Peak and gaining a basic inheritance of melee power. The strongest skill is playing the Song of the Phoenix, which grants the protection of the Purple Phoenix and a top-tier, historically significant inheritance. Much later, the survivors divided the legacy into 2 categories. First, it is a mythical lineage, including the 12 ancestral witches and the various schools of thought. Secondly, it is a historical legacy, leaving behind significant historical records of the figure's aspirations. Legendary-level characters are relatively strong, and many historical-level characters can crush mythical-level characters. Overall, they are relatively weak, but their advantage lies in their large number. Jiang Yu took out a jade flute and sheet music that he had prepared long ago and handed them to Yingxin. Master, I am very familiar with this piece of music. Shall we begin now? Yingxin glanced at the sheet music, realizing she had practiced it before, and felt full of confidence. Blow it as loudly as possible. If the Purple Phoenix doesn't fall, the inheritance won't arrive, Jiang Yu reminded her. Inheritance? Yingxin was completely confused. The idea of bringing the dead back to life is already beyond imagination. So what is this inheritance? Before the apocalypse, she was very proud, believing herself to be far more intelligent than ordinary people. She was proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and even got into Tsinghua and Peking universities with high scores. Since following her master, her confidence has been repeatedly shattered, and she even developed the idea of lying down and purely using her looks to serve him. In front of Lin Fei and Tianjiu, she was just a nobody. Anyone could crush her with a flick of their finger. Yingxin could only obediently follow orders. When her master asked her to serve Tianjiu, she humbly became a little maid. Whatever Lin Fei wants to eat or desire, no matter how outlandish, she will find a way to get it for her. They dared not disobey their master's orders, and had to endure even the most embarrassing things, and even if they felt uncomfortable or wronged, they had to smile happily. In the apocalypse, Yingxin was always at the bottom of society, just like rats, and she was used to it. Even if it means being turned into a furnace, she will fight for it without regard for shame. Their strength has been left far behind. As a toy that is dispensable, it will eventually be discarded. On the phoenix-attracting terrace, the sound of the flute was light and ethereal, melodious and graceful, and Yingxin tried her best to adjust her state to the best. As the sound of the flute began, the clouds parted. Purple light shone in the void, weaving a giant screen in the sky. Inside the giant screen, a purple divine bird slowly flew out and hovered in the air for a long time without landing. The divine bird was translucent, somewhat resembling a phoenix, but lacking the phoenix's majesty and purity. Its wings, burning with purple flames, streaked across the sky. Its size blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. Halfway through the performance of the Song of the Phoenix, Zifeng still showed no sign of stopping. Ing Xian remembered her master's advice, and her mind began to waver. The music arose from the heart, and the sound of the shao, vertical flute, was no longer light and agile, but became impatient, faintly revealing a clanging sound. Jiang Yu chanted the Pure Land Sutra, calming Yingxin down, and the sound of the flute returned to its light and airy quality. After the song ended, Zifeng was still hesitating. Both inheritors retain a small amount of residual intelligence, and they choose each other. Zifeng also worries that if she misses this opportunity, she doesn't know how many years she will have to endure before she is summoned again. Bah! The phoenix cried out in the heavens, and finally the purple phoenix swooped down and merged into Yingxin's body. The girl was instantly engulfed in purple flames and turned to ashes. After a long time, a brand new body emerged from the ashes. Yingxin deliberately kept very little of her appearance, leaving only a blurry silhouette so that people could recognize her, yet she appeared different in every way. Her hair was dyed purple, her phoenix eyes were long and narrow with slightly upturned corners, and her gentle smile was captivating. Ranran and Yingxin have undergone physical transformation, and the two girls have a completely new and refreshing image. Jiang Yu also wanted to focus on his career, but the circumstances simply didn't allow it. Too many temptations, and one loses control of one's own destiny. Indeed, whether it's studying or cultivating oneself, whether it's a prosperous era or an apocalyptic one, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is composure. On the other side of Mount Sia, several people noticed the energy surge and looked up to see the purple phoenix falling, overjoyed. The group ran at full speed toward the direction from which the object had fallen. Just as Jiang Yu was about to leave, a startled cry came from afar. "Captain, this is it." No mistake, the aura is very strong. Jiang Yu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people running up the steps from below the phoenix-attracting terrace at a very fast pace. The mountain was teeming with zombies and strange beasts, and the group skillfully evaded them. The girl at the front changed her expression from confidence to doubt. Such a strong energy fluctuation was suddenly imperceptible. The girl's name is Xiaoku. She has dual superpowers, A-level perception and C-level spirit summoning. Her perception is A-level, not some low-level trash. As for her C-level spirit summoning, she can only summon very weak alien beasts, at most to deliver messages. Or bake it and eat it. "Captain, the aura is gone. We're too late." Xiaoku was very disappointed. She vaguely sensed that the energy intensity of the alien beast was far higher than that of a 6th-tier leader. After turning the corner of the steps, they finally saw Jiang Yu and his group. The man leading the group frowned. They had no doubts. There was no sign of fighting, and the beast's energy exceeded that of a 6th-tier leader. They had only been there for half an hour. It's impossible for them to be killed so quickly unless there's an S-rank beast tamer among them who can subdue the beasts. "I am Qi Fei from the Chang'an Palace Sanctuary. The strange bird escaped from the sanctuary. Hand over the beast. I'll spare your lives." Qi Fei's words left the girls speechless. Compared to him, their master's skin was really not thick. Jiang Yu had never heard of Chang'an Palace. Chang'an City was no ordinary place. It was the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, and there were more people sleeping underground than on the surface. Before the apocalypse, it was said that every new housing development was an archaeological site. Later, dozens of factions were entrenched in the city, each unwilling to submit to the others, and none of them had achieved unification before his rebirth. Throughout Chang'an, tradition is everywhere. Every ancient tomb may be a legacy, many of which are openly displayed. As long as you can slay the corpse generals and soldiers, you can have anywhere from hundreds to thousands, or even tens of thousands of them. The inheritances obtained from the ancient tombs of hundreds of corpse soldiers are mostly only at the S level, and are mostly battlefield superpowers. The effort and the reward are not proportional. The tomb passage is narrow, making large-scale exploration impossible. Experts won't bother with it, and newbies can't handle it. Of course, many legendary players can easily crush S-class players. Jiang Yu ignored them and walked down the mountain. The girls chatted and laughed, while Tianzhou pinched Ranran's cheek, wanting to know what was different from before. Her skin was smooth and supple, without a trace of sun damage. Her faint freckles and acne scars had completely disappeared, making people quite envious. Then she ran over to Yingxin, loving the touch of her hand. Why didn't her master give her a legacy? Is it just because she can't play the flute? Sweetie whispered something in Yingxin's ear, and the girl blushed and nodded after listening. Don't refuse credit that comes knocking on your door. Qi Fei's face turned ashen. No one in the entire city of Chang'an dared to ignore the Ming Palace. He had seen many stubborn and reckless individuals, living in small towns, ignorant of the world and arrogant because of their awakened status. He had killed countless of these short-sighted thugs. Even if the opponent is S-rank, he is confident that he can kill them without taking any damage. Qi Fei put his hands behind his back and gestured. The man in the black leather jacket in the group saw this and coughed in response.